Chapter 1. An alternate path, lost again every time it comes to the promotion matches. I always find myself hindered by teammates who impede my progress. Xiaoya grumbled as she tossed her phone onto the bedside table and opened a comic book. The comic she was perusing was the renowned Qian, a childhood favorite of hers, its cover and content perfectly catering to the tastes of a youth. As she flipped to the Dalu section, Xiaoya, having already read both the novel and watched the anime, found the illustrations rather commendable. This chapter depicted the soul battle of the Shrek 7 monsters in team battles. Prioritize eliminating support type soul masters, the comic author illustrated. This remark sparked a memory of her recent game loss. Igniting her frustration, is this comic author foolish or just plain ignorant? Surely anyone who has played a modicum of games wouldn't suggest such a strategy, prioritizing support in a team fight. Support characters are either tanky or healers who in their right mind targets them first. The initial focus should always be on eliminating the damage dealers. If the enemy's damage output is gone, what purpose does a support serve? It's tantamount to inviting slaughter. Xiaoya retorted indignantly. Do they think the enemy's damage dealers are blind? Focusing on support would leave ample time for the enemy to eliminate you multiple times over. Unable to endure any longer, she resolved to continue reading the story. Closing the comic, she retrieved the complete set of Doadala volumes 1 through 4 from her bookshelf. Why not indulge in the novel again? Although she had read it multiple times, a sudden whim to revisit it was hardly a tedious endeavor. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 3 in the afternoon. Outside, the sun blazed fiercely, while she comfortably lounged at home with the air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and a watermelon. Reading novels requires no Wi-Fi, air conditioning, novels, and watermelon, a delightful combination. As Xiaoya flipped through the pages, she vented her thoughts. Perhaps due to her recent anime viewing, she found herself particularly drawn to characters such as Bibidong, Qian Renxue, and Liena. The actions of the main characters provided her with numerous points of critique, leading her to feel a sense of regret over the fates of these women in the story. Setting aside the main characters, whom I can no longer criticize, Bibidong's actions were hardly commendable either. She had the greatest opportunity to change everything, yet her stubbornness allowed the protagonist to exploit her weaknesses, resulting in tragedy for both herself and her. Daughter Xiaoya closed the book, unaware that she had read until the late hours of the night. After an afternoon spent engrossed in the novel, she felt somewhat dizzy. Rising, she prepared for bed. If I were Bibidong, I certainly wouldn't act as she did. She murmured to herself as she lay down after washing up. It was evident that she had a plethora of critiques regarding the main characters. What would you do if you were Bibidong? A voice echoed in her mind, urging her to contemplate the answer. If I were Bibidong, how splendid that would be. I would hold the script in my hands, altering the narrative at will to ensure a perfect conclusion. She mused. Firstly, I would never harbor feelings for you, Xiaojing. From my perspective, I'm the protagonist. Tang San can take a back seat. Do you not realize how many issues I have with you? I would either seize your cheat or render it useless now. Be gone. As her thoughts grew increasingly muddled, she gradually succumbed to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, this was to be her final night in the world of air conditioning, novels, and watermelon. In the morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, Xiaoya awoke naturally, not out of diligence, but simply to avoid wasting time on slumber, for she still wished to play games and read comics. As she sat up and stretched, rubbing her drowsy eyes, she sensed something amiss in the room. The bed was expansive, adorned with silk bedding, and the chamber was immaculate in pure white. Beside the bed stood a dressing table and a solid wood wardrobe, their design reminiscent of the medieval era. A crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and a faint fragrance of orchids permeated the air. The entire room exuded a subtle opulence and spaciousness. Xiaoya felt a disquiet. This was not her room. A wave of alertness washed over her. Had she been abducted, moved here while she slept? The thought sent a chill of fear through her. Throwing off the covers, she gazed at her attire. Momentarily taken aback, she was clothed in a pure white satin garment, intricately patterned, and her plain leg stockings accentuated her long, flawless legs. The outfit seemed vaguely familiar, yet she could not place it. Her eyes fell upon a nearby clothes rack, which held a white robe, magnificent yet understated, accompanied by a crown and a scepter. A flicker of recognition dawned upon her as she recalled to whom this attire belonged. Glancing at the mirror beside the wardrobe, she was struck by the reflection of a visage that was not her own. The breathtaking beauty and exquisite figure exuded an air of grace, with violet eyes and flowing hair that further emphasized her uniqueness. In the next moment, a searing pain coursed through her head as a torrent of memories flooded her mind. A girl had been born in a village, her parents both possessing supreme martial souls. Yet due to this very gift, they were deemed evil soul masters, hunted by all. They abandoned her in an unknown village, disappearing without a trace at the age of 6. The Martial Soul Hall came to assist common soul masters in awakening their martial souls. Owing to her parents' legacy, she drew attention while trying to evade them, and was subsequently taken to awaken her own martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, a pair of twin martial souls, each possessing innate full soul power. Such a phenomenon was unparalleled on the continent. She was a prodigy of her time, contrary to her expectations of being captured and treated as an evil soul master. She was valued by the Martial Soul Hall, personally nurtured by the reigning pope. Her potential was quickly recognized, and her teacher elevated her to the status of a saintess. Viewing her as a successor, she felt immense gratitude towards her teacher, for it was the Martial Soul Hall and her mentor that provided her with this stable existence. Within the hall, she no longer had to live cautiously as she had in her small village revered by thousands. She could devote herself to realizing her talents on the path of soul mastery, seeking to repay her teacher in the Martial Soul Hall. Yet, she remained unaware that all the efforts of the Martial Soul Hall and her teacher stemmed not solely from their appreciation of her talent. She was the most vital pawn in their game. The lineage of angels passed down by the Pope required her to create a perfect heir to the divine angelic deity. In the Martial Soul Hall, she stood in high esteem, akin to a royal princess, adored by countless as a saintess. Yet no one dared to befriend her. The girl was deeply troubled, yearning for the laughter and companionship of her peers. At the tender age of 17 or 18, she encountered Yu Xiaojiang, the most intellectually gifted boy she had ever met. Captivated by his brilliance, she infused his heart with fervor, secretly becoming his beloved against the wishes of her mentor, Qian Renxue. The girl harbored hopes that Yu Xiaojiang would discover a purpose and strive towards it, standing alongside her, who was destined to ascend as the Pope at the pinnacle of the world. Perceiving his insecurities stemming from the failure of his mutated martial spirit, she suggested he pursue a path of pure research, promising that upon inheriting the papacy, she would devote the full resources of the Spirit Hall to assist him in enhancing his martial spirit. As time flowed, the girl emerged as the youngest formidable force on the Doloa continent, growing even stronger with Yu Xiaojiang's theoretical research at her side. When the Spirit Hall dispatched 2,000 soul masters to recruit the soul masters of Sea God Island, she accompanied Yu Xiaojiang on the journey. Ultimately, the Spirit Hall returned defeated by the invincible Poseidon, with fewer than 100 survivors, including the loss of 2 title de law. The girl wished to secure her mentor Qian Sunji's approval for her union with Yu Xiaojiang after breaking through to Soul Sage, only to discover that he had long been aware of their relationship in a bid to completely shatter her affections and force her to immerse herself in cultivation. Her mentor deliberately cast illusions to allow her to feel Yu Xiaojiang's kindness. Then, during her seclusion to break through the Soul Sage bottleneck, he conjured a mirage that caused Yu Xiaojiang to forget her, redirecting his affections towards Liena. Upon emerging from her retreat, her revered mentor resorted to the most despicable means to tarnish her, ensuring she would no longer be with Yu Xiaojiang. Overwhelmed by despair, she contemplated ending her own life, yet her mentor continued to leverage her lingering hope for Yu Xiaojiang against her, compelling her to bear a child. From that moment onward, the girl became taciturn, withdrawing from communication with others in her quest for death. She proposed to venture into the Slaughter City for training. However, she did not perish. Instead, she emerged alive, becoming one of the 2 most feared killing deities of her time. She also received the legacy of the Rakshasa god, who first demanded that she slay an angelic martial spirit user and devour their soul. Without hesitation, she seized the opportunity when her mentor, having failed to hunt the 10th Ascendier spirit beast, the Blue-Silver Emperor, was severely injured by Tang Hao. In return to the Spirit Hall, she successfully completed the trial to inherit the title of Rakshasa god. Following the death of the Pope, she ascended to the papacy, reflecting upon the flicker of hope in her heart. Quietly, she sought out Yu Xiaojiang, only to find him evading something, hiding in an unknown city. Yet, what he was fleeing from was not her, but rather Liena, his cousin, with whom he had an unfinished wedding. The girl's heart turned to ashes. Her beliefs spiraled into extremity. She grew to loathe the Spirit Hall, despise Yu Xiaojiang, and resent her own daughter. She harbored hatred for all who had caused her pain and chose the path of the Rakshasa god. Consumed by malevolent thoughts, she became increasingly radical, believing every life in the world to be malevolent, and vowed to exact revenge upon all. She devised a grand plan, from the soul-hunting actions to the establishment of a spirit empire and declaring war on the 2 great empires, from inheriting the Rakshasa gods. Positioned to the bloodshed at Jialing Pass until the very end, the Shura divine sword pierced through her chest in her dying moments. She found liberation. She departed with a smile at the instant the Shura divine sword penetrated her heart. She gained clarity about many matters. She had committed numerous wrongs, yet she harbored no regrets. The only person she felt remorse for was Xue, who had no father and had never experienced a mother's love. The only one who cared for her, her grandfather, had also perished in sacrifice. Perhaps her affection for the wrong person was also a consequence of her own choices. Thus, in the end, she relinquished her pride, begging Tang San to spare Xue a chance at life. She understood the fate that awaited Xue, who would carry her wounds and live alone in this cold, unfeeling world. Xiaoyu was overwhelmed by the deluge of memories. Her head throbbing, these recollections corroborated the tale she had read about Bibidong, leading her to realize they were indeed Bibidong's memories. Could it be that she was? Though Xiaoyu had felt sorrow for the protagonist while reading the story, experiencing it firsthand as a first-person narrative stirred a torrent of emotions within her, both the protagonist's feelings and her own, as she sensed that profound sadness. Xiaoyu felt on the verge of tears, yet the memories were far from over-perplexed. Xiaoyu noted that according to the original narrative, this should have been the conclusion. Why were there more memories? She observed Bibidong seemingly entering a peculiar realm, characterized by a white sky and black earth, as if the world consisted solely of these two colors, where time appeared to stand still. Points of light converged, coalescing into a figure. It was an ethereal beauty, with hair as white as snow, adorned with a black crown studded with jewels. She bore wings, one resembling a bat's demonic wing, and the other a pure, celestial angel's wing. Clad in a white dress with a black base, she exuded an air of noble elegance, akin to a lofty goddess. A pendant shaped like three serpents biting their own tails formed a closed loop on one side of her attire. In her hand, she wielded a white scepter, which transformed into radiant light, shifting effortlessly from sword to dagger to bow, and finally back to scepter. Behind her loomed a deep, dark vortex. She appeared to be the sovereign of this realm, adorned solely in the elements of black and white. As the light points descended, Bibidong discerned the visage of the figure. It was strikingly similar to her own. The only difference lay in the color of their eyes. Bibidong's a purple hue, while the other bore a vibrant red. Those red irises were particularly striking amidst the monochromatic realm. Moreover, her presence emanated a power that far surpassed even that of the previously formidable Shura god. She approached Bibidong. Lowering her gaze, "It is over," she declared. "In that story, you ultimately met your demise. However, I am not fond of that narrative. I can only retain a fragment of your lingering soul at the story's conclusion, and that fragment shall soon dissipate." Xiaoyu thought to herself, realizing that Bibidong was merely a soul now, a stark contrast to the original text. Bibidong gazed at her, noticing that the once formidable crimson gaze had dulled, now imbued with an air of sorrow. "Do you find this story appealing?" inquired the silver-haired woman. Bibidong remained silent, her thoughts drifting to the fate of Xiao Xue, recalling her own life, marked by evasion from birth until perishing beneath the Shura sword. If one might say she had chosen the path leading to this conclusion at a crossroads, then where was that initial fork in the road? And what might the alternative path have been? Or perhaps, at that juncture, was there a route leading to a fulfilling resolution? The silver-haired woman seemed to penetrate the depths of her thoughts, her gaze drifting into the distance as she spoke. "If I could reverse time, returning to the crossroads you chose, would you wish to relive it?" Bibidong closed her eyes. "Such power does not exist indeed. The Shura god is the sovereign of the divine realm. His will is the divine decree. Those he judges are destined to remain in eternal silence." The silver-haired woman replied, "Even I am unable to circumvent his rules and alter this world. Your soul may not be reborn, but I can wield my power to preserve this fragment of your essence. I will rewind time to the crossroads you desire. Yet this does not alter the divine decree issued by the Shura god. Your soul shall remain unreborn. It will linger in the expanse of your consciousness until you transform the world, perhaps by vanquishing the Shura god, rendering his decree void. At that moment, you shall regain life. Would you consent to allow another to tread that divergent path in your stead?" Bibidong sensed the gravity in her words, opening her eyes to meet the woman's gaze. "Who are you, and why do you wish to assist me?" The silver-haired woman smiled gently. "I am the goddess of the end, or you may call me the witch of the end. As for my reasons for aiding you," she pondered for a moment, "I previously mentioned it is because I find your story unappealing." Chapter 2. The Fallen Angel. Xiaoyu sat at the edge of her bed, her heart in a state of turmoil. This memory unraveled many of her uncertainties, yet it also birthed a multitude of new questions. However, she chose not to dwell on them. Instead, she sat there, slowly reminiscing about her memories of Xiao Xue as the greatest source of her unresolved emotions. While reading this tale, the authentic recollections deepened her sorrow. A solitary individual, living without kin, uncertain of the future, haunted only by a past she wished to forget in the vastness of the world. where might home be found. Simultaneously, she empathized with all that Bibidong had endured: the betrayal of a mentor, the abandonment of a beloved. She found herself pondering whether, had she lived Bibidong's life, she would have fared better. In comparison to her own circumstances, whether she had traversed realms or was indeed the one chosen by the Witch of the End, she was more concerned with the choices made by Bibidong. If this moment marked the point of the witch's temporal regression, what time could it possibly be now? Or rather, where did Bibidong perceive her crossroads to be? And what of Xiao Zua's she yet to be born? It is now the 2nd year since Shui Er's journey to Tiando. A voice echoed within her mind in the next moment. Xiaoyu found herself in her own sea of consciousness, where a figure stood before her, identical to her own reflection. She soon realized that this was the true Bibidong. I understand the questions you have in mind, and I shall provide you with the answers. You are the one destined to carry my legacy forward, and it brings me immense joy to meet you in you. I sense genuine sincerity. You are a kind-hearted soul. Bibidong gazed at Xiaoyu with a gentle expression. This is my sea of consciousness. My power is merely sufficient to project myself for a short while. Will not be long before I fade away. Will you disappear? Will you die? Xiaoyu inquired with concern. Not at all. I shall simply fall into a deep slumber, but I will not perish, Bibidong replied with a smile. You must be curious why I chose this time. Is it a crossroads for me? From my own perspective, I should choose the time when I was not betrayed by the teacher, or in other words, when I had not met you, Xiaojiang. At that time, I was a blank slate. Nothing had happened, and I had infinite possibilities. Liena.Ultimately. It's simple because I am a mother, Bibidong said. Is it because of Xiaoxue? But Xiaoxue came into the world because of a mistake, yet she herself is not a mistake. Bibidong shook her head, interrupting Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was stunned. She also had Bibidong's memories and could feel the despair and pain of being betrayed by the teacher. She asked herself if it were her actions would not be much better than Bibidong's. After all, such a thing is a tremendous humiliation and pain for every girl. You're right. No girl can avoid hatred. I hate Qian Sunji, hate you Xiaojiang, because they let me down. However, I cannot hate Shui. She is a blank slate, born to be pure. She has the right to receive love, and she should not pay for her father's mistakes. Bibidong looked at Xiaoyu and said, This is the lesson I finally understood in my life. I also realized that I am not just a girl, but a mother. Xiaoyu did not fully understand these things yet. She kept Bibidong's words in her heart and nodded. I remember. However, if it is for Xiaoxue, why choose this time? Xiaoxue seems to have gone to Tiando because of a quarrel with you. She must hate you very much now, Xiaoyu asked. Some things cannot be solved by avoidance. I could have chosen the moment of her birth, so she could have a carefree childhood like ordinary children. But she has the right to know everything. I fear the choices she might make when she learns the truth. It will be a test for her. Therefore, Shui has the right to know the mistakes I made. That is what is fair to her. Xiaoyu said, So you chose this time, not for some crossroads choice, but to make amends for mistakes and leave no regrets. Can you tell me why? Bibidong smiled. Shui suffered a lot in her previous life. As a mother, I never gave her the maternal love she deserved. She is a child who lacks love. Grandpa became the closest person to her, and he died for her sacrifice. After Grandpa's death, I became her only support in this world, which is also the reason for her opposition to me for so many years and the reconciliation between us. In the end, I also left her. You are very smart and kind, and you are an understanding child. Therefore, you can understand that feeling. Shui's ending is that she lost all her family and lives alone in this world. Ironically, the remaining life she has is also dependent on the enemy's grace. Everything she once had, her pride, her family ties, no longer exists, leaving only an empty shell. Her soul power is only level 89, and I don't know if she has the ability to protect herself or if she will be bullied. I have always thought that she would fall in love with Tang San, which was my mistake. She craves recognition from others too much. Falling in love with someone unworthy is my failure as a mother. I hope this time she won't have such feelings. She should have been a carefree child. But because of my mistakes, she has endured too much pain that she shouldn't have had to bear. Now that I have this opportunity, I want to make up for the mistakes I made in the past and let her enjoy maternal love like ordinary people. I will not evade her birth. It is not her fault. So I chose this crossroads, and I want to have a time when Shui also has maternal love. Xiaoyu wiped her tears and said, I understand now. Thank you. Bibidong gently stroked Xiaoyu's head, and I didn't know if I would have this opportunity again, so before that, I asked you to tell her for me that Mom loves her. I will, Xiaoyu choked out. Suddenly, Xiaoyu remembered something and asked, Can I play a song for you? It's a song from my world, and if it's okay, I would like to dedicate it to you. Bibidong's figure gradually became ethereal. Her energy could no longer sustain her projection in this sea of consciousness and was about to dissipate into sleep. She smiled and said, "All right." Xiaoyu stood up and went to the piano room in the side hall. She had practiced the piano and played countless times, but never like this. The piano lid felt as heavy as lead, and opening it seemed to drain all her strength. She sat in front of the piano, lowered her eyelids, and tried her best not to let the tears fall. Following the melody in her memory, her fingertips fell on the keys, and she began to sing softly along with the music. Where will the falling leaves go with the wind, leaving only a beautiful scene for the sky? The voices that once danced are like the wings of angels, gliding through my happy past. The place where love once came, faintly holding yesterday's fragrance. That familiar warmth is like the wings of angels, gliding through my endless thoughts. I believe you are still here, never leaving. My love is like an angel, guarding you. If life were to end here with no me, I would find an angel to love you for me. Thank you, it's beautiful, Bibidong smiled, her figure growing fainter until she finally transformed into light points and merged into the sea of consciousness. A stream of clear tears slid down Xiaoyu's cheek, dripping onto the piano. I will not let Xiao Shui become a fallen angel. I will be the wings of that angel. Chapter 3. The end of which Xiaoyu sat quietly in front of the piano, recalling herself, remembering that woman. Would she think the same? If she had such an opportunity, what would she do? There are two types of lonely people in the world. One wishes everyone else to be as unfortunate as they are, and the other hopes others can be happy because seeing happy people gives them a little warmth. Xiaoyu is the second type. That's why she feels so unsettled about Bibidong and Qian Renxue in the original work. She hopes they won't have such a story. The original work is quite frustrating, as if it forcibly imposes a tragic fate and ending on them. She deeply dislikes Tang San, the protagonist who imposes his fate without caring for others. She didn't know if this counted as an opportunity, a chance to change the story. Since she appeared here, she was determined to give it a try. However, she suddenly remembered a fact. She had crossed over to the Dolua continent, and as Bibidong, although she had learned the general situation from previous memories and conversations, she still had some doubts. Who was that person she saw in Bibidong's memory? Why do they have such strong abilities? They mentioned someone coming to replace Bibidong to rewrite the story's ending. If it were herself, then she was the one who brought herself to the Dolua continent. Why did they choose her? At that moment, a voice echoed in her mind. I'm sorry, chosen one, there are some questions I cannot answer yet. Xiaoyu was mentally prepared and wasn't too surprised. She asked, Are you the end witch? Where are you? Can I see you? No, I am not that esteemed one. I am merely a divine seed. That esteemed one planted me in your sea of consciousness to guide you through the divine trial and inherit her divine position. Divine seed? Inherit divine position? Xiaoyu was taken aback, then focused and returned to her sea of consciousness, as if sensing Xiaoyu's summoning. A white-haired woman who looked just like Bibidong appeared before her. Unlike the end witch in her memories, this projection did not have wings or a crown, and her eyes were not red. Chosen one, you already know the identity of that esteemed one. I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose more information. What I can reveal is that for that esteemed one, the divine realm is as important as the divine realm is to the Dolua continent. Xiaoyu was startled, pondering for a moment. The reason divine beings pass down their divine positions is that they seek to pursue higher realms. Could it be that this esteemed one's realm is the higher realm that the gods of the divine realm pursue? Seeming to know what Xiaoyu was thinking, the white-haired woman said that esteemed one cannot be simply measured by the height of her realm. However, in this world, her realm indeed surpasses that of the divine kings of the divine realm. Xiaoyu looked at the white-haired woman and asked, How should I address you? I came to the Dolua continent, which must be the intention of that esteemed one. Does she have anything to say to me? The white-haired woman spoke. You will undergo the inheritance of the God of End, and I, as the divine seed, am responsible for your divine trial. You can call me End. As for your arrival in the Dolua continent, it is indeed the intention of that esteemed one, and she left a message for me to convey to you. That esteemed one said that both you and she dislike tragedy and do not like this story, so go change it. I'm sorry she didn't consult you beforehand, but she shares the same wish as you. She believes you will agree. Your world will not be affected, but here, you can truly rewrite the story. Xiaoyu pondered for a moment. She agreed, thanking her. What is the divine trial about? Am I not currently undergoing the trial for the Azura god to inherit the Azura divine position? Am I like the original Tang San, coexisting with two divine positions? En smiled and said, It seems you have immersed yourself in the story. That's right. You are undergoing the Azura Divine trial. But do you wish to inherit the Azura Divine position? Xiaoyu thought about the depiction in the original work. Although the Azura god is a first-level god, he is nothing in front of the god of Shura. The previous generation and the next generation counter each other severely. Moreover, Bibidong's extreme personality in her previous life was probably also related to the Azura god. Xiaoyu said, compared to inheriting that esteemed one's divine position, I naturally have no preference for the Azura divine position. However, having it is better than not having it. I have 2 martial souls, 1 martial soul, 1 divine position. Isn't that great? In shook her head. If you inherit a divine position from the divine realm, you can coexist with 2 divine positions. As you can see, that esteemed one cannot be compared to the divine beings of the divine realm. If you choose to inherit the end divine position, you must give up the Azura divine position. Even if you don't give it up, the power of end will completely suppress the power of Azura. If you forcefully inherit it, the Azura divine position will shatter. Xiaoyu was greatly shocked. There could be such a situation. Moreover, if you choose to inherit the end divine position, you must give up your martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones, as they are not sufficient to bear the power of end. And explained. What? Xiaoyu was astonished. Without martial souls, soul skills, and soul bones, how can I change the story and inherit the divine position? In replied, I apologize for my inaccurate wording. To be precise, you need to replace your existing 2 martial souls. Although they are top-tier martial souls, they will shatter because they cannot bear the power of end when the divine position inheritance begins. Of course, at that time, you will give birth to a new martial soul due to the divine seed, which will be a god-level martial soul, and will be extraordinarily powerful. All soul skills and soul bones must be relinquished because soul skills are compatible with martial souls, and soul bones are similar to the angelic divine gear you know. You will reacquire the end divine gear. You will obtain soul skills and soul bones within the end divine trial. Of course, you don't have to choose to inherit the end divine position right now. You can choose at any time. Once you choose to inherit, the divine trial will begin and will be irreversible. Xiaoyu understood and sighed in relief. What about soul power and soul rings? The scope you just mentioned for replacement doesn't seem to include these 2. Xiaoyu asked. Soul power will naturally be retained. As for soul rings, since you will lose soul skills, the soul rings will also lose their function, but the age of the soul rings will remain. In the future, when you obtain the divine bestowed soul rings through the divine trial, they will directly enhance the existing age of your soul rings. You currently have 2 sets of soul rings for your twin martial souls, which will merge after the inheritance begins, meaning the years of the 2 sets of soul rings will be combined. For example, if your first soul ring has a lifespan of 50,200 years and 500 years, the new martial soul's first soul ring lifespan after merging will be 50,250 years. Of course, there are no soul skills at this point. Soul skills will only be generated when you obtain the divine soul rings through the divine examination. If the divine first soul ring you obtain has a lifespan of 50,000 years, then your first soul ring will ultimately be 100,000 years. And the soul skill will also be a 100,000-year soul skill. The end explained in detail. Xiaoyu nodded. She also had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, imagining how powerful it would be to have 9 red soul rings, thinking that no matter how many external enhancements Tang San had, he would still have to crawl to her. However, she wasn't sure when to start the divine inheritance. It definitely couldn't be now, as she still needed to use her current strength to accomplish some things. But it shouldn't be delayed for too long. The earlier the divine inheritance begins, the sooner she can enhance her strength, ensuring she won't be caught off guard at critical moments in the future. Xiaoyu suddenly thought of something. If she were to use her current strength to do something, it would inevitably require her to open her martial soul. She hadn't truly experienced the sensation of transforming into a spider yet, but both the original work and her memories contained information about this. Thinking about having to transform into a big spider several times herself made her feel quite anxious. After all, she was still a girl and would naturally have some fear of spiders, especially transforming into one of that kind. What would the new divine martial soul be after the inheritance began? Xiaoyu asked with some anticipation. The End Demoness. Chapter 4, The Offering Hall. Xiaoyu was taken aback. Wasn't that the Lord of the End? It's not that great person, but rather a projection of that great person in the Doloa continent. Similar to how Tang Wudong's 3rd martial soul is the Sea God and Hui Yuhao's 3rd martial soul is the Electrolux, the End explained. After this explanation, Xiaoyu understood. Recalling the content of the original work, her thoughts gradually drifted away. In the original work, Tang San not only had all the external enhancements, but also engaged in some strange operations, like splitting his daughter into several parts, which, in his world's terms, means I've split. Then came the story of the Tang family continent and the Tang family divine realm. Both the continent and the divine realm were prefixed with the Tang family name, which is Xiaoya's summary of this novel, because Tang San indeed did this. The protagonist of a novel has moments of companionship with the readers, as well as moments when the story concludes and they leave the readers. Perhaps this doesn't only apply to the protagonist. Other fleshed-out supporting characters feel the same. They leave such a deep impression on the readers that after finishing, the readers feel unsatisfied and always want to know more about their stories. So what happens next? This is a common question readers ask when a story ends, feeling like there's still more to tell. Yes, there are clearly many more stories to write, and they still have so much left to do. How can it just end like this? However, after reading Continent, Xiaoya no longer felt this way. Just like the beautiful fairy tale of a prince and princess. After the ending, accompanying them only leads to the heroes aging and the beauty fading. Is that feeling really good? Continent is the same. Yes. Tang San fulfilled his wishes through external enhancements and could have concluded the conflicts, leaving it to the readers to narrate. But the readers continued, always seeing Tang San's wishes come true, which is the kind of companionship the readers do not desire. Moreover, legend is not exclusive to one person or a group. Grasping all the continent's resources and seeking the highest position in the divine realm, legends are created solely for oneself, wanting to dominate the ages. Especially since Tang San was unworthy of the position, this would only make readers more weary. Xiaoya's thoughts gradually returned. This was also the original story's direction, and now she had the opportunity to change this story, making Duluo continent no longer the Tang family continent, the academy no longer just the ancestral Shrek Academy, and the divine realm no longer just the Tang family divine realm. Of course, it was also to fill that slight regret within herself. Xiaoya stood up and returned to her room. She came to the piano room in a hurry, without even wearing her outer robe, and although the guards in the hall bowed respectfully, she still felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was now the Pope and couldn't act like a young girl, losing the dignity of the Pope. From this moment on, she was Bibidong, and she had to seriously immerse herself in this role and take on the responsibilities she needed to bear. Back at her room, Bibidong dressed appropriately and then went to the office hall. She sat down at the desk, took out paper and pen, and recalled the memories from earlier. In the year 2620 of the Doluo calendar, Xiao Shui was born. In 2624, she adopted Liena. In 2629, Xiao Shui went to the Tiando Empire to replace Shui Qinghe. In 2630, Qian Renxue was killed by her. According to the original plot, Qian Renxue's death should coincide closely with Tang San's birth. So Tang San was also born in 2630, Bibidong added later. In 2642, Tang San entered Shrek Academy. In 2644, the Soul Master Competition. Bibidong organized the timeline and stared at the paper, brainstorming her plan in her mind. It is now the second year since Xiao Shui went to Tiando, which means it is 2631 and Tang San is 1 year old. Bibidong suddenly understood what mistake she had made in her past life. Bibidong hopes to improve her relationship with Xiao Shui, to give her motherly love like a normal mother and daughter. However, she cannot accept the reality that Qian Renxue is still alive in this world. She understands that when Xiao Shui was born, she could have let go of her prejudice and loved her, giving her a carefree childhood. But Qian Renxue must die, and she is afraid of deceiving Xiao Shui. She cannot imagine whether Xiao Shui would still trust her after being deceived. She can only choose the time after Qian Renxue's death. She knows that such a choice will still lead to many mistakes and will make Xiao Shui hate her, but she does not want to deceive Xiao Shui. She can only pray for Xiao Shui's forgiveness afterward. Bibidong sighed, her mood particularly heavy. She understood that there was too much helplessness involved. She wouldn't act like a saint to blame her past life, because if it were up to her to choose, she would have done the same. Bibidong's thoughts returned to the plan. Tang San was only 1 year old now, being hidden in Holy Soul Village by Tang Hao. However, she had no interest in going to kill the father and son. Firstly, she understood that her true enemy was the Shura god, not Tang San. If she killed Tang San, what if the Shura god found another successor to oppose her? In the original story, the Rakshasa god eliminated the Shura god's successor, and then the Shura god found another successor to destroy the Rakshasa god's successor. It was likely that Tang San's crossing was also the Shura god's doing. The fate of the Duluo continent that Tang San mentioned in Duluo 2 was probably also assigned to him by the Shura god when he crossed over. If she rashly went to kill Tang San, Not only would she attract the Shura goddess' attention, but if the Shura god found another successor to oppose her, she wouldn't even know who it was. At that time, she would be in the open while the Shura goddess' successor was in the dark, and she wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Secondly, she was not at the same level of strength as when she participated in the Soul Master competition. She had only recently advanced to title deluo, and the Rakshasa goddess assessment had not progressed much. Although Tang Hao was also in a similar situation. She wasn't sure if she could defeat him. It seemed she needed to quickly finish her tasks and open the final assessment of the God of Endings as soon as possible. There were still 10 years until Tang San joined Shrek Academy, a rare 10 years without any external assistance, so she had to prepare well for the future plans. Bibidong pondered. After Tang San joined Shrek, he would almost become a god in 10 years. With that kind of external help, by then, it would be too late for her to prepare. After thinking this, she stood up and was about to send a guard to call for the two titled Deluos, Zhugu and Huhua, but then she paused. Speaking of which, those two went with Qian Renxue to hunt the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor and were beaten to the point of being unable to take care of themselves by Tang Hao, who had just advanced to title Deluo. Could they really handle the two soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest? Bibidong began to have doubts, thinking back to how difficult it was for the two of them to kill the mother of Xiao Wu, which was led by them, and they had spent a lot of effort on just one rabbit. The two soul beasts were clearly much stronger than that rabbit, and with her bringing Zhugu and Huhua, she was afraid they would be overwhelmed. Bibidong paced irritably, contemplating the hunt for the 100,000-year soul beasts, and it had to be two of them, which would definitely require the presence of titled dual-level powerhouses. However, the only titled Deluo she could currently command were the two from the Chrysanthemum Ghost, and there weren't enough hands. Although the Spear Hall had many titled Deluo powerhouses, most of them were worshippers in the Worship Hall, and aside from the Grand Worshipper Qian Daolu, they wouldn't listen to anyone else. Did she really have to go and borrow people from Qian Daolu? Bibidong felt uncertain. Although she had been pushed into the position of Pope by Qian Daolu against the odds, she had killed his son and had not treated his granddaughter well either. Would Qian Daolu agree to send someone to help her hunt the soul beasts? Even if he agreed, the several worshippers under him had a lot of objections to her. And would they be willing to help her hunt the soul beasts? However, these two soul beasts had to be killed. It wasn't that Bibidong coveted the two 100,000-year soul rings. She could wait for the divine examination to raise her own soul rings to 100,000 years. The key point was that if she didn't act, the outcome for these two soul beasts would inevitably fall into Tang San's hands. She couldn't just let Tang San pick up such a big advantage. It seemed she had to pay a visit to the worship hall and hope she could persuade them. Bibidong walked nervously towards the Hall of Offerings. Chapter 5. Commitment. The path from the Papal Hall to the Hall of Offerings was not short, and there were enormous angel statues and 100 steps in front of the Hall of Offerings. As Bibidong walked, she thought about her next strategy. Inside the Hall of Offerings, in front of the angel statue, the 7 offerings who were meditating opened their eyes. They all felt Bibidong's arrival at the same time, because the aura of the Rakshasa divine power she carried could not be well concealed, clashing with the angelic aura in the hall dedicated to the angel god. What's she here for? Second offering golden crocodile, Dolua asked. The leader, Qian Daolu, also showed a hint of doubt in his eyes. He waved his hand. There is no need to visit the Hall of Treasures without reason. Let us see what this woman has to say first. If you ask me, this woman really doesn't know her place. Big brother, you disregarded past grievances and recommended her as the new generation pope. Yet she not only showed no gratitude, but also supported factions within the Spear Hall, cultivated confidence, and even recruited the two titled Deluo, Zhugu. Now she boldly comes before our angel statue as the god of slaughter. Big brother, should I teach this girl a lesson today and dampen her spirit? Golden crocodile, Deluo said. Enough. Let us first see what she intends to do. Qian Daolu interrupted golden crocodile, Deluo, with a frown. Outside the hall, Bibidong looked up at the enormous statue of the angel god. Although it was just a statue, the sacred aura it emitted still made her feel uncomfortable. It must be related to the Rakshasa divine power I carry, Bibidong thought. After I change my divine position and inheritance, it should be fine. Otherwise, I will feel uncomfortable every time I come to the Hall of Offerings in the future. It would certainly be inconvenient. Bibidong pushed open the door, and 6 sat on either side, while in the middle, under the statue of the angel, stood a figure with their back to the door, hand behind their back. Bibidong raised her foot to enter the hall, but she sensed a powerful oppressive force coming toward her. Her soul power was not very high, only at level 92. Her expression changed, and she activated the death domain and the killing god domain, which prevented her from being overwhelmed by the oppressive force. Bibidong gritted her teeth and walked slowly into the hall. After greeting the offerings, she slightly bowed in respect. Qian frowned, wondering when this woman learned to be polite. What is she really up to? We cannot accept the etiquette of a pope like you. Qian turned around and said, if I'm not mistaken, this is your first time at the offering hall since becoming pope. Due to the clash between my own martial soul and the angelic martial soul related to the pope, I usually don't dare to disturb the offerings unless summoned. I hope you all can understand, Bibidong said. Then why do you dare to come to my offering hall today? You should hate me quite a bit, right? I have also fulfilled your request, so I wonder if you were satisfied with the position of pope? Qian raised an eyebrow. Bibidong lowered her head. I came today to seek the assistance of all the offerings and help me with a task. Oh, what is it that still requires our offerings to intervene? You already have the two elders, Zhu Gui and Lao, under your command. Isn't that enough to satisfy your appetite for big things? Qian said. Bibidong knew that she would not get along with this old man, but his way of speaking left her unsure of how to respond. There was no choice, as she needed something from him. Bibidong didn't dare to show any emotion and could only continue to negotiate. I ask all of you to show mercy. I come today with no ill intentions, only hoping to seek your assistance. Could you please lift the suppression on me? Bibidong said with a wry smile. The offerings looked at Qian, who waved his hand, and only then did they lift the suppression on Bibidong. Feeling the pressure dissipate, Bibidong let out a sigh of relief. Mobilizing her entire soul power to release two major domains to counter the suppression was not an easy task, especially since there was a significant level gap with the offerings in the hall, and her Rakshasa god assessment had not progressed much, leaving her divine power still lacking in depth. Now, tell me, what matter could make you, the Pope, seek help from others? Qian asked. I would like to request your assistance in hunting soul beasts to obtain soul rings, Bibidong replied. Although she had guessed that what Bibidong was trying to do would not be simple, Qian was still surprised to hear this request. You are a twin martial soul, but you have just recently advanced to title Doloa. Rushing to add the 8th soul ring to your second martial soul is not a proper way to cultivate. Moreover, needing the offerings to intervene suggests it must be a 100,000-year soul beast, which carries high risks and requires exceptional physical endurance. Qian waved his hand. I cannot agree to this. This is also for your own consideration. Furthermore, even if it is a 100,000-year soul beast with your strength, along with the two elders, Zhu Gui, you should be able to handle it. Bibidong shook her head. I am not hunting just one, but two. Those two are the guardian beasts of the lake deep in the Stardoe forest, the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape. Qian was astonished. He didn't expect this woman to have such big ambitions. He knew about the sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape and understood the power of those two soul beasts. To kill both at the same time, one would need at least the strength of a level 95 title Doluo or even a level 96 super Doluo. Perhaps Bibidong and Zhu Gui could kill one of them, but killing both at the same time would indeed be very difficult. Hunting 200,000-year soul beasts? Qian frowned. Are you planning to fully augment your second martial soul with soul rings? You just advanced to title Doluo, and your soul power is not deep enough. Wait until you have stayed at the title Doa level long enough and your soul power reaches above level 95 before considering augmenting soul rings. I am confident I can absorb these two soul rings. Due to the divine test, I now have a necessity and ability to absorb these two soul rings. Bibidong looked at Qian, and you also know that my soul bones are full. With 200,000-year soul bones, the Hall of Spirits would not be indifferent. Qian turned around, hands behind his back. Please leave. Surely, you are not truly worried about me absorbing the 100,000-year soul rings and encountering an accident? Bibidong stood still. Are you that afraid of me becoming stronger? I came to seek your help today. I naturally know you might refuse. I do not regret killing him, but that does not mean I hate Xiaoxue. I feel very guilty towards Xiaoxue. She is innocent and, in theory, should have received maternal love from birth. However, I do not want to deceive her. Her father must die. I can only be indifferent to Xiaoxue, allowing her to see my true self because of her father. I will seek Xiaoxue's forgiveness. Regardless of whether she forgives me or not, I will not retaliate against anyone, including you and the Hall of Spirits. Bibidong said calmly. The attendants on both sides whispered among themselves. Clearly, this was a lot of information for them. Qian Daolu turned around, releasing his anger, the pressure of the limit daw overwhelming Bibidong. You say you do not regret killing him. But do you know he was my son, a descendant of the angel clan? I know, but if you do something wrong, you must be punished. He defiled me, and he paid the price with his life. That's nothing. Bibidong stared directly at Qian Daolu. If that person who defiled your beloved from Sea God Island was harmed, do you think that person should be killed? In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the limit daw surged toward Bibidong like a giant wave. Bibidong did not evade or use her domain to resist. She simply stood there firmly, head held high, coldly looking at Qian Daolu. Soon after, the pressure receded. Qian Daolu was silent for a moment. I do not wish to argue with you over words. You say you will not retaliate against anyone. I do not know what you think in your heart, nor do I wish to guess your intentions. I can send someone to help you hunt those 2 soul bees to assist you in obtaining soul rings and soul bones. But you must agree to one condition. Please go ahead. Bibidong nodded, as long as I can do it. In the future, for whatever reason, do not harm Xiaoxue. After all, she is your daughter. I am getting old and cannot always be by her side. There will come a day when I leave. I hope you will not blame her for her father's mistakes. Qian Daolu continued, of course, if what you said is what you truly think, then that would be best. With you and Xiaoxue, the hall of spirit status on the continent would be unshakable. Bibidong nodded. I promise I won't let you down. Qian Daolu sighed and said, forget it, the 6th one, you go hunt soul beasts with the Pope. And all of you, keep what you've heard today to yourselves and don't disclose it to outsiders. Yes. The 6 responded respectfully. Bibidong turned and left, while Qian Jundeluo got up to follow her. Qian Daolu stood beneath the statue, staring blankly at it, seemingly lost in thought. Chapter 6, The Killing Game. Deep in the Stardow Forest, at the Lake of Life, 4 figures descended from the sky, standing by the lake's edge, quietly gazing at the surface. The lake was as calm as a mirror, and there was not a hint of soul beast presence in the nearby woods, as if no creature had ever been here. The leading woman released her martial soul, which was black, 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 red. Though she only had 7 rings, her configuration surpassed the best soul ring ratio. The few of them stood quietly by the shore, as if they had come here solely to showcase their soul rings and enjoy the scenery. Umans, do not be too arrogant. A roar came from beneath the lake, and then ripples spread across the surface as a giant creature with a bull's head and a serpent's body broke through the water, creating huge waves. Where is your brother? You seem to be no match for the 4 of us, the woman said. A massive shadow crashed down from the sky, and the group jumped lightly to evade it. You are the ones who killed Aunt Wu, and you dare to come to my Stardow Forest this time. The giant shadow pounded the ground with its fists and roared, its eyes fixed on the leading woman. You carry Aunt Wu's soul ring and soul bone on you, and now you audaciously provoke me here. Even with so many titled, strong protectors around you today, I will still tear you apart. These 2 soul beasts are the overlords of the Stardow Forest, the guardians of the Lake of Life, the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Bibidong and her companions successfully provoked these 2 spirit beasts, causing them to reveal themselves. The sky blue bull python's eyes were filled with anger. But considering the opponents were 4 titled Duos, it managed to calm down. Do not act rashly, it said in a deep voice to the titan giant ape. Umans, what is your intention in coming here? Killing my Aunt Wu and intruding into the core area of my Stardow Forest, even if you're many in number, do not think you can act as you please. The gods will watch your various atrocities against the spirit beasts. Leave immediately, or you will face divine punishment. What do you mean? Bibidong replied with a playful tone. Did you not notice that I am still 2 spirit rings short? As for the god you mentioned, they are currently focused on absorbing energy. You are merely a pawn to them, and pawns must be prepared to sacrifice themselves at any time. Don't worry. We will finish what we need to do before that being is aware of the situation here. Do you know of that being's existence yet still choose to act recklessly? Your fate will surely be death and divine annihilation. The sky blue bull python shouted. In fact, I do not wish to indiscriminately kill spirit beasts. But you too must die, Bibidong said, no longer saying much and signaling to attack. The polar stillness domain. It seemed that the 2 titled Duos, Zhu Gui and the other, had anticipated the titan giant ape's intention to release a gravity control domain as they immediately used their martial soul fusion skills, forming a large ring with their 18 spirit rings to trap the titan giant ape inside. Elder Qianjun, make your move. They can't hold that spirit beast for long, so we must end this quickly. Bibidong switched to her Death Spider Emperor martial soul and activated her 8th spirit skill, Spider Emperor Clone. Qianju nodded. And the dragon soaring staff quietly appeared, quickly ascending, and struck down towards the head of the sky blue bull python with the infinite heavy staff. Naturally, the sky blue bull python would not sit idly by. It activated its slow domain, but at the same time, it was horrified to find that its domain did not slow down Qian at all. Upon closer inspection, it saw that Bibidong's death domain and killing god domain were both active on the lakeshore, with all her soul power injected into maintaining the suppression against it. Its slow domain was ineffective. The sky blue annihilation thunder and the sky blue dull claw, two powerful skills, were unleashed against Bibidong and Qian. The thunderous energy aimed to force Bibidong to dodge and break her domain. Once its own domain was restored, it could deliver a heavy blow to the approaching Qian unexpectedly. Bibidong remained unfazed, continuing to exert all her strength to maintain her domain, allowing the bolt of lightning to strike her without resistance. Bibidong was engulfed by a lightning flash, while the limitless staff of the Qian easily broke through the heavenly blue slow god claw, targeting the head of the heavenly blue bull python. How could this be? The one hunting for soul rings was her. If she is dead, what meaning does your action have? The heavenly blue bull python, heavily injured and spitting blood, said unwillingly. In the next moment, two emerald-like giant sickles were raised high and pierced through its heart. Soul-devouring Spider Emperor's sixth soul skill, eternal creation. Who told you I was dead? I just used my ninth soul skill as a precaution first, then employed my eighth soul skill's clone to restrain you. Bibidong's cold voice came from behind. How is this possible? The heavenly blue bull python's eyes were filled with confusion, not in doubt about Bibidong's soul skill, but because everything seemed to flow naturally. The opponent seemed to understand its and the Titan giant ape's abilities and skills very well, executing the attack and killing seamlessly, without any hesitation, as if it was a rehearsed killing scene. It remembered that it had not fought with these individuals before. A day ago, Spirit Hall City. Bibidong returned to the Pope's palace and instructed the guards, "Go and invite the two elders, Ghostly Shadow and Moonlight, to come here." The guards complied and left. Bibidong glanced at Qian, who was leaning against a pillar with his arms crossed in front of him, eyes closed in meditation. Bibidong didn't care whether he was asleep or not. Anyway, she was going to explain the precautions later. He was pretending to be a master sleeping, hoping to maintain this high-profile demeanor when they hunted the spirit beasts. "Your Holiness, we have seen the elders from the worship hall. The two of them, Zhu and Mei, have already arrived at the main hall. We wonder what your Holiness has summoned us for," Zhu asked. He noticed that the elder from the worship hall, who usually never came to the Pope's hall, was also present, and he felt puzzled. He knew that the relationship between the Pope's hall and the worship hall was not harmonious. "You two will accompany me to the Stardo Great Forest to hunt spirit beasts. The targets are the two spirit beasts that wanted to track us down after we hunted that 100,000-year-old softbone rabbit. The sky blue bull python and the Titan giant ape," Bibidong said. "Aren't they looking for me to settle the score? I will settle it with them properly. But those two spirit beasts are the overlords of the Stardo Great Forest. Although we have a martial soul fusion skill, we can only trap one of them. It might be difficult for us to kill both," Mei replied. "There's no need to worry. Look, I have found you some help." Bibidong pointed to Qian. "This is the sixth elder. He will assist us when hunting the spirit beasts." Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, both shocked. They never expected the worship hall would help the Pope hunt spirit beasts. However, they didn't dare to ask more questions at that moment and could only suppress their doubts, responding respectfully, "We will obey your Holiness's orders." Next, Bibidong detailed the abilities and skills of the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python. Once the spirit beasts appear, be prepared to use your martial soul fusion skill. Once you engage, release it immediately. You need to trap the weaker Titan giant ape. During the time you're trapping it, I and the sixth elder will quickly eliminate the more threatening sky blue bull python. Once we have dealt with it, the Titan giant ape will be left with no way out. Qian understood this clearly. He opened his eyes and said, "Your Holiness, you have never fought those two before. How do you know their abilities in such detail?" Bibidong said, "I'm sorry, but I can't tell you this. However, I guarantee in the name of the Pope that this information is accurate enough." Qian raised an eyebrow and said nothing further. "But your Holiness, you need time to absorb the spirit rings. Shouldn't you find a place to absorb the spirit ring after killing the sky blue bull python? If you kill both spirit beasts at the same time, I'm afraid the time to absorb the spirit rings will be too long, and one of the spirit rings will dissipate," Zhu reminded. "There's no need to worry about that. I will absorb both spirit rings at the same time." Bibidong said decisively. Qian Renxue couldn't help but glance sideways, but remained silent. Zhu and Gui wanted to say something, but hearing Bibidong's firm tone, they had to suppress their worries and agreed. By the way, one more thing to note is that the actions must be quick. The faster, the better. The lake in the core area of the Stardow Forest is a place of danger and should not be lingered in. Time returned to the present. In just a short while, a red spirit ring rose from the corpse of the sky blue bull python. The Titan giant ape was in deep sorrow, roaring brother, in grief, which drove it into madness, breaking through the polar stillness domain. Bibidong activated her external spirit bone skill and quickly soared into the air. There was only one spirit beast left, and it targeted her, wanting to tear her apart to vent its hatred. She had no intention of getting involved in the chaos any longer, so she quickly distanced herself from the battlefield, leaving the other three to deal with the Titan giant ape. Go all out. Its attention is focused on me, so you need to act fast. Take advantage of its distraction and deal a heavy blow. Remembering Bibidong's instructions from yesterday and her earlier conversation with the sky blue bull python, the three of them sensed that this was a place of danger. They each unleashed their ninth spirit abilities and struck at the Titan giant ape with all their strength. The attack shattered the Titan giant ape's bones, and it fell down in pain. Bibidong descended, and the eternal creation easily pierced through the skin of the Titan giant ape, stabbing its heart. Chapter 7. The Incident. The red 100,000-year soul ring floated up, but Bibidong did not absorb it immediately. She turned over the corpses of the two soul beasts, and, as expected, there were these two soul bones, the left arm bone of the Titan giant ape and the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python. Bibidong stored the two soul bones into her soul guide, then drew the soul ring of the sky blue bull python to herself, sitting cross-legged and absorbing the two red soul rings simultaneously. Qian Renxue, Zhu, and Ghost each took up positions in three directions to protect Bibidong. The reason why Bibidong dared to absorb 200,000-year soul rings at the same time, aside from her confidence in her own body's endurance, was that she was willing to give up her position as the Rakshasa god. She intended to use the power of the Rakshasa god to protect herself. Of course, there was another reason for her actions. She was very afraid of the beast god Emperor Tian's appearance. She was well aware of her current strength. The inheritance of the Rakshasa god had just begun. Her divine power was still shallow, and the inheritance of the end of days god position had not yet been activated. It could be said that she had no trump cards against high-level enemies at this moment. This was a gamble. If the beast god Emperor Tian appeared, then the few people here would not be his match. At that time, it would truly fulfill what the sky blue bull python had said. Her fate would be death and the extinction of her divinity. Bibidong is now extremely tense, and she has to distract herself from resisting the resentment contained in the two soul beasts while absorbing their soul rings. Humans, you are seeking your own death. By absorbing both of our soul rings at the same time, we will never allow you to succeed. Get ready to face the consequences of failure in absorption. The resentment contained in the soul rings continuously impacts Bibidong's sea of spirit. Bibidong felt a flash of anger in her heart. The remnant soul of her previous life was still sleeping in the sea of consciousness, and it must be very fragile. The resentment from these two soul beasts was striking her sea of consciousness so forcefully that it could potentially cause that remnant soul to dissipate. Be quiet. Bibidong gathered all her divine power to suppress the two waves of resentment. Although the resentment from these two soul beasts was quite strong, it was still insignificant in the face of the power of the Rakshasa. After several futile attempts to impact her sea of consciousness, the energy weakened further and began to slowly dissipate. Bibidong managed to handle the spiritual impact of the two soul beasts, but absorbing 200,000-year soul rings at the same time involved immense energy, and she had to be extremely cautious. However, in order to leave as soon as possible, Bibidong gritted her teeth and accelerated the absorption process. Her body was in excruciating pain from suddenly bearing such a massive amount of energy. Despite her intention to speed up the absorption of the soul rings, she still underestimated the difficulty of absorbing 200,000-year soul rings. She persevered through the pain, and her sweat soaked her entire outfit. Finally, after 2 hours, Bibidong successfully absorbed the 200,000-year soul rings, raising her soul power to level 94. But it was still unstable and would require some time to adjust. Bibidong is now very tired, having gone through a great battle and the torment of absorbing soul rings. She has no strength left to do anything else. As dusk approaches, Bibidong stands up. Elders, leave quickly. The three guardians, seeing that the soul rings have been fully absorbed, nod their heads, and swiftly retreat from the lakeside with Bibidong. Heading towards the outskirts of the Stardow forest. Bibidong advanced to the outskirts of the forest. Fortunately, Tian did not come. She thought to herself. Suddenly, a voice spread throughout the Stardow Great Forest, emanating from a terrifying soul power. Since you are here, you shall stay forever. Bibidong's beautiful eyes narrowed, filled with fear. Go, hurry up! Bibidong shouted to the three, urging them to escape the Stardow forest as quickly as possible, although the three were puzzled. Having never seen the Pope so panicked, upon hearing the terrifying soul power that enveloped the entire Stardow forest, they dared not ask further. They gathered all their soul power and increased their speed to the maximum, flying towards the edge of the forest. You can't escape. A terrifying aura locked onto them, causing their movements to freeze. The three elders, all at least 95th level title Daw, immediately used their vast soul power to break free from the pressure of this aura. Although Bibidong had not reached 95th level, she activated her 2 domains, enveloping all 4 of them and isolating them from that aura, continuing to speed towards the edge of the forest. As they neared the forest's edge, Bibidong seemed to see a glimmer of hope. A man floated in the air, dressed in black, with long hair. The terrifying aura he exuded made it hard for them to breathe, surpassing even that of the high priest Qian. He glanced at the group with an imposing presence that seemed to look down upon all beings. Behind him was the exit of the Stardow forest. Bibidong's heart sank. Clearly, this was the beast god Tian, the 800,000 year golden-eyed black dragon king from Doloa 2. She didn't know whether this beast god had 800,000 years of cultivation now, but it was evident that no matter how many years he had, she and her companions were not enough to contend with him. Aren't you supposed to be in the lake? How did you end up here? Bibidong asked unwillingly. I didn't expect anyone to know of my existence, the man said in surprise. Don't you think it's too coincidental that you can safely absorb your soul rings by the lakeside, and I just happen to appear right when you want to leave? Tian said with an inexplicable smile on his face. Bibidong fell silent, and you have been waiting for us. From the moment you killed those 2 soul beasts, I already noticed your existence. Tian said that the reason he didn't take action was that he wanted to see what the Chosen Ones were truly capable of. You all go quickly, I'll hold him off. You can't win against him. There's no need for futile resistance. Focus on getting out of this forest. Bibidong said to the other 3. The other 3 hesitated upon hearing this. If they couldn't defeat him even when they worked together, how could the Pope hold him off with his current strength? Bibidong also knows that she will not be a match for Emperor Tian. The reason she asked the other 3 to leave is that this gamble was initiated by her, and now that she has lost, she can only bear the consequences alone. She doesn't want to bury the others here as well. I have a divine position inheritance. I have trump cards. You don't need to worry about me. Hurry and leave. Seeing that the others did not respond, Bibidong became anxious and immediately made up an excuse to urge them. The others, hearing Bibidong's words and sensing her urgent tone, had no choice but to obey the order and quickly left in different directions, choosing other exits to leave the Stardow forest. I know it's difficult for me to leave here today, but they came here at my command to help me hunt soul beasts. If you want to hold someone accountable, come at me. It has nothing to do with them. Bibidong said. Then it depends on whether you have the qualification to help them survive, Emperor Tian sneered. If you can hold out long enough under me for them to escape the Stardow forest, then they will naturally survive. If you die before they get out, then you can't blame me for killing them. It's been a long time since I've fought with a divine position inheritor. Let me see how much skill your inherited god has taught you. Emperor Tian stood with his hands behind his back, from the divine power emanating from you. It seems to be the Rakshasa god, one of the gods who kills in the divine realm. I wonder how capable the inheritor he chose is. He did not move. He was waiting for the opponent to make the first move. Bibidong looked solemnly at the enemy in front of her, quickly contemplating countermeasures in her mind. It wasn't about how to defeat the opponent, but how to preserve her own life. The Death Spider Emperor's 9th soul skill, Immortal Body. Bibidong's body became ethereal as it turned into energy. Bibidong switched her martial soul to the soul-eating Spider Emperor, with 6 black and 3 red soul rings, leaving Emperor Tian quite surprised. The 7th soul skill, True Body of the soul-eating Spider Emperor. Having such an achievement at your young age is truly remarkable, Emperor Tian praised. The first soul skill, Half Moon. 8 blades of light flew towards Emperor Tian. The 100,000 year torso bone soul skill, Deathlight. A massive red light burst forth from in front of Bibidong, its power immense, aimed directly at Emperor Tian. Indeed, among peers of the same level, Your talent is outstanding and exceptional. Almost no one can withstand these few moves of yours. It's a pity that your strength is still insufficient. Emperor Tian shook his head, gathering black dots of light in his hand, condensing them into a black hole that swallowed all of Bibidong's attacks. The ultimate darkness attribute power made Bibidong sigh and close her eyes. Emperor Tian's figure had already vanished, and in the next second, he appeared behind Bibidong, striking down towards her weak point at the back. However, Emperor Tian frowned. His palm hit nothing but air. You can replicate my skills. Huh? Interesting, Emperor Tian said with a cold smile, looking at Bibidong, who had suddenly appeared in another direction. But this is where it ends. So what if you can replicate my skills? I am the master of spatial power. With a gesture of both hands, Emperor Tian froze the space where Bibidong was located. Bibidong found that she could no longer use her spatial displacement skill, and despair surged in her heart. She maintained all her soul power at the 9th and 7th soul skills, combining soul power with divine power. She disregarded the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Even if the inheritance ended, she was prepared to withstand this blow. Tian raised his palm, and a black beam shot out from his palm, piercing through Bibidong's body. Chapter 8. Seeking medical help. Bibidong's body gradually grew cold. Her consciousness became increasingly blurry, and her body felt like a kite with a broken string, helplessly falling towards the ground. A figure rushed by, catching Bibidong in midair and carrying her out of the Stardow forest. Tian, filled with rage, was about to intercept that figure, but suddenly his movement halted. The two extremes, stasis field. The two titled Duluos, Jugu and the other, had poured all their soul power into this martial soul fusion technique. The fusion technique only trapped Tian for a moment, but it was enough for the others to escape with Bibidong. It turned out that after the Qinjunhua and Jugu separated to flee, they had met outside the Stardow forest, watching the battle unfold. The moment Bibidong was defeated, they rushed in with all their might to save the Pope. Tian broke through the two extremes stasis field, wanting to chase out of the Stardow forest when a voice rang in his ears. Enough, that person took one of your strikes. With her strength, it's hard for her to survive. Even if she doesn't die, she will find it difficult to pass on the divine position. The guardian spirit beast of the Lake of Life is no longer present. You cannot leave the Stardow forest without permission. You must return immediately to confirm a new guardian spirit beast. Yes, my lord. Tian's murderous intent receded from his eyes as he turned and disappeared deep into the forest. Qianjun Delua hurriedly carried Bibidong along the road to Spirit City. Bibidong's injuries were extremely severe, with a large amount of blood seeping from beneath her, and her clothes had long since been stained red. She had lost consciousness and fallen into a coma. Gue Mei and Yu Guan followed closely behind, their faces filled with sorrow, occasionally glancing at Bibidong. Bibidong was their greatest reliance. If she died, their status in the spirit hall would never return to what it once was. Moreover, under their leadership, both generations of popes had suffered heavy losses in hunting soul beasts. The previous generation of pope did not survive and passed away. And if anything were to happen to the current pope, they would become the eternal sinners of the spirit hall. The three of them arrived at Spirit City and headed straight for the pope's hall. Quick, where are the healing soul masters? The pope is severely injured and needs treatment. Gue Mei instructed the guard in the hall. You go and summon the healing soul masters to the Pope's hall. The more the better. The Titan Law placed Bibidong on the bed. You two stay here and watch over her. I will go report to the Grand Elder. Yes. Gue Mei and Yu Guan replied, worriedly watching Bibidong. They were also anxious. If anything happened to Bibidong, the Grand Elder would not spare them. The Spirit Hall's call was indeed extraordinary. In just a short while, dozens of healing soul masters arrived at the Pope's hall to treat her. How was the Pope's condition? The Chrysanthemum Dolua asked anxiously. The injuries are too severe. We can only do our best to stop the bleeding, but her meridians are completely severed. And what? Gue Mei frowned. The healing soul master could only grit his teeth and say, and there's a strange energy within her body. A relatively rare dark attribute soul power, which is constantly eroding her body. If we stop treating her wounds, new injuries will appear. Is there no solution? The ghost Olua asked. At least we cannot heal such injuries. However, if Senior Yirenxin of the Nine-Heart Sitang were here, perhaps there would be a way. The healing soul master shook his head. Medical Saint Yirenxin? The Chrysanthemum Dolua frowned. Isn't he someone who likes to travel the continent, saving lives? Where's he now? I apologize, but we do not know, the healing soul master stammered. In the Grand Elder's hall. What did you say? Bibidong is severely injured? An extreme Doluo-level powerhouse? Qian Daolu was shocked. Yes, but it seems that she cannot leave the Stardo forest. We had the opportunity to fight to rescue the Pope. However, after being attacked by that person, the Pope's injuries are severe and seem to be in imminent danger, the Titan Doluo said nervously. We failed to protect the Pope. Please punish us. Enough, Qian Daolu waved his hand. You were powerless in this situation. After all, the opponent is an extreme Doluo-level powerhouse. It is already fortunate that you return alive. You can go rest now. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Titan Doluo left with a heavy heart. In the hall, several elders were discussing, while Qian Daolu was deep in thought. Elder brother, this woman knows that there are extreme Doluo protecting the Stardo forest, yet she still dares to take people to the core area to hunt those two soul beasts. Is she intentionally trying to bury our spirit hall's elders? The second elder, Golden Crocodile Doluo, said, Indeed, the most poisonous heart belongs to a woman. In order to obtain her own spirit ring, she nearly buried the 3 elders of our spirit hall, including the 6th elder, the 7th elder, demon-slaying Doluo said. Enough. Qian Daolu raised his hand to signal them to quiet down. Although she intentionally ventured into dangerous territory, she still took responsibility, allowing the 3 elders to escape safely. Furthermore, she herself was severely injured and is now in a precarious state. Regardless, she is the Pope of our spirit hall. At this moment, we should ensure she survives, not place blame on her. We have already lost 1 Pope. If she falls, losing 2 popes in succession is a price we cannot afford, Qian Daolu said. I am getting old, and little Shui is still young. If the spirit hall loses her, who can take on such a heavy responsibility? The hall fell silent, and the elders nodded in agreement. This matter must not be made public, especially not to little Shui. She is still young and emotional. If the plan fails, it will be disastrous. Qian Daolu stood up. I will personally go see how that woman is doing. Yes, the others replied respectfully. In the Pope's hall, issue a notice stating that the Pope is severely injured and needs treatment. Urgently summon Qian Renxue of the 9-Heart Sea Tang and other capable healing soul masters to come for treatment. The Chrysanthemum Doluo instructed everyone in the hall. Wait, an elderly voice came through. Conceal the identity of the Pope and just say that someone in the spirit hall is severely injured and needs treatment. Summon them here. The Chrysanthemum Doluo was startled and quickly bowed. I have seen the Grand Elder. Everyone in the hall was incredibly surprised and then bowed. This was the Grand Elder of the Spirit Hall, a legendary figure. They never expected to see him in person today. If word got out that the Pope was severely injured, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to our Spirit Hall. There might be some sects who would take advantage of this opportunity to shake our Spirit Hall's position. Therefore, you must not spread the identity of the injured person as the Pope. Understood? Qian Daolu said sternly. Yes, everyone replied. Qian Daolu walked to the bedside and checked Bibidong's injuries, frowning tightly. The ultimate dark attribute, soul power, Qian Daolu pondered. Why is there such a powerful being in the Stardo forest? Why have I never heard of it? He looked at Bibidong. From the time she had come to borrow people from him to say that line, to now knowing the secrets of the Stardo forest. Various factors made him more and more unable to see through this woman before him. She must have some secret. Grand Elder, how is the Pope's condition? What level is the person who injured her? The Chrysanthemum Doluo asked nervously. The injuries are extremely severe. The attacker possesses soul power of the ultimate dark attribute, which must be some kind of super martial spirit, Qian Daolu pondered. No wonder her injuries are so severe. Even I would find it quite tricky to face someone with such attribute soul power. Gue Mei and Yu Guan felt their hearts sink. It seemed they had to do something for the Pope and for themselves. All right, let the healing soul masters monitor and treat her around the clock for now. As for the others, Qian Daolu, scan the hall. Go gather capable individuals from the continent. No matter what method I use, anyone who can heal the Pope's injuries will receive generous rewards from our Spirit Hall and will be treated as esteemed guests in the future. Gue Mei and the 2 elders bowed in response and left with the others. Qian Daolu looked at Bibidong, who lay quietly on the bed. Her face was pale, but she still maintained her grace, stunningly beautiful. Don't blame me for not avenging you. I must wait for you to wake up and tell me all your secrets. Qian Daolu walked out of the Pope's hall. Chapter 9. The situation in the Imperial Palace Hall of Tiando City. Long live your majesty. In the court, ministers of the Tiando Empire gathered for the daily routine court meeting. All rise. The Snow Knight Emperor sat above, his hair streaked with some white. But the golden crown and scepter highlighted his majesty. The orderly ranks and grand hall displayed the solemnity of the place. What important matters are to be reported today? The Snow Knight Emperor asked. Report, your majesty. It seems there have been some developments from the Spirit Hall in recent days, a minister reported. Oh, what is it? The Snow Knight Emperor's vigilance was raised. He held deep apprehension toward this giant in the continent. The Spirit Hall is publicly summoning healing soul masters above the soul sage level from across the continent to come to Spirit City, specifically mentioning they want Yi Renxue of the Nine-Heart Sea Tang. The reason is unknown, the minister reported. Suddenly, the Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brows. While this wasn't a major issue, upon careful consideration, it contained many problems. The Snow Knight Emperor scanned the audience and noticed two princes attending the court session. Among them, Xue Qinghe was lost in thought, while the second prince, Xue Luo Chuan, had bright eyes and was looking at him as if he had something to say. Luo Chuan, it seems you have something to say. Please share your insights. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled kindly and asked. Yes, father. I believe the summons from the Spirit Hall reveals at least 2 points of information. First, someone in the Spirit Hall has been injured, and the injury is quite serious. Otherwise, the healing soul masters from the Spirit City could easily cure it without going to such lengths to summon healing soul masters from across the continent, especially calling out Yi Renxue. Second, given that the required healing soul masters must be at least soul sage level, the injured person's rank must be quite high. Moreover, since the Spirit Hall is making such a fuss to summon healing soul masters for treatment, the injured person must hold a significant position within the Spirit Hall. Combining their rank, it is very likely that this injured person is an elder-level figure in the Spirit Hall, Xue Luo Chuan stated. Good. As expected of my son. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes were filled with delight. Prince Xue Xing stepped forward and said, the second prince is so young, yet possesses such capability, clear reasoning, and thorough analysis. He will surely be a pillar of the nation in the future. Indeed, I originally thought Luo Chuan was too young, at just 9 years old, to understand state affairs, and that it was too early for him to attend court. It seems I was overly concerned. The Snow Knight Emperor laughed, glancing over to Xue Qinghe, whose smile gradually faded. Qinghe, you seem a bit distracted today. What are you thinking? You should learn more from your younger brother, the Snow Knight Emperor said earnestly. Xue Qinghe came back to his senses and smiled. Father, I was thinking that my brother missed an important point earlier. Oh, what did he miss? The Snow Knight Emperor's heart stirred. I was considering that if the injured person is indeed an elder-level figure in the Spirit Hall, they must be a title de law. The reason for a title de law's injury is likely due to being harmed by another powerful figure. However, from the Spirit Hall's current actions, it seems they are only focused on healing and not seeking revenge, which is quite curious, Xue Qinghe slowly said. Instantly, whispers erupted among the ministers in the court, discussing this matter. The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback by Xue Qinghe's words and fell into deep thought. Are you saying that a title de law from one of the upper 3 sects injured a title de law from the Spirit Hall? Which is why the Spirit Hall is summoning soul masters for treatment? The Snow Knight Emperor asked. Xue Qinghe shook his head. I'm just speculating. This is merely a possibility. If it were indeed that a sect harmed a certain elder from the Spirit Hall, it is indeed strange that the Spirit Hall would go to such lengths to summon healing soul masters while remaining silent about seeking revenge. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded. Xue Qinghe's reasoning was quite sound, and indeed the most probable scenario. Thus, he ceased to speak further and commanded, keep a close watch on the movements of the upper 3 sects and the Spirit Hall, and report any developments immediately. Yes, the ministers replied. In the Spirit City, in the Pope's Hall. Is the teacher injured? Is it serious? When will the teacher wake up? Liena tugged at the departing Zhu-Doluo's sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears. Don't cry, Nana. The Pope's injury is not serious. He will definitely recover. Look, I'm going out with Elder Gue to find healing soul masters. Once we find someone who can treat the Pope, he will wake up. Zhu-Doluo bent down to pat Liena's head, comforting her. Liena nodded, her nose red. She and her brother had lost their parents at a young age and were taken in by the Spirit Hall. It was the teacher who accepted her as a student, treating her like a daughter, and she regarded the teacher as her mother. Now, seeing the teacher severely injured after not seeing him for a few days, she was scared of losing him. Can I go see the teacher? Liena stopped her sobbing and asked with red eyes. Her small face still bore traces of tears, making one feel particularly heartbroken. Yudolu Sayid, Alikt. The Pope is in the side hall. You can go in with my token. Just be careful not to disturb the soul masters treating the Pope. Liena took the token, bowed to Zhu-Doluo, and then ran off. It seems I need to find Yi Renxue's whereabouts quickly. I don't know how much longer the Pope can hold on. I hope I won't disappoint Nana. Zhu-Doluo thought as he watched Liena's retreating figure. At night, in the Tiando City Palace. Young master, should we go back to gather information? A figure suddenly appeared in Xueqinghe's room and asked, "No need. Grandfather and the others want to take action against anyone. It must be the Pope's people." Xueqinghe replied, "Huh, I wonder what that woman is up to. After losing a title de law under her command, she can still sit still." Xueqinghe picked up a cup of tea and sipped it slowly. However, this Shui Luo Chuan is indeed quite clever. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Xueqinghe's eyes. Relying on a bit of intelligence to show off in front of father. It seems I need to expedite my plans. Otherwise, once his supporters increase, it will be troublesome. "Young master, do you mean? Let's start with this Shui Luo Chuan," Xueqinghe said in a deep voice. "Yes." The figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Xueqinghe set down the teacup, walked to the window, and looked out at the thousands of lights outside the palace. Through the window, he saw laughter and joy behind every household's window, with each family gathered for dinner. He didn't know why, but even though he had seen this scene many times, he never tired of it. Every night, he would come to the window and quietly watch the city until it fell asleep. Chapter 10. Searching for people. Judo and Gue walked through Tiando City, concealing their presence and using black cloaks to hide their figures. According to the intel, the last place Renxue was seen was in Tiando City. "Have you found out what he came to Tiando City for?" Judo asked. "Not very certain, but it is rumored that a few years ago, his granddaughter was born. For these past years, the two of them have been dependent on each other, and he came to Tiando City to find a better academy for his precious granddaughter." Gue Doluo replied. "Where should we start looking?" Jude Doluo frowned. "Split up and search. There are only a few junior soul master academies in Tiando City. We won't have trouble finding them," Gue Doluo said before turning into a shadow and swiftly heading to the other side of the city. Yudolu Sai hid, realizing that a dignified title Dao actually had to personally do such a thing as searching for someone. However, he didn't dare be negligent and hurried to an academy to inquire, both to ensure the Pope's safety and because the Grand Offering Qian Daolu had ordered that once Renxue was found, an elder from the Spirit Hall must personally invite him to the Spirit City to show sincerity. Soon, the morning passed, and the two met back at the original location, exchanging glances and seeing disappointment in each other's eyes. "Could the intel be wrong?" Zhu Doluo asked. "It shouldn't be," Gue Doluo said in a deep voice. "His granddaughter should be approaching the age of soul awakening. He values her more than his own life and should be in Tiando City preparing her for school. Then why can't we find any news after inquiring at various academies?" Zhu Doluo said, somewhat impatiently. "Let's try the advanced soul master academies." The ghost said. Soon, they searched all the prestigious soul master academies in the city, but no one had seen the pair of grandfather and granddaughter, still with nothing to show for it. "I feel like we made a wasted trip," said Zhu Doluo, feeling frustrated. The ghost didn't respond. He was deep in thought. "If you were Renxue, and you had to choose a soul master academy for your precious granddaughter, which one would you choose?" The ghost asked. "Of course, the best one. Renxue is not short on money," Zhu Doluo replied. The two of them suddenly thought of something. Indeed, there was one soul master academy they hadn't checked, because their identities were not convenient for others to know, and that academy was not located in Tiando City. "I haven't heard that the Tiando Royal Academy would recruit children who have just awakened their martial souls," said Zhu Doluo. "This is the only option left. We can't let our efforts go to waste." The ghost pulled Yuguan and headed towards the Tiando Royal Academy outside the city. The two of them concealed their figures completely in black robes, their auras fully restrained, and knocked on the door of the Tiando Royal Academy. The staff receiving them was very vigilant. Upon hearing that they came to inquire about Renxue, they replied, "Senior, ye came by not long ago, but he was discussing something with the education committee. We don't know the specifics, and he hasn't returned since." The two of them's eyes lit up. They finally found a clue. They immediately said, "Can we meet the education committee?" "No, this is the Tiando Royal Academy. Outsiders are prohibited from entering. Otherwise, it will be a violation of the royal family." The staff closed the door. "What now?" the ghost asked. "If we can't go dark, then we go bright. Now that we have a clue, let's go to the Tiando Imperial Palace and request Emperor Shui to assist in summoning Renxue," Zhu Doluo said. Tiando Imperial Palace. According to the information gathered from various kingdoms, besides gathering healing-type soul masters, the Spirit Hall had no retaliatory actions, and even requested the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to go to Spirit City for treatment. A minister stood in the hall, reporting to Emperor Shui about the petitions submitted from various places. They even invited the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Emperor Shui frowned. It seemed that the injured person in the Spirit Hall was definitely not simple. A guard walked into the hall and reported, "Your Majesty, There are two individuals claiming to be elders from the spirit hall outside, saying they have urgent matters to discuss with you. Elders from the spirit hall? A sense of alertness rose in Emperor Shui's heart. What did the spirit hall want with him? You may leave. Have them come in. Emperor Shui instructed the minister, who promptly withdrew. Zhu and Ghost had already changed out of their black robes, dressed in red ceremonial attire representing their title devoid status, and entered the hall, bowing to Emperor Shui, revealing their elder tokens. We are elders of the spirit hall, sent by the master. We apologize for the abrupt visit. We have a request. Oh, what is it that my Tiando Empire can assist with? Please speak, Emperor Shui said. We heard that Yi Renxue recently appeared in Tiando City. According to the locals, he came to enroll his granddaughter in the Tiando Royal Academy. We wish to request your permission for the Tiando Royal Academy to provide us with Yi Renxue's whereabouts and relevant clues, Zhu Dolua stated. If you help us find Yi Renxue, the Spirit Hall will surely reward the Tiando Empire generously as a token of gratitude. Emperor Shui was stunned that the two elders from the Spirit Hall came personally to find and invite Yi Renxue. It seemed that this matter was very important to the Spirit Hall. He thought to himself, I have not heard of this. But since it is a request from the elders of the Spirit Hall, my Tiando Empire will naturally be willing to assist. Emperor Shui waved his hand, instructing for 3 members of the Education Committee to be summoned to the main hall. Spirit City, Papal Hall. The 7-treasure, glazed tile pagoda radiated colorful brilliance, floating in front of Bibidong. Master Ning, how is her condition? Can you treat her? Qian Renxue asked, as he was sent by the high priest to replace Zhu and Ghost in receiving the soul masters coming from all over the continent for treatment. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. Ning Fengji shook his head. This type of attribute soul power is something I have never seen in my life. Aside from its corrosive nature on the body, the person who attacked her is also extremely powerful. My soul power differs too greatly from that of the attacking soul power, making it difficult to neutralize. May I ask who it was that injured the Pope? It seems that no major force on the continent has such a strong individual. Ning Fengji asked curiously. I cannot disclose that, Qian Renxue responded. I didn't expect even Master Ning to be powerless in this situation. However, the Spirit Hall will not treat you unfairly. We have prepared a generous gift that will be delivered to your sect soon. We ask that you keep this matter confidential and not spread it too widely. Ning Fengji nodded. I will uphold the trust placed in me by the Spirit Hall. After saying this, he turned and left the hall. Qian Renxue watched Ning Fengji's departing figure, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. As a witness to the incident, he naturally did not wish for the Pope to die because of him. Now, even Ning Fengji was helpless. All hope rested on Yi Renxue. If Yi Renxue also found himself unable to help, then the Pope would be hard-pressed to escape death. Remembering the circumstances of saving the Pope that day, one thing made him feel as if a stone was lodged in his heart, making it impossible to feel at ease. Tiando Empire, Imperial Palace Hall. Meng Xinji by Baoshan and Jeline had already arrived in the hall under the guidance of the guards. We pay our respects to your majesty. We are unsure why your majesty has summoned us, the 3 said respectfully. Did Yi Renxue come to the Tiando Royal Academy not long ago? Emperor Shui asked. Yes. He came to see us about 10 days ago regarding his granddaughter. We agreed that she would attend our Royal Academy after awakening her martial soul. Although we intended to refuse, Yi Renxue was willing to serve our Royal Academy, so we had no choice but to agree, Meng Xinji replied. Do you know Yi Renxue's residence? Emperor Shui inquired. Is near our Royal Academy. He said he dislikes the hustle and bustle of the city, so we arranged a place for him to stay while he accompanies his granddaughter, Meng Xinji said. These are distinguished guests of my Tiando Empire. They have urgent matters to discuss with Yi Renxue. Please lead the way, Emperor Shui ordered. Thank you, your majesty. Zhu and Ghost were both delighted, bowed, and withdrew, heading towards the Royal Academy. Chapter 11. Schwecker, Tiando Imperial Palace, in the sleeping quarters. Father, this is the tea I brewed for you. Please enjoy, Schweching said, carrying a tray of fragrant tea, as he entered the sleeping quarters to greet Emperor Shui. Emperor Shui picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. You really work hard, father, dealing with state affairs until this late. I only regret that I am still young and cannot share more of your burdens, Schweching said, looking at Emperor Shui with pity. Qinghe, as you suspected, the Spirit Hall gathering healing-type soul masters from all over the continent is not a simple matter. Emperor Shui sighed as he set down the teacup. Oh, has father received any new information? Schweching asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Just now, 2 elders from the Spirit Hall came to inquire about Yi Renxue's whereabouts, saying that Yi Renxue is at our Tiando Royal Academy and requesting that I assist them in locating him, Emperor Shui stated. 2 elders from the spirit hall? That means they are title level experts? Why would they personally come to find Yu Renxue? Shui Qinghe frowned, thinking such matters should be handled by subordinates. This can only indicate that this matter is very important to the spirit hall, and the injured person is indeed of elder rank. Holding a high position within the spirit hall, Emperor Shui shook his head. 2 title law experts personally coming to seek someone. This shows the spirit hall's profound background. Shui Qinghe fell silent, his brow furrowed, as if he was deep in thought. However, Qinghe, I received another piece of news today. The spirit hall even invited the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Zhongzhu, to provide treatment, which surprised me. It seems that the one who harmed the elder of the spirit hall cannot be from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect only has 1 title de law, so it's unlikely to be them. Therefore, the most probable culprit would be the Haotian School. They had a falling out with the spirit hall not long ago, and the Haotian School declared Tang Hao's expulsion and went into seclusion. This does not mean that their grudges with the spirit hall are resolved. Given the current situation, it's most likely that someone from the Haotian School injured the elder of the spirit hall, or even that Tang Hao came to seek revenge. The Snow Knight Emperor pondered. What father is considering is that Tang Hao has a grudge with the spirit hall and recently severely injured the previous pope, leading to severe injuries and demise. If it is Tang Hao seeking revenge, it would indeed be a reasonable explanation, Shui Qinghe said respectfully, his expression revealing no signs of disturbance. Now that the spirit hall has found Yu Renxue's whereabouts and invited the leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and since Yu Renxue is a citizen of our Tiando Empire and has promised loyalty to our royal family, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is also a strong ally of our Tiando Empire. Once he returns, we can obtain more information. If the spirit hall truly has suffered a significant setback, it would be advantageous for our Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand. Qinghe, you should also maintain more contact with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Strengthening ties with them is a safeguard for our Tiando Empire. I heard that Lord Ning Fengji had a beloved daughter last year. You might consider putting in some effort there. Father, I'm still young, and besides, Lord Ning's daughter has just turned 1 year old. Discussing this is somewhat premature, Shui Qinghe replied with a wry smile. If father truly wishes for that, my younger brothers will be more suitable than I. I still have studies to attend to, so I will take my leave first. Shui Qinghe tidied up the tea set and slowly exited the palace. In the Tiando Royal Academy, in a single-story house, Yu Renxue was preparing medicine, and the room was filled with the fragrance of herbs. Knock, knock, knock. A voice came from the door. Am Meng Shinji. May I ask if Elder Yi is present? Upon hearing this, Yu Renxue got up to open the door, but he was surprised by the people outside when he opened it. Director Meng, what brings you to seek me so suddenly? And who are these people? Yu Renxue asked, sizing up the 2 individuals in luxurious red attire. Apologies for the sudden intrusion. These individuals are esteemed guests of His Majesty and wish to meet you regarding an urgent matter, Meng Shinji replied. Yu Renxue guessed a bit in his heart. He glanced inside the house and said, My granddaughter is currently sleeping. Let me tidy up a bit, and we can talk outside. Please, what is it that you need my assistance with? Yu Renxue asked once they were in a pavilion at the foot of the Royal Academy. We are elders of the Spirit Hall. We have come because one of our severely injured members has left us without any solutions after consulting most healing soul masters on the continent. They believe that if there is anyone on the continent who can heal such injuries, it must be you, the Chrysanthemum Doa said. If you are willing to help, the Spirit Hall will certainly reward you handsomely, including assistance for your granddaughter's future soul, awakening, or spirit ring hunting. Of course, if you intend to send your granddaughter to our Spirit Hall Academy, we will spare no effort in her training, the Ghost Doloa added. Enough. We practice medicine to save lives, not for so-called rewards. Moreover, my granddaughter has already found a good educational environment, so I won't trouble you too further, Yu Renxue replied. Then what do you mean? The Ghost Doloa asked anxiously. Are you really saying that many healing soul masters have been left helpless? Yu Renxue frowned. Yes. They said their spirit quality was too low to treat such injuries, stating that if it were your 9-heart begonia, perhaps there would be a way. The Chrysanthemum Dolua said, a condition that requires the 9-heart begonia to heal. A hint of interest surged in Yu Renxue's brow. I have practiced medicine for many years and have yet to encounter such a severe case. A physician cannot stand by and watch someone die. I will accompany you. Thank you, sir. The Spirit Hall will certainly reward you richly afterward, the two said, clasping their fists. In Tiando City, within the palace, Shui Qinghe returned to his room and stood by the window, absent-mindedly looking out. He was contemplating a matter. For someone worthy of the Spirit Hall's two elders, personally seeking out Yi Renxue, such individuals would not be many in either the worship hall or the papal hall. If the two elders were from the worship hall, that would mean something happened to his grandfather, which was something he feared the most. If the two elders were from the papal hall, it seems that there are only two title de loi elders in the papal hall now. Then the injured person must be. His thoughts became chaotic. He suddenly understood why the Spirit Hall was not revealing the identity of the injured person. Gathering so many healing soul masters for treatment would inevitably lead to someone inadvertently disclosing the identity of the injured person, which would turn the matter into a semi-public status across the continent. Therefore, concealing such a matter would be of little significance. There must be only one explanation. The reason for not disclosing the identity is to prevent him from knowing. His grandfather would not deliberately conceal such matters. So the most likely scenario is that the woman is hiding it. The injured person is his grandfather, and she deliberately kept him in the dark about his grandfather's injuries to ensure her plans remain unaffected. Thinking of this, he felt even more anxious. After his father's death, he viewed his grandfather as his only living relative, and he did not want to see any harm come to him. If this is indeed the case, he would have to settle accounts with that woman properly. He made up his mind. Elders, I need to return to Spirit City for a while. Please send someone to inform my father that I have found inspiration in my soul power and need to enter seclusion for a period. Xueqing has said in a deep voice. Is it related to the Spirit Hall gathering healing soul masters? This matter should be investigated by us. There is no need to trouble the young master. A figure suddenly appeared in the empty room, speaking respectfully. Xueqing did not respond. For the one standing, there was no longer Xueqing. His skin appeared even more appealing under the moonlight, and a face that was still youthful yet exquisite emerged as the mask slipped away, with phoenix-like eyes holding authority, exuding a cold and dignified aura. No, I must personally inquire about this matter. I will set off now. A clear and youthful voice fell. Chapter 12, The Long Road. In the hall of the Pope in Spirit Hall, the Grand Elder Qian Renxue, the 6 elders Qian Renxue, and the 2 elders of Zhuge gathered here. This was the moment to decide the Pope's fate. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yi Renxue. If he failed, the Pope would have no chance of survival, and the one-generation dual spirit talent would fall, while the Spirit Hall would face the cost of losing 2 popes in succession, leaving no one to take on this great responsibility. The 9-heart begonia spirit was released, and a colorful light like petals enveloped Bibidong as Yi Renxue poured all his soul power into it. Everyone watched this scene nervously, and Zhuge and his companion clasped their hands together in silent prayer. Under the brilliance of the 9-heart begonia, the injuries on Bibidong's body stopped spreading, but did not improve. A dark aura surged from Bibidong. When this aura came into contact with the light emitted by the 9-heart begonia, the petals made of light quickly withered and began to dissipate. Yi Renxue's brow furrowed tightly, maintaining the healing effect with all his soul power. Not daring to withdraw at all, time passed minute by minute, and finally, Yi Renxue's soul power was exhausted, unable to sustain it any longer, and he fell to the ground. Zhuge hurriedly stepped forward to help Yi Renxue up and asked, "Are you okay? How is she? Can she be healed?" Yi Renxue was silent for a moment. Hope was bleak. When my soul power recovers, I will try again. Only then will I know if I can save her. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Could it be that the Spirit Hall would really lose 2 popes in succession? Can you elaborate? Qian Renxue asked, his expression not changing much. That aura just now, if I am not mistaken, is of the extreme dark attribute, right? Yi Renxue looked at Qian Renxue and continued, and the one who attacked her is extremely powerful. Am I right? Qian Renxue nodded, not denying it. Her level is far too different from that of the attacker. She should have died on the spot. If I am not mistaken, she must have used some soul skill to make her body ethereal, which allowed her to survive the attack. Logically, such a soul skill can save one's life. But against an opponent with such a significant level difference, it should not have worked. Yet, for some reason, she managed to survive using that skill. However, this also gave the attacker the opportunity to leave remnants of their soul power within her body. Once her soul skill ended, her body returned to its normal state, and the dark soul power that had not yet dissipated transformed along with her energy, remaining in her body and continually causing new injuries. Time had passed for too long. Under the continuous healing and destruction, her meridian system had become incredibly weak. With the quality of the 9-heart begonia, I have already used all my soul power to purge the remaining dark attribute soul power from her body. but her meridians and other body tissues are already too weak to withstand any further cultivation. I don't know if she can continue to cultivate after this, or even what? Qian Daolu asked. Even if she can withstand my second treatment to repair her body, this level of fragility may cause her to shatter as soon as my healing soul power enters her body, Qian Renxue said softly. The hall fell into silence. Everyone remained silent, listening to the words that sounded like a death sentence, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. Qian Renxue continued. This is the first time I have encountered such a tricky situation in my medical career. It may also be the first time I have failed in treatment. I do not have the authority to decide whether to continue treatment. The decision rests with you. If you decide to continue treatment, I will do my utmost. After speaking, Qian Renxue left the room to rest in the lounge. The others stayed behind to watch over. I will return to the Hall of Elders to discuss with the elders. We need to hold an elders meeting now. Qian Daolu turned and left, followed by Qian Junduo, who Liena stood at the door, watching the two elders leave. She walked into the room, leaned against the head of the bed, and silently stared at her teacher. Zhu Guwei and his companion didn't know how to comfort her. They were both feeling complicated emotions. Perhaps Liena didn't need comfort. She neither cried nor made a scene, but stood there quietly, watching her teacher. In the end, they said nothing, patted Liena on the shoulder, and exited the room. In the Hall of Elders, the elders gathered in the conference hall, sitting neatly on either side of the long table, with the Grand Elder Qian Daolu at the head of the table. The situation is clear now. No matter how we try to save her, that woman is already unfit for this great responsibility. I think we should discuss the selection of a new pope. The second elder, Jean Igidolua, said. Qian Daolu remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Brother, what is your opinion? Do you still want to save her and support her ascension? Jean Igidolua looked at Qian Daolu. No matter if she can be saved or not. Even if she is saved, she won't be able to cultivate anymore. I'm thinking about how to explain this to Xiao Shui. Qian Daolu shook his head. I understand the reasoning. I just want to say, Xiao Shui has just lost her father. Now, if she loses her mother again, can this child withstand such a blow? Even if Bibidong is indifferent to her, that mother-daughter relationship cannot be changed. Everyone fell silent again. If the road of genius is filled with thorns, then Xiao Shui is undoubtedly the one who has walked through many thorns. She has not received maternal love since childhood, and she has lost her father. Now she is about to lose one of the only two relatives in her life. What do you plan to tell me? The door was slowly pushed open, and a delicate figure stood quietly at the door, her youthful face full of fatigue. Qian Daolu was surprised and stood up. Xiao Shui, why are you back? Shouldn't you be in Tiando City? He scanned the room. It was I who asked the two elders to bring me back. You don't need to blame them. Qian Renxue waved her hand. The two elders, the stingray and serpent spear, walked out from behind the door, kneeling on the ground. Greetings, Grand Elder. We failed to keep the young lady in the palace, fearing she would be in danger on the way back, so. The two spoke nervously. Enough. Qian Daolu waved his hand. Everyone else leave. I want to talk to Xiao Shui alone. Everyone exited the room. When Qian Junduo passed by Xiao Shui, he looked at her with some hesitation, but he said nothing and walked out, closing the door. How did you find out? Qian Daolu asked. From what you just said. Qian Renxue smiled bitterly. I thought you were injured, and she had blocked news of your injury to summon healing soul masters for treatment. So I rushed back overnight and happened to overhear you convening the elders' meeting outside the door. Qian Daolu sighed. Swear you are just too smart. Sometimes it can hold you back. So you plan to keep this from me all along? Just let her leave me? Qian Renxue's voice already carried a hint of tears. Qian Daolu slowly walked down the steps, carefully choosing his words. Swear, this matter is indeed something your grandfather did wrong. Your grandfather apologizes to you. However, he initially believed that someone would be able to heal her, that she would ultimately be fine. Your grandfather did not want you to be distracted by other matters, especially for her. Do you remember why you wanted to go to Tiando in the first place? Of course I remember. Since childhood, she has been very indifferent to me. No matter what achievements I made, she looked down on them. I wanted to prove to her that my abilities are not inferior to hers, Qian Renxue said. Yes, she has never been fond of you, and has been very cold towards you since childhood, not giving you an ounce of maternal love. How could such a person be worth your concern? Qian Daolu walked up to Qian Renxue and said slowly. But she left me, even if my plan succeeds. Who can I prove it to? Qian Renxue looked up at her grandfather, her face already streaked with tears. You just said that I am her daughter after all. This relationship cannot be changed even if I do not acknowledge it. You said you did not want me to be distracted. Do you intend to keep this from me forever? I have already lost my father. If she leaves me too, do you plan to keep it from me until the day I succeed in my plan? only to tell me that I became an orphan long ago? Qian Renshue's emotions were already out of control as she shouted. That's enough. Qian Daolu recalled something and stopped her, suddenly feeling he had misspoken, and quickly fell silent. Qian Renxue was silenced by her grandfather's sternness. She bit her lip, her eyes red from trying not to cry, looking at her grandfather with a pitiful expression. I'm sorry, I got a bit emotional. Qian Daolu quickly softened his tone to reassure her. I didn't intend to keep this from you. I just thought she wouldn't be in any danger and didn't tell you. We only gathered Yirenxin today and learned all of this. I certainly do not want to see you lose her, and besides, she may still be curable. Even if Yirenxin cannot cure her, I will definitely think of other ways to ensure you do not lose her. Then who hurt her? How was she injured? After all, she is the Pope of our spirit hall. Who dares to lay a hand on her? Qian Renxue asked, calming down a bit. She was injured while hunting soul beasts. Qian Daolu said, All right, Shuer. She has always been indifferent to you, yet you have always been concerned about her. Don't you think you are too kind? Love is mutual. If you cure her, and she remains indifferent to you when she wakes up, then everything you did today is merely self-deception. Qian Renxue wanted to say something, but found herself at a loss for words. You've been running around. You must be tired. Go get some rest. Little Snow nodded and left the main hall. Chapter 13. Difficult to let go. As soon as Little Snow exited the offering hall, she was stopped by Qian Renxue, who was waiting outside. Grandpa Qianjun, do you need something? Little Snow felt a bit fatigued after her earlier conversation with her grandfather. Qian Renxue pulled Little Snow to a secluded spot, hesitated for a moment, and then, as if making a resolution, said, Little Snow, there are some things I must tell you, because if I don't say them now, I fear I may never have the chance again. What is it? Little Snow asked curiously. Did my brother tell you the reason for the Pope's injury? Qian Renxue asked. Grandpa only told me that she was injured while hunting soul beasts. Little Snow shook her head. Qian Renxue sighed. Even if my brother blames me, I must tell you, this matter has been bottled up in my heart for too long. You know the reason behind it? Little Snow asked. Yes, and I am a witness to the event. I saw the Pope get injured because of that extreme dolor. Qian Renxue said slowly. Little Snow's eyes widened in surprise. From Bibidong's promises, to the offering hall, to the meticulous planning of hunting soul beasts, to stalling that mysterious powerhouse to help the three escape, to severely injuring that person's subordinate, Qian Renxue laid everything bare. When I rescued the Pope from that person, she was gasping for breath, on the verge of losing consciousness, but she kept murmuring something. At that moment, the situation was critical, and I didn't have time to listen closely. I only wanted to take the Pope far away from the Stardow Forest. Once I reached a safe place, I finally had time to hear what she was saying. At that time, she was about to fall into a coma, her voice extremely weak. I could only concentrate to listen, and then I realized she kept repeating two words. Qian Renxue looked into Little Snow's eyes. Snow. Little Snow's mind went blank. Frozen in place. I don't know if it's south my place to say this, but when Yirenxin said earlier that he might not be able to save the Pope, I knew this might be the last few days the Pope has in this world. I wanted to tell you these words, but I didn't have the chance to leave Spirit City. So when I saw you rush back from Heavendoe City overnight and appear at the door, I felt it was fate that heaven arranged for you to see her one last time. If you hadn't come back, or I hadn't told you, I would feel guilty for the rest of my life, because when the misunderstanding is resolved, you wouldn't have seen your mother for the last time, and that might become a lifelong regret for you. After finishing, Qian Renxue felt relieved. Therefore, you should go see your mother. She made such a promise to my brother, and in her dying moments, she called your name. I feel that she may not be as cold-hearted as you think. Little Snow couldn't hold back her tears any longer, Mom. She ran towards the Pope's hall. You shouldn't have told her this. A voice entered Qian Renxue's ears. Qian Renxue smiled bitterly. Maybe so, but I don't want Little Snow to have such regrets. I and Lao Chi have experienced this kind of regret, which accompanies us for a lifetime. Do you intend to keep that matter from her for a lifetime? She will eventually know the truth, and when the misunderstanding is resolved, she has the right to know these things. Moreover, the Pope also said that day that she didn't hate Little Snow, right? She said she would pray for Little Snow as forgiveness. At least I think what she said at that time was sincere. Sigh, forget it. I hope they can really let go of their grievances. As long as she treats Little Snow well, I have no issue letting go of my grudges. I hope that woman can survive. With a sigh, silence fell once more outside the hall. In the Pope's hall, Liena stood quietly by the bed, looking at Bibidong, tears soaking the head of the bed. After Zhu Gui left, she could no longer suppress her emotions, allowing tears to flow down her face. Teacher, my brother and I have done very well with the assignments you gave us during this time. You haven't checked them yet. Teacher. Teacher. You said that as soon as you have time, you would accompany me to hunt my first soul ring. I have always remembered that. Teacher, please wake up. No matter how Liena shook Bibidong's hand, Bibidong just lay there quietly, as if everything was normal. She was just asleep and had not yet awakened. A sound of footsteps approached from behind. Liena turned to look, seeing a girl who seemed to come from nowhere, her skin as white as snow, a straight nose, slightly delicate phoenix eyes, exuding a stunning beauty with a hint of nobility, somewhat resembling her teacher. Dressed in a golden long gown, she displayed a unique temperament. Who are you? Liena asked, watching the girl sit by the bed, quietly looking at Bibidong, with tears stained still on her face. She felt the girl looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember who she was. Judging by her age, she seemed a few years older than herself, but not too much, yet her every move seemed much more mature than Liena, calm and sorrowful. You call her teacher? The girl asked. Has she treated you well these years? Liena nodded. The teacher has treated me very well. Whenever I have difficulties, she helps me solve them. The teacher often takes us shopping and prepares birthday gifts for me every year. Is that so? Is she that kind of person? The girl lowered her eyelids, tears falling. But in the end, she didn't call your name. What are you talking about? Liena asked in confusion. She clearly cares about me. Why would she treat me like that? The girl shook her head, looking at Liena with a hint of jealousy. She gave you everything she gave to me. What on earth are you talking about? I don't understand. Liena frowned and said, Of course you wouldn't understand. Since I can remember, she has never liked me, treating me with indifference and neglect. I thought she treated everyone like that, but she shows you so much love. You do nothing and yet receive her affection. Her birthday gifts, while she has never given me a birthday gift, even when I joyfully went to tell her about my awakening of innate level 20 soul power. She slapped me. The girl shouted, You must have used some method to steal my mother away from me. You must have. Liena was stunned. You are Sister Qian Renxue? She looked at the girl in front of her, who had suddenly gone from calm to shouting, feeling at a loss. Liena wanted to argue, but she found herself unable to refute. Yes, the teacher also has a daughter, and she had seen Qian Renxue so few times that she didn't even recognize her. Could it be that she really stole Sister Qian Renxue's mother away? Liena began to doubt herself. She looked at the crying Qian Renxue, feeling a surge of guilt. She wanted to comfort Xiao Shui, but was afraid of her rejection. Don't talk nonsense, Shuier. A gentle voice sounded. Nana, don't overthink it. Chapter 14. Awakening Bibidong had already opened her eyes without knowing when. She stroked the heads of the two, a smile hanging at the corners of her mouth. I'm so glad to see you both when I wake up. This must be a gift from heaven. Bibidong silently smiled, feeling satisfied even if she were to leave this world. Mom. Xiao Shui looked at Bibidong, biting her lower lip, her eyes red, struggling to control her emotions. Xuya, I don't know if it's too late to say these words now. I'm so happy to wake up and see you again, to hear you call me Mom once more. Mom has made many mistakes. I'm sorry for you, and I apologize to you. I have neglected you since you were little, never giving you even a shred of love. I don't expect your forgiveness, but I hope for a chance to make up for everything. If I have the opportunity to survive, I will spend the rest of my life loving you. Bibidong held Xiao Shui's hands tightly, her weak voice a bit choked. Xiao Shui was already sobbing uncontrollably. She had never seen such a gentle side of her mother. The grievances that had been suppressed in her heart for years were released in an instant. Mom. Xiao Shui could no longer hold back and fell into Bibidong's arms, crying loudly. Mom knows you have suffered a lot and have many questions in your heart. No problem. I will tell you everything. Bibidong gently stroked Shui's hair. In my heart, you have always been the best. My daughter is the most outstanding soul master in the entire continent. Don't blame Nana. It wasn't Nana who took Mom away. I promise you, I will tell you everything. Bibidong softly patted the tearful Xiao Shui in her arms. Teacher, you're awake. I'll go tell the two elders right away. Liena was overjoyed, not bothering to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes, turning to call Zhu Gue and the others. Wait, Nana. Bibidong stopped Liena. First, tell me what happened these past few days. Who saved me? It was the three elders who went out with you. They brought the teacher back, Liena replied. Also, the elders have been looking for many healing soul masters to treat the teacher these days, and they even personally invited Senior Yurenxin. Although he said this morning that it seemed like he couldn't cure you, but you're awake now, I need to thank him properly. I see. They've worked hard. Bibidong, feeling weak due to her injuries, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Yid engine. 9 heart begonia. I remember now. I didn't expect this 9-heart begonia to really bring me back to life. I need to thank him properly. Is the teacher's injury still not healed? Hearing the weak voice, Liena became worried again. Senior Yi said he needs to treat the teacher once more, but given the teacher's current physical condition, you might not be able to withstand the treatment. So the elders went to a meeting. Yes, right. I can't endure another treatment. Bibidong sensed the weakness within her. The fragile meridians had reached a critical point, unable to bear any external soul power. So, I need to say a few words to you and those elders. Liena stood frozen in place. Teacher, her voice trembled. Xiao Shui stopped crying. Looking at her mother with tear-filled eyes, Mom, are you going to leave me? Bibidong smiled with a hint of helplessness, saying, actually, this is less of an injury and more of a lingering ailment, a heartache. Xiao Shui, it's okay. We'll face it together. Nana, go tell the 2 elders, Juhui, that I've woken up. Let them report to the offering hall and call them all over. I have something to say to them. Bibidong looked at Liena and added, Nana, don't worry, I'm still here. Liena nodded, but her worry didn't lessen as she left the room to inform the 2 elders. Heartache, what does that mean? Xiao Shui was confused. Swear, you're a very smart child. Later, Mommy will tell you everything. You will understand some things and doubt others. But you must remember, Mommy has never hated you. If Mommy can still live, I will spend the rest of my life loving you. This is my promise to you, and it won't change, Bibidong said gently. Okay, I remember, Xiao Shui nodded, unconsciously tightening her grip on her mother's arm. Half an hour later, Qian, the 2 elders Juhui, Yi Renxue, and others arrived at the papal hall. This is truly incredible, Yi Renxue exclaimed. To wake up with just preliminary treatment while your injuries have not yet improved, I must admire your vitality. Thank you, Senior Yi. Bibidong said, already sitting up with the help of Liena and Xiao Shui. If it weren't for Senior Ye's accurate diagnosis and superb medical skills, I might already be gone. You are right. I can feel the condition of my body. I can no longer endure any treatment soul power. So, Senior Yi, there's no need to worry about me. Bibidong shook her head and said. Yi Renxue sighed, nodded, and turned to leave the room. Elders, since I ascended to the position of Pope, you have been with me, working hard for me. I have no way to repay you. Bibidong took out 2 soul bones from her soul guide device. These are the soul bones that fell from those 200,000-year soul beasts that day. Each of you take one and absorb it. Speaking of which, these aren't even mine. Bibidong looked at Qian. This counts as belonging to the spirit hall. But if I die, you can take off the 6 soul bones from my body and give them to the 6 elders of the offering hall. Just give these 2 bones to them. After all, they're also elders of the spirit hall. Qian said nothing, tacitly accepting Bibidong's decision. Mom, teacher, Xiao Shui and Liena said worriedly from the side. Bibidong smiled and comforted them, then turned and said, where is the 6th elder? I haven't seen him around. It was thanks to him that day. I haven't had the chance to thank him yet. The 6th elder is deliberately not coming. He said you saved him too, so there's no need for thanks. His saving you is just his duty and a way to avoid owing you a favor, Qian replied. All right, you said everything you needed to say, right? Qian waved his hand. You all can leave now. I have something to discuss with the Pope. The 2 of them, Zhu Gui and his companion, put away the soul bones and withdrew as instructed. Xiao Shui and Liena were reluctant to leave. They didn't want to go. Wait for me outside for a bit. It won't be too long. Xiao Shui, I still have something to talk to you about. Bibidong comforted. Only then did they slowly walk to the door, look back at Bibidong one last time with reluctance, and close the door. You must think I have many secrets. Bibidong said, looking at Qian. Indeed, from the day you came to ask for my help to knowing the secrets of the Stardew Forest. And now you no longer have the aura of divine power. It must be that you exhausted your divine power to save your life, giving up the inheritance of a god in exchange for 200,000-year soul rings. This calculation is clearer to you than to me. You wouldn't do that. Qian said solemnly. So, tell me, what made you give up your divine inheritance? And how did you come to know about the Stardew Forest? Bibidong smiled. Who in the world would be foolish enough to give up a divine position inheritance? Especially not me. I could never do such a thing. Qian brow furrowed tightly. As for why you see me giving up the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, the reason is simple. Bibidong looked at Qian mockingly. Because I have obtained a new inheritance. Chapter 15. The truth. Qian was shocked, but he quickly reacted. Indeed, this was the most reasonable explanation. The only thing that could make an inheritor give up a divine inheritance was another divine inheritance. However, he still felt shocked and incredulous. A new inheritance? Qian suddenly found it somewhat absurd. When did divine position inheritances become so easily obtainable? Seemingly seeing the astonishment on Qian Renxue's face, Bibidong said, "This is the answer you wanted. As for how I know the secrets of the Stardew Forest, I'm sorry, I can't tell you. However, I can tell you about the origin of that powerful being. He is not some limit de loi, but the golden-eyed black dragon king, beast god Tion, with nearly 800,000 years of cultivation." Still reeling from the previous revelation, Qian Renxue heard another astonishing piece of news. He looked at Bibidong and found that after asking for answers, the secrets surrounding this woman only grew more numerous, as if shrouded in layers of mist, forever impossible to see through. Why had I never heard of this? Qian Renxue suppressed the turmoil in his heart and asked. Bibidong subtly curled her lips. Of course you haven't heard of it. Should I also tell you about the Silver Dragon King Guyuna? That might scare your teeth out. Apart from this Emperor Tion, there are many ferocious beasts in the Stardew Forest that have existed for hundreds of thousands of years, each one far stronger than the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape. Bibidong said, "They are indifferent to the world. Unless humans provoke them, they won't appear and won't be known, which is why you haven't heard of them." Qian Renxue took a deep breath. Although this woman was shrouded in mystery, every word she spoke seemed genuine. If she had truly obtained a new inheritance, she would be even stronger than before. It seemed that the Spirit Hall would really rely on her to lead them to the peak. You say you have obtained a new inheritance, so you should have a way to protect yourself, right? You just refused Yi Renxue's treatment. Is it because of this? Qian Renxue asked. The new inheritance is not omnipotent. I need to heal myself before I can proceed with the inheritance, Bibidong said with a bitter smile. So what are your plans now? Qian Renxue frowned. Even if you have a new inheritance, you should take the consequences of your injuries into account. Right now, having an inheritance without the ability is still not worth a loss. Bibidong fell silent for a moment, saying, I want to heal the heartache between Shuer and me. What do you mean? Qian Renxue was confused. I mean, I want to tell Xiao Shui everything about the mistakes I made back then. Right and wrong. Let her judge for herself. Bibidong looked up and stared directly at Qian Renxue. What does this have to do with your injury? Qian Renxue frowned. Because only Shuer can save me. Bibidong looked out the window at the sky, but whether I live or die, I don't care. I just don't want to hide this from Shuer anymore. She has the right to know everything. Bibidong lowered her eyes and waved her hand, signaling Qian Renxue to leave. No, I disagree, Qian Renxue said. I'm not discussing this with you. I'm just informing you, Bibidong replied. Unless you kill me to silence me, I will definitely tell Shuer. Qian Renxue fell silent for a moment. Doing this will only hurt her. Don't you think that by hiding this from her now, you are also hurting her? Bibidong raised her head. When she grows up and sees her father as a towering figure, then I tell her the truth, causing her worldview to collapse? Or do you plan to hide it from her for a lifetime? Qian Renxue was silent for even longer. He suddenly felt old, realizing there were some things he could no longer control. In the end, he said nothing and walked out of the room with a somewhat aged gait. Xiao Shui stood outside the door, and Qian Renxue patted her on the head. Go in. Your mother has something to say to you. Xiao Shui was filled with questions, wondering what it was. It seemed like Grandpa and Mom were not happy and were about to tell her something important. When Shuer came in, Bibidong closed her eyes. Zhongyan, I may not be able to accept your legacy. If Xiao Shui hates me, I will accept that outcome and wait for death. Bibidong thought to her spiritual sea, knowing that the divine seed could hear her. However, even so, I still want to do my best to change this outcome. I want to tell her everything I have experienced so that Shuer won't suffer like in the last life, at least not when facing Tang San. So Zhongyan, please help me. If that adult knows, she will understand me, right? Bibidong opened her eyes and looked at Shuer, her gaze filled with tenderness. Shuer, come here. Mommy has a lot to say to you. Bibidong pulled Shuer close, and the mother and daughter sat together at the head of the bed. Are you curious why Mommy used to be so indifferent, as if you were my daughter? Compared to Nana, she seems more like my daughter, Bibidong said softly. Little Shui nodded. This was her greatest confusion, and she really wanted to know why her mother treated her so poorly. Because of your father. Bibidong looked at little Shui and said slowly. Little Shui's eyes widened in surprise. Because of father? She remembered that her mother didn't have much interaction with her father. In fact, she had never seen her mother say a word to him. Father. What happened to him? Little Shui looked nervously at Bibidong. What you will see soon is all real. Some things may overturn your understanding, but don't be afraid. Mommy is always here. Mommy won't lie to you. What I promised you, I will definitely do. Bibidong's forehead glowed with a mark, resembling the angel mark on Shuer's forehead when she awakened her martial soul. And it was a humanoid figure similar to Bibidong. Bibidong held Xiao Shui's head, pressing her forehead against Xiao Shui's, allowing Xiaoxue to make contact with the mark. When Xiaoxue touched her mother's forehead, she felt a cool sensation, but in the next moment, her mind seemed to spin, and the space around her suddenly changed. She found herself in a dilapidated village. She saw a girl living alone and desolate in this village. The girl looked somewhat familiar to her, and Xiaoxue wanted to reach out and talk to her, but found that the girl seemed not to see her, passing right through her body. This made Xiaoxue realize that she was an illusion, merely a spectator in this world. Without thinking much, she followed the girl and continued to watch. The girl awakened her twin martial souls and was taken away by the spirit hall, becoming a disciple of the Pope and being titled as a saintess. Xiaoxue realized who this girl was. She saw the girl fall in love with a man named Yu Xiaojiang. They were mutually affectionate and were soon to be wed, leaving behind a beautiful love story. Then, she saw the girl as Pope teacher, upon learning of this, placing the girl under house arrest, scheming to make Yu Xiaojiang betray her, and after the girl finished her closed-door cultivation, he even violated her. Xiaoxue covered her mouth, watching all of this in terror. She couldn't imagine that her respected father could be such a person. She couldn't believe it was real. The story continued. The girl became pregnant, and the Pope teacher used Yu Xiaojiang's life as leverage, forcing the girl to give birth to the child. It was a baby girl. The girl hated this child very much, and when the child awakened her angel martial soul at the age of 6 and ran to the girl to share the joy, the girl unhesitatingly slapped the child. When the child was 9 years old, after a fierce argument, the mother and daughter separated in anger. A year later, the Pope teacher returned heavily injured after hunting soul beasts, and the girl seized this opportunity, using the test required by the inherited deity to kill and devour the Pope. The story ended here. Xiaoxue's mind was a mess. She was unwilling to think that it was true. However, this story explained all the doubts in her heart, including her father's death, with various details and phenomena corroborating what she knew, enough to prove its reality. She didn't know whether to hate this girl or take revenge for her father. But as a girl, even as a bystander, she could deeply empathize with the helplessness and despair of being betrayed by a teacher. If it were her, she would have committed suicide without hesitation. Xiaoxue didn't know how to choose. Her mind was blank. The clever girl had never felt so lost before, with all thought stopping. The surrounding scenery slowly returned to normal, and 2 lines of tears slid down Xiaoxue's cheeks. Chapter 16. Heartbroken Longing Mom. I don't know if I still have a right to call you that. Xiaoxue looked at Bibidong in front of her, closed her eyes, and said, "Kill me. I used to think it was your fault that I couldn't get your love, but now I realize I was wrong. I don't have that right. I was born a mistake." Xiaoxue murmured, "How foolish I am. I still thought I could prove my abilities to you. It's really a joke. Silly child. I should be the one apologizing." Bibidong looked at Xiaoxue. "I killed your father. Do you hate me?" Xiaoxue bit her lip tightly, shook her head. "I don't have the right to hate you. He did such things. This result is his own doing. But, after all, he is my father. I cannot take revenge for him. I can only seek death." Xiaoxue looked at Bibidong through tear-filled eyes. "Kill me. I was born a mistake." "No, you are not a mistake, silly child." Bibidong embraced Xiaoxue. "Your father is not worth you dying for. You are innocent, and his mistakes have nothing to do with you. Did you forget your mother's promise just now? No matter what happens, we will face it together. I will always love you because you are my daughter, my only daughter." Bibidong held the tearful Xiaoxue tightly, and a single tear fell. "Mom." Xiaoxue nestled tightly in Bibidong's embrace. She had never thought that one day her mother's embrace would be so warm. In the room, the mother and daughter held each other tightly, the barriers of 10 years finally melting away. All that remained was heartfelt communication and a delayed love. "You know, Mom has done many wrong things. Maybe you don't know, but I must apologize to you. I didn't want to deceive you." Bibidong looked at Xiaoxue, who had calmed down a bit in her arms, and spoke softly. "No, Mom." Xiaoxue shook her head. "I don't hate you. Those things are in the past. Now I have my mom, and I have never been as happy as I am today." Suddenly, Xiaoxue remembered something. "Mom, your injury." Worry filled her tear-stained eyes. "Actually, Xiaoxue, do you know? Mom has already died once." Bibidong avoided the topic, looking at Xiaoxue with affection. "Are you referring to the time when you woke up from your injury?" Xiaoxue frowned. "Mom, don't say such things." "No, I'm not talking about this time. I mean in the distant future, when I will die." Bibidong looked at Xiaoxue. "I must apologize to you because I didn't understand the truth because of this incident. I feel very guilty and regretful. Such a simple truth. It took me a lifetime to comprehend." "In the future?" Xiaoxue was confused. "Yes, in the future, I will die, falling under the Shura's sword." Heaven gave me another chance. Xiao Xue, I'm sorry. Bibidong pressed her forehead against Xiao Xue's forehead again. Mom promised to tell you everything. Xiao Xue sat quietly, closing her eyes. This time, the time they spent pressed against each other was very long, a whole day and night. And Xiao Xue also completely followed Bibidong through the path of her previous life in her memories. Bibidong's complete memories from her previous life were etched in Xiao Xue's mind. As Xiao Xue watched, she felt surprised, angry, and worried at times. In the end, she saw Bibidong die under the Azura god's sword and witnessed her mother, who had set aside her pride, begging Tang San to spare her. Xiao Xue fell silent, not speaking a word for a long, long time. Suddenly, she felt that her more than 10 years of life had never been as tiring as today. She also saw Bibidong's choice before the god of end. Of course, there were some things that Bibidong deliberately avoided letting Xiao Xue know, as some matters were too cruel, such as Qian Renxue's sacrifice and the fact that her soul could not be reborn yet. Xiao Xue's memories had added many things, including surprise at her own failures, disgust towards her master, overwhelming killing intent towards Tang San, and concern for her mother. Were these all real? Xiao Xue woke up on the morning of the third day. The tear stains on her cheeks had dried. It used to be, but now it is not. Bibidong rubbed Xiao Xue's head and said, because this is a new world, a parallel world different from that story. Here, nothing has happened yet, and I believe you, Xiao Xue, can write a perfect ending. Bibidong smiled, her face growing paler. Then what about you, Mom? Xiao Xue sensed something was off and quickly supported her mother, her voice trembling with tears. Aren't you here to change all of this with me? Where are you going? Are you going to leave me alone after you finish explaining everything? I'm sorry, Xuer. I should have chosen the time of your birth to give you a happy childhood. But I cannot forgive your father, so I don't want to deceive you. I chose this moment to let you see my true self. I'm very scared. Scared that by doing this, you will hate me. I often think about how you will choose when you learn the truth. Will you forgive me? Or will you do something foolish that I can't even imagine? I originally wanted to spend this life making up for the regrets of my last life, to love you well and change that imperfect ending with you, but I may not have that chance anymore. Bibidong suddenly coughed violently, blood spurting from her throat. Xuya, Mom hopes you can live well and not be bullied by others. Even in the future, when Mom is no longer by your side, you can still live well. Bibidong's voice grew fainter, but she still tried to maintain a smile as she looked at Xuer, reaching out to caress Xuener's face as if to comfort her. I don't want that. Xue shouted loudly, hugging Bibidong tightly. I don't want you to leave me. You can't just leave me like this. Her already tear-stained eyes filled with tears again. You said you didn't want to deceive me, so you chose this time. For 10 years, you deliberately ignored me, letting me see your true self and the mistakes you've made. How can you be so foolish? Xue looked at Bibidong's pale face. This is the real deception. You clearly love me, yet you dare not admit it, deliberately using clumsy excuses to make me think you don't love me. Do you think this will make me sad? It only makes me even sadder. Bibidong forced a smile and said, I'm sorry, Xuer. Her eyelids grew heavier, but she continued to hold on. Xiao Xue was immediately panicked. Mom, don't sleep. Mom, you have the help of that god. She must have a way to cure you, right? Mom, do you want me to end up alone like in my past life? Growing old in loneliness? As if she had exhausted all her strength to say this. Xiao Xue's head drooped, and large tears fell. Sunset Forest, the eye of ice and fire, there is a flower, called Heartbroken Red. Bibidong closed her eyes. Chapter 17, Eye of Ice and Fire. Xiao Xue felt her mother's body gradually losing warmth, becoming increasingly cold. She didn't have time to be sad. She etched her mother's last words into her heart. Yes, she still had hope. Even if it was faint, she had to try. The door was gently pushed open, and Qian entered the room. Seeing Bibidong collapsed in Xiao Xue's arms and the silent Xiao Xue, he sighed. Didn't he also wish for Bibidong to survive? Chosen by two gods, a genius with twin martial souls, the one most likely to lead the spirit hall to its peak. Xiao Xue, don't be too sad, Qian said as he walked to Xiao Xue's side and patted her shoulder in comfort. Grandpa, do you know what the Eye of Ice and Fire is? Xiao Xue suddenly asked. Qian was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. Grandpa has never heard of this term. Why do you suddenly ask this? Xiao Xue laid Bibidong down. Grandpa, I want to go to Sunset Forest. Please have someone take care of Mom until I return. Sunset Forest? Qian frowned. What are you going there for? To save Mom, Xiao Xue replied, her gaze unwavering. Qian was stunned. The Xiao Xue before him seemed like a different person. It had been less than 2 days, yet he felt as if she had grown up overnight, carrying an air about her that he couldn't comprehend. as if she had experienced countless joys and sorrows. What did your mother say to you? Qian Daolu asked. Everything, Xiaoxue shook her head. Grandpa, please don't ask anymore. I know you resent Mom, but she is the most important person to me. I don't want to be left with only you as my family. Sometimes, when life is too exhausting, one doesn't even know what they want. Xiaoxue smiled. I just realized that it's enough to have Grandpa and Mom by my side. Qian Daolu was silent. You have grown up. Xiaoxue stood up. Having heard that elder Judo loved flowers, I want him to accompany me. Qian Daolu nodded. Grandpa also has this intention. I'll prepare for a few elders to follow you. Your safety is the most important. I will set off now, Xiaoxue said, leaving behind her silhouette. From the Spirit City to Sunset Forest, Xiaoxue said nothing and rushed forward with all her might. Elder Ju didn't mind. As a title de law, he had enough soul power to support him, and he had traveled this route countless times before, so he was used to it. What caught his attention was Xiaoxue. She had just reached the Soul Master level, but had never stopped. The next day, at the outskirts of Sunset Forest, we have arrived, Xiaoxue finally spoke. This seems to be the place where Dugubo lives in seclusion. Elder Ju frowned. I have some grudges with him and know some things about him. Dugubo. Xiaoxue seemed to recall something, her expression displeased. Isn't he the one who killed tens of thousands of citizens of the Spirit Empire? What is the young master talking about? Yuan was puzzled. Ah, it's nothing. Xiaoxue waved her hand. Elder Yuan, I heard you have a good knowledge of rare flowers. Have you heard of a flower called Heartbroken Red? Heartbroken Red? Yuan was startled. The young master knows about Heartbroken Red? Yes, I know a little, Xiaoxue replied. Since you know, please tell me its characteristics in detail. Yes, young master. Yuan did not dare to be careless. Heartbroken Red is a supreme fairy flower. It is said that such a thing should only exist in heaven, rare to be found on earth. This flower is called the supreme fairy flower because it is said to have a very tragic story associated with it. Yuan elaborated on the story of a mortal and a fairy falling in love, which moved Xiaoxue deeply. Therefore, to pick this flower, one must do so with thoughts of their beloved. Sincerity is essential. A drop of blood must be sprinkled on the petals. And if there is even a hint of hesitation, one could die from internal injuries and still not be able to pick the flower. Once picked, as long as it is beside its owner, it will never wither. The stone under the flower is called wujue. If it is forcibly destroyed, the Heartbroken Red will also lose all its medicinal properties. Yuan explained in detail. Mom is the one I love. Xiaoxue suddenly understood why her mother did not mention this to others, because only she had the possibility of picking this flower. And the medicinal properties, what are they? Hope welled up in Xiaoxue's heart. They can bring the dead back to life, Yuan said solemnly, causing Xiaoxue's heart to tremble. Seeing Xiaoxue's expression, Yuan seemed to guess something. Young master, if we can obtain Heartbroken Red, saving the Pope will definitely not be a problem. But this flower is a legendary item. It has never appeared on the continent. Did the young master obtain some clues? There is a treasure location in Sunset Forest called the Eye of Ice and Fire. Heartbroken Red is located within. Xiaoxue headed into the forest, but I do not know its exact location. Let's split up the search. Once we find it, we will signal each other immediately. Elder Ju agreed, feeling incredibly surprised. He had never heard of such a treasure location in Sunset Forest. Half a day passed, and a signal flare was fired from the other side of the forest. Elder Ju immediately changed direction and rushed towards the signal. He landed from the air, and Xiaoxue stood in place. They were now on the mountainside, and the path to the mountaintop was covered by a layer of poisonous barrier, preventing entry into the forest center. You just said Dugubo lives in this forest, Xiaoxue said. Yuan nodded. We've searched for so long without finding any clues, whether about Dugubo or the Eye of Ice and Fire. Yet there is this poisonous barrier blocking the way to the center of the forest. Xiaoxue said with a playful smile, I remember Dugubo's title is Poison. Does the young master suspect that the Eye of Ice and Fire is Dugubo's hiding place, and he has sealed it off to prevent outsiders from entering? Yuan asked, surprised. Let's pay him a visit. Dugubo seems to be of a lower level than you. You can take me through this poisonous barrier, right? Xiaoxue glanced at Yuan. Of course. Elder Ju unleashed his soul power, shielding Xiaoxue from the poisonous barrier's effects. Finally, they reached the mountaintop, and the sight before them was breathtaking. Yuan was deeply shocked. Before them was a basin, with a peculiar lake in the center, one half a fiery red like lava, and the other half covered in white, exuding a chilling aura. Surrounding them were lush plants, all rare species not seen outside. Xiaoxue was also stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. It seemed Heartbroken Red should be here, and she needed to find it immediately. This is Chilua tulip? Yuan was overwhelmed by the plants here. Is this the autumn water dew? Fragrant Chilua fairy product? He was dazzled by the various fairy products before him. Xiao Shui looked at Zhu Doluo, who seemed to have lost his mind, pouted, and continued searching for the Xiangxi Duanchanghong. My God, is this Qirong Tong Tianju? Zhu Doluo was obviously extremely excited and shouted. What are you talking about? Xiao Shui said impatiently, walking over to Zhu Doluo to take a look. Forgive my loss of composure, young master. Yu Eguan awkwardly reined in his demeanor. The young master may not know, but these flowers are all celestial products. While they may not be as precious as Xiangxi Duanchanghong, they are indeed celestial products. When taken by different people suited to them, the effects can be absolutely transformative. Take this Qirong Tong Tianju, for instance. Its effects on a person are not limited to just enhancing strength and all attributes. If I take it now, although the effect won't be as good as when I was younger, it can immediately elevate my level to 96, which I could never have reached before. And I could even climb to higher levels in the future. If a young person were to take it, like the young master taking a suitable celestial product. Yu Eguan looked into Xiao Shui's eyes, speaking word by word. The limits can be expected. Moreover, these celestial products have no side effects and are all meant for solidifying the foundation and nurturing the essence. Xiao Shui suddenly understood that this place had so many celestial products that no one knew about, and it was her mother who guided her here, leaving her a treasure in the end. I understand now. Let's find a Xiangxi Duanchanghong first, and come back here later. Dugabo occupies such a good place. His powerful strength must rely on celestial products as well. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Xiao Shui's eyes. No one has ever come to my old man's courtyard as a guest. Today is the first guest, and I've neglected you. As they were speaking, a cold voice came from above. Chapter 18. New Bertha II looked up and saw Dugabo standing high above with a cave behind him, overlooking the valley from a cliff. Zhu Doluo, I didn't expect it to be you. You have enmity with me. On ordinary days, I still fear you a bit. But today you dare to trespass into my cultivation place on my territory. Don't expect to gain anything good here. Dugabo glared at Zhu Doluo and said, You hold him off. I'll continue searching. Xiao Shui glanced at Dugabo, then turned around and ignored him, focusing on searching for the Xiangxi Duanchanghong. Dugabo then noticed that there was a girl beside Zhu Doluo. Although she was young, she was exquisite in appearance and had an exceptional temperament. Seeing the respectful demeanor Zhu Doluo had towards the girl, he immediately felt uneasy. Who are you, and what are you doing in my courtyard? Dugabo asked cautiously. Our young master has taken a liking to a flower in your courtyard and would like to borrow it, Zhu Doluo said with a half smile. Young master? She is the young master of your Wuhuan Hall? Dugabo was taken aback. He had never heard of such a figure in the Wuhuan Hall. If she really was the young master, he could not say whether there were other elders of the Wuhuan Hall nearby. He himself could barely deal with Zhu Doluo. Even if there were no other elders nearby, he did not dare to take action. He was well aware of the consequences of offending the Wuhuan Hall. Forget it. Since you Wuhuan Hall want it, I will give it to you. However, don't blame me for not reminding you that most of the plants here are highly poisonous. Even I don't dare to touch them casually. Just be careful not to pick them at will and get poisoned. And don't blame me if you die. Dugabo snorted coldly and turned back to his room. You don't have to worry about that, Zhu Doluo said with a half smile. I didn't expect you to live here and not know the properties of these flowers. But it's no wonder you are so sensitive to poison. These flowers indeed become extremely poisonous in the hands of unsuitable people, and one should keep their distance. We at the Wuhuan Hall will come to thank you for today's matter. As Zhu Doluo's voice fell, Dugabo's footsteps hesitated slightly. It seems the Wuhuan Hall has already learned of my hiding place, but they're clearly not here for me. Dugabo thought to himself as he walked into the room, not knowing how the Wuhuan Hall had learned about this peculiar place or how they would utilize it. He feared that he would no longer be able to suppress the toxins in his body with this place. He sighed to himself, unsure what he was planning. Is this the Xiangxi Duanchanghong? Xiao Shui stood in front of flower, which grew on a piece of black stone. The white petals emitted a faint red glow, appearing blood red against the white backdrop, giving a breathtaking beauty. Zhu Doluo looked a bit dazed at the sight and quickly came to his senses. Yes, if you want to pick it, you must first drip blood on it to recognize its master. Xiao Shui nodded slightly, quietly looking at the flower. She was no longer as eager as she had been while searching for flowers earlier, lost in thought. I don't know if you only see love. I'm still young and don't understand the so-called love between men and women. Xiao Shui lowered her eyes, her voice very soft. I only know that you're the only thing in this world that can save my mother. I don't want to lose her. My mother has suffered so much. She has already lived such a tiring life. I haven't personally experienced her memories. Perhaps in some world, I am someone who hated her in her memories. But here and now, I don't hate her. I just want to be with my mother and make up for the love that has been missed for so long. Tears fell from Xiao Shue's eyes onto the petals, causing the flower to tremble slightly. My mother can give up her new life for me, just like you transformed before, giving up her celestial identity to descend to the mortal realm and marry the one she loves. Is love really about sacrificing everything for her? Xiao Shui felt a surge of emotions. Her cherry lips parted slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of blood onto the petals. With a soft sound, the black stone cracked, and the Xiangxi Duanchanghong quietly fell into Xiao Shue's embrace. You did it. Congratulations, young master, Zhu Doluo said respectfully upon seeing this. Xiao Shue's face was a bit pale as she held the Xiangxi Duanchanghong in her arms, a smile appearing on her face. Let's go back right away. On the way back, Xiao Shui was even more anxious than before. She had pushed her speed to the limit, rushing forward without stopping under Zhu Doluo's worried gaze. Of course, being careful to protect the Xiangxi Duanchanghong in her arms. Finally, after a night of rushing at full speed, they returned to Wuhuan City at dawn. Xiao Shui could no longer wait. She rushed straight to the hall of the Pope. Mother! Xiao Shui pushed open the door and ran to the bedside. Bibidong was peacefully asleep, a smile still on her lips. Xiao Shui helped Bibidong sit up against her, took out the Xiangxi Duanchanghong, and looked at the flower in front of her. I don't want you to recognize a master. I just want you to save my mother. Please, save her. She bit Bibidong's fingertip, and blood dripped onto the Xiangxi Duanchanghong. The red light on the petals suddenly became several times brighter than before. The blood was slowly absorbed by the flower, and the white petals turned red, the flower's core swaying slightly as if making a soft sound. Xiao Shui gently pried open her mother's lips and carefully fed a petal into her mouth. An extraordinary scene occurred. As the petal entered, it immediately turned into juice and flowed into her mouth. Xiao Shui's hope continued to rise as she gently twisted the flower stem, each petal successively turning into juice and being swallowed by Bibidong. She eagerly awaited a miracle to happen, and a miracle truly occurred. As the juice flowed into Bibidong's body, a faint golden-red glow began to appear around her. The life force, which had been completely exhausted, began to recover at an astonishing speed. The meridians and flesh within her body regenerated, accompanied by the restoration of life force. A massive life aura began to emanate from Bibidong. Her constantly damaging and regenerating body functions were quickly repaired. Xiao Shui quietly watched her mother. Knowing that any medicine takes time to absorb, she waited patiently for her mother to fully recover and wake up. Another night passed, and Xiao Shui stayed by her mother's side, feeling as though the night could last forever. With the first ray of morning sunlight, Bibidong slowly opened her eyes. Mom, you're awake, Xiao Shui exclaimed joyfully, tears in her eyes. Thank you, Shui. Bibidong sat up and stroked Xiao Shui's head, not expecting to be able to continue accompanying her. You've worked hard. It's great that Mom is okay, Xiao Shui said, overwhelmed with happiness, but her eyelids grew heavier, and she fell asleep on Bibidong's shoulder. She and T slept for 3 whole days. From now on, Mom will never let you suffer so much, Bibidong said as she got up. Checked Xiao Shui's pulse to ensure she wasn't seriously harmed, just overly fatigued, and gently laid Xiao Shui down on the bed. Feeling the abundant soul power and immense vitality within her body, and looking at the rising sun outside the window, Bibidong took a deep breath. It feels so good to be alive. In a sense, this was her true rebirth. So, it's time to say goodbye to the past. With her hands gathering soul power, the soul marks of the Death Spider Emperor and the soul-devouring Spider Emperor prominently appeared on the back of her hands. Rascal God, goodbye. I hope we will not meet as enemies next time. Bibidong sat cross-legged, guarding Xiao Shui, and focused her mind to enter the sea of consciousness. The end. I choose to activate the inheritance. Chapter 19. Inheritance, Part 1. Within the sea of consciousness, light points gathered into a figure, which was the divine seed, resembling Bibidong. The end. Focusing her mind, she simultaneously released 2 great martial souls. The end nodded. How can 2 martial souls be released at the same time? Bibidong wondered. But she followed through, releasing the Death Spider Emperor first, then focusing her soul power again, and under the guidance of the end, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor quietly emerged. In the room, 2 enormous spiders floated silently behind Bibidong. The colors of the soul ring surrounding the Death Spider Emperor were yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, while the colors of the soul rings around the soul-devouring Spider Emperor were relatively simple, 6 black and 3 red. The 18-soul ring shone with contrasting colors, exuding a suffocatingly powerful aura. Bibidong let out a muffled groan as the 6 soul bones on her body fell off, transforming into 6 white lights floating in the air. Then, the external soul bone that should have been inseparable from her also condensed into a white light and broke free from her body. To Bibidong's surprise, the process of detaching the soul bones, which should have been extremely dangerous and painful, was surprisingly smooth, causing only a slight discomfort, as if she had been reborn, suggesting that the soul bones that had originally fused into her body had not actually fused after her rebirth, but merely resided within her. In the divine realm, the Shura god, who was observing the Doa continent and other worlds at the center of the divine realm, sensed an unusual aura. He looked up at the sky, where dark clouds gathered at the top of the divine realm space, slowly swirling and forming a deep black hole that reflected the vast starry sky, as if it led to another dimension. A light accompanied by an aura that made even him tremble surged from the black hole, piercing through the divine realm space and heading toward the Doloa continent. What is happening? The Shura god felt that aura, and even as the supreme god-king of the divine realm, he felt extraordinarily small under its influence. All the gods in the divine realm noticed this anomaly, and they rose in unison, the aura shaking the entire divine realm. Among them, the one frowning the most was the Rakshasa god. He knew that his inheritor had encountered a problem, his divine power was exhausted, and the inheritance had come to an end. However, he still had not given up on this inheritor. After sensing Bibidong's recovery, he planned to guide her to accept his test again, reopening the Rakshasa god examination to continue the inheritance of his Rakshasa position. But after the appearance of this aura, he clearly felt that his connection with that inheritor had been severed. This meant that the Rakshasa god aura he had left on Bibidong had been erased by some force. Typically, this situation could only occur if another god had also chosen this inheritor. However, even in such a case, to completely erase the aura he had left, it would at least require a god-king level deity. Thinking of the 5 god kings who were not on good terms with him. The one most in need of an inheritor recently was the Shura god, and he had recently set his sights on the inheritor chosen by the Shura god, attempting to lure him into falling to inherit his divine position. Unexpectedly, he was discovered by the Shura god and had to give up. Thus, a grudge was formed between him and the Shura, thinking that since that inheritor could no longer inherit the Shura divine position, wouldn't it be better to generously let it go to me? Why must you make me go find another one? The Rakshasa thought fiercely, but now, his newly chosen inheritor had already given up on his inheritance and severed their connection, while some god had erased the aura he left behind. Was it the Shura god who did this? Is he trying to take my inheritor? The Rakshasa god immediately suspected this, but then dismissed the thought. Given the enmity between the Shura god and himself, along with the Shura's arrogant nature, he didn't think the Shura would come to steal his inheritor. Moreover, the current situation seemed to explain this point better. After the emergence of this powerful aura, the Rakshasa god aura he left had been erased. This felt more like some unknown god had chosen his inheritor, and the power of this god seemed to come from a higher realm. The Rakshasa god felt a surge of anger. It was not easy to find an inheritor these days, otherwise he wouldn't have risked offending the Shura god to steal one. And now, having reselected a suitable inheritor, he was robbed by another. This left him feeling trapped. Without an inheritor, he would have to bear the consequences when the Shura god came to collect the debt. Feeling that terrifying aura, the Rakshasa god was even more certain that if things were as he thought, then he would have no way to deal with it. After all, gods abandoned their positions to pursue that elusive higher level, and now a suspected higher god had chosen his inheritor. He had the desire to reclaim them, but lacked the courage to do so. This scene feels somewhat familiar. The Rakshasa god pondered, then remembered that the Shura had already found another person from another world to be his inheritor. The guiding crossing scene back then was similar to this moment, just without such an aura and might. With the Shura's temperament, the Rakshasa god had no doubt that the Shura had set his sights on the inheritor he had chosen, possibly plotting how to use his inheritor to defeat his own. Thinking this, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of the Rakshasa's mouth. It seems that this higher god stealing his inheritor isn't entirely a bad thing, as long as he keeps quiet and pretends to know nothing. The Shura god will continue to plot his plans. When the time comes to provoke this god, the Shura will suffer severely, and he can take advantage of the situation. Oh no, it's killing the god. And all he had to do was wait until the day the Shura's inheritance was completed to enjoy the show. The Rakshasa god slowly sat down, smiled, and poured himself a cup of tea, savoring it slowly. In the divine realm's center, That light had already crossed through the divine realm and descended upon the Doluo continent. The Shura god frowned tightly, immediately directing his gaze toward the Doluo continent. But to his astonishment, that aura seemed to have vanished, and he could not pinpoint where that light had gone. Clearly, as the god king of the divine realm, he could be considered the ruler of the Doluo continent. Now, with such a situation arising, the fact that he could not lock onto an aura only indicated that the person who released this aura was stronger than him. Reflecting on the earlier black hole that seemed to reflect another dimension, the Shura god began to have a vague suspicion. He had previously delegated his divine position's power to the lower realm, guiding qualified inheritors to accept his divine examination to inherit his divine position. This scene was extremely similar to that of a god choosing an inheritor for transmission. But if that's the case, what realm is that god in? And what dimension is he from? Why did he come to my Doluo continent to choose an inheritor? A multitude of questions caused the Shura god to frown deeply. But after sensing that there had been no abnormalities on the Doluo continent, he had to give up. He could only pay more attention to the Doluo continent in the future, hoping that this god would not affect the inheritor he had chosen. The Shura god thought to himself. Chapter 20, Inheritance, Part 2. In Wuhuan City, the Pope's Hall, a beam of light fell from the sky, piercing through the roof and entering Bibidong's body, accompanied by an invisible aura that immediately spread out, covering the entire Doluo continent. Only those who had been touched by the aura of the divine position inheritance could perceive this aura. In the worship hall, in front of the angel statue, Qian Renxue looked at the slightly trembling angel statue with a grave expression. It seems that that woman has awakened and is inheriting a new god. And the god she is inheriting is certainly extraordinary. This was the only explanation Qian Renxue could come up with. Such oppressive force seemed to possess the ability to control the world. Qian Renxue sighed. It seems my choice was correct. That woman, I cannot see through her. Entrusting the Wuhuan Hall to her might lead to the peak. On Sea God Island, in front of the sea god's trident, Poseidon also sensed this aura. What kind of divine position inheritance is so grand, with an aura that covers the entire continent? She murmured, looking at the sea god's trident beside her that trembled and emitted a mournful cry due to the pressure. The divine realm, is it going to change again? I hope this chosen one won't threaten my sea god island. In the Star Doe forest, deep in the lake of life, my lord, this aura. Tian sensed something, his expression changing. The aura of the god, for some reason, had such momentum and pressure, stronger than any god I have seen. A voice arose, revealing confusion. But why do I not feel repulsed by this god's aura? I sense that this one seems different from those gods in the divine realm. Another chosen one has appeared on the continent. I hope it won't harm my starry great forest. The city of slaughter, the king of slaughter. The trembling Azura demon sword in the blood pool restored some of his sanity. Looking at the sky, he murmured, what a powerful aura is the continent. About to change again? After saying this, his eyes were once again covered in blood, and the hall fell silent once more. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibidong had no idea that she had already shocked both the God Realm and Doluo continent. With her eyes slightly closed, she silently felt the changes brought by the inheritance of the divine position. The 7 soul bones, transformed into white light, had already been assimilated by that beam of light, serving as energy for Bibidong to absorb. At some point, the 2 great martial souls had turned into light spots, quietly vanishing, and the soul rings had also dissipated into the air along with the martial souls. Bibidong initially believed that bearing the power of the end would require a great cost in terms of her martial soul and soul bones, which would inevitably place a heavy burden on her body. However, in reality, it wasn't as painful as she had imagined. The shattering of her martial soul seemed insignificant to her. She only felt that a new life was being born deep within her body and soul, and there was no discomfort. She just sensed that something about her had changed. What she didn't realize was that the entire world also seemed different, as if it were the convergence of a world line, or perhaps the beginning of a new one. Soul power condensed into a figure, and a new martial soul was born, with hair as white as snow, a black crown, and a white dress with a black base. It possessed wings that resembled both a demon and an angel, along with a stunningly beautiful face that mirrored her own. It was as if a deity had descended to the world. With a single thought, the world could be created, and with a single word, it could be destroyed. The figure of the martial soul gently grasped its hand, as if holding the authority of the world itself, seemingly able to dictate the rules of heaven and earth, with all things compelled to obey. unlike other martial souls that exuded a clear sense of momentum and pressure at first glance. This martial soul appeared to possess no power whatsoever, yet it conveyed a different feeling, causality. The martial soul was the end witch. This was a god-level martial soul, and the figure gradually shrank, transforming into light and shadow, leaving behind a humanoid soul mark on Bibidong's forehead, reminiscent of an angelic martial soul. Bibidong opened her eyes and felt a force within her body, apart from her own soul power. When summoning her martial soul, she could also convert her soul power into that force, which should be the end of Day's divine power. As the soul power condensed, the end of Day's which martial soul quietly emerged, but what made Bibidong frown was that there was no soul ring above it. "Where'd my soul ring?" Bibidong thought, asking in her mental sea, "I remember you said before that the soul ring would remain after fusion." Divine Chosen One, you are not mistaken. Your soul ring has fused, but there are no soul skills, so it can only exist in the form of soul power within you and cannot be manifested. This means that only by obtaining the divine bestowed soul ring through the divine examination will the years of your previous soul ring be conferred onto the divine bestowed soul ring, forming your own ultimate soul ring, the voice in her mind replied. "So, what you're saying is that I currently have level 95 soul power, but no soul ring and no soul skills, and I can't hunt soul beasts to obtain a soul ring myself?" Bibidong's expression darkened. "Yes, what you have retained are only soul power and the domain of the god of killing," the voice replied. However what? Bibidong's previously disheartened mood now held a hint of anticipation. "There are two things. The first involves the divine examination. As you can see, you have already opened the inheritance of the end of Day's god, and the end of Day's divine examination will commence immediately. Before discussing this matter, I would like to ask you a question," the voice said with a slight smile. "Do you know what the end of Days is? To annihilate everything?" Bibidong was a bit confused, as she was not very knowledgeable in this area. The end of Days is not simply destruction, nor is it merely rebirth. It could be the end of everything, or it could be the beginning of everything. As you can see, that great being can alter the original world, which is to say it can affect the beginning of this world. Therefore, what you need to do is to change the stories of the original world and give them new beginnings. This is the content of the end of Day's divine examination. The voice slowly explained. Bibidong fell into deep thought, trying hard to understand the sentence. "You don't have to think too much. You have already accomplished one thing, and that is your daughter." The end smiled and said, "That adult has seen it, the heartbroken red of longing. She is very satisfied with your answer sheet, and she looks forward to you rewriting more stories, transforming the originally unremarkable world into the way you desire. The first test is passed, and you have received the first spirit ring bestowed by the gods." Bibidong understood what she had to do next. The God-given soul ring certainly needs no further introduction. Zhongyin said, "With your current soul power at level 95, the years that your first God-given soul ring can reach will be equivalent to the years of the soul rings you can absorb at this moment. It's all up to you. Of course, after you absorb it, the years of your original merged first soul ring will automatically be added. I have one more thing to ask." Bibidong looked at the sleeping Shui heir. In that world, Tang San's sea god assessment allowed him to bring his Shrek's 7 monsters to also obtain God-given soul rings. That esteemed one surely won't be stingy compared to the sea god, right? Naturally, she will have a God-given soul ring, and she can absorb it at any location and at any time, depending on you, Zhongyin replied. "As for the future, as long as you wish. That esteemed one will also grant her an assessment. Although your assessment is not in the secret realm, it doesn't mean there isn't a Zhongyin secret realm. Hurry up and absorb it. There's another matter." Chapter 21. The key of the end. Bibidong sat cross-legged, and a circle of soul rings emerged beneath her. White flashed by, followed by yellow, then purple, and finally transformed into a circle of deep black soul rings. The colors did not stop changing. The black deepened continuously until it turned red. Clearly, for someone like her, a 95th level titled law, the age of the soul rings she could bear would not be less than 100,000 years. The red continued to deepen, but the speed of color change had already slowed. Having absorbed 2 100,000 year soul rings at the same time, Bibidong was about to reach the limit of the soul ring age she could withstand. She suddenly felt that not having a soul ring might not be a bad thing. Her current situation was akin to a dual martial soul cultivator, possessing the strength of a title Deloa level, but having a martial soul without a soul ring. She could maximize the age of all her soul rings. and her first soul ring's age could easily surpass that of most titled Duo's 9 soul rings, even exceeding her original self. Finally, the depth of the red stopped changing. Bibidong sensed that the age of this soul ring was approaching 200,000 years. Unfortunately, she had not broken through the 200,000 year limit, which should be related to her lack of soul bones and reduced physical tolerance. After the color of the soul ring stopped changing for a while, it suddenly deepened again, surpassing the 200,000 year limit and settling at the level of 250,000 years. This should be the age of her original soul ring being added, Bibidong thought, glancing at the circle of red rings. Under the effect of divine power, a faint golden light was plated over it, and finally, the light condensed, revealing 2 golden patterns on the soul ring. Is this the golden pattern representing the age of 100,000 years? Bibidong stood up, having no time to feel what soul skills this 200,000 year soul ring would bring her. She was waiting for the end to mention the second matter. As you can see, you have lost your soul bones, so there were some obstacles in absorbing the soul ring. Therefore, with the passing of the divine examination, you will receive a complete set of soul bone and equipment, and you can choose any one of the 7 soul bones to absorb. Of course, you must finish absorbing the soul rings before you can absorb the soul bones, as the end equipment requires a strong physical tolerance to bear. This must be supported by soul rings. The end said. Bibidong relaxed her mind. At least she no longer felt as if she had nothing, as she could obtain a soul bone and possess a soul skill, which was not bad. She recalled that including external soul bones, it seemed that a person could only absorb 7 soul bones. Bibidong remembered something. Yes, a person can absorb at most 7 soul bones. Zhongyan replied. But there is another test. Bibidong asked curiously. As expected of a chosen one, you must have sensed something different. Zhongyan smiled and said, you have met that adult. You inherit her divine position and will ultimately become her. The staff of that adult in your memory is the divine artifact owned by the god of the end, just like the artifact of the Shura god, the Shura demon sword, and the artifact of the sea god's trident. Zhongyan paused. The weapon used by that adult is that staff, and you will obtain this divine artifact in the remaining test. This weapon also has a name called the Key of the End. The Key of the End. Bibidong murmured. You just said that for each test I pass, besides gaining a soul ring, I can choose 1 soul bone to absorb. Now that I have passed the first test, can I choose this artifact instead of a soul bone? Bibidong asked expectantly. After all, soul bones could only provide a maximum of 2 skills. Even then, she might still face situations where her skills were insufficient. In battles against others, most of the time, she would need to rely on soul power to suppress her opponent. In contrast, the enhancement brought by a divine artifact would be much greater. Yes, but the Key of the End, as the weapon used by that adult, cannot be fully controlled with your current strength. Even if you choose it, the ability you can exert will only be 1/10 of its power. Zhongyan shook his head. Are you sure you want to choose the Key of the End? Moreover, as you know about the sea god's trident, divine artifacts not only display their power based on the user's strength, but also require the user's recognition to be used freely. I originally planned to wait until your divine test progress was halfway through, so you could have a deep understanding of Zhongyan before I handed it over to you. Since you have chosen this weapon, then let's give it a try. A white light appeared before Bibidong, and the light point condensed into a scepter shape. In fact, it didn't look like this. It was just that the adult liked to use it as a scepter. What should it look like then? Bibidong asked curiously. It has no shape. It's just a light. If you want, it could take any shape, Zhongyan said. Once you gain its recognition, I will explain it to you in detail. Bibidong nodded, no longer hesitating, and reached out to grasp it. The moment she caught that beam of light, it seemed she heard a voice beside her, and everything went dark, leaving her unable to see anything. Why do you want to change all of this? A voice echoed in her ears. It felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss. The environment suddenly turned icy and bone-chilling, causing her body to lose control in this coldness. It seemed that only by answering this question could she escape this chill. Was it because of Tang San? Although Tang San was despicable, it didn't seem to be a reason for her to act this way. Was it because of herself and Shuer? Yes. She and Shuer had already lost and missed too much. She didn't want to witness such a tragedy, so she wanted to change everything. But was this really the answer? It felt as if a consciousness awakened in her mind. Indeed, she was supposed to be an outsider. This mother and daughter were merely passers-by from different worlds to her. Why was she so unsettled by this story? Or rather, when did she start to dislike tragedies? Because of that woman. Because of that undeniable fact, she didn't want to face no matter what. A tear trickled down Bibidong's closed eyelids. You are very much like that adult. The words of the end pulled Bibidong back to reality. I was overthinking it. You are the qualified inheritor of the god of the end. And the key to the end has already recognized its master. Bibidong looked at the scepter in her hand, watching it slowly transform into light spots, forming a light orb, which then disappeared into her palm. With a thought, the light orb immediately reappeared, and with a wave of her arm, a sword energy was released, revealing the hilt of a sword in her hand. The sword form of the key of termination had a blade like autumn frost, and the translucent sword body reflected Bibidong's profile, accentuating her stunning beauty. It's very suitable for you. With the enhancement of your power, the key of termination will showcase its inherent abilities, not limited to mere changes in form. Each corresponding form will have associated skills. The end said, each form has a specific name, and that esteemed one collectively refers to them as the keys of God. There are a total of 10 keys of God, corresponding to the abilities of revelation, eternity, judgment, creation, destruction, consciousness, devouring, domination, constraint, and corrosion. Each key of God possesses skills corresponding to these abilities. The key of God you are currently using corresponds to revelation, the void of infinite treasures. Its ability is to replicate weapons and items based on a user's understanding of their structural principles, just like the sword in your hand. It can also transform into a bow, a dagger, and more. Perhaps I've been in the spirit hall for too long, which is why it takes the form of a sword. Bibidong gently stroked the blade, recalling that the weapon of the six-winged angel spirit was the angel sword. I will strive to understand this weapon. Thank you, Bibidong said, as the sword in her hand transformed into white light, coalescing into a light orb that dissipated in her palm. Chapter 22. Trials. Bibidong sat by the bed, quietly accompanying Xue, waiting for her to wake up. Speaking of which, Xue should be at the soul sec level now, right? Bibidong thought to herself that the soul rings should be the same as in the original world, 2 yellow and 2 purple. Bibidong was somewhat dissatisfied. Xue's talent could be considered the best on the continent, but her soul ring configuration was rather unimpressive. Even after achieving the title of Angel God, her soul ring configuration was not outstanding compared to her own Rakshasa God and Tang San's sea god from the original world. Bibidong looked at the sleeping face of Xue and thought to herself, Mom will definitely make you the best soul master in the entire continent, and ensure that you surpass the Tang God King of the original world. Xue had slept for an entire day. When she woke up, she saw her mother dozing by the bed, watching over her. You're awake, as if she hadn't really fallen asleep. Bibidong raised her head and gently helped Xue sit up. How long did I sleep? Xue felt a bit dazed, possibly because sleeping too long was not in line with her usual habits. An entire day. Promise me you won't push yourself like this again. Bibidong brewed a cup of hot tea and fed it to Xue. As long as Mom is okay, it doesn't matter to me. Pleading. Is it your body or your heart? Bibidong teased. Both. After finishing the tea, Xue naturally nestled into Bibidong's arms. By the way, Xue, what level are you now? Release your martial soul. Let Mom take a look. Bibidong felt a bit guilty. She hadn't paid much attention to Xue before. And as a mother, she didn't even know what level her daughter was. Mom, I'm currently level 40. Not long ago, the 2 elders, the stabbing porcupine and the serpent spear, took me to obtain my soul rings, which were all designated soul beasts by Grandpa. Xue released her martial soul, and a noble and pure angel appeared, unmistakably the divine martial soul, the 6-winged angel. Looking at the 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings configuration on Xue, Bibidong felt a bit helpless. Qian, is this how you cultivate my daughter? The continent's #1 talent is being used for the standard best soul ring configuration. Not to mention that in the original world, Tang San's first 4 rings were yellow, purple, black. You don't know, but my original first 4 rings were yellow, purple, black. Didn't you hate me back then? Don't you aim for your granddaughter to surpass me? Bibidong was frantically complaining in her heart. As if she sensed her mother's helpless expression, Xue asked somewhat nervously, What's wrong, Mom? Did I not work hard enough to make you disappointed? No, not at all. Xue reaching this level at your age is already #1 in the continent. Mom is very satisfied. Bibidong rubbed Xue's cheeks. But Mom wants to discuss something with you. You say it, Mom, Xue replied obediently. In the future, when you reach the level to add soul rings, don't rush to add them. Don't listen to Grandpa's arrangements for those 2 elders to take you to hunt soul beasts. From now on, your soul rings will be personally handled by Mom to help you hunt soul beasts. Okay? Okay. Schwer hesitated for a moment, but nodded in agreement, believing that her mother had her reasons for doing this. Aren't you afraid Grandpa will say you only listen to Mom and not him? Bibidong laughed. Mom must have a way to give me a better soul ring configuration. Grandpa will understand. Schwerer pouted. Mom just likes to see me in a difficult position. Suddenly, Schwerer seemed to remember something. I really want to quickly reach level 50, so Mom can take me to hunt for soul rings. But I'm still lurking in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. Being a prince isn't easy. I'm too busy most of the time, and there's not enough time for cultivation. At this rate, it will take a long time to reach level 50. When I left, I just casually made up an excuse that I was in seclusion, and I don't know if my father will become suspicious after so long. It would be troublesome if he noticed I'm not in the palace. Schwer said worriedly. What father? You are my daughter, not that Schwetching anymore. Bibidong raised her index finger to Schwer's lips from now on. You won't be going to the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace as an undercover agent. Why? Schwer looked at Bibidong, hesitating for a moment, but I've been lurking for several years. Giving up like this feels a bit unwilling, like I'm leaving things unfinished. Bibidong sighed in her heart. Schwerer, didn't I show you my memories? You have been delaying until the age of 29, and the Snow Knight Emperor is still alive. This means that if I don't urge you to poison him, he still has at least 20 more years to live. I can't let you waste your precious youth on this. Besides, in the original world, you ended up sacrificing yourself due to a failed palace coup, and your fate was forcibly lowered by some god who assigned you to Tang San. My cabbage was just pushed by a pig. However, Bibidong only complained in her heart and did not voice it out loud. She simply said, you know what happened in another world, and I believe you won't make the same mistake again. But I want to remind you, even if you succeed, how much benefit can you gain? Is it worth investing your youth in this? Xueva Stunt. She thought for a moment and said, if I succeed, I will be the Emperor of Tiando. At that time, uniting the continent for our spirit hall will be much simpler. So our ultimate goal is to unify the continent. But why do we have to rely on the path of undercover infiltration to become the Emperor of Tiando to achieve this goal? Bibidong shook her head. Just imagine. If our spirit hall had absolute strength, like we are all chosen ones destined to become gods, plus a sufficient number of title de loi, and train a batch of geniuses and strong ones like the Shrek 7 monsters that you saw in your memories, and we know the future, taking all the advantages, then we can crush our way through with absolute strength and unify the continent without having to be sneaky. Schwer was also very clever and understood right away. Yes, Mother will have a plan to achieve this. Bibidong nodded. So Schwer, nothing is more important than your youth. I look forward to you becoming the youngest and most powerful god in the Dolua continent, including in history. By then, Shurigod, you just get ready to wait for Schwerer to replace you as the new God King. Bibidong thought to herself, okay, Mother, I will listen to you. Xuia nodded. From today on, I will work hard to cultivate and not let Mother down. However, regarding Grandpa, Schwerer felt a bit conflicted. She couldn't bring herself to argue back with Grandpa. Don't worry, Schwerer. I will personally explain it to Grandpa. Bibidong turned and walked out of the room. You rest well and prepare. Wait for me to clarify things with Grandpa, and then I will take you for training. Qian Daolu, when I come before you again, how much will I resemble my former self? Bibidong thought playfully as she walked toward the offering hall. Chapter 23. Changes compared to her last visit to the offering hall, facing the huge angel statue in front of the hall and feeling the sacred aura. Bibidong no longer felt the discomfort she had before. She had just inherited the end of days, and previously, when facing Schwerer, it was fortunate that she no longer had the power of the Rakshasa god, which ended the inheritance of the Rakshasa god position. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Schwerer to be so close to her. Bibidong thought to herself that it seemed that the battle with Dition was not entirely a bad thing. Pushing the door open and entering the hall, Bibidong did not intentionally hide her aura. Apart from Qian Daolu, the 6 offerings all showed expressions of surprise. This is impossible. The second offering, Golden Crocodile Delaw, shook his head. It's only been less than a month. How did you reach level 95? And it seems you were on the verge of breaking through to level 96? When did the cultivation of title Delaw become so easy? The others were equally shocked. As those who had cultivated at the title Delaw level for decades and had struggled to advance into the super Delaw above level 95, they found it hard to believe. Greetings to all the offerings. Bibidong slightly bowed and avoided the topic. Qian Daolu was not particularly surprised by Bibidong's soul power level. The killing god aura on you has disappeared. Qian Daolu frowned. You now carry the aura of another god. Exactly like the aura that swept across the continent that I felt that day in the hall. It seems that you were indeed undergoing a divine position inheritance that day. You did not deceive me, Qian Daolu said slowly. It must have been little Shui who saved you, although I don't know what method she used. But it must have been guided by you, as your recovery is so complete, and you have also obtained a new divine inheritance. Bibidong nodded, not denying it. However, she was a bit surprised that her aura swept across the entire continent when she inherited the divine position. Now, with a strength several times greater than last time, she came to the Hall of Offerings. It was unclear what her intentions were. Qian Daolu raised an eyebrow. He could no longer see through this woman. Even though she seemed to have reconciled with Shui now, he still dared not let down his guard. As if sensing Qian Daolu's concerns, Bibidong smiled slightly. Rest assured, I will keep my previous promise. Shui is my daughter, and I will not let her suffer any more grievances. Therefore, I came today to discuss something with you, to terminate the Heaven Do conspiracy plan and let Shui return. Bibidong looked around, and there were whispers in the Great Hall. Qian Daolu frowned, clearly not expecting her to come up with this. Although you and Shui are not like you in the past, being able to let go is a good thing, Qian Daolu said. This plan is of great importance. It is a key part of our Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. Now that Shui has a stable position in the Heaven Do royal family, with her intelligence, it will not be difficult for her to eliminate obstacles and become the crown prince. In the future, once Shui is dead, the Heaven Do will belong to our Spirit Hall, and we will have control over more than half of the continent. Thus, whether our Spirit Hall can unify the continent and reach its peak in the future is a crucial link, and we cannot easily give up. Qian Daolu pondered, moreover, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, you should think more about the Spirit Hall and promote its greatness. Bibidong pursed her lips, realizing that she needed to have a serious talk with this old man today. Then let me calculate the accounts with you, she said, giving him a meaningful glance. How did you train my daughter Shui? Qian Daolu looked somewhat puzzled. What was this woman up to? To say it directly, no need for all this roundabout talk. He replied, somewhat displeased. Next year, Shui will be of age to attend a high-level Soul Master Academy, just like other excellent Soul Masters on the continent. Some self-proclaimed excellent academies have a graduation standard of reaching level 40. Shui has already met this requirement, even before her admission age. It seems that my Shui's talent can be considered the best on the continent, Bibidong stated. However, with such talent, her soul ring configuration is only yellow, purple. Bibidong changed the subject, looking at Qian Daolu. Is there a problem? Qian Daolu still frowned. You should remember my soul ring configuration. Aren't you at all concerned about the colors of the first 4 rings of my first martial soul? Bibidong thought to herself. If it weren't for the fact that she only had 1 ring now, she would have shown him long ago. Soul rings are not necessarily better the higher their age. The best ones are those that suit her, Qian Daolu said in a deep voice. Our angel lineage has always obtained soul rings from fixed soul beasts, and this has never changed. Moreover, little Shui is even expected to become the angel god. The current age of her soul rings will not limit her future achievements. I've seen what a standard soul ring configuration looks like in the angel lineage. I don't want my Shui to end up badly injured by someone who just entered the title Doa realm, Bibidong retorted. Qian Daolu's forehead was bulging with veins, but he rarely lost his temper and said calmly, what do you want? What do I want? I want to give Shui the best resources. I want her to achieve the title of the youngest god in history, and I will help her become the most powerful god, Bibidong said firmly. If you let her go to Tiando to hide, it will only waste her training time and squander her talent. That would be a waste of her gifts. Oh, from your words, do you have a way to provide a good training environment for little Shui? Qian Daolu raised an eyebrow. As for my daughter, I have my own methods to teach her. For someone with divine testing like me, it's not a difficult task, Bibidong replied. But you? Aren't you the one who cares most about Shui? How can you be willing to sacrifice your granddaughter's youth and talent for the sake of the Spirit Hall's grand plan? Qian Daolu's heart stirred. For him, while the Spirit Hall's grand plan was indeed important, he wanted to see Shui become the angel god and bring glory back to the angel lineage. Bibidong's words hit his soft spot. Can you guarantee that? Qian Daolu is still probing. I know you don't trust me, so I will make a promise to you. If you let Shui come back, I will ensure she becomes the youngest god. Of course, you can check on Shui's strength at any time to see if I am lying. Additionally, I also have a way to unify the continent without seizing the Tiando throne. I can promise you that, and in return, you must provide me with the corresponding help and support, Bibidong said, looking at Qian Daolu. Do you think after spending so many years in the Spirit Hall, I would joke with you and draw big plans? Qian Daolu sighed. Forget it. I am only concerned about little Shui. As for the rest, I have my own judgment. If you truly have that kind of determination and capability, I will definitely help you. It seemed he was still worried that I might be too aggressive, Bibidong thought. It was true that in that world, I had wanted to implement the soul hunting plan early on, but it was vetoed by the Elder Council. It was normal for him to have such concerns after all these years of my consistent radicalism. Agreed? Bibidong turned to leave. I need to take a leave of absence. During this time, I will arrange for the elders to handle the affairs of the Spirit Hall. Of course, if you want to arrange for the Hall of Offerings to manage, I have no objections. What are you going to do? Qian asked. I'm taking Schweder out to have some fun, touring the continent. If you disagree, I will resign, Bibidong said, leaving behind her silhouette. This woman has changed. Golden Crocodile Doll remained in shock, eventually coming back to his senses. Yes, she has changed in every aspect. It seems that the god of killing has influenced her too much, Qian Daolu sighed. Chapter 24. The planned Bibidong returned to the papal hall and summoned the two elders of the chrysanthemum ghosts. She informed them that she would be taking a leave of absence for a period of time, and that they would act in her stead as the pope. If the grand priest arranged for the management of certain specific affairs, they should follow their instructions. Bibidong waved her hand, indicating that was roughly the situation. I may take a few months to return, so please take good care of Nana, as well as Shiyue and Yin during this time. Do you have any other questions? The two elders of the chrysanthemum ghosts replied respectfully, We understand and will obey the Pope's orders. Go and call Nana over. She must be very worried about me during this time, Bibidong said. Although she now had Schwer, she couldn't favor one over the other. For Nana, who was also a child of misfortune, Bibidong still couldn't let go of her feelings. Yes, the two elders replied and took their leave. They were also worried about the Pope, but upon hearing the Pope summon them to give instructions and seeing her sitting in the grand hall, just like before, their hearts were more excited than anyone else's. The anxiety of the past few days could finally be set aside, especially when they felt the Pope's aura, which was on par with their own, indicating that her soul power level had reached the same tier as theirs. Beyond surprise, their hearts were filled more with excitement and joy. After all, their status was tied to the Pope. The stronger Bibidong became, the more solidified her position in the Spirit Hall, and the greater her prestige. As loyal elders, their own status in the Spirit Hall naturally rose with hers. They had also received 2 pieces of 100,000-year-old soul bones from Bibidong, and their soul power level had broken through the shackles to reach level 96. They had previously been worried that if the Pope couldn't be saved, they would have no one to repay their loyalty to in the future and might have to live with guilt for the rest of their lives. Therefore, when Bibidong informed them that she would be taking leave and asked them to handle the affairs of the Spirit Hall, although they felt surprised and confused, they did not show it. They were determined to do their utmost to help the Pope share her burdens. Bibidong sat on a chair, closing her eyes to rest. She didn't bother to ask what skills those 2 soul bones brought to Jugue. They were merely the same 2 soul bone skills of Tang San from the original world. It felt quite nice to seize Tang San's advantages. Teacher, who Liena had arrived at the main hall, obediently bowing. Nana, Bibidong came back to her senses and walked in front of her. You've worked hard these days. I'm sorry for making you worry. Don't be sad, teacher. I promise I won't leave you. Look, my injuries have completely healed. Bibidong hugged Liena, rubbing her face. There were some bloodshot veins in her eyes. It seemed this girl hadn't been at ease these past few days. It's good that the teacher is fine. Liena smiled happily, but I haven't been able to help you these days. Silly girl, just be happy. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Bibidong smiled. When the teacher sees you living happily, the teacher is happy too. Teacher promised to take you to get your first spirit ring, right? Bibidong looked at Liena apologetically. Nana, the teacher needs to assign you a task. Teacher, you say it, and I will definitely do it. Liena nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I haven't even told you what it is, and you already say you can do it, silly girl. Bibidong patted Liena's head. Of course, the teacher believes you can do it. First, the teacher will teach you a piece of knowledge. When your spirit power reaches the level to obtain a spirit ring, even if you don't go to obtain a spirit ring, your spirit power can still be cultivated and increased, just that it cannot be manifested. After you obtain your spirit ring, the spirit power you have accumulated will be displayed perfectly. Bibidong said, Do you understand? Liena blinked and thought for a while. I understand, teacher. So the teacher wants to temporarily not help you hunt for your first spirit ring. During this time, you should continue to work hard in your training and accumulate more spirit power. The teacher has important matters to attend to and will leave Wuhuan City to travel on the continent for about a few months. When the teacher returns, I will help you obtain your first spirit ring. Of course, the teacher is looking forward to helping you obtain your second spirit ring together. Bibidong stroked Nana's head. The teacher wants the spirit ring you obtain to surpass the configurations of ordinary people. Okay, teacher. Liena nodded, clearly a very understanding child, but there was a hint of worry in her eyes. The teacher guarantees that I won't get hurt again. Bibidong said helplessly. The teacher doesn't need to hunt for spirit rings anymore, so Nana, you can rest assured. Let the two elders of Ju Gue guide you more. It will be very difficult when I come back to help you obtain the spirit ring, so you must work hard. I will definitely do it, teacher. In the Tiando city, in the palace hall. With your insight, is there any possibility that the Pope can be cured? The Emperor of Snow Night sat on the platform, while below was Qian Renxue, who had just returned from the Wuhuan Hall a few days ago. The information Qian Renxue brought far exceeded what the Emperor of Snow Night had imagined. The Pope was severely injured, an unparalleled powerhouse with extreme dark attributes. And the Pope himself refused treatment. Each piece of information was astonishing, and he also understood why the Wuhuan Hall did not disclose the identity of the injured person. This information indeed belonged to confidential intelligence. To say there is no possibility of healing, I believe that is the case. As for whether there are other methods, this old man does not know. Qian Renxue shook his head. You've worked hard. Go rest. The Emperor of Snow Night signaled Qian Renxue to withdraw. He now needed to sort through the information to make the next judgment. It seemed that the Wuhuan Hall would inevitably lose another pope, which would be a significant blow to the Wuhuan Hall. Losing this most likely reformer would undoubtedly weaken the Wuhuan Hall's influence on the continent, and the threat to the three sects and the two great empires would also be greatly reduced. If I allow this platinum bishop in Tiando to give the Wuhuan Hall more opportunities for management, he will expand the negative image of the Wuhuan Hall in the Tiando Empire. At that time, uniting with the three sects to eliminate the Wuhuan Hall will be a natural course of action, the Emperor of Snow Night pondered. Unfortunately, Qinghe was not present at this time. Among the princes, only Qinghe was barely old enough to handle political affairs, which would be a good training opportunity for him. The Emperor of Snow Night shook his head and decided to engage more with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. In Wuhuan City, in a luxuriously decorated hotel, two women were dining in a corner of the hall. Mom's cooking is pretty good, right? Bibidong looked at Shui with affection. Eat slowly, don't choke. I didn't expect Mom's dishes to be so delicious. I want to eat Mom's cooking every day from now on. Shui gobbled down her food. I thought Mom brought me out to buy good food, but I didn't expect her to cook herself. Mom has already asked Grandpa for leave, and he agreed that you don't have to go undercover in the Tiando Palace anymore. Bibidong smiled. It's a rare and precious rest time, so Mom thought about bringing you to travel more on the continent during this time. You must be tired of staying in the palace, right? There are many delicious and fun things on the continent. Mom wants to show you more. Mom must be bringing me to train on the continent. Shui wiped her mouth. When I was in Tiando, Snow Night said the same thing to me. Qinghe, how about coming to court with me? But then I had to attend court every day. It was so boring. Adults always deceive children like that. I've known it for a long time. Xue pouted. Don't say that. Although Mom also has the purpose of bringing you out to train. It doesn't conflict with having fun. Bibidong smiled. Do you still remember the Shrek 7 monsters? I remember those who consider themselves geniuses. Shui curled her lips, clearly uninterested in those people. Now the Shrek 7 monsters are just a group of one-year-old children. Mom is thinking if it's possible to solve the problem from the source and let some of them be used by my Wuhuan Hall. Of course, there are many talents on the continent, some that Mom knows and some that she doesn't. Mom wants to cultivate them all for my Wuhuan Hall. Bibidong said. Of course, those forces against my Wuhuan Hall also need some means to eliminate them all. If they want to unite to eliminate my Wuhuan Hall, I will play along. So Mom needs to travel around the continent to gather intelligence and lay a good foundation for future plans. Shui said, but how does this relate to my training? Gaining social experience is also a form of training. Bibidong said, moreover, your practical experience is too little. Mom plans to let you go to various great soul fighting arenas to practice and challenge the masters from all over the continent. Otherwise, I want to feel assured about you entering my secret realm for training. Shui nodded. I will follow Mom's arrangements. Let us first go to the Sunset Forest. That is a place we must take down, the foundation of my Wuhuan Hall as planned. The two stood up and left. Chapter 25. Gratitude. Bibidong had never been here before, yet she seemed very familiar with the place as she walked straight towards the center of the forest on mountain. Along the way, she skillfully avoided the layer of poisonous barriers, separating herself and Shui from it. Mom, have you been here? Xue asked in surprise, as she hadn't seen any memory of her mother visiting this place. No, but I have been here in a dream. Bibidong fabricated a reason. It might be a secret realm left by that deity. I was guided in my dream to come to this place. Shuer nodded, then recalled something else. Mom, this place is the secluded residence of Dugubo. He probably consumed the immortal herbs here, which is why his strength increased from what I remember to the level that allowed him to slaughter tens of thousands of my people at the Jialing Pass. Now he has enmity with Elder Ju and holds resentment against our spirit hall, seemingly leaning towards joining the Tiando Empire. If we don't stop him, it may turn out to be like that world. You're right, Bibidong nodded. So, Shuer, how do you think we should stop him? Naturally, we should kill him. Although his strength is not as strong as the other elders of our spirit hall, his poison skills are unparalleled on the continent. In large-scale battles, he can basically annihilate anyone who hasn't reached the title Dolua level, Schweder said. Such an enemy cannot be left alive. Haven't you thought about not turning him into an enemy, but rather using him for our benefit? Bibidong smiled. With such strong abilities, we naturally have a headache when he is our enemy. But what if he were one of us in the spirit hall? It would be our enemies who would have a headache. Shuer pondered. Mom, you think things through, but how can we make him submit to us? How did you obtain the heartbreak, Red, last time you came? Tell me the details, Bibidong asked. Elder Ju reported my identity, and he didn't dare to act. Shuer recounted the events of that day to her mother. I see. Elder Ju was right. We should thank him, Bibidong whispered in Shuer's ear. Mom has a plan. Double frowned. This was the second time someone had visited his secluded courtyard after the last incident at Juhua Pass. When he stepped outside and looked down from the cliff, he saw two stunning women with an elegant and noble demeanor picking flowers and herbs from his courtyard. Who dares to trespass and take my belongings without permission? Do they not think it impolite? Dugubus anger flirt. And he leaped to the side of the ice and fire lake. The two women turned around, and the taller one looked at him. Senior Dugu, we came uninvited and disturbed you. Dugubo recognized the girl standing next to that woman. She was the same one who had been with Elder Ju last time. You are from the Spirit Hall? He swallowed hard. He knew the Spirit Hall had its eyes on this treasure, but he didn't expect them to act so quickly, returning in just a few days. We are here to thank you, so please don't be nervous. It's just the two of us, the woman said, covering her mouth and chuckling. Dugubo then felt something was off. If the Spirit Hall intended to seize this treasure, why would they send only two people? One of them, though a young master of the Spirit Hall, was still just a child with shallow cultivation. And as for the other, he couldn't sense the other's specific spirit power level. There were only two explanations for this. Either the person far surpassed him, or they were an ordinary person without power. He clearly wouldn't be foolish enough to think the Spirit Hall would send an ordinary person along with its young master. Especially since he had heard that the current pope of the Spirit Hall was a woman. Dugubo's heart sank. Is it the pope? You guessed right. You are indeed the poison de loi, Bibidong said. It seems the Spirit Hall really wants this land of mine. It's unnecessary for the Pope to come personally. Dugubo turned to leave. Just send someone to say a word, and I will gladly hand it over. You misunderstand. We truly came to thank you. Bibidong called out to Dugubo, Senior Dugu. Thank you. Last time, I had an urgent matter and disturbed you. Shuer bowed to Dugubo. Dugubo stopped, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. He was unsure whether the Spirit Hall was genuinely thanking him or mocking him. Dugubo turned back. Pope, please don't mock me again. I haven't heard of anyone coming to thank me while trying to take my belongings. As he spoke, his gaze flicked to the soul guide at Bibidong's waist, realizing that in such a short time, she had already collected all the flowers and herbs from this place. Senior Dugu, you are mistaken. We indeed came to thank you. It's just that our gift may be too valuable and requires all the flowers and herbs here to offset it. Bibidong patted Shuer on the shoulder, and Shuer sprouted wings and flew away. Dugubo felt a surge of interest, not caring where the girl named Shuer flew off to, and asked, what kind of gift requires all my belongings? Don't rush. I haven't finished yet. Bibidong smiled. If I'm guessing correctly, as the poison de loi, you naturally know that most of the plants here are highly toxic, which is why you've always been reluctant to touch them, keeping them intact here. Therefore, this place doesn't have much value to you, and naturally, it cannot compare to the gift I'm offering. Thus, I need one more thing from you to offset this gift, Bibidong said, looking at Dugubo with interest. Dugubo understood at once that this so-called gift was merely a transaction. However, what could he have that the Spirit Hall would want? Prompting the Pope to come personally to make a deal with him? Dugubo frowned. What else does your holiness require from me? Bibidong smiled and said, your life. Dugubo's expression changed, and he stepped back. Do you want to kill me? Bibidong shook her head helplessly. What use is it to kill you? Besides, you have indeed helped my Spirit Hall. I am not the kind of person who forgets gratitude. So what do you mean? Dugubo's heart sank. Join the spirit hall and submit to me. From now on, your life will belong to my spirit hall, Bibidong said slowly. Huh, that's impossible. Dugabo did not hesitate at all. I have always enjoyed my freedom. Even if I do not care about the grievances between us and the spirit hall, I will never agree to join the spirit hall. Don't you want to know what kind of thank you gift I have prepared? Bibidong's emotions showed no fluctuation, still wearing a smile. What can the spirit hall offer? Soul bones? Dugabo raised an eyebrow still. Dugubo's pupils constricted as he recalled something, suddenly understanding where the girl named Shui had flown off to. Grandpa, a tender voice came, and Shui flew down from the cliff where Dugubo lived, accompanied by a girl who seemed to be just a few years younger than her. Yin. Dugubo fell to darkness before his eyes. He never expected this woman, as the Pope, to be so despicable. Indeed, the heart of a woman is the most poisonous. I will provide your granddaughter with the best educational resources, including her future soul rings and soul bones. Those nurtured by my spirit hall will undoubtedly have the best resources on the continent, Bibidong said. How about this gift? Let her go first. As expected, once Duguyin fell into Shui hands, Dugabo could no longer remain calm. Don't be anxious. Think it over carefully. Bibidong smiled. We can provide soul bones. We can teach your granddaughter. You just need to nod and join the spirit hall. Becoming an elder of our spirit hall will bring you endless glory and wealth. Aren't you even a little tempted? If you refuse, that girl named Yin could die. You know, Bibidong smiled at Dugabo, waiting for him to make a choice. Dugabo pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and the biphosphorus snake emperor spirit emerged with 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, quietly swirling around him, displaying the imposing aura of a title de law. If you dare to harm even a hair on my granddaughter, today will be your death. I will make you shed some blood. Liena.Ultimately. Don't forget, the young master of your spirit hall is still here. If you kill my granddaughter, even if I'm not your match, killing this child is not a difficult task. Chapter 26. Deal enough, Shui let her go. Bibidong waved her hand, and Duguyin immediately ran into her grandfather's embrace. Grandpa, Duguyin cried out, clearly terrified by the strong power that Shui had displayed at a similar age. Yin, don't cry. Grandpa is here, so there's nothing to fear, Dugubo comforted her. It seems you truly care for your granddaughter. Bibidong looked at the pair. A familiar scene of deep familial love on the Doloa continent. Her own Shui was like this too. I will not agree. Dugubo said coldly. Your Holiness the Pope, please leave. I offer this land and these flowers with both hands, but I will never agree to join the spirit hall. Sigh. I should have known it would be like this. Bibidong lowered her face. It seems my gift was not grand enough. Bibidong had long anticipated Dugubo's stubbornness. Everything before was merely a test of him. What else can you offer? Dugubo tightly held Duguyin in his arms and said coldly. To save your life and your granddaughter's life, Bibidong said slowly. What do you mean? Dugubo's heart stirred, but he still maintained his composure. You've played with poison your whole life. Don't you know in your heart? Bibidong glanced at him. You are poisoned, and I can help you detoxify. Grandpa, are you poisoned? Duguyin looked up in surprise. Don't listen to her nonsense. How could Grandpa be poisoned? Dugubo forced a smile at Duguyin. Bibidong did not want to repeat Tang San's words, but the old man seemed unwilling to acknowledge this unless he heard it himself. Then who is it that feels an itchy sensation in their ribs every time it rains, which gradually intensifies and lasts for over an hour, occurring twice at noon and midnight? And who is it that experiences a stabbing pain in their head and soles around midnight, with spasms all over their body for at least half an hour? Bibidong's tone became colder. In a few decades, your granddaughter will also experience this, and you will have no way to help her. Dugubo was deeply shocked by these words. If it were not for the person before him being the Pope, he would have absolutely doubted that this woman was secretly watching him daily, as what she said completely matched his situation, which was also his greatest secret, as if she had seen it with her own eyes. How do you know? Dugubo suddenly felt his throat dry. I not only know this, but I also know the reason you have secluded yourself here. You're merely using the spiritual energy of this place to suppress your own poison, Bibidong said. Your own poison cannot be resolved even by you, an expert known as the poison Doloa. You can only stay here, struggling to survive. I can help you detoxify. No. To be precise, I can cure this trouble. Including your granddaughter, from now on, your biphosphorus snake lineage will no longer be troubled by snake poison. How about this thank you gift? Bibidong looked at Dugubo's complex expression with interest. Are you serious about what you said? Dugubo gritted his teeth and asked. TCH. I thought you were going to ask something else. Bibidong said impatiently. I guarantee, In the name of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, that everything I say is true. Of course, you can also continue to cling to your freedom. You have already given us this land. You will no longer have the means to suppress the poison in your body. Perhaps for an old man like you, dying is dying, but have you considered your granddaughter? She is still young. After losing her grandfather, where will she go? If she ends up like your son, dying from poison, no one will be there to collect her body. Bibidong spoke pointedly to Dugubo, making sure some things were not to be heard by Duguyen. Joining my spirit hall means you will have support for the rest of your life. With the name of an elder of the spirit hall, you can obtain resources to enhance yourself, and your granddaughter will also receive strong support from my spirit hall. I can guarantee that your granddaughter, taught by me, will achieve no less than you. Bibidong looked at Dugubo. I wonder if my thank you gift can satisfy you now? Dugubo contemplated for a while and finally nodded. All right, I agree, but I need to see a solution to the poison in my body before I join the spirit hall. Bibidong let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If Dugubo remained obstinate and refused any conditions, insisting on going all out against the Wuhuan Hall, then today, even if she exerted all her strength, she would have to take action to kill him. After all, she believed that if things did not change, the scene of poisoning tens of thousands of soul masters at Jiaoling Pass would play out again. Naturally, you just need to wait here for a few days. And I will come and meet you with what you want, Bibidong said. Now, as a deposit, I will take these things. Dugubo nodded. As he had said himself, even if the Wuhuan Hall forcibly took them, he could only offer them up willingly. Moreover, the Pope was indeed exchanging with him now. Therefore, he had no objections to the change of ownership here. Almost forgot, there are two more things. Bibidong remembered something. Swear, I will now teach you about the ice and fire yin-yang eye. This lake is divided into two halves, one yin and one yang. The extremely cold half is called the cold extreme yin spring, and the extremely hot half is called the fiery yang spring. These two parts are filled with cold poison and fire poison. If one rashly enters, these two poisons will cling like maggots, and ordinary people cannot resolve them, ultimately leading to their demise. The extreme cold and extreme heat here also determine the purity of the energy. Ordinary plants cannot grow here, and it naturally restrains poisons. Over time, the plants that can grow here have adapted to the environment, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, and are all rare plants. This place has indeed become a treasure land for nurturing things. Thus, over time, a large amount of spiritual energy has gathered here, nurturing all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Besides the rare plants that Dugubo planted here, there are also some flowers and grasses that originally grew here, which Elder Judolo must have introduced. These flowers and grasses are known as immortal products. Bibidong explained this in detail to Schwerer. Not only Schwerer, but Dugubo beside them also widened his eyes. He only knew this place was a treasure land, but he did not know it had such extraordinary capabilities. However, although these flowers and grasses are immortal products, the energy they contain is quite immense. Even if they are highly nourishing items, they can become highly toxic if consumed by someone unsuitable. Bibidong glanced at Dugubo, who awkwardly nodded. This was also why he did not dare to touch these flowers and grasses casually. He was unaware of their effects, and only deduced that these plants were highly toxic to him based on his sensitivity to poison. Schwerer nodded, as she was beginning to understand this knowledge. Bibidong looked at the ice and fire lake in front of her with a complex mood. The lake was deep and bottomless, but she knew that beneath it lay the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, buried there. This made her involuntarily think of Guyu Na, and her story as the Silver Dragon King also seemed unsatisfactory. Since she wanted to change this world, she should give her a beautiful ending. Therefore, in her divine test, there would be a challenge involving Guyu Na. Mom, I understand. So, what arrangements do you have? Schweer's voice pulled her back from her thoughts. Did you see the two plants at the ends of the cold extreme, Yin Spring, and the hot extreme Yang Spring? With Bibidong's reminder, Schweer shifted her gaze to the sides. They were called the eight-angled mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom. Later, I will pick these two herbs. Schweer, when I tell you to eat, you must swallow them immediately, and then. Bibidong's gaze turned to the place where the two springs converged. Jump in. Schweer was somewhat surprised, but she believed that her mother would never harm her. So she didn't ask further. Okay, I remember. Dugubo, who was nearby, also heard what Bibidong said and was curious. He usually didn't dare to approach these two herbs, let alone pick and consume them, and the water contained deadly poison. What was the purpose of this Pope? In his sight, a flash of white light appeared in Bibidong's hand, and a beautiful long sword was grasped. He couldn't see where the sword was drawn from, but felt a heartbeat from the aura of the sword. With a flash of the sword light, The eight-angled mysterious ice grass fell in response, and a chill spread out, covering the surrounding land with a layer of white frost. Bibidong quickly arrived at the other side, using the same method. With a flash of sword light, the fiery apricot flower fell to the ground. She knew that picking the fiery apricot flower could not be done with metallic objects, but the key of the end was not a metallic object either. It was essentially just a ray of light. Returning to the center, Bibidong used her soul power with both hands to attract the two plants to her side. As the two herbs made contact, they lost their original extreme aura and transformed into their usual appearance. Now is the time, quickly take them. Shuer nodded and consumed the two herbs. Chapter 27. The Secret Realm of the End, as the ice blue and fiery red colors alternated on Shuer. Bibidong knew the medicinal effect had kicked in. At this moment, Shuer was enduring the impact of two extreme auras within her body, looking exceptionally painful. Shuer, hold on. The next step is the body tempering process. It will be a bit painful during this time, but only by persevering can you be reborn. Bibidong looked at Shuer with concern. Shuer nodded, enduring the immense pain, biting her lip tightly, and jumped into the convergence of the spring water. As the spring water surged, Shuer sank into it, and the water surface seemed to fall into calmness again. With her powerful spiritual perception, Bibidong kept a close watch on Shuer's condition. She noticed that Shuer did not fall into a coma like Tang San did upon entering. Although Shuer was also enduring great pain, she still retained a sliver of consciousness and maintained a state of wakefulness. Your Holiness, is she okay? Dugibo asked awkwardly. With his strength, he didn't dare to consume these two herbs, let alone jump into the spring water. My daughter, would I harm her? Bibidong shot Dugibo a glance. You help us guard this place, don't let anyone disturb us, and I will stay here until she comes out. Dugibo was shocked again. No wonder this girl was called the young master of the Spirit Hall. She was actually the Pope's daughter. But when did the Pope have a daughter? Dugibo didn't dare to ask, as it was internal family matters of the Spirit Hall, and he wasn't someone who lacked understanding. As Dugibo left, Bibidong sat cross-legged on the shore. She was going to guard Shuer, and also to open the secret realm of the end. The method to open the secret realm of the end is... Bibidong inquired in the Sea of Spirit. She had previously learned a bit about this secret realm of the end. It was essentially a series of independent spaces, with folded internal spaces and time standing still. They were remnants of the divine power of the end left behind on the Doloa continent due to that great being changing the world and restarting the world line. They existed attached to the Doloa continent. Therefore, everything within them, including the energy, species, and even world rules, was identical to those of the Doloa continent, no different. It was like the foggy country of Nibelungen she had learned about in her own world from Norse mythology. According to the introduction of the end, the places where the energy of heaven and earth gathered were more likely to accumulate divine power of the end, forming secret realms. However, she had not found any introduction in the myths she knew about how to enter such spaces, so she couldn't help but be curious. What you think is correct. These spaces are referred to as secret realms under the rules of the Doloa continent, indicating they are relics left by the gods. In the world, is called Nibelungen. This was what the end had told her during the introduction. However, Bibidong had no time to think about why that great being seemed to know about her original world. She wanted to know how to enter the secret realm of the end, firstly to pave the way for Shuer's future training, and secondly to help Dugibo obtain the poison Dan. Indeed, Dugibo's martial soul originated from the Phosphor Snake Emperor, and humans possessed this martial soul due to the bloodline theft of the Phosphor Snake Emperor clan in ancient times, similar to how Tang San inherited the bloodline of the Blue Silver Emperor. The appearance of the Phosphor Snake martial soul in humans likely belonged to this situation. Although the bloodline of the Phosphor Snake Emperor had been stolen by humans, the inner Dan they cultivated could not be inherited by humans. The Phosphor Snake clan cultivated this poison technique, condensing it into the poison Dan, which was their inner Dan, allowing them to be unaffected by snake venom. However, humans who inherited this type of martial soul did not obtain this cultivation method, naturally falling into the harm of their own snake venom. Of course, Bibidong was unsure if there were still Phosphor Snake soul beasts on the Doloa continent, but upon learning about the characteristics of the secret realm of the end, as a land of the dead that had never been disturbed, she had no doubt that the so-called Phosphor Snake Emperor existed within the secret realm of the end. Therefore, during her negotiations with Dugibo, she had the leverage to trade with him using the inner Dan of the Phosphor Snake Emperor and their clan's poison cultivation method. The divine power of the end was scattered across various places on the Doloa continent, but no one could perceive it, so it had no impact on the people of the Doloa continent. The end responded in her mind, but as the inheritor of the divine power of the end, you can control this divine power of the end, allowing you to gather the scattered divine power of the end in the nearby heavens and earth to open the entrance to the secret realm of the end. Entering the secret realm requires a certain medium. Do you remember the characteristics of this space? It exists attached to the Doloa continent and reflects various aspects of the Doloa continent. So, Bibidong pondered. So, this medium is something that can reflect the world, such as water or a mirror, the end replied. Understood. Bibidong looked at the ice and fire yin-yang eye before her. This lake was the passage for her to enter the secret realm. The key of the end manifested in her hand. The end demoness martial soul was released, and her soul power continuously transformed into divine power. Bibidong carefully sensed the thin divine power of the end present in the heavens and earth, gathering all the nearby divine power. Bibidong kept a watchful eye. She left a trace of her divine power on Shuer, so that even if she entered the end of days secret realm, she could sense Shuer's condition at any time. The surface of the lake seemed to change, becoming unfathomably deep. At that moment, Bibidong closed her eyes and jumped in. The sensation of jumping into the lake was not like the characteristics of the ice and fire spring, where she was assaulted by intense heat and extreme cold. Instead, she felt like she was in an ordinary lake, with the water very deep, and she could only dive deeper. She didn't know how long it had been, but Bibidong still hadn't sensed the lake bottom. In this endless descent, her soul power was being consumed at an alarming rate. Finally, it seemed that Bibidong sensed something. She must have reached it. She exerted herself to sink down, but the anticipated contact with the lake bottom did not occur. On the contrary, she surfaced, shaking the water off her face. Warm air rushed into her lungs. When Bibidong opened her eyes, she saw a lake shimmering with red and blue, hues reflecting a cyan glow and a cyan sky above. Strange clouds floated in the sky, and sunlight penetrated through these layers, casting colorful reflections in the forest surrounding the lake. Is this the land of the dead? Bibidong curiously surveyed her surroundings. No, it would be more appropriate to call this the end of days secret realm. Nearby soul beasts sensed an unexpected guest emerging from the lake and scattered in all directions, fleeing into the forest and disappearing from sight. Bibidong came ashore and felt that this place was somewhat familiar, seeing the lush flowers and grasses along the lake shore. She remembered that this should be the sunset forest, and this lake should be the eye of ice and fire. The power of the end of days happened to form a secret realm at the eye of ice and fire. Everything here is indistinguishable from the eye of ice and fire at the center of the sunset forest in the Doloa continent. What surprised Bibidong the most was that time here seemed unchanging. The vegetation was incredibly lush, and the various flowers and grasses, compared to those on the Doloa continent, were particularly gigantic. Even the exquisite heartbroken red and the magnificent golden tulips were extraordinarily large, as if there was no death here, only day after day. An eternal and unchanging growth. Bibidong stepped forward and picked a divine herb. Sure enough, the broken stem began to grow again, visibly returning to its original form in no time. Bibidong confirmed one thing. Time does not flow in this space, and nothing here will die. Everything remains in a living state, eternally fixed by unchanging time, but everything here seems to be detached from nature, neither born nor dead, neither old nor young, as if sealed in time. This is, in a sense, a form of death. Life and death have achieved a strange balance in this space. End of days. I have a question, Bibidong asked in her mind. If the ice and fire yin-yang eye on the Doloa continent is destroyed, can this space still exist? This space, although attached to the ice and fire yin-yang eye, is independent of it. The only passage connecting them is the water mirror formed by the ice and fire spring water. Therefore, if the ice and fire yin-yang eye on the Doloa continent is destroyed, this space will still exist, but the passage will close and can never be opened again. The end of days replied. It seems we must send someone to guard the ice and fire yin-yang eye closely. The value of this place is far beyond what it was before, Bibidong thought to herself. This secret realm seems to be limited to the sunset forest. After walking for half a day, Bibidong found that she could not exit the forest. The path down the mountain seemed endless, and after walking in circles, she unconsciously returned to the starting point. She then made a judgment. This must be the legendary ghost wall, right? If it weren't for knowing the peculiarities of this space, newcomers would surely be scared half to death. Is there really a biphosphorus snake emperor in this forest without human disturbance? Bibidong felt uncertain. There is. There are only a few places of the end of days secret realm on the continent, but they cover almost all kinds of things in Doloa continent, including different eras. From the 10,000-year, 9-rank ginseng king to the 10,000-year holy soul grass, from the ancient spirit beast, the 10-headed fierce sun snake, to the 100,000-year biphosphorus snake emperor. In the sunset forest, being one of the two forests in the secret realm, just happens to have the 100,000-year biphosphorus snake emperor, the end of days, timely responded, dispelling her concerns. One last question. Bibidong stopped. She sensed the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast ahead. If one dies in the secret realm, will they really die? Yes, and moreover, when a person is in the secret realm, if the passage is destroyed from either the outside or the inside, the secret realm will close. People outside cannot enter, and those inside cannot leave. Besides these two situations, there's one more thing you need to be aware of. The end of days suddenly fell silent for a moment. What situation? Bibidong had a bad premonition. When a residual divine power of end of days, corresponding to a certain realm in Delua continent dissipates, the secret realm will lose its basis for existence. This space will collapse and ultimately vanish. And if a person is inside, they will dissipate along with the space in this world, the end of days said slowly. Bibidong was somewhat shocked. The remaining power of that lord won't dissipate naturally, will it? As for people, they can't even sense it, let alone disperse divine power. That's right, it won't dissipate naturally or be perceived by people. However, gods are another matter, especially divine kings. Although this is an almost impossible situation, precautions must be taken to ensure everything is foolproof. I understand, thank you. Bibidong collected her thoughts and prepared to face the unknown powerful soul beast ahead. Chapter 28. 10-rank Ginseng King Bibidong was hiding under a tree in the bushes, completely concealing her presence as she quietly observed the direction where the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast emanated from. After all, she was currently just a titled Doloa with a single ring. Although she possessed level 95 soul power, she still had to be extremely cautious when facing a 100,000-year soul beast. If she got injured here, the lack of sufficient soul power to return would pose a significant problem. However, there seemed to be no movement in front of her. Although she was certain that a powerful soul beast, comparable to a 100,000-year one, was ahead, it was eerily quiet. There wasn't even a single bird, let alone a soul beast. Could it be that she had already been discovered by this soul beast, and it was hiding? Bibidong felt a bit anxious. Had it found her hiding place? Was it waiting for her to make the first move, just like she was? Soon, Bibidong noticed a new development. Another powerful soul beast appeared, and its aura also suggested it was at the 100,000-year level. Bibidong's heart sank. Two 10,000-year soul beasts made the situation suddenly tricky. Regardless of whether they had discovered her, she had to slip away. I know you're here. A clear voice came, accompanied by the rustling of leaves underfoot. The soul beast, exuding the aura of a 10,000-year cultivation, had a strong, oppressive force. Had she been discovered? Cold sweat broke out on Bibidong, and her body, ready to escape, froze in place. I just want to borrow your energy. Why are you hiding from me? The soul beast seemed a bit angry. If you don't come out, I'll stay here. The owner of the voice said petulantly. This area fell silent again, and Bibidong remained motionless, nervously lurking under the pressure of the two 10,000-year soul beasts. She didn't know how long had passed. The sun hadn't set yet, and Bibidong was starting to lose patience. Right, this seems to be the end of days, secret realm. Time doesn't flow here, no wonder the sun isn't setting. Bibidong suddenly remembered. How much longer did she have to hide? Forget it. If you don't want to, then forget it. How stingy. You can give it to others, but you can't give it to me? The soul beast waiting in the forest finally couldn't hold back and left. However, Bibidong didn't feel relieved. She could sense another aura in the area. The soul beast that had been hiding from the beginning had not yet appeared. Phew, finally gone, that girl. A voice rang out, and Bibidong looked in the direction of the sound. A plant shaped like ginseng emerged from the grass, and an energy gathered around it, transforming into a human figure resembling an old man. Could it be the 10,000-year, 9th-rank ginseng king? Bibidong was taken aback. The item Tang San had desperately searched for in the world had unexpectedly appeared before her in this secret realm. However, she knew the characteristics of the 10,000-year ginseng king. 1,000 years equals 1 rank, and the 9th rank is equivalent to 90,000 years of cultivation. Given the rarity and uniqueness of soul beasts like the ginseng king, It was not an exaggeration to say that a 10,000-year ninth-rank ginseng king could rival a 10,000-year soul beast. However, to transform into human form, it must have 10,000-year cultivation. If this soul beast was indeed a ginseng king, then its ability to take human form indicated it had reached 10,000-year cultivation. In that case, it could no longer be called the 10,000-year ninth-rank ginseng king. The title of 10th-rank ginseng king might be more suitable for it. The 10,000-year ninth-rank ginseng king has the effect of reshaping its form and undergoing a rebirth. Bibidong silently thought. She didn't know what the effects of a 10th-rank ginseng king would be at the 10,000-year level, but it would only be stronger than the 10,000-year ninth-rank ginseng king. She suddenly understood what had just happened. It turned out she had not been exposed. It was just that this 10th-rank ginseng king was hiding here, not wanted to be found by another 10,000-year soul beast. Perhaps that soul beast was looking for its help to transform. With this in mind, Bibidong crouched down and stealthily approached the 10th-rank ginseng king. It's not that I can give it to others. It was forced upon me. The 10th-rank ginseng king sighed, preparing to leave. Don't move. A cold and sharp sword was placed against the ginseng king's neck. Wow, where did another one come from? The ginseng king was startled by the situation. You, who are you? It scrutinized Bibidong. I've never seen you before. I know that all the soul beasts in the forest want to capture me to help them transform. Although I can't sense what kind of soul beast you were before your transformation. Since you have transformed into human form, why are you here to kidnap me? The ginseng king said irritably. Huh? Bibidong was confused by the situation before her. Am I a soul beast transformed? How come I didn't know? However, she didn't reveal this immediately. It was fine if it mistook her for a soul beast. Soul beast trusted soul beast more, and recklessly exposing her human identity wouldn't be wise. I'm here to ask you some questions. You answer, and I'll let you go, Bibidong said. Who was that just now? The ginseng king widened its eyes. No way. You were hiding here the whole time. Your transformation means you have cultivated for 10,000 years. You don't even know about the most famous soul beast in the forest, the bright dragon butterfly? Is it her? Bibidong remained calm. I wasn't hiding here the whole time. I passed by and inferred that someone had come based on your muttering. The bright dragon butterfly, Bibidong recalled. It was Tang Wutong's martial soul in the world. That bright dragon butterfly must be a 10,000-year soul beast. This secret realm was indeed extraordinary. It was extinct on Dilawa continent, yet rare species were reflected here, leading to a large number of 10,000-year soul beasts. I'm looking for the 10,000-year Bihuan Snake Emperor. Do you know where it is? Bibidong moved her sword back a little. I came just to ask this. The ginseng king shivered. What do you want with it? There was a hint of confusion in its eyes. It captured me last time and forced me to help it transform. That poisonous and ruthless creature. Are you crazy enough to approach it? Stop wasting time, or I'll cut off your beard to make transformation grass. Bibidong raised her sword. It's in that big cave to the west. It made me help it transform not long ago, but it's no longer in its original snake form, so be careful. The ginseng king quickly replied. Okay, bye. Bibidong sheathed her weapon and turned to leave. Wait, even if I've transformed, I should still be able to sense what kind of soul beast she is. The ginseng king watched Bibidong's departing figure, frowning deeply, pondering. Could it be she gave up her own cultivation to be reborn as a human? But that aura comparable to 10,000-year cultivation is real. What's going on? A hint of confusion flashed in the ginseng king's eyes. Chapter 29, Bihuan Snake Emperor's Secret Realm, a certain part of the falling sun forest. Bibidong saw the cave, but she didn't dare to rush in. She thought about going straight in and finding the green spirit serpent emperor to say, I want your inner core and your methods for practicing poison techniques. Please hand them over. However, aside from possibly provoking the wrath of a 100,000-year soul beast against herself, she might also be regarded as a fool. At that moment, Bibidong couldn't think of a better solution. It seemed that aside from subduing it and forcing it to hand over what she wanted, there were no other options available. Bibidong frowned, as if there was a smell drilling into her nose. It's poison, feeling the numbness gradually spreading through her body. Bibidong was startled and hurriedly urged her soul power to neutralize the toxin, then sealed her mouth and nose with her soul power. Have I been detected? A flash of white light appeared in Bibidong's hand, and she gripped her sword tightly, ready for battle. Today a delicious meal has come to my door. Accompanied by the hissing sound of a snake's tongue, an old man with gray-green hair appeared at the cave entrance. Oh, another transformed soul beast. Is the old stubbornness of the Serpent King helping you? The old man's dark green pupils contracted slightly. This was rare. Besides me, I've never heard of him helping anyone else transform. Why is he helping you? Did you force him? Or does he covet your beauty? The old man said with a sinister grin, his throat making an extremely unpleasant hissing sound. However, with my eyesight, I can't tell what kind of soul beast you are. The old man pondered, but being able to transform means you have a cultivation of 100,000 years. You must be well known in this forest. Speak. Which clan are you from? Why have you come my territory today? The person before her must be the 100,000-year-old Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, right? Bibidong assessed the old man. The aura he emitted was comparable to the guardian beasts of the life lake in the Stardow Forest, and he was staring at her maliciously, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Bibidong knew a bit about the rules of the soul beast world. Every powerful soul beast has territorial awareness. By intruding into his territory, she was seriously provoking him in the soul beast world. No, why did I start identifying with the identity of a soul beast? Shaking off this strange thought, Bibidong became more puzzled. If the Serpent King mistook her for a soul beast by coincidence, then this Emerald Phosphor Serpent King's words were problematic. Could it be that she was truly a soul beast in this secret realm? Bibidong felt something was off. Since there were no answers, then it would be offensive. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent King saw the woman in front of him staring blankly at him and was not courteous with a wave of his hand. A stream of energy composed of poison gas rushed towards Bibidong. Clang! The sound of her sword blocking the attack rang out, and the poisonous energy was dispersed, vanishing without a trace. Seeing his attack was ineffective, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King no longer held back. The energy on his body coalesced, becoming completely transparent, releasing a terrifyingly corrosive poison. The powerful poison technique of the Emerald Phosphor Serpent Clan, the Emerald Phosphor Divine Light. I wonder what it would taste like to consume such a beautiful person. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent King flicked his crimson serpent tongue and licked his lips. By the way, there's another rule in the soul beast world, survival of the fittest. Bibidong recalled. No wonder this Emerald Phosphor Serpent King had been eyeing her since they met. He thought of her as a soul beast to devour and increase his cultivation. She originally thought of talking with this Emerald Phosphor Serpent King to see if she could obtain methods for cultivating poison techniques. But she didn't expect this snake to attack her right away, leaving no room for negotiation. It seemed she could only snatch it. You only believe in power? That's fine. Bibidong released her killing god domain, summoning her martial soul, the end of days which, as a 100,000-year soul ring with 2 golden patterns rose. The first soul skill, eternal domain. An invisible transparent barrier unfolded. This was a domain skill. Bibidong had felt its effects before, but had never truly used it. The flow of time suddenly became incredibly slow, as if the air had become thick. The toxin molecules in the air seemed to be firmly held in place, motionless. The Emerald Phosphor Serpent King appeared to be trying hard to lift his hand, but his movements were very slow. In this domain space, where time had slowed down dozens of times, only Bibidong's speed remained unchanged. She sealed her mouth and nose to avoid inhaling the toxins and walked up to the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King, slicing open a cut in his throat with her sword. But only on the surface, then returned to her original position. This was one of the 2 skills granted by Bibidong's first soul ring, the Eternal Domain. Unlike the slow domain of the Sky Blue Bull Python, the former slows down the movements of enemies within the domain without changing the time dimension, while this domain effect extends the user's perception of time. As the user's strength increases, the delay becomes longer. At Bibidong's current soul power level, the maximum delay could be about 50 times, meaning 1 second in her perception equated to 50 seconds, changing the time dimension, allowing her to act in the gaps of time. Of course, maintaining this domain requires continuous consumption of soul power. The longer the duration, the soul power consumption increases geometrically. At her current soul power level, she could only delay real time for up to 1 minute. Moreover, those with higher soul power levels than her would be less affected by this domain. At the levels of Tidal Deloa, at levels 98 and 99, they would be almost unaffected. When introducing the End of Days secret realm, it was also mentioned that the time dimension of the domain is a different concept from the non-flowing time in the End of Days secret realm. The unchanging time in the End of Days secret realm resembles a macro state of immutability, while the changes of day and night, birth, aging, illness, and death in the Doloa continent are frozen in a macro way. The time extended by the eternal domain is concrete and microscopic, as described by the saying, "No martial skill is unbreakable, only speed is invincible." In the next second, the Emerald Phosphor Serpent King suddenly staggered, blood blossoming from his throat, and he realized his skill was forcibly interrupted. "You are What shocked him even more than the ghostly speed of the person in front of him and the sword that could harm his energy-based body was that this person was not a soul beast. The 100,000-year soul ring and the suffocating sense of oppression from the mysterious humanoid, martial soul all indicated that she was human. You're human? Why do you have the same aura as us? The Phosphor Snake King asked in shock. It turned out that in the End of Days secret realm, the End of Days divine power could assimilate one's aura into that of a soul beast. Bibidong suddenly understood. No wonder the soul beasts in the secret realm were already familiar with this, as the secret realm was a derivative of the End of Days divine power on the continent, and the soul beasts within it absorbed the End of Days divine power, as if it were the energy of heaven and earth. You do not have the right to ask me questions, Bibidong said. I am here for two things. One is the inner core within you, and the other is the cultivation method of the Phosphor Snake clan's poison technique. Ha, you humans took the bloodline of my Phosphor Snake royal family, and now you want my inner core and the cultivation method of the poison technique. What a pipe dream. The Phosphor Snake King gritted his teeth and said, as the king of the Phosphor Snake clan, it is absolutely impossible for me to betray my clan. You should understand that it was not me holding back. You are already dead. Bibidong glanced at the Phosphor Snake King, who was retreating into the cave. So what? Even if I die, I will destroy my inner core. As for the poison cultivation method, you can forget about it. The Phosphor Snake retreated into the cave. In the next second, he was kicked to the ground by Bibidong. Can't you see the situation? If I wanna, you won't even have the chance to destroy your inner core. I could get you right now. The cold voice came like the pronouncement of death. Speak or don't speak. Bibidong pointed her sword at the Phosphor Snake King. Looking at the Phosphor Snake King's unyielding demeanor, Bibidong sighed. It seemed that a hard approach wouldn't work. Have you ever been curious about where I came from? Or have you ever walked out of the forest? Bibidong's unexpected question left the Phosphor Snake King momentarily puzzled. I don't know, the Phosphor Snake King replied coldly. I don't want to leave this forest. Outside is all your human territory. Humans kill our soul beasts, and we have always been irreconcilable. Then do you want to protect this forest? Bibidong summoned her martial soul again, and this time the key of the end appeared in her hands, radiating light as it absorbed the End of Days divine power in the secret realm. What are you doing? The Phosphor Snake King sensed something was off. It seemed that the vitality of the sunset forest was being absorbed by this sword, and he cried out in panic. You can understand it as the gods granting you this forest. As a messenger of the gods, this sword used by the gods is proof of my identity. As for what I am doing, you have already sensed it, right? Will you choose to preserve the pride of your clan, or to save the entire forest? Choose. Is the messenger of the gods this despicable? The Phosphor Snake King calmed down. Although Bibidong was scaring him and did not intend to destroy this secret realm, she still felt a bit guilty hearing the Phosphor Snake King's words. If you hand over the inner core and the poison cultivation method, as you can see, I can also bring vitality to this forest. Bibidong released the End of Days divine power from her body, stating that your cave would become a gathering place for vitality, which would only benefit your cultivation. How about it? Even if you make amends, it is just hypocrisy and cannot change the greedy and hypocritical nature of your humans. The Phosphor Snake King shook his head. Using the fortune of the entire forest to coerce my Phosphor Snake clan, only your humans can do such a thing. Forget it. My Phosphor Snake clan can sacrifice these for the forest. The Phosphor Snake King opened his mouth, and a green poison pearl floated out, followed by a soul bone. This is the skull left by my clan as previous king. The method for cultivating the poison technique is all contained within. Every generation of Phosphor Snake Kings leaves the cultivation method in the skull they leave behind after death. Now that I am here, we no longer need this thing. You can take it. Bibidong nodded, using her martial soul as a guide, and infused as much divine power as possible into this space. Sorry to disturb you. Bibidong, carrying the poison pearl and soul bones, walked towards the center of the forest. Although those who achieve great things do not fuss over small details, Bibidong always felt a bit guilty in her heart. She still did not quite accept her behavior, yet felt helpless. Even if she wanted to make some compensations, it ultimately felt like what the Phosphor Snake Emperor said, just a facade of virtue to seek psychological comfort for her own mistakes. Perhaps she really was not a good person. Arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire, she picked all the surrounding herbs, leaving the roots to continue growing, and then jumped into the lake, diving deeper. Chapter 30, Gratitude, Part 1, Sunset Forest, Eye of Ice and Fire. Bibidong stayed by the shore, continuing to wait for Schwerer to come out. Under her continuous mental observation, She knew that Schwer had made it through and was in the final process of absorption and transformation. The lake's surface was calm, the sun gradually setting, and twinkling starlight quietly appeared in the sky. Everything felt so natural, as if the recent journey in the secret realm was merely an illusion. However, taking out the soul bone from the soul guide, the flickering green light reminded Bibidong that everything that had happened before was indeed real. In the end secret realm, she had spent what should have been a day or two, yet when she returned to the Dolowa continent, she found that only a brief moment had passed. A day in the divine realm equated to a year on the ground. It seemed that one day on the Dolowa continent corresponded to a year in the secret realm. Bibidong mused. Of course, this year in the secret realm was relative to the Dolowa continent. Time did not flow within it, and there was no concept of time. Thinking about her future plans, the importance of the secret realm had already become evident. This secret realm contained too many treasures, such as the 10,000-year ginseng king, and the infinitely growing ice and fire yin-yang eye, all of which might be essential for her future plans. Therefore, this was one of the most important secret realms on the continent. It seemed necessary to seal and hide this area away, and it would need someone to guard it. Suddenly, with a splash, a head broke the surface of the water, pulling Bibidong back from her thoughts. Schwer struggled to swim ashore, and Bibidong hurriedly helped her onto a smooth rock to sit and rest. Schwer continuously adjusted her state, striving to calm her breathing. Bibidong gently patted Schwer's back, asking, "Are you feeling okay? How do you feel?" "Mom, don't worry, I'm fine," Schwer replied, her breathing gradually calming down. "What are the effects of these two herbs? I feel like I've changed a lot. These two herbs are originally deadly poisons. Ordinary people would freeze or turn to ashes within a moment if they get within 10 meters of them, let alone consume them. However, the principle of yin and yang counteracting each other and the balance of ice and fire means that when these two extreme herbs are combined, they neutralize each other, significantly reducing their toxicity. This is also the only opportunity to consume them. After taking them, the two toxins transform from mutual rejection to mutual enhancement, having the effect of transforming the body. If you then use the ice and fire spring water to absorb them, it can achieve the effect of being immune to water and fire. The ice and fire spring water has a restraining effect on toxins, and within the spring water, is immune to all poisons. By absorbing these two herbs in it, you can create an effect similar to the eye of ice and fire within you, granting immunity to toxins. Bibidong explained in detail. Of course, your six-winged angel represents a soul of light, possessing extreme attributes. The immunity to water and fire 1T enhance you much, but they can serve as a natural converter, allowing you to release your soul power in the form of extreme fire or extreme ice attributes. Schwer nodded. I can feel that I have two more attributes of soul power within me. After I finish absorbing them, I also feel much more attuned to this environment. Unfortunately, they cannot directly enhance your soul power. Bibidong shook her head. There are herbs that can enhance your strength, but exquisite ones shouldn't be used too often. Given some time, once you further absorb and refine the two herbs in your body, I will give you celestial-grade herbs. All right, you've worked hard. Mom will take you to rest. Tomorrow morning, we will set off. Bibidong cradled Schwer in her arms and flew towards Dugobo's residence. Set off? Where to? Schwer asked curiously. To Heavendo City. Mom is going to get something, and you will challenge the masters at the Great Soul Arena, Bibidong teased, landing in front of Dugobo's villa in just a few breaths. Bibidong pushed open the door and found a room to settle Schwer in. She kissed Schwer on the cheek and said, "Schwer, hurry and sleep. Mommy has some matters to discuss with Senior Dugobo." Schwer nodded, reluctantly watching her mother leave the room as she gently closed the door. His Holiness really doesn't treat himself as an outsider. A voice came from above. Bibidong looked up to see Dugobo standing on the second-floor corridor, looking down at her. Is it inappropriate for me to rest for a night at the residence of the Elder of the Spirit Hall? Bibidong threw an object towards Dugobo, who caught it steadily. Upon closer inspection, it was a Spirit Hall Elder's token. Dugobo frowned. According to our agreement, I won't join the Spirit Hall until you present the detoxification method. Isn't it a bit early for you to give me this? It's not early. I have brought the item, and I can give it to you tonight. Let's talk outside. Both Schwer and your granddaughter are asleep, Bibidong said as she walked out of the villa. Dugobo frowned. She had previously mentioned needing a few days for negotiation, so the detoxification method should not be with her yet. How could she have it now, having not left this place? However, considering her identity as the Pope, it would be unlikely for her to deceive him. Did she really have the detoxification method? Dugobo's heart suddenly became restless. Was the toxin that had troubled him for many years about to be resolved? After putting away the Spirit Hall Elder's token, Bo followed her outside. The two arrived at a secluded spot by the cliff. Do you really have the detoxification method? Don't play tricks on me. Bo couldn't contain himself and asked first. Bibidong did not respond. A flash of light appeared as she took out a bead, emitting a greenish glow from the soul guide. Take this. Unlike the poison pill you cultivated yourself, this bead will merge with your martial soul, and you will understand. Bo looked at the bead in front of him with some hesitation, but he thought that if this person wanted to kill him, there was no need for such roundabout methods. Resolutely, he snatched the bead and swallowed it. As the poison bead entered his body, his phosphor snake emperor martial soul was involuntarily summoned. He quickly sat cross-legged on the spot, feeling the changes within him. The poison bead gradually integrated into his phosphor snake martial soul, along with the toxins that had been tormenting him throughout his body. As the poison bead merged, the might and pressure of his phosphor snake emperor martial soul increased tenfold at least. The phosphor snake emperor martial soul seemed to come alive, opening its massive mouth, and a black hole of energy formed from toxins appeared within it. The terrifying toxic energy contained within it would cause significant trouble even for tidal WOs below level 95, and it should not be underestimated in comparison to Bibidong. As Bo retracted his martial soul, the poison pill slowly gathered in his dantian, condensing all the toxins in his body with it, easily clarifying the previously entangled toxins and soul power. The soul power could be transformed into toxic force, carrying the toxins through the poison pill, while the toxins could be converted back into soul power through the poison pill, creating a continuous cycle. Bo's once poisoned pupils, eyebrows, hair, and skin color all returned to normal. The soul power that had been suppressed by the toxins in his body also became pure. As soon as he released it from the depths of his meridians, he could easily break through the long-stagnant level 91. After exhaling a breath of turbid air and opening his eyes, Bo's face showed not only shock, but also deep gratitude. Thank you, Your Holiness the Pope. I have no way to repay you, so I will join the Spirit Hall from now on as an elder under your command, at your service. Bo was unable to contain his joy and immediately bowed to Bibidong. He wondered where the Pope had obtained this poison pill. It was a perfect match for him and his phosphor snake emperor martial soul, showing no side effects whatsoever, as if they were made for each other. Bo respectfully asked, "Is it something you obtained by chance? Is there really only one in the world?" "Yes, it was an accidental find. There is only this one," Bibidong replied indifferently. Chapter 31, Gratitude, Part 2. Bo was somewhat shocked and asked, "Then what about Yin Yin? You have cultivated for many years, and your poison has already become deeply rooted. If you do not take the poison pill and rely on your own cultivation, you might not even be able to condense it before meeting your demise." Bibidong shook her head. "As for your cultivation as a title de law, it will be very difficult to cultivate a poison pill that can absorb the toxins from your title de law power all at once. It will take a long time. But Yin, her journey as a soul master has just begun. It is easy for her to rely on cultivation to condense her own poison pill. And this poison pill will grow stronger as her strength increases, thereby accelerating her cultivation and enhancing her power, forming a virtuous cycle. Moreover, this method of self-condensing the poison pill is the optimal solution for her compatibility." Bo was incredibly astonished. He had not expected that after taking the poison pill, his strength would significantly increase, solving a problem that had plagued him for a lifetime, and that this method was not even the optimal solution. He wondered just how powerful the enhancements from the optimal solution would be. "Your Holiness the Pope, you must also have such a cultivation method, right?" Bo expressed his immense gratitude. "I thank you on behalf of Yin Yin." Bibidong nodded and took out a soul bone from the soul guide device. The method of cultivation was contained within this head soul bone. By absorbing it, one could know the information within, and the way to condense the poison pill of the emerald phosphor snake martial soul would be learned intuitively. Bo looked closely and couldn't help but be moved, his voice trembling slightly. "This is 100,000-year head soul bone?" Bibidong nodded. "The skull of the 100,000-year-old phosphorus snake emperor. I know you already have a head spirit bone, so this is prepared for Yin Yin. When the time is right for her, she can absorb this spirit bone, and then the problem that has plagued the phosphorus snake lineage will no longer exist. Your lineage will prosper for generations." Bo's throat suddenly felt a bit dry. He couldn't find suitable words of thanks. "Your Holiness, this is too precious. I never skimp on my own people." Bibidong waved her hand. "If you are willing, let Yin Yin come to my spirit hall to study." I can take her as a disciple. I have said that my training will not be inferior to yours in the future. Take it. Bibidong stuffed the spirit bone into Dugubo's hands. Dugubo valued his granddaughter more than his own life. Now, not only had Bibidong resolved the poison afflicting him, but she also provided a method to cure the poison of the phosphorus snake spirit lineage and gave his granddaughter the #1 treasure in the spirit master world, a 100,000-year spirit bone. One must know that even those with a 100,000-year spirit ring might not possess a 100,000-year spirit bone. This kindness is truly significant. Dugubo's eyes turned red as he nodded. He had already made up his mind to let Duguyin follow Bibidong in her training. There was no need for him to keep this 100,000-year spirit bone for himself. But he also understood that Bibidong's action was to show her sincerity and to put his mind at ease. I accept the spirit bone. Your Holiness is willing to take my granddaughter as a disciple. I am immensely grateful and honored. I will have her pay her respects to you tomorrow morning. No need. The apprenticeship may have to wait until our next meeting. Bibidong shook her head. I will leave early tomorrow. That's right. The Pope is busy with many affairs and cannot stay long. I will go wake Yin Yin now. Dugubo raised his foot to walk into the room. Wait. Don't disturb the child. Bibidong stopped him, suddenly waking the child, and saying she must pay her respects will only make her grumpy and confused. She won't be very willing or happy about it. Dugubo helplessly nodded. All right. Now, then, Elder Dugubo, I have a task for you. Please instruct me, Your Holiness. Dugubo responded respectfully. After the earlier events, he was even more determined to follow the Spirit Hall, because this woman not only served the Spirit Hall, but also risked everything for it. Even if it meant giving his life, he wouldn't flinch. This place is called the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although I have taken all the medicinal herbs, it still holds great value, especially this lake, which is a gathering place for the aura of heaven and earth. It will be very beneficial for your lineage's cultivation. You have hidden away here and set up poison barriers to conceal this place. I command you to continue hiding here and protect this area. No one is allowed to enter without my order. Bibidong said seriously. I will obey the Pope's order. Dugubo replied. Since you have obtained the poison pill, you should be able to make a breakthrough soon. Bibidong said, I have already witnessed the power of the phosphorus snake. It is incredibly strong. Even 95th level title Doloa must tread carefully. But you must not be satisfied with this. Guarding this place is not a simple task. There may be very powerful individuals who dare to intrude here. The importance of this lake is not only great for our spirit hall, but also crucial for your own cultivation. You can use the toxins here to enhance your training. Set up this poison barrier to the point where even title Doloa would not dare to enter. Dugubo nodded. I understand. I will strive to cultivate diligently. I hope that in 10 years, you can surpass Tang Hao. Bibidong suddenly smiled. I will not disappoint the Pope. Tang Hao is just a young boy. I have been a title Doloa for many years. If it weren't for the poison in my body, how could he catch up to me? Dugubo said disdainfully. Now that my poison has been cured and with this precious land given by the Pope, and the Pope has also granted me 10 years, if I'm still overshadowed by that boy, I would be too ashamed to face the Pope. By the way, since you are hiding here, you must not reveal to anyone that you are an elder of the Spirit Hall. Pretend that nothing has happened. You are a free person. If the Qian royal family wants to recruit you, just agree with them. Bibidong suddenly remembered something. As for the elders of the Spirit Hall, I will let those who need to know your identity be informed. Therefore, you must not disclose your elder status when facing the people of the Spirit Hall. Dugubo, having lived for so many years, was quite astute and immediately understood Bibidong's intention. Understood, I will remember. Then, at dawn I will leave. I will not return to Spirit City, so when I return after a while, I will come to pick up Yin Yin. Bibidong took out 2 fruits, one small and one large. These are celestial products that grow here, called Earth Dragon Gold Melon. Don't ask me why there are 2. You should take the smaller one first. It is the most suitable celestial product for your phosphorus snake lineage, a substance that strengthens the foundation and nurtures the essence. The smaller it is, the better it is to consume. After you take it, you'll understand its effect. As for the remaining one, you will know what to do with it without me saying. After explaining all this, Bibidong walked into the room. Looking at Bibidong's back, Dugubo sighed inwardly. Her Holiness truly thinks highly of this old man. This kindness, and Yin Yin must repay for a lifetime. Chapter 32. Entering the city, Tiando City, city gate entrance. Looking at the heavily guarded city gate, soldiers were rigorously inspecting and questioning the incoming pedestrians. Bibidong couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Xuea? Was Tiando City like this when you left? Bibidong looked back at Shui, who was also frowning. It wasn't like this when I left. Shui was also puzzled. Could something have happened in Tiando City while I was away? Let's ask someone. Bibidong took Shui to a tea stall beside the official road outside the city to sit down and have tea. 2 pots of steaming good tea were served. And Bibidong opened his mouth to ask, "Shopkeeper, what has happened in Tiando City?" I remember that major cities shouldn't have this kind of situation unless something special occurs. You two are travelers from afar, right? The shopkeeper glanced at them. Though their attire was ordinary, their temperament was extraordinary, resembling that of the nobility residing in Tiando City. So he didn't dare to neglect them. No wonder you are unaware. Yes, we are from the Star Luo Empire and came to visit an old friend. We didn't expect Tiando City to be in such a situation. Bibidong said, "We're not too clear on the details either. We heard that something happened to the royal family. A certain prince suddenly went missing and is unaccounted for. The royal family sealed off Tiando City overnight, imposing martial law within the city, and is currently inspecting household by household. Now, it's impossible to leave the city, and it's not easy to enter either. Without certain connections, it might be difficult," the shopkeeper replied. "However, since you have friends in Tiando City, they should be able to assist you in entering. But this martial law may last for an unknown period. Once you go in, you might not be able to come out, so you two should think carefully." Bibidong and Shui exchanged a glance, both understanding the current situation. It turned out that the matter arose because of them. For such a long time, Shui had shown no signs of activity, and it was likely that the Snow Knight Emperor had discovered some clues and found out that Shui was not in the palace but had gone missing. However, it seemed that Shui identity had not been exposed. The Snow Knight Emperor would not suspect that Shui had sneaked out of Heavendo City. Instead, he believed that someone had kidnapped Shui, which was why he ordered a citywide search. "What should we do now?" Shui asked. "Should we not go to Heavendo City? There are so many cities. It's not like there's only one Grand Soul Arena in Heavendo City." Bibidong pondered for a moment and said, "That's true, but the item my mother is going to retrieve is extremely important. If we don't get soon, my mother won't feel at ease." "What item is it?" "Xuya Uskitkul Yusri. The Sea God's Heart, a necessary item for inheriting the Sea God's position," Bibidong replied slowly. Shui choked on her tea. "A divine artifact? In Heavendo City?" Her face was filled with surprise. This was the first time she had encountered information about deities outside of herself and her mother. Tang San can only successfully inherit the Sea God's position if he obtains it. "Right?" Shui's voice grew colder. "My mother is right. This kind of item must be secured. We absolutely cannot let Tang San get it." Bibidong nodded, and not only that, it was also kept in Tiando Palace, in the hands of the Snow Knight Emperor. Shui could no longer sit still. How could that be? "I have thoroughly understood the situation in Tiando Palace. I encountered the soul bones and treasures hidden in Tiando Palace during my closed-door cultivation. If it were a divine artifact, as a successor of the angel god, how could I not sense its aura or even have no awareness of it at all? The palace, being a forbidden place, must have secret chambers, right?" Bibidong took a sip of tea and said, "Although you disguise yourself as the eldest prince, the Snow Knight Emperor is not old yet. He is currently in a position of power, and it is normal that you do not know many secrets. Moreover, the characteristic of the Han Hai Qian Kuan is to isolate its aura. The aura of the Sea God's heart will not be exposed at all, and only the selected Sea God successor can sense it." Shui nodded. This was indeed reasonable. If it truly happened right under my nose without me noticing, that would be too careless of me. "Mom, let me go get it. I am familiar with the internal situation of the palace. I will disguise myself as Shui again to investigate the whereabouts of the Han Hai Qian Kuan," Shui said. "Given the current situation, the Snow Knight Emperor is about to turn Tiando City upside down. How do you plan to explain it when you go back?" Bibidong looked at Shui, who was deep in thought, and smiled. "Don't worry, Shui, Mom has a way." Bibidong put down her teacup, took Shui's hand, and walked towards the city gate. 100,000-year soul ring rose, and a domain opened, enveloping both herself and Shui. "Let us go. We'll enter the city in 1 minute." Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she looked around. Everything seemed to be frozen. Even the water splashed from the teacup stopped in mid-air, forming droplets. Besides curiosity, there was more shock. This is the new first soul skill Mom obtained after inheriting the divine position, Eternal Domain. Its effect is to slow down time, what they experience in 1 second. And our perception is 50 seconds. We'll enter the city in 1 minute, and to them, it will feel like only about 1 second has passed. As if a breeze has passed by, Bibidong pulled Shui into the city, so you don't need to worry. Even if Mom stands in front of the Snow Knight Emperor in the Tiando Palace, he won't notice. Xue was deeply shocked. Does this domain work on everyone? It has little effect on those with a soul power level higher than oneself. Bibidong had already pulled Xue air quickly through the city gate, but don't worry. There is no one in Tiando Palace with a soul power level higher than Mom. Xue nodded. It was a very practical and powerful skill. So, can Mom act as an assassin? The person being assassinated probably wouldn't even know how they died. Kind of. Bibidong said helplessly. Actually, there's no need to assassinate those with a lower soul power level, and the domain has little effect on those with a higher level, so it still has certain limitations. The mother and daughter were already walking on the street, turning into a quiet alley, and then withdrew the domain. If two people suddenly appeared on the main street, the pedestrians and soldiers would definitely become suspicious. Coming out of the alley, they were still wearing very ordinary coarse cloth shirts, without cloaks to conceal their figures. In Bibidong's view, during this martial law period, walking on the street in a black cloak would not only fail to keep a low profile, but would likely attract the attention of everyone on the street. Mom will first take you to a hotel to check in, then take you shopping for good food, and conveniently find out if the Great Fighting Soul Arena is still open. If it is, I'll send you there tomorrow. Bibidong and Xue walked hand in hand down the street, where there were few pedestrians and soldiers occasionally marched by in formation. Did you notice anything unusual? Bibidong frowned. Why is the team being led by someone from my spirit hall? I noticed it is indeed strange. Why would the Snow Knight Emperor let my spirit hall intervene in this matter? Xue was also puzzled. Forget it. Let us ask about it later. Bibidong took Xue to the Tiando Royal Hotel. Let us find a place to stay first. Pushing open the hotel door, the lobby inside was luxuriously decorated. No less than the hotels in Spirit City. Are you two looking to book a room? The staff approached enthusiastically, showing no neglect because of their ordinary clothing. 2 top-tier rooms. Bibidong took out a top-tier VIP card, which was a gift from the Spirit City Hotel and is valid throughout the continent. Sorry, esteemed guest, but we only have 1 top-tier room left in our hotel. However, there are slightly lower-tier ones available. How would you like to arrange it? The staff looked at the top-tier VIP card, showing an apologetic expression. Bibidong frowned. As the Pope, she was naturally accustomed to this kind of affluent lifestyle. But what was going on? In just 1 room, she said. Xue, you can squeeze in with your mother. Xue nodded vigorously beside her, eager to sleep with her mother. I'm really sorry, but since yesterday, the city has suddenly been under martial law, so the guest rooms are a bit tight. You two are quite lucky, as there is still 1 last top-tier guest room available. According to the martial law issued by the royal family, could you please leave your names for registration? The attendant respectfully presented a piece of paper and a pen. Bibidong helplessly wrote down 2 words in the register. Dong, Xue. All right, here's the room key. The room is on the top floor, and the room number is on the key card. I wish you a pleasant stay. The attendant bowed and continued with their work. What hassle? Bibidong shook her head. Let's go, Xue. I'll take you to the Soul Arena. Chapter 33. Soul Battle Outside the Great Soul Arena of Tiando. It seems that the martial law in the city did not affect the Great Soul Arena. It was still as bustling as ever. Bibidong looked at the crowd coming and going and shook her head. Indeed, the Tiando royal family still dared not offend the many nobles. Such a gathering place for nobles would continue to operate as usual. Xue, you've never been to a place like this, have you? Bibidong smiled at Xue. I've heard of it and wanted to come for a long time, but I've always been in the palace without time, Xue replied helplessly. When we get in, you should say you're 15 years old. No one on the continent can reach level 40 at age 11. If you report your real age, it will definitely cause a stir and attract unnecessary attention, which would not be good, Bibidong reminded her. Okay, I understand. Xue followed Bibidong into the Great Soul Arena. The hall inside the venue was large and new, with many areas. Fortunately, as the Great Soul Arena of Tiando City, the various signs and indicators were very detailed, so the mother and daughter did not get lost in the crowd. What is that stone tablet in the middle? It has so many words on it, Xue asked. The names of those who died in soul battles. Aside from ordinary competitions, the Great Soul Arena does not limit life and death. In addition to deaths caused by serious injuries from soul battles, if the opponent intends to kill, there is nothing that can be done, Bibidong explained. Although Xue was more mature than her peers, she was still a child and could not look at killing with a calm heart. You are not wrong. I also detest those who kill without knowing their opponents in soul battles. Such behavior is despicable. Bibidong gently patted Xue's head. So in soul battles, Aside from obviously being targeted for murder where you can retaliate without limits for self-defense, even against notorious individuals, you should not recklessly take their lives. It's not about making you a saint. You just need to remember one thing: why you kill and whether it is necessary to kill. Senseless killing is a form of degradation. The sword in your hand should follow your heart, not be driven by its bloodthirsty ability or cloud your judgment. Bibidong said slowly, "In actual combat, when you walk the edge of life and death, you will deeply understand this." Shuer nodded, deeply remembering her mother's words. Bibidong brought Shuer heir to the arena for the soul fighting. Since you're new to the Great Soul Arena, let's start with normal soul battles. Once you familiarize yourself with the rules here and have higher expectations for your opponents, you can participate in life and death battles or gambling battles. Please fill out the registration form. The staff provided a registration form. Xiao Shui, martial soul, angel, age 15. The staff looked at the form with some surprise, but quickly completed the registration and gave Shui heir a soul fighting badge. "Is there any problem?" Bibidong casually asked. No. I just have never heard of an angel martial soul before. Please follow me over here for a soul power level test. The staff respectfully guided Shui heir to the testing area. Bibidong initially wanted Shui heir to showcase her disguised swan martial soul to the world. But after considering that the swan martial soul belonged to the royal lineage, she decided it was better not to use it in such a contentious situation. 15 years old. Level 40 soul power. The staff stared wide-eyed at the sparkling crystal ball, astonished. What a genius. May I ask which Soul Master Academy you are attending? Would you be interested in joining our Tiando Royal Academy? Looking at your temperament, you must not be an ordinary person. Our Tiando Royal Academy welcomes such talents to study with us. No need. She just came to participate in the soul fighting. Please arrange for her to compete as soon as possible, Bibidong said. The staff nodded. Since she was level 40, she would not need to start from the sub-arena, and they would directly arrange for her to compete in the main arena. The one-on-one soul battle match has been scheduled. Please enter the waiting room and wait. Personnel will arrange for the battle when the time comes. Oh, I'm a bit excited. In the waiting room, Shuer looked through the glass wall at the excitement in the arena and exclaimed. Although it was a one-on-one soul battle venue, the fight between the two people was very intense, exciting the almost full audience, who cheered and shouted encouragement. Girls should be a bit more reserved, Bibidong reminded softly. You look the youngest, and everyone here will be looking at you, so you'll attract attention. It's my first time here. Xue pouted pitifully. Just thinking about how I'll shine on the stage soon gets me excited. Bibidong shook her head helplessly and said, Mom has been accompanying you these days to observe your performance. Once you're familiar with this place, and I feel at ease, I'll get back to my business. At that time, you need to be extra cautious and not underestimate your opponents. I know, Mom. Aren't you confident in my strength? As this group took the stage, the next group was Shuer, who had already been notified to get ready. Mom, just get ready to watch my performance. Shuer followed the staff into the preparation area to wait. Bibidong also left and found a better spot at an observation deck, which is an area monitored by staff to oversee the situation in the arena. After she threw a bag of gold soul coins, the staff allowed her to watch the match from there. Next up, we have a most outstanding student from the Tiando Royal Academy. He is only 18 years old, but is already a soul master, having achieved a record of 20 wins and 2 losses in our Great Soul Arena. Both losses were against opponents with higher soul power, so he is still honorable in defeat. The host shouted, "Let's give him a round of applause." Amidst the overwhelming cheers from the audience, a young man slowly walked out from below the stage, waving at the audience. His name is Meng Tiancheng, a level 43 control system soul master with a martial soul black demon. Bibidong recalled that this should be the grandson of Meng Xinji. His opponent is a genius girl who is participating in the soul fight for the first time today. At only 15 years old, she has also reached the soul master realm, Xiao Shui. Shuer stepped onto the stage, staring intently at her opponent, eager to start the fight. Why don't you announce your level and martial soul? Meng Tiancheng asked. If you let me activate my martial soul, you'll find out, Shuer replied with a light laugh. I declare the soul fight begins. With the host command, the match officially started. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared around Meng Tiancheng, and his expression became serious. Reaching the soul master level at 15 is no small feat, although the girl in front of him was dressed simply. Her appearance was stunning. He had seen many girls in the academy, but none could compare to her. She exuded a cold and dignified aura that gave off a sense of pressure. However, he also felt a bit displeased. Did she plan to fight him without activating her martial soul? Meng Tiancheng frowned, even as he summoned his martial soul. The girl seemed to ignore the pressure it brought and walked straight towards him. I say, no matter how high your talent is, you can't possibly think that you can defeat me without activating your martial soul, right? Meng Tianqing said. Besides, I can't bring myself to hurt a girl. Why don't you just admit defeat, and we can be friends? Shui didn't respond. Suddenly, her figure accelerated and disappeared from Meng Tianqing's line of sight. The next second, Shui appeared behind him and delivered a punch to his back, just as Meng Tianqing was about to be knocked off the stage by this punch. His second yellow soul ring lit up. Second soul skill, Black Demon Transformation. A black mist seemed to surround him, as if he had been enhanced. And both his agility and explosiveness increased. He managed to twist his body in midair and landed on the stage, stopping his momentum. You're strong. No wonder you dare to fight me without activating your martial soul, Meng Tianqing said, his expression serious. He could feel the energy contained in that punch just now, which was definitely not inferior to his own full-strength blow. However, if you still don't activate your martial soul next, you'd better be careful, he pondered. Third soul skill, Black Demon Phantom. Suddenly, the stage was shrouded in black mist, and in Schwenner's eyes, the black mist resembled shadowy figures, constantly circling around her, waiting for an opportunity to attack. What a devious trick. Schwer covered her hands in a layer of golden light, and with each punch, she struck a phantom figure, gradually dissipating the black mist on the stage. How is it possible? My third soul skill was so easily dispelled by you. As the black mist cleared, Meng Tianqing stood in shock, right in front of Schwer. Because you're too weak. Schwer rushed forward quickly, bending her arm and clenching her fist, preparing to knock her opponent off the stage. She wanted to end this soul fight. However, Meng Tianqing did not dodge. He was prepared to make one last struggle. His fourth purple soul ring lit up, and he activated his fourth soul skill, Ghostly Dark Blade. An energy condensed from the black mist gathered on his arm, forming a handblade. The effect of this soul skill was to hit the enemy and apply a paralysis effect. If injured, the target could fall into a certain period of illusion. As Schwer was charging forward, she saw the massive energy released by her opponent's fourth soul skill and noticed he was clearly intending to clash with her head-on. However, it was too late to stop. She could only go all out against him. I declare, the result of this soul fight is that Xiao Shui wins. As Meng Tianqing was sent flying off the stage, the host shouted loudly to announce the result. The audience was silent for a moment, and then suddenly erupted into deafening cheers. Xiao Shui, Xiao Shui. They saw that this girl had defeated her opponent, who had a higher soul power level than her, without using any soul skills or even activating her martial soul. However, Bibidong observed clearly from the stage that at the last moment, Xiao Shui did activate her martial soul and used her first soul skill, Angel Assault. Because the activation of the martial soul and the release of power happened in a brief moment, the audience did not see it clearly, and all believed she hadn't activated her martial soul. Well done, Xiao Shui. Bibidong returned to thee and hugged Xiao Shui. Let's go, it's time for dinner. Sorry, Mom, I ended up activating my martial soul after all. I didn't manage to defeat my opponent without it, Xiao Shui said, clinging to Bibidong, acting cute. No, you did the right thing, Xiao Shui, Bibidong said. You shouldn't let temporary bravado put you in harm's way. Responding to the situation is the correct approach in real combat. If you had been injured because you didn't use your first soul skill to block your opponent's attack, I would have to criticize you. Xiao Shui nodded, I understand. Let's go. Mom will take you to explore Tiando City in the next few days. Now, let's go eat something delicious. Bibidong held Xiao Shui's hand and prepared to leave the Great Soul Arena. On the way, they encountered Meng Tianqing, who was packing up and preparing to leave. He saw Xiao Shui and hesitated for a long time, finally gathering his courage to call out to her. Miss Xiao Shui, I want to ask you a few questions. Xiao Shui stopped, looking at this defeated opponent. What do you want to ask? Hurry up, I'm busy. Seeing that Xiao Shui actually responded to him, Meng Tianqing felt a bit awkward and blushed. I want to ask why my third and fourth soul skills had no effect when they clashed with yours. And it seemed like my soul power was being dissolved and suppressed upon contact with you. That's due to martial soul suppression. Your martial soul has a bit of dark attribute, while my martial soul happens to be of a light attribute, so it's not strange. Xiao Shui waved her hand. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Miss Xiao Shui. Seeing her about to leave, Meng Tianqing, regardless of his red face, gathered his courage and hurriedly called out. Which academy do you attend? I'd like to be friends with you. Not telling you, Xiao Shui said, not looking back, and pulled Bibidong away. On the way, Bibidong finally couldn't help but laugh. Mom, what are you laughing at? Xiao Shui asked, slightly annoyed. My little Schwer has such a unique aura. Just one soul fight has won her a whole crowd of supporters and a fan who admires you, Bibidong teased. Mom, please don't tease me. I don't want friends. When I was Shueqinghe, I made friends every day, and now I get scared just hearing about making friends. Xiao Shui clung to her mother's arm, acting cute. All right, I won't tease you anymore. To reward you for your victory, tell me what you want to eat. And Mom will take you to eat it, Bibidong smiled. Xiao Shui's eyes lit up. I want to eat what Mom cooks. Okay, what do you want to eat? Mom will go buy the ingredients. A mother and daughter were laughing together as the sun set, casting their gradually elongating shadows, creating a particularly warm scene. More daily extras. This part continues with the Dong Shui special. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed, and Shui'er had already become very familiar with the rules of the Great Soul Arena. In the gambling matches, she had only participated in a few soul battles, all of which ended with her defeating her opponents before they could unleash their martial souls. Therefore, Bibidong brought Shui'er to participate in the life and death battles. In these life and death fights, the opponents were far more ruthless than in the previous gambling matches. After all, those who came to participate in life and death battles had already put their lives on the line and were prepared to die. Shui'er had no choice but to unleash her martial soul in the life and death arena, exposing it to the world. She showcased the advantages of her angel martial soul and her exceptional combat skills to the fullest, maintaining an undefeated record up to that point. Of course, Bibidong was still worried about Shui'er. Every time Shui'er participated in a life and death battle, Bibidong would secretly watch from the shadows, keeping a close eye on the situation in the arena. With her assassin-like soul skills, it would be difficult for Shui'er to encounter any accidents. Fortunately, Shui'er's strength was indeed unmatched at the Soul Master level. With the advantages of her God-level martial soul and the ability to freely transform her soul power attributes of extreme fire and extreme ice, she was always able to turn danger into safety and effortlessly defeat her opponents. Furthermore, Shui'er remembered her mother's words. So even when her opponents used lethal attacks in the life and death battles, she would only neutralize their moves, causing them to be injured and lose without taking their lives. Therefore, those opponents who Shui'er spared were mostly grateful, including the initial Meng Tianqing. They all paid special attention to Shui'er. Whenever she had a soul battle, they would be sure to watch and cheer for her. Bibidong understood everything from the observation platform and felt helpless in her heart. Looking at the increasingly crowded one-on-one soul fighting arena because of Shui'er and those few people who came every day to cheer for Shui'er, if Shui'er stayed a little longer, it seemed that the entire audience of the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena would be her fans. It seems it's time for me to take action. Heaven-Do City, Spirit Hall Branch. Your Excellency, it has been more than 10 days, and we haven't found any clues. Should we stop and report back to Shui? A black-clothed man bowed respectfully, his voice somewhat hoarse, the black cloak covering his face. No need. Shui asked us to investigate, so we will investigate. He is merely using the name of the Spirit Hall to intimidate the forces that abducted Shueqinghe and help them find him. This is also a good opportunity for our Spirit Hall to establish its authority. An old man leaned back in his chair and said, if we can't find him, then continue searching. Increase our efforts to determine which force has abducted Shueqinghe. Especially pay attention to the 3 sects and the Star Luo Empire. Understood. The black-clothed man moved with agility and quietly retreated. Shui is really confused. The old man rubbed his forehead. He was the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. Is this a sign of weakness towards our Spirit Hall? Recently, he has been asking our Spirit Hall to participate in various imperial affairs, even seeking help regarding the prince's disappearance. Currently, our Spirit Hall has influence in all aspects of the Soul Master community in the Heaven-Do Empire. And compared to the past, our control over the Soul Masters within its territory is even more solid. Given time, our Spirit Hall will surely be able to swallow up the Heaven-Do Empire. What you, Shui, cannot accomplish, let our Spirit Hall help you achieve. Shui'er, Mom is going to the Heaven-Do Palace to handle official business today. You go to the Great Soul Arena by yourself. Be careful and don't underestimate your opponents. It was a new day, and Bibidong was already familiar with the layout of Heaven-Do City and the palace. So she decided to take action and said to Shui'er, don't worry, Mom, I'll be fine. I've won all those soul fighting matches easily over the past few days. Shui'er replied with a light smile. If you can't win, admit defeat immediately. Honor is not important. Your safety is the most important. Bibidong did not feel reassured by Shui'er's comfort. She pressed her finger against Shui'er's forehead, leaving a trace of the end God power within her, enabling her to sense Shui'er's condition. Shui'er nodded, understanding her mother's feelings. Okay, don't worry, Mom. I will protect myself. I'll come back tonight and make you something delicious, Bibidong said, rubbing Xue'er's cheek and giving her a kiss. On the rooftops on both sides of the streets in Heavendo City, a figure leaped nimbly from one building to another, not attracting the attention of the patrolling soldiers at all. Jumping over the outer wall of the palace, Bibidong quietly infiltrated the Heavendo Palace. Extra, East Shui Special. At the top floor of the Heavendo Royal Hotel, in a guest room. Wow, so lavish. Xue'er looked at the full table of dishes that her mother brought in, already drooling. When did Mom learn to cook so many delicious dishes? I don't recognize a lot of them. Xue'er sniffed, and every dish smelled so good. They all looked so delicious. Bibidong finished washing her hands in the kitchen and came to the table. Since you won't say what you like to eat, Mom can only make everything she knows how to cook, and see which dish you like, she said. Then I'll make more of that for you in the future. Xue'er smiled mischievously. I like everything Mom makes. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted each dish. Really, Mom's cooking is all so delicious. They're all my favorites. Bibidong.Ultimately. Although cooking was hard work, she felt very happy inside, dotingly watching Xue'er. By the way, Mom, what are the names of these dishes and how are they made? I want to learn too, Xue'er asked expectantly. This dish is called lotus flower crispy, made from almonds. Flour, butter, and sugar in proportion. The steps are a bit complicated, but all for the sake of a delicate and exquisite final product. Xue'er took a bite. The crispy skin made a light sound, and the sweetness burst on her tongue. Both beautiful and delicious. This dish is called almond tofu, mainly made by grinding sweet almonds into a paste, boiling it with water, and then cutting it into cubes after freezing, resembling tofu, hence the name. Specifically, prepare dried almonds, agar, milk, sugar, and other ingredients. Soak the dried almonds, blend them with water into a paste. Filter the almond paste with cheesecloth, add agar, sugar, and milk. Then cook over low heat to dissolve the agar, skimming off the foam, and pour into a bowl. It tastes cool and sweet, Xue'er commented. A great dish for refreshing in summer. This dish is called boiled cabbage. Although it sounds like a simple dish, there are actually many details to consider, Bibidong said. This is also one of Mom's favorites. Use an old chicken and pork bones to simmer for a long time on low heat to make a rich broth. Poured over the tender heart of the cabbage. Try it. Xue'er took a bite. It seems that my taste is the same as Mom's. I think this dish should be eaten regularly. Having it occasionally is too tempting. Bibidong was wrapped around by Xue'er, introducing all the dishes on the table. And only then did Xue'er reluctantly let go of her mother. Time to wash up and sleep. Bibidong tidied up the dining table and dishes. It was very late. I want Mom to help me wash up and comb my hair. Xue'er suddenly blushed, but looked at Bibidong with full expectation. Seeing Xue'er's expression, Bibidong's heart softened. She had never taken care of Xue'er when she was little, and now she should take good care of her. You're already so grown up. Still not shy. Bibidong sighed helplessly. What if others find out and laugh at you? Mom definitely won't tell anyone, Xue'er said with a light laugh. So, does that mean Mom agrees? Who told you to be Mom's precious daughter? Bibidong looked at Xue'er with a doting gaze. It wasn't a difficult wish, and Mom would definitely agree. Mom is the best. Xue'er pulled Bibidong, took off their clothes, and entered the bathroom. Inside the bathroom, it was a beautiful sight. Mom, help me comb my hair. Xue'er suddenly closed her eyes. In front of the fog mirror, Bibidong carefully combed Xue'er's silky hair, although Xue'er was not very old. Her hair had already grown to her waist. Mom, actually, I've always had a wish in my heart. That is, I can always be like this. Eating the dishes made by Mom and having Mom comb my hair. Xue'er said softly, I've never been as happy as I am today. Winning the competition in front of Mom, eating Mom's cooking, and having Mom comb my hair. Bibidong's heart stirred. Don't worry, Xue'er. Mommy promises to always be with you. Your wish has already come true. From now on, we could be this happy every day. Xue'er's voice seemed a bit choked. All right. I know you want to sleep with Mommy. Bibidong looked at Xue'er, who was eagerly holding her blanket and looking at her, and said helplessly, this bed is so big, it won't be crowded. Xue'er made the bed and said, Good night, Mommy. You worked hard today. There will be soul fighting tomorrow, so you need to rest well. Bibidong lay down on the bed. I'll turn off the lights. Xue'er turned off the lights, and the room fell into darkness and silence. That night, both of them slept soundly and sweetly. In the morning, Bibidong woke up and, as soon as she opened her eyes, felt something pressing down on her. It seemed her clothes had been lifted. Bibidong was startled and looked down. Xue'er was tightly hugging her, lying on her, skin to skin, sleeping soundly. What has this child done to me? Did she stay like this after I fell asleep last night? Bibidong thought. However, She didn't want to wake Shuer. The child had worked so hard yesterday and needed to rest well. So she decided to go back to sleep. Before she knew it, the day was bright. Shuer opened her eyes and reluctantly moved away from her mother. Feeling the pressure on her body lessen, Bibidong opened her eyes. Shuer, you're awake. Did you sleep well? I slept really well, Shuer replied with a sweet smile. After the soul fighting today, Mommy will take you shopping. Bibidong smiled. Okay. Shuer was overjoyed, but then remembered something. But the Heavendo city is under martial law now. There's not much fun to be had. Let us go around the noble mansion area. Even under martial law, it will be much more relaxed there, Bibidong replied. I know where that is, Shuer nodded. I'm familiar with Heavendo city. In the evening after the soul fighting, Bibidong and Shuer sat on the rooftop of a luxurious courtyard. As the sun gradually sank below the horizon, the lights of thousands of homes in Heavendo city began to brighten. Although many of the small food stalls and toy stalls that usually opened at night had disappeared, the lights of countless homes and the laughter behind each window remained unchanged. Mommy, did you know? When I was in the palace, I loved standing by the window at night to watch the thousands of lights. But for some reason, after leaving the palace, I no longer felt that way, Shuer said. That's because you're now among those thousands of lights, Bibidong said. Looking at the stars in the sky. Downstairs in the streets, the crowd in the houses let out a gasp, and moments later, dazzling light illuminated the night sky. It was fireworks set off for a noble's birthday celebration. What do you want for your birthday gift this year? Bibidong asked. I'll only say on my birthday. Xuya giggled. In the deep blue night sky, tiny points of light mixed with the sound of the wind and rose upwards. Then there was a brief silence, as if time had frozen and everyone stopped breathing, quietly waiting for that moment. At that moment, the fireworks burst forth with a bang, and a brilliant light swept across the night sky above, as if it were within reach. This scene became a fixed image in the girl's heart. This bouquet of fireworks would never fade in her heart. Extra, Daily Life of Dong Shuer, Part 1, Early Morning. Bibidong felt the presence of Shuer lying on her, deciding to take a nap. In the morning, the mother and daughter sat at the dining table having breakfast. Why are you eating so much in the morning? You'll get fat, Bibidong said with concern. This is all because Mom taught me not to waste food. And why are you eating so little, Mom? Are you saving it for me to get fat? Shuer suddenly poked something with her fork and opened her mouth. What are you doing? A piece of fruit was stuffed in her mouth. It was Bibidong's favorite lychee, already pitted. At noon, I'm so tired, Mom. Let's take a break and go eat. Shuer found a shady spot to stay in. The city of Tiando was so big, and the area around the palace was heavily patrolled, so it would take days to explore. Take it slow, we'll get familiar with it after wandering for a few days. All right, which place should we eat at? I want Mom to cook. Then you can eat the leftovers from yesterday. In the afternoon, at the Great Soul Arena, Shuer, you're not in good form today. You clearly could have reacted faster to dodge his skills just now. Why did you choose to take it head-on with your soul skills? I punish you by having one less almond tofu for dinner. No, Mom. In the evening, the mother and daughter came out of the bathroom wrapped in towels, their hair all wet. They took turns using the hair-drying soul guide to dry each other's hair. Shuer, where are you blowing? It tickles, Hee. The room was filled with laughter and joy. Late at night, it was time for bed. Shuer had already boldly climbed onto Bibidong, turning off the lights. Bibidong had also gotten used to sleeping with Shuer in her arms every night. The mother and daughter nestled together, breathing in each other's faint, refreshing fragrance, feeling particularly at ease. Good night. Good night. Chapter 35. Seizing the throne in the Heavendo Great Soul Arena, in a life and death soul fighting area. Within a one-on-one soul fighting arena. To Shuer's surprise, her opponent today was someone she knew, General Galong's son, Gordon, who was 27 years old this year. As the son of a high-ranking general in Heavendo, he naturally had considerable interactions with her, the crown prince. However, she was no longer Shueqinghe, so he did not recognize her. Shueqing stood on the stage, releasing her angel martial soul, with a standard soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. She looked seriously at her opponent, a level 50 soul master, who also had 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings. Just 1 ring short of reaching the Soul King level. It seemed he had been training in the Great Soul Arena until he reached level 50 without obtaining any soul rings. Yet she showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, her eyes were filled with a determined fighting spirit, revealing her belief in victory. She knew that her mother had been watching her in the previous life and death matches, and she wouldn't be injured because of the competition. However, this also prevented her from experiencing the true feeling of facing life and death alone, and she understood her mother-esque concern for her, so she said nothing. Today, she could truly engage in a life-and-death struggle with her opponent, which made her value this opportunity greatly, eager to try. Level 50 attack type, Soul Master Gordon. The opponent released his martial soul and soul rings, and as expected from a general's descendant, he exuded an air of ruthlessness. This was the first time Shui saw the martial soul of someone she usually referred to as brother, resembling a flying dragon with claws like thorns, quite rare. Fortunately, Shui had come into contact with a large amount of Soul Master learning materials and related literature while in a martial soul hall in the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. So she recognized it as a thorn dragon, a type of dragon martial soul, related to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, but of lower quality. Level 40 attack type, Soul Master. Little Shui, please enlighten me. Gordon nodded, and without further ado, he moved swiftly, instantly reaching close to Shui, showing no mercy due to her beauty, and launched a whip kick. But Shui was also skilled in close combat and made no attempt to dodge, blocking the attack with her arm infused with soul power. As their fists and feet exchanged blows, they surprisingly matched each other equally. To be able to reach my level with just level 40 soul power, you're quite strong, Gordon said flatly, looking at Shui, who was unscathed. Next, let's see the true level of your soul skills. In the Heaven-Do Imperial Palace. In the treasure vault, using the domain of eternity, Bibidong easily took the key from the guard's waist, opened the door, and then hung it back, quickly slipping inside. In her previous life, and this life, Bibidong's first act of theft, although she possesses the eternal realm, the consumption of soul power is immense, and she wouldn't activate it unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, she felt a bit nervous and guilty. The 8 treasure Rui soft armor, the Rui bag of treasures. Bibidong glanced over. There were indeed many good items, but unfortunately, she only wanted the Hanhai Chinquan shield. This is the room for storing soul bones. Bibidong arrived at the other end of the pavilion and roughly scanned the storage racks. The highest age of the soul bones was only around 80 to 90,000 years. The Qian Empire truly lacked quality. After all, if 10,000-year soul bones were that easy to come by, Tang Hao wouldn't be so reluctant to use them, and Dugubo wouldn't be so shocked. However, if Shui knew that a thief had infiltrated the treasure vault of his Qian Imperial Palace and was disdainfully commenting on the treasures collected by the Empire, he would probably be furious. Where would the heart of the sea god be hidden? Bibidong quickly browsed through the entire treasure vault, but found no trace. If it's not in the treasure vault, where could it be? Bibidong used her powerful spiritual power at the title de law level to scan the entire palace. There was nothing unusual, but it seemed there was a blind spot underground that directly blocked her spiritual power scan. A smile appeared at the corner of Bibidong's mouth, wanting to conceal but revealing. She had heard from Shui when introducing the Qian Imperial Palace that there were secret passages throughout the palace. Shui had thoroughly investigated and drawn a detailed map for Bibidong, but she believed there should still be some omissions. Now, there's a place that could block her title level spiritual detection. There must be some secret there, likely a hidden chamber that could shield detection, containing what she wanted. Following the secret passage, Bibidong moved deeper into the underground of the palace. However, this secret passage was constructed in a peculiar way, winding around. Without the map, an ordinary person would surely lose their direction, and she didn't know how much effort Shui had put in to figure out the situation here. Feeling that the room below could block her detection, Bibidong frowned. There was no further path leading downward. It seemed that the hidden chamber was not connected to these secret passages. No wonder Shui hadn't noticed it. Looking ahead in the secret passage, there was a door, unmarked as to what room it led to. However, the map provided by Shui indicated it was a soul guidance device research room. Shui was truly thoughtful. Bibidong smiled slightly at the map. She understood something and could almost confirm that the Hanhai Chinquan shield was hidden here. But she didn't have the key. At this point, she couldn't care less. The key of the end condensed into a sword, easily cutting through the lock on the door. Behind the door was a massive room, filled with various rare metal ores, and in the center was a metal experiment table, on which were placed various cut soul guidance devices, such as the chainmail equipped by the Royal Soul Master team during the 24 bridges on a moonlit night. What surprised Bibidong the most was a stone, although it looked unremarkable based on her keen perception of the aura of the gods. She could confirm that this stone had come into contact with the heart of the sea god. 100,000-year sacred column stone? Bibidong pondered for a moment. It didn't seem like it. The aura was too weak. Perhaps it was just an ordinary sacred column stone, but regardless of what it was confirmed that the heart of the sea god was hidden here. Bibidong searched the room for mechanisms. The sea of stars and the universe shield was not in this room. So, it must be in the secret chamber below. There must be some kind of mechanism that leads to that secret chamber. Chosen one, you already have the legacy. Why have you come? A voice echoed in her mind. Bibidong's beautiful eyes narrowed as she quickly realized the source of the voice was the sea god's divine consciousness within the oceanic universe shield warning her. To achieve the coexistence of dual gods, Bibidong said playfully, "Don't think I don't know what kind of god you are. In my opinion, even if it's other gods, or even the god king Azura, as long as their chosen inheritors suit your taste, you could set aside your principles and intervene, achieving dual god coexistence, couldn't you? Since that's the case, why not consider me? You should be able to sense that I possess the strength you require." Bibidong teased, waiting for the response from the sea god's divine consciousness. After a moment of silence, the voice spoke again. "You are not suitable. You're not the person I am waiting for." Bibidong began to complain in her heart. Who are you waiting for? Waiting for the Tang God King? No way. He is only 1 year old. You can't possibly have taken a liking to him, right? However, she also knew that the sea god was not currently paying attention to Tang San. It turned out that the real focus on Tang San in this world came after he came into contact with the sea god's treasure. What can you wait for here? You say I'm not suitable for you, but I know many people who might be suitable for you, Bibidong said. How about we make a deal? There was no response. Even if you are unwilling, you cannot change the fact that I can take you out of here to travel the continent. I will help you find a suitable successor, and you must choose him as your successor when someone who meets the standards of divine inheritance appears before you. Of course, that's all there is to it. Whether he can pass your inheritance assessment is up to him, Bibidong said slowly. The inheritance of a god cannot be controlled at will. That voice rang out again, containing some anger. Can't I control it? Can't you feel it? Bibidong smiled. The end of days which spirit manifested, a faint golden light gathering in the shape of a person between her brows. The key of end released the power of the end, completely isolating this space, as it gradually became illusory, forming a space effect similar to a secret realm. You. Who on earth are you? The voice was somewhat shocked and trembling. Although Bibidong's strength was still shallow, the spirit and divine power she released had a sense of oppression that overshadowed the heavens and the earth, especially the sword in her hand, whose might was far beyond that of the sea god's trident. Maybe I can't erase this fragment of your divine consciousness now, but given time, I can. Bibidong smiled and said, once I erase your divine consciousness, not only will your sea god position be stolen, but at the very least, you will no longer be able to pass on your inheritance. And the one who obtains that divine inheritance will be able to freely activate the sea god inheritance, something you cannot control. So choose. Bibidong quietly waited, the space seeming to grow more and more illusory, about to separate from Doa continent. A crystal-clear, triangular object emerged from the ground, floating before Bibidong. It was the sea god's treasure. Don't worry, I will find you an excellent successor. Bibidong played with this peculiar object, the crystalline blue light shimmering with precious light, and strange energy fluctuations constantly emanating from it. On this blue triangular object, wave-like patterns rippled, looking as if they were alive, with circles of blue light flashing, illuminating the room with a faint precious glow. She stored it in her soul guide, and as the divine power was withdrawn from the space gradually stabilized and returned to normal. Bibidong walked out. In the divine realm, the sea god gazed at the sky, where a strange phenomenon had recently occurred. Is this the chosen successor of that god? The sea god murmured, uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse for my divine realm. Chapter 36. Capturing people watching his thorn dragon being completely defeated by a terrifying flame from his opponent, Gordon's heart sank. This was the first time he found himself at a disadvantage against an opponent with lower soul power than himself. As a descendant of a military family, he had naturally been on the battlefield, and the pride of a soldier did not allow for such a situation. Moreover, this was a life-and-death fight. Being at a disadvantage meant that if the opponent had murderous intent, they could kill him without violating the rules. His second soul skill, Thorn Armor, and his fourth soul skill, Dragon's Thorn, lit up simultaneously. A thick layer of thorny armor covered Gordon, while his muscles were also enhanced, giving him several times the explosive power he had before. His hands transformed into dragon claws, covered in thorn-like spikes. Gordon's calves tensed, and then he jumped up, charging at Snow with incredible speed, his momentum immense, mixed with a hint of murderous intent. Snow transformed her soul power into the ultimate fire attribute and launched an angel assault, clashing head-on with her opponent. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon could not withstand the ultimate fire, let alone a thorn dragon. The ultimate fire engulfed Gordon's entire body, and the protective thorn armor became the best catalyst for the ultimate fire, constantly eroding the soul power within him. The dragon claws had already been neutralized by Snow's soul skill during the clash, leaving behind a pair of charred red hands. It was precisely because Snow's soul power level was 10 levels lower than his that he was able to save his life. Gordon was blown away by the impact of the angel assault, crashing to the ground and rolling in pain. Snow walked toward him, her calm footsteps sounding like the toll of death in his ears. "I surrender," Gordon shouted, cradling his head. Although today a soul fight had made him lose face as a soldier, he did not want to die here. "The match is over. Snow wins," the host shouted loudly, and the audience erupted in cheers, mixed with countless sighs. This was a highly publicized soul fight in the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, and as Snow's fame rose, more and more people began to pay attention to her. Gordon, as a representative of the younger generation of the Empire's military, naturally drew many spectators eager to see who was stronger. However, the outcome was beyond most people's expectations. The son of the first general of the Heaven-Do Empire was actually defeated by a 15-year-old girl with only level 40 power. Moreover, that girl appeared to win quite easily. Snow did not know that she was now being watched by many, including General Galong, who was observing the match from the shadows. What is the background of this mysterious girl? This is the most sought-after information in the Great Soul Arena. However, aside from her name, age, and martial soul, the rest is unknown. A mysterious girl with such terrifying strength must be investigated thoroughly. If she belongs to an opposing force, she poses a considerable threat to our Heaven-Do Empire and should be eliminated when the opportunity arises, Galong pondered. Turning away from the audience, he needed to take his son for treatment. Snow halted her steps, squatting down to look at her opponent, who was rolling on the ground in pain from the burns. "I don't want to kill you. I just want to treat your injuries," she said. With that, Snow extended her hand and placed it on Gordon, converting her soul power into the ultimate ice attribute, neutralizing and melting the ultimate fire on him. With a continuous output of her soul power, Gordon's skin, which had turned red from the fire, gradually returned to normal. This left Gordon greatly astonished. It was beyond his comprehension that a person could simultaneously possess two types of soul power. If his opponent had heavily injured him with fire and then frozen him with ice, he would have undoubtedly died. However, he did not believe that her actions were an expression of goodwill. On the contrary, in his view, defeating him so easily in front of so many people and then treating him was a tremendous humiliation. As a soldier, he believed in the principle, better to be killed than to be humiliated. After this soul fight, his reputation in the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, in his father's eyes, and in the Heaven-Do army would undoubtedly be completely ruined. He would be laughed at by the audience, disappoint his father, and lose respect in the military, with soldiers no longer admiring him. And all of this stemmed from the woman before him. Gordon gritted his teeth, wishing he could immediately launch a sneak attack on Snow, who was leaving the stage, but he also understood that if he did that, it would only make him more despised, further damaging his reputation. "Gordon," a low voice came, and Gordon turned to see his father, Galong. "Hurry down, lying on the stage like that. What does it look like?" Galong said with a dark expression. Gordon gritted his teeth, stood up, and limped off the stage. "Father, it's not that I'm less skilled. It's that the opponent has issues." "Shut up. Are you still not ashamed enough?" Golan shouted. "As a soldier, you must dare to face failure and not make excuses for your own defeats. If this were not the Great Soul Arena but a real battlefield, you wouldn't even have the chance to admit defeat. You would already be a corpse." Gordon gritted his teeth, yes, but I did notice something during my confrontation with her. "What is it?" Golan frowned, looking displeased. "Her strength is definitely not just at level 40. She is hiding her true power." Gordon's eyes flickered. "She possesses 3 different attributes of soul power, which are definitely not what she originally has. When I fought her earlier, she gave me a familiar feeling, somewhat like the missing Prince Xue Qinghe, whom I had interacted with before. She must have some kind of devouring ability that allows her to absorb different attributes of soul power for her own use. I'm wondering if this familiar feeling is because she has absorbed Xue Qinghe's abilities." His words were half true and half false. The feeling he had that resembled Xue Qinghe was also vague, merely based on some similarities in the other person's words and actions. However, he didn't want to lose face over this, and, recalling the recent citywide lockdown due to Xue Qinghe's disappearance, he decided to take this opportunity to regain some face by linking this matter to it. The disappearance of the Tian-Do Empire's prince is a major issue. If the other party gets entangled in this matter, They will be strictly investigated by the Tiando Empire. Moreover, his father is a general in the military, so he would be responsible for this matter. At that time, if the other party falls into his hands, he can say whatever he wants, and the lost reputation will be restored, allowing him to gain credit as well. Are you sure? Golan was shocked. This matter is very important. Are you absolutely certain? He had already sensed something previously. The prince's disappearance had left him exhausted these past few days, and coincidentally, a mysterious girl appeared in the Great Soul Arena. But he hadn't noticed any connection between the two events. Now, hearing Gordon's words, he found many aspects of the two matters could be linked together. Golan thought for a moment. It can't be wrong. Gordon said, otherwise, with my years of military experience, how could you not know my strength, father? A 15-year-old, no matter how talented, can only reach the Soul Zone level. How could she easily defeat someone at the Soul King level like me? Golan nodded. Mobilize personnel to follow this person. I will report this matter to His Majesty immediately. Yes, Gordon replied. After leaving the Great Soul Arena, Snow, as her mother usually did, circled a few times, ensuring that there were no fans following her before returning to the hotel. But she didn't know that the people following her this time were no longer fans, but spies from the Tiando army. Gordon reported this situation to Golan, making him even more aware that something was wrong and more convinced of his current judgment. In Tiando City, the Wuhuan Branch Hall. Your Excellency Bishop, General Golan has sent someone to report that he has discovered clues related to the missing prince. The suspect resides in the Tiando Royal Hotel. Please lead the team personally. A shadow quietly descended, making no sound in the hall. Oh, after so many days, there are finally clues? Is Golan so certain? He even wants me to go personally. It seems he has identified the person who kidnapped the prince. Salas said lightly. Is a girl of unknown origin. Her strength is unfathomable. She defeated General Golan's son with her level 40 power, but unexpectedly, during the battle, she was seen through by General Golan's son, who judged that she had contact with Xueqinghe. It is likely that she is the one who kidnapped Xueqinghe. Mysterious girl? Do we not know which force she belongs to? What if she is from a major sect? Salas frowned. This, General Golan did not say. However, he had you go personally, which is also a consideration in this regard. After all, no force on the continent is stronger than the Wuhuan Temple. With your title as bishop, it should not make the situation too difficult. The man in black said respectfully, forget it. I will give Snow Knight some face. Let us go and catch her. Salas stood up and said, Chapter 37. Breaking through the encirclement, Bibidong returned to the treasure hall from the secret passage. At that moment, she heard a commotion outside. What happened? Is there something going on in the palace? Have I been discovered? Bibidong felt a bit anxious. She quietly pushed open a corner of the window and cautiously observed the situation inside the palace. That person dressed in luxurious clothing and holding a scepter must be the Night Emperor, right? These people seem to be hurrying out. What could have happened? Bibidong felt puzzled. Overthinking was of no use, so she collected her thoughts. No matter where the Night Emperor was going, she had already succeeded. It was crucial to leave this place quickly while the Night Emperor was absent and the palace's defenses were relaxed. The domain of Bibidong opened quietly, slipping out of the window like a swallow between the city wall and the rooftops, heading towards the hotel. Surround this place completely, and do not let a single person escape. Salas stood downstairs. The soldiers had surrounded the Tiando Royal Hotel tightly. Where's that old guy Gaelong? He called for me, but is nowhere to be seen. Salas frowned and asked, looking somewhat displeased. My father has already gone to report to His Majesty and is presumably on his way here, so I ask you to remain calm, Your Excellency. Gordon, standing nearby, smiled broadly, urging the bishop to lead the team to capture the rebel and rescue the prince. Once my father and His Majesty arrive, the rebel can be handed over for my father to deal with, and the father and son can be reunited. Salas waved his hand, indicating that he was well aware of that. But let me ask you, which room does the rebel stay in at this hotel? This. We only know she is staying at the Tiando Royal Hotel, but we do not know her specific room. Gordon hesitated, but she registered her name as Xiao Xue at the Dan Arena, so the hotel must have the records and we can find out easily. Is this how you conduct intelligence work? Salas raised an eyebrow, with no background or strength information, and not even knowing if she has accomplices by her side. You're treating my spirit hall as a tool to use. Your Excellency, forgive our negligence. We have indeed not investigated thoroughly, but we have located the person and her hiding place. As long as we capture her and interrogate her strictly, we need not worry about these unknowns, Gordon said awkwardly. Salas waved his hand, and a team of soldiers along with several vice bishops followed him into the hotel. Aren't you coming? Salas paused and turned back to look at Gordon, who was standing in place. I had just encountered her not long ago. It's naturally inconvenient to meet her now during the capture. Gordon smiled broadly. Fine then. Salas led everyone into the Tiendo Royal Hotel. The hotel staff and manager had long been frightened by the situation, not knowing why the Lord had come to our royal hotel. The manager's voice trembled slightly. By the order of His Majesty to capture the rebel, Salas said, putting out his hand for the hotel's guest registration list for inspection. The list was quickly brought over, and Salas flipped through it. Xiaoxua. He murmured, quickly finding a room registered over 10 days ago, with the registrant's elegant handwriting leaving the name Dong, Shui. What do these two look like, and what were they wearing? What was their condition on the day they arrived? Salas asked. They have always worn ordinary clothing, but their demeanor is extraordinary, and they possess top-tier VIP cards. We suspect they might be some noble who does not wish to reveal their identity. They go out every morning and only return to the hotel in the evening. Usually, they travel together, but today it seems only one has returned, the staff stammered, each adding to the statement, creating this response. Salas felt an increase in vigilance. It seemed this suspect still had one companion who had not shown up today. There's no time to waste. Let's move quickly, Salas said in a deep voice. Anyone who dares to obstruct us will be treated as a rebel and taken down. Yes, the soldiers had already taken strict control of each floor, entering a state of alert. Schwerer was in the kitchen of her room, practicing how to make boiled cabbage. Once I learn it, I will surprise Mom with it. She will definitely be shocked, Schwerer thought, wondering how her mother would evaluate her culinary skills. There was a knock at the door. Mom was back. Schwerer hurriedly covered the pot, making sure her secret cooking lesson wouldn't be discovered by her mother. Otherwise, there would be no surprise. Schwerer walked towards the door, but suddenly she felt something was off, a wave of unease rising in her heart. Mom wouldn't knock like this. This isn't Mom. Listening to the urgent knocking, it surely wasn't the hotel staff either, as they wouldn't be so rude to the guests in a top-tier room. Schwetter's expression grew serious, her soul power condensing as she prepared for defense. The room had good soundproofing, preventing her from sensing what was happening outside, how many people were there, or why they had come. She held her breath, silently stepping back, hiding in the cupboard by the window. In the instant she hid in the cupboard, she caught a glimpse of the layers of Tiendo soldiers below through the corner of her eye. What's going on? Schwerer was sweating coldly in the cupboard. Why was the Tiendo army surrounding the hotel? With a loud crash, the door was broken open, and soldiers poured in, nervously scanning and securing the room. Salas looked at the empty room, frowning, but soon he noticed a wisp of steam slowly rising from the stove in the kitchen. Come out. I know you are here. Hand over the hostage. Confess voluntarily, and perhaps you can still keep your life. Salas surveyed the room and said slowly. The room remained calm, seemingly devoid of anyone else besides them. It seems you want me to find you before you show yourself? A sharp look flashed in Salas's eyes. Search. The soldiers immediately began a thorough search of the room, inspecting every tile and behind every door. No need. A clear voice came out, and Salas and the others turned to see a wardrobe pushed open, revealing a young girl with a somewhat stunning face stepping out. Salas suddenly felt that this face looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere, but he couldn't recall it at the moment. There is only me here. You have the wrong person. The hostage you are looking for is not here, Schwetter said. Whether we found the right person or not. Let us talk after you come with us. Salas waved his hand. Take her away. Continue searching. Schwerer looked at Salas, her brows furrowing. You are from the spirit hall? You recognize me? A strange smile appeared on Salas's face. Take this opportunity to explain your purpose and the forces behind you. My spirit hall might spare your life out of consideration for your connections. Otherwise, you will be treated as a rebel by the Tiendo Empire, and a hanging fate would not be pleasant. You are from the spirit hall. Why are you helping the Tiendo Empire find the missing Xue Qinghe? Xuya Usket. Oh, knowing so much about the prince's disappearance, it seems my church did not find the wrong person. Gailong and his son really have some ability. Salas shook his head. You don't need to know this question. Gailong and his son, did they tell you? A hint of coldness flashed in Schwerer's eyes. All right, no need for idle chatter. Since you are unwilling to speak, we will hand you over to the Tiendo Empire for interrogation. I have already given you a chance. If you do not seize it, do not blame us. Salas waved his hand. Take her away. The soldiers closed in, pressing forward. A hint of anger appeared on Schwerer's face. Her identity was special and inconvenient to expose, and moreover, her mother's purpose for bringing her was absolutely confidential. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled in secret like this. It seems I can only fight my way out. Schwerer gritted her teeth, her hands gathering soul power, and she punched through the two soldiers in front of her, spinning around to kick down two more nearby. First soul skill, Angel Assault. Schwerer rushed towards the door. The soldiers formed a wall to block her path. But Schwerer could no longer care about that. Her soul power was pushed to the limit, continuously clashing with the soldiers in front of her, pushing them aside, and the armor on the soldiers was already shaking her hands numb. Indeed, her strength was remarkable, only at level 40 soul power, yet possessing an aura not inferior to a soul king. Saras stood with his hands behind his back and said, "If it weren't for the Heaven-Do Empire specifying you, our sect would definitely have accepted you into the Spirit Hall. What a pity for such a genius." After saying this, 8 soul rings slowly appeared around Saras, preparing to take down the girl before him personally. Chapter 38. The game. Saras's soul rings lit up, and he clawed toward Schwerer. Suddenly, a figure flashed by, embracing Schwerer in their arms while facing Saras with another palm. Just as Saras was about to question who had arrived, he was horrified to find that he was no match for the person in front of him. The terrifying pressure of soul power from the other party was clearly a level above his own. With a shockwave emitted from the clash of soul power, Saras was knocked back and crashed heavily against the wall. Struggling to get up, he looked up to see a figure before him, surrounded by a circle of blood-red soul rings radiating a terrifying aura, making it hard for him to breathe. He had no time to think about why this person had only one soul ring, and it was a 100,000-year soul ring. When a cold voice rang in his ears, "You should be glad you didn't hurt her." Saras was taken aback for a moment. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered, "Your Holiness the Pope?" Yes, it was as if his brain had suddenly pieced together everything. From a name Dong on the registration list to the extraordinary soul ring configuration before him, everything indicated that the person in front of him was indeed the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, the only dual-wielding spirit owner on the continent, Bibidong. Even though the person before him was dressed simply, the voice and appearance were exactly the same as the Pope he had seen during the new Emperor's coronation ceremony. Saras knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, "I did not know your Holiness was here. We failed to welcome you properly. Please forgive us." "It's rare that you still remember me and acknowledge me as the Pope," Bibidong said. "You jest, Your Holiness. We just didn't expect you to come here." Saras replied respectfully, "I thought you all had become the dogs of Heaven-Do, acting at their behest to attack our Spirit Hall's saintess." Bibidong glanced at Saras and asked, "Why did the Heaven-Do Empire capture her?" Saras was greatly shocked. The girl named Xiaoxue before him was actually the saintess of the Spirit Hall, and, as the head of the sect, he had not heard a single word about it. "We are truly deserving of death. We did not know the saintess was here. Offending the saintess, we voluntarily plead guilty and accept your Holiness's punishment." Saras buried his head down, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. "I heard it was suspected that I kidnapped Xueqinghe." The Golong father and son reported it. "My opponent in the soul fight this afternoon was this Golong's son, who, after being defeated by me, for some reason suspected and framed me." Schwerer whispered close to her mother's ear. Bibidong furrowed her brows and then asked Salas, "Does the Heaven-Do Empire have any evidence?" Salas hesitated for a moment and replied, "Well, this information was reported to me by the Golong father and son. They said they have already found the person who kidnapped the prince, right here, and asked us to lead a team to capture them. As for how they confirmed it, we don't know. By the way, Golong has reported this matter to the Snow Knight Emperor, so they should be on their way here and will arrive shortly." "You mean Snow Knight is coming here too?" Bibidong suddenly felt that the situation was not good. "Yes, I implore your Holiness to take the saintess and quickly retreat. Otherwise, given the current situation, it will be difficult for Snow Knight not to suspect that our Spirit Hall has kidnapped Xueqinghe. If they confirm it, they might even go to war against our Spirit Hall," Salas said, sweating profusely and anxiously. Bibidong now understands that the current situation is far more complex and severe than she had anticipated. After all, if not handled properly, it could indeed lead to a declaration of war between the Heaven-Do Empire and the Spirit Hall, which is the last thing she wants to see. Seeing Bibidong lost in thought, Salas said, "Your Holiness, rest assured, I will leave no one alive among those present. No one will leak the news of your arrival and identity as the Holy Maiden." After saying this, Salas waved his hand towards the surrounding soldiers, only to be surprised to find that all the others present, except for the 3 of them, were frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. "No need. This is the effect of my domain. The time spent within our domain will not be perceived by them. In their perception, we are merely a shadow passing by, and they will not be aware of any situation here." Bibidong stopped Salas. Salas widened his eyes. Such a powerful soul skill is indeed worthy of being at the 10,000-year level. First, Tell me why the Heaven-Do Empire asked the Spirit Hall to intervene in this matter, Bibidong said. Yes, Your Holiness, Salas replied respectfully. Not long ago, Shui suddenly allowed our Spirit Hall to intervene in various affairs of the Empire, stating that the Heaven-Do Empire has always had a good relationship with the Spirit Hall. Now that the Heaven-Do is facing difficulties in finding capable people, our Spirit Hall is more capable and trustworthy than other forces, hence allowing us to participate. I have also taken this opportunity to continuously expand our influence in the Heaven-Do Empire's Spirit Master community. Against this backdrop, more than 10 days ago, news came from the palace that Shui Qinghe had gone missing. Shui suspected that certain forces were behind it, infiltrating the palace and abducting Shui Qinghe. He was furious and ordered the army to thoroughly investigate Heaven-Do City to find the prince. At the same time, he also sent someone to our Spirit Hall for assistance. I originally intended to refuse, but since Shui Yi had previously reused people from our Spirit Hall in the Empire's various affairs, now with such a significant matter as the prince's disappearance, I naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, I also intended to take this opportunity to expand our Spirit Hall's influence in Heaven-Do City, so I agreed. Bibidong furrowed her brows as she looked around the messy room. Is this how you investigate the disappearance of the prince? Yes. Salas replied with a stiff expression. Shui truly has a good scheme. He knows people accurately and strategizes appropriately, worthy of being a great ruler of his generation. Bibidong sighed. Your Holiness, what do you mean by that? Salas asked, confused. Expanding our influence in the Spirit Master world. Is this how you do it? Bibidong looked at the once cozy room, now turned into a ruin. You are damaging the image of my Spirit Hall among the vast number of Spirit Masters. To put it simply, you are ruining our reputation. Shui Yi is indeed clever. He knows your character and understands what actions would ruin reputations. Therefore, when he wanted to reform or do other things that would damage reputations in the Heaven-Do Empire, he borrowed my Spirit Hall's hand to do it. Over time, the image of my Spirit Hall in the Heaven-Do Spirit Master world will plummet. And now that Shui Qinghe has gone missing, Shui Yi is anxious. But at the same time, he dares not offend many nobles and certain major sections. Thus, he needs a very good knife to use, and he found you, using our Spirit Hall's hand to offend the nobles and sect powers of Heaven-Do City. If Shui Qinghe was kidnapped by other forces, then it would be most appropriate for the Spirit Hall to be the one to seek justice, because in the continent, no force can match my Spirit Hall. It can easily settle various entangled sect interest disputes and push all the responsibility onto us, while he remains uninvolved. However, if Shui Qinghe was not kidnapped by other forces but by my Spirit Hall, Bibidong paused. Then the situation would turn into us lifting a rock to smash our own feet, and he, Shui Yi, could watch us make a fool of ourselves. Just like now, Shui Yi is about to arrive, and we are at a loss. Bibidong said slowly. This is a game of chess, in which he holds all the advantages. At this moment, Salas was already sweating profusely. He had become a pawn used by the Emperor Shui Yi to utilize the Spirit Hall. If Emperor Shui Yi's actions against the Heaven-Do Empire were like scraping bones to cure poison, then the Spirit Hall was that sharp knife, and Salas had become the handle of a knife. Your Holiness, we truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths to be caught in Shui Yi's scheme without realizing it. And now we are being used to act against the saintess of my Spirit Hall. We are truly ashamed to face your Holiness again. Salas bowed his head heavily to the ground. Your sins can be redeemed later. Bibidong looked at Salas kneeling on the ground. The Heaven-Do Empire needs to scrape bones to cure poison, and my Spirit Hall does too. What orders does your Holiness have? We will do our utmost, even if it means death, to restore the reputation of my Spirit Hall. Salas said sadly. This matter can be discussed later. I have my own plans. The most urgent thing now is how to handle the situation here. Bibidong raised an eyebrow. Do you have a strategy? I implore your Holiness to leave with the saintess quickly. Salas said. As for Shui Yi, I will negotiate with him, and I will not leak any information about your Holiness and the saintess. How will you negotiate? The suspect breaks out of the encirclement led by you, a soul, and escapes? Bibidong said. Do you think Shui Yi will believe your words? Salas hesitated. Even if Shui Yi does not believe it, he has no evidence against my Spirit Hall and cannot do anything to us. But he will suspect that Gelong, his most trusted general, provided clues that were cut off in my Spirit Hall, which aligns perfectly with what he originally thought. If the prince was kidnapped by my Spirit Hall, he could witness my Spirit Hall making a fool of itself. Bibidong said slowly. Your words to Shui Yi would solidify in his mind that Shui Qinghe was kidnapped by my Spirit Hall. When the real war day comes, Adding charges will not be a problem, and there will be another reason for declaring war, placing my spirit hall in a disadvantageous position in public opinion. I implore your holiness to make this clear. Salus lowered his head, speaking respectfully. Shui is planning to use my spirit hall to scrape bones and cure poison, so I'll turn the tables on him. Bibidong said seriously, and you, Salus, will be a key part of this plan. I will go to any lengths, hoping to redeem my sins. I indeed need you to die, but I also need you to survive to redeem your sins. Bibidong took out a herb. This herb is called the rebirth gu ginseng. After taking it, you will enter a state of false death, indistinguishable from true death. However, within 36 hours, as long as you take another herb, the longevity gu ginseng, as an antidote, you can live. If you miss the time limit without taking it, you will truly die. Your holiness means. Salus's eyes were filled with confusion. Using your name of death to cover up the kidnapping by other forces, Shui interjected. You are no better than a little girl in her teens. Bibidong chuckled. This. Salus was filled with astonishment. The Pope truly had an extraordinary insight, but... However, in today's continent, there are not many forces that can kill a soul de law, and even fewer that dare to kill a soul de law of my spirit hall. As long as there is some investigation afterwards, the truth can be revealed, right? Bibidong said. Exactly, but since your holiness has thought of this, you must have a solution. Salus understood and said, I will definitely follow your holiness's orders. Indeed, if I want to pin this on other known forces, no matter which side it is, they're not ideal scapegoats. Because relying on the influence of the Heaven Do Empire, it won't take long to find out the truth, and at that time, the illusion will collapse on its own. Bibidong said, therefore, I want a force that has never been heard of on the continent to take the blame. Of course, it has not been heard of in the past, but I hope that in the future, this force can become famous on the continent. It should be an organization hidden in the dark, mysterious yet powerful. Of course, it will not be affiliated with my spirit hall, but will be on the opposite side, letting the people of the continent know that it is the greatest obstacle to the rise of my spirit hall. In this way, if in the future various ambitious people on the continent form an alliance against my spirit hall, it will be the backbone of the alliance, or even the leader. It will be like a net spread across the world, gathering various anti-spirit forces, and when they form an alliance to battle my spirit hall, it will be time to close the net and catch them all. Salus was now greatly shocked. The Pope's deep foresight and profound plans had left even him, a man over 50, unable to see through, and a sense of fear began to rise in his heart. Fortunately, he served the spirit hall, serving the Pope. Quietly being a pawn of your holiness was enough. He did not dare to inquire too much about the continent situation. Your holiness, these are your plans, secrets within secrets. Is it appropriate for you to say this to me? Salus felt uneasy in his heart. Naturally, you are one of the founders of this force. Without you, how could this sect be organized? Bibidong smiled. From today onwards, I will remove Salus from the position of Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Heavendo City, and you will serve as an elder of this dark force, developing and growing the sect in the Heavendo Empire. The sect will primarily absorb scattered spirit masters, with the secondary aim of nurturing disciples from other forces. All disciples will initially be managed by the outer sect, and in due time, we will absorb those who are trustworthy and exceptionally talented as inner sect disciples. Inner sect disciples must be loyal to the sect and willing to sacrifice for it. Only inner sect disciples have the right to know about this plan and the truth of the sect. Of course, once you know, you cannot withdraw and must maintain absolute confidentiality. The sect does not have a permanent address, but you can establish your own contact points. Usually, your base will be infiltration. For example, undercover in various sects and forces. Of course, if someone can infiltrate our spirit hall, that is also their ability, and if they can do it without being discovered, they will be greatly rewarded. That's all I can think of for now. Further matters, such as sect regulations, will be communicated to you by designated personnel later. It is not convenient to say more at this moment. Yes, your holiness. I have remembered everything and will not fail your trust, said Salus. Wait, should I now address you as sect master? No. Bibidong shook her head. Although I founded this sect, I will not act as sect master. After a while, I will let you meet your sect master. Your holiness, you missed the most important information, the name and emblem of the sect. Salus had already taken the rebirth goo. Autumn orchid, Luo Sheng beneath the hall. Bibidong took out an autumn orchid and placed it in Salus's arms, saying, the sect takes the autumn orchid as its faith and is named Luo Sheng Hall. Beneath Luo Sheng Hall, the autumn orchid lives long. Chapter 40. Investigating the case, the situation is as follows. The entire imperial army in the hotel is injured and unconscious. And no one saw what the person who abducted the prince and rescued the suspect looked like. According to the soldiers' descriptions inside the house, the girl seemed to attack them as if she wanted to rush out, and then a shadow flashed past at an extremely fast speed. No one saw who it was, and after that shadow passed, the girl disappeared, and Bishop Salas was also knocked to the ground. Shui Yi and his group had already arrived at the scene, and Gailong was reporting to Shui Yi about the situation in the hotel. "Where's Salas? Let him come to see me." Shui Yi did not change his expression upon learning of the suspect's escape, calmly saying, "Bishop Salas has sustained serious injuries and is currently being treated by our healing soul masters," Gailong said. "What did you say?" Shui Yi's expression finally changed. "Salas was injured?" "Yes, and it is very serious internal injuries caused by soul power impact." Gailong hesitated for a moment and then reported truthfully, "Salas, as the platinum bishop of our Heaven-Do City Spirit Hall, is at the soul Deloa level. What level do you think the person who could injure him is?" Shui Yi frowned and asked. To speak frankly, from the soldiers' descriptions, Bishop Salas was injured and fell at the moment that shadow appeared, which means he only exchanged a brief move with the opponent to injure him in one move. Gailong was silent for a moment. The opponent can only be at the title Deluo level, and it is very likely a super Deluo. Title Deluo? Who is it? Which force? Shui Yi asked sharply. There are only a few title Deluos on the continent today. Which force would do such a thing? The three upper sects? Or the Star Luo Empire? Looking at Gailong in deep thought, Shui Yi's voice grew colder. The likelihood of these forces is low. I am worried that this is a well-crafted play put on by the Spirit Hall for me to see. A soldier stepped forward to salute and said respectfully, "Just received confirmation from the military doctor that Bishop Salas has died due to serious injuries." "What?" Both Shui Yi and Gailong exclaimed simultaneously, confirming the news. Multiple military doctors conducted a thorough examination, and there were even healing soul masters at the soul sage level who have confirmed that the news is reliable, the soldier said. "Understood, you may leave." Gailong turned around and said to Shui Yi, "Your Majesty, I also suspected it was the work of the Spirit Hall, but when I examined the scene, I found something unusual." "What thing?" Shui Yi asked in confusion. "A flower quite rare. But I have seen many things in my years of battles and recognized this flower. It is called autumn orchid." Gailong took out the flower. It was this one. It fell on Salas's chest while I was handling the scene, right where he was injured by the impact. Shui Yi examined the flower. "Is there a place in Heaven-Do City that grows this flower?" "To my knowledge, this flower only grows in the forest and is quite rare in the suburbs. If it exists in the city, it can only be artificially transplanted." Gailong shook his head. "I have never seen this flower in Heaven-Do City." "Forget it. We will investigate the origins of this flower later. Now that Salas is dead, what do you think?" Shui Yi asked. "The Spirit Hall cannot possibly sacrifice a soul Dolua's life for a self-directed play, even if it is, as your Majesty thinks, that the prince was abducted by the Spirit Hall. The value of a soul Delua far exceeds that of Xueqinghe. The cost and time of training are enormous, and the Spirit Hall would not do something that harms their own strength," Gailong said, combined with the flower that appeared at the scene. "Could it be that this matter is truly unrelated to the Spirit Hall? It seems I may indeed be overly cautious about the Spirit Hall, thinking everything points to them." Shui Yi shook his head. "But if it is not the work of the Spirit Hall, which force could it be? There are only a handful of people with title Delua strength on the continent today, and they have all been famous for a long time. Who would come to our Heaven-Do City to do such a secretive thing?" Shui Yi felt an ominous sense. He originally thought that abducting Xueqinghe was just the work of petty thieves, but the events unfolding now made him feel that the situation was growing more complicated. A title Delua carries too much weight. Even with the strength of the Heaven-Do Empire, it must be weighed carefully. There are very few useful clues at the scene. So I have also investigated all the relevant information about the girl who was active in the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena and the hotel she stayed in before. But aside from knowing that there was a mysterious woman accompanying that girl named Xiao Shui, we know nothing about that woman, including her name and background. A page of the registration form has been torn off, indicating that the other party has strong counter-surveillance awareness, Gailong said solemnly. "What do you think their force could be?" Shui Yi asked in a low voice. "This, I cannot say, but I have a guess," Gailong replied. "What kind of guess?" "There are many sects and forces on the continent, and some hidden sects are not limited to just the three upper sects in the Star Luo Empire. There may be certain sects we do not know about that also have titled Deluos," Gailong said slowly. Shui Yi fell silent. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, this was indeed the most reasonable and likely explanation at present. "Therefore, I believe the key clue still lies with this flower." It appeared at the crime scene and is incongruous with the surroundings. If we can investigate the origin of the flower, there may be a significant breakthrough. In that case, I need to find a way to explain to the Spirit Hall. Losing a soul to a bishop on my Heaven-Do city territory, sacrificed while helping my Heaven-Do royal family. I need to think carefully about how to negotiate with the Spirit Hall, hoping the worst outcome won't occur. Shui Yi waved his hand. You stay here to continue the investigation. I will return to the palace. Your Majesty, safe travels. Gailong watched Shui Yi leave, but could not feel relaxed in his heart. Father, did the suspect escape? Gordon looked at Shui Yi as he departed and asked. Yes, all leads have been cut off. I originally thought we could close in, but now it seems the mystery has only deepened. Gailong sighed, but you also played an important role. At least you recognize the suspect. Their swift killing and escape also prove they are indeed the ones who abducted the prince. Gordon felt a surge of joy in his heart. Originally, he was just making things up on a whim, thinking about how to impose the crime on the other party if they denied it. Now it seemed that the other party was indeed feeling guilty, which made him a bit proud. He had achieved a great accomplishment this time. However, he did not show his excitement, but pretended to lament, saying, I only regret not going up with Bishop Salas, which has resulted in a lack of clues. Gailong patted his head. It's good that you didn't go up. If you had, you might not have made it back. Your father is grateful for your good fortune. The portrait of the girl was completed and presented to General Xiao. A soldier presented the portrait to the Gailong father and son. Not quite like her. It's indeed difficult to capture her stunning beauty with just a brush. Gordon sighed, suddenly realizing that his father was looking at him strangely, so he quickly changed his words. No, I just can't remember clearly. It might be something like this. I'll go issue a wanted notice right away. Watching Gordon leave, Gailong shook his head, looking at the flower in his hand, lost in thought. Chapter 41. All beings outside the city of Tiando, rain fell in a drizzling manner. On a muddy mountain path, two figures were walking. Mom, why do we have to hide on this mountain? It's wet and cold, and I'm hungry, asked Shui, holding onto her mother's hand. There's no choice. The city of Tiando must be plastered with wanted notices looking for you. I have never shown my face to that, Gordon, but you have. If we stay in Tiando any longer, we might be discovered, and the soldiers will be chasing us all over the city. Do you want to play hide and seek? Bibidong said helplessly. In 2 days, when I infiltrate the Tiando military camp and give Salas the longevity worm, we can leave this place. I have a disguise technique. Plus, Mom, you have that domain. How could they possibly find us? And on this mountain, where are we going to stay? I want to stay in a hotel in Tiando City. I don't want to sleep in the wild, Shui pouted. If I were Gailong, I would order all the hotels and businesses in the city, as well as all residents, to report immediately if they see a woman with a girl, or else be treated as harboring a criminal. Bibidong shook her head. This isn't something that can be easily faked with a disguise. We can't stay in Tiando City anymore. Don't worry. Mom won't let you sleep outdoors. We'll find a villager's house and stay for a couple of nights. Bibidong comforted her. Once everything is arranged, we can set off for the next place. The next place? Where are we going this time? Xuya Uskakul Yusli. The Xinglua Empire, Gongxin City, Bibidong replied. What are we going there for? Shui was a bit confused. I remember there's a title called the capital of metals there, but there aren't many powerful soul masters. It seems there won't be much challenge for me to fight souls there. Fighting souls is just part of it. Actually, you should observe and think more about various phenomena on the continent and the existing systems, Bibidong said slowly. Have you ever thought about where those Tang sect hidden weapons that brought us great trouble came from? Shui, being clever, understood, I see. Tang San is the one who gathered them. Why could Tang San gather them? Bibidong asked. Because they are at odds with our spirit hall, and he took advantage of that. Shui answered without hesitation. Why are they at odds? Bibidong continued to probe. This. Shui couldn't answer. When we get there, you'll understand, Bibidong said. You have already experienced the attitude of the spirit hall towards the world. When you were the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Salas respected you. But what about when you are not? There are countless soul masters in the world, and not everyone has the same status as you. How should they react when facing such situations? If I hadn't shown up back then, you would have fallen into their hands and found it hard to argue your case. Shui fell into deep thought. This was her first time reflecting differently on the spirit hall's way of dealing with the world. Having thoughts is a good thing, compared to achieving soul power in cultivation. What Mom hopes more is for you to be an independent thinker with a correct worldview, Bibidong said softly. I remember Mom's teachings. I will learn well from you. Shui replied obediently. In the future, you'll have many counterexamples. There are many in Shrek. Bibidong smiled. Look, there's a house over there with smoke coming from the chimney. They must be making breakfast. Let's go see if we can borrow a place to stay for a few days. Okay. The mother and daughter held hands and walked towards a farmhouse. Knock, knock, knock. Bibidong knocked on the somewhat worn wooden door. Is anyone there? No one. Bibidong waited for a moment. That's odd. There's smoke coming from inside. With a creak, the door opened, and an elderly man with white hair and a scruffy appearance peeked out. Who are you? Hello, Grandpa. We came to hike in the mountains, but got lost because we're not familiar with this area. We've been wandering in the mountains all night and would like to borrow a place to stay for a couple of nights. We'll leave as soon as we find our way down. Would that be convenient for you? We won't disturb you, will we? Bibidong said respectfully. Oh, lost children, good, good. The old man squinted at the mother and daughter, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile. Wandering in the mountains all night isn't easy. It gets cold here at night. I'll go get you some hot porridge to warm you up. Grandpa, we won't take advantage of you. Please accept this. Bibidong took out a bag of gold soul coins and pressed it into the old man's hands. Oh dear, you kids, the old man shook his hands, trembling. Just having you come to my old bones home to talk makes me very happy. There's no need for this. Come inside and sit down. I'll get you some porridge. Bibidong felt a bit helpless. She didn't want to owe anyone a favor. Grandpa, please keep it. Our sudden visit has troubled you, and I feel guilty about it. Bibidong placed the money pouch on the table. The porridge is ready. The old man quickly brought over 2 bowls of steaming porridge, a kind smile on his face. Grandpa, are you giving us all the porridge? Bibidong felt a little embarrassed. Oh, I can make more. You eat. The old man didn't mind at all. I'm old. I'm not in a hurry to eat. You kids need to take good care of your health. How can you say that, Grandpa? You must accept this money, Renxue said. Alas, you don't know. I've been living here alone for over 10 years. I often think about whether someone can come and talk to me, but it's always just me talking to myself. Occasionally, a few passers-by don't even want to pay me any attention. I might not have much time left, and I just hope to chat with someone before I die. Thank you, Heaven, for bringing you here. You can help me fulfill my wish in my final days. The old man's voice revealed a sense of desolation, and both Bibidong and Renxue were somewhat moved. Don't you have any family? Haven't they come to see you? Bibidong asked. Alas, my son was conscripted by the Tiando Empire long ago, and I've heard nothing from him for many years. He might have died in the army. The old man's voice became much lower. After my son left, I've been raising his daughter alone. What about your granddaughter? Xuya Uskit. The old man looked at Renxue with a kind gaze. Ah, my granddaughter was about your age when she left, and she was just as beautiful as you. She was so mischievous and cute, always asking me for candy, calling me Grandpa. I wonder how she is doing now, if anyone is still giving her candy every day. The last sentence was choked with emotion, clearly bringing back memories of his long-gone granddaughter, leaving him alone and lonely. What happened to her? Bibidong felt uneasy. It's a long story. One day, a group of soldiers burst into our home, demanding to take my granddaughter without explanation. I was frantic and tried to stop them, holding onto their legs, asking where they were taking her. They said the royal family needed a batch of maids and that my granddaughter had been chosen. I should feel honored. They tossed me a few coins to avoid trouble. I refused, shouting and blocking them from taking her away. But how could I stand against them? They were all strong, and in no time, I was beaten until I spat blood and fell unconscious. When I woke up, I never saw my granddaughter again. The old man's voice was very low and soft, as if he was trying hard not to recall that moment. But he spoke clearly, indicating that the events of that day were etched deeply in his heart. Bibidong and Renxue fell silent. They didn't know how to comfort the old man. Perhaps any comfort would be in vain, as he had been living alone here for over a decade. He might have already gotten used to the days without children and grandchildren, and when he was at home, his self-talk must be a subconscious way of still believing that his descendants were around. As for his granddaughter's life, Bibidong knew some details and could naturally imagine it. She might be a servant in a sect or a royal family, or a waitress at the Heaven Do auction house, or perhaps she was even an auction item herself, bought at a high price by certain individuals. What they would do with her after purchasing, Bibidong didn't dare to think about, nor did she want to. Grandpa, your porridge is really delicious. Bibidong suddenly changed the topic and smiled. Yes, Grandpa, it's really good, Renxue said, covering her face with the bowl to prevent the old man from noticing the tears that slipped down the corners of her eyes. Chapter 42. Grand Burial. There shouldn't be anyone here. Let's begin. Bibidong led Renxue to a remote grove, took out the sea of stars and sky cover, and said, Renxue nodded, also not dragging her feet, guiding the sea of stars and sky cover above her head, sitting cross-legged, concentrating her mental energy, and tried to infuse it into the cover. Bibidong watched this scene as circles of blue light flickered around Renxue, indicating that the sea god's heart had reacted. However, she was unsure of the final outcome. After all, Bibidong had yet to find a way to elevate Schwer's angel god to the level of a god king. With a divine position available here, and one that was willing to allow the coexistence of two gods, Bibidong naturally wanted to give it a try. After a moment, Schwer opened her eyes, disappointment visible on her face. It didn't work. It rejected me. Don't be discouraged, Bibidong comforted her. After all, I didn't have high hopes either. Your attributes are still quite different from it. Yet, inside, Bibidong couldn't help but grumble about the sea god. My Schwer is not weaker than that Tang San, right? You don't even regard the continent's top talent? Well, it can't be said that it completely rejected me, Schwer explained. At first, it was quite friendly towards me, showing signs of accepting me. But when my six-winged angel martial soul made contact with it, my own spiritual power involuntarily retracted, and I could no longer infuse it. Perhaps the god I inherited from refused to let me inherit other divine positions. When I tried to reach out again with my spiritual power, I found it also rejected my contact. I see, Bibidong understood, realizing she had misjudged the sea god. It made sense with the nature of angel gods, which are bound to a specific lineage and encompass all spirit bones. How could it allow its inheritor to coexist with others? After all, not every god is as unscrupulous as the sea god. It was my greed, Bibidong sighed. In that case, the sea god inheritance can only be left for others. But don't worry, Schwer. Even if you can only become an angel god, I will ensure you surpass the god king Shura. I believe in you, Mom. Schwer nestled in Bibidong's arms. By the way, does Mom have any plans for that Roshan Hall? I want those forces that cannot openly join my spirit hall to be incorporated under it, such as those academies that have trained many excellent spirit masters, and those affiliated sects abandoned by the Haotian sect, as well as, Bibidong thought for a moment, those who have grievances with the two great empires. Like the elderly man we saw, in this vast world, the majority are commoner spirit masters. They are the hearts of this Delua continent. The fundamental factor for my spirit hall to hold a place on the continent, equal in influence to the two great empires. Bibidong said, the two great empires do not value them. The royal families and nobles oppress the common people. But my spirit hall does the opposite, benefiting the people, and naturally, the hearts of the people will gravitate towards us. This is also why my spirit hall is praised as the holy land for spirit masters. However, this threatens the cake of the two great empires and those noble sections. Over time, with the people's hearts on my side, their foundation will be undermined. Thus, they see my spirit hall as a thorn in their side, which is why, even when my spirit hall does not show its edge, it is still feared by various sects and forces, wanting to eliminate it quickly. My spirit hall cannot tear its face with the two great empires for various reasons. So I cannot help these people seek revenge. But the Roshan Hall can. As a hidden organization, it can act without restraint, Bibidong explained. But Mom, aren't you trying to gather the anti-spirit forces around the world? If you create enmity with the two great empires, how can you form an alliance? Schwer asked, confused. As long as my spirit hall is strong enough to make them feel an imminent threat, they will have to unite to deal with my spirit hall. It's enough to create the illusion that this organization is also an obstacle to my spirit hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. They will temporarily set aside their prejudices against the Roshan Hall and join forces to eliminate my spirit hall, Bibidong patiently explained. I understand now, Schwer nodded, creating a rift in the alliance, as expected of Mom. All right, let's head back. We still need to discuss how to deceive Salis and deal with that Gordon father and son who framed you. Bibidong smiled, taking Schwer back. After hearing Schwer's detailed description from yesterday, Bibidong was certain that Schwer had made no mistakes during the soul duel, and she comforted Schwer. Regarding why Gordon insisted that Schwer was the one who kidnapped Xue Qinghe, Bibidong offered an explanation, a case of misdirected blame. After all, Bibidong had seen many people who, unable to accept defeat, sought to regain their face in other situations. However, Gordon was indeed lucky. They were indeed the instigators. Bibidong would not let such a person go. Not to mention this was a war. Both sides had already taken their stance. The Gordon father and son were loyal to the Tiando Empire and were destined to be enemies with her. Just take Schwer, for example. If Bibidong were not by her side, or if she were someone else, Gordon's actions were all too clear in intent. Thus, no matter how much Bibidong wanted to benefit the world, she would not show mercy to such enemies. As the mother and daughter returned to their farmhouse residence, Bibidong suddenly stopped in her tracks, becoming vigilant. What's wrong, Mom? Xue Usket, puzzled. Something's happened, Bibidong said in a low voice, quickly pulling Schwer to the front of the house, where the door was already wide open. The two rushed inside, finding the old man lying in a pool of blood. "Grandpa!" Bibidong ran over, picking up the old man, urgently shouting, "Grandpa, what happened? Who hurt you?" "Child, as long as you are fine, it's good. This old body of mine has finally reached its end," the old man said weakly, his voice intermittent, blood continually pouring from his throat with each cough. "What on earth happened?" Bibidong was somewhat angry. No matter who it was, to be so ruthless towards an old man was too cruel. It was the Tiendo army. They found this place, saying they were looking for a woman and a girl, and when they saw the 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks on my table, they forced me to tell them who had come and demanded I reveal your whereabouts. The old man coughed repeatedly, the blood staining Bibidong's hands. "I thought they might want to capture you just like they captured my granddaughter, so I never told them. They beat and kicked me, but I would never speak, because I have already lost one granddaughter. You are such kind and gentle children. I cannot let you suffer the same fate as me." Cough, cough. The old man smiled faintly, his breath growing weaker. In the end, they were so humiliated and enraged that they knocked me down and then left. This time, I'm satisfied because I will not regret watching my granddaughter being captured again. The old man struggled to raise his hand, as if wanting to see Schwerer's face. When the already tearful Schwerer held his hand and leaned closer, he looked at her kindly, closed his eyes in contentment, and a smile remained at the corner of his mouth. "He died for us." After a long while, Bibidong gently set down the old man and said softly, "Xuya, you are skilled in disguise. Transform him into the likeness of Salis. I want to give him a grand burial as a platinum bishop of the Spear Hall, and have the Tiendo royal family guard his tomb and honor him." Bibidong walked outside, and the rain began to fall softly again, though she didn't know when it started. Chapter 43, Conclusion. In the military camp of Tiendo City. Next, Gordon rubbed his wrist joint and said indifferently, 2 soldiers carried the severely injured and unconscious female Soul Master out. Ever since he was defeated in the Tiendo Great Soul arena, he had been continuously ordering soldiers to invite Soul Masters from the Soul Sect to spar with him, specifically choosing female Soul Masters. Galong also allowed his son to act this way in the military, as he was currently busy investigating all leads related to the suspect and had no time to worry about these trivial matters. Therefore, after Galong received a tip-off yesterday and learned that the suspect had escaped outside Tiendo City and was hiding in the mountains and then went missing, he was forced to lift the martial law in Tiendo City due to pressure from the citizens and many nobles. With the martial law lifted, people naturally took to the streets and various businesses, enjoying themselves and releasing the pent-up emotions from the past few days. Gordon was no exception. Besides venting his frustrations on female Soul Masters from the Soul Sect, he also frequented various entertainment venues, looking for women who resembled the one who had left a deep impression on him. In a dark corner outside the military camp, "This guy has a problem." Schwerer stood in the shadows, looking from a distance, frowning and saying, "What kind of skill is it to bully weak women? When you were Schwetching, huh? Was he like this in front of you?" Bibidong laughed. "No." Schwerer shook her head. "Before he was always upright in front of me, with a soldier's demeanor. Nobles are like this. They only show respect to those of higher status and trample on the weak without empathy. Nobles are just a self-styled term for themselves." Bibidong shook her head. "Okay, let's get started." Schwerer nodded, shouldering a body bag, and quickly entered the military camp under Bibidong's domain, heading straight to the morgue. "Next, it's your turn." Bibidong organized her gear and walked toward the martial arts arena inside the military camp. Next, another female Soul Master was knocked to the ground by Gordon, crying out in pain, evidently severely injured. "Take her away. Don't cry here," Gordon said impatiently. This time, the one carrying the injured person away was not a soldier, but a woman in black, who silently took the injured person away. "Who are you?" Gordon squinted at the woman in front of him. She had a good figure and exuded a distinct charm, elegant and captivating. "I am the Soul Master they found to spar with you." Bibidong turned around, and Gordon froze for a moment. Her features were like those intricately carved, with no flaws at all. Her purple eyes revealed a unique beauty. Despite wearing only ordinary black clothing, it couldn't hide her beauty. She was a peerless beauty. What made Gordon's heart tremble even more was that the person in front of him bore some resemblance to the girl he had previously lost to in the Great Soul Arena. Gordon was overjoyed. Good. Those useless fools finally did something that didn't disappoint me. "Please." Bibidong chuckled. "You would want to end up like that person just now, would you? I wouldn't want that either. How about you serve me well for a night? Make me comfortable, and I might consider making you a general's wife. How about that?" Gordon leered. Bibidong couldn't be bothered to argue with a dying man. What? The son of the great general of Tiendo is just an animal that thinks with its lower half. You refuse to drink the toast and instead drink the punishment wine. Gordon's face immediately darkened. He had already made up his mind that after defeating this woman in front of him, he would cripple her martial soul and soul power, and then properly train her to make her pay for her contemptuous words. Imagining how this proud beauty would cry and beg for mercy under his hands excited Gordon. Soon, Gordon's eyes turned red, and he was panting heavily. Bibidong frowned, not knowing what filthy thoughts were running through this man's mind. In fact, I usually don't make appearances in front of others because being seen is a troublesome matter. Bibidong said lightly, of course, there are some people I don't mind, because they won't hold me in their thoughts. Gordon's fantasies were pulled back by her words, and he became a bit more alert. Who are those people? He asked. You'll find out soon. Bibidong replied. Aren't you going to unleash your martial soul, Major General? Playing tricks. Gordon activated his martial soul, and 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black appeared. The black soul ring lit up, and Gordon flew forward. He decided to use the quickest method to deal with this woman in front of him and knock down her pride. Bang! Without any techniques or the activation of martial souls and soul skills. Just a light punch that seemed casual, Gordon was sent flying in terror and disbelief. His internal organs shattered, and blood gushed from his throat. How is this possible? Gordon's eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. You. Accompanied by Bibidong's unhurried footsteps, Gordon's body trembled uncontrollably, too frightened to call for help. How did you frame that girl named Xiaoxue? Bibidong asked. You are the murderer. You are the one who kidnapped the prince. Gordon suddenly remembered something and shouted, Someone, catch the fugitive. No one will hear you. Bibidong said, and besides, you are exhausting my limited patience. Are you still going to spout nonsense until you die? You insist that the person who kidnapped the prince is her. Do you have evidence? Or have you deceived others for so long that you've even deceived yourself? Gordon looked at the person in front of him in terror. What do you want? It seems you value your reputation more than your life. Bibidong pondered. Well, let the Tiando Empire think so. After all, there has to be a suspicious force. Correcting the facts would be troublesome. Gordon understood who the type of person she mentioned earlier was and shouted, Spare me. I was just talking nonsense. I was publicly defeated and then treated, and I couldn't afford to lose face in front of the audience, my father, and the military, so I framed her. I was shameless, wanting to pin a crime on her and seize her. Xiaoxue, did you hear that? Don't blame yourself anymore. The scene fell silent, with only Bibidong's voice remaining. I didn't expect to encounter such a person. Xiaoxue walked out of the shadows carrying a body bag. Everything is ready. The eternal life goo has been fed to him. Let's go. Bibidong took the body bag and shouldered it. Maintaining her domain was a bit tiring. What about this Major General? Should we leave him here? Xiaoxue asked. Naturally. We want the Tiando Empire to discover it. Otherwise, how will my Luxing Tang be uncovered? Without enough motivation, Gordon wouldn't work hard to dig out this organization hidden in the shadows. Bibidong said, right, I almost forgot. The two gradually walked away, and an autumn orchid slowly fell from the sky, landing on Gordon's chest, which had long since lost its breath. Chapter 44, Sacred Soul Flower. At night, in the office of the Pope's palace, all was silent. A desk lamp illuminated the room, appearing particularly weak in this excessively dark night. Bibidong was leaning on the desk, handling the documents reported by the various halls of martial spirits, the tip of her pen sliding across the paper, making a rustling sound. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in, the door opened, and the cold air from outside rushed in, causing Bibidong to shiver. She put on her coat, walked to the door, and peered out into the empty corridor, finding it deserted. After working for a long time, she felt somewhat drowsy, but the cold air hitting her face at the doorway helped to awaken her a bit. Bibidong listened carefully to the sounds outside. There was only the whistling of the wind blowing through the hall. It was getting cold, and she needed to remind Schwerer to add some more clothes to avoid catching a cold. Bibidong thought to herself as she closed the door. You must be that ant who wants to kill me and change the world, hiding in a place like this, truly able to sit still. A deep voice came from behind her, causing Bibidong's nerves to tense up suddenly, her pupils constricting as she turned to look inside the room. A powerful hand covered Bibidong's mouth, its fingers pinching her cheek, pressing her against the door. Bibidong looked at the person in front of her in terror. With long white hair cascading down, a pair of blood-red eyes reflecting strange patterns, exuding a terrifying aura of a god of death. Bibidong's mind went blank. The god King Shura. How could he be here? And how did he know her secret? Bibidong struggled desperately, but was horrified to find that she could not mobilize her divine power, as if it were being firmly suppressed by the Azura. The key of the end also seemed to have lost its connection with her, unable to be summoned. on the Doluo continent. If anyone wanted to change the order, challenge the gods, or even overthrow them, they would inevitably face divine punishment, no matter who they were. Let me judge you once more, the Azura god said, with the Azura demon sword already positioned at Bibidong's throat. Top, top, top. A series of footsteps sounded outside the door, familiar to Bibidong. It was Schwerer, coming toward her room. Schwerer, run. Bibidong desperately wanted to shout this, but a large hand covered her mouth tightly, only allowing her to emit muffled sounds. Oh, is it someone very important to you? A hint of interest flickered in the Azura's eyes. If she finds out you died here, would she come after me for revenge at all costs? Or has she already inherited your will and become a challenger of order herself? Then let us judge together. The Azura pulled Bibidong from the door and turned her to face it. The Azura sword, emanating a demonic aura, was positioned across Bibidong's throat, with one hand still firmly covering her mouth. Open your eyes wide and watch. See the fate of those who challenge the divine realm. Bibidong struggled desperately. She just wanted to cry out and tell Schwerer to run quickly. As the footsteps grew closer, Bibidong's struggles became more frantic and her fear deepened. With a creak, the door opened. No! Bibidong shouted in terror, suddenly sitting up. The scattered moonlight in the woods streamed through the carriage window, landing on Bibidong's panicked face. Her back already soaked with cold sweat. What's wrong, Mom? Did I wake you up when I went to get water? It's all my fault for making too much noise. Schwerer closed the carriage door, placed the water jug on the table inside, her eyes filled with apology. Bibidong came to her senses and said, No, Mom had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Schwerer stepped forward and asked with concern. Bibidong pulled Schwerer into her arms, holding her tightly and murmuring, Schwerer, Mommy will definitely protect you, I promise. Schwerer was a bit taken aback, but then gently hugged her mother back, saying, Where are we now? Bibidong asked. We are already within the borders of the Star Luo Empire. In a few days, we will reach Gongxin City, Schwerer replied. Should we contact the local spirit hall to arrange for patrols? No need. Our purpose this time is to hide our identities so we can collect evidence. To change the situation on the continent, we must first start with ourselves, Bibidong said. I also need to send a letter back to the Papal Palace, so they can properly bury the fallen Platinum Bishop and investigate the Roshan Hall along with the Heaven Doe. How are the octagonal profound ice grass and the fiery apricot blossoms you absorbed? Bibidong asked. After the practical training at the Great Soul Arena, I've absorbed them quickly. I can now freely convert my soul power between the fire and ice attributes, Schwerer said. Take this celestial herb. Tomorrow, take another dose of the autumn water dew. Bibidong said, taking out a celestial herb. This herb is called the Holy Soul Flower, which has different effect from the Holy Soul Grass. It is a celestial herb that can rival the heartbreaking red. Legend has it that when the first generation angel god ascended to divinity, it purified all evil on the continent, leaving behind light and a divine aura on the Doluo continent, where this flower was born. It will greatly benefit your future purification power, the energy intensity of the light attribute, and your physical constitution. The ice and fire yin-yang definitely does not have this flower. Schwerer exclaimed in surprise. Where did you get this, Mom? I've heard about it in ancient texts. There is only one in the world, and it has been consumed by an ancestor of the angel lineage, which was also the most glorious generation of our spirit hall. In the secret realm, beneath the ice and fire yin-yang, is my divine examination secret realm, where this flower is located, Bibidong said. Playfully pinching Xuya Esnoza. Didn't I tell you that I learned about the ice and fire yin-yang through the guidance of the god I inherited in my dream? That lake below is a secret realm where this flower exists. Once we finish our business on the continent, I will let you enter for training to enhance your power through the divine examination. So you need to prepare well and accumulate practical experience, so you won't struggle during the divine examination. I will work hard. Schwerer pouted. But wait, I jumped down last time. Why didn't Ti find it? It requires a special method to open. So you need me to help you unlock it, Bibidong said. All right, absorb it now. It's midnight and the cold is heavy, which will help neutralize the bright and fiery energy emitted by this flower. Mom, what about you? What celestial herb are you taking? Xuya askit, zomavat displeased. Mom will also absorb what is suitable for herself. They're not just these herbs. When you enter the secret realm, I will explain all the rules in detail, and you will definitely be surprised. So don't worry. Schwerer no longer hesitated and quickly swallowed the petals and the stamen. Soon, a layer of holy light radiated from Schwerer, and her six-winged angel spirit had quietly manifested without her noticing. A domain formed with the carriage at its center, enveloping a 1-mile radius in a rich glow, holy, and gentle, as if everything within the domain had been purified by this brilliance. The soul sect level had already formed a domain. This was something Tang San could only aspire to. Bibidong marveled, wondering how much this flower could elevate Xuer's level, hoping it would make her stronger when absorbing the God-given spirit rings, with greater endurance and longer duration. However, compared to the various enhancements brought by the celestial herb, Bibidong was more eager to find a way to elevate Xuer's angel god to the level of a god king. She didn't want the scenes from her dreams to become reality one day. But why was she having nightmares? Bibidong was puzzled. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. She had no worries in this regard. The Shura god could not possibly know of the schemes laid by that great being. Even their levels were not comparable. Or perhaps it was a premonition of the future. Bibidong shook her head, no longer thinking about these nonsensical things. Chapter 45, Bole. Xuer absorbed for a full 2 hours, until a hint of fish belly white appeared in the east, and the realm formed by the light slowly dissipated. Bibidong stayed by her side, watching as Xuer absorbed the celestial item completely. How do you feel? Bibidong asked with some anticipation when she saw Xuer finally open her eyes. It feels as if my martial soul has undergone a second awakening, as if it's on a completely different level compared to before, almost as if it has life. Xuer carefully sensed it and added, moreover, I already possess a domain ahead of time, which is something I would have only acquired upon awakening my martial soul's true form at the soul sage level. The purification and light power of this domain are several times stronger than what I had in that world. Level 50 soul power. Bibidong felt the fluctuation of soul power and began to sweat a little. Then she thought, well, it makes sense. After all, this celestial item can be said to be left by the god of angels, exclusive to the angel lineage. And Xuer is the most outstanding inheritor of the angel lineage in hundreds of years. The two complement each other. So an increase of 10 levels of soul power is not an exaggeration. I didn't expect to reach level 50 so quickly. Mom can take me to hunt for soul rings now. Xuer clapped her little hands. Don't get too proud. Although you are indeed unique on the continent right now, having achieved Soul King before the age of 12, the goal I set for you is by no means easy. Bibidong ruffled Xuer's hair and smiled. What goal? I can definitely achieve it, Xuer said confidently. To become a god before the age of 20. Bibidong said with a light laugh. Huh? Xuer was astonished. Mom isn't joking, is she? How could that be? It's actually not exaggerated at all. The divine test in the secret realm takes almost no time. You will understand when the time comes. Perhaps you can achieve it before your 18th birthday. Then I will help you hold both your coming-of-age ceremony and the ceremony for becoming a god together. Bibidong joked, but let's get back to the immediate goal. I intend for you to obtain your 5th soul ring in the secret realm, where there are soul beasts suitable for you. What is it? Grandpa arranged for my 5th soul ring to be a bright sword shadow beast. The soul skill obtained from absorbing its soul ring would probably be, holy sword. Xuer recalled. Mom, please don't find me any strange soul beasts. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain to Grandpa if he asks. Bright sword shadow beast. What is that? Bibidong said helplessly, promising Xuer and not to dwell on those strange soul beasts anymore. Is it a strange soul beast? Then what kind of soul beast soul ring are you going to hunt for me? Links 100,000-year bright butterfly. But I don't know if it is the bright dragon god butterfly. Bibidong said. What? 100,000-year soul beast? Xuer widened her eyes, Mom. You can't be too tired and talking nonsense, right? What nonsense? Bibidong looked at Xuer helplessly. There's a saying about soul beasts. The bolder a person is, the more they can achieve. Tang San's 6th soul ring was also a 100,000-year one. Don't you want to outdo him? But this is my 5th soul ring. And Tang San obtained that through sacrifice. It doesn't T-count. Xuer pouted. Don't worry. Mom has a way. I will accomplish what I said. And your 5th soul ring will definitely be a 100,000-year soul ring. Bibidong asked, are you sleepy? Not sleepy. I just finished absorbing the celestial item. I'm very spirited. Xuer replied. Then you can drive the carriage. Mom will take a nap for a while. It might have been too cold last night, which gave me nightmares. I'll catch up on some sleep while it's warm during the day. Bibidong pulled up the blanket and said, wake me up at noon. You still need to take a wishing autumn dew. Got it, Mom. You sleep well. Xuer went to the front of the carriage and took the reins. Although they spent most of the day on the road, Xuer still underestimated the distance to Gengxin City. Although it looked like it was in the southwestern inland area of the Star Luo Empire on the map, seemingly not too far in reality, it took several days to travel that seemingly short distance on the map. Bibidong also knew that she could not wait any longer. So when passing through a main city, she handed the prepared letter to the local Wuhuan temple bishop, clearly stating her elder's order, and asked them to send it quickly to Wuhuan City. Finally, after a tumultuous journey lasting more than 10 days, almost half a month, they arrived at the Metal City, the headquarters of the continent's blacksmith association, Gongxin City. The two women got off the carriage and looked around, already able to see the tall city walls. The walls of Gongxin City were entirely iron gray, giving the impression of being forged for metal. Although they had not yet entered the city, they could vaguely sense the metallic aura emanating from Gongxin City. For some reason, upon seeing the city, Bibidong thought of another place, the Mingda Hall. Unfortunately, I don't know soul guide technology. 1,000 years later, the soul guides of the Sun and Moon continent are far better than Tang San's inconspicuous hidden weapons. Bibidong thought to herself, if given the chance, I should turn this blacksmith association into my Mingda Hall in Dolawa continent. After you enter the city, find 3 items. Bibidong turned to Schwer and said, the first is the bored crystal gold, a somewhat cloudy crystal. If only looking at the crystal, it seems to be of very poor quality, not very transparent, and has a slightly yellowish color, indicating impurity. However, within this crystal, there exists a large area of shimmering golden light. The second is the cold heart iron essence, also known as cold iron mother, a large piece of black ore, with a faint chill emanating from its surface, looking like a piece of black iron ore, with absolutely no impurities in the blackness, and an extremely high density. The third is the deep-sea sunken silver mother, a piece of ore that appears entirely gray. This ore has a faint metallic luster on its surface, looking like an ordinary stone. However, when struck by other metals, the point of impact reveals a silver sheen. After taking the autumn water dew, your mental strength is no weaker than that of Tang San in that world, making it easy for you to identify these 3 items. Mom is waiting for your good news. Then what about you, Mom? Are we going to act separately after entering the city? Schwer nodded and asked, yes. Mom needs to visit the auction house. Only there can I establish a connection with the blacksmith association. Let's meet at the inn next to the blacksmith association. Bibidong said, well, then I will go find them. Schwer turned and left. Bibidong naturally does not believe that these 3 treasures appeared only during the days when Tang San arrived in this place. As time goes by year after year, these 3 items must have always been in this city, waiting for their nobleman to recognize them. More than 10 years later, Tang San becomes that nobleman. But in this world, they are fortunate because that nobleman arrived more than 10 years earlier. Chapter 46. Appraising treasures. Bibidong had draped a black cloak over her figure as she walked into the blacksmith guild, heading straight for the 4th floor. May I ask if you have any items that need to be auctioned? The doors above the 3rd floor are closed and guarded, and outsiders cannot enter freely. A receptionist asked respectfully upon seeing Bibidong heading upstairs. Yes, please send some skilled blacksmiths who are knowledgeable about ores to appraise a mineral I have for auction. This mineral is quite rare, and ordinary blacksmiths may not recognize its value, Bibidong replied. Please wait a moment. The receptionist led Bibidong to the appraisal room and seated her, saying, I will contact a professional right away. After a moment, a muscular blacksmith arrived at the appraisal room. What kind of ore is it? We blacksmiths deal with ores all our lives, and we have heard of every kind of ore in the world. We often see people claiming to have high-grade ores, but none have turned out to be anything other than ordinary ores, just of the less commonly used variety. Bibidong was too lazy to waste words. If she wanted to catch a big fish, she naturally needed to create momentum through these people's mouths first. And the thing she intended to use to create that momentum was, of course, the piece of the holy column stone that was stealthily taken from the underground of the Qian Imperial Palace back then. Bibidong took out a stone from the soul guide device. The stone was very regular, with faint blue light shimmering on it, making it appear quite exquisite and unusual. The blacksmith was immediately astonished by the stone, which emanated a strong energy aura. I have never seen such a regular stone before. Ores are born from the earth and sky, and are usually rugged and uneven. This stone seems to be a polished ornament. Whether it is an ornament or not, you will know once you feel it. Bibidong threw the stone to the blacksmith, who caught it steadily, but soon found himself rooted to the spot. What's going on? My soul power seems unable to operate. The blacksmith's face turned red, gritting his teeth as he struggled to hold the stone, veins bulging on his muscles, making it look particularly strenuous. If you don't want to become a cripple unable to wield soul power from now on, you should hurry and throw down that stone, Bibidong said lightly. The blacksmith quickly threw down the stone, and with a grasp of her palm, it returned to her hand. With your ability, you still can't identify this, or... So let's call someone knowledgeable. Bibidong played with the stone in her hand, saying that its value could buy all the ores in today's auction house. The blacksmith, still shaken, nodded repeatedly as he left the room. Soon, a man in his 50s entered the room. He was also quite robust, walking with steady and powerful steps. I am the next Renyuan, and I have worked at the blacksmith guild for many years. Following my master, I have gained a wealth of knowledge. Can I help you identify this? Or? Bibidong remembered that the person in front of her was a disciple of Lu Gao, and had some connection to Titan as well. Initially, Bibidong was dissatisfied with the arrival of another blacksmith master, but thinking about the reputation of Lu Gao's disciple, it was not a bad choice to meet Lu Gao through him. You can't identify it? Let your teacher do it. Bibidong shook her head. Please let me try. Ren Yuan rolled up his sleeves, and a hammer appeared in his hand, striking down on the holy pillar stone. With a crisp sound, the stone emitted a circle of blue light waves, causing Ren Yuan to stagger back repeatedly. Such strong hardness. I have never seen such hard ore. Ren Yuan's expression became serious, and it seemed to contain a strange energy. If there were a way to forge this, or the crafted item would surely be incredibly solid, with the contained energy making it both offensive and defensive. Indeed, it was a rare item in the world. Ren Yuan nodded and asked, "Are you going to auction this, or may I ask how much you want for it? Our blacksmith association is willing to buy this stone at a high price." Bibidong felt a bit helpless. She wanted to meet Lu Gao, but who wants to sell something? Do you think the blacksmith association has the final say here? Bibidong was somewhat displeased and asked for someone in charge, like, "Your teacher." "I'm just an apprentice under Lord Lu Gao's name," Ren Yuan said with a bitter smile. "He doesn't like to be disturbed, so I handle everything first and report to him when he has time." "I see." Bibidong nodded. "It seems Lu Gao doesn't care much about my ore, so I won't sell it. If he doesn't recognize its value, there will always be others who do." No, please don't say that. Although Lord Lu Gao's temper is a bit strange. "The Blacksmith Association has no intention of neglecting you," Ren Yuan said. "I remember Lu Gao has a few direct disciples. They can come as well," Bibidong said. "Lord Sidi's child is still young, and he usually has no time to attend to the Blacksmith Association. As for Lords Silong and Siyu, they are currently out purchasing ores and are not in the association, so I handle the matters and report to the teacher." Ren Yuan said, "Then I'll leave this or here. Whenever your Lord Lu Gao has time, you can show it to him. If he is interested, let him know that the owner is very dissatisfied with his attitude and wants to come to the hotel to apologize in person." Bibidong stood up to leave. "If he is not interested, then that would mean I was being overly sentimental. I'll just give you this stone." Bibidong walked out of the Blacksmith Association and headed toward the nearby hotel. She wanted to see the character of the people in the Blacksmith Association and whether they would blacken her stone out of greed. Although it was an ordinary holy column stone, it was still a peerless mineral on par with cold iron essence, and it contained immense energy. She did not believe that it wouldn't move her heart. From a distance, Bibidong saw Schwerer standing at the hotel entrance, waiting for her arrival. "Mom!" Schwerer exclaimed happily as she saw Bibidong and rushed into her embrace. The wishful autumn dew was truly amazing, combined with the head soul bone. It could easily see through the essence of objects, not inferior to Tang San's so-called purple extreme magic eyes. "Have you found it?" Bibidong asked as she hugged Schwerer, smiling. "Yes, but the owner who wholesales these minerals sells them by the ton. They seem unaware of the value of these few pieces, so to avoid raising their suspicions, I mixed these pieces in with a ton of rare metals and bought one." Schwerer took out a soul guide device and added, "Fortunately, Mom prepared this for me in advance, or I wouldn't know how to carry it." "Well done. That's the right way to pick up a bargain. You've worked hard. Mom will make you something delicious," Bibidong said, holding Schwerer's hand as they entered the hotel. Little did they know, a pair of eyes were watching them from the shadows. After they entered the hotel, the observer quietly left. Chapter 47. Soul Mentor. A day later, Lu Gao arrived at the hotel with disciples Silong and Siyu, as well as apprentice Ren Yuan. In the lobby, they saw Bibidong and Schwerer, who had already been sitting there, drinking tea and waiting. "You were the one who came to auction the minerals yesterday, weren't you?" Lu Gao said. "I've been in this Blacksmith Association for many years, and I have this temperament. Even the Pope of the Spirit Hall has to endure it. You only have a piece of better quality mineral, yet you actually made me come personally to buy it." Senior Lu Gao is joking. "I'm not here to sell this mineral. I'm here to discuss cooperation," Bibidong said as she brewed a pot of tea and invited, "Please have a seat." If Senior Lu Gao wasn't interested in this stone, why would he come here to meet me? Bibidong smiled and asked, "What do you think of this stone, Senior Lu Gao?" "Umph. Since you can present this stone and know its value, why bother asking more?" Lu Gao fanned himself, his small eyes disdainfully glancing out the window. With a height and waist of only 1.6 meters, he looked quite comical in Bibidong's eyes. "Just state your price. We'll buy it," Lu Gao said. Bibidong slowly took a sip of tea and said, "I mentioned yesterday that if Senior Lu Gao is not interested, I would gift this stone to you. The Blacksmith Association. If you choose not to come, you just need to pretend to be uninterested. Not only can you obtain this stone, but you also won't have to pay any money. Yet you still came. Why is that? We blacksmiths are straightforward and honest. If we are interested, we are interested. If we are not, we are not. Why all this unnecessary talk? How much is it?" "Just one sentence." Lu Gao looked somewhat displeased and frowned. "Hee. The Blacksmith Association indeed acts with integrity, so we have a foundation for cooperation." Bibidong put down her teacup and continued, "I mentioned that if you were not interested, I would give it to you, so why would I ask for money just because you're interested?" Lu Gao's expression darkened. "What do you mean? Are you mocking me?" "Please don't take offense, Senior Lu Gao. I originally intended to gift this stone to you," Bibidong smiled and said, "and today, I invited you here to discuss a larger cooperation." "What cooperation?" Lu Gao asked, somewhat confused. "Xuya." Bibidong looked at Suar, who nodded and took out 3 items from her soul guide, which were the 3 treasures Schwer had previously found. Golden crystal, cold heart, iron essence. Lu Gao was not an ordinary person and recognized 2 of the items at a glance, his breathing noticeably quickening. "The value of these 2 items. I believe I need not elaborate," Bibidong said. "As for the last one, it's called Deep-Sea Sunken Silver Mother. Senior Lu Gao will understand its value with just 1 strike." Lu Gao also didn't waste words. A heavy hammer appeared in his hand, and he struck down hard on the Deep-Sea Sunken Silver Mother. The dark light collided with the gray ore, and in the next moment, everyone felt a buzzing in their ears. Surprisingly, the gray ore did not shatter under Lu Gao's full force, but instead flew out horizontally. Bibidong absorbed the soul power, and the Silver Mother steadily returned to her hand. Lu Gao staggered back several steps before barely stabilizing his form, murmuring, "What a deep-sea sunken Silver Mother. It must be even more precious and rare than this cold heart iron essence. Such resilience is rarely seen in the continent." After saying this, Lu Gao looked at Bibidong with a strange expression, asking, "Who are you?" From the peculiar blue stone to the hundreds of kilograms of cold heart iron essence, and now this unparalleled deep-sea sunken Silver Mother. Where did you obtain so many treasures among these ores? Bibidong smiled without answering, saying these were all extraordinary ores. With the divine iron, she didn't know what Senior Lu Gao planned to do with them. This seemed unrelated to him. He only needed to tell her what price they should offer. Lu Gao took a deep breath, believing the other party wouldn't bring them out just to show off. "I wonder if Senior Lu Gao has heard of an item called a soul guiding device?" Bibidong casually remarked without answering Lu Gao's question. Lu Gao frowned. The way she spoke, not directly stating a price, made him unsure of her intentions. Who didn't know about soul guiding devices? They were merely instruments powered by soul energy, such as lighting devices and storage soul guiding devices. Lu Gao decided not to ask more and followed her lead. "These are just the most basic and simple ones." Bibidong shook her head. Soul guiding devices are generally divided into 3 major categories: close combat soul guiding devices, long-range soul guiding devices, and fixed soul guiding devices. What you just mentioned is merely the most basic soul guiding device used for daily life. The real soul guiding devices are used for battle. After obtaining precious soul guiding devices, soul masters can refine and inscribe them to upgrade and enhance their power. "I wonder if Senior Lu Gao has heard of a profession called a soul master?" Bibidong said with a playful smile. "Soul master?" Lu Gao exchanged glances with his disciples, all of whom saw the surprise in each other's eyes, then shook their heads, saying, "We only know blacksmiths. We don't know what a soul master is." "Let me show you." Bibidong conjured a light in her hand, which gathered like petals into the shape of a flower. The key of the end, the key of consciousness. Feather dust. As Bibidong infused her mental energy into the key of the end, a rain of feathers fell before everyone, and they seemed to be trapped in a peculiar space. This was the skill effect of the key of consciousness, a mental illusion constructed by Bibidong to let these people see her thoughts related to the extraordinary Tang sect era. What you see before you is the era of soul masters. Just like how soul masters are divided by ranks, soul masters are also ranked from 1 to 9, corresponding to the 1 to 9 ring soul masters. As for what the soul guiding devices look like and how they battle with soul masters, you will see. Everyone widened their eyes in astonishment, immersed in the experience, as if in another world, yet their instincts told them this was still the world of Dolua continent. Scenes flashed quickly before their eyes, from the continuous development of soul-guiding devices to the appearance of storage devices like milk bottles and soul rings. From the carving tools used to make soul-guiding devices to the vast production formations for advanced soul-guiding devices. Bibidong constructed a complete concept of the soul-guiding device and soul master system in the minds of these top divine craftsmen and master blacksmiths on the continent as fully as possible. Finally, Bibidong concluded this long journey of consciousness by releasing the death god light of the death god Da Yishishui, instantly killing dozens of tidal Dolua powerhouses. How was that? Bibidong looked at the crowd with a meaningful gaze. The crowd was still immersed in the overwhelming aura emitted by that soul-guiding device. Feeling shocked and unable to extricate themselves. They were merely ordinary soul masters and had never seen such a scene, their faces pale and frightened. Lu Gao was the first to react. Who are you? What do you want? He had a vague suspicion in his heart that the status of this soul master was definitely not lower than that of soul master, and that they, as blacksmiths, might have the potential to become this world-changing profession. Chapter 48. Allegiance, I want to cooperate with you. I have this divine iron and a way to change your status as blacksmiths. As long as your blacksmith association is willing to join us, you will be the first batch of soul masters on the Dolua continent, and future generations will admire you, Bibidong said slowly. Lu Gao had long suspected. Who are you? Where is that place we just saw? And how did you make us see it? I am the current pope of the Spirit Hall. And what I just showed you was recorded by the soul guiding device, documenting the Spirit Hall's research on soul guiding technology. Bibidong brewed another cup of tea. How about it? Upon hearing this, it was as if a hidden dagger had been revealed. Lu Gao and several disciples were greatly shocked, then fell into a long silence. For a long time, blacksmiths had been overlooked on the continent, and only in Gongxin City did they have some status, as the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association was located there. In contrast, the Spirit Hall was essentially just a soul master association on the continent, and its status compared to that of blacksmiths was like the difference between clouds and mud. This was also the reason the Spirit Hall found them both unpalatable yet regrettable. As the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, besides his divine craftsmanship skills, had a heart to elevate the blacksmith profession. Now that an opportunity had come, it was brought to them by the Spirit Hall, which they had always regarded as unnecessary and somewhat disagreeable. Why was she the Pope of the Spirit Hall? Why did such treasures and opportunities lie in the hands of the Spirit Hall? Lu Gao's expression was unpredictable. He had no good feelings for the Spirit Hall, but was quite interested in the divine iron and the profession of soul master in her hands. I see that Senior Lu Gao seems to have some hesitation. Is there any concern? Bibidong casually asked. After a long while, Lu Gao seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth, joining the Spirit Hall. We blacksmiths refuse, but my few disciples and I are willing to leave the Blacksmith Association and join the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Bibidong shook her head. What I want is your entire Blacksmith Association. You should want to promote the blacksmith profession, right? By doing this, you are letting down your fellow blacksmiths. While you become soul masters, the others in the Blacksmith Association will still be doing the low-level jobs on the continent. Is this what you desire? Everything is negotiable. You can express your concerns, Bibidong said. Then I will speak frankly. Lu Gao grabbed the teacup in front of him and took a big sip. Due to the status of the Spirit Hall and us blacksmiths on the continent, your Spirit Hall often suppresses and bullies the blacksmiths in the Blacksmith Association, leading a considerable number of blacksmiths to have a bad impression of your Spirit Hall. Therefore, to have the entire Blacksmith Association join you. I fear my persuasion alone is not enough. Oh, is that so? Can you give an example? Bibidong raised an eyebrow. Then let me talk about something my disciple encountered a while ago. The bishop of the Spirit Hall in Gongxin City, Myers, actually had ulterior motives toward my disciple Sidi's wife. After my disciple confronted him and drove him away, he didn't even relent, saying that the Blacksmith Association occupies 80% of the entire Gongxin City's income and demanded we give him 50% as tax for the Spirit Hall's expenses. Lu Gao said angrily, in my opinion, that Myers wants to take our Blacksmith Association's income under his control as a marketing business to enrich himself and entertain himself. We distribute over 1 million gold soul coins to the main hall every year. Bibidong frowned. Did he really say that? Absolutely true. I also know that your Spirit Hall provides subsidies to soul masters for free to help awaken the martial souls of the common people, but as blacksmiths, we truly feel the injustice your Spirit Hall has toward us, Lu Gao said. Perhaps it's just some rats in the Spirit Hall that have brought you trouble. I apologize on behalf of the Spirit Hall, Bibidong said. I will remove him from his position. From now on, the policies of the Spirit Hall toward blacksmiths will be the same as those for soul masters. For excellent blacksmiths, there will still be qualifications to come to my Spirit Hall to study and become soul mentors. With a loud bang, the hotel door was forcefully smashed open, and 7 or 8 people dressed in Spirit Hall servant outfits walked in. The leader, who seemed to be about the same age as Silong, had a hooked nose, small eyes, and a big mouth. His skin looked as ugly as dried orange peel, yet his eyes revealed a disdainful expression. The people following him all had expressions that seemed to look down on others, their arrogance evident. Report to the bishop, the girl is right here, one of them said obsequiously to the leader. The group, led by Lu Gao, who were having tea and discussing matters, had their thoughts interrupted by this loud noise, and they looked displeased towards the hotel door. Oh, I didn't expect these blacksmiths to be here. Wow, isn't this Lord Lu Gao? It's rare to see you. What brings you here today? The leader, seeing Lu Gao and the others sitting aside, approached with a forced smile. Silong's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth. Miles. President Lu Gao, there's no better day than today. Since we've run into each other, what do you think about the condition I proposed before? Joining my Spirit Hall has many benefits. Miles laughed heartily. Don't be so arrogant. This is Gongxin City. Even the city lord must respect the teachers here. You should show some respect, Silong shouted angrily. Miles sneered, so what? Even the city lord of Gongxin City has to be polite when he sees me. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't block the road. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and immediately, a powerful force pulled Silong to the side. Bibidong and Shui were already frowning, while Salis was genuinely working for the Spirit Hall. People like this were nothing more than pests within the Spirit Hall, flaunting their power under its name. Myers was also stunned when he saw Bibidong and Shui sitting at the table. He had never encountered women with such grace and beauty. Although he, as the lord of Gongxin City, had seen many beautiful girls, he had never seen anyone as stunning as the two in front of him, let alone had close contact with them. His mind couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. You really didn't deceive our sect. Such rare beauty in the world, I didn't expect there to be 2 of them. Your investigative skills are still lacking, Myers said to the smiling person beside him, licking his lips and swallowing hard in front of everyone's eyes. Lu Gao casually remarked, it's unfortunate. Someone also wants me to have the Blacksmith Association join them. I wonder what Bishop Myers thinks. Myers regained a bit of focus and said, They also want to recruit your Blacksmith Association? Interesting. No, Myers, set my sights on can escape. Suddenly, Myers chuckled, ladies, why not come to my residence for a chat? Then we'll all be one family, and I can help you recruit them. You have a residence? Bibidong poured tea for Shui without even glancing at him, her tone icy. Of course. As the bishop of the Spirit Hall, with a noble status, I should have everything and wouldn't mistreat you. Myers boldly walked past Lu Gao and approached Bibidong and Shui. The salary of the Spirit Hall bishop seems insufficient to maintain a residence. How did you come by it? Bibidong remained unfazed. As a bishop, I naturally have what I want. How could I be limited by that little salary? Myers disdainfully said, reaching out to grab Shui. In the next moment, Myers' entire arm disappeared, blood gushing like a fountain. Corruption, forcibly seizing women. You show me 2 charges upon our first meeting. Bibidong shook her head. The recruitment system of the Spirit Hall needs to be revised. Anyone can become a bishop now. You. Myers fearfully covered the severed wound on his arm, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse to the ground. What have you done? Do you know I am from the Spirit Hall? You don't take the Spirit Hall seriously. Offending the Spirit Hall will not end well for you. Constantly mentioning the Spirit Hall, is it just a tool for you to flaunt your power? Bibidong stood up, coldly looking at the fallen Myers. Our Spirit Hall has always been for the benefit of the people. Soul masters from all over the world aspire to it, and our prestige comes from that. Yet you take advantage of this to oppress the common people, turning the Spirit Hall, which the public revered, into something they avoid. What a great achievement you have. Bibidong waved her hand, and a chopstick pierced through Miles' throat, nailing him to the ground. The remaining few Spirit Hall stewards were already trembling in fear, huddled together. Clean this place up for me. The Spirit Hall in Gongxin City will post a notice to auction all of Miles' assets. Let the citizens report their losses to claim compensation. If it's not enough, the Spirit Hall's funds will make up the difference. If that's still not enough, report to the branch hall in Xinglua City. Bibidong displayed the Pope's order, and the stewards were taken aback. We did not know that your holiness had arrived. Offending your holiness is a crime deserving of death. The stewards bowed in fear on the ground. Get going now. Bibidong shouted. Yes, yes. The few responded in unison, hurriedly exiting the hotel. So, what have you thought about? Bibidong turned to look at Lu Gao and a few others. Your Holiness is wise. Our Blacksmith Association is willing to submit. Lu Gao and several disciples bowed down. Chapter 49, Return Journey. Bibidong nodded, retracting the oars on the table into the soul guide. These items can be collected in the Spirit City. Once you have properly handled the subsequent matters of the Blacksmith Association, you can move your headquarters to my Spirit City, and perhaps change its name to the Soul Master Association headquarters in the future. Yes, we will definitely handle it well, Lu Gao replied, though he couldn't help but glance longingly at the pieces of divine iron, suppressing his restless heart as he prepared to return and convene the blacksmith conference. By the way, I heard that your association's vice president is named Titan? Bibidong seemed to recall something and asked. Yes, Vice President Titan is a divine craftsman of the same level as I am, and he is not inferior to me in forging, Lu Gao said. Sever ties with him. Your future is as a soul master, which is different from his, Bibidong advised meaningfully. But I've known him for many years, and we have a deep friendship. Although we are now members of the Spirit Hall, suddenly cutting ties with him might be a bit difficult for me, Lu Gao said, feeling troubled. There's nothing difficult about it. Do you know that he sees our Spirit Hall as an enemy? Bibidong said calmly. What makes you say that? Lu Gao was shocked. If one day he, for his own personal revenge, disregards the interests of all blacksmiths and coerces you to withdraw from the Spirit Hall and pledge loyalty to him, what would you do? Bibidong asked. That wouldn't happen. He is a righteous person. How could he do such a thing? Lu Gao shook his head. What if he really did? Bibidong smiled. Then I will sever ties with him and have nothing to do with him from then on, Lu Gao said firmly. Good. I will wait for your words. Bibidong waved her hand. You can go now. Mom, didn't you say you can't use soul guides? What was that just now? After they left the hotel, Shuer could no longer hold back and asked. Shu, don't let others hear. Bibidong quickly made a shushing gesture and whispered. Mom was just thinking about finding an opportunity to visit the Sun and Moon continent in the future. Just now, Mom used an illusion. First using the soul guide to scare them into joining our Spirit Hall. Even if we don't have soul guides in the future, with these oars and our Spirit Hall's preferential policies for blacksmiths on the continent, they won't be affected much. Besides, even if Mom doesn't find soul guide technology, there are still opportunities to obtain hidden weapons from Tang San. Bibidong patted Shuer's head, but Mom doesn't like hidden weapons. So I will try my best to seek soul guide technology, hoping to revive the long-lost soul guide techniques on our Doa continent. If I can promote its rapid development to the level of 10,000 years later, that would be even better. You could say this is one of Mom's wishes. Yeah, I don't like Tang San's hidden weapons either. They are not worthy of being on stage and attacking others while claiming righteousness. If he can stay alert all his life, that's fine, but otherwise, I will definitely teach him a lesson with his own hidden weapons and let him feel the taste of being ambushed, Shuer said indignantly. All right, the journey has come to a close. We're going back to the Spirit City, Bibidong said, taking Shuer's hand. Huh, we're going back so soon? I haven't even fought yet, Shuer said, feeling a bit flustered. What are you going to fight here? It's just bullying weaklings, Bibidong said helplessly. We need to go to the secret realm for the divine test. Ah, this is so sudden. I'm not ready yet, Shuer said. Mom, don't you still want to take in a few disciples? You haven't found a way to convince the Shrek 7 monsters yet. There's still plenty of time. Training you is the priority, Bibidong responded. And you also saw it. There are too many rats in our Spirit Hall, and reform is urgent. The situation in Tiando. How is the development of the Roshan Hall? And what about Dugabo and his grandson, as well as Nana? There are too many matters. I've been outside for several months now, and it's time to go back and deal with the backlog of issues. Bibidong squatted down and said, come here. What for? Xue. I know you don't want to leave, so I'll carry you. Mom is so nice, Shuer finally smiled, wrapping her arms around Bibidong's neck and lying on her back. What? Joining the Spirit Hall? President, you can't be joking. In a conference room on the 5th floor of the Blacksmith Association. This is an elder's order. My words are as authoritative as the elder's command of the Spirit Hall. Can there be any doubt? Take a look at this document. It has the Pope's seal. Lu Gao placed a piece of paper on the table. After everyone passed it around, they looked at each other in confusion. They have what we blacksmiths need most, resources. Whether it's from oars, those soul guides that can change the continent, or the profession of soul master that can overturn the fate of blacksmiths. One could say that the Spirit Hall fulfills all our needs, capabilities, and wishes. Who among you can give a reason against it? Lu Gao surveyed the crowd and said, what about the grievances from before with the Spirit Hall? The entire Gongxin city is in chaos because of that bishop. Should we just let go? A voice spoke up. Report. The Spirit Hall of Gongxin City has issued a notice for those who suffered losses due to Myers to come forward for compensation. And many other matters are written on this flyer. They apologized on it, and their attitude has changed so much that I can hardly recognize them. An association staff member said excitedly while holding a piece of paper. Myers has been executed by the Spirit Hall. Do you have any objections? Lu Gao looked at the crowd's astonished expressions upon receiving the flyer and said lightly, I can't find a reason to object, so I have no opinion. A vice president cast a vote in favor. Seeing this, everyone followed suit and cast their votes in favor. President, should we inform Vice President Titan? He hasn't officially withdrawn from our blacksmith association and is still considered one of us, a voice suggested. No need. If he truly considers himself part of the blacksmith association, he wouldn't be following Tang Hao everywhere. Wherever Tang Hao goes, he goes. In all these years, has he ever asked how we are doing or if we have any difficulties? Lu Gao waved his hand. He is a soul, de la. We are just small characters who can't reach him. Then it's settled. On a chosen day, our blacksmith association will move to the Spirit City. The decision was made in the conference room. On the way, Bibidong was driving the carriage, with Xue Er sweetly resting her head on her lap, peacefully asleep. Flurries of snowflakes drifted down and landed on Xue Er's head. Bibidong gently brushed away the snow. It was snowing. Winter had arrived. She remembered that when she gave birth to Xue Er, it was also winter and snow was falling outside. That's why Qian Daolu named his daughter with the character for snow. Unfortunately, she had not spent much time watching snow with Xue Er, nor had she celebrated a birthday with her. But now, she could make up for this regret. The journey was always tiring, which was why she wanted to return quickly, allowing Xue Er to enter the secret realm early to obtain her 5th spirit ring. Then, at home, they could happily celebrate a birthday and welcome the new year. Chapter 50. Rectification in Spirit Hall, the Pope's Palace. Welcome back, Your Holiness. The young master has returned. From a distance, Zhu Gui and the others were leading a crowd to greet them in the square of the Pope's Palace, and Nana looked particularly happy. There is no need for such a grand reception. Let us go inside. It's very cold outside. Bibidong smiled and said, Yes. Zhu Dolaw led the crowd to follow Bibidong into the palace. After several months of absence, the Pope seemed to be different. Oh, a hint of interest appeared on Bibidong's face. What is different? You seem more approachable, and your demeanor gives a kind feeling, Zhu Dolaw said cautiously. Really? Perhaps it's the change that Xue Er has brought me. Bibidong smiled lightly. Let us not talk about me. Let us discuss the matters of the Pope's palace during this time. Nana, how have you been doing? Teacher, Elder Yueguan said, I'm just a little bit away from reaching level 20. Just a little bit. If I obtain a spirit ring, I can reach level 20 and then obtain another spirit ring. I haven't been lazy, who Liena said, tugging at Bibidong's sleeve weakly. That's great. Here, Nana, eat this. It will definitely help you make great progress. Reaching level 20 will be a piece of cake. Bibidong took out a plant called Wang Chuan Xiu Lu, patted Nana's head. After you take it, absorb it completely as you normally do during cultivation. This is a task assigned by your teacher. Go ahead. Hu Liena nodded and jogged off to the training room. As for Xie Yu and Yen, it was that Bibidong was biased, but she truly didn't know what to give them that would be suitable. She could only take out 2 herbs below the immortal grade, Ba Bao Shun. You too as well. Take these and cultivate. Make sure to absorb them completely. The effect of Ba Bao Shun is that for every level the user increases, it stabilizes the current spirit power and then increases it by 1 level, while also speeding up the cultivation process. It's considered an all-purpose herb that anyone can absorb, but the foundational and nurturing effects of immortal grade herbs encompass all their benefits, which is why it is ranked below the immortal grade. You also have some. Bibidong looked towards Zhu Gui and his companion. This is Qi Rong Tong Tian Ju. I knew you would want it. Gui Mei, this is the Wanxing Yuan flower. It's suitable for someone with your type of martial soul. I also have some herbs that are close to the immortal grade, more than 10 of them. You can take them to the offerings hall for the several offerings, and the elders like the Ci Tan Shi Miao. The rest will be stored in my spirit hall's collection room. In the future, when someone from my spirit hall becomes a titled Doa and an elder, they will be rewarded with these. Thank you, Your Holiness. We will obey your orders. Zhu Gui and his companion responded happily. Xuya, go back and let Grandpa see you. He probably worries about you and me being out together during this time. Go let him have a good look, so he can be at ease. Bibidong touched Xue Er's face. Xue Er nodded and ran towards the offerings hall. All right, close the door. It's time to discuss serious matters. What is the situation on the side of the Tiando Empire? Bibidong sat down in the main seat, her aura seemingly returning. Still that imposing Pope. We have already followed your instructions and issued a serious diplomatic warning to the Tiando Empire, accusing them of shifting the responsibility of the Tiando City search mission primarily onto our spirit hall without fulfilling their duty to assist, which led to the sacrifice of one of our platinum bishops. The Tiando City side expressed their willingness to compensate our spirit hall for the losses and apologize in person. The sacrificed platinum bishop has been buried with royal honors, and there are special personnel guarding the tomb and conducting rituals, Jude Dolo reported. There is no need for them to apologize in person. Shui probably still thinks I'm dead. We are keeping this information confidential, otherwise he wouldn't dare to act so recklessly, using our spirit hall to create trouble. Bibidong waved her hand. Let them announce their apology instead. Yes. The two responded respectfully. What else? Regarding the investigation of the murderer, our spirit hall has issued a notice to the entire continent, stating that we will thoroughly investigate the murderer. The Tiando Empire has also expressed unconditional support and cooperation with us. Shortly after Bishop Salas was murdered, General Gulong's son from the Tiando Empire was also killed, and the scene was identical to that of Salas' murder. The Tiando Empire has investigated and stated that it was the same group of people responsible. Thus, following your instructions, we have focused on statements and condemnations in the investigation of the murderer, not rushing for results. The Tiando Empire has been anxious, frequently urging our spirit hall to investigate the case and share clues with them. Finally, they became impatient and voluntarily proposed to take on the task of investigating the murderer. So our spirit hall agreed. Good job, Bibidong nodded. What have they found? They have discovered some clues. In the Tiando Empire, several cases have occurred in the past 2 months, with victims being both our spirit hall members and Tiando Empire officials. They were all corrupt individuals, and the common people were resentful of them. When they died, the people were delighted. According to the investigation by the Tiando Empire, an autumn orchid was found at the scene of each incident. General Gulong speculated that this might be a mysterious organization that has been hidden among the people. According to a survivor's description, he pretended to be dead to escape, and the murderer left behind an autumn orchid and a phrase. Under the Luo Shang Hall, the autumn orchid lives long. Thus, this mysterious organization should be named Luo Shang Hall. They're a sect with titled level experts, and their strength seems to be comparable to the top 3 sections. Understood. Issue a notice stating that our spirit hall is willing to let bygones be bygones and invite them to the spirit city as guests to participate in the selection conference of the top 3 sects. Bibidong said, if Hao Yian's sect wants to be a turtle hiding its head, why should we maintain a good reputation for them? They have severed their influence in the spirit master world, and our spirit hall 1T helped them maintain that. We 1T do something that harms ourselves. This. Not to mention that many bishops from our spirit hall have been killed. Salas was a platinum bishop at the Soul de Law level. Just saying to let it go is too simplistic. Even if we have no objections, it might dampen the spirits of many bishops who serve us. The people below will certainly be on edge, fearing that they might be killed by this Luo Shang Hall one day. Zhuhua said worriedly. Don't you realize that they are only killing corrupt individuals? Our spirit hall does not need these rats to tarnish our reputation. They are cleaning out the pest for us. Bibidong waved her hand, decisively stating, in the announcement, we will also condemn those bishops who harm the common people. Let those rats live in fear. As for Salas, Bibidong paused for a moment, then decided to stabilize the hearts of the people in the spirit hall. As for Saruth, let it be seen as the sincerity of our spirit hall in winning them over. I will strictly follow the Pope's orders. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Bibidong called them back. Finish these matters quickly, and then come to the offering hall to attend the Elder Council. You have more things to handle next. Chapter 51 Elder Council, Part 1, Offering Hall. Grandpa, I'm back. Shui pushed open the door and ran towards Qian. Little Shui, you're back. Where has your mother taken you during this time? I was so worried without any news. Qian hugged the rushing Shui, his face filled with joy. I didn't go anywhere, just traveled around the continent. Shui said excitedly, guess what level I am now, Grandpa? How have you reached level 50 in just a few months? Qian face showed a hint of worry. I remember you were only level 40 when you went out with your mother. What method did she use to help you level up 10 levels in such a short time? Rushing growth, good. No way, Grandpa, don't worry. I took the holy spirit flower from our angel lineage, and I even have a domain now. Look, Shui said, releasing her angelic domain, which immediately enveloped the hall in a layer of divine brilliance. Everyone in the hall, including Qian, was shocked by the scene before them. The holy spirit flower? Little Shui, you can't be mistaken, right? That flower has only existed once in history and was already consumed by our Spirit Hall-S ancestors. Did you really take this kind of flower? Oh, Grandpa, if it weren't for this flower, do you think I could have reached level 50 and have a domain now? Xue frowned, saying that her mother specifically found this for her. So there couldn't be any mistake. Everyone in the hall was shocked by her words. That woman actually had the ability to find such a treasure. All right. Grandpa believes you. Qian immediately smiled and said, since you're already level 50, I will arrange for the elders to take you to hunt for your 5th spirit ring. At that time, you'll be a true spirit king. This. Xue hesitated a bit. I want to follow my mother's arrangement. Qian was somewhat displeased. Little Xue, your mother doesn't understand the angel spirit very well. What can she do to help you obtain a spirit ring? Be good and listen to Grandpa. I have arranged the best for you. Didn't we agree that Xue would be trained by me? Why are you trying to push your outdated spirit ring pairing again? A voice came from outside, and Bibidong had already entered the hall. You're here. Qian looked at Bibidong and had to admit that your abilities are indeed extraordinary. I cannot see through you. Forget it. I want to argue with you. I didn't come to argue with you. I want to convene the Elder Council. I have several proposals that need your approval for implementation throughout the Spirit Hall, Bibidong said. Oh, I didn't expect you to take a few months off and immediately want to convene the Elder Council for discussions. It seems you haven't been idle during this time. Qian raised an eyebrow. Let Xue attend as well. It will be officially convened tomorrow. Everyone, please prepare well. Bibidong said, these matters are significant, and I hope the elders can have an objective and rational understanding, not to overlook the real issues because of their preconceived notions about me. After saying this, Bibidong left the offering hall. One day later, Bibidong yawned as she led Zhu Gui and the other two into the worship hall's conference room. They currently had no speaking rights and were only present to listen, facilitating the execution of the proposals once passed. The conference room was solemn and austere, with over a dozen titled Doluos gathered here. No other force on the Doluo continent could match such power. If an external force were to witness this scene and spread the word, various sects across the continent would feel threatened. The elders sat on either side of the long table, dressed in luxurious robes with golden silk trim, embroidered with their respective martial souls, exuding a strong sense of pressure. Qian sat at the end of the long table. But Bibidong did not take a seat at the other end. Instead, she pulled Xue to sit in her place and stood herself. This was the Elder Council, and as the Pope, she had to maintain the dignity of her position. Qian furrowed his brow. Yawning repeatedly was unbecoming. Bibidong smiled wryly and said, sorry. I wrote the proposal late last night. There are too many important matters and too little time, so I have to stand here to convey the meeting proposals to everyone. The first item is to grant the Blacksmith Association the treatment of soul masters and accept the relocation of the Blacksmith Association headquarters to our Wuhuan city. Bibidong walked around the table and distributed materials to each elder. This is the material that the Blacksmith Association has submitted as a complaint regarding the unfair treatment by our Spirit Hall, along with an analysis of a soul guide technology they control. As we all know, soul guide technology is one of the lost technologies of the Doluo continent. Up to now, the soul guides we see are merely auxiliary tools for everyday life. However, according to my investigations, they currently possess a soul guide technology that can be applied in warfare. If we absorb them into our Spirit Hall, it may promote the development of this technology, and once it matures, our Spirit Hall can lead the continent and be at the forefront of the times. What do you all think? Bibidong looked around and said, I have a question. If the soul guide technology they possess cannot be effectively applied in warfare, or cannot be developed at all, then nurturing them will be a waste of resources for our Spirit Hall. This needs to be calculated carefully, said the second elder, Golden Crocodile Daw. Good question. As far as I know, the blacksmiths are responsible for forging military supplies for the two great empires, such as armor and weapons. If we do not absorb these blacksmiths, their greatest likelihood is to be courted by the two empires. If they come up with powerful weapons in the future, they will be used by the two empires against us, Bibidong said. There is something called a hidden weapon, like this. Golden Crocodile Doluo felt something fly over his head and turned to see a silver needle stuck in the wall, feeling a bit frightened. That needle was launched using my soul power, and if there's a mechanism that can launch that silver needle with the same force without using soul power, then what material would such a mechanism be made of? Bibidong looked at everyone meaningfully. Qian understood. It must be made of metal. This can only be produced by blacksmiths. Exactly, Bibidong said. And I have discovered people on the continent who know how to make this kind of mechanism. Schwer can testify to that. Therefore, whether for our spirit hall itself or to avoid future troubles, we must do this. It is merely absorbing an affiliated force. It is insignificant to our spirit hall. Qian Renxue agreed. I support your first proposal. Immediately, the other elders also voted in favor, and the proposal was passed. I think it's mostly because I placed Schwer here. He can't make things difficult for me in front of her. So he readily agreed to these matters that are inconsequential to the spirit hall, Bibidong thought to herself, but her expression remained unchanged. The second proposal is to reform the personnel appointment system of the spirit hall and establish a supervisory committee. Bibidong placed the thickest document on the table for everyone to read and said slowly, the materials above are reports from various places. Complaints from ordinary soul masters and civilians regarding some actions of our spirit hall's bishops. Some are about embezzlement. Some are about changing our spirit hall's policies to charge for awakening spirit abilities. And others involve using the influence of the spirit hall to harm the local populace and forcibly take women. Bibidong recounted, and the expressions of the several elders grew increasingly grim. Where did you get this information, Your Holiness? Golden Crocodile de Law could not help but ask. This is all information I filtered from the documents reported by various Spirit Hall headquarters, corroborated with the reports submitted to the Tiando royal family by Schwerer in Tiando City. What is our problem? Bibidong paused and looked at Golden Crocodile. You believe the reports from the Tiando Empire? They're all attacks, slandering our Spirit Hall to find excuses to make things difficult for us, Golden Crocodile said disdainfully. Well, let me share my personal experiences in Tiando City. Bibidong briefly explained the actions of the branch hall in Tiando City. Do you think, with our spirit hall's high-handed, overbearing behavior in the Tiando Empire, the goodwill among the vast number of soul masters will increase or decrease? Qian Renxue nodded. The style of conduct needs to be changed. But it hasn't reached such a severe extent that we need to reform the personnel appointment system. Not to mention the huge opposition. Implementing this will be very difficult. If we change it, it might hurt the foundation of our spirit hall. Bibidong sighed. You know, some spirit hall bishops have even set their sights on Schwerer. Grandpa, let me speak. Schwerer quickly took over Bibidong's words and detailed the actions of the spirit hall in Gongxin City. Qian Renxue's face began to darken. He clenched his fists, wishing he could skin Myers alive. Seemingly sensing Qian Renxue's anger, Bibidong said, the person has already been killed by me. Qian Renxue took a deep breath to calm himself and replied, You're right. This is not something that can be changed with a mere style rectification. Some people are rotten to the core. Bibidong couldn't help but complain in her heart. You weren't saying that just now. Were you only worried about Schwer? Otherwise, how can my words have such an effect? Let's talk about your plan. Qian Renxue signaled for the crowd, who were whispering to each other, to be quiet, and said in a deep voice, This is the disciplinary regulation I drafted. Anyone who violates the regulations will face consequences ranging from warnings, demerits, suspension, expulsion from the academy, to arrest and trial by the supervisory committee, all outlined here. Bibidong distributed the documents to everyone. I know this may seem harsh, but curing poison requires cutting to the bone, and it will be applicable from the date of approval, not retroactive. This allows some individuals a chance to correct their mistakes. I understand that such changes are very difficult, but they are necessary. Without breaking, there can be no establishment. The crowd looked at the disciplinary regulations, nodding in agreement, acknowledging that the issues pointed out regarding the Spirit Hall were too numerous, and that these regulations provided a framework for addressing them. They couldn't help but admire Bibidong's governing ability. These disciplinary regulations are the legal basis for the supervisory committee. Any future amendments to the regulations will need approval from the Elder Council. The supervisory committee is similar to the Elder Council. It is a meeting convened by each level of supervisory hall masters. Therefore, corresponding to each level of the Spirit Hall, there will be supervisory halls established, with designated personnel assigned to prevent the accusation of me monopolizing power. The members of the supervisory committee will be appointed by the Elder Council, and I will not interfere. Bibidong said, What do you all think? The attendants raised their eyebrows, wondering what this woman was really up to. Did she truly have no ulterior motives for the Spirit Hall, and was only focused on its interests? Qian Renxue coughed twice and said, There's no need to be so drastic. I think it's better for the Pope Hall and the Attendance Hall to each appoint personnel to form the supervisory halls at every level. Bibidong ignored it and continued. The personnel appointments and removals of the Spirit Hall implement a evaluation system, where local city residents and soul masters vote to elect their most popular Spirit Hall staff members in proportion. These are then reported to the two major branches, which will conduct evaluations and appoint them upon passing. There will be a rotation every 5 years and a re-election every 10 years, meaning that every 5 years. Except for the bishop, all other personnel in the spirit hall of each city will be rotated, with personnel from other cities coming to this city for job handover. Every 10 years, a re-election will determine the next bishop of that city. This measure is to prevent the tail from wagging the dog, as the spirit hall in Gongxin City seems like Miles' private force. Bibidong added. The conference room fell silent for a long time, and finally, Qian Daolu spoke up. I completely agree with your proposal. Then there was another silence, and eventually other offerings also cast their votes in favor, achieving a rare unanimous approval. The third proposal is to hold a re-election conference for the top 3 sects, recognizing the Luosheng Hall as one of the top 3 sects, modifying the pattern on the papal decree, and issuing a new papal decree, Bibidong said slowly. Oh, I wonder which faction will become the new top 3 sects, and which faction will be removed. Qian Daolu asked. There is a sect that killed our spirit hall's pope and relied on our spirit hall to gain fame, which can be said to be in a hostile state with our spirit hall. To avoid our spirit hall's retaliation, they willingly gave up their influence in the soul master world and retreated. Yet, we in the spirit hall not only regard them as a top 3 sect to maintain their status in the soul master world, but also included their spirit in the papal decree to help them gain prestige. Which sect is this? Bibidong said meaningfully, looking around at the colorful expressions of the crowd, and slowly continued. Qian Daolu's face turned red. I have a promise and will not be untrustworthy. You're keeping your promise, but do they remember your kindness? Bibidong looked at Qian Daolu, if that person knew. Do you think he would come with a hammer to smash your angel statue? Qian Daolu's face turned crimson, veins bulged on his forehead. What I promised cannot be easily reversed. Changing the name of the top 3 sects, can that be considered a reversal? Bibidong smiled. A gentleman keeps his word. Saying that we won't trouble them means we haven't troubled them. Why are you reacting so much? Are you afraid your old friend won't be happy? Even if she's unhappy, it's for someone else's sake. Do you really need to think so much about her? Instantly, several offerings couldn't help but laugh, and the conference room was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. Only Schwerer and a few listening elders were confused. Qian Daolu awkwardly coughed twice, patted the table to solemnify the atmosphere. You say to remove Haotian sect, then who can replace that position? The 7-treasure glazed tile sect will become the number 1 sect in the world, the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect second. And as for the third, Bibidong paused, a new sect, Luosheng Hall. That is the organization that has been continuously assassinating our spirit hall's pope and officials of the Tiando Empire recently. My Tiando branch's pope was among the casualties, so it is known that this sect has a titled law of unknown strength. The golden crocodile, Delo, reminded Qian Daolu in a low voice. Qian Daolu was somewhat angry. You removed a sect that is hostile to our spirit hall from the top 3 sects and listed a sect that has grievances with our spirit hall? Are you making a redundant move or opposing me? They cannot be said to have any grievances with us. They are killing the people who have grievances against our spirit hall. In other words, they are clearing the pest for us, Bibidong said. In any case, the Haotian sect must be removed from the top 3 sections. If you think Luosheng Hall truly has grievances with our spirit hall, then including them in the top 3 sects should resolve those grievances. You elders have always followed a principle, not to create too many enemies that would unite various forces against our spirit hall, right? One sentence made Qian Daolu and all the offerings wake up a bit. After a long time, Qian Daolu was the first to cast a vote in favor, followed closely by the other offerings, and it was unanimously approved. The 3 proposals were all approved unanimously, and Bibidong did not expect it to go so smoothly. She let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, elders, for your support. Since all proposals have been approved, I won't disturb you further. The meeting is hereby concluded, and I will instruct the papal hall to execute it immediately. Wait, Qian Daolu called Bibidong. I still have one proposal. Bibidong stopped in her tracks, somewhat surprised. What does this old man want? Bibidong felt a bit uneasy. You are outstanding, whether in soul power cultivation or in handling government affairs. Although I have some disagreements with you, I must admit that you are the most exceptional person I have ever seen in various aspects. Qian Daolu said slowly. Having such an outstanding person as the Pope in our spirit hall is truly a blessing from heaven. Bibidong frowned slightly. This old man suddenly praised himself, and she felt that there was trouble ahead. The 3 proposals you presented today are all for the benefit of our spirit hall. They not only address the current issues facing the spirit hall, but also deal with future potential risks. I believe that such an outstanding person should not be constrained by us old bones. I initially thought that your proposals were measures taken to strengthen your own power, but it seems I was mistaken. I apologize to you for my narrow-mindedness. Therefore, my proposal is to grant the Pope more power. From now on, except for major matters involving the Spirit Hall's system and war. The Pope will have the authority to make decisions independently, without the need to convene the Elder Council for discussions. What do you think, Qian? Bibidong was somewhat surprised that this old man could trust her. It was quite unexpected. Seeing Bibidong's tacit agreement, Qian said, then let's proceed to the vote. Perhaps it was because Bibidong's proposals had received unanimous recognition from the worshippers today, or maybe it was due to the motion proposed by Qian. But soon, this proposal was passed with full votes. All right, the Elder Council has passed the meeting proposal unanimously. We can't help with the remaining matters. The execution will depend on your holy hall. Qian stood up and dismissed the meeting. Chapter 53. Trial grounds. The new system, new laws, and new institutions were simultaneously implemented within the Spirit Hall, causing a huge uproar. Some people attempted to resist this reform through certain elders they relied on, but upon seeing the glaring Elder Council seal and the Holy Hall seal on the decree, they could only retreat in shock. Welcoming this unprecedented major change in the Spirit Hall, similar to the significant changes within the Spirit Hall, an announcement was made externally, stating the refusal to acknowledge the status of the Haotian sect as one of the top 3 sects, listing the Luosheng Hall among the top 3 sects instead, and strongly inviting the Luosheng Hall master to visit Spirit City. After such a long period of assassination attempts, the Luosheng Hall had gained considerable influence and pressure within the Tiando Empire, which had listed it as its #1 enemy, even spreading rumors that it was an evil soul master, calling for all soul masters to eradicate it. However, among the common people, the voices were entirely opposite. The populace regarded the Luosheng Hall as a model for punishing evil and eliminating corruption, even concealing and confusing relevant clues to counter the Tiando Empire. Soon, the Luosheng Hall issued their establishment announcement in response to the Spirit Hall's invitation, tacitly acknowledging the actions of the Spirit Hall. The Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect were both very shocked by this news. However, objectively speaking, this matter had nothing to do with them. They had also gained the titles of the first and second sects for free, so they remained silent. Thus, the new papal decree was issued, unchanged from the previous one, except that the original position of the Haotian hammer was replaced with an autumn orchid. The Spirit Hall also dispatched envoys to retrieve the original papal decree from the 2 major sects and provided them with a new papal decree. Regarding the Luosheng Hall, Bibidong still had a concern. The position of the hall master was vacant, and she needed a hall master to make an appearance. Otherwise, someone would eventually see through her plans. In Tiando City, the Imperial Palace Hall, the Spirit Hall is truly overstepping. Shui tore apart the announcement issued by the Spirit Hall and the Luosheng Hall's establishment announcement and threw it down. These two are singing in harmony. Do they think they can bully our Tiando Empire? What does it mean to eliminate harm for the people? I doubt the Spirit Hall even believes this themselves. They clearly want to pull this faction a deal with our Tiando Empire, thinking we can't see through it? Shui said angrily, Gailong, have you found out where this sect is located? Gailong gritted his teeth and replied, these people are like rats in a drain. They only come out at night to bite you. I have searched through all the kingdoms and principalities under the Tiando Empire, but found nothing. Why don't we infiltrate Spirit City and capture their sect master when he appears? Gailong suggested. Don't let your anger cloud your judgment, Shui said, calming his breath. Is Spirit City a place we can go at will? Moreover, the Spirit Hall has already shown goodwill and tried to win them over. We cannot push them toward the Spirit Hall. Doing so would make us enemies with both sides, which is detrimental to our Tiando Empire. I don't know what the Haotian sect is thinking. They seem indifferent to being removed by the Spirit Hall. Zhuyi Sikit, feeling pity for the Haotian sect's misfortune and anger at their lack of action. I also don't know how strong the Luosheng Hall is, or what level their title de law strength is. If it's just an ordinary title de law, that's fine, but if their strength is extraordinary. Shui shook his head. You can go down and continue investigating. I need to think carefully. Gailong could only suppress his frustration and respectfully took his leave. More than 10 days passed in a flash, and Bibidong had been extremely busy during this time, appointing and removing personnel in various halls, arranging supervision work, and handling cases of corruption and misconduct reported from various places. She truly experienced what it meant to work 9 to 6. Your Holiness, the Blacksmith Association has arrived in Spirit City, Zhu Dolois said as he entered the office. Let them settle in the prepared venue and arrange for personnel to assist them. Bibidong rubbed her temples and said, they have already been settled according to the plan. But their president said he wants to meet you and is currently waiting outside the hall, Zhu Dolo reported. Ah, I almost forgot. I have something to tell him. Let him in. Bibidong opened the drawer, took out the soul guide device, and walked toward the main hall. Your Holiness, we have traveled a long way and finally arrived here. You did not disappoint us. The treatment for the Blacksmith Association is indeed first class, Lu Gao said as he respectfully bowed in the main hall. I know what you want to say. I haven't forgotten. I will not go back on my word regarding what I owe you. Bibidong threw the soul guide device to Lu Gao. This is what you wanted. Lu Gao caught it steadily, a look of excitement appearing on his face. Thank you, Your Holiness. We will definitely be wholeheartedly loyal to the Spirit Hall and will not let you down. If there's nothing else, you can get back to work. I still have matters to handle. Bibidong stood up to leave. Your Holiness, please wait. Lu Gao hesitated, unsure of the soul guide technology. I want to keep the soul guide technology to myself. Bibidong turned around. But the soul guide technology you have seen is not enough just with the blacksmith skills. Let me ask you, what do you need to use a soul guide? Lu Gao quickly responded, soul power. Exactly. Therefore, our Spirit Hall will provide you with soul power training to ensure you meet the standards on the path of soul masters, which is also the foundation for becoming a soul engineer, Bibidong said. As a blacksmith, you should understand how important the foundation is. If I tell you the soul guide technology now and give you a 5th level or even lower level soul guide, can you use it? Lu Gao nodded. I understand. This is also the reason why Your Holiness summoned us to Spirit City. That's right. When it comes to soul guides, we first discuss usage, then discuss construction. Bibidong walked toward the office. Everything will proceed step by step. When the time is right, I will naturally inform you. Until then, prepare well. At night, in the office of the Holy Hall, finally finished with everything. Now I can take Shui, Er, and Nana to the divine examination. Bibidong closed the thick stack of documents and stretched. I wonder how Dugabo and his grandson are doing. I haven't visited them in a long time. The last time I mentioned apprenticeship was postponed, Bibidong muttered to herself. Nana also needs to soak in the 2 ice-fire medicinal herbs in the spring water. In the end, what is the form of their divine examination? Bibidong asked her mind. Actually, there is no need to be constrained by the form of the divine examination. There is no such thing as a divine examination in the world. What is called a divine examination is merely a manifestation of the divine will. In the world of Doloa, some gods use assessments to screen their heirs, while others do not use this method, such as the god of emotions and the god of life and destruction, the inn said in response. That adult is the same. What she entrusted to you is less of an assessment and more of a request for your help to do something that can change the world. Bibidong nodded. That said, a person can only grow after experiencing various events. Can growth that comes from thin air still be called growth? These events can be referred to as assessments. Indeed, sometimes I feel that you are quite similar to that adult, even in your speaking style. Zhongyan smiled and said, let us rephrase it. Because the divine assessment is in the form of levels and tests, using the divine assessment method would be somewhat restrictive. Therefore, what the secret realm provides for them is a trial. The content of the trial is simple. Hunt soul beasts and absorb their soul rings. In the secret realm, apart from soul beasts of the 100,000-year level, every soul beast will cocoon and regenerate after death, although the process may be quite lengthy. This is also related to the nature of the secret realm, so there is no need for any psychological burden. As someone you have permitted to enter the end realm, they will be able to absorb soul rings in a time-limited manner, ignoring the types of soul beasts, and can absorb the soul rings of hunted soul beasts in a time-limited way, which can be added to their existing soul rings. Of course, the premise is that they can withstand the time limit of the soul ring and already have a soul ring in that position. If there is currently no soul ring in that position, they still need to find a suitable soul beast to hunt for a soul ring and absorb it to obtain a suitable soul skill. This feels like the trial is too simple and the rewards are too abundant. Bibidong was somewhat surprised. Not all. Think about it. On this Doloa continent, which soul master relies solely on hunting their own 9 soul rings for a lifetime? In the early stages of soul master cultivation, almost no one can single-handedly take down the soul beast from which they need to obtain their soul ring, not to mention the soul beast for increasing their time limit, which would only be even stronger. Bibidong was taken aback, wondering if it was possible to hunt or collaborate with others. Zhongyan nodded and explained that after selecting the soul beast to hunt, a domain would appear around that soul beast within the secret realm, known as the end domain. In this domain, only those hunting for soul rings and the soul beast would be present, with no third parties allowed. The soul beast could also freely manipulate the energy within, making it quite challenging. This is manageable We can specifically target 10-year or 100-year soul beasts. If we gather enough, we can stack them up, Bibidong responded quickly, believing that there are always more solutions than difficulties. I do not recommend you do this. Although there won't be any other soul beasts interfering while you hunt, that may not be the case afterward. You know the characteristics of soul beasts. They harbor hostility towards humans. The commotion from hunting soul beasts will attract many other soul beasts, which will quietly wait for the domain to dissipate. Once the hunting is complete, they will rush in and attack humans, Zhongyan replied. This is also part of the trial. Obtaining soul rings is not just about defeating the target soul beast. How to successfully select the target and retreat safely must also be considered. I understand now. This is an unparalleled trial ground, Bibidong marveled. Chapter 54. Countermeasures. Bibidong woke up to find it was already noon. She had never slept so late during work hours, and she felt a bit flustered, thinking about what things she might have missed handling. Shuer gently pushed the door open and saw Bibidong already up from bed. She walked in playfully, asking how her mother had rested. You did it on purpose not to wake me, Bibidong said helplessly. Mom, you've been so tired these days. Everyone has noticed, Shuer replied. That's why I wanted you to rest a little longer and intentionally kept the elders from bothering you. That's not my intention, you know. Grandpa and the offering said the same thing, Shuer smiled mischievously. When did they start caring about me? Bibidong was a bit surprised. Xuya, don't speak carelessly in front of them. Mom isn't unable to hold on, so there's no need to say anything like that. It's not me. It's Grandpa and the others who are paying more attention to you because of those herbs. Now the offerings have all made significant progress, even helping some of them break through their bottlenecks, Schwetter said with a smile. They're very grateful to you, but feel shy to say it directly, so they can only show their concern by quietly watching over you. Right now, your reputation in the offering hall is very high, Schwetter said mysteriously. The significant changes in the spirit hall have been handled meticulously by you, and you've also helped the elders break through their bottlenecks and improve their cultivation. Did you know? Both Elder Ju and Elder Gui have reached the peak of level 96, and I believe they will break through to level 97 soon. The elders in the offering hall have all been raised to above level 97. Bibidong was utterly shocked. After all, there were just a few herbs that could enhance strength. Aside from the two elders, Ju Gui, who were of immortal grade, the others were merely herbs of similar quality. How could there be such a significant effect? They said they had been stuck at their original level for too long and had hit a bottleneck, only needing an opportunity, a key, which their mother provided, so they were very excited. Shuer said that their mother had been too busy these past few days, and not only did she feel pain to see it, but they also praised their mother's governance skills and efficiency. So last night, when she saw her mother had nearly finished handling everything, she instructed the other guards and elders to keep quiet this morning so that her mother could have a good rest. Is that so? Bibidong hugged Shuer and kissed her, saying that daughters are their mother's little pillows, so thoughtful. Therefore, their mother could take it easy in the future, right? Shuer's big, watery eyes widened, and she exclaimed that her mother could play with her at home, go shopping with her, and cook for her. Bibidong rubbed her forehead and said, Shuer, did you forget? There's still one more thing. What is it? Shuer asked, feeling a bit anxious. Your 5th spirit ring. Didn't Mom say she would take you to the secret realm for the trial to obtain your 5th spirit ring? Bibidong said somewhat helplessly. Can we go later? Mom needs to rest well. I won't fall behind in my training. My spirit power won't stop growing just because I haven't obtained the spirit ring. I can wait until later when we have time to go, Schwetter said, acting cute. Weren't you looking forward to Mom taking you to hunt for your 5th spirit ring every day? What? Now you don't want to go? Bibidong pinched Schwetter's cheek. Mom promised Grandpa to train you well. If you don't work hard, how can I explain it to Grandpa? It will be Grandpa helping you hunt for spirit rings then. Okay, Xuya pouted. Mom promises you that once you obtain your 5th spirit ring and pass the trial, we can rest well at home together. Whatever you want to do, Mom will agree, and we can enjoy this winter. Bibidong patted Schwer's head, speaking indulgently. It's a promise. Schwer extended her pinky and made a pinky swear. You really act like a little child, throwing tantrums, Bibidong said as she made the pinky swear with Schwer. Mom has a task for you. Go to the library and look through the materials on spirit beasts. You need to cover everything, including the extinct spirit beasts. Once you're familiar with it, we can set off. Okay, Schwetter said without hesitation. Since it was preparation for the secret realm trial, the sooner she finished reading, the sooner they could set off and enjoy a vacation together with Mom. Take Nana with you and have her look with you, Bibidong reminded. Got it. Should I wait for her to finish? Schwer turned to ask. No need. You can set off once you're familiar with it. She can continue later. Watching Schwer leave, Bibidong also got busy, picking up the list of the Spirit Hall's main instructors to review. She needed to find someone at the Spirit Deloitte level who was not too conspicuous, but also absolutely trustworthy. She intended to use such a person to be the master of the Luosheng Hall, completing the final part of her plan. A Spirit Deloitte could be promoted to title Deloitte level with the help of a divine item. This way, no one on the continent would suspect his background. As for why she didn't use the title Deoye elders from the Offering Hall or Dugibo, it wasn't just about whether those elders would accept. They might not be very well known in today's Spirit Master world, but the older generation would definitely have heard of them. After all, no matter how low-key a title Deloitte is, it is impossible for them to leave no trace on the continent. In the Tiando city, in the Royal Palace Hall, the court was silent. The Spirit Hall has really been active lately. First, they tried to win over the Luosheng Hall by listing it among the top 3 sects, and now they're making such large-scale personnel adjustments, cleaning up various main halls, and capturing a large number of people, causing everyone in the Spirit Hall to feel uneasy. Those who don't know might think that some force is taking action against the Spirit Hall, Snow Knight said, sitting on the throne, slowly surveying the ministers below. What do you think the Spirit Hall is doing? What is their purpose? After a long silence, Prince Xuexing hesitantly spoke, Your Majesty. What the Spirit Hall is doing goes beyond this. Our Tiando Empire previously planned to have the Spirit Hall govern and rectify our empire's troubles. With the adjustments to the Spirit Hall's system and regulations, they have now claimed to not interfere with internal affairs and have completely withdrawn from all areas within our Tiando Empire. This has garnered praise from many Spirit Masters, who say the Spirit Hall acts with integrity and sets an example for the continent's forces. Xuexing said this with a stiff expression, not interfering with internal affairs. How shameless of the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall has a presence in every city across the continent, having infiltrated every aspect of it, using the lower-class citizens to win their hearts. Their schemes are well known. If it weren't for our royal family and the sects supporting us controlling the vast majority of resources, we wouldn't fear these lowly people trying to shake the tree. Our Tiando Empire would have long since eliminated these malicious individuals, Snow Knight said angrily. Without the Spirit Hall, our royal family can still consolidate power. Xuexing, I command you to mobilize forces to fill the personnel gaps left by the Spirit Hall's withdrawal from various fields, regaining control over the special powers scattered across various kingdoms and principalities. As for those offended, find a way to make them resent the Spirit Hall or the Luosheng Hall, so they don't come to our royal family for trouble. Xuexing responded respectfully, but his heart was bitter. Once the Spirit Hall no longer excluded the lower kingdoms and principalities, those nobles would surely pounce on the power they wanted like hungry tigers. Trying to consolidate power back to the royal family without offending anyone is no easy task. His royal brother is clearly somewhat muddled by anger, forcing himself to save face and appear strong. Your Majesty, how do you know the Spirit Hall is just pretending and not genuinely trying to reform itself? A bold minister spoke up. The Spirit Hall's actions seem to be cleaning up the bureaucracy and eliminating corruption, establishing a clean and upright atmosphere, serving as a model for the Spirit Master community. If the Spirit Hall hadn't sent a letter, I might still believe it, Snow Knight sneered. In their announcement, they repeatedly said that Salas is guilty of numerous crimes, yet they treat our Tiando Empire with great courtesy and even sent envoys to guard his tomb. Is this the Spirit Hall's attitude towards guilty individuals? It's just a show, trying to win over the Luosheng Hall and the commoners to attack our Tiando Empire and the major sections. Their essence is still a group of wolves with ambitions to swallow the world. If the Spirit Hall gains control of the world, it will become the most evil organization, erasing any opposition and allowing their bishops to act recklessly, leaving the world in chaos. What about our contact with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Snow Knight asked, calming down a bit. The contact has been made. Shueluo Chuan has gradually gotten closer to the Ning sect master. They get along very well, a minister replied. Good. Maintain close contact. It's a pity that Xing he is no longer here. He was so clever. He should have been the one to handle this matter. Snow Knight shook his head. After all, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is currently the #1 sect in the world, and with their support, I can rest easy. Has the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect sent their juniors to our Royal Academy to study? We need to build a good relationship with them. Also, that Duguian, Dugibo's granddaughter. Didn't they also want to come to our Royal Academy? Don't decline. Agree to all their conditions. In short, remember one thing. Win over everyone we can win over. Dismissed. After saying that, Snow Knight returned to his palace. Has the Spirit Hall seen through my plan? Otherwise, why would they take all these actions against our Tiando Empire? Snow Knight returned to his palace, deep in thought. It seems that a capable person has emerged within the Spirit Hall. Such large-scale changes in the Spirit Hall cannot be achieved solely by personal charisma. It must have unified the opinions of the Elder Council. Could this person be the Pope whose life and death are uncertain? It seems I need to send spies to infiltrate the Spirit Hall to gather intelligence. A cold glint flashed in Snow Knight's eyes. Chapter 55. Entering the secret realm, a few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bibidong had already gone through the list of all personnel at the Spirit Hall at the Spirit Delois level, but found no one who met her criteria. Am I going to have to fall into their trap, solidifying the rumor that I am dead and take on the role of the master of the Luoshang Hall myself? Bibidong leaned back in her chair, feeling helpless and unable to think of a better solution. Mom, let's set off. A hurried footstep approached. It was Schwerer's voice. Schwerer pushed the door open and said excitedly, I've finished reading and took notes. So soon? Bibidong was a bit surprised, seeing so much literature. You wouldn't just be skimming through it, would you? Mom, how could I deceive you? I haven't neglected this knowledge at all. I studied every day in the Heaven Do Empire, okay? It's just a matter of reviewing, and I have the ability to see through the autumn waters. My mental strength is very strong, and I have a photographic memory, Schwerer said confidently. All right, then let's set off. Bibidong smiled and said, what about Nana? Bring her along too. She's waiting outside. Everything is ready, just waiting for Mom to lead the way. Schwerer was a bit excited. Once we get there, you won't be able to smile anymore. There are certain dangers and numerous difficulties. Bibidong held Schwerer with one hand and Nana with the other, greeted Elder Jugue, and then headed towards the Sunset Forest. Because Liena was still young, it took them several days to reach the Sunset Forest. According to Bibidong, traveling is also part of training. Finally, Bibidong arrived at the Sunset Forest again. During the ascent, she noticed the poison barrier on the mountainside, which was several times stronger than when they came last time. The toxicity and thickness were far beyond what they could compare to a few months ago. Bibidong released the domain of the god of killing and used her soul power to protect the two as they made their way to the mountaintop. This time, the soul power she used to resist the poison barrier consumed an astonishing amount. Finally, they arrived. It seemed that Dugabo's strength had increased significantly. Bibidong and her group finally reached the plateau at the mountaintop, all of them letting out a sigh of relief. Who goes there? A strong wind swept past them from behind, and a figure appeared before them at an incredible speed. Elder Dugu, it's good to see you well, Bibidong said with a smile, looking at the spirited and radiant Dugabo. We welcome your holiness the Pope, Dugu exclaimed, recognizing the person before him, his face showing a hint of excitement as he bowed. No need for formalities. The main reason for my visit this time is to bring Yin Yin to the Spirit City, Bibidong said. Since we last parted, how have you two been? Your strength seems to have improved quite a bit. Dugabo's face also showed a hint of gratitude. Your holiness, please come in. It's cold outside. All right, Nana. This is Elder Dugabo from my Spirit Hall, whose title is Poison. You can call him Poison Delois, Bibidong said, bending down to speak to Nana. Hello, Elder Poison Delois, Liena replied obediently, and a few of them entered the house together. Yin Yin, hurry, come greet your master, Dugabo shouted. And Dugayin quickly ran down from upstairs. Disciple greets master, Dugayin said, also very obediently, solemnly bowing 3 times and performing the full set of apprenticeship rituals. From now on, I will be your teacher. Follow me in learning and practicing, but it will be difficult. Can you endure and persist? Bibidong asked, bending down. Dugayin nodded. Grandfather has already told me. I am willing to follow my teacher to practice and learn. No matter how tough it gets, I will persevere. Good. As long as you can endure, your teacher will ensure you achieve accomplishments that will not disappoint you, Bibidong said, patting Yin Yan's head. 18-level soul power. It's a pity you were just short of being able to hunt a second soul ring. Dugabo smiled. This is thanks to your holiness. Originally, Yin Yan only had a 12th level soul power, but after taking that Earth Dragon Golden Melon, it surged all the way to 16th level. The speed of her soul power cultivation has visibly skyrocketed, and she reached 18th level not long ago. If it weren't for what your holiness said about this being a substance to solidify the foundation and enhance the essence, with no harm at all, I wouldn't have dared to let Yin Yin take it. What about you? Bibidong asked Dugabo. You also consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and condensed an inner Dan. What level are you at now? Dugabo chuckled. Thanks to your holiness. I have long since broken through the bottleneck of level 91 and, with the help of the divine herb, crossed another level. I am now at level 93. And I am confident I can cultivate to above level 95. After all, I still have this precious land granted to me by your holiness. Bibidong nodded. It seems both of you have gained something, which is good. I have come this time to bring Yin a gift, on the condition that no one disturbs us. You will guard this place, and ensure that no one enters while I take them to hunt for soul rings. Dugibo was somewhat confused. Hunting for soul rings? Here? Although the Sunset Forest does have many soul beasts, it seems unnecessary for you, the Pope, to specifically come here for that. The Stardew Forest has more better, and more suitable soul beasts for them. Moreover, Yin is not even at level 20. It's not about hunting soul beasts from the Sunset Forest, but rather in this ice and fire yin-yang eye. Bibidong waved her hand, and you will understand when the time comes. I have a way to get Yin to level 20. Dugibo watched the group head towards the lake, feeling extremely puzzled. He could understand that the ice and fire lake nurtured many precious herbs, but the fact that it could also nurture soul beasts was beyond his comprehension. Bibidong arrived by the lakeside. As she became more proficient in using her martial soul, she was able to gather the power of the End of Days nearby without the end key. Her humanoid martial soul accompanied her as she formed intricate hand seals. And a pitch-black vortex appeared in the lake, bottomless and seemingly leading to another world. The three girls were all astonished by this scene. Although Bibidong had deliberately suppressed and concealed her aura, the oppressive force emanating from the vortex, resembling a black hole, still instilled some fear in them. Jump in, concentrate all your soul power, hold your breath, and resist the water pressure. I will take you down, Bibidong said, and then she led the three of them into the vortex. Bibidong underestimated the difficulty of leading the three of them through the passage to the secret realm, consuming almost 70 to 80% of her soul power. It seems that she cannot take the risk of bringing them along without fully adjusting her own state. They poked their heads out from the lake's surface, and what came into view was a blue sky, clouds radiating a strange glow, and dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. This place is so wonderful. It feels like everything is still. Everything here is peaceful, and living here day after day would change nothing. Schwer gazed at everything here, a bit entranced, murmuring, so-called eternity can be achieved here, right? If I could live here with Mom. Xuya, what are you daydreaming about? Do you think you're taking a bath? Come up quickly, or you'll catch a cold, Bibidong teased. Ah, I'm coming. Schwer also came back to her senses and swam ashore. Well, I'm about to tell you, you all need to listen carefully, because this concerns your lives, Bibidong said solemnly. The three of them perked up their ears, quietly listening to everything related to the secret realm. Chapter 56, The Dark Forest. Bibidong provided a detailed introduction to the various aspects of the secret realm, from the myriad soul beasts to the various rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. From the stasis of space and time to the age-based absorption of soul rings. She covered everything comprehensively, ensuring they became thoroughly familiar with the rules of this place. No wonder Mom can produce so many celestial products. The value of this secret realm far exceeds that of the ice and fire yin-yang eye outside. Schwer said in shock. It's not just that. This secret realm was left behind by the deity of my inheritance, so only I can unlock it. Only those permitted by me can hunt for soul rings with age-based absorption, similar to how gods enhance their own soul rings, Bibidong said, looking at Schwer quietly. Just like the sea god's inheritance to Tang San. Once a target is selected, one will be trapped in the domain, and hunting soul beasts must be completed on one's own. Bibidong reminded again, so be very cautious when selecting soul beasts. It's better to choose those with lower ages than to be greedy. Do you all remember that? Let me go first, Mom. My sisters may not have enough combat experience, so I'll demonstrate for them. Besides, I have more soul rings, and there are more suitable soul beasts for me to find, making it easier, Schwer said at the right moment, sensing that Bibidong seemed a bit hesitant to start. Bibidong hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Let's do it this way, but be extra cautious later. I will, Schwer replied, turning to walk at the front of the group, scouting for any lone soul beasts. Bibidong, on the other hand, maximized her mental power, continuously scanning the surroundings to avoid potential dangers lurking in the shadows. I found one. Schwer raised her hand to signal the others to stop, crouching in the grass, holding her breath and focusing on the movements ahead. A 3,000-year-old, Zonghe. Bibidong's voice became sharp. It's not too high or too low in age, just right for you to practice. Let's go with it. Schwer nodded. With her strength as a soul king, she could defeat soul beasts close to 10,000 years old, but that would be an ultimate effort. Here, against a soul beast that could harness domain energy, she had to be extremely cautious. 1,000-year soul beast capabilities were unknown. Even when hunting a rabbit, a lion would use all its strength, let alone the uncertainty of whether the opponent was merely a rabbit. Shuer stood up and stepped out of the grass. Her mental power locked onto and her first soul ring lit up as she charged towards it with an angel's assault. The soul beast quickly sensed the danger, turned, and swiftly dodged, which was typical of, known for its agility and stealth. An invisible barrier of sound spread from the soul beast, creating a domain that isolated any third party. They realized this and stopped hiding, gazing warily at Shuer, letting out a low growl, preparing for an attack. It released waves of sound, a skill that was its family's specialty. When hunted by other soul beasts, they used sound waves to disrupt the enemy's judgment, changing their pursuit direction to escape. Now it could not flee, but its sound wave attack remained formidable, and it intended to defeat the enemy before it with all its might. Facing the full force attack of a 1,000-year soul beast, Shuer naturally did not dare to be careless. She immediately unleashed her angel domain, and as the sound waves touched that layer of domain, they were purified and dissipated. Seeing its attack ineffective, they did not stop, continuously unleashing sound waves. Shuer felt puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. She moved forward, preparing to take down the soul beast. When she reached the center of the domain, her expression changed. The intensity of the sound waves seemed to have increased, coming from all directions and even breaking through her angel domain's barrier. Shuer was swift, leaping into the air and retreating. She understood the situation. The sound waves emitted by the had rebounded within the domain, converging in front of it to form a sound wave barrier, significantly stronger than its individual sound waves. Moreover, the soul beast was drawing energy from the domain, producing an unending stream of sound waves. To kill it, she had to break through this layer of defense first. Without hesitation, Shuer used her strongest fourth soul skill, a powerful sword of light wrapped in sword energy aimed at the soul beast. According to legend, this was how angels vanquished evil spirits. This was Shuer's full force strike. In previous battles at the Great Soul Arena, no one had forced her to use this move. Finally, they let out a cry and fell to the ground, the domain dissipating, and a circle of slightly peculiar purple soul rings floated up. However, the soul beast did not leave a corpse, but instead disintegrated into light points. Success! Bibidong clapped her hands and stepped forward. Shuer, you did great. It seems the soul beasts in this secret realm are much stronger than those outside. Shuer's face turned a bit pale. Yes, I can feel the difficulty of hunting soul beasts here. The spatial restrictions are too severe. The difficulty of obtaining soul rings here cannot be compared to the outside. Quickly absorb it. I don't know if any soul beasts sense the fight here. Staying in one place could be dangerous. Bibidong maintained her mental power at full alert, saying, I'll guard you. Shuer nodded, sitting cross-legged to draw the purple soul ring to absorb it. Soon, the color of her first soul ring gradually deepened, ultimately matching that of her third and fourth soul rings. Purple, yellow, purple, purple. That was the configuration of Shuer's soul rings after absorption. Liena and Yin watched this scene, their eyes wide open. They had never heard of such things during their studies, and now witnessing it made them feel like they hadn't studied well. They felt somewhat ignorant, their faces flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Bibidong also observed the reactions of the two and sighed helplessly. In fact, even some theoretical masters on the continent would be shocked and find it unbelievable if they saw this. They're still children with limited knowledge, and naturally think this should be a common phenomenon that they just haven't learned about. Nana, Yin, this phenomenon is a special one, only encountered in the land of divine tests, the place where your teacher brought you, and it does not conflict with the knowledge you have learned, which is just the general situation. Don't think that you haven't studied well. The teacher believes in you. Bibidong bent down, patted their heads, and said kindly, but this special phenomenon is very special. So except for Grandpa, the teacher, and other close people, you cannot reveal it to anyone else. It must be kept secret. Okay, we remember. Teacher, the two nodded obediently. Mom, I'm done. Let's hurry to the next place. After absorbing the energy, Shuer was also fully restored, and she couldn't wait to hunt for more soul rings. Mom will set a goal for you. Upgrade your soul ring configuration to 4 black. Bibidong said with a smile. So Mom won't accompany you anymore. To achieve this goal, you'll need to hunt a lot of soul beasts. Should I follow you all the time? Do you remember how I used to remind you every day to train? This is the trial location I chose for you. The practical training in the Great Soul Arena and the enhancement with the fairy grass were all for this moment. Remember the rules I told you. Choose your targets carefully, and don't put yourself in danger just for the sake of the age of the soul beasts. After hunting the soul beasts, You must be flexible and attentive to your surroundings and situations to prevent encountering soul beasts while absorbing the soul rings. This forest is rich in soul beasts, ranging from rare or even extinct soul beasts on the continent to powerful soul beasts with 10,000 years of cultivation. So, hide well and clean up after yourself. Imagine this place as a dark forest filled with countless hunters like you. Exposing yourself is a big taboo. After hunting your target, you should know how to clean up traces and flee. If other soul beasts approach, it's better to give up the soul ring than to risk absorption. When you complete the goal set by Mom, it will be time to help you hunt for your 5th soul ring. Don't worry about the time. Take it slow and steady. This time 1 TB short. Perhaps you'll finish in less than a month, or it may take several months. But no matter how long it takes, you don't have to worry. When the day comes for you to go out, you'll know. Mom will be waiting for your good news at the ice and fire lake we came to. Now begin your trial. Renxue took a deep breath and nodded. Although she was mentally prepared, she still felt a bit nervous at the actual moment of trial. She leaped lightly among the branches and finally disappeared into the forest. Bibidong sighed. How could she not worry about Renxue? This place was home to soul beasts that had existed for 100,000 years, and each soul beast was very powerful. The danger of this trial was not inferior to that of the city of slaughter, but a fledgling bird could not always hide under its mother's wings. This was a trial that Renxue had to undergo, and it would help her become a god more quickly and effectively in the future. However, she had left a trace of the end of Day's divine power within Renxue, so the soul beasts would recognize her as one of their own rather than as a human. She could also sense Renxue's condition at any time. Bibidong thought this way, and her heart felt slightly more at ease. Wu Hao, let's go. Teacher will take you to take 2 herbs. Yin, you come along too. Teacher will help you reach level 20. Bibidong held the hands of the two and walked towards the ice and fire lake. Chapter 57. Trial. These 2 herbs are called 8-star mysterious ice grass and fiery apricot blossom. After taking them, jump into the lake and use your soul power to protect your internal meridians. This ice and fire lake will promote your absorption of the herbs, Bibidong said solemnly. The process will be very painful, and teacher doesn't know if you, at such a young age, can withstand it. However, the earlier you take the immortal grade herbs, the better. This is necessary to help you avoid detours in your future cultivation. Forget it. Let's do it another time. Teacher was also unsure. After hesitating for a while, Bibidong still did not dare to let Liena take this risk. No, teacher. Right now, Liena said firmly. Teacher wouldn't harm me. I also want to become strong quickly to protect you. Bibidong was stunned. This child is so small, yet already has the idea of protecting herself. She must remember that she is a title de law. If others heard this, they would probably laugh at her. However, Bibidong didn't say anything. She just listened quietly. I lost my family from a young age, and it was the teacher who took me in, treating me like her own daughter, even distancing herself from Sister Qian Renxue. Liena said softly, wherever the teacher is, that's home. But when I saw the teacher get hurt and possibly leave me, I was very scared. I've already lost a mother once. I don't want to lose another. Liena's nose turned a bit red, so I thought, if only I could protect the teacher, then she wouldn't get hurt again and wouldn't leave me. So, teacher, now that I have this opportunity, I don't want to wait for the next time. Just this time, I want to become strong quickly so I can protect the teacher. Liena raised her head, her gaze resolute. Bibidong sighed, all right. If you can't hold on any longer, just come up. Don't force yourself. As before, the end of the world Qi took down 2 immortal herbs for contact, and Liena quickly swallowed one and jumped in. Since Liena was younger, there were likely more dangers for her. Bibidong focused all her mental strength on monitoring Liena's condition in the lake. Yin, you should also take this herb, the water fairy jade bone. Since you haven't learned the method of refining poison pills yet, you carry toxins in your body and cannot absorb these 2 highly toxic herbs or enter the ice fire poison lake. If you're not careful, it can harm you. So this herb is the only one suitable for you. It is suitable for beast spirit souls. Unlike the earth dragon golden melon you took before, which enhances your martial soul, the water fairy jade bone is beneficial for your physical constitution, nourishing your tendons and bones, and facilitating the flow of energy through your 8 extraordinary meridians. This way, you'll have an easier time condensing poison pills in the future. You only need to eat the petals and then suck the nectar, using your soul power to stimulate absorption. Bibidong handed a white, crystal-like herb to Dugu Yin, saying, after swallowing this, you can reach level 20 to hunt for your 2nd spirit ring. It has been several months since you last absorbed an immortal grade item, so the energy won't be excessive. Now is the best time. The teacher has also come to see you after such a long time, having delayed the apprenticeship for so long. So consider this as a gift from your teacher. Bibidong smiled. Duguyin nodded gratefully, understanding the uniqueness of these herbs. Even her grandfather, after so long, had not recognized them, let alone put them to good use. Thank you, teacher. Duguyin followed the instructions and sat aside to absorb it using her soul power. About a day passed, and Duguyin had already finished absorbing it. Her soul power had reached level 20, and as long as she obtained another spirit ring, she might even break through level 20. Bibidong was also closely monitoring the situation in the lake. After a long wait, there was finally some movement. Liena had indeed experienced a fainting spell in the lake, and Bibidong was aware of this. However, when Bibidong wanted to pull her up, her body instinctively resisted rising to the surface, as her subconscious still insisted on completing the absorption. It seemed that this child was quite stubborn. Bibidong thought to herself, feeling angry at the thought that such a good girl was forced to lower her intelligence and fall in love with Tang San due to the luck bestowed upon him by the Shura god. At this moment, Liena had already regained consciousness, her head breaking the surface of the water as she swam with all her might to the shore. Bibidong quickly supported her to sit down and rest. Perhaps it was due to just completing the absorption, Liena involuntarily activated her martial soul. Bibidong was surprised to discover that her fox spirit seemed to have undergone some mutation. The color of her foxtails shimmered with a blend of ice and fire, looking somewhat peculiar. Liena opened her eyes and looked at Bibidong, her voice a bit weak. Teacher, did I succeed? Bibidong looked at Liena with some surprise. As the fox spirit, martial soul awakened, she felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy. Perhaps due to the previous consumption of the autumn water dew. At this moment, her eye color changed to a fiery red and blue-white, resembling fox fire and cold ice, captivating anyone who made eye contact. Although she hadn't yet added a spirit ring, this enchanting ability had already manifested its power alongside her strong mental force and the ice fire mutated eyes. You did it, great job, Bibidong said, feeling a bit heartbroken. Don't push yourself too hard. That's great, I didn't disappoint my teacher, Liena replied, clearly struggling to adjust her state as the immense pain inside her couldn't be alleviated easily. Rest well. Once you're in good shape, I'll take you to hunt for spirit rings. And then you'll also hunt spirit beasts like Xue, enhancing your spirit rings to the limits you can bear. Bibidong comforted. After about a day's rest, both girls adjusted their states to perfection. Bibidong also led them into the forest to search for suitable spirit beasts of appropriate types and ages. After several days of hiding and tracking, Duguyin hunted a biphosphor snake that had just surpassed 1,000 years, becoming her second spirit ring, while Liena found 2 Tian foxes of 100,000-year levels. Although both were the best spirit ring combinations beyond the norm, both girls had consumed celestial herbs to strengthen their bodies, and Liena had also withstood the test of the ice-fire lake water. So under their astonishing willpower, they successfully absorbed their respective spirit rings. It was also due to the celestial herb that the accumulated spirit power in Liena surged after absorbing her second spirit ring. Reaching level 25, Duguyin was not far behind, reaching level 22. It should be noted that they were both children who had awakened their martial souls for only about 2 years, yet they had achieved this level of accomplishment, which would astonish any spirit master on the continent. Looking across the continent, even someone with innate, full spirit power later could not achieve this. Next, it's time for you to begin your trials. Since you haven't fought against others like Xue, you lack combat experience. So, start with 10-year spirit beasts to elevate your first spirit ring to the same age level as your second spirit ring. After you've been through many battles and honed your combat skills, only then should you hunt 100-year spirit beasts, but don't exceed the 500-year level, Bibidong instructed, reminding them of the precautions and specific requirements. You two will work together. While one hunts the spirit beast, the other will be on guard. The specific requirements are the same as I told Xue that day. I'll repeat them for you. Remember, safety first, trials second. Keep it in mind. The 2 girls nodded in unison, saying, "We remember, teacher. Go ahead, teacher will be waiting for your good news." Bibidong left a trace of divine power within them and watched them leave. She didn't know what extent they could achieve. Bibidong didn't stay in place, but quietly followed, lurking in the shadows, her mental strength covering most of the forest, focusing on the situation of the 2 girls and Xue, who had already fought several times deep in the forest. Chapter 58. Partners. As the angel domain enveloped everything in extreme fire, the spirit beast before her collapsed, and the domain that bound this space dissipated. A deep purple soul ring floated from the spirit beast's body, then transformed into light spots and vanished. Shuer leaned against a tree, breathing heavily. She had exhausted her soul power countless times. In this secret realm, she had spent about a month, and her soul rings had reached a configuration of purple black black black. As long as she absorbed the soul ring before her, she could achieve the all-black goal set by her mother, thus gaining the ability to bear the 100,000-year soul ring. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps approached, startling Shuer. She quickly leaped to a tree and hid among the leaves. Damn it, did I make too much noise? Shuer silently lamented. Ever since she had experienced a few near-death encounters where she had provoked spirit beasts and barely escaped with her life, she had been careful to choose remote and uninhabited places to strike, paying special attention to noise and surroundings during battles. She hadn't expected to be discovered by other spirit beasts at this last moment. It seemed her efforts had been in vain. Feeling the powerful aura of the approaching spirit beast, which was even stronger than many 10,000-year spirit beasts she had encountered before, Shuer thought she could only quietly leave this place. It was a pity to lose such a suitable soul ring. She felt a bit regretful, but didn't linger, preparing to depart silently. Where are you? A clear voice reached Shuer's ears, causing her to freeze in place. It wasn't her mother's voice, nor did it sound like her two younger sisters. Shuer wondered, could there be others in this secret realm? Curiosity piqued. Shuer cautiously parted a branch and nervously looked down. A beautifully dressed girl stood where she had just fought, looking around in confusion. There is still a soul ring here that hasn't dissipated. She shouldn't have gone far. Where could she have gone? The girl frowned slightly, her eyes scanning the surroundings, clearly searching for her. Who is she? How did she get into this secret realm? Shuer thought about jumping down to ask, but a surge of panic swept over her. The powerful aura that far exceeded that of a 10,000-year spirit beast was right below her, belonging to that girl. Then, she quickly thought of an explanation. 100,000-year spirit beast. Yes, 100,000-year spirit beast could transform into a human. That girl wasn't someone who entered the secret realm from the outside. She was a 100,000-year spirit beast, born and raised in this secret realm. Shuer broke out in a cold sweat. A 100,000-year spirit beast would leave her with no chance to resist or even escape. If discovered, it would mean death. She didn't believe the other party would let her go. Spirit beasts were always hostile towards humans, and she was well aware of this. At this moment, Shuer didn't even dare to run. She held her breath, hidden among the layers of leaves, remaining completely still, not letting the other party find her. Come out. Although you need the soul rings of other spirit beasts, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I just want to ask a few questions, the girl shouted, blinking her big eyes, appearing harmless. Ask questions? Shuer was puzzled in her heart. She want me to show myself to ask questions? Did I hear that wrong? What could a spirit beast possibly ask a human? How do you want to die? Does she think such a simple trick can lure me out? Below was a 100,000-year spirit beast. She wouldn't recklessly put her life in the hands of an unknown spirit beast. The girl seemed a bit disappointed. I want to trick you. Trick you is a little dog. I swear, if I tell a lie, let me be punished by the gods and never be reborn. Shuer's heart moved. It seemed that spirit beasts wouldn't lie, and judging by her sincere tone, she sensed that the girl was aware of her presence, but didn't take any measures to force her to reveal herself. Although she was hidden and hadn't been discovered yet, with the means of a 100,000-year spirit beast, using any area attack to force her out and then kill her would be completely possible. Thinking this way, it seemed the spirit beast was indeed telling the truth. Shuer jumped down from the tree, and the girl was clearly startled but quickly put on a smile, her expression filled with infatuation. You finally came out. You're so beautiful. Shuer was a bit bewildered by the spirit beast's lively demeanor, but after all, she was a 100,000-year spirit beast. So Shuer still felt some tension. What do you want to ask? Hey, no rush, the girl giggled. You should finish absorbing the soul ring first, and then we can talk. Shuer hesitated a bit. It felt strange to absorb a soul beast's soul ring in front of a 10,000-year soul beast. It's fine. No other soul beast will come. I'll protect you. The girl patted her chest confidently. Just focus on absorbing. Shuer nodded doubtfully, but thinking about it. She had no choice but to trust her, so she sat down to absorb the soul ring. Having absorbed many soul rings before, Shuer's physical condition and endurance were far beyond what they used to be, so absorbing this several thousand-year soul ring was not a problem. As the first soul ring's purple gradually deepened to black, Shuer successfully absorbed the soul ring, reaching a configuration of 4 black rings. All done. The girl smiled and approached. Let's chat. What is your martial soul? Can you show me? The girl casually sat beside Schwer and asked. Schwer hesitated for a moment, then complied, releasing her six-winged angel martial soul, with 4 black soul rings quietly hovering around her. The holy aura of light. It suits me perfectly, the girl exclaimed, clapping her hands. Schwer felt a chill in her heart. Was the soul beast looking for a human's martial soul to absorb? She only knew that humans hunted soul beasts that matched their martial souls to obtain soul rings. But she didn't expect to encounter a soul beast that wanted to offer a sacrifice to her. You're at 4 rings. What level are you? The girl asked. Level 50. And I haven't obtained my 5th soul ring yet, Schwer replied honestly. You have a divine test, right? It's a very powerful god, isn't it? The girl leaned closer, trying to sniff Schwer. I can sense the divine aura. You are a chosen one. Schwer didn't know what to say and awkwardly nodded. One last question. Do you travel to many places? Many different places, including the divine realm? The girl looked into Schwer's eyes, which were filled with anticipation and joy. My mom wants me to train more on the continent, so I should go to many places. I'm not very clear about the divine realm you mentioned. But if it's related to gods, I will go once I become a god, Schwer answered honestly. Yay. The girl hugged Schwer tightly, rubbing against her. We can go out and play. Schwer was a bit stunned by this sudden situation. What? I want to be sacrificed to you. And then you take me out to play. The girl had already wrapped her arms around Schwer's waist, her eyes full of affection. I was still thinking about it. But with such a beautiful big sister to travel with, and she's a chosen one whose martial soul suits me. It's just like my, what was it again? Oh right, the daughter of destiny. Schwer was shocked. What? Sacrifice? Schwer suddenly felt a bit dizzy. She had just completed her goal of 4 black rings. And now a 10,000-year soul beast was offering a sacrifice to her. Yes. But the condition is that you have to travel around the continent a lot. Take me to many places, meet many people, and finally, when you become a god, I can become a divine beast in the divine realm. The girl giggled. Are you willing? If you are, I'll start now. I am willing. Schwer was stunned for a moment, then came back to her senses. She had guessed this was probably her mother's arrangement. However, the way to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring was unexpectedly through a soul beast's active sacrifice, which was beyond her expectations. Okay, the girl held her tightly. I will grant you an external soul bone as the wings of your martial soul. My name is Light Goddess Butterfly. You can call me Xiao Dai. From now on, we are partners. A red beam of light shot up into the sky, and a circle of bright red soul rings slowly descended upon Schwer. Chapter 59, Pursuing Change. More than 10 days ago. It seems I was really lucky last time to encounter both the 10-grade Ginseng King and the 10,000-year light butterfly at the same time. This time, I want to find them, but each one is hard to locate. Bibidong crouched in the woods, observing the light butterfly sleeping soundly among the flowers ahead, holding a transformation grass that she had extorted from the 10-grade Ginseng King a few days ago. She had searched the entire forest to find the Ginseng King hidden in an inconspicuous bush, which had exhausted her. She quietly moved in a bit closer, but unexpectedly, the light butterfly was very alert. It looked like it was sleeping soundly, yet woke up at the slightest noise. Oh, what are you doing? The light butterfly flapped its wings and retreated. You transformed? That old man actually was willing to help you. That's too much. He clearly said he wouldn't help anyone. How come another one popped up besides that snake? The light butterfly shouted. I'm going to find him to settle the score. I want it too. No need. Bibidong waved the transformation grass in her hand. I've already gotten what you wanted. I can give it to you now. The light butterfly's eyes lit up. Transformation grass. How could that old man be willing to give it to you? Hurry. I want it. Saying this, the light butterfly snatched the transformation grass from Bibidong's hand and swallowed it greedily. Suddenly, the butterfly body was enveloped in a layer of strange brilliance, and after a while, the light butterfly transformed into a cute and lovely girl, lively and beautiful. Thank you. The light butterfly looked at her new body with joy. Is this what it feels like to be an adult? So convenient. You helped me, so I will help you too. Go ahead. Tell me your troubles. I'm the most beautiful soul beast in the forest. There's nothing I can't handle. The light butterfly patted her chest and said. Bibidong looked at the soul beast in front of her. It's the radiant goddess butterfly. Of course. My name has long been spread throughout the entire forest, just like my beauty. The radiant goddess butterfly said. Feel free to ask if you need my help. Bibidong nodded. I need you to sacrifice yourself for someone. Zula. Count on me. Xiao Dai immediately stopped speaking. Are you joking? Who's here in this forest? There is, it's me. Bibidong released her martial soul, and a circle of blood-red soul rings appeared around her. Ah, human! Xiao Dai immediately panicked and turned to run. Bibidong stood there with a black line on her face. Are you really 100,000-year soul beast? You're even more timid than a rabbit. Bibidong suddenly appeared in front of Xiao Dai, blocking her frantic escape. I mean no harm. I just want to talk to you. Xiao Dai squatted down, covering her head. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm very weak and can't obtain any powerful soul skills. Her voice had a hint of tears. Hey, I didn't say I wanted to kill you. I just want to talk, really. Bibidong sighed and helped Xiao Dai up, tried to express goodwill as much as possible, infusing her with the power of the end, allowing her to feel the vitality of the world. Ah, no wonder I mistook you, you are. Xiao Dai's emotions calmed down a bit as she asked in confusion. I am a messenger of the gods, the heir of the god who created this forest. Bibidong said, you were born the moment this forest came into existence. Time has passed unchanged, and you have cultivated here for a full 100,000 years, haven't you? Xiao Dai nodded, looking a bit nervous. Do you want to leave here? Bibidong asked. Leave? Where to? This forest is the whole world. They all say there are humans outside, and that the outside world is very dangerous, but no one has ever seen a human, and no one has been outside. Qian Go outside, to where there are humans. Bibidong said. Xiao Dai hesitated for a moment. A place with humans, it must be very dangerous, right? Yes, it will be very dangerous. Bibidong nodded. Then I don't want to. Xiao Dai shook her head like a rattle drum. I'm very afraid of dying. Because in the human world, there are also good and evil, just like with soul beasts. There are phenomena where strength is revered. Bibidong said, not everything can be generalized. Where there is evil, there is also good. Just like you see me, I show you my goodwill in the name of the gods. And you can feel it. Xiao Dai looked at Bibidong. I really want to go to the outside world. I don't know how long I've been here. In this eternally unchanging forest, I have become familiar with every blade of grass, every tree, every stone, and every speck of dust here. I want some change. To go to fun places, to the outside world, but I can't, and I'm also very scared. The only joy I have here is finding that old man to help me change. Now I have changed, but at the same time, it also means I have nothing left to change. You say there is good in the human world, but that doesn't guarantee I won't encounter evil. Xiao Dai shouted, do you think sacrificing to humans can ensure that? Are you talking nonsense? The light points in Bibidong's hand converged into petals, forming a flower. The key of the end, the key of consciousness, feather crossing dust. Focusing her mind, Bibidong softly said, it will give you an answer. Xiao Dai believed that the divine would not deceive her, so she followed Bibidong's instructions and poured her mental power into it. This, my soul, seems to be independent of my body. Xiaodi exclaimed in surprise. Bibidong nodded. This is the weapon of that god, and its skill effect is to strengthen your consciousness, allowing your soul to be indestructible as long as it has a host. So, what you mean is that even if I sacrifice myself, I won't truly die, and my soul can travel with that person in the human world to see the outside world? Xiao Dai was clearly a bit moved. However, it is also a pity that in order to maintain this host state forever, I can't personally travel and touch the flowers and plants outside, Xiao Dai said. You don't need to worry about that, because the person you sacrifice for is also an inheritor of a god, a future god, Bibidong said. As a soul beast of 100,000 years, I believe you must be familiar with and understand gods. Xiao Dai's breathing became a bit rapid. So if that person becomes a god, I can be resurrected in the divine realm and become a divine beast. That's right. Do you agree? Bibidong asked. I agree. How could I not be willing to such a good opportunity? Xiao Dai nodded like a chick pecking at rice. I'll find her wherever she is. She's currently undergoing trials. It's not the right time yet. When the time comes, you can go. Bibidong smiled and said, stay with me for a while. I believe she will be ready soon. Time returns to the present. Bibidong brought the already completed Nana and Yin Yin to Shui Er, who was meditating with her eyes closed to absorb her soul rings. Shui Er has grown up. Bibidong, who appeared slightly thinner than a month ago, and felt a pang of heartache. She stepped forward and gently wiped the sweat from Shui Er's forehead, quietly waiting for her to wake up. Chapter 60, Assessment Mom. After absorbing the soul rings, Shui Er opened her eyes and saw her mother guarding her by her side. The tension in her nerves finally released, and tears streamed down her face. Days spent on the brink of life and death had made her immensely powerful. But beneath her strong exterior, her heart remained fragile. In this space where it seemed the sun would never set, she repeated a series of high-difficulty battles, such as hunting, fighting, and maneuvering. Even after she hunted the soul beast at its weakest, She was always on guard against the possibility of other soul beasts. Her opponents would not let her go when she was at her most exhausted, nor would they come to provoke her when she was at her strongest. This trial was not only a test of strength, but also a trial of her heart. All she could do was keep her nerves taut, numbing her feelings about time, her body's need for rest, and the emotional fluctuations from hunting soul beasts. Now that the trial was over, she could finally let everything go, only to realize how heavy the burden of her soul was. You will always be perfect in my heart. Bibidong gently caressed the tearful Shui in her arms. Let's go home. Home. Shui nestled in her mother's embrace and fell asleep. Dugabo looked at Yin, who had broken through to level 23, and the two purple soul rings on her body, stunned into silence. And this child, I remember she hadn't even hunted for a soul ring yet. In less than 2 hours, she reached level 27, and her soul rings are all incredible 1,000-year soul rings. Dugabo said with a bitter smile, Your Holiness, I have seen and heard much in my life, but I have never heard of such astonishing events. Your Holiness is unfathomable, and I admire you. In fact, you don't need to be so cautious. Revealing a bit is not a problem. Bibidong said, This ice and fire yin-yang contains the divine assessment secret realm I inherited, and they have all passed the divine assessment. The divine assessment? Dugabo was even more shocked, his voice trembling slightly. Above level 100, the ethereal. God? Yes. Yin passed the assessment set by the divine and received the divine gift soul ring. Just like that. Bibidong paused. You understand the rarity of the divine assessment. So you should have an idea of the confidentiality of this information. Now you should have a deeper understanding of your responsibilities. I believe you will not disappoint me. Dugabo suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath. Thank you for your trust, Your Holiness. I thank you on behalf of Yin. It is truly a blessing for Yin to have Your Holiness as her teacher. Rest assured, I will guard this place with my old bones and will never let it be exposed or invaded by others. Thank you for your hard work. Bibidong looked at the sleeping Shui in her arms. Then, I will be returning to Wuhuan City. Yin will also return with me. There is the best mimicry training ground on the continent, which will ensure she receives comprehensive and effective training. So please rest assured. I will see off Your Holiness. Dugabo watched Bibidong and her group leave, his excitement and joy evident. Since it was the return journey, it could be considered a break. Bibidong took a few people back by carriage, both to rest and to enjoy the early winter scenery outside. Mom. A voice pulled Bibidong's thoughts back from the window. The weather was just as it was when they left. You're awake. Bibidong came to her senses. We're almost home. Have a good rest. The trial is over, and Mom will accompany you for a long holiday to enjoy this winter together. Time does not flow in the secret realm, so the time spent in the secret realm feels non-existent outside, right? Shui nodded, but was still reluctant to give up the topic. Not that it feels non-existent. 1 year in the secret realm is just 1 day in the outside world. So, based on the time we spent in the secret realm, it has only been less than 2 hours outside. Bibidong replied, Can you tell me, Mom? What was your assessment? Shui asked softly, her eyes filled with worry. What I went through was just a small trial. Perhaps my strength was insufficient, but I could feel that everything encountered in that secret realm was very dangerous. Shui's voice was very soft, and being alone in there, I could get lost and not find the exit, as if the whole world had only me, and I was a child abandoned by the world. Time is eternal, and the laws of nature endure. In that space, I could feel the various characteristics revealed, and the only thing that fits that characteristic is death. Only death could exist in such a place, and with such loneliness. So, Mom, what was your assessment? If you encountered danger during the assessment, would you die in that space? Shui bit her lip, trying to appear calm. So Shui was worried about this. Bibidong smiled and comforted her. Don't worry. Mom's divine assessment has nothing to do with that secret realm space. The assessment is something else and not dangerous. That secret realm space is merely a gift from the divine. Mom just used it to help you improve your strength. Really? Shui was a bit skeptical. If the divine assessment isn't in the secret realm, then where will it be? On the continent. The assessment is to do something like defeating the Shrek 7 monsters. To make the spirit hall proud. Bibidong thought for a moment, yes. Really? I swear. That's good. Xue finally smeed. It was really so oppressive in there. I don't want Mom to stay in such an oppressive place for the assessment, filled with countless dangers. Bibidong felt somewhat helpless. She could actually be the master of that secret realm. However, she did not express it, as that space indeed made Shui very worried. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Bibidong took Schwenner's hand and walked to the car window. Look, it's snowing again. Have you thought about where to play next? Mommy promised you. Mommy isn't afraid of Grandpa, saying she's leading me astray. Schwerer giggled. He'll be happy to see your soul rings and level. Bibidong looked at Schwerer and said, after this winter, you'll be 12 years old and at level 55. Should we send you to the Spirit Hall Academy for further studies? I'll listen to Mommy. But would you really let others teach me? Of course. What should we do then? Bibidong pretended to think. Then I can only throw you into the secret realm every day for trials. Don't. Who wants to go to that kind of place every day? Schwerer pouted. I might as well go to the academy. Just kidding. We'll talk about it later. Bibidong gazed out at the scenery and, in a voice Schwerer couldn't hear, murmured to herself, I don't know if I'll have as much time to accompany you like this winter in the future. Mommy will cherish every second and give you a happy birthday and New Year. Chapter 61. Funeral. As winter arrived, various political affairs seemed to fall into a dormant state, much like the earth and all living things. Reports sent to the papal hall from various places in the Spirit Hall reflected this. They were mostly summaries of the previous year's work and reports on plans for the coming year. Occasionally, there would be one or two noteworthy issues, such as the inspection hall impeaching a certain place for discrepancies in financial accounts and investigating those involved in corruption and illegal activities. Bibidong was also enjoying her leisure time. She delegated a large portion of her power to the two elders, Zhu Gui and Gui Mei, and promoted those soul-level individuals who were expected to advance to title de loi in the future, allowing them to take office in the Hall of Pope ahead of time and manage various important tasks. She instructed Zhu Gui to select capable individuals based on their political achievements, so that she could later entrust them with heavy responsibilities. The benefit of this arrangement was that she could take a break for herself. After arranging for Liena, Yin, and others to study at the Wuhuan Academy, she spent her days with Schwerer, enjoying food, fun, shopping, and leisure. If they were not recognized, it would be easy for people to mistake them for sisters rather than mother and daughter. As for the elders in the offering hall, upon seeing Schweer's 4 black and 1 red soul rings, they were collectively stunned, turning a blind eye to Bibidong's hands-off approach. Time passed day by day in this peaceful atmosphere. Bibidong fulfilled her wish, spending a happy birthday and New Year with Schwerer. More daily episodes and side stories to be added later. Although everything seemed peaceful and tranquil in reality, Bibidong's personal feelings were not the same. Ever since she had that dream about meeting the god of Shura, she often felt restless, as if something had already happened and she was powerless to prevent it. Especially in recent times, her frequency of dreaming had increased. However, she couldn't remember the content of the dreams. She only felt that she was experiencing something in the dream, that something was about to happen, and she was going to witness a girl die. For some reason, every time she tried to recall that event in the dream, she would wake up in fright, her back drenched in cold sweat. Was it the god of Shura? She wondered if she was having the same nightmare over and over again. She was unsure, because her feelings were completely different from the first time. If the girl who was about to die in the dream was Schwerer, she would feel panic, anger, and tears. But this dream brought her a kind of sadness hidden deep within her soul. It was as if that woman from her original world was someone very important to her. It was these feelings that made her want to spend a stable time with Schwerer as soon as possible. She didn't know what this premonition-like feeling represented. All she could do was seize the moment and do what she wanted, so that even if something unexpected happened in the future, she wouldn't have any regrets. Soon, winter was about to pass, and spring would arrive. In the new year, she was unsure what to do or how to go about it. Logically, she should complete the divine trial. But at this time, it seemed like there was nothing to change the world for her to do. And even when she called for the end, hoping for some hints, she received no response. This surprised her. Such a situation had never occurred before. For some reason, she felt restless every day, yet she didn't know why. Another day passed, and as the Wuhuan Palace began its New Year's work, the number of documents submitted increased, forcing Bibidong to take on her responsibilities early, adjusting back from her holiday rest. However, today, as she opened a document, she inexplicably felt irritated. I should go for a walk to clear my mind, she thought, believing that relaxing a bit might help. She stepped out of the Hall of Pope and aimlessly walked along the street, which was quite deserted with few pedestrians. She strolled slowly until she reached a church. She found it strange that there was a church here, but soon a peculiar feeling welled up inside her, compelling her to step inside and take a look. Inside the church, it was filled with candles, their light like mountains and seas, and an organ played a somber mass. A white hexagonal coffin was placed on the altar, surrounded by boys and girls dressed in black. Bibidong couldn't see their faces, but she could sense their sorrowful expressions. A girl approached her. With blue eyes and a pink ponytail, her bangs also pink. The girl wore a black suit with a plain white tie, dignified and reserved, suitable for attending a funeral. She took Bibidong's hand and walked with her into the crowd, as if they were very familiar, waiting for Bibidong to arrive. The funeral began. The girl whispered softly, draping a black suit over Bibidong and tying the plain white tie, hand in hand, silently standing among the crowd. A funeral? What funeral? Bibidong felt a bit confused for a moment, but she remembered that there seemed to indeed be such a funeral. She had hurriedly prepared everything during that winter, as if for a specific event, which was to attend this funeral. The pastor was a woman with a deep blue ponytail, looking sharp. In a low voice, she recited the eulogy. Today we gather here to mourn this girl. She is the sister of our companion, and also our companion. She has left us due to an injustice that did not belong to her. This battlefield has made us fear loss. Rest in peace, my friend. Your soul will continue. We dedicate our tears to you, words of love from parting. We thank you for the dreams and happy days you have given us, until forever. We too will walk through that dark lawn, but will not feel fear, for your soul is with me. A girl? Someone's sister? When did I meet such a person? Bibidong looked blankly at the girl beside her, who lowered her eyes, displaying the same mournful expression as those around them. Bibidong wanted to clarify the situation, but due to the atmosphere, she could only remain silent. The sound of the pastor's weeping emerged from the crowd, crying so sorrowfully. Perhaps the deceased girl was very important to her. However, those around merely bowed their heads in silence, maintaining a solemn demeanor. This is how people are. The same person can be the whole world to some, while for others, it doesn't matter whether they live or die. The crowd joined hands and sang a song wishing for the soul to rest in peace. As the song came to an end, the pastor drove in the final nail of the coffin, and the atmosphere suddenly lightened. The crowd left, chatting and laughing, and the sorrowful pastor vanished from sight. They cried and laughed, but none of it was genuine. In the vast church, only the two of them remained. The girl stepped forward to present flowers and bowed, leaving her standing alone. Only you came sincerely to attend the funeral, sincerely feeling sorrow for me, the girl said, gazing at the coffin. Bibidong felt inexplicably puzzled. Just as she was about to speak up and ask, a sudden sadness began to engulf her, like an unnamed seedling sprouting from her heart, growing into a bud. She looked at the girl in the coffin and thought, how could they just forget you? They prayed for you, sang for you, and now they no longer remember you? You lie in the coffin so lonely, yet they can continue to laugh and joke. Suddenly, Bibidong was taken aback. She widened her eyes in surprise as the face of the girl in the coffin looked exactly like the person in front of her. The girl in the coffin wore a white shirt and a pink checkered skirt, like a little girl, while the person in front of her was dressed solemnly, as if having experienced great hardships. Every leaf's fall in the world of Sumeru announced the end of a world. The withered leaves drifted down, dissipating, merging into the sea of nothingness, transforming into dreamy bubbles. But for this land that only held memories, the meaning was different, because all the scenery was in the past. The world nearing its end was frozen in the moment of extinction, repeating the timelessness of memories. The girl continued speaking, turning her head to look at Bibidong, smiling slightly. Little Belle came to see you, sister. Chapter 62. Lord of the Birth Realm, sister? Bibidong was somewhat confused. Is your sister one of those people's companions? She asked tentatively. No, they are just people who can't even protect their own sister. Humans are like that, selfish and foolish, the girl said. You are my sister, in this world. Only you care for me. Suddenly, the girl laughed. The funeral is over, so don't be so restrained, sister. She waved her hand, and the church slowly faded away as if it had never existed. Bibidong was astonished to find herself standing in an open space surrounded by streets she was familiar with. She remembered that she had walked through every part of the Soul Master City. It was impossible for a church to suddenly appear on the street, and moreover, it seemed that this world had no such thing as a church. I don't know you, Bibidong answered honestly. Everything in front of her was strange. Am I dreaming? Bibidong thought to herself. Could the girl she saw in her dream be the person in front of her? But the girl seemed unconcerned. It's my fault for being useless. I believe one day, sister will step onto the throne of that world. Before that, I also want to help you in this cycle of memories. I need to be the one to break the deadlock. The girl smiled and said, so, sister, would you be willing to accept me as this offering? For no reason, Bibidong nodded, even though she herself didn't know why she would do so. However, a sense of loneliness surged within her. The loneliness of not having seen old friends for thousands of years, and the loneliness of knowing they would never meet again in the future. Strange rays of light appeared in the girl's hand. Not this one, nor that one. It seems I don't have the key to enter here. The girl scratched her head and said awkwardly, "What are these?" Bibidong couldn't help but ask, looking at the strange weapons. This is the realm of emptiness, eternal. This is the realm of truth, revelation. And there is the realm of divine judgment, the realm of nothingness, consciousness. The girl said, "These are all things I collected from the sisters I defeated. It seems I haven't found my own." Bibidong recalled something. These weapon names are very similar to the divine key of the end. Is this it? Light gathered in Bibidong's hand, the key of revelation of the end, the void of infinite treasures. Yes, this is it. The girl's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. It is the first divine key, but a copy is never the real thing. Which one do you need? Bibidong asked. The power that represents erosion, the girl said softly. Bibidong nodded, and the light in her hand flickered. The key of the end and the key of corruption, the Xidagarba's soul. This was a great sword, its blade shrouded in black mist, as if it sealed fierce gods and evil spirits within. This is it. The girl was somewhat delighted. Is there anything you need me to do now? Or rather, do you have any difficulties at the moment? No, Bibidong replied, then thought for a moment. If I had to say there is, it would be that I'm still lacking in manpower. I understand. The gloves in the girl's hand, known as the realm of non-existence, glowed. Sister, you dislike tragedies so much. That's why you're thinking of changing it. But do you know, you yourself are the biggest tragedy. The last sentence she spoke very softly, and Bibidong did not hear it. I will help you. The girl lunged forward, her palm brushing against the Xidagarba's soul, accompanied by blood dripping onto the blade, and the girl disappeared. Bibidong was startled by this sudden situation. Her body bounced up from the chair, making a loud noise in the quiet office. What the? It was just a dream. Bibidong looked at the document stuck to her face, somewhat helpless. Perhaps she was too tired and had another nightmare. No, why was this one so clear? Bibidong recalled the content of the dream just now, clearly remembering most of the details, unlike the previous dreams where she woke up with no memory at all. Better not think too much. I haven't finished reading the documents yet. Bibidong yawned and continued to look at the documents she and T finished reviewing. Urgent report from the Heavendo branch. The Heavendo Empire has officially recognized the status of the 3 sects of the Luoxing Hall and has sent an invitation for the sect master of Luoxing Hall to come to Heavendo City for negotiations. The prominent outline of the document instantly made Bibidong alert. The Luoxing Hall was established on January 1st, 2632 of the Doloa calendar, and has established diplomatic relations with the other 2 sections. Rumor has it that their sect master has secretly met with the other 2 sect masters of the 3 sects and will soon visit His Majesty of the Heavendo Empire. Bibidong became more surprised as she read, her hand holding the document trembling slightly. Last time, His Holiness, the Pope, invited them to Wuhuan City and promised them the status of the 3 sects, but their sect masters were unable to appear. Yet this time they agreed very readily. Their sect master has accepted the invitation and will soon go to Heavendo City for negotiations with the Heavendo Empire. This seems to indicate that our spirit hall has been somewhat negligent. I humbly request the Pope to allow me to lead the Heavendo branch to negotiate with them, to probe their intentions and the truth of the matter. Sincerely, the head of the Heavendo branch. Bibidong closed the document and took a long time to recover from her shock. She knew very well that the Heavendo branch could not possibly provide her with false information. Apart from herself and Zura, no one else in the spirit hall knew the details of the Roshan Hall. So the report from the Heavendo branch must be true. But how could that be? The Roshan Hall was a secret foundation she had laid for future fishing, and the sect master had not assigned anyone there. So where did this sect master come from? Could it be that Salus, in order to make the act seem real, pretended to be the sect master? That was also impossible. First of all, Salus would not dare to defy his own orders. Secondly, even if he did have the courage to go against orders, he lacked the wisdom and bravery to navigate the various forces on the continent. Bibidong felt that the situation was a bit off. She suddenly remembered the dream she had just now, in which the girl said she would help her. Could that girl be the master of the Roshan Hall? But putting aside the fact that the dream was strange from beginning to end, how did she know what kind of help Bibidong needed when she hadn't said anything? Various doubts lingered in Bibidong's mind, refusing to fade away. The end. What was that dream just now? The end? Bibidong shouted in her spiritual sea, but received no response. Second trial completed. Obtain the God-given soul ring. After a long time, the end finally emerged from the spiritual sea and spoke. Bibidong was completely confused. What was going on? What did I complete the second trial? Reform the system, plan for the world. You have changed the future direction of the continent, which can also be considered a way of changing the world, the end replied, but with a hint of hesitation. However, that adult has something to say to you. What is it? Bibidong asked. In fact, this doesn't really count as change, because what you have done is still just a seed, a hidden stake. It cannot be called a change to the world until it takes root and sprouts. However, I still consider it a pass for the assessment and grant you this God-given soul ring. This way, when you need power in the future, you will have one more choice. But if that time comes, no matter how you choose, I will not blame you. This is also my fate, I suppose. That is all, the end said. Bibidong was even more confused. From the girl in her dreams to the deity she inherited, each one seemed like a riddle, and she felt as if she had countless connections with them, yet she knew nothing. I don't know the questions you ask. I can't answer them. It seemed that the end knew what was on her mind, but I can tell you that something has happened. You can choose to participate or not. If you choose to participate, then this will be your third test, said the end. What is it? Bibidong instinctively asked. I'm afraid I cannot tell you, but you will soon come into contact with it. Until then, just wait with courage. After the end finished speaking, it dissipated into the sea of consciousness. Bibidong still wanted to ask something when a surge of power filled her body, as if some seal within her had been unlocked. Her martial soul involuntarily activated, and on the first soul ring of 100,000 years with 2 golden patterns, a small soul ring changed colors and quietly emerged, marking the birth of the second divine soul ring. Bibidong could only sit down and begin absorbing her second soul ring. Chapter 63, Advancement. This time, Bibidong absorbed her second soul ring more smoothly than last time, successfully breaking through the 20,000-year barrier without any hindrance. However, above 20,000 years, each additional year became increasingly difficult. She gritted her teeth and persevered, collapsing exhausted onto the sofa after overcoming 5 challenges. Soon, the age of the soul ring rose again, surpassing the 300,000-year level, with 3 golden patterns dissipating and golden light remaining on it. This was the original age of her second soul ring. She had persisted to absorb a 25,000-year limit as well. Another choice. Bibidong pondered. What could this choice be? The second blood-red soul ring with 3 golden patterns shone brightly, and Bibidong experienced the 2 skills of her second soul technique, charge and explosion. Charge involved gathering one's divine power through hand gestures to form a light point, which could continuously accumulate power until the soul power was exhausted. As long as it wasn't interrupted, this light point would then be released to attack the target after charging, with its power proportional to the time spent charging. Since soul power could also be restored during the charging process, maximizing the attack meant simply waiting. In practical combat, situations change rapidly, and it could also be used in conjunction with her first soul technique, Eternal Domain. However, when both soul techniques were activated, the consumption of soul power would far exceed the recovery speed. Due to the effect of the first soul technique, there would be a critical point where, before this point, the combined attack power of the charged light point would be higher, and after this point, the individual charge attack power would be higher. This required judgment in actual combat to determine whether the charging time could exceed the critical point value, allowing for flexible application. Bibidong estimated that if she used only the charge skill and expended all her soul power on this soul technique, its power would be enough to threaten a 98th level super Doloa. As for explosion, it was relatively simple. By compressing and refining her soul power, she could enhance her strength. The simplest method was to compress once, and the soul power level would increase by double the amount used for compression. However, Bibidong felt something was off with this skill. It seemed capable of compressing and refining soul power repeatedly, without any limit on the number of times. As the number of compressions and refinements increased, her strength appeared to increase without restriction. But soon, Bibidong discovered the drawbacks of this skill. The soul power used for compression and refinement would permanently disappear after more than 3 times. In other words, she could use this skill a maximum of 3 times. Otherwise, after enhancing her strength, her soul power level would actually decrease back to normal. With her current strength at level 95, after using explosion 3 times, her soul power level could reach a maximum of 97. Combined with her charge skill, it was not mere talk to contend with a limit Doloa. Bibidong was somewhat surprised. Such a skill was only considered a choice for when one needed power in the mouth of that great figure. Was she about to face a third test with an unbeatable enemy? 7 light points appeared in her spiritual sea, which were 7 soul bones, waiting for her to choose one to absorb. The head soul bone. Bibidong did not hesitate and immediately chose this soul bone. In her view, the most important soul bones were the head, torso, and external soul bones. She was aware that with the skill granted by her second soul ring, her combat power was not lacking. So she chose the head soul bone to enhance her spiritual power. Soon, the head soul bone was fully absorbed. Bibidong could not feel its specific age, but judging by how it had expanded her spiritual power several times and pushed her level to 96, its age would not be less than 100,000 years. The age of soul bones evolved with the limit of one's capacity, and obtaining a complete set of soul bones would evolve into the end of days divine outfit. The end of days reminded her at the right moment. Bibidong nodded. She could feel it. Previously, when she was in the secret realm, her spiritual power could only cover about half of a forest. Now, with her current spiritual power, covering several such forests is more than enough. If her original spiritual power was like a lake at the super dual level, then her current spiritual consciousness can be described as a vast ocean, unmatched beneath the gods. The soul bone she received at the head also provided her with two types of skills. One is a passive skill that ignores spiritual attacks equal to or lower than her own and reflects them back. With Bibidong's current spiritual power, she is confident that no one on the Dolua continent can surpass her, even if Tang San, with his purple extreme magic, cultivated to its ultimate vastness, cannot reach this level before becoming a god. As for the active skill, Bibidong was momentarily taken aback. Compared to Tang San's soul bone skill, known for perceiving all things in the world and eliminating all injustice, the skill granted by the end of days skull is like night and day in comparison. It digitizes everything. The skill's effect is simple yet extraordinarily powerful. Specifically, it allows her to digitize and deconstruct the target's data, accompanied by a flash of white light in her expressionless eyes. A data stream containing the information of her skill effects surged into her mind. In combat with this skill, Bibidong can read her opponent's strength and the effects of all the skills they use, even the characteristics and effects of certain weapons and items. Bibidong was somewhat astonished. Could data be the essence of this world? Mortals cannot see through this essence, and those who can view the world from this perspective are only gods. Bibidong took a deep breath and then stopped using this skill. Similar to how soul skills consume soul power, this soul bone skill also consumed a tremendous amount of mental energy. Even with her vast mental power, she could only maintain it for at most half an hour. The soul rings and soul bones had all been absorbed. According to the concept of the end, she just needed to wait quietly for the moment when that event intersected with her, and then she would decide whether to participate or not. However, she was not without things to do right now. The sudden situation in front of her made her very curious about the identity of the master of the Luo Sheng Hall. Bibidong picked up her pen and reviewed the document. The Heaven Do Palace would send another invitation to the Luo Sheng Hall, requesting a meeting in the Spirit City. She was uncertain about the identity of this hall master, but it was highly likely that she was the girl from her dreams. Given that she referred to herself as sister, she probably wasn't her enemy. If she truly cooperated with her to manage the Luo Sheng Hall, it could prove she was an ally, albeit a rather mysterious one. Bibidong naturally does not have any sisters. She is an only child. As for why this girl named Ling calls herself sister, Bibidong recalled that the adult in her memory had a similar appearance to her own. So, could it be that the girl mistook her for that adult's sister? Bibidong speculated, which logically made sense, as the divine seed knew nothing about her. Likely because that adult was unwilling to disclose it. Therefore, she decided to meet this hall master. If it is Ling, she could ask some questions related to her and understand her better, so she wouldn't have to fight alone. Inviting her to visit Spirit City was merely a pretense for the world to see. She planned to personally go to the Heaven Do Empire to meet her. If there was someone else, she could also prepare in advance to eliminate them. If it really was Ling, it could save her some unnecessary trouble. Bibidong sealed the documents and summoned Jukdaw to remind him of other matters, preparing to personally take them to Tiando City. Chapter 64, Subduing, Part 1. Salas was directing the Yu clan in building infrastructure. This was an inconspicuous, small mountain village in the northwest of the Tiando Empire, belonging to the Northwest Kingdom, bordering the Fasnuo province to the south, and far from Tiando City and the capitals of various kingdoms and provinces. Compared to the prosperous eastern regions of the Tiando Empire, this place truly had little presence. Salas, we are still short of some minerals needed for the foundation of the walls. I wonder if Old White Bird and the others have delivered the minerals yet. The walls are almost done. We just need this batch of minerals to start building the sect, Niogao said as he walked over. shaking his wrist joints to loosen his muscles. I haven't received any news yet, but they left with the sect master. The sect master has already arrived in Tiendo City, so they should be back soon after purchasing the minerals, Salas was saying when a member of the E-clan quickly climbed up from the mountain below, reporting that all the required minerals had been procured and the transport team had arrived at the foot of the mountain, requesting the elder to assign someone to receive and transport them up the mountain. Haha, Elder Salas, just in time. You don't need to bother arranging manpower for the transport. I'll take some people down and it'll be seamless, Niogao laughed, turning to head down the mountain, shouting to the people in the distance who were carving stones. Hey, old goat, come help me move things. Salas watched Nyogao's departing figure, shaking his head. His expression was not as relaxed as the latter's. Instead, he looked grave and contemplative, as if a heavy stone weighed on his heart. The source of all these doubts lay in the matter of constructing the sect here. Over half a year ago, in order to escape the investigation into Shui Qinghe's disappearance and considering the future situation of the continent, the Pope ordered him to establish a hidden organization called the Roshan Hall, instructing him on methods of operation and developmental goals. Since then, he had devoted himself to recruiting ordinary rogue soul masters to strike against the nobility and bureaucrats who oppressed the common people, gathering many soul masters who had grievances against the two empires. Most of them were radicals. The Spirit Hall could not satisfy their urgent need for revenge against the imperial nobles who oppressed their hometowns, yet they found no opportunity due to their weak numbers. At this time, the Roshan Hall was rising among the common people, claiming to have looted the Tiendo Empire's prince and injured the Spirit Hall's pope, naturally attracting many dissatisfied individuals from across the continent to join through introductions or rumors, coordinating with disciples already in the Roshan Hall. Soon, the Roshan Hall absorbed hundreds of disciples. He established rules for the sect according to the Pope's directives and created a promotion and selection system to motivate disciples in their cultivation. During this time, the Pope secretly provided him with a large amount of resources, including various heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and soul bones, as the foundation of the sect for rewards. He worked diligently, and under his careful management, the Roshan Hall quickly gained fame by outsmarting and outmaneuvering the Tiendo army led by Golong. The common people refused to cooperate with the Tiendo army to provide them with leads, while disciples of the Roshan Hall, under his advanced training methods, quickly became well-trained. He personally trained a few soul saints, who then trained soul emperors. Thus, the overall group soon became well-drilled, acting swiftly and covertly, leaving the Tiendo army with the impression that they were mysterious and powerful. Day by day, the Tiendo Empire was unaware of even a small contact point of theirs. Meanwhile, they had already planned to infiltrate the Tiendo royal family and the two major sects as undercover agents. Not long after, the Pope issued a reform decree and publicly announced their recognition as one of the top 3 sects, inviting the Roshan Hall's master to visit Spirit City. He gathered all the disciples of the sect to prepare to release the sect's announcement, coordinating with the Pope to put on a good show. Just then, a girl found him. He was shocked. The Roshan Hall had never had outsiders come to the contact point. He was confident they were very thorough about secrecy, and this was the first time someone had arrived at the secret contact point without being led. The girl's name was Ling, and she claimed to be the Pope's sister, sent by the Pope to serve as the master of the Roshan Hall. He felt slightly relieved and immediately asked the girl to show proof. The girl claimed the Pope had not yet given her any, and if he did not believe her, he could confront the Pope. He hesitated, and after she easily subdued him without using her martial soul, he believed that she was indeed appointed as the master of the Roshan Hall by the Pope. If she could suppress him without using her martial soul, she was at least a title Dolua level. He had never seen anyone with such talent except for those related to the Pope. The various actions of that girl also showed him what it meant to be iron-fisted. Element City. Salas and Ling both entered the city, cloaked in black robes. She stood on the rooftop of a tall building, where the view was broad, overlooking the city as if she were not there to subdue the Element Academy, but to enjoy the scenery. Master, what are you doing? Salas asked, somewhat confused. Waiting, Ling replied calmly. Waiting for whom? The 4 deans of the Element Academy. Will they come here? Salas found it somewhat absurd. They should be the ones to actively seek them out, not wait for them to come on their own. Soon, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. The Deans of the Thunder, Divine Wind, Heavenly Water, and Blazing Fire Academies approached with blank expressions, as if they were puppets. I'm not just sightseeing. I'm here to find these people in this city, Ling said lightly. The 4 deans were followed by high-ranking members of their academies. They had followed along, And upon learning that the four deans had unconsciously walked up to the rooftop as if possessed, they all wore expressions of horror, immediately following their deans up the stairs. Unrelated people, do not let them in, Ling instructed. Take out the Roshan Hall's token and say that the master of the Roshan Hall invites the four deans for a discussion and let them wait outside. Yes. Sala stood at the door of the corridor, displaying the Roshan Hall token to keep everyone at the entrance. The four deans approached Ling, and she snapped her fingers. The four deans seemed to awaken from a dream, recovering from their blank expressions. How did I get here? Oh, you guys are also here? The deans looked at each other, then noticed the girl in front of them. Who are you? Did you bring us here? They raised their guard, ready for a confrontation. I am a master of the Roshan Hall. Have you heard of me? Ling did not remove her black cloak, her face still hidden in the shadow of her hood. But her crisp, youthful voice startled them. Roshan Hall? The one that opposes the Tiando army? The deans were taken aback, then scrutinized the girl in front of them, their expressions grave. I've heard that the master of the Roshan Hall is a title de law. I asked for your title, Your Excellency? Title de law? Ling paused for a moment and replied, No, I don't have a title yet. Don't mind those details. She said lightly, I'm here to discuss a matter with you. Surrender to me. You have two choices. Join the Roshan Hall, or die. The hearts of the deans sank. The dean of the Thunder Academy laughed. You really know how to joke, my lady. Who doesn't he know that we are the academies established by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Now you want to join your Roshan Hall? That's truly a pipe dream. Do you think just because you have recently been recognized by the Spirit Hall as one of the top 3 sects, you can challenge our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to prove yourselves? In front of a title de law, daring to say such words is not merely due to his recklessness. First of all, he sensed that the other party was not friendly, and with the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect behind him, he felt that Luo Shantang was just a newly established sect, and he needed to weigh the consequences of acting against him, as it would also dampen the other party's arrogance. Moreover, hearing the clear voice of the young girl, it was still debatable whether she was truly a title de law, seeing that the person in front of him remained silent. The principal of Thunder Academy couldn't help but feel a bit smug. What was this Luo Shantang? They were scared to even show their faces in the Heaven-Do Empire and still dared to attempt to swallow him. Now, they were rendered speechless by the reputation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. The face hidden under the black robe pondered for a moment and nodded. You can go die. Hearing this, the principal of Thunder Academy quickly summoned his martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Are you really going to be enemies with us, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? He said in a deep voice, his soul rings already glowing, and his soul skills poised for action. I've made myself very clear. Ling waved her hand. You can jump down now. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The principal of Thunder Academy was horrified to find that his body was no longer under his brain's control, and even his martial soul was not retracted. Moving stiffly like a puppet, slowly walking towards the edge of the rooftop. Chapter 65. Subjugation, Part 2. What is happening? Why can't I feel my body? He shouted in terror, but it was of no use, watching helplessly as his feet stepped closer to the rooftop edge. Looking down, the height to the ground made him feel dizzy. What have you done to me? You kill me, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, 1T, let you go. With a final heart-wrenching scream, he jumped down. The remaining 3 principals and those watching outside fell silent. Salus had already activated his 8 soul rings, and under this pressure, no one dared to take action. I know you don't want to join my Luo Shantang, but you're too afraid to say no, Ling continued. Her tone still calm, even somewhat lazy. In a world where strength is respected, you should understand this principle. However, I will still show you a way out. The Heaven-Do Empire does not welcome ordinary soul masters, and you have no backing. Why not rely on my Luo Shantang? Ling said to herself. Heaven-Do Royal Academy only accepts nobles. In the eyes of Heaven-Do, you are merely a usable pawn. Don't think that serving the nobles brings you glory. In their eyes, they will always be superior to you. Join my Luo Shantang, and I will be your backing. From now on, you will not be oppressed by any force, and your extreme, flow teaching philosophy will be respected, unaffected by any power, until you want to make changes or new attempts. The initiative will be in your hands. I can also take your outstanding students as my disciples, personally guiding them, and you will cultivate more excellent students. The reason Luo Shantang can be rated among the top 3 sects naturally lies in its foundational strength. Soul bones and heavenly materials will not be lacking. Now, can you speak up? Ling removed her hat, revealing a face even younger than they had anticipated, smiling as she said, join. Or refuse. Everyone bowed in unison. Greetings, Sect Master. Ling nodded. I know some of you are not sincere. It doesn't matter. You will understand how wise your choice was in the future. From now on, there will be no Element Academy. Only the Tianshui Hall, Shenfeng Hall, and Chiwa Hall of Luo Shangtang. You will go back to rest and prepare. Once the new sect's residence is built, you can move from Element City to the new sect. During this time, your academy's address will be publicly declared as the temporary residence of Luo Shangtang. Don't worry, the Heavendo Empire won't dare to cause trouble. I'm about to meet with the other two sects and the Heavendo Empire. Before that, there will be no trouble here. For the people of Thunder Academy, if you don't want to die, leave here and return to your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. I will visit you. Ling waved her hand, and everyone from Thunder Academy was shocked, involuntarily slapping their chests, spitting blood. They were horrified by this young girl's methods, which exceeded their understanding of soul skills. And they did not see the person in front of them activate her martial soul. Her ghostly and unpredictable methods made them panic, leading the teachers and students of Thunder Academy to flee overnight to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Afterward, Salas followed Ling to Longxing City, and after witnessing Ling's incredible strength, the patriarch of the Yu family, Niugao, wisely chose to submit. The Haoyan sect had abandoned them, and the Spirit Hall had not been kind to them during this past year. Although the Spirit Hall had reformed and offered them compensation and apologies, they knew the importance of having a backing. After absorbing the Yu family as the Yu Hall of Luo Shangtang, they all migrated to a new sect residence built in the Heavendo Empire. Subsequently, Niugao also wrote to invite Yang Wudi and Bai He, the patriarchs of the Pa family and Min family, to discuss in Longxing City. As for the Li family, although Ling had explicitly stated that there was no need to invite them, Niugao still secretly wrote a letter to Titan, which was rejected. Yang Wudi and Bai He came as invited. When they saw the Yu family moving en masse, they were extremely surprised. What are you doing? In your letter, you only said you found a good backing, but you didn't say you were moving your entire family. This is equivalent to cutting off your retreat. Have you really thought this through? Yang Wudi exclaimed in sulk. Yes, although the Haoyan sect abandoned us, we're not a force that just anyone can swallow. What kind of backing have you found? Bai He asked. Luo Shangtang, the sect that rose to the new top 3 sects after the Haoyan sect, was removed from the top 3 by the Spirit Hall, Niugao said solemnly. As a top 3 sect, this sect possesses what it needs. I don't think I need to elaborate. It's just a title de law. What is so special about that? Yang Wudi said somewhat disdainfully. Just because you have a title de law doesn't mean you can swallow our 3 families. If you want to join, that is fine, but don't drag us into it. We can live well on our own. Why should we depend on others? Isn't that right, old by bird? Bai He's face turned red, and he swallowed back what he was about to say. It seems some people doubt my strength. A clear young girl's voice sounded from behind. Everyone turned around to see a girl, wearing a black robe, but looking very young. Niugao bowed. Greetings, sect master. Yang Wudi and Bai He were both taken aback. What? She is the sect master of Luo Shangtang? What? Doesn't she look like it? Ling smiled. If I can defeat you, would you be willing to join my Luo Shangtang? Defeating me means you have the strength to subdue my family. But it does not determine whether you can subdue us, because I still don't know your sincerity, Yang Wudi said, a hint of interest rising in his brows. A title de law this young? Although I don't know how old you are, you must be younger than my original master. To be honest, I don't believe you're a title de law. How about this? Let's have a match. If you win, I will consider joining you as a future feasible option and go back to discuss it with my people. Absolutely not, Niugao exclaimed. Not out of offense to Yang Wudi, but out of concern for Yang Wudi's safety. It's fine. Ling waved her hand. I agree to your request. Step back. Right here. Use your strongest attack. I will make you lose convincingly. Ling made a gesture of invitation. Yang Wudi nodded, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and the breaking soul gun was already in his hand. He was concentrating his will, focusing all his strength into one point. The 8th spirit ring lit up. Facing the title de law, he knew that testing would be meaningless. Since they were to compete, he would unleash his strongest move. Opening his eyes, his pupils were as calm as still water. At this moment, he had entered a state of selflessness, with only his opponent in sight. His essence, energy, and spirit were fully infused into the gun, as if he had merged with it. Hey! Yang Wudi suddenly shouted, thrusting the spear forward. An incredibly sharp and terrifying aura shot towards Ling's chest. His body moved with the gun, without any unnecessary actions, directly piercing towards Ling's chest. But the next second, his expression changed. He had to break free from the focused state of selflessness, because if he didn't, he would be killed by his own attack. The breaking soul gun was still in his hand, but the gun tip was aimed at himself. How could this happen? Yang Wudi was taken aback. After using his martial soul for so many years, it had become a part of his body, responding to his commands. How could he make such a basic mistake at this moment? I projected my consciousness onto it. It is now under my command, Ling said, standing still without furrowing her brows despite the overwhelming aura. Yang Wudi was stunned for a moment and then sat down dejectedly. Yes, the match had ended before it even began. Although he didn't understand his opponent's methods, he had to accept this fact. Now, do I have the qualification to recruit you? Ling said, let me show you something. Yang Wudi was somewhat surprised as he raised his head and saw a flower in Ling's hand. That is, his breathing quickened, blood surged, and his face turned red. That's right, Bibidong's original plan included recruiting the Puff family. So among the heavenly materials and earthly treasures given to Salas, there was the fragrant Qian immortal product. A special note was left, stating that if there was ever a chance to recruit the Puff family, this flower could be used as an invitation for double the effect. I don't like to wait. You see my sincerity. I have the strength to protect your clan and can provide you with space for development. Ling stared into Yang Wudi's eyes, her imposing aura palpable. Yang Wudi came back to his senses and sighed with a bitter smile. It seems I have no reason to refuse. Once you've made up your mind, come to the sect's residence to find me. Bring your clan, and join my Luoxing Hall as a whole. Ling put away the fragrant Qian immortal product under Yang Wudi's greedy gaze. I believe your speed won't disappoint me. With that, Ling turned to Baihe. What about you? Will you bow down for 5 pecks of rice? Or will you make a wise choice like the Yu clan? Baihe sighed. The Min clan is willing to join Luoxing Hall. Since that's the case, we'll see you at the new sect. Ling looked at Niu Gao. Are you all packed? Let's go. Chapter 66. Meeting thus, Salas gathered all the disciples of Luoxing Hall and announced the establishment of the new sect's residence. The Yu, Min, and Pa clans, along with the 3-Element Academy, also gathered there before the new year. On the first day of the Dolua calendar, in 2632, Ling announced the sect's address to the Tiando Empire, Tianshu City. It is located in a kingdom north of the Fasnuo province, a mountain peak in the central-western part of the Tiando Empire. Ling ordered the construction of a city there, named Tianshu, but did not announce this specific address to the continent, only mentioning the name. This was equivalent to a high-profile declaration of their emergence to the world. And from then on, Luoxing Hall would hold a significant position on the continent, like other prominent sections. The Tiando Empire no longer dared to act rashly, and both sides maintained a delicate state of peaceful coexistence. As the founding elder of the sect, Salas naturally held a high position. Ling entrusted him with the construction of a sect. However, Salas began to have doubts. The Pope had explicitly told him when establishing the sect that there would be no permanent address, relying only on contact points. The aim was to maintain the sect's sense of mystery, to operate from the shadows, and to set a net against other anti-martial forces. What Ling was doing seemed to contradict the Pope's instructions. Whether it was the high-profile recruitment of other forces or the establishment of a sect address to announce their emergence to the world, both went against this point. However, since it was the will of the sect master sent by the Pope, it should be the Pope's intention. Perhaps the Pope had changed his mind, Salas thought, and did not dwell on it further. However, there still needed to be a distinction between the inner and outer halls of the sect. Salas found Ling and inquired about how to select outstanding and trustworthy individuals to enter the inner hall, to inform them of the truth and prepare for the future plans of the martial soul hall. But Ling's response surprised him. Are you suggesting that I deceive them? If we are part of the martial soul hall, do you think they would join us? That would be much more difficult. I never lie. Luoxing Hall is Luoxing Hall. It does not belong to any force and is independent. Since I am the master of Luoxing Hall, I must consider my own sect and not let my sect disciples pledge loyalty to others. Ling said decisively. Salas was stunned. Was this the Pope's intention? He felt something was off. Soon, he belatedly recalled a terrifying fact. Since this girl appeared, the Pope's palace had not sent him a letter, and he had also forgotten to write to the Pope's palace. Therefore, there had been no communication from the Pope's side for a while, and they might not even know what happened with Luoxing Hall. He recalled the day this girl appeared, claiming to be the Pope's sister, but without any evidence, and the doubts buried deep in his heart resurfaced. But he had no way to act. Ling strictly prohibited the sect disciples from leaking the address to others before the construction was completed, so during this time, he could not send any letters. The security here was as strict as a military camp. All entries and exits required approval and reporting, and he could not contact the Pope's palace. This was the reason why he felt as if a heavy stone was hanging over his heart during this time. He thought of the worst possibility, that none of this was the Pope's will, but that he had been deceived. And now the entire Luosheng Hall had fallen into someone else's hands. If that were the case, he, Salus, would truly have to pay with his life. Thus, he both wanted to see the Pope and feared to see the Pope. Upon learning that Ling would meet the Snow Knight Emperor in the Tiando Empire, he had no doubt that the Pope's palace had already noticed the situation of Luosheng Hall. Whether nothing would happen, or if he was a pawn that had intruded on the Pope's chessboard, he could only pray. Tiando City, Tiando Branch Hall. Investigate the specific date and itinerary of the meeting between the master of Luosheng Hall and the Snow Knight Emperor. Bibidong sat in the hall as the Tiando City bishop stood below reporting. The date is tomorrow, and the itinerary is arranged according to Tiando diplomatic customs. Hosted at the Royal Hotel and discussed in the Tiando Palace, the Tiando bishop reported respectfully. That means the master of Luosheng Hall is currently at the Tiando Royal Hotel, staying there tonight. Bibidong nodded. How many people did that master bring? Not many attendants, 2 or 3, but according to reports from our spies. One of them is by he, the clan leader of the Min clan, originally loyal to the Haotian sect, and one of the single attribute 4 clans. It is true that 3 of the previously rumored 4 clans have joined Luosheng Hall. Besides the single attribute 3 clans and the 3 element academy, are there any other forces that have joined Luosheng Hall? Bibidong asked. Currently, the only news is that these forces have joined. I have mobilized all our informants within the Tiando Empire during this time. Any movement will be reported immediately, but so far, there are only these few. So unless their confidentiality work is flawless, the fact is as such. The Hevendo Archbishop said, I will meet that hall master tonight. You send out the invitations, as usual according to my comments in the document. Just pretend I've never been here. And do not leak the news of my visit here. At night, on the top floor of the Hevendo Royal Hotel, there are only a few top rooms. With the enhancement brought by the head soul bone, Bibidong scanned the room with her spiritual power and had a clear understanding of the number of people inside, even sensing their strength. In the adjacent 2 rooms, one had 3 people and the other had only 1. In the room with 3 people, the strongest was a soul de law, while the person in the adjacent room had a strength that Bibidong found vague, unable to determine accurately. This should be by he and the hall master of the Luosheng Hall. Bibidong thought how to get in. She hesitated a bit. Just as she was hesitating, the door creaked open. It was the room with only 1 person. A girl rubbing her eyes opened the door. The face that left a deep impression on Bibidong, one she had seen many times in her dreams, finally appeared before her in reality. Ah, sister, you came to see me. The girl opened her eyes and said joyfully, pulling Bibidong in and shutting the door. I knew my sister would definitely come to see me. After all, my sister cares about me the most. Ling giggled, bringing out a plate of oranges. Try this, I was just peeling it, and it's so delicious. It really is you. Bibidong sighed in relief, but then raised her guard again. How did you know my plan, and how did you know I was here? Sister, you told me. Ling was a bit surprised. Did you forget? I asked you if you needed help, and you said you were short-handed, so I sensed it through this glove. Bibidong remembered that this pair of gloves was called the realm of no existence, consciousness. It must have functions similar to you, Du Chen-S. So, she really is related to that lord? Knowing that her sister has arrived makes it even simpler. With such a powerful divine consciousness scan, I can't help but wonder if it's all thanks to my sister's influence. Ling sweetly smiled and said, come, eat an orange. I have a general understanding of the situation. Bibidong organized her thoughts. Since the other party has read her consciousness, they must have been preparing for the plans they have set for her. From the current situation, it seems to be going well. It's just that they didn't keep a low profile in order to consolidate their power. The last question, who are you? Bibidong looked at Ling. Haven't I told you several times? I am Ling, your sister. Ling looked a bit wronged, even if your memory is poor. You shouldn't forget in such a short time. I'm asking about your identity. Why do you need the key of corruption? What do you mean by saying you needed to enter? Bibidong asked straightforwardly. She didn't want to hear any more riddles. Ling's expression finally changed. No longer that pitiful girl look. Her demeanor became serious, and she looked out the window with a hint of sorrow. I can't tell you, sister. Please forgive me this time. One day, you will know. But by then, whether you blame me or punish me, I will have no regrets. Ling turned back and smiled, forcing out a faint smile. Chapter 67. Celestial Pivot. It seems the other party won. Say it out loud. Bibidong felt a bit helpless. She really would be kept in the dark until the moment she should know. In an era before tragedy had descended, the devil slept in the cradle of happiness. Ling said softly, not knowing is a kind of happiness. The more you know, the more pain there is. When you turn back, you'll realize that living without a care is the happiest. Isn't it? That being said, I know that with some concealment, my sister can't possibly trust me completely. Ling smiled, but I'm someone who keeps promises. So how about we sign a contract? This way, it will also reassure you, sister. What do you mean? Bibidong was a bit confused. I will have the Luo Shanghal help you complete your plan. Everything will cooperate with you, sister. But at the same time, you must make a deal with me. That is, when you encounter difficulties, you can resolve them by trading your life with me. Don't worry about whether I am around. As long as you summon me, I can always complete the transaction with you. We are sisters, after all. A sister should be like a little cotton-padded jacket for her sister, appearing whenever needed. At the most critical time and place, right? Looking at the girl in front of her, smiling like a flower, Bibidong felt a chill run down her spine. I must exchange with you? That means I am using my own life to fulfill a wish, right? Bibidong's tone grew colder. No, whether to exchange or not depends on your will, sister. I just hope you will consider the option of exchanging with me. Whether to exchange or not is up to you. That means, even if you never summon me or exchange with me, it doesn't matter. I will abide by our contract and cooperate with you, Ling said. What if I say no? Bibidong asked. The Luo Shanghal has already deviated from your original plan. The current Luo Shanghal is qualified and strong enough to be called a three-sex. Ling peeled a piece of orange and ate it. You have taken control of the Luo Shanghal. Bibidong understood the current situation and said coldly, you peeped into my consciousness, disrupted my plans, and used this to threaten me. Ling silently smiled, yes. Since the outcome is bound to be wrong, then it doesn't matter whether the process is right or wrong, does it? It's not like I'm asking you to exchange your life with me all at once. You've read Faust, haven't you? Bibidong was a bit confused, but still nodded. Her hobby in her original world was reading. The devil Mephistopheles made a bet with Faust, and Mephistopheles became Faust's servant. Once Mephistopheles satisfied Faust with worldly pleasures, the master-servant relationship would be dissolved, and Faust's soul would belong to the devil. My condition is similar to this. I will fulfill your wishes, and after your wish is granted, you will give me a quarter of your life each time. This means you have 4 opportunities to exchange with me, and after 4 times, your life will belong to me. Ling said, now, sister is willing to accept, right? This contract is only beneficial to you. First, I might not gain anything and still have to work for you. Secondly, you have 3 more wishes to make, so you don't have to use the last one, and then I will be helpless. Your life is still in your own hands. Bibidong fell silent for a moment, looking like she had no reason to refuse. She just didn't want her sister to worry because of her lack of trust. It was just a casual contract, and that would strengthen their relationship, allowing her sister to feel at ease. Ling returned to her sweet, youthful appearance, cute and charming. All right, I agree, but I have a question. You said you could fulfill one of my wishes, but that kind of thing seems like something only a god could say, right? What kind of power do you have? I'm a bit curious, Bibidong said. Well, Ling thought for a moment. I heard that my sister was injured in this world once. If she had made a wish to me then, I would have helped her with everything. What I can do is everything. I know, almost everything. Ling nodded. Except for strange things like my wish is to have many wishes and directly achieving the conclusion of this world, etc. As for specific and feasible wishes, I can fulfill them all. Bibidong was somewhat shocked. So, her strength surpassed that of Emperor Tian. On the Dolua continent, only a god-level being could defeat Emperor Tian. Do you have a soul ring? Bibidong asked. Soul ring. Ah, you mean the manifestation of energy in this world, right? Ling shook her head. I've heard that the most powerful group is called Title de Law, but I still haven't figured out how to configure it to match their perception of me. So I temporarily don't have a soul ring. 8 black and 1 red. Maintaining a low profile while not losing your identity. Suits you quite well, Bibidong said. All right, then I'll present myself like this, Ling nodded. As for my martial soul, I've already thought about how it should change. As the 9 soul rings were condensed by Ling's energy, her martial soul emerged. It was a large white fox with a red 3-grain pattern on its forehead and eyeshadow. Bound with a sacred rope, its lower limbs were red. As the martial soul returned to her body, Ling's appearance also changed slightly. 2 fox ears grew on her head, the same cherry color as her hair, almost resembling accessories. Using this power will result in this, Ling said with a wry smile. People call this big fellow Scarlet Helmru. It's my martial soul. Now, does my sister have any more questions? You are very smart. Sometimes even more thoughtful and perfect than I am, Bibidong said. For example, the plan to subdue other factions. When I was advising Salis, I considered how to bring these neutral factions under my control while maintaining mystery. Since I couldn't find a suitable sect leader, this matter has been shelved until your appearance. Sometimes, I really wonder if you're sent by heaven to help me. Bibidong continued. You don't even know my next plan for the Luoshang Hall. Yet you have perfectly executed my expectations in every matter. Ling nodded. To maintain mystery, it's enough that outsiders know very little about your sect's internal structure, system, personnel composition, and overall strength. Although I have absorbed many famous factions on the continent, I do not value them, but rather their next generation, which is the foundation for the sect's future strength. Moreover, I will only tell the world the name of the city where my sect is located, and this city is newly built. They know nothing of its specific location or surrounding geography, which is also part of maintaining mystery. Even after I have built the sect, I will not disclose its location, but let the world slowly discover it, gradually unveiling this layer of mystery. Therefore, the actions now are quite simple. Gather what should be gathered, consolidate what should be consolidated, and eliminate what should be eliminated. But sister, you must know where I chose the location. Ling paused, looking at Bibidong, as if they shared a telepathic connection. On the Dolua continent, there is only one place that allows for both retreat and advance, a place known as the Celestial Pivot. Bibidong looked at the map on the table, her gaze aligning with Ling's on the same point. Only that location could be called the Celestial Pivot. The Celestial Pivot is the heavenly principle. To go against it is to invite certain defeat, Ling stated. In the battle following your plan of alliances, this place will be the point of rupture. Before all things, the circular square portal, though overturned, can be restored, does not lose its measure. Bibidong turned to leave, leaving behind a pope's decree. I didn't give this to you last time. With it, you will have fewer troubles. Perhaps I should thank this contract. Goodbye, Ling. I still find it hard to call you sister. I'm going back now. Bibidong exited the room and disappeared. Tomorrow, I will have a meeting with that so-called great emperor. I will play my role well in the eyes of the world, Ling thought as she watched Bibidong leave. Adding softly, you need to work hard too. For the next test, will you need me? In the sky above, it seemed a very faint sigh fell. Chapter 68. Divine Envoy at the end of the year 2631 in the Dolua calendar, during the cold winter, in the extreme northern hinterland. A palace built of solid ice walls stood here, the northernmost point of the Dolua continent, facing the vast ice fields. This area does not appear on maps. It is replaced by a vast expanse of white. This palace, on this snow-covered plain, has been shaped by the year-round blizzards, as if it were a creation of heaven and earth. There should not have been any buildings here. The surrounding area is a no-man's land. The nearest city is Sun's End City, a place where the Tiando Empire exiles political prisoners, a city meant to inspire despair. True to its name, this city is the end of sunlight, experiencing phenomena of polar day and polar night. During the long, cold winter of polar night, political prisoners often commit suicide because they cannot endure. Sun's End City is located 900 kilometers south of this palace. This is the real hinterland. People from the Dolua continent refer to the area north of Sun's End City as the extreme north, and this place can clearly be called the core zone of the extreme north. This is a place forgotten by the divine city, with the only vegetation being lichens and moss growing on the thick permafrost covered by ice. However, miraculously, there are many soul beasts here, in this land of Dolua continent that has not been tread upon by humans. Countless ice bears and ice blue scorpions have settled here, living in peace for generations. Of course, as soul beasts, conflicts are inevitable, but these conflicts have been suppressed under the intervention of a peculiar human-like race, leaving only harmonious coexistence. This human-like race is naturally not human. Even among powerful titled Dolua, in this region where the blizzards never cease, they can only stop in their tracks. The Ice Queen. This is the name given to them by the soul beasts of the extreme north, born of the ice and snow of this land, like ice and snow spirits, nurturing the soul beasts of the extreme north, making it feel like one big family. Aside from them, there are also other soul beasts resembling humans, all of which have transformed after 100,000 years of cultivation. Unlike the Ice Queen, if the Ice Queen is the spirit that looks after the soul beasts, then they're the guardians of this pure land. Before humans set foot in this area, they faced endless avalanches and ice cracks, as if heaven was testing them, subjecting them to countless natural disasters before the ultimate test of humans arrived. What made them willingly accept this was the king in the palace. As the guardian deity of the extreme north, this king has been revered as a common master by the soul beasts of the extreme north, regarded as a faith-like existence in their hearts. She is the matriarch of the Ice Queen clan, having spent over 600,000 years in the long passage of time. The raging cold wind brought flurries of snow, slamming against the ice walls. Unlike other places, this palace will not be eroded by the wind. The accumulation of snow and ice strengthens the walls. A humanoid 100,000-year-old beast stood atop the walls, responsible for guarding the southern side, facing the direction of human territories. The sun on the horizon was sluggish, like a boiled egg, unable to warm the ground. But this was the last sunlight of the year. Polar night was about to begin, and the sun would not rise again for the next few months. He gazed toward the edge of the ice field, where a lonely cold wind swept across the ice cover, with no soul beast in sight. Usually, the soul beasts of the extreme north would gather near the palace before the polar night arrives, having built 3 gathering places in the vicinity, each belonging to 3 different ethnicities. After the polar night arrives, due to the more rampant blizzards, even soul beasts would inevitably lose their direction, and to avoid accidents. The soul beasts of the extreme north would abide by the rules and gather here from all corners of the ice field. It seems they should have all gathered. He thought to himself that preparing to retrieve the sign hanging on the city wall, a peculiar ice crystal used to guide soul beasts, was akin to the lighthouses at docks in human society. Suddenly, he turned his head, alertly looking towards the end of the ice field. The wind had picked up dark. Rolling clouds were rushing in from the horizon. In such high-latitude regions, the rainfall is less than in deserts, but once black cumulonimbus clouds appear, the weather can change in an instant, and the accumulating snow can bury everything. On the hills made of ice, snow dust was swept up, resembling a white sandstorm, with the dust rising several dozen meters high. The area covered by clouds was pitch black, while the other half was a stark white of ice. The boundary between black and white so sharp, he shattered the crystal with his soul power, and the light, accompanied by a sharp whistle, soared into the sky, scattering across the desolate snowfield. This was a warning of an impending blizzard. After issuing the warning, he prepared to turn around to close the palace gates and notify various clans to be ready. At that moment, an incredible target appeared in his field of vision. A vague silhouette was gliding in the shadow beneath the clouds, skillfully avoiding the cracks in the dark ice, rapidly approaching. A skier? He could hardly believe his eyes. The figure was humanoid. If it were a 100,000-year-old beast, he would recognize it. Yet in his impression, there had never been a 100,000-year-old beast that matched that silhouette in the extreme north. Then it must be a human? Had humans invaded during the blizzard? Such a blizzard would pose considerable trouble even for soul beasts in the extreme north. They could easily lose their way or be caught in a violent clash of cosmic energy that could lead to death. Only soul beasts of 100,000-year level could barely withstand it. If that figure were human, then they must be capable of battling a 100,000-year soul beast, belonging to the title Dolual level. There was no time to think. The soul beasts had all gathered in the core circle, and allowing a human of title Dolual level to come here posed a threat far greater than the blizzard. He pressed his hands against the wall, channeling his soul power into it, causing spikes of ice to rise along the path of the silhouette. If he exerted more force, the ice spikes would shoot skyward, piercing the human. This was the ice control technique, a skill naturally possessed by the Ice Bear clan, one of the major clans of the extreme north. At that moment, his expression changed. He heard a sound wave that humans could not produce, a sound wave unique to soul beasts, typically used when searching for kin, and meant to express goodwill. His mind couldn't grasp the situation. Another 100,000-year soul beast had appeared in the extreme north, yet he could not discern the other party's race, and their aura did not belong to the extreme north. But he could not act against them. The other party was a soul beast, and arriving here at this time must mean they were seeking refuge in the gathering place. If he acted, it would go against the king's will. With snow, dust, rising to his height, the figure stopped beneath the city wall. Only then did he notice that although the man had flowing white hair, he did not appear old at all, exuding a cultured elegance reminiscent of a scholar. The man wore only a thin robe, strolling leisurely in this core area. However, he was not surprised. Soul beasts at their level could resist the severe cold with their own strength, especially for those born and raised in the extreme north. They seemed to have been assimilated by the icy environment. Yet, the person before him was clearly not a soul beast from the extreme north, yet appeared entirely unbothered by the environment. I am the envoy from the Stardow Great Forest, sent by the Silver Dragon King, the white-haired man said, extending his palm, revealing a dragon god's claw in his hand. Chapter 69. The last divine position. The man succinctly explained his identity. He hailed from the Stardow Great Forest, one of the sacred lands of soul beasts, and was one of the fiercest beasts of the current era. In the era of the dragon god, such individuals were referred to as divine envoys. The dragon god's claw served as the most powerful proof of his identity. In that era, all soul beasts revered the dragon god as their sovereign. Now, with the passage of time, the respect for the dragon god remained etched in the bones of all soul beasts. Inside the ice palace, rather than a palace, it was more like a basement. No, that was a human term. Ice cave was a more fitting description, the white-haired man thought. Everything was made of ice, including the tables, chairs, and utensils. The temperature here was close to the boiling point of liquid nitrogen, and waves of white mist gave the place an otherworldly feel. Can you adapt to this place? A faint voice came, and a woman walked out from behind the ice wall. Her long, pure white hair cascaded down her feet, and her sky-blue eyes were ethereal and transparent, as if they could see through everything in the world. Her tall, flawless figure was perfect, and although her white long dress bore no embellishments, it made her appear so noble and stunning. Meticulously poised, she resembled a cold plum blossom in winter, standing out from the crowd, proud against the snow and frost. She was the ruler of the extreme north, an unparalleled fierce beast who had transcended 6 heavenly tribulations. The leader of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden clan, the Snow Empress. The man nodded slightly. No problem. I heard you came from the Star-Do Great Forest. As the envoy of the dragon god's avatar, the Silver Dragon King, the Snow Empress said, nodding. Please have a seat. The two sat across from each other, surprised that a descendant of the dragon god was still on the continent, and curious about the important matter that had led her to send him to this extreme north. The Snow Empress poured a cup of tea. In this area where even the air could freeze, there was still tea. You are too kind, the man replied. It is not a matter of instruction or request, but rather a guidance, a help. He held the icy cup, but did not drink. Oh, the Snow Empress's heart stirred, though her expression remained unchanged. What specifically do you refer to? As a soul beast who has transcended 6 heavenly tribulations. You borrowed the power of the 2 great dragon kings each time. However, during the 6th heavenly tribulation, you clearly felt that their power had weakened, correct? The man said leisurely, casually mentioning something that could only be sensed by the soul beast itself. The Snow Empress did not show any change in her demeanor upon having her secret revealed. Yes, she replied briefly. Do you know the reason? The man looked at this soul beast, second only to Emperor Tian on the current Da continent, with interest, as if discussing history over tea, hoping the other party might share insights. The Snow Empress shook her head. I do not know. The weakening of power indicates that something has happened to them. This requires starting from the history of the Dragon God era, the man said with a faint smile. Someone like you, with such a long life, must have experienced that era. The Snow Empress remained expressionless. I know a little. The Dragon God fell because he was not tolerated by the divine realm, ultimately splitting into 2 great dragon kings. One of the bloodlines of the Dragon God is the Silver Dragon King in my Star-Do Great Forest. You must already know this. She maintains the heavenly tribulations that all soul beasts, including you and I, must rely on her power. However, she was injured in the great battle during the Dragon Goddess fall, which is why she hasn't shown herself. The Snow Empress nodded. She had heard about the changes in the Dragon Clan and had some awareness of the core area of the Star-Do Great Forest. She did not expect that the Dragon God truly had a bloodline there, and it was the Silver Dragon King. However, her injuries have worsened recently, and she no longer has enough strength to support us through heavenly tribulations. From now on, we must rely on ourselves, the man said softly, and the hall fell into silence. You came here not just to tell me this, the Snow Empress said lightly. You traveled a long way to inform me of this futile news? Of course not, the man smiled. I came precisely to help you overcome this difficulty. Did the Silver Dragon King tell you? What is her solution? The Snow Empress finally showed a change in expression. Although there were still 10,000 years until her next tribulation, in the life of a soul beast, 10,000 years was merely a fleeting moment. She still had no confidence in resisting the 7th tribulation. She knew very well that if she still couldn't find a way by then, her life might come to an end, becoming a god. The man no longer wore a smile, but adopted a solemn expression. Becoming a god? The Snow Empress was taken aback, then shook her head. Impossible. Since the Dragon God, I have never heard of any soul beast becoming a god. It seemed that the divine realm had sealed the path for soul beasts to become gods. To become a god, a soul beast must give up its own cultivation and be reborn as a human. This was only possible for those soul beasts that had not yet faced a tribulation. Once they underwent a tribulation, they would lose even the opportunity to be reborn as a human. That Dragon King can't possibly not know this, right? Or is there a chance for me to be reborn as a human? The Snow Empress gradually calmed down, disappointment evident in her expression. It's not about becoming a god after being reborn as a human, but rather, directly becoming a god, the man said earnestly. Directly becoming a god? The Snow Empress was surprised and eager to hear more. The changes in the Dragon Clan were regarded as a war in the divine realm, known as the Dragon God War. The man gazed at the pitch-black night sky, as if looking out at the sea of stars. The divine realm suffered the loss of a significant number of gods, with nearly half of the divine positions vacated, and it has yet to fully recover. This painful experience led the Divine Realm Council to issue the harshest divine punishments in history. Since then, no beast from the human realm has been allowed to enter the divine realm through cultivation. The path for beasts to ascend to the divine realm has been completely sealed, and all divine positions related to beasts have been cancelled. After that, all beasts governed by the divine realm, no matter how powerful they became, would ultimately be suppressed beneath the divine realm, with absolutely no path to ascend to the divine realm. They could only remain at the peak of the beast realm until death. The man paused. However, there are exceptions to everything. Under the very eyes of the divine realm, there exists an exception known as darkness beneath the lamp. This is the last case where a soul beast can directly become a god, because it is too special, and can be called the final generation of divine positions among soul beasts. You found me. Does this exception have anything to do with me? The Snow Empress asked. Yes. As the ruler of the extreme north, do you remember who granted you this icy body and icy land? The man's gaze was deep, seemingly meaningful. The ice god? The Snow Empress was somewhat moved, but he had already passed away in ancient times, and everything related to him had been buried by time, making it impossible to seek. It seems you have paid attention to this god. He is to you what the sea god is to the sea soul beasts. The man smiled. His place of inheritance is somewhere in the extreme north, right beneath your feet. If you can obtain his inheritance, becoming a god will not be difficult. Don't be surprised. The Silver Dragon King, as a descendant of the Dragon God, naturally knows about the ancient ice god. Moreover, according to her divine consciousness scan, the place of the ice god's inheritance is in the extreme north, on this land you stand on. Since it is an inheritance among the many soul beasts of the extreme north for hundreds of thousands of years, why is it specifically me? Or simply put, your Stardow Forest could also inherit from this god, the Snow Empress said. And, helping me become a god, what is your purpose? What do you need me to do? The man shook his head. Becoming a god is not that easy. You must understand that the restrictions set by the divine realm are still in place. However, you are different due to your uniqueness. As for the purpose, it is simple. Soul beasts need someone to act as the vanguard against the divine realm to reclaim the debts owed by the dragon god. Uniqueness? The Snow Empress's beautiful eyes narrowed. Is it referring to my cultivation of over 600,000 years? Or my spirituality as a member of the Ice Sky Snow Maiden clan? Both. First, you share the same origin as the Ice God. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden clan possesses the purest bloodline of the Ice God, ensuring your affinity with that divine position and facilitating a smooth inheritance. Secondly, your cultivation of 690,000 years is already close to the limit of human power, approaching the level of a titled Delaw, and you have the potential to become a god. Finally, and most importantly, it is a new cultivation method researched by the Silver Dragon King, which can ensure you break through the restrictions of becoming a god and successfully ascend. The man's eyes revealed a subtle fluctuation, then returned to normal. So you found me. The Snow Empress understood. Let's not discuss whether I can find the place of this god's inheritance and whether I can successfully become a god. Why should I want to become a god? Is this the only way to survive the tribulation? Even if I successfully become a god, won't the divine realm notice a soul beast becoming a god? At that time, I would face the pursuit of the entire divine realm. I might as well die under the tribulation. For your kin, for the entire extreme north. The man made a shushing gesture, his voice extremely seductive. You may not care, but what about your kin? What about the extreme north that you protect? You must know that the entire extreme north is not only worried about the next tribulation because of you. By becoming a god, you will be able to protect them. Although it may only extend their lives by another 100,000 years, isn't that better than dying immediately? The Snow Empress fell silent for a moment. Indeed, the words of the person before her struck at the softest part of her heart. The reason she worried about the tribulation was based on this. It was not that she was afraid of death, but once she died, the situation in the extreme north would likely change again. Whether it would be chaos or peace, whether it would be invaded by humans, these were all her concerns. Moreover, there was also Binger. She would face the tribulation in 10,000 years as well. And she did not want to see her die before her eyes. What is that cultivation method? After a long time, the Snow Empress finally asked. The man showed an almost imperceptible smile on his face. Soul Core. Chapter 70. Secret Method Soul Core? The Snow Empress was somewhat confused. What is it? A brand new cultivation method that only the strong can access. The man snapped his fingers. Let me demonstrate it for you. A white light orb appeared in his hand. I believe you know how to manifest this soul power and understand how to use it. Solid-state soul power. Nothing remarkable, the Snow Empress replied. What about this? The man smiled, and the white light orb began to show ripples of spatial cracks around it. Then the cracks opened up, and the soul power ball at the center began to collapse inward, forming a small black hole, with the elemental energy of heaven and earth pouring into it wildly. A very marvelous method, harnessing the energy of heaven and earth. The Snow Empress glanced at the man. Is this the soul core cultivation method you mentioned? Forming a core within the body? Exactly. The soul core is established in the Dantian, facilitating the operation of solid-state soul power while accelerating the absorption of heaven and earth energy, enhancing your soul power recovery speed, the man explained. Is that all? The Snow Empress was somewhat amused. I can achieve that without a soul core. If that's all there is to it, I have serious doubts about the feasibility of your claim of becoming a god. Don't rush. The principle of a soul core is indeed simple, but that doesn't mean there can only be one soul core. The man did not argue, but instead released 2 soul cores of his own. What if there are 2? The soul core undoubtedly enhances one's strength. Perhaps with your power, opening one soul core may not allow you to feel the so-called enhancement. But if it's 2, then it will be very different. The man's soul power naturally flowed, revealing 2 soul cores at the Dantian and between his eyebrows. Can you feel the difference? The Snow Empress's expression changed. When the first soul core appeared, she only felt the other party's soul power mobilization and recovery speed had increased. However, when the second soul core appeared, her expression gradually became serious. It was a qualitative change. The person's control and manipulation of soul power were far beyond what an ordinary person could compare to, and the depth of their soul power was remarkably rare. She just didn't know how strong he was. The person in front of her, who possessed 2 soul cores, seemed to be quite challenging to face if she were to engage in a battle. The man was unconcerned by the Snow Empress's serious expression and continued speaking. There are 2 methods to cultivate soul cores. One is the co-located resonance method, where 2 soul cores are formed in any 2 of 3 positions: the Dantian, the center of the eyebrows, or the chest. By maintaining their positions and rotating in the same direction, one can enhance their accumulation and release of soul power by a level compared to having just 1 soul core. This is the most basic and stable method for cultivating 2 soul cores. As long as one has 2 soul cores, they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the human limit Dolaw, and with the inheritance of the gods. Becoming a deity is just around the corner. Unfortunately, we soul beasts cannot choose the co-located resonance method for cultivation because our body structure makes it difficult to do so. Our meridians are different from humans and lack such good acupoints. We only have 2 positions available for cultivating soul cores. This is also one reason we cannot become gods. Furthermore, these 2 positions cannot produce resonance. But heaven does not completely close off paths for people. We have found a second method of soul core cultivation, which will help us regain the possibility of becoming gods. The man smiled. This is the yin-yang complementary method. The second soul core cultivated through the yin-yang complementary method is much stronger than that cultivated through the co-located resonance method. Yin-yang complementarity means opposing forces, and the cultivation itself is extremely difficult. However, once successful, the power surrounding the 2 soul cores within the body will rotate in opposite directions, attracting and complementing each other. From the Dantian to the center of the eyebrows, these are the places where soul power and mental power circulate. The man said slowly, the method I mentioned that can help you become a god is this yin-yang complementary dual soul core cultivation method. This is the most extreme cultivation method of all soul beasts, and it possesses endless potential. The strongest soul beast in the world, the one above you, the golden-eyed black dragon king, is a product of this cultivation method. Emperor Tian, the Snow Empress, understood. He cultivated this yin-yang complementary dual soul core method. That's how he attained his strongest position. You are very clever, the man said. That is why I came here, to help you condense your first soul core. Once you master the method of condensing the soul core, how to condense the yin-yang complementary to second soul core, which is opposite to the first, will depend on yourself. Once you condense the yin-yang complementary dual soul cores, you will be able to surpass Emperor Tian and become the strongest existence among soul beasts, and with your strength, you will be able to sense the inheritance of the ice god. By then, becoming a god will no longer be a dream. Then let's begin, the Snow Empress said lightly. Since she had made up her mind, there was no need for hesitation. She disliked being timid in her actions. A few moments later, as expected of the Lord of the Extreme North, your abilities and intellect are not inferior to Emperor Tian. No wonder you have earned the favor of Lord Silver Dragon, the man remarked, looking at the Snow Empress, who had condensed her first soul core in such a short time. The yin-yang complementary second soul core will open in another position, following completely opposite steps from the first soul core. This step is very difficult and will require more time. I hope you can practice more and open the second soul core when you have sufficient confidence. I will take my leave now. The man nodded and prepared to leave. Are you not going to wait for me to condense the second soul core before you leave? The Snow Empress spoke, but there was no intention of retaining him. I will not disturb you any longer. I believe you have the determination to do what you want, and I am preparing to return to report to Lord Silver Dragon. The man said, not lingering, and he turned to leave. However, his expression changed as a cold air enveloped the exit, turning into a layer of ice wall that blocked his way out. You, who exactly are you? The Snow Empress asked coldly, with a hint of killing intent. What do you mean? The man replied. I have already introduced myself. I am a messenger of Lord Silver Dragon, with the dragon goddess claw as proof. He was not overly flustered. The dragon goddess claw had already been summoned. Are you planning to offend Lord Silver Dragon? I have no intention of offending Lord Silver Dragon, but whether you are truly her messenger is another matter, the Snow Empress said calmly. You introduced the yin-yang complementary dual soul core and mentioned that the strongest soul beast in the world, Emperor Tian, employs this cultivation method. What about you? You also have two soul cores, and they are yin-yang complementary dual soul cores. Who are you? You just said that anyone requiring dual soul cores must reach a top-tier level of strength, and those who can condense them can compete with the limit Dolua among humans. In the soul beast world, those who meet the criteria are all well-known strong individuals. However, beneath Emperor Tian, it is me. Below me are those few in the Stardow Forest. You clearly cannot be the Emerald Swan or that tree and bear. However, these two do not provide me with a sense of pressure. Who are you? Now you have three possible answers to choose from. First, you are an unknown soul beast that has hidden in the Stardow Forest for hundreds of thousands of years, and even I have never heard of you. Yet you can actually compete with me. Second, you are a human who has somehow disguised themselves as a soul beast and stolen the dragon goddess claw, coming before me to say all this without knowing your purpose. Third, you are Emperor Tian. The Snow Empress looked at the man. Which answer will you give? I am very curious. The man let out a bitter laugh. It seems I've been seen through. Yes, I am Emperor Tian. Does Emperor Tian need to hide his name like this? The Snow Empress teased. It seems I have neglected you. I just do not want to provoke unnecessary conflict. I know you view me as a competitor, so I only refer to myself as the messenger of Lord Silver Dragon. The man shrugged. I have already shared the secrets of the soul cores and the path to becoming a god with you. This should demonstrate my sincerity, right? Is that so? Am I being too petty? The Snow Empress raised an eyebrow. Forget it. Thank you for your kindness, and please convey my regards to Lord Silver Dragon. The Snow Empress waved her hand. I will do what I promised. That is good. I look forward to the day you surpass me. As the ice wall transformed back into white mist and dissipated, the man left the palace of the coarse circle of the extreme north. The Snow Empress gazed at the now empty doorway, feeling that something was still amiss, but she couldn't quite pinpoint it. Why did the other party not wait for her to successfully condense the yin-yang complementary second soul core before leaving? Why did he hurriedly teach her and then leave? Wouldn't it be more certain for her to succeed in condensing if he stayed to guide her? The fact that he traveled such a long distance to inform her of numerous secrets showed that they were very eager for her to become a god. Yet their hasty departure seemed to indicate they were not that invested. She sensed this contradiction. If there was danger involved, what could that danger be? The Snow Empress sighed. Since she couldn't figure it out, she could only take one step at a time. In the Divine Realm. How'd it go? In the central area of the Divine Realm, a white-haired man who had just returned from the Dolua continent heard a voice from the communication hub. It went relatively smoothly. There are gains, the white-haired man replied. The Silver Dragon King who escaped back then might be hiding in the Dolua continent. I used the name of the Silver Dragon King to extract information from that soul beast, but she seemed completely unfazed. Perhaps she is simply unaware? If you say who it is, she will just believe it, the voice said. That might be the case. But one thing is certain. There's indeed a descendant of the dragon race in the Stardew Forest. The white-haired man said, "These are just minor issues. That war has already resolved the major problems. These small disturbances are insignificant." The voice continued, "Let's get back to the main topic. I really didn't expect that after we set the restrictions for so many years, there would still be something hidden right under our noses. Don't worry, after this, there won't be any more. The order I set cannot be violated." A glint of cold light flashed in the white-haired man's eyes. What a pity for a divine position. The voice said, "For my divine realm's grand plan, that's nothing to mention." The white-haired man waved his hand. "As long as I, the Azura, am here, what does it matter how many divine positions are sacrificed? As long as I exist, the divine realm is still the divine realm." Chapter 71. The maze. This was her countless attempts to condense a second soul core completely opposite to the first one. However, each time during the condensation process, the internal cyclone alternated between yin and yang. The soul power flowed backward, clashing with the separated mental force. Two completely opposite energies counteracted within her meridians, rushing towards her crown, threatening to backfire. This was a breathtaking experience, akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. She had to give up when a clash of forces between her soul core and the other condensed soul core reached a critical point. Although she was one of the most powerful soul beasts in the world, her meridians still couldn't withstand this counteracting energy. Perhaps due to her lack of experience, she comforted herself that with more exploration, she could find a pattern. But no matter how many times she tried, the soul power of her ultimate ice and the soul core condensed from her mental force were like fire and water, and to succeed, she had to withstand the impact with her meridians. She had always avoided taking risks without certainty, but this time, she was determined. She didn't know what her limit was. The two opposing forces were like self-detonation within her body, but she had no way out. Becoming a god was the only future for the extreme north. She believed the Silver Dragon King and the Ice God position were waiting for her somewhere. In a day when the path to becoming a god for soul beasts had been sealed off, such an opportunity was ephemeral. She must seize it. She had to take a gamble. A flash of determination crossed her eyes. She would push her body's endurance to the limit. No matter how much pain she had to endure to condense the second soul core, she would bear it, even surpassing her limits. Nearby the palace, in a gathering place. This was the dwelling of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. The clan leader was the Ice Emperor Scorpion, with over 300,000 years of cultivation. In the entire extreme north, her strength was second only to that of the lord of the palace. "Look at the palace, what happened?" someone exclaimed, and everyone turned their gaze towards the ice palace, which was already shrouded in a blizzard. Dark clouds and white snow were whipped up by the wind, forming a vortex resembling a tornado, connecting heaven and earth, black and white intertwined, like the end of the world. Such rare weather. A trace of worry flashed in the Ice Emperor's eyes. It had already exceeded the scale of a blizzard, resembling a heavenly phenomenon. Could it be a heavenly tribulation? But recently, no one in the extreme north was due to face a heavenly tribulation. The Ice Emperor pondered, and from the grandeur of this phenomenon. Soon, she realized something. Yes, although she and her kind would not face a heavenly tribulation for another 10,000 years, it didn't mean that it couldn't occur early. As long as one's cultivation had reached a bottleneck and sought to break through to the next stage, it could trigger a heavenly tribulation. And the momentum of the current phenomenon was even more terrifying than the sixth heavenly tribulation she had witnessed. "No!" the Ice Emperor shouted in panic. Could it be that she is seeking to break through early? She clearly promised to wait until the most opportune moment together. The Ice Emperor stumbled towards the palace, fully aware of how terrifying the seventh heavenly tribulation would be. When she witnessed her sixth heavenly tribulation, she had already made plans to endure the last 100,000 years. Now they only had another 10,000 years left. Although it could be harshly termed as merely surviving, she still hoped that the Snow Empress wouldn't recklessly seek a breakthrough and attract a heavenly tribulation. The palace was empty. It seemed that apart from her rushing in, there were no traces of anyone living here. The blizzard outside seemed to have vanished, and everything suddenly became eerily quiet. The silent palace exuded a calm atmosphere, as if everything here had been sealed in time, tranquil and indifferent. At this moment, the Ice Emperor couldn't care less about where the other Ice Snow Maidens had gone. She just wanted to see the Snow Empress quickly, to make her stop the breakthrough and dispel the heavenly tribulation. "Snow," she called out, pushing open the door to the underground ice cave, but a gust of cold wind blew in, and there was no one inside. Not here. Where'd she be? The Ice Emperor thought rapidly. The heavenly phenomenon had appeared in the direction of the palace, enveloping the entire palace area. She could only be here, but she was not in this place she often frequented. There was no time to waste. The Ice Emperor ran outside, determined to search each hall. She didn't know how long it had been. She had searched the entire palace, but still hadn't found the Snow Empress. But she had begun to realize something was off. It was too strange here. Not only was the Snow Empress missing, but there were also no traces of any other soul beasts. This was absolutely impossible at a time when soul beasts gathered in this extreme north. Something is wrong. She reacted immediately, although she didn't know the reason. Soul beasts were inherently sensitive to danger. She needed to return and inform the other soul beasts to prepare for any possible emergencies that might arise. She frowned. I feel like I've been here before. But she wasn't sure. In this place filled with ice and snow structures, everything looked so familiar. Perhaps she was just too anxious to find someone and hadn't noticed after passing through here. Now, preparing to exit, she felt like she had been here before. She continued toward the exit. After several attempts, when she arrived at the path leading to the exit again, she finally confirmed one thing. She had been going in circles. She had passed through this place many times. Each time she headed towards the exit, but for some reason, after walking a circuit, she would return to the starting point. It was as if this path was endless, never to be finished. She had been trying to escape this palace, but was only repeating useless cycles along the route she had already traveled. How could this happen? I am very familiar with this place. I shouldn't be lost. The Ice Emperor felt something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint it. The eternal frozen domain. She unleashed her domain soul skill, instantly filling the space with ice crystals. She wanted to ensure she wouldn't walk the same path again, to find the exit smoothly. But soon, she discovered something terrifying. She had marked the ice crystals with the green of the ice blue scorpion. After countless tests, she found a point. Standing at this point and looking ahead, it was the starting point of this path. But looking back, it was already the end of this path. In other words, it wasn't that she was lost, but rather, this space had folded, and she was trapped in this palace. She had never seen such a situation. The bizarre phenomenon before her had exceeded her understanding. However, although she couldn't comprehend the current situation, she clearly realized one thing. The exit had been sealed off, and she couldn't get out. The Snow Empress was missing, and all the soul beasts in this palace were gone. Who would be the next to disappear? All soul beasts in the extreme north gather in the core circle. If enemies invade, it will result in total annihilation. If they scatter and flee, they might retain a trace of their bloodline, preventing their race from going extinct. A wave of despair surged in her heart. She had never felt so powerless. Her lover and kin were missing, and she was trapped here, unable to do anything. Binger, are you there? A voice echoed, seemingly coming from all directions, very clear, yet unable to conceal the weakness of its owner. Shui, is that you? It really is you. Ice Emperor heard this voice, and her spirit was invigorated. She didn't care to wipe her tears as she looked around. Where are you? Are you okay? Where is everyone? Don't ask so much, Binger. The voice was very weak, as if it was about to disappear. I don't know where you are, but it's great that you're safe. Perhaps heaven wants to spare our sisterhood a life. What you need to do now is run, quickly run, leave the extreme north, and never come back. Don't ask why. I was willful. I'm sorry. The voice faded away, leaving only the howling cold wind. I'm sorry I couldn't say this to you in person. Perhaps there will never be another chance. In the underground ice cave, Snow Emperor murmured, I love you. Chapter 72. Secret History a few days ago. This was a moment of life and death. The second soul core of Yin and Yang was about to take shape, with just one last step remaining. She could break through herself and reach an unprecedented realm to pursue that ethereal divine position. But at this moment, her body was on the brink of collapse. Even though she gritted her teeth to hold on, the cracks appearing on her meridians told her that she had to choose to stop, or she would suffer severe injuries. But she no longer had the opportunity to stop. In the next moment, her meridians shattered, and her body could no longer endure this self-destructive act. A powerful energy exploded within her. With a mouthful of blood mist spewed out, she fainted on the ground. At that moment, she could not protect her own origin. All her mental and soul power was used to pull at each other, and at the moment of the energy explosion, she had no time to safeguard her own origin and fully endured the impact brought by the explosion of the second soul core. With her origin suffering a severe blow, it also signified the failure of her Yin and Yang complementary soul core condensation. This was a tragic outcome. Perhaps her powerful cultivation could allow her to salvage a life. But she would no longer have the ability to attempt to break through the 700,000 year bottleneck and heavenly might, nor could she try to condense again. She could only continue to struggle through the remainder of her life. A pitiful person, willingly hooked for mere feelings. Little did she know, only power is the essence of the world. Only the strong deserve to possess the entire world. And as a soul beast, you must have felt it too. You're just as arrogant and foolish as those humans. She reopened her eyes, but the scene before her was no longer the palace of the extreme north, but rather her spiritual sea, which had transformed into a strange space, seemingly man-made. Before her was a long, dark corridor filled with cold air. At the end of the corridor was an ice throne, upon which sat a man, cold and imposing. Those who dare to covet the divine seat, why not kneel before it? The man suddenly shouted loudly. His eyes turned a deep golden color, illuminating the entire room. His breath mixed with a heavy nasal tone, as if a god were speaking from the throne in the clouds. Each word echoed like the booming of a bronze bell, ancient and solemn. Her mind went blank, and for some reason, she felt compelled to kneel before that figure. But a strange energy held up her knees, allowing her thoughts to gradually clear. Who are you? The Snow Emperor seemed to suddenly awaken from a dream. Instantly realizing the current situation, a sense of crisis surged in her heart. Her tone was cold as she looked at the person sitting on the throne with arrogance. Why are you in my consciousness? You are actually unaffected. It seems your mental power is quite formidable, the man said, his tone shifting from surprise to relief. Well, it's good. It saves me from expending a lot of effort in training. Since you can stand before me, you might as well sit down and listen to a story. After all, on the road to becoming a god, I'm the final winner. The man flashed a charming smile as he rose from the throne and gestured for the Snow Emperor to take a seat. I need someone to share this joy of success, and as my former opponent, there is no better audience than you. The Snow Emperor stood still, her gaze coldly fixed on the person before her. She was well aware of her current physical condition. Her origin was damaged, her meridians severed, and even 1,000,000 years of cultivation might not restore her, let alone now. At this time, even an ordinary human could hunt her down. So, despite the fact that everything about this person made her feel nauseous both physiologically and psychologically, she remained restrained. Acting recklessly was not her style. Where should I start? The man did not mind the Snow Emperor's indifference and cold gaze. After pacing back and forth for a moment and thinking, he decided to start with that war. Before the Dragon God War, the divine realm was still an era of harmony with soul beasts. I, the Ice God, came to Doa continent and bestowed upon you this icy body and this icy land. At that time, besides the dragon god you revered, I was the one you respected and trusted the most. I, too, had great trust and affection for you, treating you extreme North soul beasts as my own, caring for you even more than the sea god cares for his sea soul beasts. Unfortunately, I was severely injured in the Dragon God War while attacking the Dragon God. At that time, I felt my life was nearing its end, but I still thought about whether I could protect you, fighting for a piece of pure land and strength in the world for you. I gave you my bloodline. At that time, you had just broken through 10,000 years and were the most outstanding of the Ice Sky Snow Girl clan in the extreme north. I believed you had the strength to lead your kin and all extreme North Soul beasts to prosperity, unlike the Titan Snow Demon King, which I favored and bred. What I gave you was the authority of the Ice God. Within your bloodline was the essence of the Ice God. This is divine blood. I bestowed it upon your Ice Sky Snow Girl clan, and as long as you are present, you and your kin can possess absolute strength. But at the same time, I also needed to hide the position of the Ice God. If I let you inherit the position of the Ice God, the divine realm might target you. Thus, I sealed another part of the Ice God's position, the Ice God inheritance within my own bones, entrusted to the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan, instructing their clan leader to integrate it into her own bones and pass it down through the generations. This is the Holy Bone. Divine blood and Holy Bone represent the Ice God's power and inheritance. Only by obtaining both can one achieve the position of the Ice God. My intentions were clear. If you were ever punished by the divine realm, the soul beasts of the extreme north could rely on unity, using the divine blood and Holy Bone I provided, allowing the Ice God's position to reappear in the world and become a new Ice God, surely able to fight back. But I was wrong. After my death, there were no soul beasts in the extreme north to honor me. Not even you remembered me. When the Ice God, capable of freezing everything, was frozen by time and buried in the dust of the past, I knew that everything I had given, everything I had considered for you, was ultimately misplaced. Perhaps I should have realized earlier that gods and soul beasts are ultimately different. I also participated in that Dragon God War. I contributed to the encirclement of the Dragon God, whom you soul beasts revered most. So from this perspective, Your actions are somewhat understandable. Although I have fallen, a wisp of my remaining consciousness still lingers at the place where I once fell. I have endured for hundreds of thousands of years in the long passage of time. And finally, when you brought a soul beast with immense spiritual power, my opportunity arrived. I exhausted every means to desperately absorb its power, and at last, after my persistent efforts, I was reborn at the place of my fall. Even though I am just a wisp of consciousness, the moment I regained my awareness, I knew that my chance for revenge had come. I learned that in the current continent, although soul beasts still respect the dragon god, most have already forgotten that history. The sea soul beasts have turned to worship the sea god. At that time, I wondered, why can't you worship me? I am unwilling to be forgotten by you like this. I want to reclaim everything I have lost. As the man spoke, his eyes turned a shade of crimson, his appearance terrifying. However, my divine blood and sacred remains are with you and the ice-blue emperor scorpion. How can I reclaim them? Back then, I was just a wisp of consciousness, and if I encountered you, a single finger from you could disperse me across the heavens and the earth. I need to endure and wait for an opportunity, a moment you cannot resist. The man paused, looked at the Snow Empress, and smiled. Finally, I have waited for this. It was you who designed to lure me into condensing a soul core. This was a trap you had already set. The Snow Empress understood. Her silver teeth clenched in fury, her fists cracking. No, no, no. Let me finish, the man said with a mysterious smile. How could I use such a risky method? You must know that while condensing a second soul core is difficult, it ultimately has a chance of success. If you succeed, my plan will be completely ruined, and I don't want to engage in something that may never allow me to turn the tide. Go on, she said. During this period of enduring, I discovered some things. Among them, one thing struck me as very strange. After the dragon god, no soul beast has become a deity. This made me realize that this could only be the work of the divine realm. After they besieged the dragon god, they prohibited soul beasts from becoming deities to prevent future troubles. I realized that because of my generous gifts before the restrictions were set, you could ignore this ban. As long as you merge divine blood and sacred remains, both you and the leader of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan have the potential to become deities. And this is something the divine realm absolutely cannot tolerate. Those divine kings who set the restrictions would never expect that I, a god, would go to such lengths for you soul beasts. So, as long as I reveal this news to them, they will naturally come to eliminate you on my behalf. The man said with a smile, as if basking in the spring breeze. You. The Snow Empress felt her heart breaking. She understood what this represented. The divine realm wouldn't need to intervene. The next heavenly tribulation would be the end of the extreme north. Don't rush, listen slowly. The story only becomes interesting when it reaches the end, the man smiled. Now, I face a dilemma. How should I convey this message to the divine realm? Perhaps it is the will of heaven, as if everything I desire is giving me a chance. Over a year ago, a certain divine king personally descended to the mortal realm to bring his heir to the Dolua continent, and I seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, using my divine consciousness to make him discover me. I then revealed all the secrets buried in the extreme north. That divine king was very shocked upon learning this. It left him feeling incredulous and troubled, and I suggested that as long as he creates an opportunity for me, I could seize the body you possess with divine blood. At that time, with a slight scheme to lure that ice blue scorpion, I could be resurrected, and the ice god would reappear in the world. The path for soul beasts to become deities would no longer exist. He agreed. We immediately discussed the plan, which was to send you the method for cultivating the yin-yang complementary soul core. In fact, you need not blame the divine king. Not a single word he spoke was false. Just one point I need to correct. Whether you cultivate the soul core is irrelevant, because to become a deity, divine blood and sacred remains are sufficient. At first, I disagreed with this plan, because once you succeed in cultivating and condensing the second soul core, I would have no way to turn the tide. But he firmly rejected my concerns, saying that the divine realm has rules, and he could not interfere with mortal affairs, let alone harm you, a soul beast of great significance on the continent. He merely offered me an opportunity, a chance to resurrect as a deity. If you fail to seize this opportunity, then it will only benefit me. If you succeed, then he will personally eliminate the you who has become a deity. I had no choice but to agree. But now it seems there is no more perfect plan than this. Condensing the soul core requires your soul power to clash with your spiritual power, and now your body and soul are in the weakest state, with your origin severely damaged. This wisp of my consciousness can completely control your body. Now that the story is finished, come, as a sacrifice for the birth of a new god. You should feel honored. The man's palm turned, and an extremely cold aura rose from beneath the Snow Empress's feet, slowly freezing her divine consciousness body from below. Chapter 73. Despair. The Snow Empress did not resist. She stood in place and silently smiled. "What are you laughing at?" the man asked, a bit annoyed. "You are not him," the Snow Empress replied coldly. "I am laughing at a weak and incompetent coward." "Oh, do you want to anger me?" The man showed a hint of interest, stopping the freezing ice from spreading on the Snow Empress. "At the moment I reclaim my throne, I want to hesitate to give the defeated a chance to express their thoughts. You say I'm not the former ice god, then tell me, who am I?" The man leaned against the ice-forged chair and sat down again. "Do you know why I chose to become a deity?" The Snow Empress began. "Naturally. It was for your little feelings." The man interrupted. "To save your kin, for the one you love in your heart. Unfortunately, all of this is an illusion, and now it seems so childish and laughable. The essence of the world is nothing but power and authority. This is the greatest difference between you and me. Thus, I succeeded, while you're destined to be the loser." The Snow Empress shook her head. "Do you think that even if I succeed, I can still be with her? Once I become a deity, I know very well that I must sever ties with her and all the soul beasts of the extreme north. Because the fact that the new god is a soul beast can be hidden for a time, but not for a lifetime. All I can do is to help them survive the next heavenly tribulation for a few more years before my identity is discovered. Beyond that, I can do nothing. I can no longer be with her day and night. I can no longer keep the promise of watching the dawn with her as the endless day approaches. I can no longer fantasize with her about one day going to the warm places of the continent, where flowers bloom all over the mountains. This is our fate. When you bestowed divine blood and sacred remains upon us, it also meant giving us responsibilities we had to bear. I will be imprisoned on the throne until I die, sacrificing much, including the love between her and me. I have experienced a lot with her, the endless polar night, the extreme cold of the polar day, for hundreds of thousands of years. Only she and I have watched over each other like a pair of abandoned sisters at the end of the world in the extreme north. She has expressed her feelings to me more than once, but I have always hesitated. I dared not face that feeling. However, how can lonely people not develop feelings when they are together? She has feelings for me, and I too, but I understand that the burdens I carry are too heavy. There's no longer any space for that feeling in me. I've already filled up too many things. I cannot save her without becoming a deity, and I cannot love her after becoming a deity." The Snow Empress smiled. This was a deadlock. If given a chance, I would never let her fall in love with me. She understands nothing. Loving me would only bring her trouble. So if possible, it is enough for me to love her alone. At the moment of my downfall, she won't have to suffer because of my foolish actions. This is my answer to becoming a god. I know that no matter what, my fate has long been sealed. This story is not about love and being loved, but about saving and being saved. I choose to save. If saving is a sin, then I am willing to be that sinner. And this too is what you, or rather the former ice god, taught me. The man is confused. You think I've forgotten, but in reality, I remember it clearly. The Snow Empress smiled. The various instructions given before he left were also to save us. He didn't have so many thoughts. He simply said, though we are all made of ice and snow, when we are together, we can feel the warmth of a home. At that time, he loved many extreme northern soul beasts just as deeply as I do now. We were like family. I remember when he was about to leave, I cried before him, asking if there was any way to save him. He patted my head and said, "Silly child, I act this way because I want to save you. What we need to do is to live well. You say love is not in vain, using salvation to give us a chance to break the deadlock. You already had the meaning of doing this in your heart at that time. For hundreds of thousands of years, I have gradually understood the teachings you imparted. I believe that the transmission of fire, eternal and unquenchable, is what this means. And now, you return to the mortal realm out of hatred. I do not know what you are. I only know that you are not the former ice god. Perhaps in the long river of time, everything will be worn down. The trace he left behind wanting to accompany us, watching our consciousness gradually change in this extremely cold land, has now transformed into you, this monster. You are not him. What you pursue is power and authority." The Snow Empress looked at the man before her with pity. "You lack so much compared to him, needing these things to cover your inner inferiority." "Enough." The man's face flushed with anger. "Do you think that with your nonsensical words you can defeat me? I am clearer than anyone about what I have done. I have never done such things. I am him. Don't you want to save? Good. Then I will let you watch the person you love most die before your eyes." The man suddenly remembered something. His face twisted into a grimace, and his smile gradually turned evil. Let me take back what I once lost. I want to kill you immediately. I want you to open your eyes and watch everything. Let your despair become the performance of my coronation. You are truly insane. The Snow Empress looked at the nearly madman before her, her heart filled with worry. But her expression did not show a hint of panic. She understood that at this moment, maintaining calm was crucial to thinking of a countermeasure. Aren't you supposed to love each other the most? If she knew you were in danger, she would definitely come and find you at all costs. The man had already gained control of this body. The Snow Empress opened her eyes again in the underground palace, and with a gentle clasp of her hands, the world seemed to change color. The meridians reconnected and blood stopped flowing. This body, which had been severely injured and needed 10,000 years to recover, actually healed in just a few breaths. This is something only a god can achieve. Yes, this is the power he wanted. In this body, dominated by him and possessing divine blood, he could unleash the ice god's powers to the fullest. The power of a god is to control the essence of this world, and the ice elements that exist between heaven and earth will obey his command. However, this is not enough. He now possesses power, but lacks the inheritance to regain his divinity. His strength cannot be fully realized. With a flick of his fingers, the ice elements in the world seem to have consciousness, beginning to operate in a rhythmic manner with the movement of his fingers, forming an ice tornado. The ice tornado gradually expanded, eventually appearing to form a vortex connecting heaven and earth, dark clouds and white snow intertwining, a grandeur visible even at the extreme northern edge. Now, it is time to quietly wait for the last offering to complete the final piece of the puzzle before the birth of the new god. The man shouted, "Rest assured, after hearing your love story, once I become a god, I will leave your bodies intact and grant you a place, becoming a forever watchful tomb." The Snow Empress was truly panicking now. She clearly understood that the other party's intent with such a setup was to exploit Bing's worries about her to draw her in. What to be done now? Her thoughts raced. Should she fight to the death with the person before her to regain control of her body? The power of this trace of consciousness was already comparable to her soul at its peak. Doing so would be like hitting a stone with an egg. Self-destruction? That is a feasible method. While he hasn't frozen her soul and body yet, she can still act. She could burn her own essence for self-destruction. Even if she dies, she cannot let him succeed. After thinking this through, she no longer hesitated. Opportunities are fleeting, and if he notices her intentions with his ability, he could instantly freeze her consciousness, and then she wouldn't even be able to self-destruct. The remaining mental strength ignited sparks in her eyes. She would self-ignite her essence, using suicide to prevent the birth of this god. I have prepared for 10,000 years. How could I not guard against this? The man's haunting voice came, and she was horrified to find that the essence she was about to burn was also frozen, including her consciousness and mental strength. She now felt like a fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. I wanted to show you the great moment of becoming a god to keep you here. Do not challenge my patience. Although I do not wish to kill you early. To ensure there are no surprises, I will consider doing so. So, be good, just like you listened to me hundreds of thousands of years ago. The man's gentle voice concealed a hint of cold, killing intent. The Snow Empress despaired. She closed her eyes, not wanting to see the scene of Bing falling into the trap. This was the last resistance she could muster. However, after closing her eyes, it seemed as if she saw a marvelous space, identical to this palace but completely empty. From above, this space was layered, and Bing was searching for the exit of the palace within it. Chapter 74. Escape. The Ice Emperor walked wearily across the snowy plains, having traversed most of the extreme north, yet still gained nothing. She had lost track of how long it had been since she left the palace. Since the Snow Empress's voice dissipated in the palace, the folded space at the exit had returned to normal, as if someone had deliberately kept her there until it was time to let her out. She knew something had happened to the Snow Empress, and it might be a matter of life and death. Perhaps the Snow Empress encountered a powerful enemy and, fearing for her safety, hid away, urging her to escape quickly. But she did not want to run. Every time she faced difficulties, the former would protect her, comforting her that everything would be fine. Although the Snow Empress always appeared unbothered afterward, she knew deep down that the former bore too much, while all she could share was just a trivial matter. She wanted to face it together with her, even if that meant death, especially after hearing those words in the palace. She had a faint feeling that this might be a farewell between the Snow Empress and her. The Snow Empress said goodbye to her. But is it really possible to meet again? She suddenly felt a piece of her heart go empty, a pain like losing a beloved, like the parting of life and death, the end, the eternal farewell. The irretrievable, the hands that can no longer be held, the warmth that can no longer be felt, the I'm sorry that can no longer be spoken. She frantically went to other gathering places in the core of the extreme north to search for the Snow Empress and her kin, even returning to the palace to search again and again. But every place was the same, empty with no one there, not even a trace of the soul beast's existence. The extreme north seemed to have become a no-man's land overnight, and she felt like a child abandoned by the world, wandering alone in this vast snowfield, lonely and sorrowful. Eventually, she collapsed in the snow, exhausted, her tears already dried. Having never felt cold before, she suddenly shivered, curling up her body. At that moment, she realized how unfamiliar the familiar extreme north was, how cold this icy world was, cold to the bone. Run away, leave the extreme north, and never come back. The last words she told herself still echoed in her ears. The Ice Emperor numbly got up, limping towards the southern edge of the extreme north. In the underground palace. Strange, the presence has vanished. The man frowned, puzzled. I clearly sensed she was coming here, yet suddenly it was as if she evaporated, leaving no trace or breath. How could this be? He wondered, turning to look at the Snow Empress, who had her eyes closed. He saw a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. Was it your doing? The man coldly asked. What do you think? The Snow Empress didn't even open her eyes, asking if there was any difference between me now and a dead person, or are you afraid of evenness me? Huh, I have to say your tongue is quite sharp. The man squinted. Regardless of whether this was your little trick, it's of no use. The entire extreme north is under my dominion. The birth of a new god cannot be stopped by anyone. The extreme north has already become an altar belonging to me, and no one can escape. I will dig 3 feet into the ground in the entire extreme north. She cannot run away. The man scoffed. You just sleep for a while. When I become a god, I will let you witness it. After saying this, he pointed, and the icy mist froze the Snow Empress completely. The Snow Empress stepped out of the palace, standing high above, her thoughts spreading across the entire extreme north. All soul beasts, listen up, hunt down the ice blue Emperor Scorpion. Anyone who discovers her and does not report will be charged with harboring a rebel. The soul beasts gathered in the core circle all heard this news. Most of them already regarded the Snow Empress as their master, their faith, and naturally obeyed. Only a small number of Ice Blue Scorpions and Ice Bear Clan soul beasts of 10,000 years felt confused and expressed dissent. The Ice Emperor intends to rebel, attempting to harm this seat, and has already betrayed the extreme north. If you plead for her, do you want to follow in her footsteps? The Snow Empress left a remark. From now on, she will be the enemy of the entire extreme north. Once discovered, capture and report immediately. If necessary, kill on the spot. Not knowing how long she had walked, deep and shallow footprints were left in the snow, stretching endlessly. The Ice Emperor's body was trembling involuntarily in the cold wind. This bone-chilling cold did not come from the outside but from her heart. As the snow cover became thinner, she felt the blizzard intensifying, as if she was traversing from one world to another. She saw the pale light of dawn far away on the horizon. Have I reached the edge of the extreme north? She thought. The polar night would no longer exist here. Although the sun only illuminated this place for a short time each day, it was not as despairing as the polar night in the depths of the extreme north. Points of light appeared before her eyes. That was a human city. Humans are truly remarkable beings. Even in the midst of the long night, they find ways to light the way. But the lamp that belongs to her may never light again. Where can she go now? South of the extreme north is all human territory, and the Snow Empress told her never to return, so she could only disguise herself as a human and blend in. Soul beasts are not much better than humans, especially for a soul beast from the extreme north like her. If she fled to the Stardoe Forest, she didn't know how those few would treat her. Perhaps she would follow in the footsteps of that insect? In comparison, humans seemed to be the safer option, as long as she restrained her aura and didn't encounter a tidal doe. Though she heard there were not many tidal duos among humans, then she could hide in the crowd. Evading detection, she knew very well that the Snow Empress wouldn't say such things without reason. But since Snow said so, she would listen carefully to Snow's words. Putting away her pride as the leader of the Soul Beast clan, hiding in the human world, avoiding drawing attention. Just to survive. Thinking of this, she could no longer support her weary body, and at the moment she stepped out of the extreme north, she collapsed to the ground. Grandpa, look. Clouds are rising in the north. How scary. It's like the clouds are going to press down to the ground. A little boy suddenly pointed to the sky above the northern pine forest and shouted, Kid, don't shout so loudly. You'll scare away the prey. This kind of weather is already bad for hunting, and you're making a ruckus. An old man, wrapped up tightly, tapped the boy's head with his hunting stick, scolding him. They were hunters from the city of End of Day, a grandfather and grandson pair. During the long night, they had grown tired of the supplies brought to the people by the spirit hall, sick of the monotonous nutritional dry food. Now, seizing the chance of an hour of daylight, they wanted to sneak into the northern pine forest to hunt and improve their diet, but the weather was uncooperative. The wind was rising in the north again, and the thick clouds blocked their view of the northern ice fields. Another blizzard is sweeping through the extreme north. This year, for some reason, the weather in the north has been abnormal. The blizzards have not stopped. You see, the clouds seem thick, but you can't be sure they aren't carrying the blizzard, the old man said, pulling the boy back. They wouldn't be able to hunt in this weather. He had never seen such weather in his half a lifetime. Who knows if they might get buried in a blizzard and never be rescued. Hey, Grandpa, look over there. It seems there's a person. Isn't she cold lying in the snow? The boy suddenly shouted again. You must be confused with hunger, mistaking prey for a person. You want to trick your grandpa into going over and getting you some meat. I want to be fooled. The old man ignored the boy, still pulling him back. It's true, Grandpa. I'm not lying to you. Prey can't have hands and feet and wear clothes. The boy tugged at his grandpa, jumping and pointing into the distance. Grandpa, look. The old man followed the direction the boy pointed and was stunned. It was indeed a figure lying in the snow, close to the clouds, with thick snow already covering most of the person's body. Could that person also be a hunter? Did they come out to hunt like them? But an experienced hunter would never go there. It was already very close to the extreme north, a forbidden zone for humans, where blizzards rage unpredictably. Not to mention whether clothing could withstand the cold in such an environment. Just a little carelessness could get swept away by the blizzard and buried in the snow to freeze to death. Grandpa, let us go save her. The boy pulled his grandpa, wanted to go that way. Wait, kid. The old man gestured for the boy to stop. It was too dangerous there. Didn't you see how thick the clouds were? No one knows what the situation is inside. If a blizzard comes, we both would be doomed. Moreover, we don't know how long that person has been lying in the snow. What if she's already dead? We might not be able to save anyone. The old man hesitated. But maybe she has family. Even if she froze to death, we should bring her to her family for a proper burial, right? The boy blinked his eyes. Isn't there a saying that goes to see someone in danger and not save them? If we don't save her, wouldn't we be like the people referred to in that saying? Fine, but you mustn't go. The old man pulled out a hunting rope and looped it around himself. You stay here and hold on to it. Grandpa will go save her, and if anything goes wrong, you pull Grandpa back. Okay, the boy cheered. The old man slowly approached the far north, his boots sinking into the snow, which was over his knees. Finally, he reached the figure and was astonished to find that it was a woman. She had a delicate face with a hint of cold beauty, her fair skin contrasting with her long dark green hair, cascading down her back. Her skin was as white as ice and snow, with a translucent quality. In this biting cold, she was only wearing a green long dress. Nowadays, young girls prefer style over warmth, the old man thought in surprise. He exposed a bit of skin from his gloves and checked her breath. She was still alive. A miracle. He picked up the girl covered in snow. Boy, quickly pull Grandpa back. We need to find a doctor. Chapter 75. The cloud of the battle flag. It was already late at night. Bibidong sat in her office, still reviewing reports from various places. It wasn't that she was a workaholic. It was just that her eyelids had been twitching lately. Whenever she closed her eyes, it felt like the god of Shura was right in front of her, so she had to keep herself awake until she was very tired before going to sleep. It must be said that this was a good method. It shortened the steps to falling asleep and greatly reduced the probability of her overthinking. She also had some guesses in her mind. Ling, in the end, had given her some hints, and her previous dream had left her feeling unsettled. Could it be that her third trial was related to the god of Shura? Was the next challenge to fight the ultimate boss? However, she quickly dismissed this thought. If it were that simple, it would be great to just summon Shura somewhere and have a fight. Dying would at least be straightforward, and there would be no need to make it seem like she had inner demons. There must be some underlying issue. She must have some kind of attachment. That's why it was like this. Bibidong took a deep breath and continued to review a document. Since they made her wait, she would wait. She needed to adjust her mindset. No matter what the test was, she believed she would have a chance to succeed. The Lord of Remo City reported, "This winter has been more complex and changeable than in previous years. Recently, the northern region of our city has been covered by clouds, blocking out the sun with a thickness approaching the ground. According to reports from the local hunters, the clouds are enveloped in heavy snowstorms. As winter comes to an end, the supplies in the city have run low, and we should be welcoming spring to recuperate. However, the weather is unpredictable, something we have rarely encountered in our lifetime. Therefore, our city must apply for winter supplies once again to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. The Tiando Empire disregards the people. This place is of no use to them except for exiling political enemies. Right now, the only one who can save the citizens of the city is our spirit hall, and I earnestly request the Pope's approval. Bibidong looked at the document and frowned. Again, it was about the extreme north. She silently reflected that this was the second time she had sensed news related to the extreme north. The first time was recently, when her divine power was suddenly drained, as if some force in the universe was siphoning energy. Not only that, but she also felt that the remaining divine power on the continent seemed to have been activated, gathering northward in the form of monsoon winds and ocean currents. To her, this was incredible. As the inheritor of the end god, she had absolute control over this divine power. Yet, now even her own divine power was returning to the universe, as if there was a massive black hole in the north absorbing the end god's power. Although she quickly recovered by converting her soul power, this abnormal phenomenon made her wary. Now, the city at the northernmost tip of the continent, Remo City, reported this extremely unusual weather. Connecting it with her own divine power, anomaly left her deep in thought. It seemed something was happening in the extreme north. Bibidong put down the document and quickly realized that this matter was related to her. Belle, and that person's words. Scenes flashed in her mind like a lantern show, eventually linking together to form an answer. This was the test she could choose, so that was it. Bibidong silently thought, going or not going is all in my mind. It feels like a fork in the road, and every choice I make affects the future of the continent. The extreme north, she murmured, what kind of story would that be? Regarding the ice and snow empress. There was something she had always wanted to do, but didn't know if she would have a chance. That was to change the ending of the snow empress in the original world, preventing her from falling into Hui Yuhao's hands. Although in the original world, the snow empress ultimately became Hui Yuhao's spirit and ascended to the divine realm, achieving immortality. It seemed quite perfect, but she had a grievance about it. That was the aloof and proud snow empress actually called someone dad. This reminded her of some foul boys in her original world who, for their strange desire for conquest, made their partners call them dad in bed. If it were among roommates, she could understand, but between partners, such behavior made her feel uncomfortable and disgusted. In the education she received since childhood, this did not align with her somewhat conservative values. While it might be acceptable in the eyes of more open-minded people, she thought it was perverse. And Guyana was the same. She suspected whether the author had some special kink, making these aloof and beautiful girls call someone dad to satisfy their inner desires. So, she initially planned to take action from the Star Luo Dai family, intending to eliminate Hui Yuhao from the source to prevent such a situation from occurring. However, now that something might have happened in the extreme north, and it was very likely her divine test, she decided to visit Remo City. The written materials at hand were limited and could not describe in detail. She decided that no matter what, it would not be a big deal for her to go to Remo City to investigate the situation. After all, until she truly understood the situation, she still had the opportunity to choose. At worst, after learning the anomaly's cause in the extreme north, she could just let it be. Having thought this, she made her decision. As the Pope's seal of approval was stamped on the document, she also issued an order to His Holiness the Pope that she would personally go to Remo City on a mission. Mom, why do you have to go in person? It's not a big deal. You could send a few elders instead, Shuai said, pulling Bibidong and acting like a spoiled child. It's related to Mom's divine test. So Mom has to go. Bibidong bent down, but I promise you if this test is dangerous, I will definitely give up and come back to see you right away. So it won't take long. Just consider it as Mom going on a regular trip. Bibidong smiled. You must work hard at home with your younger siblings so that when I come back, I can see your progress and be surprised. I know. Mom always has so many requests. Shuai said helplessly. And take care of yourself. Be safe. It's cold there. Can I go with you, Mom? Shuai suddenly interjected. No, your strength is not enough yet. You barely catch your breath in the secret realm. How can you interfere with Mom's divine test? Bibidong patted Shuai's head. Quickly go back and take care of your younger siblings. You are their role model. Without you, they won't study properly. Okay, Shuai said, drooping her head, turning to leave while occasionally glancing back at her mother's departing figure, reluctant to part. Remo City. Little girl, your body is quite strong. Aren't you afraid of the cold, wearing so little? In a clinic, an old man boiled a pot of medicine. I've only seen one kind of person with such a strong body, a soul master. You're a soul master, right? The old man turned around, smiling at the girl covered in thick blankets on the bed. The Ice Empress awkwardly nodded. She didn't know how to interact with humans. At first, when she woke up and saw humans, she inexplicably wanted to freeze them into popsicles to make them disappear from her sight. However, the old man before her seemed completely unafraid of her, perhaps because she had retracted her soul beast aura. He only showed her warmth and concern. This was an emotion that only Snow would occasionally express towards her: care. She had thought such things were hard to obtain. But on her first day in the human world, she was enveloped by this caring atmosphere, leaving her somewhat at a loss. The aversion she had just felt was completely dissipated by this warmth. Could it be that such things are common in the human world? Was her perception of humans as wicked merely her own prejudice? She tilted her head, observing the little boy in front of her, who was holding a windmill and smiling foolishly while calling her sister to cheer her up. She pondered. Here, drink this bowl of ginger syrup. When I was young, I always told girls to drink more hot water, but they always looked at me with disdain. Later, I learned that girls should drink ginger syrup, the old man said, offering the prepared medicine to the Ice Empress. The Ice Empress didn't know how to respond. There were many things she didn't understand in the human world, but she felt embarrassed to refuse such kindness. She could only blush and awkwardly accept the ginger syrup, sipping it slowly. Looking at your age, you're in your prime. You're also a soul master. You must be very outstanding. I wonder how you ended up near the extreme north. That's a forbidden area for humans, very dangerous. Even for a soul master, one shouldn't take such risks, the old man advised earnestly. Which family do you belong to? Your family must be very worried if they found out. The Ice Empress's actions suddenly paused as she drank the medicine. Then she lowered her head. I don't have a family anymore. My family is gone. I don't know where to go. I just walked here. Gone? The old man was somewhat surprised. Was he swept away by the blizzard? Damn this weather. I knew someone would suffer. Child, don't be sad. We will definitely help you find your family. If we can't find them, we are willing to be your family. The Ice Emperor was stunned. Speaking of which, she had only met them briefly. Do humans so easily reveal their true feelings in front of a stranger? Thank you. She put down the bowl, which was now empty of the medicine. Chapter 76. The altar. Although Bibidong was already rushing to the city of End, the urgent documents sent along the way gradually made her initially relaxed mood heavy. These documents unanimously emphasized the abnormal weather in the north. The temperature in the city of End had plummeted by several dozen degrees, turning from spring into winter. The clouds covered the sky, and the city of End had returned to a state of polar night. The Tinsho administrative officials stationed there had already abandoned the city and fled. Before leaving, they reinforced the cages holding the political prisoners with molten iron and hurriedly escaped south, not leaving even food behind. This extreme weather, far beyond a cold winter, also caused the Seoul Hall branch in the city of End to change its statement. They no longer requested the higher-ups to resend winter supplies, but labeled this a disaster and requested aid from the Pope's Hall. The disaster relief supplies included a large amount of clothing, charcoal, and food, each item in enormous quantities. Bibidong approved all of it, and the nearby city branches immediately began to gather supplies to address the urgent needs. At the same time, she sent messengers to instruct the Tinsho branch to purchase the aforementioned supplies in bulk and send them directly from merchants to the city of End for disaster relief. Her feelings of anxiety grew stronger. On this journey across the entire Tinsho empire, she almost looked northward every day. Something must have happened in the extreme north. Such celestial phenomena must have been reported in her previous life, but at that time, Bibidong was unaware of the situation in the extreme north and only thought it was an ordinary cold wave. Finally, she arrived at the city of End. From a distance, the city didn't even look like a city. It was merely a small village in the blizzard, with buildings intermittently visible amidst the clouds and ice. Next to it stood a snow-capped mountain that looked very towering, resembling a tower leading to the heavens. Bibidong had a sudden flash of inspiration and turned to walk towards the snow mountain. From a higher vantage point, she could better see the situation above the city. The wind and snow on the snow mountain were intense, stinging her face. She tightened her cotton coat and cloak and buried her head to climb the mountain. When she reached the summit, she was stunned. Her pupils slightly contracted. The scene before her could be described as apocalyptic. Above the city was a black vortex of cloud, so large that it covered the entire extreme northern region. What was above the city of End was merely a corner of this vortex cloud, which was immense. If there were satellites above Deloa star, then from above, the extreme north would resemble something shrouded in a black hole. Such a powerful, elemental turbulence. White light flickered in Bibidong's eyes, and the soul bone in her head gave her a godlike perspective, allowing her to see the essence of the matter. The super cloud resembling a black hole seemed to gather all the snowfall of the entire Deloitte continent here. This was not an ordinary climate change. It was extreme weather caused by elemental turbulence. The appearance of elemental turbulence often signified the emergence of an incredibly powerful being, whose power could even influence the elemental balance of a region. Yes, something was appearing there. Even the Snow Emperor, the Lord of the extreme north, could not create such might. Was it a god? She murmured, having heard of such phenomena before. During the process of inheriting the divine, it was generally introduced as altar sealing. When some gods awaken, they do not wish for outsiders to interfere with the process. They do not inadvertently release elemental turbulence, but rather intentionally influence the elemental balance, using extreme weather phenomena or crustal movements to isolate the area of their resurrection from the outside world. This is what is known as altar sealing. Bibidong's heart sank. If she was not mistaken, the entire extreme north had already become the altar of a certain god. Is there actually a god in the extreme north? Bibidong was extremely surprised. She was confident that she knew all the places of divine inheritance on the Deloitte continent, but she never thought that there would be a god in the extreme north as well. This suddenly made things very tricky. Which god was it? What about the soul beasts of the extreme north? Were they related to this god? Why would the resurrection of this god cause the divine power of the entire continent to converge here? One mystery after another lingered in her mind. She decided to enter the city first, as it was adjacent to the extreme north, making observation more convenient. The streets were very quiet, with every household tightly closing their doors, almost blocking the gaps. Every window was covered with thick curtains, and the light of the burning fireplace spilled through the cracks onto the windows. Each household's charcoal fire was dwindling. They were trying to maintain warmth inside until new supplies arrived, praying to hold on until rescue came. Bibidong sighed, and she temporarily decided not to report to the spirit hall. Although she had arrived, the supplies had not, and she felt embarrassed to meet the local bishop. There was still 1 or 2 days left before the supplies from the nearest cities would arrive. She decided to take a walk and investigate the situation near the extreme north. To the north of the city was a pine forest, which served to block the onslaught of blizzards and also represented the boundary between human territory and the extreme north. Bibidong decided to check it out first. However, she was soon alerted by a light sound. Although the noise was very faint, it was quite noticeable in the silence of the city. Following the sound, she saw a woman climbing out of a chimney on a rooftop, quietly preparing to sneak away. She initially wondered if someone's house had been robbed or if a child from that household had sneaked out to play. But she quickly realized something, and her expression became serious. The woman before her was dressed in a green long dress, which seemed out of place and too conspicuous in this icy city where everyone was bundled up, covering their faces except for their mouths and noses. Moreover, this woman showed no signs of shivering from the cold. On the contrary, she seemed to thrive in the chill, moving agilely across the rooftops as if she intended to leave the city. Bibidong did not see the woman's face clearly. She only noticed the long dark green hair and snow-white skin. However, that was no longer important. The data perspective from the head soul bone directly confirmed the woman's identity to Bibidong. The 390000, year Ice Blue Empress Scorpion, Ice Empress. Bibidong did not disturb the other party, but instead completely restrained her own aura, using the speed boost provided by the Eternal Realm to ensure she would not be detected. She quietly followed behind. In the Divine Realm, the Shura god was observing the situation on Deloitte Star from the central hub of the Divine Realm. Before him, Deloitte Star had formed a black hole within the Arctic Circle, with large clouds gathering. The area was engulfed in endless blizzards, and the ice elements had completed the blockade of the extreme northern lands. It seemed he had succeeded. A voice came from the communication hub. However, the Shura god frowned, still needing to complete the final step. I can sense an aura that is no less than that of a god, but it is incomplete, as if it has yet to attain divine status. A god without divine status cannot come to my divine realm, and my subsequent plans cannot unfold. What is he up to? Has he discovered my plan and is deliberately procrastinating to complete the final step? The Shura god's frown deepened. Be patient. Perhaps he has encountered some situation on his path to godhood. He is not a worm in your stomach. After all, how could he know what you were plotting? The voice chuckled. Just be cautious. The Shura replied solemnly. If he is really doing this on purpose and maintains this state, I really have no way to deal with it. Then I will have to think of new methods to solve the problem. Let's wait slowly. I don't believe that at the threshold of becoming a god, anyone can resist the temptation of godhood. The voice sounded somewhat languid. I have always had a good grasp of human nature. Trust me, if you are wrong, you will bear the blame for disturbing the order of the lower realm. The Shura casually remarked. Hey, there is no need for that. The voice sounded somewhat helpless, but not angry, instead carrying a hint of interest. What if I am right? If you're right, I'll treat you to a drink. The Shura stopped speaking and continued to observe the movements on Dolua continent. Chapter 77. The ferryman, a pine cone fell, sinking into the snow without making a sound. But soon after, two low growls emerged from their throats. Two snow squirrels had their eyes fixed on this pine cone, glaring at each other, but both hesitating to act. In this spring colder than winter, food was scarce. Fighting over a single pine cone was a common occurrence among the biological populations near the far north. However, one of them suddenly startled, its legs flailing in the air as it realized it had been picked up by a person. Don't fight. Kin should care for each other. Otherwise, one day, you will find that the whole world is left with only yourself. At that time, even if the entire pine forest pine cones belong to you, what meaning does it have? A woman in a green dress gently stroked the snow squirrel, holding several pine cones in her hand to feed it. Yes, as long as you understand that the most important people around you can be with them, you'll find that the world is very gentle. The other squirrel was also picked up, and another woman, equally stunning, gently stroked it, feeding it freshly picked pine cones. The Ice Emperor looked at Bibidong. She could not perceive Bibidong's true strength, appearing merely as an ordinary person. But an ordinary person would not be so composed in this icy world. Although the other party was wearing a cotton coat and a thick cloak, her appearance here without any prior detection indicated a significant problem. The Ice Emperor became wary, setting the squirrel down and patting its back to signal it to return to the pine forest, then asked, "Who are you?" "I am a ferryman of a small boat, carrying many people like you. They love those they love, but unfortunately, the outcomes are often not good. Some exhaust themselves but fail to protect, and some miss a lifetime." Bibidong watched the well-fed squirrel leisurely leave and slowly said, "And I am just a ferryman who wants to take them to a better shore." "Like me?" The Ice Emperor was somewhat confused. "Yes, like you." Bibidong smiled. "I can see that you have worries, very heavy worries. I was just thinking, what brings a soul beast with hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation to human territory and coexist peacefully? What makes this soul beast leave her human rescuer without a word? And what makes her treat everything around her with tenderness and sadness?" Bibidong looked at the sun's outline faintly visible behind the clouds and softly spoke. "Humans and soul beasts are the same. At first, they are all children who descend into this world. Stumbling and falling, they walk towards the end." Bibidong sat down, gesturing for the Ice Emperor to sit as well. "Let us chat." The Ice Emperor sat down, shoulder to shoulder with Bibidong. She was surprised that the other party knew she was a soul beast. Ordinarily, humans would feel fear upon encountering her. If the other party were titled de loi, they should show greed. However, the other party displayed neither, as if she simply came to have a heart-to-heart, and for some reason, she really let down her guard. "You are too tired. You've even lowered your guard against humans." Bibidong spoke, as they both looked at the clouds in the sky, the clouds rolling and relaxing. "I don't know. Perhaps it's because you have a sin I am familiar with, making me feel close." The Ice Emperor was silent for a while, and then said, "Your kin. Are they all gone?" Bibidong asked softly. The Ice Emperor did not speak, only nodded. "If I were to say, I want to invite you onto my boat to take you to a shore that is somewhat satisfactory, would you be willing?" Bibidong seemed to be talking to herself. The Ice Emperor smiled silently. "I can feel your sincerity, and I believe every word you say. You, like those humans, have shown me a different side from my impression of humans. But I have no interest in banding together to lick wounds with others. In the end, you too, like her, extend your hand unilaterally saying like yourself, and live on." Such irresponsible words. Offering unrealistic hopes out of thin air only adds to the emptiness when they fall through. People like me find that, after leaving her, I discover I have nothing at all. The guilt and inferiority complex spread like stains on clothes, already impossible to wipe away. The Ice Emperor lowered her head, no longer looking at the sky. "Perhaps that is true. But it is precisely because I have deeply experienced my own nothingness that I stand here at this moment. Fortunately, while I repeatedly curse my own powerlessness, someone told me that those who need me exist, right here in this world. People like us can only slightly forgive ourselves when recognized and accepted by others. Only then is it possible to truly like oneself. This may just be a momentary tenderness from others, but at that time, it indeed made my heart, which had been deformed by regret, feel a bit of warmth. Then now, let me extend my hand to you." Bibidong smiled. "I need you. Will you come with me? Huh. Suspicious identity and sweet words. Why is it always someone like you? The Ice Emperor looked at Bibidong, their eyes meeting. I need you. Will you come with me? I am a soul beast. If I go on your boat full of humans, I might eat people, you know? I need you. Will you come with me? Even if I might go looking for her at any time, I need you. Will you come with me? She leaned her head on Bibidong's shoulder, closed her eyes, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Take me away. My name is Bibidong. This is my name. Bibidong said, I have the ability to help you. As your ferryman, can you tell me what happened in the extreme north? It's divine punishment. The punishment from the gods has arrived, the Ice Emperor murmured. Ever since a person came, everything has changed. Who? Bibidong asked, somewhat alarmed. A self-proclaimed messenger of the Silver Dragon King. The Ice Emperor's tone clearly carried a hint of murderous intent. What? Bibidong was extremely shocked, feeling that the situation was becoming more complicated and troublesome. Since that day, Snow had been completely silent, in seclusion. Then the heavenly tribulation occurred, and later, I escaped. The Ice Emperor leaned beside Bibidong and hoarsely recounted everything she had encountered, clearly pained by the memories she was reliving. You said that after passing through that snow tornado, you entered the palace, which was empty, and there were phenomena of spatial folding at the exit? Bibidong suddenly realized something. That's right, that is Nibelungen, also known as the secret realm of the end. It requires a medium that can reflect the real world to enter. And that palace is made of ice, which is also a medium that can reflect the world. Since then, the Ice Emperor had entered the secret realm of the end formed in the extreme north, so naturally, she wouldn't encounter a soul beast inside. From her description, it seemed that the scope of this secret realm covered the entire extreme north. It's impossible for such a vast secret realm of the end to exist. It requires immense divine power as support. Bibidong suddenly understood that the residual divine power scattered across the continent and the divine power that had been abruptly drained from her at that time were all gathered here, sustaining this colossal secret realm of the end. So who did this? And why? Now that it was clear that the Ice Emperor had escaped from the secret realm of the end in the extreme north, it indicated that the current situation inside the true extreme north was still unknown. Judging by the external situation, a god was about to be born inside. Chapter 78. Fork in the road, although it wasn't a time for closed-door cultivation, Bibidong was indeed in seclusion. A large amount of disaster relief supplies had arrived at the city of Day's End. Bibidong should have been overseeing the disaster relief work of the Spear Hall, but she simply delegated authority to the local bishop, allowing them to take full responsibility for the relief efforts. Then she found a place, closed the door, and let the Ice Emperor guard her while she hid away in seclusion. In fact, her seclusion was not for cultivation, but to use the power of the key of consciousness to delve into the depths of her own memories. The purpose was naturally to clarify all the information related to the extreme north in the segment of the absolute Deloitte Hall in her memories. After hearing the Ice Emperor's description, Bibidong felt that many things were incredible and inexplicable, but the facts remained. Even though she had all the memories of the future, she couldn't explain the current situation, especially the voice of the Snow Emperor that inexplicably appeared in the secret realm. From the Snow Emperor's words, it seemed she had encountered some danger. And this danger was likely an opponent, an enemy, rather than something like heavenly tribulation. She knew very well that she couldn't defeat it, so she told the Ice Emperor to run quickly and never return to the extreme north. Given the current situation, a god was about to be born in the extreme north. It was likely that the danger encountered by the Snow Emperor was this god. This raised a question. Had the Snow Emperor already been harmed? In her memories of the future absolute Deloitte Hall, both the Ice and Snow Emperors were living well, and nothing was wrong. In the world she was in, according to the timeline, it was identical to the original world. Otherwise, that person wouldn't have told her to change the world. Therefore, everything about herself was the biggest difference between this world and the original world. She was the greatest variable in this world. Everything she had changed was vastly different from the original world, while everything she hadn't changed was exactly the same as the original world. As for the extreme north, she had never encountered it before, so everything happening here would also have happened in the original world. And 1,000 years later, those two were still living well. If she maintained the status quo, did not interfere, and let things develop naturally, then everything here would pass. 1,000 years later, whether it was facing heavenly tribulation or being reincarnated, everything would develop in the same manner as the original world. However, one strange point was that in the original world, 1,000 years later, they had all transformed into Huo Yuhao spirits and roamed the continent. Yet during the process, The ice and snow emperors had not mentioned or recalled the current situation at all. It shouldn't be so. Such a significant event. The birth of a god in the extreme north had not been mentioned at all by the ice and snow emperors, which seemed inconsistent with the current situation. In her memories, Bibidong relived the entire era of the peerless Tang sect like a revolving lantern, even recounting the legends of the divine realm after their ascension. Among these memories, the failure of the Snow Empress to condense her yin-yang complementary soul core and the ancient dragon god war were mentioned. But the events occurring now were not mentioned at all. There are only two explanations for this. Either the current events have caused them to keep silent for some reason, even in the divine realm, or there's a gap in their memories. If she lets things take their natural course, the final outcome might be that they no longer remember the fact that a deity once existed in the extreme north. Compared to the first explanation, Bibidong preferred to believe in the second. Could it be that this soon-to-be-born god erased their memories of this period? But why would he do that? Based on the Ice Emperor's escape from the end of Day's secret realm, it seemed that this matter only had that one variable related to her. And even without this variable, the birth of this god would not be affected. Therefore, the current events are indeed occurring in the original world. Wait, the end of Day's secret realm? Bibidong realized something. If there were no end of Day's secret realm, the Ice Emperor wouldn't have been able to escape the extreme north, and she would have definitely faced that unknown danger, just like the Snow Empress. From the Snow Empress's words, this danger was likely fatal and irreversible. So, in the original world, the Ice Emperor and Snow Empress both died 2 years after Tang San was born. Bibidong felt it was somewhat absurd, if that were the case. Then who were the two soul spirits that Hui Yuhao encountered 1,000 years later? But the fact is indeed like this. Before the Ice Emperor stepped into that palace and entered Nibelungen, this matter was the same in both this world and the original world. Only from the moment the Ice Emperor entered the end of Day's secret realm did the world line deviate, like two branches growing from the same tree. One branch is where the Ice Emperor did not enter the secret realm, and they faced that unknown god together, which corresponds to the original world. The other is what is happening now, where the Ice Emperor entered the secret realm, escaped, and the Snow Empress's fate is uncertain. It's too complicated. Bibidong felt a headache. Excessive thinking and analysis left her thoughts in disarray. Although Sherlock Holmes is her idol, she is not Holmes, and her deductive abilities are not that advanced. However, following this line of thought, even though the current events also occurred in the original world, the final result was still that they were safe and sound. Isn't that good? Although she doesn't know how they overcame the difficulties. It's like knowing the outcome of a game and then watching the replay, despite the various thrilling disadvantages during the match. Knowing the outcome gives you a sense of peace while watching the replay, which is completely different from watching it live. So what is the significance of the end of Day's secret realm's appearance? Its emergence must be to change something. What is that something? Based on the outcome of the original world, could this change be to ensure that the Ice and Snow Emperors do not forget the current events? Although there is no concrete evidence, she has already vaguely guessed in her heart that the end of Day's secret realm is the work of that great being. This is very rare. After all, aside from the initial world restart and divine position inheritance, this is the first time she has seen that being take the initiative to do something. However, she also understands that whether this matter is due to the Ice and Snow Emperors choosing to keep silent or because someone erased their memories, it is certainly not simple, and most likely a tragedy. Moreover, now that there is the variable of the secret realm, the Ice Emperor escaping from the extreme north means that the danger faced by the Ice and Snow Emperors in the original world has turned into something the Snow Empress faces alone. Her current situation is truly uncertain. It seems that, regardless of the circumstances, she must make a trip to the core area of the extreme north. Whether for the future of the original world or the current changes, she has reasons to go. She does not want them to die because of her. Furthermore, she is also very curious about what the story that they have forgotten or do not mention would be. Chapter 79, Infiltration. Bibidong subdued the octagonal ice grass and the fire apricot blossom. Fortunately, she had these two herbs with her. Although she was unsure if the cold resistance provided by the octagonal ice grass would allow her to move freely in the extreme northern core area, having them was better than not. Relying on her powerful physical condition, Bibidong quickly and smoothly absorbed these two herbs. Because of this, she didn't need to undergo body tempering with the ice and fire lake water. As she walked out the door, the Ice Emperor was already leaning against the wall, asleep. She picked up the Ice Emperor and placed her on the bed inside the room, gently tucking her in before preparing to leave. "Where are you going?" A voice came from behind her. Bibidong sighed and turned to look at the Ice Emperor. "I'll help you find her. I want to go too." The Ice Emperor said firmly. She told you to leave the extreme north and never come back. Bibidong looked at the Ice Emperor, but the latter seemed unfazed. I never intended to leave there because I can't find them, the Ice Emperor said. I came to the human territory hoping to learn something about them in the vast sea of people. Now that you have appeared before me, you must have a way to find them, right? And you said that you need me, so let me go with you. The Ice Emperor lowered her gaze. You wouldn't deceive me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have carried me to bed to sleep. Slipping away would have been the right thing to do. Bibidong was silent for a moment. Yes, but I'm actually hesitating. It's very dangerous in there. I don't know if taking you with me is a wise decision. If you were me, would you go? The Ice Emperor suddenly asked. Regret is an emotion that doesn't fade with time. It accumulates slowly until it consumes the rest of your life. The Ice Emperor said to himself, even if I don't go back, I only have 10,000 years left. Can I really spend these 10,000 years? Bibidong turned her head, and I understood. In the pine forest, at the boundary between the city and the far north. The blizzard here was like a sandstorm, the air shrouded in a vast white mist, with extremely low visibility. Such unusual weather. The Ice Emperor frowned slightly. I had noticed it the last time I came out. The further we walked towards the edge, the stronger the blizzard became, while the weather inside the far north was surprisingly calm. This contradicted what I knew to be common sense. I wondered if it had anything to do with them, but she was soon distracted by Bibidong's actions. I saw her struggling to shovel snow, piling it up to make a snowman. What are you doing? The Ice Emperor found it somewhat amusing. The snowman looked particularly ridiculous. Get inside the snowman and let the snow cover your whole body. Bibidong twisted the head off the snowman, revealing that it was hollow inside. This snowman was merely a shell. Why? The Ice Emperor was puzzled. Although she wasn't afraid of the cold, the snow covering her felt like being wrapped in cotton. Only in this way can you appear in this world in a state from another world. Bibidong carefully chose her words. There were some things she still couldn't explain too clearly. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine how the Ice Emperor would react if she knew that Bibidong had escaped the far north alone because of her words. Is it enough to have ice covering my whole body? The Ice Emperor didn't ask further. She believed Bibidong wouldn't harm her. Why go through such trouble? You could have just said you'd do it yourself. Looking at the Ice Emperor covered with a layer of thin ice, Bibidong closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and continuously changed the hand seals. A small vortex-like black hole appeared in space, gradually shrinking and collapsing in front of the Ice Emperor. Bibidong infused a surge of divine power into the Ice Emperor's body. This created a miniature secret realm space around the Ice Emperor. As long as there was this layer of ice, the Ice Emperor could move between reality and the secret realm as if she were in a secret realm. The ice layer served as a medium reflecting the world, acting as a passage between the secret realm space and the real world. By shortening this passage and compressing the secret realm space, Bibidong achieved this effect. Having undergone 2 divine trials, she had finally mastered her divine power to a proficient level. This could isolate the perception of that god from the Ice Emperor. Until things became clearer, Bibidong had to be extremely cautious. This way, it could provide the Ice Emperor with the effect and safety of being in a secret realm while allowing her to explore the truth together in reality. As long as no one entered the secret realm or the Ice Emperor didn't break through the ice layer, she would be absolutely safe. Through that divine power, a bridge of spiritual communication could be established between herself and the Ice Emperor, allowing them to communicate directly through mental dialogue. As they ventured deeper into the far north, the temperature dropped sharply, but compared to the ravaging blizzard outside, the conditions inside were slightly better. There was no biting cold wind, only the continuous heavy snowfall. The snow on the original ice cap had probably accumulated over 10 meters. A slight misstep could lead to sinking in. Some sounds came from ahead, and there were no obstacles nearby to hide behind. Bibidong held her breath and lay buried in the snow. As for the Ice Emperor, no one would be interested in a block of ice in the far north. A group of ice bears passed by, judging by their cultivation. They were a group of 10,000-year-old beasts. Although they weren't among the top tier in the far north, they were rare as members of the ice bear clan. It's ice bears. Bibidong could feel the Ice Emperor's excitement in her mind. She understood, after not seeing a soul beast for many days. It was only natural for her to be overjoyed to see her kin again. Calm down, Bibidong reminded her. Do you feel something is off? Is it normal for you guys in the far north to patrol this far from the core area? With Bibidong's reminder, the Ice Emperor quickly calmed down. No, the far north wouldn't send soul beasts to patrol this far from the core area, let alone a higher status clan like the Ice Bears. What's going on? Bibidong was now buried under heavy snow, her sole power entirely devoted to keeping herself warm. However, with the immense mental strength provided by the skull, she could still hear the whispers of the spirit beasts nearby. But since these spirit beasts were only 10,000 years old and had not yet developed intelligence to speak, they communicated through sound waves, making it difficult for Bibidong to grasp the meaning. However, the Ice Emperor could understand. After the group of spirit beasts exchanged a few words and left, the Ice Emperor's expression changed, looking exceptionally grim. "What is wrong?" Bibidong noticed the change in the Ice Emperor's demeanor and quickly asked. "I have been wanted throughout the entire extreme north. This group of ice bears is here on patrol to find me," the Ice Emperor said slowly after a long pause. "What?" Bibidong found it hard to believe. What status did the Ice Emperor hold in the extreme north? Just below the Snow Emperor. Even the Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Bear King wouldn't dare to do something that felt like rebellion. Why? Bibidong pressed on. They didn't say. They only complained about not finding me after searching so far and were unsure how to report back. The Ice Emperor replied, her voice low, revealing her inner turmoil. Yes. Both Bibidong and the Ice Emperor understood that the only one who could issue such an order in the entire extreme north was the Snow Emperor. And the Snow Emperor would absolutely not do this. So, the current Snow Emperor was either being controlled by someone else or had been replaced by someone more powerful. But in either case, it sounded grim. Chapter 8. Investigation interesting. After waiting for a long time, the spirit beast still did not show up, but a human arrived instead. The Snow Emperor sat on the throne in the main hall of the palace, playing with a cold cup. A beam of light shone down from the ice crystals above, enveloping the Snow Emperor. The cup refracted the light, appearing as transparent as the most expensive crystal glassware, yet it was carved from a solid block of ice. Pure and without any bubbles, with snow lotus patterns engraved on the outer wall. The Snow Emperor gently swirled the strong liquor in the cup and drank it in one gulp. The Snow Emperor toyed with the ice-carved cup. It's wonderful. The liquor encased in ice is as captivating as a stunning woman beneath the surface of an iceberg. I feel like my hand might freeze to it. Typically, one would wear leather gloves when drinking from such an ice cup. Only someone like you, who isn't afraid of the cold, can hold it with bare hands. It's carved from ancient ice found 30 degrees below zero and stored in an environment of the same temperature, making it the coldest drinking vessel. Meant to complement the most fiery liquor, a figure standing in the hall said. Despite this, the figure was also holding a cup with steady hands, showing no signs of trembling from the low temperature. The Lord of Shura has prepared a grand welcome ceremony for you in the divine realm. I have come as an envoy to ask when the ice goddess will set off, the figure said, casually revealing a mark on his forehead that indicated his identity as an evil god, one of the divine kings alongside Shura. His voice carried an eerie quality, almost enchanting, compelling others to fulfill their inner desires. Thank you for your concern, Lord Evil God. I am also hastening the final steps. It won't be long. The Snow Emperor replied calmly. Have you encountered some trouble? Perhaps we can help, the evil god said with a charming smile. It's just a minor issue before becoming a god. The key I hid away is something I can find myself. There's no need to trouble you, gentlemen, the Snow Emperor said. Since Lord Shura has personally come to welcome me, I wouldn't dare waste such goodwill. It won't take long. That's good to hear. The evil god nodded. Then I shall take my leave. It seems you have a small matter to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. I look forward to your arrival in the divine realm, adding strength to our divine world. The Snow Emperor nodded, indicating no need for further escort. Unbeknownst to him, with the evil god's departure, the judgment scale hidden in this space also quietly left with him. It was a super artifact. Almost no one could survive its attack. In the divine realm, you can rest assured now. He is not lying, but has indeed encountered some unexpected situation. The evil god said to Shura upon returning to the divine center. Are you sure? What kind of unexpected situation could prevent him from becoming a god? Shura asked. I can sense his heart. It is filled with an extreme desire for power and authority, and I am very clear about this. If he could hide his true intentions from me, then I wouldn't need to be this divine king. It would be more suitable for him to take my place. The evil god laughed. I also sense that he is indeed facing some trouble, as if he is missing the last piece of the puzzle to becoming a god, and he is striving to find it. I even brought the judgment scale. I have seriously followed your orders. If I find he has ulterior motives, I will eliminate him on the spot and take the blame for disrupting the order of the lower realm, the evil god shrugged. But nothing has happened. You are too anxious. Shura furrowed his brow, deep in thought. No, this doesn't make sense. The plan was supposed to succeed, and he is not harboring any ulterior motives. So why has he not become a god yet? This contradicts what I had mapped out with the power of fate. Your broken fate power is not true fate threads. It's merely the luck of the Doluo continent. Many things happen differently than you planned. Even if you arrange the luck of the Doluo continent as you wish, the final outcome will still differ from your plans, the evil god scoffed. For example, your previous heir. You gave him luck, and then what? Did it go as you wished? This is precisely what I find strange, Shura said. The luck of the Doluo continent has been arranged by me, and things that are supposed to happen have mostly been set in place. Even if it cannot be called the script of this plane, it should be close enough. Unless someone, human or god, intervenes, just like my previous heir, who was obstructed by the Rakshasa. The luck I arranged was to ensure his smooth ascension to godhood, which is also the reason why that spirit beast failed in its cultivation. According to my expectations, he should have become a god and come to my divine realm by now, allowing me to start the next step of my plan. At that point, everything would revert to the state when nothing had happened, and the path to godhood for spirit beasts would be completely sealed off. This would be a win-win result for both our divine realm and the Doluo continent, Shura said in a deep voice. But now that there is an unexpected change, it's not just that his plan to become a god is incomplete. It's that the luck I arranged has not taken effect. If he has no ulterior motives, then it must be that some unexpected event has broken the luck I arranged. The last time it was the Rakshasa. I wonder what it will be this time. Shura's brows knitted tighter. So, my trip to the lower realm for you was in vain. The evil god exclaimed in frustration. You were worried he wouldn't become a god, so I helped you investigate to confirm he wants to become a god, and now that he wants to, you're worried he can't become one. Only when he becomes a god and appears before you will you be at ease, right? I'm done with you. Shura sighed. Perhaps I'm being overly sensitive. It is indeed too early to draw conclusions now. As long as he becomes a god sooner or later, it doesn't matter whether it's early or late. It doesn't indicate anything. All right, thank you for running this errand for me. Let me treat you to a drink. That is more like it, the evil god muttered. I want that bottle you've treasured for many years. Bibidong walked in the core area of the extreme north, where the cold-resistant ability brought by the octagonal Xianbing grass seemed insignificant. This was a truly extreme place. If soul power did not circulate within the body, it could even freeze. Ahead was a palace built of solid ice, and Bibidong suddenly felt something was off. She confirmed once again that this was not Nibelungen, yet she could not see a single soul beast. The snow continued to fall heavily as Bibidong took out the heart of the sea god. She could use this item to explore the birthplace of that god. The artifact resonated with the aura of another god. She did not want to take out the key of the end, as the divine power of the end was related to the secret realm, and speaking carelessly in front of God could expose her. She did not want to take that risk and prefer to be cautious. Moreover, with the heart of the sea god in hand, she could falsely claim to be the heir of the sea god. After all, the sea god was well known in the divine realm, and this unknown god should give the sea god some face, so she wouldn't be in too much danger. How interesting. A human holding the sea god's legacy comes to my extreme north to seek the ice god's dwelling. A voice came, and Bibidong looked in the direction of the sound. The heavy snow obscured her vision, but she could see that it was a female silhouette. Although the voice was a rich, magnetic male voice, I simply stumbled into this place and was unaware that a deity resided here, nor did I intend to offend the divine. Bibidong spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly, while simultaneously activating her head-soul-bone skill. The scenery around her transformed into a surging stream of data flowing into her mind, with flickering white lights in her eyes. How interesting. Someone at the end of the world, at the edge of the continent, simply wandered in. The silhouette made no unnecessary movements, and both sides carefully observed each other. I merely heard that the extreme north is home to soul beasts over 10,000 years old, and to complete the sea god's legacy. I came here to hunt soul beasts through the test given by the sea god. I did not wish to disturb Lord Ice God. The information brought by the head soul bone shocked Bibidong. The person before her had dual data. The surface data indicated they were a limit, doll, or even a demigod, while the deeper data was something she could not decipher, akin to what she experienced with Ling. I never claimed to be the ice god. It seems your mental strength is quite formidable, on par with divine thought. The silhouette spoke in a male voice that was inconsistent with its appearance. Is the heir chosen by the sea god this powerful? As a title de law, you must have come merely to hunt for soul bones. Dare I? I did not know the extreme north had your protection. I apologize for recklessly attempting to offend your people. I will take my leave now and promise not to set foot in the extreme north again. Bibidong said, but she had no intention of leaving. She remained in place, still waiting for the silhouette's response. eager to extract as much information as possible. As far as I know, no human has entered the extreme north for tens of thousands of years. How did you learn that there are numerous soul beasts here, and that you came for the 10,000-year soul beasts? The silhouette continued. From the moment you entered the extreme north, I sense your presence. Unlike humans who hunt soul beasts, you headed straight from my core area, even attempting to pry into the ice god's domain with the heart of the sea god in hand. Now, as you wish, human, come forth and meet me. The silhouette's voice suddenly rose, and a gust of icy mist erupted with its breath, creating a space formed of ice crystals, separating the heavy snow. Finally, Bibidong saw the figure clearly. She was a stunning beauty, like a princess of ice, but her eyes were not the sky blue of ice. Instead, they were a pale gray, seemingly devoid of consciousness, which appeared very jarring against her overall appearance. What is wrong? Surprised? Aren't you? Why am I in a female form? The Snow Empress smiled. Have you heard of the divine sacrifice? Using the soul beasts of the extreme north as offerings to celebrate my birth. This is their mission and their glory, the Snow Empress proclaimed. As the heir of the sea god, you must be familiar with this scene, right? Countless sea soul beasts died because of the sea god's ascension. The sea god gathered their spirits, calling it the power of faith. The Snow Empress paused. How ridiculous! Little do they know that thousands of sea soul beasts died because they were deprived of this so-called power of faith. Yet the sea god speaks so grandly about the divine sacrifice. Now, what you see before you is also a result of this divine sacrifice. The Snow Empress smiled mysteriously. So, I can choose not to hold you accountable for your intrusion here, human. One more or one less offering means nothing to me. However, you must do something for me. I'm all ears. Bibidong's expression was somewhat unnatural. You came to hunt soul bones. I can grant you a soul bone as a god. The Snow Empress said slowly. I wonder if you have heard of the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? Somewhat. Bibidong's expression grew increasingly strange. There is a soul beast in the extreme north whose cultivation has likely reached 390,000 years. And that is the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion. Do you have a torso soul bone? The Snow Empress asked. No. Bibidong shook her head. It is now yours. The Snow Empress said lightly, as if discarding an inconsequential toy. The soul bone produced by this soul beast must be a torso bone. Go find her, and that soul bone will be yours. That sounds like you're just giving me something. You Haven team mentioned what I need to do. Bibidong replied. It is one task. After you find this soul beast, you just need to bring it to me for a meeting. Everything else, I promise you will not be disappointed. A god never lies to mortals. The Snow Empress withdrew the ice crystals. This soul beast is in the extreme north. I need to find her. Bibidong stepped out of the core circle. The ice god indicated that the possible location of the Ice Emperor was a cave near the core circle, where the ancient ice marrow was located. The ice god believed that the chance of her hiding there was the greatest. However, compared to this, Bibidong had a more pressing issue to resolve. The Ice Emperor was missing. The Ice Emperor had been nearby before. Bibidong had instructed her not to stray too far, but also not to stay too close, just like flying a kite among humans. Maintaining a line of connection was enough. The Ice Emperor was very obedient. Following this guidance from a moment, she entered the extreme north to arriving at the palace in front of the core circle, always shadowing her. But just now, after seeing the true face of that god, Bibidong distinctly felt a strong fluctuation in the Ice Emperor's emotions. And then the Ice Emperor cut off their spiritual connection. No matter how Bibidong called out through that divine power, there was no response. She searched everywhere, but could not find her, which filled Bibidong with a sense of ominous foreboding. The line of connection between her and the Ice Emperor had snapped. Bibidong's change in expression just now was all because of this. Even if she were foolish, she could guess that the so-called Ice God was actually the body of the Snow Emperor. Through the conversation just now, Bibidong had already deduced the situation with a high degree of accuracy. This Ice God had controlled the Snow Emperor and wanted to use the life forces of the beings in the extreme north to complete his ascension to godhood. Just like the sea soul beast assisted the sea god in his path to divinity, he needed the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor, and even all the soul beasts of the extreme north as sacrifices for his ascension. However, she did not know the origins of this unknown god. From his self-proclaimed title of Ice God, he should belong to the extreme north. But after racking her brain for memories of Deluwa continent from various eras, apart from occasional mentions in the era of the peerless Tang sect, where the Titan Snow Demon King was a descendant of the ancient Ice God, she had no other information about its fall in ancient times. So who was that person claiming to be the messenger of the Silver Dragon King? Was he the Ice God? This ice god was also strange. Why did he want to use the body of the Snow Emperor? Did he not have his own body? Or was he just a wisp of divine consciousness? The order to hunt the Ice Emperor must have been issued by this ice god. Bibidong dared not think about whether the Snow Emperor was dead. The world had already been affected by her unexpected variables. Perhaps this ice god, in a fit of anger for not finding the Ice Emperor, had killed the Snow Emperor. If that were the case, she wouldn't know how to face her. There was no time to think about that anymore. The Ice Emperor had actively severed her connection with Bibidong, which meant she wanted to do something, and that something must be related to the Snow Emperor. As for the ancient Ice Marrow Cave, Bibidong had never intended to go, not to mention whether other soul beasts could even enter due to the cold. If this ice god wanted the Ice Emperor as his final sacrifice so badly, why didn't he go himself? However, based on her keen perception of the power of the end, the Ice Emperor should not have broken the space she set up, meaning she was temporarily safe. With the sensing ability of the key of the end, she should be able to find some traces and remnants left by her. And following that sensation, she would eventually find her. But what she did not know was that the powerful divine consciousness of the ice god had already locked onto her position. Her movements were fully exposed in the eyes of the ice god. Sure enough, she didn't go. The ice god sat in the hall, narrowing his eyes as he looked at the images reflected by the ice crystals beside him. Was there really someone who could withstand the temptation of a 300,000-year-old soul bone? Or was she simply not here to hunt soul beasts at all? Just let you take me to find the holy remains. Chapter 82. The Well of Hidden Remains. The Ice Emperor stood before an ice sculpture, which was the statue of the Snow Emperor. The soul beasts of the extreme north had once requested to carve a statue for the Snow Emperor to express their admiration, but it was rejected by the Snow Emperor. In the end, the Ice Emperor secretly led the soul beasts to create this statue quietly and presented it to the Snow Emperor, standing up to say she was the one who led it, and that she should be punished. The Snow Emperor was both amused and exasperated, and ultimately just affectionately rubbed the Ice Emperor's nose. In the past, whenever the Snow Emperor was busy handling affairs of various clans and could not accompany her, she would come here to quietly keep the statue company, as if the Snow Emperor was by her side. Now, this ice sculpture still stood quietly here, but its owner was uncertain whether she was still in this world. Snow, you're still alive, right? The Ice Emperor stood there quietly, murmuring to herself, as if speaking to the statue, or perhaps dreaming. I still have so much to say to you. We have so many promises left unfulfilled, and so many wishes waiting for us to realize. I used to always cause trouble. Remember how I always found that big guy, annoying, and bullied him when I had nothing else to do? He would come to you to complain. By the rules, I was supposed to apologize to him for hurting him, but you never punished me, always smiling and saying, "You can't do that next time." Okay, you even faced the anger of the Titan Giant clan just to favor me, although you never said it. I always remembered that I had never been obedient since I was a child. Even during the heavenly tribulation, I always thought of ways to escape. But you always spoiled me. When I ran to human dwellings to escape the heavenly tribulation, I instead attracted a more violent tribulation. Yet you didn't blame me too much, but helped me block that tribulation. And because of that, you faced great dangers in your sixth heavenly tribulation. From that time, I told myself that I had to listen to you well. But today, I don't want to be obedient anymore. I want to find you, and we will face it together. The Ice Emperor stood still, the snow having stopped falling at some point, forming a thick layer on her. But she didn't care. She didn't want to see herself cry anymore. Forgive Bing for being willful this time. Okay? Snow, Bing has come to find you. As the heavy snow fell, she loved you in a place where no one was around. The Ice Emperor slowly took a step, turned around, and saw a person silently standing behind her, watching her. I want to find her, the Ice Emperor said. She is no longer her, Bibidong said softly. I believe she is still here. She promised me that even if one day she became someone else's spirit ring or spirit bone, she would still recognize me. The Ice Emperor brushed past Bibidong. Don't be foolish. That is a god, the enemy of soul beasts. He wants to use your soul beast powers to complete his ascension to godhood. Bibidong grabbed the Ice Emperor's hand, but the latter resolutely broke free. I don't care what that thing is. I only know that it is Snow, even if she is now occupied by another divine consciousness. I believe the real her is still alive. I want to save her. She said she would not forget me, and I want to wake her up. The Ice Emperor did not look back. Thank you for bringing me back here. I'm glad to meet you. You might be my last friend in this world. It's a pity I didn't get to know your companions on the ship. I believe that with a ferryman like you, they will surely have a happy ending. And I'm going to find her now. Don't worry about me. I'm sorry. Bibidong watched as the Ice Emperor walked further and further away, silent and speechless. Is this all there is? Letting the Ice Emperor walk in front of that god? Although Bibidong didn't know why they ultimately survived in the original world, it was clear that some changes had occurred, causing them to forget this memory. Along with the loss of this memory, there was also their love for each other. The various things happening now would, after 10,000 years, be sealed away in time. She didn't know if the Snow Emperor remembered this relationship, nor whether the Snow Emperor introduced the Ice Emperor to the heavenly dream ice silkworm, because she had forgotten this memory. All she knew was that the Ice Emperor's feelings at this moment were the most important thing in her life. The last piece of candy in the hands of a dying child. And after 10,000 years, this piece of candy would also disappear. Forgotten memories and a possibly manipulated fate would ultimately lead her to be with the heavenly dream ice silkworm. If it were the current Ice Emperor, she definitely wouldn't fall in love with Tianming, right? In fact, if she found out, she might even hate her future self, or rather, wouldn't allow herself to become that way, and would commit suicide before she forgot. How many cherished things can one have in a lifetime? Throughout the long course of life, we are forced to constantly give things up, and finally, only the last piece of cake remains, which is the most important thing to us. Based on this, life is life. And at this moment, if someone were to touch that last piece of cake, how can we not fight desperately against them? The Ice Emperor is also a dying child. It's strange how she is surrounded by people just like herself. Bibidong made a decision. With a muffled grunt, the Ice Emperor had already fainted in Bibidong's arms. I won't let you go to your death, but I also won't allow anyone to touch your last piece of cake. Bibidong held the Ice Emperor, rubbing her head, where she had just been sneak attacked and knocked out. Sorry about that, just rest well. Bibidong had made her decision. She would face this god personally. Although the opponent was powerful, the fact that he had yet to ascend to the divine realm indicated that he was not a true god. As long as he had not truly become a god, Bibidong was capable of putting up a fight. Moreover, she did not intend to kill him. She merely wanted to rescue the Ice Emperor from his grasp. Therefore, she decided to let the Ice Emperor rest for a while and wait for good news. But where exactly should she hide the Ice Emperor? Bibidong thought of a place where the Ice Emperor could be safely concealed. Yes, it was the cave of the eternal ice essence. Bibidong believed that the ice god must have checked this place, and sending herself there to investigate would only suggest that she had some ulterior motive. In reality, the ice god was well aware that the Ice Emperor was not hiding there. By hiding the Ice Emperor in that location, she could prove to the ice god that she was indeed searching for the Ice Emperor to obtain soul bones, while also catching everyone off guard. People often let their guard down in places they had already searched, so Bibidong planned to take advantage of this and hide the Ice Emperor there. The ice god would never expect that the place he had sent her to look for the Ice Emperor would actually be where the Ice Emperor was hidden. Thus, she set off, placed the Ice Emperor in the cave of the eternal ice essence, and then headed to the palace for the final showdown. Interesting. I can't sense what is hidden in this block of ice. In the palace, the Ice Emperor watched the image projected by the ice crystal, her eyes narrowing slightly. There are not many things that can block divine consciousness detection. The Ice Emperor pondered slightly. I should have thought of this earlier. When I attracted the holy skeleton, it was similarly undetectable. It seems I have overlooked many things during this time, but it doesn't matter. Where will you hide this magical ice? I am curious about your answer. Human. The Ice Emperor swirled the red wine in her glass and drank it all. Chapter 83. Divine Sacrifice. This is a forbidden area in the extreme north. The core circle is absolutely off limits to humans. But the cave of the eternal ice essence is a forbidden place for soul beasts of the extreme north. Here, the temperature is infinitely close to absolute zero, and the air is shrouded in white mist, caused by the liquefaction of nitrogen and oxygen at such low temperatures. No soul beast can withstand the severe cold here, except for the Ice Emperor, who is like the snow goddess. The Ice Emperor had never been here, presumably because her cultivation was insufficient, which she did not mention. Of course, a certain insect could also survive here, and it was because of this place that the first million-year soul beast on the continent was born. Following the ice god's instructions, Bibidong had arrived at this location. It was a well, emitting a thick white mist. As long as she descended along this well, she would reach a cave deep underground, which housed the eternal ice essence. Bibidong held the Ice Emperor in her arms, still covered by a layer of ice crystal. As long as this layer of ice crystal remained, the Ice Emperor would be as if in a secret realm, naturally unaffected by the cave's cold. As for herself, Bibidong mobilized the end of all things divine power within her to ensure she would not be affected by the extreme cold. With her strength as a 96th level super Daw, Bibidong descended rapidly and soon reached the bottom of the well. After passing through the liquid nitrogen spring, she arrived at the cave of the eternal ice essence. Countless ice pillars stood here, with icicles hanging from the ceiling and ice spikes protruding from the ground. Bibidong felt that this place resembled the stalactite caves of her original world, with the eternal ice essence resembling those stalactites. After a short while, the divine power she used to resist the cold had been greatly depleted. It seemed that the natural treasures contained in this place were immensely powerful and of the purest ice attribute, and only those with an extreme ice attribute could step foot here. It was only she, an anomaly, who could do so. Bibidong used the key of the end to carve an ice pillar into an ice bed, carefully placing the ice empress on top so she could rest well. "I'm leaving. I will definitely bring the snow empress back to you in one piece." Bibidong lowered her head and gently kissed the ice empress's forehead, noticing the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. Bibidong left the well and was about to head towards the palace when she sensed something unusual. The ground was slightly trembling. Bibidong's pupils constricted. Was it an earthquake? No. It seemed that this was not a tremor caused by the earth itself, but rather the sound of thousands of hooves pounding on the ground. Chaotic yet urgent, as if countless people were fleeing in panic. Bibidong's heart suddenly raced to her throat. She understood very well what such a disturbance in this extreme, snowy wilderness would bring. That's right, an avalanche. This is a natural disaster comparable to heavenly tribulation, where the accumulated snow collapses from towering snow-capped mountains, burying everything. And the extreme north is devoid of humans. Only the soul beasts that have lived here for generations remain. The soul beasts cannot be unaware that such actions would cause an avalanche, yet they are still fleeing in panic. Bibidong could only think about what could have happened to make the soul beasts of the extreme north run for their lives, even at the risk of triggering an avalanche. Is it the ice god? Bibidong was unsure. He had said that all the soul beasts in the extreme north were his sacrifices. Perhaps he was acting strangely, causing the soul beasts to be so afraid. Bibidong quickly crawled over a snowy hill, gazing into the distance. The sky was dark and oppressive, filled with the soul beasts of the extreme north gathering in the coarse circle, fleeing for their lives. Behind those soul beasts, Bibidong saw clearly that it was a massive avalanche of snow, as if the sky had collapsed. The entire extreme north ice field seemed to have turned into a sea, with the fallen snow resembling towering waves thousands of meters high, rolling down as if to swallow the whole world. Even worse, the ice field beneath her feet was also shaking, cracking like shattered glass, with fissures appearing on the ice cover. The thick ice cap, over 10 meters deep, was splitting apart, threatening to collapse entirely at any moment. Bibidong watched this scene in shock. In the distance, the lonely ice palace cracked, and the melting ice formed patterns on the ground like ice snakes. The fissures in the ground extended recklessly along the ice cover, while a flock of snow bats circled and cried out in despair. "How beautiful it is! Is this the scene of the end of the world?" Bibidong leaped up, quickly heading towards the countless fleeing soul beasts while stepping on the cracked ice. These were innocent lives, and Bibidong did not want the ice and snow emperors to become isolated. She was determined to use all her strength to save them. Soon, Bibidong found herself among the beast herd. The accumulating snow and the cracked ice beneath her feet had already buried countless soul beasts, and Bibidong moved swiftly, her eternal domain reaching its peak. She was racing against death, her frostbitten hands tirelessly digging through the thick snow to pull out those soul beasts that had fallen into the ice crevices and been buried in the snow. Impossible to save them, a voice echoed in her mind. It was the end. "Shut up." Bibidong's eyes were slightly red as she shouted, "Even if I can't save them, I will still try. You will only harm yourself. In the end, you too will be buried in the snow. The survival rate for those buried in the snow is less than 1%, the end spoke softly. Countless soul beasts have already been buried. You can't save them all. One life saved is one life saved. I just want to feel like I have some value. I don't want to let them down." Bibidong gritted her teeth and said, as she moved at high speed, she collided head-on with a falling ice block. Although her domain slowed the speed of the falling ice, the kinetic energy remained, and the massive force hit her like a car, crashing into her at high speed. Bibidong was immediately struck, her head bleeding profusely, and her domain was forcibly released. She fell heavily to the ground, rolling in the snow, the pure white snow now stained with spots of crimson, as the relentless snow fell down and engulfed her. After an unknown amount of time, the cracking ice and avalanche finally came to an end, and everything returned to silence. The ground was still covered with a thick layer of snow, bright and new. It was as if nothing had happened in the far north. The soul beasts were all buried beneath this thick snow. Some that were buried shallower might be fine, as they were naturally high in cold resistance, being soul beasts of the far north. But for those deeply buried, they were perhaps destined to be forever entombed. Suddenly, a patch of snow was broken open, and Bibidong, covered in snow, crawled out from the hole she had just created with her soul power. She stumbled around, looking dazedly at her surroundings. Everything looked the same, and the heavy snow had buried everything, making it impossible to tell the original direction. Bibidong was digging through the snow with both hands, still wanting to save more soul beasts. By the number of buried soul beasts, Bibidong could determine the direction of the palace. She didn't know what she could do once she got there. She just felt she had to hurry. You have to run faster than time itself to change the outcome of this story. The moss was silvery white, and the stones were also silvery white. None of this was snow. Bibidong dug out a large pit where she could see the ground, but all the lichen in sight was withered, and the vegetation was tangled with silvery white threads, as if a giant silkworm was spinning its cocoon somewhere, reminiscent of the crystal world mentioned in Buddhist scriptures, far removed from the mundane. However, these silvery threads were clearly not a good thing. Bibidong pulled out various old beasts that had been buried, but they all had red, cocoon-like substances on them. The cocoons were semi-transparent, revealing the withered forms inside. It didn't matter whether you saved them or not, because they had already been chosen as sacrifices. Their fate was already sealed. The end seemed to let out a sigh of relief and fell silent. Bibidong remained silent. She couldn't identify what kind of soul beasts they were, but she could tell how they had died. The bodies and skulls of the soul beasts were wrapped and pierced by the white threads, and all the liquids inside their bodies had flowed away through the thin pipes of the threads, staining the cocoons red with the remains of red blood cells, which had been drained by these white threads. The moss and lichen were no exception, so these life-strong plants that grew in the extreme north had withered, their nutrients completely extracted. All the white threads came from one direction, and Bibidong was horrified to discover that they led to the cave of the eternal icebone. It seemed like a white-haired monster was hatching there, with its hair cascading thousands of feet long. Could this be the way of a deity's birth? To drain the vitality of the surrounding area and reach maturity in a very short time? What a brutal predatory method, truly deserving of the rank that controls the rules of the continent. Bibidong ran along the thin threads, trying her best to avoid the dense areas of white threads, but she still accidentally brushed against them a few times. Immediately, she felt as if those white threads were alive, trying to burrow into her body. The white threads were highly corrosive, causing a burning pain akin to scalding upon mere half a second of skin contact. Along the way, she saw many buried spirit beasts, all of which were covered in that red, cocoon-like substance, and they had all been drained dry. The more she advanced, the more terrified she became. This was not a snowfield. It was clearly a bloody hatching ground. Entering here felt like a little rabbit wandering into a snake's den. What on earth had happened here? Bibidong was anxious. The Ice Emperor was still in that cave. Would she be in any danger? She had her own secret realm for protection. She should be fine, right? The more anxious she became, the more lost she felt. In this world filled with white, she couldn't find her way and could only run forward. She had a premonition that she was running out of time. The current situation did not allow her to find her position step by step. She could only run hard, try to search as many places as possible in the shortest time. She had never felt like this before. She clearly had something to protect, yet she could do nothing, only running around foolishly, feeling powerless. She stopped, panting heavily, unsure of how far she had run. It reminded her of the time she was late for an exam, panic, wanted to cry, helplessness. She wiped the snow from her face, lowered her head, and turned over a snow hill. The moment she lifted her head, the sight before her left her stunned. Chapter 84. Tears of Snow. The Ice Emperor opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings. This was an extremely cold ice cave, and she could feel the immense energy of ice elements here. This is 10,000-year-old ice marrow? The Ice Emperor was clearly shocked by the wonders of the extreme north. She had only heard the Snow Emperor mention it before, but had never come in. Now that she saw it with her own eyes, and it was so vast, it was somewhat unbelievable. My head hurts. How did I end up here? The Ice Emperor came back to her senses, scanning the surroundings in search of someone. You finally arrived. A voice sounded behind the Ice Emperor. She turned her head to see an exceptionally familiar figure reflected in her eyes. Snow, guess wrong. But don't worry. I will soon let you see the real her. The ice god smiled strangely. Ah, it's amazing that there is such a miraculous power in this world, capable of constructing a space by itself. Even I didn't notice being deceived. It's quite concerning. If I hadn't noticed this subtle anomaly and locked onto you with my divine sense to reveal your true form, I might have had to search for you for quite a while, or perhaps never find you at all. He swirled a red wine ice cup in his hand, drank it all, and casually threw it down. The cup shattered on the ground. If I'm not mistaken, it was that human who helped you escape, right? Very interesting. A human who can achieve this level can only be related to a god. And the sea god obviously doesn't have this ability. The ice god slowly circled around the ice emperor, so she was not the sea god's chosen one, but belonged to another unknown god, and for some reason, she even held onto the sea goddess legacy. You did very well. My plan almost got ruined by her. It's just a pity she was a bit too confident. People often think of themselves as being on a higher level, while thinking of the other as being on a lower level, believing that the most dangerous place is the safest. Little do they know, that's quite arrogant. The ice god said to himself, but it doesn't matter anymore. After today, no matter how powerful she is, she can only crawl beneath the feet of the gods. I don't know which god gave her the courage to obstruct my divine plan, nor what her purpose is in doing so. But I don't need to think about that. I just need to go to the divine realm and inform those law enforcers, and they will handle this obstacle for me. The ice god extended his hand. Come on, don't you want to be with your sister the most? I'm right here. What are you hesitating for? The ice emperor gritted her teeth, coldly staring at the person before her. You are not Snow. What have you done to her? Don't worry. I promised her that you would meet. After all, you are the audience I have long sought. In this great moment of becoming a god, it would be so lonely without an audience. If no one shares in the joy of success, the plan can't be considered perfect. The ice god smiled wickedly, the gray-white eyes gradually fading, replaced by sky-blue eyes, the same familiar gaze of the ice emperor. Snow, is that you? The ice emperor finally couldn't hold back and stepped forward to tightly embrace the snow emperor, tears unconsciously streaming down her face as she murmured, It's so good to see you again. The snow emperor's spiritual body was released from the ice god's freeze in the sea of consciousness. At this moment, she regained control of her body, and upon seeing the situation before her, her heart sank to the bottom. She quickly understood the current situation. The ice emperor had already been captured by the ice god. They had reached their dead end. Now, it was merely the ice god allowing them to witness the birth of a god, a heart-wrenching act. Ice, I'm sorry. I was too willful and got you into trouble. The snow emperor said softly, gently stroking the ice emperor's hair, just like how she used to lull her to sleep, warm and gentle. Snow, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I'm too weak to protect myself and can't face it with you. Tears welled in the ice emperor's eyes. She felt very content to see her sister once more. You're too foolish. You should have escaped the extreme north. As long as you leave the extreme north, he would never be able to catch you. Hide in the human world. He wouldn't be able to do anything to you. The snow emperor gently patted the ice emperor's back, comforting her. I can feel that someone was helping us at that time. Although I don't know who it was or what their purpose was, at least it allowed you to survive. I don't want to. The ice emperor shouted. How can I survive without you? How can I live on? Yes, we both loved too deeply, fearing even the slightest harm to each other. The snow emperor smiled silently. Perhaps this was fate. Heaven gave me this opportunity, and I would seize it. Ice, I love you. In the time after you confessed to me, I wanted to say this to you countless times, but I never had the chance because I bore the responsibility of the entire extreme north. I was afraid that one day I would suddenly leave, and you wouldn't be able to bear it. I could only keep this sentence buried deep in my heart, rotting within. The snow emperor whispered in the ice emperor's ear. When you last came to the palace, I wanted so much to say this to you, but I was scared, so scared. I was afraid that my love for you would make you disregard everything, and in the end, I still didn't say it. I just wanted you to leave quickly. And now, perhaps we sisters cannot escape this fate. From the moment the divine blood, sacred bones were placed upon us, we have been cursed. The outcome has long been determined. The snow emperor murmured, If I have another chance to meet you, I will tell you my answer. My feelings for you are the same as yours. Snow, don't say anything. The ice emperor raised her index finger to block the snow emperor's lips. The ice crystals on her body slowly melting. I won't let anyone take what is mine. Everything of mine belongs to you. The snow emperor's pupils suddenly constricted. She realized what the ice emperor was about to do. she shouted at once. Ice no. A crimson glow enveloped the entire eternal ice cave, and the Ice Emperor had turned completely red, a vivid blood red. In this space, close to absolute zero, her green skirt had been burned away by that energy, revealing her exquisite body, with muscles and bones becoming crystal clear. This was the life energy of a soul beast nearing 400,000 years, unprecedented on the continent, and possibly never to be seen again. The Ice Emperor held tightly onto the person before her, although her body was gradually transforming into specks of red light. She showed no concern, her eyes filled with gentleness and satisfaction. I knew that neither of us were a match for that deity, but I would never allow anyone else to have everything that belongs to me, because everything I have belongs to you. From a day I became conscious, you have been by my side, making me happy, guiding my cultivation, and protecting me. The Ice Emperor spoke each word clearly, her voice exceptionally distinct. Now, I also want to help you, sister, just once. Forgive my willfulness, Snow. I have found the answer, and I'm very happy, truly happy, that I can be with you forever from now on. The Ice Emperor's voice grew weaker, and finally, she transformed into a beam of red light, soaring into the sky, accompanied by the ice crystals in the cave, cold and beautiful yet cruel. This was a realm never before touched by the human soul master world, the sacrifice between soul beasts. No human had ever observed this phenomenon, because the sacrificed soul beast would merge into another soul beast body in the most complete form, with no soul rings visible on the outside. Its soul bone would become the soul bone of another soul beast. If this soul beast were to be hunted, it would drop 2 soul bones. An ice crystal floated down from above, landing on the Snow Empress's cheek, followed by countless ice crystals sliding down her face. She cried. The Ice Queen rarely shed tears, for each drop of tear was her essence, falling like snowflakes. Chapter 85. The Performance. What a pity. I had originally hoped for you both to witness this together, but in the end, only you can appreciate this splendid conclusion. A transparent figure appeared. It was the Ice God, who should have resided in the Snow Empress's spiritual sea. He danced elegantly, swirling around the Snow Empress, who was still holding onto empty air, stepping lightly on the snow, spinning gracefully around her, with a smile on his face that she remembered vividly, becoming more friendly and charming. The Ice God bowed before the Snow Empress, like an actor taking a bow before the sole audience. However, you should feel honored, for you're the only one to witness the birth of a god in 10,000 years. The Ice God's body became increasingly solid, a result of the eternal ice marrow reshaping his physical form. How could there be such a dancer in the world, ecstatic over the blood of others? All because of you. The Snow Empress growled softly. You voluntarily give your body to me. Aren't you afraid I will kill you? Afraid? Of course I am afraid. You have now regained control of this body, and with the active sacrifice of the holy remains, your strength is now infinitely close to that of a god. How can my current state possibly be your match? The Ice God said leisurely, as if he were the one in an advantageous position. But I still have to thank you. I originally wanted to kill you both together, and then slowly merge the divine blood and holy remains. But now it seems there is no need for that. The divine blood and holy remains are already merging within you, and there is no more perfect vessel than your body. You have already helped me clear the path of great evolution. I am the traveler on this path. The Ice God danced with joy, even scratching his head in excitement, as if he were a clown. I will kill you. The Snow Empress rose in anger, and a fierce wind swept through the entire cave, as if making the whole world expand with each breath. The path to godhood has been cleared. This is the new Ice God's arrival in the world. What perfect power! The Ice God exclaimed, seemingly intoxicated by the might radiating from the person before him, utterly unconcerned about how much that person wanted to kill him. Don't be anxious. You will obediently hand over the divine position. The Ice God spread his arms, and countless fine white threads surged from his body, rapidly extending like a veil, covering the entire extreme northern ice field. What are you doing? The Snow Empress recoiled in fear, sensing an exceptionally powerful aura from him. You didn't think I did nothing during this time, did you? The Ice God sneered. Today, all the soul beasts of the extreme north owe their existence to me. I will reclaim everything I lost. Every soul beast has my mark within them. Without exception, they will all be my offerings to become a god. The eternal ice marrow will help me reshape my body, and they will be absorbed, becoming my flesh and nourishment. The Ice God grinned savagely. Decades ago, when I fell, it was bestowed upon me in this way. Today is merely the return of what belongs to me. You may strike at me. However, if you do, all the soul beasts of the extreme north will be buried with me, with no possibility of revival. Because of you, even if I become a god, I cannot revive a single soul. This is a constraint that your soul beasts can never break through. The divine realm will not allow you to disrupt the rules. However, if you come to your senses and let me become a god, the divine realm will also have its rules. They will not allow the extreme north to be completely annihilated. Those enforcers will allow some soul beasts to be revived. And your extreme north clan will still have descendants. This was not originally in my plan. I intended to release you to meet her and then regain control of the body to kill her. Who would have known she would directly offer sacrifice to you? I did not stop it, because this is far more perfect than me killing her and then merging the holy remains. The god born this way will be even more powerful, so I changed my mind at the last minute, and my plan to reshape my body came in handy. Have you thought it through? The ice god said slowly, as the white threads had already been stained red with the blood returned by various soul beasts. The Snow Empress watched this scene in despair, her mind a blank. Why can I still do nothing? Ice is dead, everyone is going to die, and I can do nothing. I was so foolish. I always thought I could protect Ice and everyone else. In the end, my so-called protection is just a joke. The Snow Empress was almost suffocating in despair. Her eyes brimmed with blood tears as she closed them. The ice god remained vigilant, watching the person before him, waiting for an opportunity, a chance for her to let her guard down, to seize the moment for a fatal blow. Now, he captured that opportunity. The white threads erupted instantly, piercing through the Snow Empress's body. Ruins lay before Bibidong, with specks of ice crystals emitting a warm yellow glow in the snow. Ahead, there was a faintly illuminated palace, buried beneath the snow, but it could still be vaguely identified as part of the core circle's palace. Beneath the ice wall, a silhouette stood against the backdrop of the snowfall like rain. Bibidong couldn't quite believe her eyes. She had actually run back to the palace in the core circle. This ice wall was the place where she had met the ice god, who had left a deep impression on her, and as a result, she remembered this place well. Ling stood by the wall, dressed in a black suit and holding a large black umbrella, clearly waiting for Bibidong, and had been waiting for a long time. Tonight, Ling was unusually quiet, and Bibidong had never seen such an expression on her face before. It was indifferent and regretful, as if she were about to attend the funeral of a distant relative. Bibidong remembered this outfit. It was the same attire the other person wore when they first met. Unusually, their encounter didn't begin with Bibidong's surprise or with greetings of Sister Ling or Sister back and forth. The two of them stared at each other from a distance, with snowflakes pattering against Ling's umbrella. "Sister, you're late. The final performance has already started," Ling said. Bibidong's mind suddenly became chaotic. She vaguely felt that Ling was right. She came here to watch a performance. She looked down at herself, and indeed, she was wearing a black suit and a formal shirt with a white bow tie. This was the attire for attending a grand show. But if she was going to watch a performance, why did she run so panicked? She couldn't recall why she was here, only remembering that just a minute ago, she was running like mad. Ling held an umbrella and passed by Bibidong, who naturally leaned closer. They walked shoulder to shoulder like a pair of good friends going to watch a movie together. However, for some reason, Bibidong felt a persistent unease, as if someone was watching her from behind, making her feel uncomfortable. Bibidong looked back in confusion more than once, but saw nothing. Ling, unconcerned, silently walked forward, holding an umbrella. Before they knew it, they arrived at a place where a building stood amidst the ice and snow. It appeared to be a theater. They were really there to watch a performance. Why would there be a theater in the extreme north? Bibidong felt a bit puzzled. But Ling said nothing, put away her umbrella, and walked inside. Bibidong followed her in, and they walked side by side down a long corridor that was empty. Ling descended several flights of stairs. It seemed that the theater had many levels, but for some reason, it was all built underground. Bibidong didn't find it particularly strange, as Ling seemed to know the way well, so she just followed her. They must have reached the bottom level. The theater doors opened to reveal a medium-sized auditorium with 3 tiers of seating, all in a pure red color, exuding a royal grace and elegance. The stage was brightly lit, and the set featured a white well with a blood-red bottom, various demons and monsters crawling on its walls, seemingly symbolizing hell. However, the audience seats were empty. Ling must have booked the whole place. Sounds of instruments tuning could be heard from backstage, indicating that the actors were making their final preparations. Outside the theater, the sound of a brass bell rang. This was something Bibidong understood. She had been to an opera house, where before the performance started, the waiters would also ring brass bells to urge everyone to take their seats quickly, as the show could start at any moment. The performance hadn't started yet. Bibidong sighed in relief. Ling said nothing and guided her to sit in the middle of the audience seats. All around them were the red backs of the chairs, and they seemed to be sitting in the center of a red sea. Chapter 86. Falling snow. The lights dimmed, and the stage became increasingly bright in the darkness. With the sound of small drum, the performance officially began. The first to appear was a white-haired man, gentle and refined like a scholar. He approached a palace and proclaimed himself the messenger of the Silver Dragon King, bringing the so-called method of becoming a god, the yin-yang complementary soul core, to the Snow Empress. But Bibidong recognized that face. It was not the Emperor Tian at all, but the God King Azura she had seen countless times in her dreams. Bibidong understands what the opportunity to become a god means for the Snow Empress, but she feels that something is off. Soul cores do not have the function of becoming a god. The true path to godhood does not require such things as soul cores. However, this also resolves a doubt in her heart. She finally knows the identity of the Silver Dragon King's messenger, which was the beginning of everything. She looks at Ling beside her, wondering why Ling would use such a complicated method to reveal this secret to her. Ling does not respond and is focused on the mixed kabuki performance. Bibidong knows that the fusion of yin and yang soul cores severely wounded the Snow Empress. She remembers that during the time of the peerless Tang sect, the Snow Empress mentioned this past. Next to appear is a character she is very familiar with, the Ice God, the protagonist of this drama. He appears with a secret, the result of meticulous planning over hundreds of thousands of years, all for this moment. Bibidong understood that everything was connected. The Ice God wanted to become a deity, and the Shura wanted to seal the path for soul beasts to become gods. The two of them hit it off and set this trap, with the Ice God's divine position serving as the perfect bait, waiting for the Snow Empress to fall into it. However, she had already protected the Ice Emperor, so his plan to ascend to godhood should have been foiled, right? She continued to watch, and the evil God King and the Ice Emperor appeared one by one. Then, she saw herself carrying the Ice Emperor onto the stage, but she quickly left the stage, leaving only the Ice Emperor silently sleeping. At that moment, the main character of this drama, the Ice God, appeared behind the Ice Emperor. How is this possible? Bibidong's pupils contracted. How did he find the Ice Emperor? Bibidong couldn't help but glance at Ling beside her. Ling was still sitting quietly, her face showing no joy or sadness. Perhaps this was just a play that Ling was showing her, not real at all. Bibidong comforted herself and continued to watch. However, every word and action of the Ice God made her break out in cold sweat. Each word he uttered felt like sharp needles piercing her heart. The unfolding story made Bibidong jump up from her seat in shock. She covered her mouth in disbelief as she watched everything unfold. The Ice Emperor sacrificed himself completely, leaving no trace in this world. The scene of parting life and death made her heart ache like a knife. She felt something was off and that she had made a mistake. Something was wrong, and the consequences were irreversible. The stage lights illuminated Ling's face, half in light and half in shadow, expressionless. You lost. The Ice God pierced the Snow Empress's heart with a white silk thread, and bright red blood flowed along the white thread into the body he had just formed, praising it as a great evolution he had never practiced before. Divine blood and sacred corpses could indeed lead one to become a god, but everything comes with risks. During their fusion, they might erode the consciousness of the one merging them. It required an extremely strong mental power to resist. But if a vessel allowed the sacred corpse to parasitize and exchange blood with the developing Ice God, the divine fetal blood would have the strongest vitality and the weakest toxicity, making it a universal remedy. The Ice God's authority and inheritance merged into one. This was the complete divine position of the Ice God, and it would return to him today. The Ice God looked at the increasingly weak Snow Empress before him. The last expression on her face lingered: despair, unwillingness, sadness. What a pity you had more than one opportunity to become a god, but in the end, you missed them all because of ridiculous emotions and so-called protection. The Ice God slowly articulated his cannibalistic theory, finding it very cruel. Wasn't it? That was because you were too foolish. In this world, only power and strength are worth pursuing. Without power and strength, you can do nothing. Bibidong jumped up in a fit of rage, hysterically rushing towards the stage. Suddenly, she became aware and then completely lost her mind. She understood the first words that Ling had spoken to her. She had come too late. The final performance had already begun. No, in fact, it had already ended. What Ling had shown her was not a performance at all, but a reenactment of that tragedy. The ice god had long since arrived at the well where she had hidden the ice emperor, and it was she who had brought the ice god here. She should have noticed it long ago. The ice god had mentioned during their first meeting that he already knew of her presence in the extreme north. How could he not continue to pay attention to her movements in the extreme north? She had been too confident, believing that the secret realm she had created could deceive the ice god. She had underestimated the divine perception, or rather, overestimated herself. That feeling of being watched when she arrived here was actually the sensation of being spied on by the ice god while she was bringing the ice emperor here. She simply hadn't realized it at the time and only now understood. Everything connected, the tragedy had already occurred, and Bibidong wanted to stop it. But she was too late. Or rather, she had personally facilitated this tragedy. She wanted to jump onto the stage and interrupt this damned tragedy. But she crashed into a hard, transparent wall. There was an invisible wall at the edge of the stage. No matter how hard she tried to break through, she could only lean against that wall, helplessly watching the tragedy unfold to its conclusion. No, 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 don't. Damn it. Garbage god, I will kill you. She pounded and screamed like a madwoman. But it was useless. The ice god could not hear her words. As he continued to revel in the feeling of blood flowing into his body, expressing his joy in success. I must say, you and that ice blue scorpion have helped me quite a bit. If it weren't for your love and protection, I would have found it difficult to complete my plans so perfectly, to merge so flawlessly, achieving the pinnacle of divinity. Ah, of course, there's that human as well. Although she came to disrupt things midway, in the end, it seems she still contributed to today as momentum. The ice god's pupils grew brighter, as if a fountain of extreme cold was flowing in his eyes, and white ice crystals began to form on his body. His skin gradually became smooth and moist, radiating a baby-like red. He joyfully spread his arms, allowing the ice crystals to envelop him, experiencing the feeling of immense power flowing within his body. This was a magnificent operation like none seen before, with blood as the medium, the divine authority and legacy completely entering his body. No one spoke anymore. Only one voice echoed on the stage, that of the Snow Empress, wrapped in white silk, softly sobbing in her cocoon, continuously murmuring a name, Ice. Bibidong leaned against the transparent wall, slowly kneeling down to the ground. It was ironic that she had confidently promised to bring back the Snow Empress intact and let the Ice Emperor rest well. She had vowed to be their ferryman, and she had thought more than once about protecting this relationship in memory. She was also the only hero who could save them, but she made a mistake. She came too late. When the cries finally faded away, the thick layer of ice crystals on the ice god was shattered from within, and an unparalleled aura and cold waves swept through the entire space. The air instantly liquefied, and the absolute zero cold light brought all the molecules in the air to a standstill. The perfect deity soared from the crack, its might even rivaling that of the God King. A fierce wind swept across the stage, and the ice god shot into the sky, breaking through the roof of the opera house and disappearing into the snow-filled sky. So I say, sister, you came too late. Ling Yu said softly. No wonder she was dressed like this without a smile. Tonight, she was indeed attending a funeral. Bibidong stood at the deepest part of the ice cave of eternal ice, surrounded by snow-white threads and cold ice pillars. The sky was filled with snow, while the ground was soaked in blood, frozen by the cold. Countless massive ice blocks surrounded her, each containing withered soul beasts. Further away, in a nearly transparent cocoon, the silhouette of a girl could be vaguely seen. She trudged forward with heavy steps, tearing apart the white threads with her hands, completely disregarding the pain caused by the corrosion. She tightly held onto the pale, almost transparent Snow Empress, and after a long time, she silently began to weep. Ling had never taken her to any opera house. That was merely an illusion. She had ultimately arrived at the ice cave of eternal ice and witnessed the tragic ending in the illusory musical. She had come too late. The true tragedy had already been completed before her arrival, and she could not change anything. In fact, all of this had nothing to do with you, sister. Ling leaned against an ice pillar, arms crossed, looking up at the sky, allowing the snowflakes to fall and hit her face. You're just a passerby in their lives. They have their own destinies and things they're destined to lose. We can return to the Dolua continent. You can treat everything here as if you have never encountered it and slowly forget. Your goal is only that god from the divine realm. There is no need to get entangled in such matters. Ling spoke casually, as if trying to enlighten her. Shut up. Bibidong hissed softly. Ling fell silent. I can do nothing. Bibidong said quietly, her heart ashen. In fact, you could have done it. Ling casually replied. Bibidong stared blankly at the Snow Empress in her arms, somewhat lost in thought. Can you bring them back to life? Ling remained silent for a long time before shaking her head. Their lives were taken by that god. I cannot resurrect them. This is something I cannot do. However, in the original world, they ultimately survived. Bibidong still tightly held the Snow Empress, as if trying to warm her cold body with her own body heat. Is it because of me that they cannot be revived? Yes. Ling remained silent for a while, but in the end, she still uttered that word. Bibidong lowered her head, her body convulsing continuously, as tears the size of beans turned into ice crystals and shattered on the ground. It took a long time for her to regain her composure, while Ling stood by with his hands behind his back, showing no intention of offering any words of comfort. Chapter 87. The Final Battle, Part 1. A divine-level target has appeared in the Doloa continent. I repeat, a divine-level target has appeared in the Doloa continent. In the central divine realm, the evil god king, who was continuously observing the lower realm, was calling out to the communication hub. I've got it. I've finally waited for this day. I hope it will be a worthy opponent. A faint voice came from the communication hub, and then the connection was cut off. The Shura god had already set off. Should we go help him? The kind god beside him seemed a bit worried. After all, the opponent was a top-tier first-level god, and if he fought desperately, it could be quite a problem. No need. The evil god waved his hand. If Shura can't handle him, then he shouldn't be a god king anymore. He might as well find a factory job. We have more important things to do. Once Shura kills the ice god, he should quickly use the power of the central divine realm to erase this god position and return the power to the Doloa continent. The evil god looked out the window, seemingly gazing at the Doloa continent. Before that, let us just quietly wait for Shura's news. The ice god had already transcended the Doloa plane and was ascending to the divine realm. As the continent grew smaller in his eyes, his mood became increasingly excited. Yes, he was going home, returning to the divine realm after being away for hundreds of thousands of years. All the ice emperors, snow emperors, and extreme northern soul beasts would be trampled underfoot. He had avenged himself on these people, and what remained was to use the power of the divine realm to settle accounts with the remnants of the dragon clan. After that, he could focus on his cultivation. He didn't like the feeling of bowing his head in front of others, so he needed to become stronger to master higher power and authority, and even to replace Shura as the God King. Congratulations, you have become the first person to ascend to godhood in the Doloa continent in 10,000 years. A figure blocked his path, and when he looked closely, he saw Shura standing in front of the divine realm gate, seemingly waiting for him for a long time. Thank you, Lord Shura, for your care. I will surely do my utmost for the divine realm. The ice god said respectfully, troubled that Lord Shura had come to welcome him personally. I can't wait to return to the divine realm and take a look. The ice god smiled as he approached Shura. However, strangely, Shura remained motionless, as if he had no intention of inviting him into the divine realm. No rush before that. I have some things to tell you, Shura said with a faint smile. What is it? A sense of ominous premonition rose in the ice god's heart. The divine realm prohibits soul beasts from ascending to godhood. This is not only a prohibition against their identity, but also against their powers. Shura walked slowly with his hands behind his back. This way, I can ensure the purity of the power in my divine realm and not give any chance for a second dragon god war to occur. What do you mean? The ice god calmed down a bit, and his gaze towards Shura gradually turned cold. You relied on all the soul beasts born in the extreme north, and the extreme north was completely destroyed because of you. Those two soul beasts had a significant impact on the situation in the Doloa continent and were crucial to my divine realm's plans over the millennia. Shura spoke word by word. You have violated too many rules of the divine realm, and as the enforcer of the divine realm, I cannot allow you. I was able to ascend to godhood relying on those two soul beasts. Wasn't it all at your behest? The ice god laughed in rage. If anyone disturbed the order of the lower realm, it would probably be you, the enforcer, who did so first, right? No need to waste more words. The complete annihilation of the extreme north is a serious imbalance in the order of the continent. My divine realm will not stand by and watch this. And those two soul beasts are related to my successor in 10,000 years. For the sake of my divine realm, I cannot allow either the fall of those two soul beasts or any examples of ascension to godhood using soul beast powers. A demonic sword appeared in Shura's hand as he slowly wiped it against the sheath. Moreover, the divine decree prohibiting soul beasts from ascending to godhood was issued immediately after the Dragon God War. If others found out that an exception had continued for so many years right under the noses of my divine realm, then wouldn't my divine realm's decree become a joke? Where's the dignity of the divine realm? Where's the authority of the enforcer? To forever keep this secret and protect the overall situation of my divine realm, I cannot allow you to exist, nor can I leave you alive. A cold light flashed in Shura's eyes, and the Shura demonic sword was already unsheathed. So this is your plan? The ice god quickly retreated, avoiding the sharp edge of the Shura demonic sword. After I ascend to godhood, you will immediately kill me. Erase my god position, which will also seal the path for soul beasts to ascend to godhood and preserve the Duluwa continent in its original state. Exactly. This is a plan that benefits both the divine realm and the Duluwa continent, the most perfect plan. Shura slowly approached with the demonic sword. You are merely a traitor who bestowed godhood upon soul beasts, and the divine realm is ashamed of you. The great dream of returning to the divine realm is merely your one-sided wish. Let the gods of the old era be forever buried in the old era. Shura raised the Shura demonic sword, about to deliver the final judgment upon the ice god. How could my meticulous plan over hundreds of thousands of years be denied by you with just a word? A hint of madness flickered in the ice god's eyes as he gathered all his divine power. Everything in space seemed to freeze and come to a standstill. He also summoned forth his greatest killing move. He knew this was the moment of victory for both sides. The Shura blood sword fell, and the ice god struggled to maintain that light point with all his might, but it still couldn't hold up. The ice blue light point slowly extinguished under the Shura blood sword. No! The ice god shouted in despair as his body was pierced by the Shura blood sword. As the Shura god ruthlessly pulled the sword out of his body, he had lost, helplessly falling toward the Duluwa continent from the divine realm space. Like a meteor crashing to the earth. Now is the time. Give him the final blow, erase the ice god's god position, and we can return the power to the Duluwa continent, thus achieving our great mission. The voice of the evil god echoed excitedly through the communication hub. Shura nodded slightly, leaping forward and sliding towards the Duluwa continent, preparing to deliver the final blow. But his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, the ice god vanished, along with his aura. What is going on? Shura and the evil god spoke in unison through the communication hub. Didn't you see what just happened? Shura frowned. Not all. Or rather, it seems he disappeared into thin air. The evil god muttered, could it be that someone saved him? But that's impossible. Who would have the audacity and ability to rescue him without us noticing? Shura's frown deepened. He hovered in the sky above the Duluwa continent, directly above the extreme north, where the ice god had just fallen and disappeared. The ice god crashed heavily onto the ice cap, creating a large pit. He gasped for breath, blood flowing from his chest. He knew Shura would come to deliver the final blow, and he couldn't waste time. He got up and tried to run, but he sensed something was off. Although this was the extreme north, it had been ravaged by himself beyond recognition. Yet everything here seemed unchanged, preserving the appearance and topography of the extreme north for tens of thousands of years, as if sealed in time, forever frozen. Looking up at the sky, there was no trace of Shura. It seemed that all that existed here were icebergs and snow, nothing else. Where's this? The ice god furrowed his brow, trying to recall what had just happened. He remembered that during his descent, a force within him seemed to awaken, collapsing and rotating, forming a black hole, and he had fallen into that black hole. Shura would definitely come to deliver the final blow, and now that Shura had not followed, it indicated one thing. He had not found him. The place he fell into through the black hole was beyond even the God King's detection. This could only mean that he had entered a marvelous space, or rather, this is not the Duluwa continent. The ice god remembered that before he became a god, he had seen a similar situation with the Ice Emperor. And now, slipping away from Shura's eyes must also be thanks to that force. Unexpectedly, the space that once saved the Ice Emperor saved him now. He understood that this space required a divine power to open, that unknown god passed down by humans. But how could he possess that divine power? The ice god frowned. Could it be that those two soul beasts had that divine power, and he absorbed their energy, which naturally transferred that divine power to him? Regardless of the reason, he at least survived. Just wait, Shura, I will return, and you will pay the price. The ice god sat cross-legged, the divine power specific to gods continuously regenerating his cells, repairing his body. Chapter 88, Final Battle, Part 2, You Can't Escape. Shura quickly scanned the entire extreme north with his thoughts, and soon sensed some anomalies. The air in the extreme north was filled with a mysterious scent. He couldn't precisely describe the feeling, but he could genuinely sense a force present in the extreme north, a power that even I cannot decipher. Interesting. Shura flew rapidly through the sky, investigating to determine the range of this power. It actually covered the entire extreme north. Shura was slightly surprised. Could this be his doing? But if he had such a trump card, why didn't he use it earlier? He was certain that the spot where the ice god had fallen was indeed this extreme north, yet the ice god had vanished in a thin air right under their noses, while an indescribable force lingered in this space, making it hard not to connect the two. If he was hiding within this force, it was indeed possible to achieve the effect of disappearing like just now. Shura pondered, but he did not act immediately. He notified the evil god of this situation through the communication hub to discuss how to respond to the current changes. You mean to let the divine center assist you in revealing him through the dustless land? The evil god fell silent. What? Is there a problem? Shura asked. Have you considered that if there's a possibility, he knows he's dead either way, but he refuses to reveal himself, choosing to fight us to the death, dissipating his power along with this unknown force? Then our plan to reshape the extreme north would be in vain. Perhaps we could resurrect a few other soul beasts. But those two soul beasts, as pivotal beings on the continent, would never be resurrected again, as their essence would dissipate with the ice god, and the divine realm would be powerless. The evil god said softly. Shura fell silent. Indeed, the opponent was very likely to do so. Although these two soul beasts were merely experiences prepared for his chosen successor 1,000 years later, he had also prepared a backup in case of unforeseen circumstances. That backup would be the fated child born 1,000 years later. Perhaps this successor would not encounter any issues now, but he always pursued being prepared for the worst. And he did not want to see his successor 1,000 years later be affected. All right, the divine center is ready. Energy will be released in 15 minutes to help you expand your domain. The evil god said, "What is going on? Didn't you say that this would make it impossible for those two soul beasts to be resurrected?" Shura was surprised. Why did they suddenly start acting? Because there's no other way. The evil god sighed. Killing those two soul beasts is certainly not what we want. But have you considered that if we don't do this, he might just hide in there and never come out, forever confronting us? We cannot tolerate a god opposing the divine realm hiding in the Dolawa continent. You must understand that there's not only the ice god as an enemy of the divine realm on the Dolawa continent. There are soul beasts and descendants of the dragon clan hidden within the continent. If they secretly collude, I understand. I will prepare and wait for the start. Shura cut off the communication. Domain. Dustless land released. Shura stood quietly in the center of the domain. This is a divine-level domain. Its effect is to issue commands to all living and non-living matter within the domain, expelling all unauthorized matter outside the domain, forcing those rejected things to rapidly flee from the user. As long as the body can withstand a vacuum, it can defend against everything and also attack. However, despite being a divine-level domain released by a god king, its range is still limited and cannot cover the entire extreme north. Shura waited quietly. In 15 minutes, the energy from the divine center would descend into his body. At that time, the range of the domain would greatly expand, covering the entire extreme north, purifying and dissipating all complicated powers within the domain. Sister, stop holding her. She is no longer that beautiful and charming snow spirit. Now what you hold is merely an empty shell with no hope of revival. I told you that you have my option, but you insisted on relying on yourself. The moment you decided to help them, if you had just called me, I would have sorted everything out for you. But now it's all too late. Ling looked up at the sky. We need to leave here because this is about to become a battlefield of gods. A battlefield of gods? Bibidong looked up in confusion, still with ice beads in the corners of her eyes. What does that mean? The divine realm has always been a bunch of hypocrites. Ling shrugged. What else could it be? Of course, it's about completely erasing the ice god and sealing off the path for soul beasts to become gods. Why come here to fight? Bibidong is still holding tightly to the snow emperor, unwilling to let go. She doesn't want anyone to disturb them. They have already taken everything from her, not even leaving a quiet place for burial. Nibelungen is about to dissipate, and this will no longer be a good place. Ling walked to Bibidong's side, reached out, and said, "Hurry, or we will be affected too." Why? Bibidong looked into Ling's eyes. How many things haven't you told me? You clearly have the ability to save them, yet you say nothing. Bibidong buried her head down, and in the end, I found myself still trapped in a tragedy that I couldn't change. The ice god was defeated in the war against the Azura, which is the same as what happened in the original world. Ling said softly that in the original world, the ice god was slain by the Azura. and her power was returned to the Doluo continent by the divine realm, so in the end, they survived. However, correspondingly, they also lost that memory and forgot their feelings for each other. In this world, because of the power you left in the Ice Emperor, the Ice God fell into Nibelungen, and the Azura and the divine realm want to purify the extreme north with their domain. You know the characteristics of Nibelungen. The power you left in the world is the foundation of its existence. Once this area is purified, Nibelungen will collapse, and the Ice God inside will also dissipate. So they will never be able to be revived again. This is all I know. At this point, I have no more concealments regarding this matter. Perhaps in my sister's eyes, I am a demon that only devours people. Ling lowered her eyelids and said, "Although I really want your life, sister, I sincerely hope you will be okay. The deal is struck. Take a quarter." Bibidong said softly, "Is it to exchange for their revival?" "I told you I can't do that." Ling scratched her head, but was waiting for Bibidong's next words. "Then help me kill the Ice God. I want his life." Bibidong raised her head, her eyes seeming to have a lion ready to pounce. "You said that in the original world, the divine realm killed the Ice God, and the power was returned to them for revival. So now, I can do the same." "Theoretically, that's correct. Although I don't know if it can be done now, because of the sacrifice, since it's my sister who said it. I must try." Ling nodded. "But he is now in Nibelungen, and Nibelungen is about to dissipate. You do your best, and I'll take care of the rest." Bibidong said, "I promise to be her ferryman. She believes I can win, so I also wager on my own victory." Ling and Bibidong locked eyes, and in the end, Ling smiled silently. "Sister, you still made this choice. I know this is my true life, and this matter will not affect anyone else." Bibidong lowered her head, her voice chillingly calm. "I will bear the mistakes I made alone." Ling shook her head, but in the end, she nodded. "I understand." Ling stepped forward and gently hugged her. "You're tired. Take a good rest." Bibidong stood quietly at the bottom of the well, with no one to embrace her. Ling had disappeared as if she had never appeared at all. A gust of wind swept in, as if a surge of energy flowed into Bibidong's body, and countless white cubes visibly emerged from her, forming a solitary cocoon, within which the heartbeat sounded like war drums. The white cubes enveloped the nearby corpses of soul beasts, which, having long lost their breath and heartbeat, opened their eyes again. They began to collapse and transform at a visible speed, with elements of thunder, ice, and fire converging upon them. Their wings tore through their bloody backs and unfurled one after another, hovering in the air, surrounding the cocoon formed by Bibidong, as if loyal warriors guarding the Emperor's awakening. The cocoon slowly shrank until it formed something resembling a core, which merged into Bibidong's body. A gust of wind surged from the ground, and pure angelic wings and menacing demonic wings spread from her back, lifting her up and breaking through the well's opening. She cradled the Snow Empress and vanished into the falling ice crystals in the sky. The elementalized soul beasts followed suit, disappearing one by one into the ice crystals, resembling an army of thousands, following their emperor. "Bring your thousands of troops." Although in the end, one cannot avoid fighting alone. It seemed that a devil's call echoed from high above. Chapter 89. The Final Battle. Part 2. Auroras appeared in the sky, slicing a complete celestial canopy into countless small pieces, like an eggshell enveloping a light source, shattered and fragmented, with light seeping through the cracks. The ice cover beneath began to crack uncontrollably, distant icebergs started to collapse, and avalanches and earthquakes began to persist. This space had changed from its usual tranquility. Various signs made the ice god feel a strong sense of unease, a sign of impending world destruction. He wasn't very familiar with this space, but his keen intuition told him that it was about to collapse. Fortunately, before that, he had been continuously healing. Aside from the wound pierced by the Shura blood sword that had yet to heal, all other injuries had recovered. He could exert only about 70 to 80% of his strength, but that was enough. He didn't plan to go out because he knew very well that the waiting Shura would immediately kill him upon appearance. He was confident in his strength, after all. It was just a space constructed by humans. Even if it collapsed, it wouldn't harm him. Yet, he continued to explore this space, needing to find a still, stable area. The ground was no longer bearable. The snow surged and churned on the surface like magma deep within a volcano. He flew into the sky, where the space remained stable. He paused, looking down, quietly admiring the beauty that could not be seen on the Doluo continent. "What tremendous power!" he exclaimed. "It seems my power and authority are still insufficient. One day, I will recreate this scene above the Doluo continent." "Hello, Ice God, it's been a few days. Hope you're well." A girl floated in the air, gazing at the ice god above the clouds, with a delicate face reflecting a deep-seated resentment that transcended time and space. The aurora cast a mercury-like light over the flat clouds, illuminating the membrane wings behind the girl, one black and one white. The black was so fierce and terrifying, resembling a wicked demon, while the white was so noble and pure, like a divine angel. A giant figure, hundreds of meters long, was cast between the clouds, like a demon escaping from the Solomon's Codex. The ice god no longer had any mood to appreciate the beauty below. He trembled under the girl's gaze, a profound fear rising within him. It was a feeling he had never experienced, even in the face of Shura. He was a demon-like god, yet he was frightened by another demon-like god. He recognized that face. It was the human he toyed with at his fingertips. He pointed at the girl and let out a sharp cry. "You are Bibidong?" Of course, he didn't know the human's name. It was his subconscious hidden in his bloodline that made him call out that name. "No, that's my sister. She is a soft-hearted person who can't stand tragedies." The girl smiled, her membrane wings slowly fluttering. "My name is Ling. Just call me Little Ling like my sister does. The night is truly beautiful tonight." The girl looked up at the auroras in the sky, which reminded her of the sea. "It really looks like the sea." The clouds surged beneath her feet, reflecting the aurora and presenting a bright silver hue. She didn't need to flap her wings to fly, just by spreading them. The strong wind lifted her above this sea of clouds. Her face was bathed in the aurora, with a serene expression. The initial resentment had vanished, and she looked like a child strolling by a lake who suddenly looked up to see the starry sky. Compared to the ice god, who struggled to become a deity, perhaps this girl before him truly had the right to be called a god. She was a mix of human and god, angel and demon, girl and spirit, a blend of different elements. Around her floated soul beasts resembling evil spirits. Those soul beasts, sacrificed from the extreme north, had regained life under her command and completed their evolution, merging with the elemental essence of this world. Although they were like the undead, they still formed a fierce army. She really came with thousands of troops. There are so many beautiful places in this world that they have yet to see, so many promises made that they have not yet had the chance to fulfill, like traveling, like falling in love. Just mutual companionship and watching over each other. They thought they had the most precious thing in the world, giving birth to the most beautiful feelings. She sighed softly. "Soul beasts are really foolish, aren't they? You, who successfully evolved into a god from among many soul beasts, should have a deep understanding of this world's essence, the preciousness of power, and the foolishness of humans and soul beasts." The ice god dare not answer. He was a newly born god, one of the best among the first-level gods, daring to face the god king, yet he felt unable to speak in front of this monster. "My sister is very sad, and that makes me a bit sad too." The girl sighed. "Although I'm not a soft-hearted person like her, her emotions have influenced me to some extent. After all, she is my sister. When I feel sad, I think about killing." She continued, "Killing a god is fine too." "Who are you? Who are you? What are you? What are you?" The ice god finally broke through his fear and shouted loudly. The presence before him no longer felt just like a god. It was something forbidden, a seed of destruction that should not exist in this world. He suddenly regretted it. He felt that facing Shura was not such a terrifying thing. Compared to this ultimate embodiment of some physical law before him, he would rather face a known enemy. "Didn't I tell you before? My name is Ling." The girl smiled. "As for what I am, can't you really guess? An existence above the realm of gods." After a brief silence, the ice god's expression became frantic. "Impossible. The ethereal realm that all the gods in the divine realm have pursued throughout their lives actually exists in a human. People must believe in reality. You are still too stubborn." The girl sighed. "I'm sorry, I don't have time to chat with you more. A certain client spent a quarter of their life to place an order with me to buy your life. You can almost go die now." The ice god stared blankly at her. "What? ISNT tonight, your funeral?" The girl feigned surprise. "On this aurora-lit night, how suitable it is to bury a god." The coronation ceremony of the new god and the funeral are held simultaneously, a rare grand event in the divine realm. The ice god let out a long howl, which this time was not a fearful roar, but a divine decree. The elemental flow responded to the command of the decree, and an extreme cold of ice elements rushed towards him. "Cancel." The girl snapped her fingers, and the absolute zero cold wave suddenly disappeared. Everything was frozen. The moisture in the air instantly condensed, and a massive ice wall appeared in front of the girl, but with another crisp snap of her fingers. The condensing water molecules suddenly returned to normal, and the ice wall disappeared. The ice god unleashed several divine techniques that gave him absolute control over the ice elements. But with each crisp snap of her fingers, the elements could not coalesce and were blown away by the wind. He understood that the person before him was the absolute master of the elements, with a level of control not inferior to the Silver Dragon King, who wielded elements in the Dragon God's avatar, and could even control the elements purely with her consciousness. In the war between gods, it could only be a bloody battle. The girl's hands glowed with white light, and a sword of the ghost god appeared in her hand, styled like a katana. The key of the end, the key of corruption, the Earth Store Spirit. Its name is Earth Store Spirit. Do you know its origin? The girl gestured with the katana, a hint of nostalgia on her face. Earth Store is the name of a bodhisattva in Buddhism. According to the Earth Store Bodhisattva's original vow scripture, he vowed to appear in the 6 realms to save all beings between the death of Shakyamuni and the arrival of Maitreya. Because he's like the earth, patient and unwavering, with deep contemplation, containing countless seeds of good roots, he is named Earth Store. As for the spirit, Shinto believes that a being has 4 different types of souls, hence the term one spirit for souls. Its power is simple, to summon spirits to fight. The girl pointed the katana forward, saying, "These are the souls of those who died at your hands. I command them as vengeful spirits to collect a debt from you." The spirit beasts roared and obeyed the girl's command, charging towards the ice god. Since the war of the gods and the dragon god, there may have been no such brilliant battle of god-slaying. Countless spirit beasts charged angrily, activated by the grudges in their subconscious, recognizing the one who took their lives, and recklessly charged at the person before them, seeking revenge. Just like in the dragon god war hundreds of thousands of years ago, countless spirit beasts dominated by the dragon clan charged at the ice god for their beliefs. The ice god revealed his weapon, an ice sword condensed from his divine power, and wherever the cold light reached, it would slay all who defied him. Countless spirit beasts were frozen by the ice sword and then shattered, but countless more charged again, only to be frozen once more. They fell one after another, a tragic sight. Indeed, in the war of gods, spirit beasts appeared too weak. Ultimately, her army was wiped out, just as she had said, inevitably left to fight alone. The ice god watched the girl warily during the chaotic battle. She had countless opportunities to sneak attack or even kill him, yet she had not done so. It seemed the opponent had no confidence, foolishly thinking that these spirit beasts could kill him. He believed he had the leverage for negotiation, wiped the blood from his ice sword, and said sweetly, "You are a god, and I'm a god too. In this world where gods occupy all resources and advantages, why should we be enemies? I need allies to fight against the gods of the divine realm. I can sense that you also dislike those enforcers of the divine realm. We can form an alliance and share the whole world." He spoke sweetly, but just like when he killed the Snow Empress. He was looking for every sign of weakness in her, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. The new king would never allow the old king to live. That is an ironclad rule. In truth, it was not only for the matter entrusted by her sister. The girl smiled. Originally, in that God King's plan, you were meant to die. They would eventually forget these things and continue living. But they are too foolish. Foolish enough that I do not want to watch them become the most familiar strangers to each other. Therefore, in this world, I rewrote the script for them, giving them the right to remember these things, hoping they will no longer forget each other. But you defied my will, depriving me of the memories I reserved for them. You, despicable person who goes against fate. The girl finally moved. A point of light appeared in her hand, the result of her power being charged. The ice god was incredulous at the sudden appearance of the light point in the girl's hand, horrified at how she could unleash such a terrifying technique instantly. He sensed the taste of death from this move. Yes, it was Bibidong's second soul skill charge. As the spirit beast charged, the girl completed repeated compression and refinement of her divine power, achieving an unlimited number of explosive bursts without regard for cost. Then, under the enhancement of the eternal domain, she accumulated the energy for the charge. This would normally be impossible, but now the girl seemed to be able to extract endless energy from within herself to accomplish this. The point of light magnified in the ice god's fearful gaze, ultimately engulfing him. With a scream, the ice god fell like a lifeless corpse to the ground covered in swirling snow. The blood of the king must end with a sword. The girl instantly appeared above the ice god, her katana piercing through his heart. Hundreds of thousands of years ago, the ice god fell on this icy plain, and hundreds of thousands of years later, so too did he. History always repeats itself. Chapter 90 Epilogue. That power had dissipated. The ice god, as expected, never reappeared. Shura looked at the ravaged extreme north ice plain and sighed. It's over. I need you to stay in the extreme north a bit longer to arrange the bodies of the various spirit beast clans. The divine realm will release energy to resurrect the slain spirit beasts in proportion to each clan. They should have only lost their essence and still retain their souls. So resurrection shouldn't be difficult. The communication hub transmitted an evil voice full of melancholy. The divine realm would have to exert great effort to clean up after the ice god, and the time for the energy of the divine realm's core to fully recover would be delayed again. Shura nodded. This is war. Cruelty is its essence, which is why we work so hard to keep war outside the divine realm. Everything is worth it. Should we look for the bodies of those 2 spirit beasts? See if we can resurrect them? The evil one casually suggested. What if we find them? The ice god has vanished without a trace. Their origins, including bloodlines and souls, are all gone. Even if we resurrect them, they would merely be walking corpses, Shura sighed. This is a mistake of our divine realm. We owe them. Let them be quietly buried in this extreme north. The evil one nodded, falling silent. He focused his expression, controlling the divine realm's core. A faint light enveloped the extreme north ice plain, soothing the souls scattered across the land and repairing the countless broken bodies, guiding them back to their original forms. The mountain stood tall, the wind and snow continued, and on the extreme north ice plain, the first spirit beast stood up again. Gradually, more and more spirit beasts broke through the snow. Like bamboo shoots after a rain, countless lives were reborn. They ran and played on the ice plain, and in time, they would rebuild their new home in the extreme north. But they also felt that the one they once admired as their leader was no longer there. Missing together was the leader of the Ice Blue Scorpion clan. Although the Ice Heavenly Snow Woman and the Ice Blue Scorpion clan had been reshaped in the extreme north, they had all disappeared without a trace. Perhaps they were hiding somewhere in the extreme north, living in seclusion for generations. The Titan Snow Demon King inevitably became the master of the extreme north. Yet, he understood in his heart that he had reached this position because other spirit beasts feared his strength, making it difficult for the many spirit beasts of the extreme north to genuinely submit to him. Indeed, the Ice Bear clan repeatedly ignored his authority, and he was helpless. After all, only that king can truly make the extreme north a solid peace. Day after day, the extreme north will continue to slowly move forward in this tranquil time. Bibidong walked slowly alone in the snow, cradling a block of ice in her arms, covered with drifting snowflakes. She swayed as she walked, like a doll whose spring was about to run out. No one would hold a block of ice in such cold weather, but she did, carefully, as if it were a very important treasure. As the Nibelungen was about to fade away, she returned to the place where the Snow Emperor was kept. But the Snow Emperor had disappeared. Before her stood a block of ice less than half a person tall, lonely and shining like a crystal lost to the world. The scene she had imagined of the Snow Emperor coming to life did not occur, and the body of the Snow Emperor was nowhere to be found. She was stunned, like a child who had lost their parent, at a loss, allowing the space to shrink around her, seemingly indifferent. Finally, Ling appeared from somewhere, shoved a block of ice into her arms, and pulled her quickly into the falling snow. As they dove into the snowflakes, the space shrank into a singularity, like a droplet of evaporating water, forever disappearing above the Doloa continent. They fell from the sky like a snowflake, landing heavily in the snow. They almost perished in it. At least they were back. Ling helped Bibidong up, carefully brushing the snowflakes off of herself and her. Let's go to the Eternal Ice Cave. There are the purest ice elemental energies there. The ice god shouldn't have absorbed it all. Ling held Bibidong's hand, which was still tightly clutching the block of ice. Once we get there, let this block of ice absorb the eternal ice essence. The more, the better, until it can't absorb anymore. Ling tilted her head, looking at Bibidong, and suddenly laughed. Sister, you look so absent-minded, like a little dog abandoned by its owner. You're the one who's lost. Bibidong snapped back, coming to her senses and glaring at Ling. Hee. Isn't it because it seems like you can't hear anything I say? The moment I speak ill of you, you hear it. Ling smiled. Sister, listen to me. You won't be disappointed. Mama, Bibidong not that. But since you still look unhappy, I won't disturb you anymore. Or you'll find me annoying. Ling opened Bibidong's palm and placed something in her hand, tightly grasping it. This is a conch shell. Once it's absorbed well, listen to my message inside. I have to go now. As long as there is hope, we will eventually reunite. Ling's voice echoed in her ears as she disappeared into the wind and snow. This was the Eternal Ice Essence Cave. Bibidong looked down while holding the block of ice. The white threads had disappeared, the bloodstains were gone, and almost all traces had vanished, as if nothing had ever happened here. Bibidong jumped down while holding an ice block and landed at the bottom of the cave. She surveyed her surroundings, noticing that a few corners still retained some broken ice, remnants of the previous performance. In this harsh, snow-laden far north, the wind and snow usually bury everything exposed within a few days. However, in these inconspicuous corners, the snow had not yet accumulated, as if they were tenaciously and silently telling the story of what had happened here before. Bibidong placed the sparkling ice block on the ground, channeling her soul power to continuously inject the energy of the eternal ice essence into it. The ice block showed no change at all, but Bibidong was unperturbed, continuing to channel energy as if she would feed this bottomless pit for as long as it took. Finally, when the last trace of the eternal ice essence was absorbed, Bibidong stopped. She looked at the ice block that had remained unchanged the entire time, silent. Just as she was about to condense her soul power and add her own strength, the ice block finally showed a slight change, with several cracks appearing on its surface. She picked up the conch and held it to her ear. "Sister, when you pick up this conch to hear me speak, it means you have succeeded. Congratulations, sister. What will be born from this ice is a child. She is human, yet different from humans, because she is their embodiment. She will retain everything of theirs, as their new identity to ascend to the divine realm. In other words, she will have two consciousnesses, two personalities in her mind, representing both of them. However, unfortunately, only one of these consciousnesses will be able to perceive the existence of the other, and I do not know which one it will be. To allow them to meet, they must become gods. But I think if they become gods, the title of ice god is not appealing. Their divine title, I think it would be better to call it the goddess of ice and snow. Sister, you must have the ability to help them become gods, right? Whether it's creating a divine position on your own or using your power, there must be a way. The reason this child is more appropriately called human is that she has a martial soul, and it is a twin martial soul. However, only the personality that can perceive the other consciousness can use both. The one that cannot sense the other can only use her own. These two martial souls, one is the ice blue emperor scorpion, and the other is the ice goddess of snow. Their memories will gradually recover as their power is restored. I'm not sure how much can be restored before they become gods, but after ascending, they will certainly return completely. That's about it. I've explained everything. Oh, right, sister. Since she is human, she must have a name. I have already given their divine positions names. Let sister choose her name. Should it be a good one? Or one for each personality? It's not for me to decide. Let sister choose for herself. So, as a reward, I will take a quarter of yours. Bibidong put down the conch, remained silent for a long time, and finally a faint smile appeared on her face. The ice continued to crack, and finally, a cry broke the silence of the extreme north. Just like after a blizzard, the long-awaited spring finally arrived. At this moment, the first ray of sunlight in the extreme north shone down on the land, as if bringing new vitality to this frozen expanse. Bibidong carefully picked up the baby, her skin as white and flawless as snow, with delicate and cute features, resembling a beautiful snow fairy. The light green pupils blinked as they affectionately rubbed against Bibidong. "My name is Bibidong. Nice to meet you." "Hello, Liena.Ultimately." Chapter 91. Renxue Air sat high above in the main hall, her still youthful face pale, looking at the people of the palace with a stern expression. "Whoever dares to stop me today will be against me. The two elders, you are the same. You have no excuse to stop me today." Renxue Air shouted loudly, and everyone in the palace exchanged glances. This was already the 10th day that the saintess insisted on entering the extreme north. A month ago. What? The Pope is missing? The Bishop of Renxue looked at the person reporting in disbelief. "Is it certain? Have you searched everywhere?" "I have searched everywhere. His Holiness the Pope's retreat is completely empty, and the woman who followed him has also disappeared. The Pope is one of the titled devoid of this era. He shouldn't encounter any danger." The Bishop of Renxue pondered. Perhaps she went to investigate something. Our Renxue is suffering from an ice disaster, but it wouldn't warrant the Pope coming in person. The Pope must have other matters to attend to. What about the subsequent disaster relief and deployment reports? A subordinate asked respectfully. As before, report to the Heavenly Dough branch. They will give instructions. If they can't handle it, they will report to the Pope and ask the elders for a decision. Understood. With thousands of carriages transporting supplies day and night, the people of Renxue soon received the necessities to survive the winter. although other parts of the continent were already filled with the sounds of birds and fragrant blossoms of spring. The various spirit hall branches extended their helping hands to transport supplies to aid Re-Mo City, bringing warmth akin to spring to the people there. The supply situation in the city had become surplus, and the people's lives had greatly improved, although the blizzard had not yet ended. The disaster relief work had been successfully completed at this stage. In the spirit hall of Re-Mo City, a steward was reporting to the bishop. "Is there any news from His Holiness the Pope?" The bishop asked. "Still no news. She should have returned to Spirit City," the steward replied. "We can report the results of the disaster relief work to the Pope in the name of the report, to assure Her Holiness that our work is in good hands." As if she were supervising it herself. "Good. You summarize the report materials, and I will draft the document." "Yes. In Spirit City, in the Pope's palace." "Strange. The Pope hasn't returned. Yet the Bishop of Re-Mo City sent a report document to the Pope. In the Pope's palace." Yuan looked at the document in his hand, frowning. "Huh." Shui heir immediately leaned over, as the future heir of the Spirit Hall. She also occasionally came to the Pope's palace to help with some official business. Upon hearing about her mother's situation, she inquired with concern. "Take a look." Yuan handed the document to Shui heir, who quickly snatched it up to read. Maybe the Pope was delayed on her way back due to certain matters. Yuan said, explaining why the report document arrived here before the Pope did. "No, that's not right. Xue found it. If Mom just left and he sent the document right after, don't you think that's a bit illogical?" Schwer pointed out, "Why not report face-to-face while Mom was there?" So, when he sent this document, Mom must have left there for some time already. If Mom were on her way back, she wouldn't be delayed to the point where the report arrived, but still no sign of her. Either Mom encountered something on her way back that took a lot of time to deal with. Shui heir stared at the document. "No, that's not right. What's wrong again?" Yu Guan was startled, feeling that he was less capable of handling official matters than a little girl, as he hadn't thought through many things. The report on the disaster relief results in this document is too detailed, so detailed that even those of us who haven't been there can understand the situation clearly. Schwer said, "Mom is the one commanding the disaster relief there. Even if she returned early, why would she need to report so thoroughly?" "What do you mean?" Yuan waited for Shui heir to continue. "Mom may not have gone to Re-Mo City at all, or rather, she hardly stayed there." Shui heir set the document down and stood up, notifying the two elders, the porcupine and the spear, to prepare to depart. "Where to?" Yuan was surprised. "To Re-Mo City." Shui heir replied briefly but firmly. Although the porcupine and the spear were surprised that Qian Renxue wanted to take them to Re-Mo City. They had followed the young master for many years, and now that she was reassigning them, they naturally wouldn't ask too many questions. For Shui heir, she understood that Mom was going to take the divine test, but she thought it was somewhat related to disaster relief. Now it seemed that Mom initially didn't intend to stay in the city, but had gone somewhere unknown, most likely to the forbidden area of humans in the extreme north. It had already been over a month since she left. She remembered Mom saying that if there was danger, she would give up and return quickly. But now, after so long, Mom still hadn't returned and was out of contact. Mom should be smoothly undergoing the divine test, right? Maybe she didn't need to worry so much and follow her without permission. However, there was a faint worry in her heart. As the saying goes, a mother and daughter share a bond. Last time Mom was injured, she felt uneasy, but she almost regretted it for a lifetime because she didn't pay attention. This time, that feeling surged up in her heart again, making her restless. When the document arrived, and she learned that Mom hadn't been in the city from the beginning, she understood that Mom had directly started the divine test. But now, after more than a month, there was still no news. Although she believed Mom would be fine, that worry in her heart wouldn't allow her to stay quietly in Spirit City and wait. In the main hall of the Spirit Hall, in Re-Mo City. "I truly do not know where the Pope is. Please forgive me, Saints and elders." The bishop bowed in fear. The Pope had disappeared in his territory, and he was completely unaware. Although the Pope was a titled law and did not need him to worry. He didn't even know her whereabouts and couldn't provide any clues. If something went wrong with the Pope due to his delay in rescue, he would be in serious trouble. Enough. Shui heir raised her head to look at the dark clouds and the raging snowstorm in the northern sky. "Elders, come with me." "What?" Everyone was shocked. "Into the extreme north," Shui heir said. "That's impossible," the bishop reminded. "The Saintess has never been here and may not know that the climate in the extreme north is extremely harsh and variable. The energy contained in the blizzards is something ordinary people cannot withstand. A slight misstep could lead to death unless one is a title de law. This year, for some reason, there have been strange phenomena, and and it seems the entire extreme north is covered in such blizzards. The danger level is such that even the elders should be extra cautious. Hearing this, the porcupine and the spear were greatly shocked. They could faintly sense the violent energy within those clouds, but hadn't expected it to be so dangerous. Young master, you absolutely cannot, the spear Doloa advised. The extreme north is too dangerous. Given the young master's current strength, it may not be enough to handle unexpected situations inside. It is better to be cautious and discuss a foolproof plan. Yes, young master. This trip is only to find the whereabouts of the Pope. But if Her Holiness the Pope finds out, she would definitely not agree to such dangerous actions. The said, so what do you all propose? Should we just turn back? Schwer seemed a bit displeased. Don't worry, young master. His Holiness the Pope may not have entered the extreme north. We can search around this city and even in other nearby cities. Once the clouds and blizzards clear up or improve, we can go in and investigate. Besides, maybe we're overly worried. His Holiness might just have other matters to attend to, and there is no real danger. After hearing everyone's persuasion and recalling her mother's words before leaving, Schwer reluctantly nodded. During the half-month of waiting, they searched all the surrounding areas except for the extreme north, but found no clues at all. Finally, they returned to the city of the setting sun. Schwer was eager to explore the extreme north, but the two elders urged her to calm down. Reporting to the Saintess, a pair of hunter grandfather and grandson have provided a clue. They previously saved a woman in a green dress near the extreme north woods, but she left without explanation. The bishop entered the hall and reported respectfully. This news lifted Schwer's spirits after days of finding nothing. The woods? Yes. That is the northern outskirts of the city of the setting sun, the boundary between humanity and the extreme north. Reporting to the Saintess. Continuous observation shows that the northern clouds have gradually dissipated and the blizzard is also calming down. It seems this phenomenon has ended. A deacon hurriedly entered the hall to deliver this important message. Tell the two elders I want to enter the extreme north. Schwer's tone was firm. The snake spear and were fully alert. This was their first time stepping into the extreme north, and the cold made them remain vigilant against natural disasters or other unknown dangers, complicating their task of protecting the young master. Schwer ventured deeper into the woods and finally crossed over. Ahead was an endless snowfield. Although she had the cold resistance from the octagonal ice grass, the cold wind still made her shiver. Look, what is that? The perceptive snake spear Doloa pointed deep into the snowfield, and Schwer looked in the direction indicated. There was a figure walking alone at a steady pace, seemingly holding something in their arms, heading towards the pine forest. There's a situation. Get ready. Protect the young master. The two elders positioned themselves to flank Schwer, but using her ability to see through the autumn water, Schwer recognized the figure. It was her mother, with a slight smile on her lips, as if she was comforting something in her arms. As they got closer, Schwer could see what her mother was holding. It was a lovely and beautiful baby girl. Chapter 92. Lemon, it is His Holiness the Pope. The two elders also recognized the person in the snow, exclaiming in surprise. However, they quickly noticed something unusual. Schwer did not react with the same excitement and urgency as before, but stood there as if sulking. Young master? The two elders cautiously asked, but were interrupted by Schwer's impatient wave. Bibidong was teasing the baby in her arms, completely unaware of the figures standing under the pine forest. It wasn't until she got very close to the forest that she noticed 3 people had been waiting there for quite some time. Schwer, what are you doing here? Bibidong was a bit surprised, then showed a hint of worry. It's very dangerous here. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Why did you come out? And even brought the elders to such a dangerous place? Bian silently complained, realizing that the Pope was blaming them for not fulfilling their duty to protect Schwer. Yeah, it's so dangerous here. If Mom can come, why can't I? Schwer said coldly. Mom said she wouldn't go to dangerous places. Bibidong immediately understood that Schwer was worried about her being upset with herself. Cough, Schwer, don't make a fuss. Look, Mama is perfectly fine, just like when I left. I don't look like I've been in danger at all. Bibidong felt a bit awkward, maybe on the surface. It seemed like she wasn't hurt, but who knows if there are any issues inside? After all, Mama is the best at deceiving. Schwer turned her face away, as if she wasn't happy at all despite Mama's comfort. How could that be? When has Mama ever lied to you? Bibidong felt somewhat helpless. Mama seems to have forgotten me. There's not a word from her. I've searched for a long time and couldn't find anything. Schwer's cheeks were puffed out, like a puffer fish full of air. Mama must not want me anymore. I don't know why she secretly got me another sister. Schwer murmured softly, Mama, if you want another daughter, why keep it from me? Did I not do well enough? Bibidong was flustered. Xue, it's not what you think. Let Let me explain. I won't listen, I won't listen. Schwerer pouted, looking particularly cute despite her angry demeanor. Mom treats this child so well. She only treated me and Nana this well before. In fact, she treats this child even better than she treated me and Nana. She hasn't sent any news since she left, so she must have forgotten about me because she has a new daughter. Schwerer shook her head like a rattle drum and shouted, her cheeks puffed up. It's really not. Bibidong's tone lost a bit of confidence. Then what is it? Schwerer questioned with her hands on her hips. In fact, Schwerer understood very well that in just over a month. How could Mom possibly have another daughter to give her sister? She just felt sour in her heart seeing Mom pampering this child, like she had eaten a lemon. It's complicated to explain. I can't say it clearly right now. Bibidong felt that her words lacked persuasiveness. However, unexpectedly, Schwerer nodded and said, then let's talk about it later. Mom, let's hurry back. It's too cold here. Schwerer stepped forward, linking her arm with Bibidong's, holding on tightly and pulling her back toward the city. This child, it seems she still cares about me. I really neglected to report safety to the family. Schwerer must have been unsettled during this time, Bibidong thought. They had come all the way here, and the first thing she saw was me with another child. Bibidong's cheeks felt a bit warm. Fortunately, Schwerer still remembered her instructions, being mindful and not rashly entering the extreme north during the blizzard. This child is so sensible. But because of this, she must not have slept well these past few days. I need to make it up to Schwerer. Bibidong thought as she walked, not noticing the situation in her arms. What a cute baby. A voice rang out, snapping Bibidong back to reality. And she found Schwerer curiously examining Renxue. The two were staring at each other, making it particularly amusing. Don't scare her, Bibidong hurriedly reminded. She just got born and is afraid of strangers. It wasn't me who shouted. It was Xiao Dai. Schwerer quickly covered her mouth. Don't scare the baby. She really is cute, don't you think? And she seems to give me a sense of familiarity. Just like you, Xiao Dai quickly whispered. Yet her excitement could still be heard in her tone. She is very cute. Schwerer's face showed a hint of affection. Just like in the stories you tell me to help me sleep. Mommy, it's like Snow White. You were jealous of her before, Bibidong teased. Schwerer blushed, no way. How could I be jealous of a little child? No, I wasn't jealous at all. Mom, you're trying to trap me. Schwerer shook Bibidong's hand and acted spoiled. I want to be held by you like that too. You're still too young. Bibidong gave Schwerer a look. Aside from not being held like a child, what other childhood experiences have you missed out on? Hee, I'm just envious of that. Schwerer said with a grin. After all, she gets treated in ways I haven't experienced. Mom, let me hold her too, or I'm going to die of envy. Be careful. Don't make her cry. Bibidong gently handed Renxue over to Schwerer. She looks so beautiful, not just cute. She will definitely be a beautiful girl when she grows up, Schwerer said softly, as if afraid of disturbing her. What's her name? Renxue, Bibidong replied. That's a nice name too. Xue leant in closer. Renxue. My name is Qian Renxue. We both have the character Xue in our names. Can we be friends? She kissed me. Schwerer quickly wiped her face. This is the first time someone other than Mom has kissed me. It means she agrees, Bibidong smiled. From now on, she will be a part of my spirit hall, and you can become her best friend. Unknowingly, they had arrived at the spirit hall in the city of Remo. The two elders had already notified the staff to wait at the hall entrance. This is the summary report of the disaster relief work at this stage. Please review it. Your Holiness, the bishop handed over document. Bibidong glanced around. Not bad. But there is one thing. It's not about the current stage. But the entire disaster relief work has come to an end, and you have successfully completed this disaster relief mission. Because this storm, which can be described as a celestial phenomenon, has ended forever, and there will be no more in the future. The Papal Hall will soon award you a commendation, and the rewards will be substantial. This is a commendation for those who serve the people and a model for all Spirit Hall across the continent. Thank you. Your Holiness the Pope. Set out, return to Spirit City. Mom, what is Renxue's identity? On the carriage, Schwerer coaxed Renxue to sleep and finally asked Bibidong this question. Like you and me, she is a person with a sad story in another world, relying on her sister for companionship. Bibidong looked out at the spring scenery and said, her sister? You will meet her in the future. Her name is Schweningbing. Chapter 93, The Ultimate Soul. Spirit City, Papal Hall. Bibidong looked at the Grand Pope's palace, a hint of inexplicable meaning flashing through her mind. After walking out of the overly oppressive atmosphere of the far north, she also felt tired. Traveling on the continent with Schwerer before was the same. Although it was joyful, it was also unstable. Therefore, this Pope's palace indeed felt like a place she could call home. especially since she had Shui, Nana, Bing Renxue, and the others, her closest companions. How Qian Hammer. Bibidong looked at the angel statue and silently thought, not knowing how many homes have been destroyed under this hammer. Teacher, Sister Qian Renxue. Liena and Yen ran out and jumped into Bibidong's arms. Teacher, we have all increased our soul power by 1 level, and we have been doing our homework well. Sister Qian Renxue has been supervising us and setting an example for us. Yen said, and Shui immediately blushed. She had only practiced soul skills with her junior sisters for a bit and then hurried to find her mother. If we talk about serious training, the junior sisters were far more diligent than she was, perhaps knowing that she had left midway without listening to her mother's words. The junior sister's remarks were clearly meant to leave a good impression on her mother. Bibidong smiled and nodded. Let me introduce a new member to you, and you can get to know each other. She carefully lifted Bing Renxue from the carriage and said, her name is Bing Renxue, and from now on, you'll be friends. What a baby. Liena's eyes lit up. So cute. So beautiful. Yen also exclaimed in surprise. Can we really be friends? Of course. She will go to school with you and participate in the Soul Master competition together. Although she's a bit younger, don't underestimate her. She won't be any worse than you, Bibidong said mysteriously. Is she a genius like Sister Qian Renxue? Liena asked. More or less. Her martial soul is a bit special. It's an ultimate attribute martial soul. Bibidong, holding the baby, led the group to the study room in the side hall, where they usually studied, with books and documents piled high. Ultimate attribute. A hint of confusion flashed in Liena and Yen's eyes, while only Shui seemed thoughtful. She had read related introductions in the library of the Spirit Hall. You haven't encountered this knowledge yet, but that's normal because the teachers at the academy might not know about it either. Bibidong leaned against the table, gesturing for them to sit down, and began her lecture. On the continent, martial souls can be classified based on quality into categories such as primary, intermediate, advanced, and top-tier martial souls. Primary and intermediate martial souls are common, like scythes, hammers, or jelly beans, and are the most widespread, with the highest number of possessors. Advanced martial souls are much rarer and are more powerful than common martial souls. Soul masters with these types of martial souls find it easier to reach higher levels of soul power. For example, the Dugzhu family's nether spirit cat and the food-type martial soul sausage are both advanced martial souls, and Yin, your phosphor snake, is also an advanced martial soul. Top-tier martial souls are the cream of the crop among advanced martial souls, standing out among many powerful martial souls, and represent the pinnacle of martial soul types on the continent. They include the Qian Hammer from Weapon Martial Souls, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex and Evil Eye White Tiger from Beast Martial Souls, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile and 9 Heart Begonia from Auxiliary Martial Souls. Of course, Nana, your Eyes Fire Spirit Fox, is also one. Bibidong explained in detail. Of course, Yin, don't be discouraged. When you absorb that head soul bone, your martial soul will undergo a change, evolving from the Phosphor Snake to the Phosphor Snake King. At that time, your martial soul will also become a top-tier martial soul. Bibidong encouraged Yen. Teacher, I want to aim too high. I will work hard step by step, Yen nodded. Is the ultimate attribute martial soul the same as this top-tier martial soul? Although top-tier martial souls are already the most elite existences on the continent, unfortunately, they do not possess ultimate attributes, Bibidong said. So above top-tier martial souls, there is a category of super martial souls that exceed the scope of research on martial souls by the people of the continent, representing the ultimate of their respective attributes. What is ultimate? It is the purest attribute, the most domineering power. Various martial souls born in the world, due to various reasons, are mixed with different attributes, making it nearly impossible for such anomalies to occur. Thus, these ultimate attribute martial souls are born from an extremely rare probability on the continent. Top-tier martial souls are certainly present at any time, while ultimate attribute martial souls may only occasionally appear throughout the long history of the continent. Ultimate martial souls are all super martial souls. Therefore, Bing Renxue is a genius with a super martial soul. The 3 girls exclaimed in surprise. Yes, her attribute is ultimate ice, Bibidong said slowly, looking at the sleeping baby in her arms. Those who possess super martial souls throughout history have all been limit duos. The girls exchanged glances, filled with envy and longing. Don't think about taking shortcuts, Bibidong sighed, knowing what they were thinking. A super martial soul does not guarantee that one can reach that level, It only means that this type of martial soul is stronger in cultivation compared to others. But strength is still the main factor. The quality of a martial soul is just one factor that determines victory and defeat at the same level. It cannot decide everything. Moreover, super martial souls can also be obtained through acquired means. If one can evolve from an advanced martial soul to a top-tier martial soul, then there will naturally be ways to evolve from a top-tier martial soul to a super martial soul. For example, yin yin. If your phosphor snake king can evolve to the next level, then it can also obtain an ultimate attribute, becoming a super martial soul with ultimate poison. Nana 2. If you become a super martial soul, your attribute will be ultimate illusion. Ding ding ding. The distant clock tower rang, signaling the end of school. Let's end today's class here. I share this with you to help you establish a goal, so you can strive in that direction. Your lives will surely be rich and colorful. After class, Bibidong took a sip of water. What about Sister Qian Renxue's martial soul? Teacher didn't mention which category the angel martial soul belongs to. Nana raised her hand to ask. This is a bit special. I'll explain it later. Bibidong said, just as she heard a loud cry. Bing Renxue seemed to have been awakened and began to cry loudly like other babies. Don't cry, don't cry. Bibidong hurriedly put down her cup, picked up Bing Renxue, and gently rocked her, soothing her. However, she clearly had no experience in calming babies, and after a long time, no matter how she tried, the crying wouldn't stop. Mom, she only drank some water on the way. Is she hungry? She hasn't eaten for so long. Could she be starving? Even though her martial soul made her different from ordinary people, she still needed to eat, Shui Er reminded. How could that be? I fed her the 10,000-year-old Xianbing marrow, and Bibidong's face instantly turned red. Oh right, babies can't eat solid food. They need to be fed milk. Shui Er seemed to remember something, and didn't he notice her mother's sudden pause. I wonder if cow or goat milk will work. Mom definitely wouldn't want to let her go to someone else, so this is the only substitute. Shui Er said in astonishment. Mom, why is your face so red? Chapter 94 Daily Life. Huh. Bibidong came back to her senses. No, maybe it's just too hot. I just returned from such a cold place, and I'm not used to it. Hearing this rather guilty statement, Shui Er narrowed her eyes. Is that so? Cough. I'll take her back to the room first, then go find some milk powder for her to drink. Shui Er, you go to the city to see if there are any milk merchants to buy some cow, or goat milk, or milk powder. The rest of you can arrange your time freely. Bibidong seemed to flee, picking up Bing Renxue and running out of the side hall, then turned back to grab some baby supplies like cradles and diapers. It feels like Mom has become much younger because of this child, Shui Er thought to herself, noticing her mother's somewhat strange expression along the way, as if she were a lovesick girl. Thinking of this, Shui Er couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing her mother's shy appearance when she was young was a rare opportunity. If the two of us went out shopping together in front of others, it would look more like sisters, right? In that case, it seems not bad at all. Let's go buy things together. It seems like there are indeed many things a child will need, Liena said, and Dugu Yin agreed. Then let us go together. We shouldn't keep Mom waiting. Shui Er hummed a little tune, and the three sisters held hands as they went out shopping. This child almost revealed the secret. Bibidong returned to the room and let out a long sigh. However, I really don't know how to take care of a baby. Bibidong's gaze fell on the infant, whose cries had not yet stopped. What should I do? I can only try using formula. Bibidong walked into the kitchen and fortunately found some leftover formula from when they made a cake for Shui Er's birthday, so she decided to make do with that. Soon, a cup of formula was ready, but Bibidong discovered a problem. There were no bottles in the Pope's palace. I forgot to tell Shui Er. Bibidong felt a bit helpless, and didn't he know if Shui Er would remember to buy a bottle. I'll just use a spoon to feed her. Bibidong slowly scooped a spoonful, carefully blew on it, and cautiously brought it to Renxue's mouth. This won't work. The baby is crying and ignoring the spoon. If I force feed her, she might choke. Bibidong shook her head. The baby needed something to suck on to calm down. There's a straw. I wonder if the baby will know how to use it. Bibidong inserted a straw into the cup, covered it with a lid like she did when drinking milk tea, and prepared to feed the baby. It worked. Bibidong watched as the baby took the straw in her mouth and drank the milk from the cup, exclaiming in surprise. Finally, she stopped crying. Bibidong sighed, but that really tired me out. However, she soon noticed that the baby quickly drank all the milk in the cup and was looking at her eagerly, clearly thinking that it would taste better if it was fed directly by someone she was close to. Bibidong was flustered. Milk is really delicious. So stop thinking about strange things. The baby in the blanket seemed to understand Bibidong's words, showing a hint of grievance in its expression. But its eyes were still eagerly watching, as if longing for something. Now that we have milk, let's drink it. Good baby, be obedient. Bibidong lowered her head and kissed the baby's forehead, speaking indulgently. She picked up the baby and gently rocked it while humming a lullaby to soothe it to sleep, selectively ignoring the baby's somewhat mournful gaze. A few moments later, Mom, do you think this is enough? Sure knocked on Bibidong's bedroom door, holding a large pile of items. Why did you buy so much? Bibidong was a bit surprised. In front of her were not only essentials like a crib, diapers, and milk bottles, but also various baby clothes and even a stroller. We went to the maternity store in the Spirit City Mall. The owner recognized Nana, and when Nana said she had a new sister, the owner enthusiastically provided us with a list of all the baby items we needed, then took us to the warehouse to pick things out. We bought everything we thought we would need. Moving all this stuff is exhausting. Schwer put down the items, panting heavily. Actually, we won't need these for long. It's mainly about picking clothes. Schwer held up the clothes one by one against herself. The three of us were dazzled by so many beautiful outfits, each of us chiming in about which ones looked good, and we were tangled in discussion for quite a while. In the end, I came up with a solution. Let's buy them all, so the baby can wear different beautiful clothes every day without repeating. Bibidong fell silent for a moment. Schwer, thank you. What's wrong, Mom? Why are you suddenly saying thank you? Schwer was somewhat puzzled. Thank you for accepting her. Mom wants to help this child, but my biggest worry is that you might not be willing. In fact, it's very difficult for any child to share a mother's love. Mom understands your feelings very well, and I will never reduce my love for you because of her. Bibidong looked at Schwer, silently waiting for her response. I wouldn't be so petty. Schwer turned her face away, but her tone was obviously a bit unnatural. I know Mom wouldn't want her to replace me after all. I'm Mom's biological daughter. A daughter is always her mother's little cotton-padded jacket. Bibidong smiled. All right, stop saying such mushy things. Actually, I just feel that Lingered is quite similar to the me from childhood. Seeing her being well taken care of makes me feel like I also had a happy childhood. Schwer turned back. Happiness can be contagious. Then Schwer, good night. Bibidong waved her hand. Mom, Schwer's face instantly turned red. I want to sleep here and help Mom take care of Lingered. Bibidong felt somewhat helpless. She, of course, knew what Schwer was thinking. She had wanted to sleep together with her before, but was tricked into sleeping alone. However, it seemed that Schwer was still not giving up. The reason she gave now was reasonable, and it was hard for Bibidong to refuse. Moreover, she had thought about compensating Schwer before. After all, Schwer must have had trouble sleeping because of her worries during her time in the extreme north. All right, before Bibidong could finish her sentence, Schwer was already cheering and running to her room to move the bedding. Baby sleeps in the cradle. I sleep here. Mommy sleeps here. Schwer quickly set up the bedding and pulled her mother into the quilt. Mommy, don't worry. I will keep an eye on you. You can sleep peacefully. Schwer turned off the light. For some reason, Bibidong actually felt much more at ease. After days of tension, her nerves finally relaxed. And feeling Schwer and the sleeping baby beside her, she fell into a deep sleep. In the pitch-black room, everything was peaceful and quiet, with only the slight movement of the bedding, as if there were tiny movements within. Chapter 95, Aftereffects. Bibidong woke up early, as she was accustomed to early rising. Previously, she would wake up to play games, but now she woke up to cook. Due to the absolute safety, she had completely relaxed her vigilance the night before, allowing herself to sleep soundly without using her mental power to be on guard. When she woke up, she felt that something was off. Schwer was still pressed tightly against her like before when they slept together, but her clothes were disheveled, as if they had been removed and then put back on in a messy manner. However, she didn't think much of it, as she had slept deeply, and perhaps it was just due to turning over in her sleep. She tidied her clothes, observed Schwer and the baby, who were still sleeping soundly, and then headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Throughout the entire winter, Bibidong lived a simple and monotonous life, but she didn't mind this feeling. On the contrary, she felt very happy. The kitchen of the Pope's palace was fully equipped, allowing her to showcase her culinary skills. From starting the day with a delicious breakfast full of energy, to handling busy but fulfilling official duties, to checking on Schwer and the others at the academy after work, and then enjoying entertainment activities with Schwer in the evening, occasionally taking a break to take Schwer and a few disciples out shopping. She cherished this peaceful time. Now, with a new member added, she would be busier than before, but she felt that it made her even happier, as there was another person to share this joy with. She wondered if there would be more new members joining in the future, but she was unsure if there would be such peaceful and happy times again. Because of the Spirit Hall, there was an enemy she had to face: Tang San, the Shura god, and the unchanging order of the Do continent set by Shura. Regarding Xiao Wu, To be honest, she had no thoughts about this rabbit at the moment. In the original world, Xiao Wu was hunted down by the Spirit Hall and sacrificed to Tang San, who vowed to destroy the Spirit Hall for revenge. However, she had a lingering question in her heart. With her current actions, if she didn't kill Xiao Wu, would Tang San spare the Spirit Hall? Bibidong felt it wouldn't happen. She was very clear about Tang San's character in the original world. He was someone who would repay even the smallest grievance, declaring that his opponent was on a path to death over trivial matters. Even if she herself hadn't offended him because of Xiao Wu, the hatred for his mother's death would inevitably lead him to make the Spirit Hall follow the same old path as in the original world. Not to mention, the group of soul beasts related to Xiao Wu had all died at her hands. Bibidong sighed. Now, she had one more reason to move forward. In addition to changing the originally unpleasant things, she also wanted to protect the existing beauty and would never allow anyone to destroy it. It smells so good, Mom. I haven't had your cooking in a long time. Xuer rubbed her sleepy eyes and poked her head into the kitchen. I knew you were missing it, so I got up early to make it for you. Bibidong smiled. Is Bingling Xue awake? Not yet. I was just thinking of coming to the kitchen to make milk powder when I smelled the aroma. Xuer placed a pot of water on the stove to boil. Mom, did you hear any noises last night? No. It seems she was indeed hungry. She'll be very good once fed. Bibidong brought out a plate of toasted bread. Come and try. I will definitely take good care of her for Mom, so that Mom can rest well every night. Xuener's eyes squinted into a crescent shape. Did Mom really not feel anything last night? What happened last night? Bibidong was somewhat puzzled. The baby didn't cry, did she? No. She slept very soundly. Xuer chuckled as she poured the prepared milk powder into the bottle. That's good. Xuer, save some for yourself too. Milk and toast go well together. Bibidong picked up a slice of bread and took a bite. There's no milk. Xuer abruptly stopped, her lips curling into a slight smile. But she remained silent. Got it. Xuer sat at the table with the milk bottle and a cup of milk. Her eyes filled with laughter as she looked at her mother. Hurry and eat, then go to school. Bibidong, not noticing Xuer's mischievous smile, urged her. Okay. Xuer finished her toast and gulped down the milk. The bottle is ready. I'm off. Bibidong looked at Xuer's back and wondered. Why does this child seem to have the look of a bad deed succeeding? Forget it. Let us go feed the baby first. Bibidong took the bottle and headed towards the bedroom. This should help me take care of the baby more smoothly, right? Bibidong looked at the baby in her arms, sucking on the pacifier, and shook her head. If she had taken better care of Xuer before, she wouldn't be making such a fool of herself now. But you're still very happy, aren't you, chosen one? A voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Oh, why did you suddenly pop up? It's so scary. Bibidong looked at the end of days in her spiritual sea and said with annoyance. Compared to the previous divine trial, you seem much more cheerful now. End of days said, a fleeting hint of melancholy flashing in her eyes. You appeared just to tell me that I have passed the third trial, right? Bibidong pondered. No wonder that person's words sounded so strange to me at the time. Naturally, I wonder how you feel about those words now. End of days smiled. Although the process was arduous, the result is good. Isling Xue is the best outcome I could achieve. Bibidong looked at the little one in her arms who was sucking on the bottle. That person should be very satisfied with my choice, right? Yes. That person has said that no matter what choice you make, she will accept it gladly. End of Days smiled and said, then congratulations, you have obtained the third spirit ring and spirit bone, and you can choose to absorb them at any time. By the way, during the final battle, you overexerted too much power. So I suggest you choose a torso spirit bone to enhance your physical strength and spirit power capacity. Of course, it's just a suggestion. After saying this, End of Days transformed into a cluster of light and dissipated in the spiritual sea. Overexerted too much power? Bibidong was somewhat puzzled. What happened? She couldn't quite remember the final battle. She only recalled feeling extremely weak and exhausted when she finally arrived at the Snow Emperor's location. Could it be that she participated in that battle? But was T. Ling serving her throughout? She just had to wait for things to end. However, Bibidong's head started to hurt during the time from her deal with Ling to returning to the Snow Emperor's location. She was completely unaware of where she was and what she did, as if that segment of memory was shrouded in a mist she couldn't penetrate. Moreover, according to End of Days, it seemed like she had some after effects. Bibidong circulated her spirit power, and the End of Days demon soul and 2 red rings slowly emerged. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong, Bibidong thought. Am I overthinking it? Just as she was about to retract her martial soul, she inadvertently caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. At some point, her hair had turned as white as snow. Chapter 96, Killing the Wolf. Bibidong was taken aback, not by the white hair, but by this appearance. This was not the first time she had seen this resemblance. At this moment, she found herself somewhat similar to that esteemed person. However, her attention quickly returned. What was going on? She felt a bit at a loss. As her martial spirit was retracted into her body, her hair color returned to its original shade, a beautiful light purple. This eased her mind a little. At least, she wouldn't have to explain this appearance to Shui. She didn't know how she would explain it otherwise. It was better this way. At worst, she could just avoid using her martial spirit in front of Shui in the future. However, she still carefully recalled the situation earlier. Other than the time after her transaction with Ling, she hadn't felt anything unusual. So, during that period, she couldn't remember what she'd done that led to such aftereffects. From the so-called overdrawn power and the symptoms that only manifested when she activated her martial spirit, Bibidong had already faintly arrived at a conclusion. She had been promised help in getting everything sorted, but it seemed she still had to do something herself. The service came with a discount, and Ling was just a scheming merchant. Nonetheless, Bibidong didn't have time to think about that now. She placed Bing Lingshui in a stroller, picked a few toys for her to play with, and began the process of absorbing the divine bestowed soul ring and soul bone. She decided to follow the advice of the end of days and absorb the torso soul bone, rather than how much this soul bone could enhance her. Bibidong hoped it could resolve this after effect. 6 light spots flickered in her spiritual sea, and she directly chose the one in the middle, the torso bone of the end of days. As the soul bone for the core part of the body, it appeared to be brighter than the other light spots, indicating it contained greater energy. Just like absorbing the head soul bone, there were no obstacles in merging this torso bone. There was no pain or sense of hindrance at all. Bibidong felt a surge of power flowing into her body, gathering at her torso to form a core, not a soul core, but a small core resembling a regular polyhedron. What a strange torso bone, Bibidong thought to herself. In her understanding, a torso bone was supposed to contain soul power, named so because it adapted to the torso part of the human body. But this one inside her was better described as an energy core. However, despite her thoughts, Bibidong could sense that this core was indeed extraordinary. If her previous mastery over the power of the end of days could be described as proficient, then this core provided her with absolute control over the divine power within her body. She could use this power in any way she wished, and through this core, it seemed she had also grasped the method to create Nibelungen, not just the shallow imitation of the naturally formed Nibelungen using her power, but the ability to create spaces identical to them, just like the existing secret realms. Only the size might differ, if she had enough divine power to support it. She believed that even creating a Nibelungen of the scale of the extreme north would not be impossible. Correspondingly, there would also be soul beasts containing her power within the Nibelungen, generated by her and under her control. It could be said that this core granted her something akin to sovereign power. She could feel that her current ability to utilize this core was still less than 1/10 of what it contained. But this was indeed the true authority of the end of days. Of course, this core did not deviate too much from a soul bone. It dutifully provided the enhancements expected from a torso soul bone, significantly increasing her physical load capacity and soul power storage capacity compared to before. The most direct manifestation of this was in her second soul skill, which required continuous compression and refinement of soul power for explosive effects. It had gone from a maximum of 3 uses within her physical limits to now being able to use it 5 times without significant issues. 5 times. Bibidong thought for a moment. With her current level 96 soul power, 5 explosive uses would be enough to reach level 98 strength. In the comics, this was also called the Breaking Moon realm. The moon is like soul power, and in this realm, one could destroy the heavens and cut the moon. A surge of power flooded her body, and her martial spirit naturally manifested. At this moment, Bibidong seemed to transform from a scholar into a master. Every strand of power was within her control, perfectly balanced. The baby did not feel uneasy due to this power, and the people in the Pope's palace did not notice anything unusual. With the torso soul bone, everything seemed harmonious and smooth. The third soul ring quietly appeared, changing colors. Perhaps due to the torso bone, the color changed rapidly, turning red in an instant. The golden light increased, and eventually, the radiance dissipated, merging with 4 golden patterns. Although she had the previous soul ring's additional 6,000 years of age, it still fell short of the 5th brilliance. However, she felt quite satisfied. After such a long time, she had become somewhat numb to her red soul ring and was not particularly concerned about its age. But she did not want to feel her third soul skill. It wasn't that she couldn't, but that she didn't want to. After everything she had experienced, Bibidong had a premonition that the soul skill she obtained would definitely relate to the next assessment. And that was what she feared. Not because she was afraid of the assessment, but because she was afraid that once she learned of it, the assessment would follow. And she would have to embark on another journey, causing the current tranquility and beauty to vanish in an instant. So, if possible, she wanted to prolong this time just a little longer, at least to accompany Qian Renxue and celebrate her first birthday together in the divine realm. Ever since returning from Dolua continent, have you been watching your star chart? How is the fortune arrangement going? The evil looked at the unusually silent Shura standing before the star chart in the central divine realm and asked, ZY dies, 7 kills arrive, break army emerges. Greedy wolf disaster. Shura's voice trembled a bit. This is the dragon pool, star transformation. What are you rambling about? The evil looked puzzled and frowned, never having seen you in such an emotional state. Do you remember when I told you before that the power of fortune is affected? Shura slumped in the chair. No. This is absolutely impossible. In the end, it was I, Shura, who destroyed Tang San. What happened? What is wrong with the power of fortune? Isn't the ice god already becoming a deity as you envisioned, indicating there are no anomalies? You should be at ease. The evil also felt a hint of unease, staring intently at Shura. If everything were normal, I would indeed be at ease. Shura's voice was somewhat low. I performed a trial run of the star chart with a try-and-see attitude and observed Dolua continent for verification. In my original projection, Tang San would obtain 200,000-year soul beasts from the Stardow forest. Shura's eyes held a hint of coldness. However, when I saw the unbelievable direction of the star chart, I re-observed Dolua continent and found that the 2 soul beasts I had left had already been killed. Chapter 97. Variables killed? Who? What happened? The evil became somewhat alert. I don't know. Perhaps someone on the continent needed a 100,000-year soul ring and caught and hunted these 2 soul beasts. Shura shook his head. If that were the case, I could let go of my worries. What do you mean? Didn't you say the power of fortune would help them become your successors? How could they be taken away by someone else first? And you could let go of your worries. Then what are you worried about? Can you be clearer? The evil frowned. I have made myself very clear. If I haven't established the fate of Dolua continent through the star chart, then if someone were to hunt those 2 soul beasts, I wouldn't have any thoughts about it. Because the life and death of soul beasts in the lower realm have nothing to do with me as a law enforcer in the divine realm. Shura said slowly, what I care about is not the life and death of those 2 soul beasts. Those 2 soul beasts are included in your star chart, becoming part of the fate of that Z-Way star. The evil understood and fell silent for a moment before whispering, yes, the power of fate I have set, as I mentioned during the battle with the ice god, will not go wrong unless influenced by variables. And the variable that can influence the power of fate must be divine level, at least someone who transcends the Dolua continent dimension. After Shura finished speaking, the central hub of the divine realm fell into a long silence again. However, the ice god ultimately became a deity and fell at your hands. From the previous battle, there was no abnormality. So could this time be a coincidence? Could it be that you were overthinking it, and that fate might also fail at times, right? Maybe it was just that someone from the lower realm encountered and hunted her. The evil broke the unusual silence and comforted. There is indeed that possibility. Shura nodded. If it were like those 2 soul beasts in the extreme north as my alternatives, I would only think that their disappearance was too far into the future for the power of fate orchestrated by the star chart to account for. And I wouldn't consider their deaths to be due to any obstruction from variables. But this is different. Shura changed the subject. Do you know why my successor can inherit my position as a law enforcer? It is because of a certain thing or a certain event, or perhaps a certain person. The evil understood, and the key is the greatest power of fate you give him. Indeed, what I gave him is something he would go all out for, something he would sacrifice everything for. People always have an emotional side, and for Tang San, the greatest emotional aspect is undoubtedly love, Shura said, and in the hearts of most people, it is the most important feeling. What I arranged for him is a soul beast. In fact, someone like him does not have feelings for a specific object. What matters is who is the first person to walk into his heart. And to achieve this goal, the first person he meets is very important. So the most crucial aspect of the power of fate I orchestrated is to ensure that a suitable person appears in front of him first. Shura's tone showed no fluctuation. I found him the most suitable person for me. The most suitable person for you? The evil was somewhat surprised. Shouldn't love be the most suitable person for him? Yes. Don't rush. I will explain everything to you. I closed the communication hub, and the following words will only be known to you and me. I don't want to bear the title of interfering in the lower realm. Shura closed the communication hub of the divine realm. and an energy magnetic field formed a closed space around the two of them. Shura, I've always valued order the most. This doesn't need to be emphasized. We law enforcers are all here to maintain order, whether in the lower realm or the divine realm. The evil said, but it seems that what you are about to discuss is quite mysterious. However, regarding the order of the lower realm, aside from divine interference or destruction of the order, we have no right to interfere with the order formed naturally by the lower realm. This is also the decree of the divine realm. Shura said, are you saying you want to interfere with the order formed naturally in the lower realm? The evil exclaimed, suddenly understanding why Shura was being so mysterious. As a law enforcer, how could I do such a thing? Shura said somewhat helplessly, but I must admit that I do have such thoughts. However, the decree of the divine realm is there, and I cannot openly violate it to interfere directly. At this time, a win-win solution is needed that does not violate the decree while maintaining the order of the continent that I want. Shura smiled faintly. You don't need me to say it, right? By using your successor's hand to maintain the order of the continent. The evil looked at him with admiration. Wonderful. Why didn't I think of that? I've learned something. In this way, I wouldn't be considered as violating the decree. But to prevent gossip, all gods interfere with the lower realm in this way, so it must be kept secret. Shura showed a hint of helplessness. I understand. Go on. The evil nodded. The current order of Delua continent has been created by my divine realm over thousands of years to protect the authority and stability of my divine realm law enforcers. It cannot be easily provoked or challenged by others. Resources must be controlled by a few, and the path to the divine realm must be selected from these few people. In this way, from my divine realm to Delua continent, the hierarchy is strict and the position of law enforcer can be permanently stabilized. Shura said slowly, this is also the reason why we went to war with the dragon god, and subsequently sealed the path for soul beasts to become deities, as soul beasts can more easily break this order than humans. Moreover, Delua continent has developed to this point, and is subtly showing a trend of breaking this order. Are you saying the organization maintained by the inheritor of the angel god on the continent, the spirit hall? The evil quickly followed the thought. Exactly. Everything they do will lead to the breaking of this order, and the situation on the continent will be rewritten, which is something I do not want to see. However, I cannot personally intervene in this situation, so I put some thought into my successor. Otherwise, do you think I would go through so much trouble and even personally descend to the lower realm to bring someone over from another dimension? Continue. After I selected my successor and brought him to the continent, I did not immediately return to the divine realm. Of course, there is the factor of being summoned by the ice god to discuss matters in the extreme north, but aside from that, I was also keeping an eye on the situation in the continent, looking for a person, the most suitable person for me. If my successor is the Shura sword, then he must have a sheath to guide him in drawing the sword. I found it 100,000-year soul beast, just transformed, whose mother was hunted down by people from the spirit hall and became someone else's soul ring and soul bone. This was the perfect candidate in my mind, free from the doubts and suspicions of humans, possessing the purity belonging to soul beasts, with the potential to carry Shura's fate, and more importantly, she harbors a deep-seated hatred for the spirit hall. Shura licked his lips. Such a person is what I need, the most perfect candidate. So that's why you say she is more suitable for you rather than as a love interest for your successor. The evil fell silent. Indeed, is there a problem? Shura also stopped narrating and asked, perhaps because of my kindness, I, like humans, have the feeling of love. The evil looked into Shura's eyes and said word by word, it should be pure, without any impurity, and what you are doing is tarnishing that feeling. Huh? Are you mocking me for being a single dog who doesn't understand love? Shura said sarcastically, to achieve great things, sacrifices are inevitable. You should understand this. I gave him something that others dream of, but cannot obtain. So what is wrong with assigning him an object? Shura said playfully, and besides, how do you know that the love between them is not the purest, without any impurity? Perhaps this soul beast I selected is indeed his destined woman. Over time, feelings develop. Who can clearly define such things? Shura shrugged. Do you have anything else to say? Seeing the evil silent, Shura sneered and continued. After selecting this soul beast, the power of fate has already begun to be orchestrated. And part of Shura's fate is carried on her, ensuring that she will be the first person to meet Tang San. And, you know the fate thing? The closer it is to the person carrying it, the more or less it will be influenced accordingly, and everything will move towards the orchestrated direction. The two soul beasts that were killed were the closest to her after her mother, so it is impossible that they were not influenced by the power of fate. Moreover, considering they were both 10,000-year-soul beasts, their bond in terms of time and space would be much closer than that of humans. So they would definitely be sacrificed to Tang San in the predetermined direction, rather than encountering any accidents like the two soul beasts in the extreme north. Shura said, "Now do you understand what the death of these two soul beasts means? Indeed, there have been changes, not mere coincidences." Seeing that evil did not speak, Shura sighed deeply. Reflecting on all the events, from the ice god's delayed ascension to godhood, to the deaths of the two soul beasts in the extreme north, from the anomalies of the star chart to the killing of the two fated soul beasts, it is difficult to say whether there is any connection. Shura pondered. There's indeed some kind of variable in Dolawa continent. I do not know if all these matters are related to this variable, but one must prepare for the worst. If everything is caused by this variable, then what is its purpose? What does your star chart mean? Evil finally spoke up and asked. Shura's gaze fell back onto the star chart, his expression turning grave again. The purple star is lost. The world is in chaos. After pondering for a moment, Shura sighed again. I did not expect the chosen one to be trapped in such a dire situation by a variable. Tang San, how can you bring your fate back on track? Shura tossed the star bead onto the chart, silently watching the divination that determined fate. Jin above, Sun below. Mountain wind goo. 3 gooeys in the vessel. Things deteriorate. Diligent and careful, turn danger into safety. No, there is also the life gate. Shura murmured. I can only use that method. Tang San, you must not miss this slim chance of survival. Chapter 98. The Spear of Destiny in the summer of 2632 in the Dolawa calendar. In the core of the Stardow Forest, the Lake of Life. The sun relentlessly baked the earth, and even though the trees in the forest were lush, casting only small fragments of shadows on the ground, the humid atmosphere in the air remained unchanged, with the sound of cicadas rising and falling, as if narrating the heat of the weather. In such weather, most soul beasts in the forest took refuge under the shade of trees or in the bushes. No soul beast would think to hunt or fight at this noon hour. They all chose to rest until the sun set, at which point the forest would return to its lively state. In fact, it was not always so hot in the forest. The Lake of Life in the center of the forest was an exception, warm in winter and cool in summer, making it a pleasant place to live. However, despite its livability, no soul beast truly thought to go there to escape the heat. As the core area of the Stardow Forest, the Lake of Life naturally belonged to the strong. Only those with less than 100,000 years of cultivation were not qualified to enter. And even those with 100,000 years of cultivation might not be able to claim that blessed land. They all felt that the 100,000-year soul beast residing there had changed. The original 200,000-year soul beast had become 3 red magic hounds. It called itself the Red King, and its strength was unfathomable, possibly surpassing that of the original bull python and giant ape. After all, in the world of soul beasts, strength is paramount. Only absolute power could compel 200,000-year soul beasts to relinquish such a treasure and obediently change masters, so the soul beast speculated. However, at this moment, there was a human who seemed to ignore the oppressive heat of noon, striding through the forest. This human quickly attracted the attention of many soul beasts. It was not surprising for a human to enter the Stardow Forest, as soul beasts usually hid to gauge the opponent's strength. If the human's strength far exceeded theirs, they would quickly flee. If the opponent was weak or not as strong, they would wait for an opportunity to strike or summon companions to eliminate the intruder. But the current situation was inconsistent with their experience. Typically, humans entered the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts, requiring soul rings to be different from those hunting the soul beasts, which necessitated groups. Yet now, there was only one person, a little girl, who was walking deeper into the forest and showed no signs of searching for soul beasts, as if she was not there to hunt for soul rings. Soon, a few soul beasts could not contain their excitement and attempted to attack the little girl, but before long, they became the casualties of her spear. The girl did not absorb the soul rings that emerged from those corpses, but continued to walk swiftly into the depths of the forest, as if impatient with the heat, aiming straight for the Lake of Life to escape the heat. At this moment, the soul beasts realized that this little girl was not a human at all, but a genuine 100,000-year soul beast, currently in the transformation stage, which is why she appeared human. However, what they did not know was that this little girl was not in the transformation stage, but was taking a more decisive step to restore her human form. Having shed her cultivation, she was not particularly powerful, but a unique aura surrounded her, making other soul beasts aware that this 100,000-year soul beast in human form was not something they could provoke. As for why she chose this path, only she knew in her heart. The girl walked tirelessly, gradually approaching the core area of the Lake of Life, holding a long spear in her hand, which was quite peculiar. The unique aura surrounding her came from this spear. No soul beast dared to stop her from entering the lake of life. As a 100,000-year soul beast inherently had the qualification to enter the core area. But she stopped. Ahead was the core area, where she could already hear the sound of the lake water rippling from afar, and a cool breeze blew through the trees, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. The girl plunged the spear into the ground and turned back without looking, moving at great speed, disappearing into the forest in the blink of an eye, as if she had left the Stardew forest and had never been there at all. The peculiar long spear stood quietly at the edge of the core area. Soon, it seemed to gain several layers of faint golden radiance. This was a sacred and grand aura, and the brilliance quickly attracted nearby soul beasts, which approached the spear as if they were pious worshippers. Along with this brilliance, it seemed a formation was formed underground in the Stardew forest, and the life force from the lake of life flowed into the spear through streams of light. Like Hui Yuhao's life spirit blade, this spear seemed to be drawing on the vast vitality from the lake of life. No, not just the lake of life. It appeared that the energy of the entire Stardew forest had been activated, flowing through the earth veins into this spear. The soul beasts, as if on a pilgrimage, were entranced near this spear, bathing in its glow, as if receiving divine grace and witnessing a miracle, filled with excitement. But if there were any clear-headed individuals witnessing this scene, they would surely be greatly astonished, because there were no miracles descending, but rather a group of spirit beasts surrounding the spear in worship. Energy threads emerged from their bodies, and their life force flowed into the spear through these threads. In the end, they became motionless, as if they had lost their vitality, but still maintained their worshipping posture, looking quite eerie. Chapter 99. Bright path outside the Stardew forest. A girl followed a small stream downstream. She didn't know where the stream led, but she knew that what she needed to do now was to get as far away from the forest as possible. She was no longer a spirit beast, but a human, and humans should go where humans belong. Human cities are generally built near rivers. Walking downstream would always lead to a city. She squatted down. The water was very clear, reflecting her image, with long scorpion braids resting on her shoulders, and the water-esque surface reflected her slightly dusty face. She cupped the water in her hands and washed away the dirt on her face. She recalled everything that had happened before. She knew she could never go back. She once had a home, but then it was gone. At the moment when she felt she had nowhere to turn, she encountered a person. A man in a black robe, with a large cloak. The brim of his hood covered most of his face, making it hard for her to see his appearance. But she could feel the aura he exuded, which frightened her. "Who are you?" she asked, a bit terrified. This life was preserved by her mother at the cost of her own life. She hadn't yet emerged from her sorrow. How could she encounter a human in the forest? Was the heavens going to take her and her mother away? "You are called Xiao Wu," the man in the black robe said. "You are a 100,000-year spirit beast." She bit her lip tightly and did not dare to speak. She didn't have time to think about why this person in front of her knew her name. Her mind was racing with thoughts of escape. Even though, as a 100,000-year spirit beast, she was hard to find an opponent among the spirit beasts, after experiencing her mother's departure, she held a deep apprehension towards the human race. She understood that in front of humans, even a 100,000-year spirit beast was just fish on the chopping board. Seemingly knowing what she was thinking, the person in front of her chuckled softly. "Not only do I know your name, but I also know that your mother died not long ago and became a human spirit ring and spirit bone." The man's voice had a hint of wicked charm. "Do you want revenge?" She didn't understand why this person in front of her knew her affairs, nor what he meant by revenge. She only knew that it was humans, like the shadow in front of her, that caused her family to be destroyed. She had no interest in listening to his nonsense. Her soul power began to circulate. The soul bee sound wave that a 100,000-year spirit beast could emit was enough to cover half the forest. As long as she emitted the sound waves, the nearby Deming and Air Ming would come to protect her. They all cared about her very much, and if she said she wanted to be alone, they would stay nearby to watch over her. Now, suddenly having an uninvited guest, the three of them facing this human together would surely make him retreat temporarily. "Don't be in such a hurry. If you call your two brothers here, they will not agree to this method, and you will never be able to take revenge." The man in the black robe seemed to see through her intended actions and slowly reminded her. "What method?" She replied coldly. "You humans killed my mother, and now you come to teach me how to take revenge? How interesting." "Indeed, you're wavering." The man in the black robe nodded. "Very good. Having the heart for revenge is enough. The greatest driving force in the world is hatred. Remember, hatred, It can make you accomplish anything. The method for revenge is simple. You must be reborn as a human and go to the human world, the man in the black robe said lightly. Don't you think your words are a bit ridiculous? Anger broke through her fear, and she said angrily, humans are the enemies of spirit beasts. The culprits who kill my mother. You want me to become my enemy to take revenge? Then let me ask you, as a spirit beast, how can you gain the power to take revenge? The man in the black robe countered. She was stunned, momentarily unsure how to respond. To survive the heavenly tribulation? Wait 100,000 years, 200,000 years? Not to mention whether you would be a match for that human after surviving the heavenly tribulation. Do you think the one you want to take revenge on will still be in this world after 100,000 years? The man in the black robe's voice suddenly became stern. Only humans can surpass the 100,000-year cultivation of spirit beasts in just a few decades. If you want revenge, the only path is to be reborn as a human. If you still cling to everything as a spirit beast, then I advise you to give up the thought of revenge and simply live through 100,000 years waiting for the next heavenly tribulation. Of course, in the meantime, you will also face various greedy humans. Your brothers, including yourself, may die at their hands. Humans have a lifespan of only about 100 years. Even if I am reborn as a human and reach the title Deloitte level among humans to take revenge, I will ultimately still die. Her voice lowered, almost murmuring. If my mother knew, she would definitely not agree. She worked so hard to keep me alive, I cannot disobey her wishes. Did your mother never tell you why some 100,000-year spirit beasts voluntarily choose to be reborn as humans? The man in the black robe asked. From a moment you began to cultivate, other spirit beasts were also cultivating. In these 100,000 years, many have successfully reached the 100,000-year realm. Excluding those who failed the heavenly tribulation or those who hid after passing it, where did the other 100,000-year spirit beasts go? You hardly see spirit beasts that are 14 or 15,000 years old in the forest. Are there none? She was taken aback. Are you saying? Excluding the spirit beasts hunted by humans, most of them have been reborn as humans? Yes, the man in the black robe replied. What spirit beasts pursue is nothing more than a long life. Humans do not live long, so this desire is not strong. But spirit beasts are different. Their long lifespan allows them to understand the preciousness of life better, so they cherish their lives more, and their desires are stronger. Compared to the extremely risky heavenly tribulation that happens once every 100,000 years, they prefer to take another path, a path to immortality. The path to immortality. There is only one, that is to become a god, the man in the black robe said word by word. Only humans can become gods. Therefore, many spirit beasts, even if they hate humans like you, will choose this path. Because of their hatred for humans, they will first become one, and then surpass them. They are confident in their ability to do so, and their hatred for humans gives them the motivation to take this step. As for what happens after becoming human, that depends on their own fortune. Becoming a god, she murmured, do gods really exist in this world? Do you know the most top-level existence among titled devoids? The man in the black robe paused. That is a realm seldom trodden by humans, the extreme Duo realm, level 99 soul power. And above that is level 100. For thousands of years, no one has stepped into that realm, because level 100 means becoming a god, and gods are immortal. This is also the reason why spirit beasts are willing to give up their own cultivation and 100,000-year lifespan to be reborn as humans to strive for that ethereal realm. Once successful, they can leave the Deloitte continent and go to the divine realm, becoming gods overlooking all beings of the Deloitte continent. That sounds nice, she said lightly, but you just said that no one has stepped into that realm for thousands of years. There must have been spirit beasts reborn as humans before me. But judging by your tone, they all failed. That realm is ethereal. Indeed, but that is because they did not find the right method. The benefits of becoming human are not limited to rapid cultivation and the ability to become a god, but also to make friends and learn how to utilize humans, which is the way to control people, especially as a girl. It would be more convenient. There was indeed a clever person who took this method, but unfortunately, they became too immersed in the role. As for me, I have a method to help you succeed, the man in the black robe said slowly. After you are reborn as a human, go to the Heaven Do Empire in the human world, to the Fasno province in the city of Nodding. You can find your way just by asking someone for directions. After being reborn as a human, no one except for the title Deloitte will see through your identity. There, someone will take you in. You only need to follow their arrangements and enter the Soul Master Academy in the human world after 5 or 6 years. By then, find someone named Tang San and befriend him. He will lend you a helping hand. That is all I have to say. The figure in the black robe turned away. Whether to believe or not, to act or not, all depends on you. I have merely pointed a path for you. Whether you choose to walk it is no longer my concern. Can I really take revenge this way? How can I trust you? She shouted anxiously. You don't need to trust me. You just need to know that staying here offers no chance for revenge, only a meaningless existence. Even if I am lying to you, after being reborn as a human, you can still become a tidal Doluo and take revenge with your own strength. I am just introducing you to a method that allows for eternal life after becoming an adult. If I wanted to kill you to obtain your soul ring and soul bone, I wouldn't need to waste so much breath and effort. The figure in the black robe disappeared into the night. She wiped the droplets of water from her face and continued along the stream, reminiscing about her second encounter with that person not long ago. Ultimately, she chose the path that person pointed out to her, rejecting the advice of Daming and Erming, determined to be reborn as a human and venture into the human world. Just as she was preparing to say goodbye to Daming and Erming after her transformation, she sensed the presence of humans once again. She was very familiar with that scent. It was the source of countless nightmares, her tormentor. This time, she couldn't even confront it because she had become a human just like that enemy, devoid of any power, unable to fight alongside her mother as she did last time. What chilled her was the feeling of an overwhelming power. The owner of that power, also a soul beast, had the ability to kill that enemy, yet he did nothing. Watching Daming and Erming die at the hands of that human, ultimately allowing her to be rescued by her companions. The life lake filled with her beautiful memories also changed ownership. The soul beast that could be considered a ruler disappeared, and another soul beast took its place. Although it did not possess the ruling power of the previous one, its strength remained formidable. She knew that even with Daming and Erming by her side, they would not be its match. It turned out that the Star Doe forest hid so many peerless, ferocious beasts, and the lives and deaths of her companions were inconsequential in the eyes of other soul beasts. At that moment, she deeply understood her mother's teachings. Our enemies are not only humans, but also soul beasts. We cultivate desperately for 100,000 years, merely to survive in this world of the survival of the fittest. In the end, she left the forest that caused her such sorrow without making a sound or leaving a trace. Until half a month ago. It's you. She looked at the figure in the black robe in front of her, remembering that he had said they would not meet again. It's related to your ascension to godhood, the figure in the black robe said. In simple terms, the path I pointed out to you has encountered a variable that forced me to appear before you again. I need you to do something. Return to the Stardow Forest. Returning will eliminate this variable? She asked. Indeed. It's not just about going back. You only need to make a trip there to place something. The figure in the black robe took out a long spear wrapped in layers of cloth. You just need to insert this spear at the heart of the forest. Is it that simple? What will it bring to the forest? She looked at the long spear wrapped in white cloth as if it were a mummy, exuding a deathly aura that made her uncomfortable. The figure in the black robe waved his hand, and a small cut opened on her fingertip, a drop of crimson blood falling onto the spear's tip, while a mysterious mark seemed to appear on her forehead, resembling a miniature formation diagram. Regardless of what it will bring to the forest, it has nothing to do with you anymore, does it? The figure in the black robe turned and vanished. Don't forget, you are a human. Chapter 100. Gu Na the Red King walked through the forest, and the sight before him made him anxious and uneasy. Within a radius of several hundred meters centered around the spear, countless soul beasts lay motionless as if their life force had been drained. The brilliance emanating from the spear spread through golden threads in the forest, expanding, and more soul beasts were controlled by the light, slowly converging towards this place, as if coming to pay homage. He watched warily as numerous soul beasts surrounded the spear. The aura radiating from it made him uncomfortable, and as life force continually surged in, he was subtly affected as well. What exactly is this thing? He couldn't be sure. He cautiously approached, preparing to pull the spear from the ground, but just as his hand touched the grip, a shockwave of energy erupted, preventing even a soul beast with 30,000 years of cultivation from getting close. He tried several times, but failed every time. As the aura from the spear intensified, he knew he could no longer waste time and had to report immediately. He returned to the life lake, where the surface was calm, but he respectfully bowed and addressed the empty lake. An unidentified object has appeared near the core area, seemingly absorbing the energy of the Stardow Forest, affecting all the soul beasts, including myself, which I cannot even lift. I am incompetent and come seeking help. I can feel it. The life lake is being affected, and its energy is being absorbed by something. A mass of black light surged on the surface of the lake, and a long-haired young man in green emerged from it. saying, "Let's go take a look together." Yes, the Red King respectfully led the way, and behind him was the strongest among the soul beasts. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Tian, who had ordered the Red King to guard this place. "What is this?" Tian saw the spear embedded in the ground from a distance and exclaimed, "Brother, do you recognize this thing?" The Red King asked excitedly, unsure if his brother had a solution. Tian's expressions shifted, his brows furrowing as he pondered for a long time before asking, "Do you know where this object came from?" "This," the Red King stammered. His gaze had been focused on that figure. "So he and T noticed when or how this object appeared here." "Forget it." Tian waved his hand. "You can go back. I will take care of this. Do not make too much noise about this matter to avoid causing instability in the forest." Tian instructed, and the Red King nodded, drenched in sweat. Since this incident occurred near the life lake he was guarding, and he was completely unaware, he had already prepared himself for accountability. But now that Tian did not blame him, he nodded and bowed repeatedly, agreeing. Watching the Red King leave, Tian suddenly bowed to the sky above the life lake, respectfully saying, "My lord, if I'm not mistaken, could this be?" "It is his remains." A deep voice echoed from the sky. Tian was taken aback, murmuring, "Is it that Dragon King? But why? Long time no see, my old friend." A somewhat translucent figure appeared next to the spear, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful woman. The woman looked like a holographic projection. Her crystalline, almost transparent figure had long silver hair cascading down her back to her ankles. Her hair was not only smooth, but also had a quality akin to silver crystal, possessing a beauty that words could not describe, far beyond any depiction. With slightly pale, fair skin and violet eyes. Even when she wears the simplest white shirt, she appears incredibly sexy. Her pair of eyes is exceptionally beautiful, with long, curled eyelashes and purple irises that are clear and translucent, especially when her gaze carries a hint of bewilderment, evoking a sense of pity in those who see her. Her slender fingers glide over the gun's tip, as if gently caressing it. This is a double-pointed spear with sharp tips that have a transparent quality, nearly 5 meters in length. And its entire body is a brilliant gold. On the spear, faint dragon-shaped patterns shimmer, appearing intermittently, casting a strange glow. The overall length is about 3 meters 6, and the material does not resemble any metal. It appears more like wood, perhaps due to having absorbed the energy from the Lake of Life. It surprisingly emanates a rich life force. This sensation is somewhat similar to the life essence of Yuhao's spirit gold, but not as intense. Yet possesses something even more peculiar within. This spear differs from a typical spear, as it has sharp tips on both ends and resembles a long, narrow shuttle. It is made from one of his ribs. The divine realm truly is a group of ruthless killers. The woman smiles, but her smile seems to contain endless resentment. Although it is merely a part of his body, the weapon forged from it holds immense destructive power, capable of absorbing the life force of all living beings for its own use, replenishing its consumption and enhancing its vitality. Its ability to absorb life force is such that any being killed by it will instantly have their life force transformed into nourishment for it, with a portion purified and returned to the user. However, it can only be wielded by those of the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. The woman turns and walks toward the Lake of Life, not looking back. No wonder the Lake of Life and the forest are affected. It's not surprising that the gatekeeper here has taken such measures. This must be a gift from the divine realm, right? Tian is taken aback. Did someone from the divine realm leave this spear here? Did they actually come to my Stardew forest? What do they intend? I don't know. I only know that when he was killed, his remains were left in the divine realm and would not appear elsewhere. The woman looks up at the sky. They're also looking for me. Tian's pupils constrict. Could the divine realm already know the whereabouts of the master? It could also be a warning. The woman smiles and turns her head. Perhaps that spear has some means to lock onto an aura? They left it here in hopes that I would step forward for the soul beasts of the forest, pulling it out to save the soul beasts that have already had their life force drained. Do not worry, master. I will pull out. This way, not only can we save the soul beasts in the forest, but we can also thwart the plans of those from the divine realm. After saying this, Tian steps forward, intending to pull out the spear. No, don't act rashly. The woman's clear voice stops him. Although you are a descendant of the Dragon Clan, you are not of the direct bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. You may be able to pull it out, but it will simultaneously cause irreversible harm to yourself. If I remember correctly, you have only recently condensed your yin-yang complementary dual soul cores, and your strength has not yet returned to its peak. What should we do? The speed at which this spear absorbs energy is so fast that if we let it be, I fear all the soul beasts in the forest will be drained. Tian says bitterly, "Don't forget, there is a little one who carries the bloodline of the golden dragon. I calculated at her birth that she would face a calamity. I think this might be it." The woman walks further away, gradually fading by the lakeside. "My injuries have not yet improved. It was a strain to come out this time. You know what to do next, right?" "Rest assured, master." Tian replies respectfully, and there is no longer anyone in front of him. Chapter 101. The Three-Eyed Golden Lion. By the lakeside, a soul beast is leisurely enjoying the coolness brought by the lake water. In this lake, where only soul beasts over 100,000 years old are qualified to enter. This soul beast, despite only having a cultivation of a few thousand years, is completely unconcerned about the dangers that may appear around it. On the contrary, it behaves as if it is at home, with the lake of life resembling its private swimming pool. After bathing, it leans against a tree to cool off, beside which large banana leaves hold blobs resembling tofu pudding, which are the brain matter exclusive to mental attribute soul beasts. Perhaps due to being in its juvenile stage, its size is not considered large among soul beasts, with its dazzling golden fur appearing almost translucent, full of an unusual texture. Its overall shape resembles that of a lion, but its four paws are like those of a dragon, each dragon claw stepping on a ball of golden flames. Its mouth is also longer than that of typical lion-like soul beasts, and beneath its fur, there seem to be fine golden scales. In addition to its normal eyes, it possesses a third eye that resembles a vertical pupil. The two normal eyes sparkle with gold, while the vertical pupil emits a red hue, carrying an enchanting quality. This is what other soul beasts call the three-eyed golden lion. From the moment it was born, it became the absolute favorite of the Stardew Forest, with powerful soul beasts of hundreds of thousands of years escorting it into the core area of the lake, arranging bodyguards to protect it day and night. Except when leaving the core area, they fulfill any of its requests, providing everything it needs for eating, drinking, and playing, even making it so that soul beasts of 100,000 years bow down to it when they encounter it. It enjoys this feeling immensely. Perhaps because it has not enjoyed this long enough, it does not find this life monotonous. It scoops up a piece of brain matter and savors it. A man in green with black hair approaches. The three-headed red demon hound leaps down from the tree, kneels on one knee, and respectfully says, "Elder brother." The three-eyed golden lion, engrossed in sucking the brain matter, remains indifferent. It turns over, ignoring the ruler of the Stardew Forest, Tian, as if no one in the world is more worthy of its attention than the food in its paws. Only the three-eyed golden lion can have such qualifications in the entire Stardew Forest, although it does not know why it has this qualification. It has heard a little over the past few thousand years, suggesting that its bloodline and vertical pupil are of great importance to the entire Stardew. The forest relies on it. It does not understand the concept of fate. Since the entire forest treats me as a treasure, there is no reason not to enjoy it. Tian does not mind and simply instructs the Red King lightly. "You can go now. I have something to discuss with the spirit beast alone." The Red King complies. The golden lion looks up in confusion. It has always kept its distance from the person before it, although it can enjoy the resources of the entire forest. It is also he who issues orders prohibiting it from leaving the core area. Today, Tian suddenly wants to talk to it alone, making it feel somewhat uneasy. Tian glances at the spirit beast and asks, "Are you doing well here?" The spirit beast tilts its head, "Thanks to you, like a well-fed prisoner." Tian pauses for a moment. "It seems you want to go out for a walk. You're asking questions you already know the answer to." The spirit beast snorts coldly, grabbing the banana leaf and stuffing the brain matter into its mouth all at once. "You need to do one thing. Once you complete that task, you can go out." As soon as the words are spoken, the action of chewing comes to a halt, and the spirit beast's gaze fixes on Tian. "I could go out anyway. Why should I help you do something, as if freedom is something you bestow upon me?" The spirit beast's words carry some resentment. "It's not something I bestow upon you. All of this is for your safety. You are tied to the safety of the forest. Only by staying here can you avoid human intrusion and be safe," Tian says. "Then why can I go out after helping you with one thing? Is it safe to go anywhere after doing that thing?" The divine beast clearly couldn't take in such grandiose words and said irritably, "Yes." The brief response from Emperor Tian left the divine beast stunned. "Huh?" The divine beast felt like its anger had hit a wall of cotton, as the other party actually accepted its angry words, which made it furious and momentarily speechless. "Just follow me and you'll find out." Emperor Tian provided no further explanation and flipped his palm, instantly transporting them to the edge of the core area, on the path where the golden dragon's spear stood. The spatial shift made the divine beast widen its eyes, as it was unaware that spatial power was originally its strong suit. This place is. The divine beast glanced around, clearly recognizing where it was. However, its gaze was quickly drawn to the peculiar long spear, and it also noticed the groups of soul beasts surrounding it. Is this spear absorbing their life force? The divine beast, relying on the keen perception from the vertical eye on its forehead, immediately noticed the unusual situation before it. That's right. This spear came from who knows where, and its presence, as you can see, is undoubtedly a disaster for my Stardow forest, Emperor Qian said solemnly. What you need to do is simple. Pull it out and stop it from draining energy from the forest. Why me? The divine beast quickly sensed something was off. If it was that simple, anyone could pull out the spear. Not to mention you. Even your many subordinates with over 100,000 years of cultivation should be able to handle it. I don't see any soul beasts of that level among the ones here, indicating its influence is limited. No, while they can resist its influence, they are not strong enough to pull out this spear. Emperor Qian shook his head, closed his eyes, and tried to resonate with it. Although the divine beast was filled with doubt, curiosity drove it to follow Emperor Tian's words. As its mental power made contact with the spear, it felt a sudden jolt, as if it was electrified, and the flow of blood within it quickened, as if it was being mutually attracted to the spear. It was startled and quickly withdrew its mental power, looking at Emperor Tian. Why do I feel a bloodline connection with it? Is this how all soul beasts feel? Emperor Tian observed everything closely and nodded slightly. I'll explain this to you later. You just need to tell me if you're willing to pull out this spear. No need to ask why it's not us. You just need to express your thoughts. The divine beast hesitated little and replied, I am not willing. Emperor Tian was taken aback. Why? It's simple. This has nothing to do with me. The divine beast answered without thinking. You didn't pull out the spear yourselves, but went around in circles to find me, which shows that the spear definitely has some danger that makes you afraid to pull it out, yet you don't tell me about this danger. Though I'm small, I'm not foolish. Why should I listen to you and wade through this muddy water? Secondly, these soul beasts are not high-level soul beasts. Their lives and deaths are of no interest to me and have nothing to do with me. The divine beast quickly scanned the mass of soul beasts before it, its eyes filled with indifference. They're not even 10,000-year soul beasts concerning the foundation of the forest. Why do you care about these animals? The divine beast scoffed and turned to leave. Emperor Tian looked at it with a complex expression, suddenly realizing that he might have overlooked or misjudged certain aspects of the divine beast character. The Emperor Divine Beast, despite carrying the fate of the entire Stardow forest, lacked a sense of reverence for life. Emperor Tian sighed. Do you know why all soul beasts worship you, treat you with respect, and allow you to enjoy this royal treatment? Because they all need to rely on me. The entire forest relies on me. The divine beast did not look back. Without me, the power of fate in the Stardow forest would be severed, and when that happens, all of you will suffer. Emperor Tian curved his palm into a claw. That's right, but sometimes things are not that simple. With a cry of pain, the divine beast crashed into a transparent wall, falling to the ground. The surrounding transparent air curtain had formed an air dome without it realizing it. This space had been sealed by Emperor Tian. I apologize. If it weren't for the master's orders, I wouldn't act like this. Emperor Tian looked at the divine beast with some regret. There are some things I need to clarify with you. If I refuse, will you keep me here forever? The divine beast's eyes flashed with hatred. Chapter 102. Memory, I won't keep you here forever, Emperor Tian said. I just want to tell you some things. The reason you have your current treatment and status is indeed because you carry the fate of the Stardow forest, which can bless my Stardow generation with prosperity. That is your value. Because you have value, you earn the respect of all soul beasts. Emperor Tian slowly continued. This can also be seen as your responsibility, your obligation. Since you carry the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, you have a responsibility and obligation to protect the Stardow forest with this bloodline that carries the power of fate. Nothing in this world is taken for granted. Since your birth, the Stardow forest has poured too many resources for you to enjoy, even feeding you with soul beasts regardless of their kind. Emperor Tian walked up to the divine beast and leaned down. Now that the Stardow is in trouble, you must fulfill your responsibility. Regardless of what level these soul beasts are or what dangers might come from pulling out that spear, you must stand up. The divine beast looked at him coldly, silent. I can be honest with you. We're not clear about the consequences and dangers of pulling out that spear, but we will do our utmost to ensure your safety. That is also because you have value. Valuable people will be respected in any era. We will not let such a person die easily or even suffer a little harm. Emperor Tian and the divine beast locked eyes. In return for your efforts, we will also give you rewards. That spear will serve as your weapon. You can move freely anywhere in the forest, even leave the Stardow forest under the protection of the Red King. This is what I meant earlier. With this weapon as your security guarantee, you will not be restricted to staying in the core area for protection. The divine beast's face turned ashen. It had always lived in luxury and never imagined it would one day bear any obligations or responsibilities like this. Gritting its teeth, it said, "Why does it have to be me? Just now you felt it, right? This spear is connected to your bloodline, which indicates you share a common origin. Therefore, only you can pull it out." Emperor Tian no longer hid the truth. "So, all these years of companionship was merely because I had value, and you needed to use my power to protect the forest." The divine beast's eyes were sorrowful. Was I too naive? What friends, what children, it was all fake. Everything is mutual exploitation. Emperor Tian fell silent for a moment. Although what he said was somewhat cruel, it was the truth. "But regarding the friends you mentioned, the problem mainly lies with you." Emperor Tian looked at the numerous soul beasts around. "You have never truly treated even one person sincerely. In your eyes, I am the villain hindering your freedom. The Red King is just a big fool you play with when bored, and all the soul beasts in this forest, even including the 10,000-year soul beasts, especially those that have fallen here, you never see them as kindred but as animals. Their lives, in your view, are no different from weeds. Sometimes I think you resemble humans more, because you see yourself as something above soul beasts. Living here, you naturally wouldn't lower yourself to treat any soul beast sincerely. The word friend has never been taken to heart." This speech left the divine beast speechless. It no longer debated with Emperor Tian, knowing it couldn't win against him. It felt wronged in its heart, and a thought of ending its life rose from the depths of its heart. It steeled itself and quickly walked toward the gun, with a flash of golden light. The golden dragon gun was pulled from the ground and firmly landed in its hand. Emperor Tian rushed forward and held the auspicious beast in his arms. It tightly gripped the golden dragon gun, but its gaze was vacant and motionless, as if its soul had been taken away. Emperor Tian immediately checked its pulse and sensed that the auspicious beast was physically unharmed, letting out a sigh of relief. The aura on the gun quickly retracted. Because the energy absorbed from the forest, lakes, and soul beasts was too vast, the gun began to overflow with energy. As Emperor Tian firmly absorbed this overflowing energy to prevent it from dissipating into the world, he guided it into the body of the soul beast. And the other soul beasts began to slowly awaken. The life force in the forest gradually recovered, and spiritual energy was once again manifested in this place. After half a day, when Emperor Tian finally restored the vitality of the soul beasts and dispersed them, he turned back to look, but the auspicious beast showed no change. It still stood there, its gaze dazed and vacant, like a puppet. "Are you all right?" Emperor Tian waved his hand in front of the auspicious beast's eyes, but there was no reaction. A sense of heaviness settled in Emperor Tian's heart as he took its pulse again, but still found nothing abnormal. Its body was fine, but the auspicious beast was like this. Could it be a mental issue? Emperor Tian pondered, but he could sense that the auspicious beast's soul was intact, and its spirit had not been harmed. Moreover, its primary attribute was the mental attribute, which was comparable to that of 10,000-year-old mental attribute soul beasts. Any problems should have been detectable right away, so why was it merely vacant, and yet no issue could be found? Emperor Tian did not know that the auspicious beast's daze was not due to any physical or mental issues, but rather because a large segment of memory was flooding into its mind. It was a memory of a human, a man, from his childhood to his death, playing back like a movie in reverse. This man lived his entire life in one place, a place called Tangmen. His name was Tang San, an outer disciple of Tangmen. Orphaned at a young age, he was taken in by an elder of Tangmen and practiced as a disciple in the outer gate, ranking third among his peers, and his fellow disciples called him Tang San. He seemed to be perpetually practicing the profound techniques of Tangmen, such as Xian Tian Gong, as well as body techniques, hidden weapons, and poison scriptures. It could not comprehend the content and significance of these scrolls. It could only marvel at how splendid the civilization created by humans was, with each and every item unheard of in the soul beast realm, and even a single item taken out would be a treasure in the soul beast world. Memories floated before its eyes year by year, like frames in a movie, and finally, in the 29th year, this man named Tang San seemed to have completed a world-shattering artifact known as the Buddha's Fury Tang Lotus. Though it was just a memory, it could still feel the extraordinary nature of this hidden weapon from the sound of its mechanisms moving, causing it to be deeply moved. At that moment, 17 elders in white robes forced him to a cliff known as Go See Worry. Its heart leaped to its throat. It knew they were all elders of Tang Men, their status akin to that of Emperor Tian in its current forest. It heard them planning to make trouble for him, and it was eager to know what this man named Tang San would do. After all, Tang San was like itself now, with no friends, having a place to dwell, and making significant contributions to that dwelling, which seemed to dislike them. It suddenly felt a sense of kinship with Tang San and quietly decided to emulate him. It would do as Tang San did. Everything Tang San had was given by Tang Men. Whether it was life or the abilities he possessed, they were all bestowed by Tang Men. No matter when, Tang San was a person of Tang Men in life and a ghost of Tang Men in death. It knew that the elders would not allow the body of an outer disciple who violated the sect rules to remain in Tang Men. So if that were the case, Libby turned to bones in this nature of Bashu. As the voice fell, a white airflow surged from Tang San's body, leaving him unclothed, and he jumped off Go See Worry. It felt like falling from a height in a dream. Its body trembled, and it woke up in a cold sweat from the ground. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, and the lake's surface was as calm as a mirror. Emperor Tian was roasting fish by the fire, watching it. Awake? Emperor Tian handed over a piece of already roasted fish. I told you I wouldn't let you get hurt. It seems you're fine. It was still immersed in the shock of the man jumping off the cliff, and hadn't regained its senses. The growl of its stomach temporarily made it forget the grievances with Emperor Tian, and it took the roasted fish and began to eat. Chapter 103, Training. You haven't told me what happened after you pulled out that gun. Emperor Tian's calm voice reached the auspicious beast's ears, and it paused for a moment, turning its head to glance aside, only to see the golden dragon gun it had pulled out during the day. It lay quietly beside it, no longer exuding the oppressive aura it had when it was first seen. It came back to its senses, its thoughts gradually becoming clear. What it had just seen was merely a memory. It was still itself, still belonging to the forest, still a member of the soul beasts, although it had a lifespan and memories of several thousand years as a soul beast. Most of them were spent in the monotonous life of the core area of the forest. The memories of this human that flooded into its mind, though only spanning a brief 29 years, contained information and excitement that even surpassed its own several thousand years of life, making it difficult for it to understand and digest all at once. It needed to savor this memory slowly. It remained silent. It understood the choice this man, named Tang San, made in the face of an unwelcoming dwelling, to protest through death. To be honest, it had also drawn courage to disregard danger and pull out this gun with similar thoughts. But now, with this human's memories in its mind, it suddenly lost its courage. Perhaps it was due to being too comfortable for too long, and it did not dare to take that step like Tang San. It seems you're not unaware, but simply unwilling to speak. Emperor Tian stood up. Well, as long as you are fine, that's good. From today onwards, you don't have to be limited to the core area of the forest. You can go wherever you want within the forest. Of course, if you want to leave the forest, you need to tell me, and I will have the Red King follow you. It did not respond but picked up the golden dragon gun, caressing it, watching Emperor Tian disappear into the night. Feeling the familiar and comforting aura emanating from the gun, it fell into thought. In Soul Master City, at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall Academy, after the competition ended, the Holy Maiden team emerged victorious. With the crisp sound of the referee's whistle, a student on one side of the platform collapsed to the ground as if liberated, while a few teammates carried him off the stage. They were the top students of the academy, mostly young, only around 14 or 15 years old, but they formed a battle team composed entirely of soul venerates. In this wheel battle trial arranged by the academy, they were defeated by another team of younger members, all of whom were great soul masters. There were 5 of them in total, 3 of whom were direct disciples of the Pope. They were already considered the strongest in the intermediate class of the academy. Above them were the students of the advanced class, equivalent to high-level soul master academies in the outside world. However, including them, the intermediate class students had already undergone various trials and teams based on strength over the past few days, and up until now, this team, which could only be classified as a beginner class based on age, had not lost in the wheel battle against the intermediate class students arranged by the academy. The Pope had personally visited the academy and promised that whichever team could see the last person standing in the wheel battle would qualify to become her direct disciples. To have the Pope as a mentor was something these ambitious young men and women dreamed of, but could not attain. Under such temptations, Despite facing a team with 3 direct disciples of the Pope, all of whom were only in the junior class, they believed they had a chance. Some were dismissive, while others had prepared for a long time. However, in the end, although some teams managed to exhaust the first 2 boys in a war of attrition, once they encountered the later girls, it seemed like they had activated hell mode. It was only during the best match that the strongest team from the intermediate class could show that they saw the second girl. And as for the last girl, she was never seen throughout. They even suspected that this team only had 4 members. If the last one truly existed, she would surely be quite a challenge, even for the advanced class students. The oldest in the junior class was only 12 years old, and there had been no reports of anyone graduating from the Junior Soul Master Academy and meeting the standards of Advanced Soul Master Academy students on the continent. So boring. It's never my turn. In the lounge, Shui held a cup of milk tea, only letting others see, but not share, making people itch with desire. Xiao Shui. If you go up, you can't use your martial soul. It's not that there would be trouble, but everyone is classmates, and for the sake of competition, we should encourage each other. If you go up, it might have a counterproductive effect on their confidence. Du Guyan stammered. Yes, and among us, Shui is the most experienced in battle. Over these days, she has developed strategies, analyzed the opponent's abilities, and pointed out our shortcomings in battle. Everyone has learned a lot and made progress. Liena nodded. Sister Shui is our role model. Xiaoyu and Yin looked at the 3 girls who were always together, exchanging glances. Nana used to spend a lot of time with them, and because of Nana, their usual play and study together felt natural and harmonious. But now that Nana had a good girlfriend, the communication with them had naturally decreased. They found it difficult to integrate, especially when it came to girls, particularly those stronger than them, so they could only keep warm together. Unfortunately, both of them harbored their own thoughts about Nana, leading to awkwardness in their daily interactions. With a gentle knock on the door was slowly pushed open, and Bibidong walked in with a bag of snacks. Congratulations, you have graduated from the junior class. Bibidong poured the snacks onto the table. Here to reward you. Shouldn't we be moving up to the advanced class, Mom? Shui put down her milk tea and walked over to link her arm with Bibidong. We've defeated all the intermediate class students, and now we should challenge the experts in the advanced class. You. Bibidong looked at Shui helplessly. Don't be overly ambitious. Team spirit isn't something that can be developed well through short-term training. It requires long-term integration. So, take your junior brothers and sisters and compete with other academies to see the results. Then I'll consider letting you into the advanced class. Oh, but I'm itching to fight. Shui pouted and acted cute. Then you can spar with your junior brothers and sisters. Bibidong said with a hint of a smile. Is that really okay? Nana, who was beside them, felt a bit nervous. The junior sisters are very strong. I'm afraid I can't win. Shui seemed a bit timid. You can use your soul skills, except for the red soul ring. Bibidong said. That seems too difficult. Du Guyan also stammered. You can all go together and compete with Shui. I wanted you to spar for a long time. You are familiar with each other's moves and can better discover each other's shortcomings and weaknesses. Bibidong said, in the future, during breaks, let us have a match like this. Months later, Heavendo, Barak Kingdom, Soto City. This is a large city located in the center of the Limai Plain of Barak Kingdom, known as the Granary of Barak, and is a crucial stronghold of the country. The streets were bustling with crowds, and the sounds of vendors calling out were incessant. Among them, a particularly loud voice did not come from the street vendors. At a rooftop sign, a sound amplification soul guide was hanging, and a weathered yet magnetic voice shouted, "The Academy is recruiting students. Give me a gold coin, and I'll return you a viscount." Excuse me, how do I get a Shrek Academy? A clear female voice asked. Chapter 104. Shrek. The voice caught the attention of several passers-by nearby. In Soto City, everyone was not particularly interested in Shrek. This academy was nominally an academy, but it did not differentiate levels and was not formal compared to other Soul Master academies. Although the advertisements were everywhere, and even in several neighboring cities, they distributed flyers, very few people actually went. It was said that the registration fee alone was shockingly expensive. No one knew how the principal of this academy managed to get registered with the Martial Soul Hall and obtain the qualification to operate the school. Passers-by were drawn to the scene, with some curious about who was fooled into wanting to go to Shrek. But more were attracted by the girl who was asking for directions. She stood at the window under the sign with the sound amplification soul guide, tall and slender. Dressed in a white form-fitting outfit with silver trims, her long, powder blue wavy hair was wrapped in a cloth, and she wore a veil over her face. Where her long hair was let down, it could cover her entire back, reaching down to her hips. Although everyone couldn't see her true face because of the veil, From the half of her face that was exposed, she was undoubtedly a stunning beauty. The person sitting inside the window, who had been shouting about enrollment, stopped and looked at the girl asking for directions with a big smile on his face. "Is this young lady here to enroll in our Shrek?" The girl nodded, and the staff's smile widened. "You've chosen the right academy. Our Shrek is a place of great talent and resources. As long as you're not yet 13 and your soul power is above level 21, you can successfully enroll in the academy. Although the registration fee is a bit expensive, think about it. Our graduation standard is to reach level 40 before the age of 20. This way, your future achievements will surely be limitless. If you serve the Empire, you'll at least start as a Viscount. So, give me a gold coin, and I'll return you a Viscount is not false advertising. So how about it? Are you eager to join us?" The girl nodded, and the staff eagerly waited for her to take out money. He didn't care whether the girl met the age or soul power requirements. He just wanted to get the money first, then direct her. If she later found out she didn't meet the criteria and want a refund, it wouldn't cause much of a stir in front of the examiners. If she came back here to cause trouble, he wouldn't recognize it, and those 10 gold soul coins would be swallowed up. "So where is Shrek Academy?" The girl asked, but didn't seem inclined to take out any money. "First pay the registration fee, 10 gold soul coins. Once you pay, I'll give you a map, and with this map, you can find your way to the academy and use it as proof for your enrollment assessment," the staff said, shaking the paper in his hand. "I don't have any money," the girl replied directly. "I just wanted to ask if there is a student named Tang San in your school." "Huh?" The staff frowned. "So you're not here to enroll?" "That's right. I want to be this person as classmate, but I don't know if he is studying at your academy." "If he is, I will definitely enroll in your academy," the girl replied. "So all the enrollment conditions I introduced to you earlier were all for nothing?" The staff became a bit impatient, disappointment evident on his face. "I've never heard of anyone named Tang San. Go on if you're not coming. Don't obstruct me here. I still have to continue the enrollment work." The girl was a bit at a loss. She clearly hadn't expected this situation. Although she still hoped to inquire about the academy's address, the staff didn't even spare her a glance since she couldn't produce a single penny, and she had no choice but to leave helplessly. As she walked on the street, despite covering her appearance with a veil, the fresh and elegant aura around her was impossible to hide. Passers-by glanced at her, and she walked as gracefully as a noblewoman. Just like how the noblewoman caught the attention of a villain, 3 men at a tea stall nearby had their eyes firmly fixed on this girl. "What do you say? Under that veil, is she a fairy or an ugly monster?" The man referred to as Baloo was clearly the leader of the group. He had a particularly sinister and lewd face, his tongue slowly sliding over his lips. Regardless of whether the face beneath that veil was beautiful or ugly, with that figure and aura, I want her. Brother Baloo truly has a sharp eye. He can tell that this girl is not bad. The 3 men quietly got up and began to follow the girl from a distance. By noon, the girl arrived at a village on the outskirts of Suatawa City. She picked up a few twigs, took a fish from her soul guide, and skewered it on a twig to find a less populated spot to start a fire and roast the fish. It seemed that this girl was quite poor. Wanting to attend Shrek Academy, but unable to pay the registration fee, she could only come here to roast fish at mealtime. "I thought a good idea. You guys stay here and learn a thing or two." Behind the trees in the distance, Baloo instructed his 2 brothers and then swaggered out. "Little sister, where are you going? Do you have any companions or family? Why are you roasting fish in the wilderness instead of eating at mealtime?" The girl was focused on roasting the fish and didn't notice someone approaching from behind. The girl was startled and turned around suddenly, dropping the fish into the fire, only to see a man grinning at her. Oh. The girl seemed a bit nervous and stammered. "I'm looking for my classmate. I don't know where he is, but I know he's in Suatawa City." "Which academy is your classmate at?" "I know the addresses of all the academies in Suatawa City." Baloo chuckled. Really? The girl's eyes lit up. "Then do you know where Shrek Academy is?" "My classmate should be at that academy, but I can't find the way after searching for so long." "No problem. But Shrek Academy is quite a scam. You need to pay 10 gold soul coins to get in. If you don't have gold soul coins, I can help you gather those 10 gold soul coins. But you'll need to help Uncle with a small favor." Baloo leered at the girl in front of him. "Just play a game with Uncle." "Is that so?" The girl felt a bit awkward, but still nodded. "I know that earning money requires work. I can't accept someone else's kindness for free. I'll play well with Uncle." "All right, then follow me." Baloo turned around and led the girl back, saying, "Forget about that fish. After you play with Uncle, I'll treat you to a big meal." Oh, the girl responded awkwardly, completely unaware of what this man intended to do to her. Impressive. You're good at tricking young girls." 2 other men with similarly lewd appearances walked out from behind the trees. One said, "No, I see it clearly. It's just that this girl is too innocent and naive to fall for your tricks. Otherwise, with your skills, which woman in the city wouldn't see through you at first glance? Bula laughed. You guys are just jealous. Today I caught a prize. With that, the three stopped, their eyes fixed on the girl, and the malicious intent in their gazes made her feel uneasy. What? What kind of game are we going to play? The girl asked timidly. You'll find out soon, Bulu said as he lunged forward with a laugh. Chapter 105. Wang Xiu, what are you going to do? The girl retreated in terror as Bulu lunged forward but missed. We're playing a game. Didn't you promise Uncle to play together? After playing, Uncle will definitely take you to Shrek. Bulu no longer concealed his intentions, leering maliciously, be good. Or else Uncle won't give you the gold soul coins. The girl was genuinely panicking now. Even she could see the ill intentions of the man in front of her. She turned and ran. The little girl ran quite fast. Bulu shouted, you guys block her from both sides. I'll catch her from behind. As soon as he finished speaking, three figures leaped like arrows, quickly surrounding the girl. In just a moment, she was blocked on both sides, and, in a panic, she turned to see Bulu approaching her quickly, for soul rings of white, yellow, and two purple glowing around him, and a thick black aura slowly rising from beneath her feet, tightly wrapping around her. But the girl clearly wasn't willing to sit and wait for death. She shouted, yellow, yellow, purple, and three soul rings lit up. The second soul ring shone brightly, and the girl suddenly felt her strength increase several times, breaking free from the black energy wrapping around her. So she's a soul master. I underestimated you. But you've just entered the soul master stage. It's not just me. We have three soul elders here. Bulu tilted his head, and the other two nodded in understanding, releasing their respective martial spirits, each with four soul rings surrounding the girl in the middle. First soul skill, Golden Dragon Body. The girl shouted, concentrating energy into her fist and attacking Bulu head-on. Bulu's two black, claw-like martial spirits suddenly enlarged, gripping the punch she threw. Such strong power. Bulu staggered back a few steps, surprised that a girl who had just entered the Soul Master stage could have this kind of ability. I've gained new insight. Saying that, Bulu adjusted his breathing and stance, his expression becoming serious. You two hold back for now. I want to take this girl down myself. It'll be fulfilling to tame such a fiery girl. I need to get serious. The girl bit her silver teeth lightly. From the earlier exchange, she understood that her current soul power was significantly lower than that of the man in front of her. Even using her strongest third soul skill might not defeat him. And with his two companions watching closely, it seemed nearly impossible to escape from the three of them today. Just as the girl was preparing to take out her weapon from the soul guide and fight to the death, several silver needles flew from behind Bulu, piercing through his body, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, a few flew toward Bulu's two companions, but since they were already on guard, they quickly activated their soul skills to block the silver needles. You need to take him for treatment now. There's still time to save his life. A cold voice came from behind Bulu, belonging to a young-looking man who, despite an ordinary appearance, seemed exceptionally young. As his two companions were about to react, they saw that Bulu was bleeding profusely on the ground and realized they couldn't delay. They rushed forward to help Bulu, supporting him as they fled in a panic. Of course, they left with a harsh warning. You wait, meddling brat. But the young man merely smiled faintly, giving the girl a concerned look. After confirming that she was unharmed, he walked away alone. However, the girl didn't think so. Her breathing was rapid because she recognized those silver needles. She had a deep memory of them. Sand and Shadow, that was its name. This is the first time she has truly seen the thing that exists in her memories. She is well aware that the Tang sect keeps these secrets hidden. So the other party must be a disciple of the Tang sect. And in this Soto city, could he be? She quickened her pace and called out to the boy, hey, you saved me, but I haven't asked your name yet. The boy turned around. There's no need for that. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention. No, if it weren't for you, I might have fallen into the hands of those bad guys today. You must leave your name, the girl insisted. All right, the boy nodded. My name is Tang Yin, and yours? Tang Yin, the girl murmured, her expression shifting from anticipation to a hint of disappointment. Thank you. Hey, what's with that expression? You seem a bit disappointed by my name. Is it too plain? The boy noticed a change in her demeanor and felt a bit displeased. No, I was thinking about something else. Thank you, Tang Yin. I really appreciate it. The girl bowed slightly. You still haven't told me your name. Tang Yin said, pouting. I. The girl was at a loss for words. I. What do you mean, I? Just say it. Why are you stuttering? Tang Yin, Thou Wen. I don't have a name. The girl sounded deflated, and even though her face was covered by a veil, It was evident she was blushing. Oh, I see. I thought there was some other reason. The boy seemed unconcerned. Don't you find it strange? Everyone has a name. Yet I don't. The girl was somewhat curious. What's so strange about it? If you want one, just pick one. No one has a name when they're born. It's given later. The boy shrugged. If you want to be like everyone else, just choose one. Then, what should I pick? The girl pondered deeply. Why is it so complicated for you to pick a name? The boy seemed a bit impatient. What's in your little head that you can't even decide what to call yourself? I. The girl didn't know how to respond at that moment. If you can't decide, I'll help you. It's autumn now, so I'll call you Qian. The boy said casually. Your name is Wang Qian, and from now on everyone will call you Wang Qian. Of course. Only close people can call you Qian. This is too casual, isn't it? The girl said. Well, if you can't think of anything yourself, and I come up with one that you don't want, girls are really troublesome. Forget it. I have things to do. I won't bother with you anymore. The boy seemed to be irritated and lifted his foot to leave. Hey, wait. Wang Qian is fine. Don't be angry. I'll just be called Qian. Where are you going? The girl hurriedly asked. To Shrek Academy. What is up? The boy turned back. These days are the enrollment days for academies on the continent. I'm going there to register. Yeah, really? Really? The girl said with some delight. I also want to register there. You? The boy was a bit surprised. You look like you're the right age. Are you here to apply to Shrek Academy too? Did you encounter bad guys on the way? In that case, I saved a classmate on my way. What a coincidence, since we're both applying. Would you mind taking me along? The girl linked her arm with Tang San. Let us go. The boy shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to walk forward with her. On the small path outside the city, they left behind the shadow of them, walking side by side. Chapter 106. Golden Dragon in a remote village. There was a simple wooden sign at the entrance, with the words, Shrek Academy written in large characters. In front of these words was a green monster head, seemingly the emblem of the academy. There were very few people lined up to register at the entrance, but it was far from peaceful, as many people were gathered, seemingly arguing about something. What's going on with your academy? You didn't say anything about the fees, and now you're telling me this isn't accepted and that isn't accepted after I've paid? Are you here just to swindle money? A student's parent appeared particularly agitated, shouting at the old man who was leisurely lying on a recliner with his eyes closed. Do you believe I'll go to the spirit hall to complain about you and have your qualifications revoked? Our Shrek only accepts monsters. I think you should understand the meaning of Shrek just by seeing these three characters, the Academy for Monsters. The old man still kept his eyes closed. If you don't meet the criteria, don't blame others. So you're just deceiving people? Using the guise of enrollment to raise the admission threshold for profit? The student's parent was furious. I don't care if you're a monster academy or a waste academy. If you don't accept me today, then refund my money. You must choose between accepting people or refunding. Qin Ming, someone is causing trouble. The old man called out to a young man who stood in an inconspicuous corner. He looked ordinary, dressed in black. He respectfully bowed to the old man and then walked to the front of the crowd, releasing his spirit rings. 2 yellow and 2 purple for spirit rings descended, and the crowd immediately erupted in surprise. They hadn't expected this seemingly young man to be a soul master. On the order of the teacher, I'm here to maintain the order of the academy. If you want a refund, please spar with me. If you can defeat me, I will return the registration fee in full. The young man said the most unreasonable words in a polite manner. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, as no one had anticipated that this seemingly dilapidated academy had a soul master with such high strength, especially since this student referred to the person in charge of registration as teacher. What kind of level could this seemingly scruffy old man be? The already small crowd dispersed immediately after witnessing this scene. However, some people were still unconvinced, shouting as they left, is it impressive just because you have a high level? Can you ignore reason? Moreover, just because the teacher has a high level doesn't mean he can teach. This academy is in such a poor state and dares to set admission criteria higher than prestigious academies, with such poor teaching conditions. Do you have the capability to teach the students you take in? And yet you still want to swallow our money. Let us go, everyone. Let us go to the Spirit Hall together and complain about this so-called Shrek Academy. Let the Spirit Hall revoke their teaching license. Many people echoed, heading towards the Spirit Hall in the city. But the old man remained unconcerned and said to the young man named Qin Ming, the publicity of the Dean isn't broad enough. He only attracted such a few people. I don't know if this year's funding will be enough to train students. Maybe there won't be any students this year. That is fine too. The Dean can save some money for other things. Although we have our people in the Spirit Hall, we can survive through the complaints every year. but it still takes money to handle such troubles every year. The old man prepared to get up and go back inside to rest. Teacher, there are still 2 people. Qin reminded. The old man glanced over and noticed that there was still a boy and a girl at the village entrance watching. Are you here to register too? The old man sat down again, raising an eyebrow. Did you see what just happened? Don't cause trouble here like those people. Shrek doesn't accept ordinary people. Senior. Don't worry, we understand the rules here. The boy smiled and handed over the route map he obtained in Soto City. We came here precisely because you only accept monsters, because monsters represent talent, and I am a genius. The old man looked at the confident smile on the boy's face and nodded. You come first. Let me assess your bone age. The young boy extended his hand, and as soon as the old man touched it, he let out a soft hum. The old man, seemingly skeptical, pinched the boy's hand a few more times, and his expression suddenly became strange. He looked up at him and asked, have you practiced any soul skills? The boy smiled lightly and replied, yes. Lift your leg. When the old man pinched his hand, he felt that the boy's hand was extremely soft, even indistinguishable in terms of bone structure. Fortunately, this time by pinching the calf, he finally confirmed that the boy's bone age was only about 12 years old, making him suitable. The girl standing beside them observed everything, silently reciting a few words, mysterious jade hand. Release your martial soul. The old man nodded in satisfaction. A blue light surged from the boy's hand, and strands of grass vines grew out, revealing the most common blue-silver grass on the continent. But that was not the most surprising part. What was astonishing was that 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, floated around the blue-silver grass, a standard soul ring configuration. This boy, who was under 12, was actually a soul master. A hint of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. A soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul? Can the blue-silver grass be cultivated this quickly? This is a first. May I ask, does this qualify me for admission to your esteemed school? The boy asked with a smile. Naturally, the old man nodded in satisfaction, truly a little monster. It's your turn. The old man looked at the girl waiting beside them, and the veil on her face made him frown slightly. I have no money. The girl blushed and stammered, can I work study? No, the old man replied firmly. The rules cannot be changed here. If you can't pay the registration fee, you might as well go back. Our academy does not allow free attendance. The girl looked awkwardly at the boy, as if hoping he could help her. The boy frowned, as if he couldn't bear to see this. I say, Senior, didn't your academy say it only accepts monsters and not ordinary people? Now that a monster is standing in front of you, you refuse entry over a few registration fees? What? You just clearly stated the rules here, and now you want to go back on them? The old man glanced sideways at the boy. Our academy does not accept students who do not abide by the rules. If you have any objections, you can leave, so you don't cause trouble for the academy later. The boy was momentarily speechless, and finally helplessly smiled. All right, I'll pay for her. That's acceptable, right? After saying that, he pulled out a bag of gold soul coins and threw it at the old man's face. However, the old man caught it steadily and said unhurriedly, come on, let us see your age. The boy angrily turned around and walked away. The girl hesitantly approached and extended her hand. The old man touched it and nodded in satisfaction. Your age meets the requirements. But before testing your soul power, I want to ask you 2 questions. What is your relationship with that boy? If he is a friend, why didn't he help you pay it first? But if not, why did he help you later? He's a friend I met today. The girl thought for a moment and replied. The second question, why are you wearing a veil? Is it due to some illness or another reason? The academy has regulations against veiling without special reasons. The old man nodded. This is my first time traveling far, and I'm a bit shy. The girl said if the academy doesn't allow it, I can take it off. No need, the old man said. It's only necessary to confirm your identity during registration. Just let me see your face. And if it's inconvenient for you, you can continue wearing the veil in the academy. Okay. The girl took off her veil, and after a moment, she asked, Teacher? The old man finally came back to his senses, hurriedly saying, I understand. I'll take care of your registration right away. The girl put her veil back on. But you haven't tested my soul power yet. Right, look at my memory. I almost forgot, the old man said, somewhat flustered. Release your martial soul. With a low roar, an exceptionally powerful pressure erupted, causing the old man to feel a bit of heart palpitations. He was astonished to find that above the yellow, and purple 3 rings, there was a golden dragon coiled. Chapter 107. Admission Assessment. This is a golden sacred dragon? The old man rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Shocked as he exclaimed, such a martial soul exists in the world? I meet the registration qualifications, right? Wang Qiuer retracted her martial soul, wanting to go in search of Tang Yin. Are you from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? The old man's gaze towards the girl became strange. Forgive my curiosity. I shouldn't inquire about a student's background. But your martial soul is rare. And I've only heard that the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family possesses dragons of such high quality. So what if I am? What if I'm not? Wang Xiaoer raised her eyebrows and asked with interest. If you're from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family, we wouldn't be afraid to accept you, but it might be a bit troublesome and would need to be reported to the principal. The old man replied with a dry cough. Why? Do you have a grudge against that blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Wang Xiaoer pressed. Not really. It's just that our principal has some connections with them. The old man responded. I see, but I'm not from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Wang Xiaoer smiled faintly, leaving only her back. The old man watched her leave, his brow furrowed. A golden sacred dragon, martial soul. Its quality seems to surpass that of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Could it be a mutated martial soul from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family? Achieving the three-ring soul master level at such a young age has limitless potential. It seems we truly have found a treasure this year. I must inform the principal. 2 junior students, please follow me. As Wang Qiuer just entered the village, she saw the young man, previously referred to as Qin Ming, waiting there with Tang Yin. Qin Ming was straightforward. Upon seeing Wang Qiuer arrive, he nodded and turned to signal them to follow. Where are we going? Wang Qiuer whispered to Tang Yin as they walked. I heard that was just the first assessment. There are a total of 4 assessments, and we have to pass all of them to be successfully admitted as students of Shrek Academy. Tang Yin replied quietly. Is it that troublesome? How many students can the school accept? Wang Qiuer frowned slightly upon hearing this. It's not too bad. Since we are considered the strongest students they have recruited since the establishment of the academy. We are exempted from the 2nd and 3rd assessments and only need to pass the 4th to enroll, Tang Yin explained. There aren't many students at this academy. Those who were in the same class as Senior Qin Ming are no longer around. The graduation standards here are particularly strict. One must reach level 40 before the age of 20, or they cannot graduate. In 10 years of operation, they have recruited less than 20 people, averaging 2 each year. Senior Qin Ming is considered the most outstanding one in the academy. His class was 5 years long, and some of his classmates perished at the hands of soul beasts, while others graduated successfully and joined major sections. He chose to stay at Shrek as a teaching assistant. I see. Wang Qiuer nodded slightly. It seems this academy has some advantages, at least high standards for its students. What is our 4th assessment? I don't know. I heard we are lucky this year because, for some reason, the 4th assessment is different from previous years. We will only know the specifics after Senior Qin Ming communicates with the principal. Tang Yin shook his head. You all wait here. I will go ask. I'll come out and inform you of the assessment details. Qin Ming stopped in front of a dilapidated wooden house, instructed the 2, and then entered the house. By the way, what are the 2nd and 3rd tests we can skip? Wang Qiuer asked curiously. The 2nd test is to measure the specific level of soul power. Since we are all 3-ring soul masters, this test is prepared for 2-ring soul masters. Of course, it's also because we are too much of a monster. Basically, no one on the continent can reach soul master at this age, Tang Yin said with a grin. The 3rd test is to evaluate the use of martial souls. They said this is to confirm the students' control over their martial souls. Students who cannot control their martial souls well are considered lazy and have not practiced diligently, so they are not wanted. Isn't the academy supposed to teach these things? If the students know everything, what do they need this academy for? Wang Qiuer asked, puzzled. I don't know. Anyway, that's the rule they set. Sigh. It has nothing to do with us. Let's discuss what the assessment will be later, Tang Yin said. Just as the 2 were having a pleasant conversation, the old wooden door creaked open. Let me introduce, this is teacher Zhao Wujia. He just arrived at our academy and will be the examiner for your 4th test today and every year to come. Qin Ming said as he walked out with a sturdy man. I am Zhao Wujia. Maybe you have heard of me, or maybe you haven't. But regardless of whether you have or haven't, I have another nickname called the Unmovable King, the man said. His stature was not tall, and his appearance was quite ordinary, but he looked very solid, even giving a sense of robustness. His broad shoulders resembled city walls, and his coat could not hide his muscular build that looked like it was forged from steel. Although his expression was friendly, his strong physique inadvertently gave a strong sense of pressure. Unmovable King? Tang Yin's pupil shrank, while Wang Qiuer looked confused and quickly asked in a low voice. Some time ago, there was a fierce yet famous battle on the continent, where 16 bishops of the Spirit Hall surrounded one person. Each bishop was at least level 60, and the person they were surrounding was also over level 60. But even in this situation of many against few, the bishops were still unable to capture that person. And instead, he managed to escape. That person is the unmovable king, Tang San explained, his expression particularly serious. It seems you are paying attention to things on the continent. Qiming glanced at Tang San and nodded. That's right. Teacher Zhao hid his identity here under the encirclement of the spirit hall. I hope you can keep it confidential and not spread it. The principal has appointed teacher Zhao as the vice principal of the academy, responsible for monitoring the fourth test for students. Teacher Zhao, please set the test. What is the content of the fourth test? Qiming looked at Zhao Wujie respectfully. You must last for the duration of a stick of incense, Zhao Wujie said, arms crossed over his chest. I heard that these two are quite remarkable this year. I want to see just how remarkable they are. Huh? Teacher Zhao, isn't that a bit too much? Qiming was surprised. Isn't that a bit too difficult for newcomers? It's fine, I know my limits, Zhao Wujie said decisively. Qiming's expression was somewhat helpless as he pulled the two aside. Today, Teacher Zhao is in a good mood. There's no way around it. For you to pass, I'll give you a bit of extra help. Extra help? Tang San was a bit surprised. It's just a last for a stick of incense. It doesn't sound too difficult. In the past, I was the one who examined the fourth test, and the content was to last for a stick of incense under my attacks, Qiming said with a wry smile. I am level 46, while Teacher Zhao is 2 levels higher than me at 69. That means your assessment is much more difficult than the previous new student assessments at the academy. It's just that your soul power is still shallow. So you are fearless like a newborn calf. You will probably face challenges even against me, let alone against the soul emperor who is about to reach the soul sage level, Qiming said. So I need to inform you in advance about Teacher Zhao's martial soul. Teacher Zhao's martial soul is the great strength diamond bear, a powerful beast martial soul. It has no weaknesses at all, and its defense is extremely terrifying, even against soul masters of the same level. It is very difficult to break through his defense and inflict damage on him. Although speed is not Zhao's strong suit, the gap in your soul power is too great. So you cannot be faster than him in this regard either. Teacher Zhao's strongest attributes are attack power and defense. Not to mention the two of you. Even if you add me, we might not be able to withstand his attacks for a stick of incense. Right now, I just hope that what Teacher Zhao said earlier is kept in mind, and that he doesn't take it too seriously when attacking you. Tang San smiled and said, Strength and defense? How coincidental. We have someone among us who possesses absolute strength. I wonder what kind of performance our 30-level soul power's ultimate strength will have. Chapter 108. Past Event Spirit City, Hall of the Pope. Your Holiness in the office. Bibidong was troubled by the piles of documents on the table when she noticed entering to pay his respects, appearing somewhat hesitant in his words. Elder Yueguan, is there something wrong? Bibidong put down the document she was reviewing and said, It's about the previous complaints from everyone regarding that academy, Zhu said nervously. Originally, you had ordered that it should not be mentioned again, but the elder meeting you convened some time ago has already implemented reforms in many areas. Allowing this matter to continue seems contrary to the spirit of reform, and, over the years, the public's grievances have accumulated quite a bit. The number of complaints this year is particularly high. Do you think we should? Which academy? Bibidong asked, somewhat puzzled. Shrek Academy, Zhu said cautiously. It's the one I reported to you a few years ago. There have been complaints about it over the years, but we have not responded in accordance with your instructions. This year, there are more complaints and quite a few people. What do you think? Shrek? Bibidong paused in her document sorting, looking at Zhu. What happened to Shrek? Your Holiness, have you forgotten? It's understandable, given that you have so many important matters to attend to. It was my subordinate's oversight. There are some members of the public who have objections to an academy in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom of the Tiando Empire that holds a teaching permit issued by our Spirit Hall. They claim that the academy is profiting from the registration fees and that the teaching facilities are shabby and do not meet standards. Furthermore, they have not classified their levels according to the 3 standards set by our Spirit Hall, Zhu said, steeling himself to continue. The objections to this Shrek Academy are not only from ordinary people, but also from nobles and lords, as they boast of being geniuses and have drawn dissatisfaction from all sectors of society. The issuance of the teaching permit was reviewed by the Hall of the Pope, and the Tiando branch feels it is difficult to handle this matter, so they reported it to the Hall of the Pope. Bibidong frowned. She had too many memories, and she mostly didn't pay attention to the trivial matters among them. However, when the topic was brought up by Zhu, she immediately recalled a certain incident from a few years ago before she became the Pope. One day, she received a report, which was a joint complaint from the people of Tiando City and several nobles regarding Shrek Academy. The complaints were about the school's environment and quality. While the issue of collecting registration fees was minor, the more significant complaints were about the academy's self-proclaimed genius status, which led to ridicule and provocation towards other academies, as well as the poor quality of teaching. Although students were enrolled, the academy failed to fulfill its duty of ensuring the safety of outstanding children nurtured by families, resulting in those recognized as geniuses meeting their demise at the hands of soul beasts. When parents sought answers from a school, they were told that their children were killed by soul beasts because they were weak and that Shrek's training methods had always been this way. If they didn't meet the standards, it would only bring shame to the academy. In the end, amidst the uproar from the parents, they were given a few gold soul coins and forcefully expelled from the academy. Naturally, she was indignant, but a piece of information she learned afterward changed her mind. She found out from an elder that the head of this academy was Flinder, one of the members of the Golden Iron Triangle in the martial world, alongside Yu Xiaojie. She silently threw the complaint documents into the fire. Later, during her time as Pope, another complaint document was presented to her. She didn't care and simply told the people below her, "The Pope does not accept complaints regarding Shrek Academy. This matter should not be mentioned again." Bibidong sighed. Clearly, she was the Pope, yet her perspective was so narrow in certain aspects. It seemed that she lost her reason when it came to matters related to that Yu Xiaojie. Or perhaps it was that she had not seen a person clearly before. Being limited to the so-called excellence on the surface is also a common flaw of humanity. Bibidong sighed, knowing that it was time for a change, but she needed to consider how to handle it specifically. "You can give me the complaint documents. I will handle this matter personally," Bibidong said. Zhujian responded with an acknowledgement and was about to retreat. "Shrek." Bibidong murmured the name, as if recalling something, suddenly calling Zhujian back. "Yuegwan, is there something you haven't told me? May I ask what the Pope refers to?" Zhujian was suddenly stopped. His heart tightened. After following the Pope for many years, he naturally knew what matters the Pope was sensitive about. If it weren't for the particularly severe disturbances this year, backed by high-ranking figures, the few Spirit Hall bishops wouldn't have been able to suppress the reports to the Pope, and he wouldn't have dared to touch the Pope's sensitive areas. Just when he thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was suddenly called back, feeling like he was on a roller coaster, his heart hanging again. "Do you know the unmoved king?" Bibidong asked casually. "This. I apologize for not mentioning it to the Pope. The pursuit of the unmoved king is still ongoing, and it shouldn't take long to bring him to justice. We intend to capture him before reporting this matter to the Pope, not out of intent to conceal." "I hope the Pope can forgive us," Zhujian said, cold sweat pouring down his back. "Ah, no need for that. For now on, cease the pursuit of him. This matter ends here. However, such situations where 16 people surround one should not happen again. Just like Qian Sunji and you all as well. In the end, you'll only help others gain fame. Even if you win, it will still be seen as unjustifiable. After all, they can say we mobilized so many people to capture him." Bibidong waved her hand. "Understood," Zhujian replied. "By the way, what did he do?" Bibidong asked. "It is said that he violated the rules of our Spirit Hall, forcibly seizing the allowances distributed to civilian soul masters, claiming the capable take more. Useless people don't need so much money. Our Spirit Hall had no choice but to send bishops to punish him. But unfortunately, he is too strong and has injured several bishops sent to punish him. Eventually, the situation escalated, leading to the current state where even our 16 bishops couldn't capture him." Zhujian said, feeling a bit ashamed. "Is that so? Have you found out anything about his whereabouts?" Bibidong asked. "Currently, not yet. It seems he has vanished without a trace, likely hiding his identity somewhere," Zhujian replied. "Well, I need to go on a business trip to Soto City, so arrange it," Bibidong said. Understood, Zhujian dared not ask more and retreated to prepare. "Shrek, Flander, Zhao Wujia." Bibidong pondered. "That Qin Ming should still be there. It will still be a while before our main character makes an appearance, so, since Schwer is restless, let her be." Chapter 109. Ultimate Power 30-Level Assault System Soul Master, please enlighten me. Wang Xiaoer was ready, her 3 soul rings already glowing, the golden sacred dragon poised to strike. 30-Level Control System Soul Master, please enlighten me. Tang Yin also released his blue-silver grass martial soul, similarly with the 3 best soul rings of yellow, and purple, standing at Wang Qiuer's side and rear. As a control-type soul master, he had to pay constant attention to the positions of his teammates and opponents, controlling the overall situation. Zhao Wujia's expression changed from surprise to twitching when Wang Qiuer released her martial soul. Although he had never seen this type of martial soul, His extensive experience allowed him to judge from the aura that this was undoubtedly a rare and powerful martial soul, even surpassing the well-known dragon-type martial soul. The blue lightning tyrant dragon, in quality. It would not be an exaggeration to say it was the most powerful martial soul he had ever seen. He had not yet recovered from the shock when he saw the kid beside him also release his martial soul, the most common blue silvergrass on the continent. Surprisingly, the blue silvergrass also had 3 soul rings. The stark contrast between the two martial souls, representing the best and the worst in his mind, appeared dramatically before him, both having 3 rings. This brought him an intense sense of contrast, and he felt everything before him seemed surreal. Teacher Zhao intends to fight without his martial soul? I wouldn't recommend doing that, Tang San said with a smile. No power can compare to ultimate strength. You should understand what ultimate represents, right? Although Zhao Wujie was extremely impressed with Wang Qiuer's martial soul, he still held a slight disdain for her mere 30-level soul power. Ignoring Tang Yin's warning, he prepared to face Wang Qiuer's attack head-on. Be careful. Wang Qiuer's 2 yellow soul rings lit up simultaneously, significantly enhancing her physical strength and power. Her fists seemingly enveloped in a faint golden glow, a manifestation of soul power concentration. Zhao Wujie nodded in satisfaction. At least the latter had shown enough finesse in controlling her soul power, and he could see that after activating her 2 soul skills. Wang Qiuer maximized her power usage and rationalized its distribution. Wang Qiuer's figure flickered and disappeared from Zhao Wujie's sight. Zhao Wujie quickly turned his head to search around, not expecting the power boost from her soul skill would also enhance her speed to a considerable level, nearly comparable to that of a speed-type soul master of the same rank. As he sensed a gust of wind from behind his head, he instinctively raised his arm to block, but felt as if he had blocked a battering ram. The immense impact caused him to slide over 10 meters on the ground, leaving deep marks on the surface, and his arm was now covered with a thick layer of hair, his muscles instantly bulging several times. Yes, with just one punch. He had no choice but to activate his martial soul to block this attack. Is this the martial soul of ultimate attributes? The ultimate power. A serious expression appeared on Zhao Wujie's face. I apologize for my earlier underestimation. Now let me, the great strength diamond bear, test the supreme martial soul of strength attributes. I will give my all. Wang Qiuer shot forward like an arrow, her hands clenched into fists, golden light gathering in her hands, charging directly at Zhao Wujie. Zhao Wujie did not avoid it either. He slammed his palm forward, which was as large as a fan, meeting her fist. The 2 sides were evenly matched. However, Wang Qiuer took advantage of the momentum to leap back, completing a sideways flip in midair, her calf ruthlessly striking down towards Zhao Wujie's head. Zhao Wujie raised both arms to block, and although his robust bare palms did not break through his defense, his feet had already sunk into the ground. First soul skill, bind. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang San was not idle either. Seeing Zhao Wujie trapped in the ground, the blue silver grass wrapped around him, and with the parasitism effect, had tightly bound him. Now, Tang San saw that. Although it was their first time working together, the two seemed to have developed a tacit understanding. Wang Qiuer understood, nodded, and, using the rebound force while in the air, released her Millennium Soul skill downward. Third soul skill, Golden Dragon Head. Her hands circulated soul power, condensing into a golden dragon head, completing the gathering and release of soul power in almost an instant. The solidified dragon head shot straight down toward the immobilized Zhao Wujie. First soul skill, Unmoved King Body. Zhao Wujie knew he couldn't withstand this girl's attack today without using soul skills. His body erupted with intense golden light, and the dragon head about to land on him was instantly repelled, turning direction towards Wang Qiuer in the air. At that moment, a blue-silver grass wrapped around Wang Qiuer, who was unable to escape in midair, quickly pulling her back to the ground. Zhao Wujie's second spirit ring lit up, and the powerful diamond bear palm shattered the blue-silver grass that was entangled around him. At the same time, he leaped out of the ground he was trapped in and landed steadily in front of the two opponents, returning to the standoff position they had at the beginning. I just wanted to see what tricks you both have. Now that you've almost used up all your moves, it's still not even half a stick of incense worth of time. I want to see how you endure my attacks. The giant bear behind Zhao Wujie suddenly roared, activating his third spirit skill, Gravity Enhancement. Tang Yin's body instantly sank towards the ground, but to Zhao Wujie's surprise, Wang Qiuer seemed completely unaffected by his third spirit skill. Power is the authority of the Golden Dragon. No one can control it better than I can. whether it's gravity or anything else. Wang Xiu'er said lightly, "My martial soul is immune to all power control type spirit skills." Zhao Wujia's vision darkened, and he was immensely shocked. His third spirit skill was directly immunized by the opponent's martial soul quality. And this was only when the opponent was at level 30 and had less spirit power than him, without the ability to attack him. If the opponent were of the same level as him, or in an actual battle, he would have no chance of escaping. He foolishly used a third spirit skill, waiting for others to slow down due to the gravity, not realizing that the opponent could simply ignore his skill's effects. While he waited to see how others would respond, they could come in and end his life. He was indeed very confident in this move, so when he saw someone immune to it, his eyes filled with disbelief and fear. Since my third spirit skill is ignored, wouldn't my fifth spirit skill be as well? Zhao Wujia felt a chill in his heart, disregarding that the opponent was just 2 level 30 students. His fifth black spirit ring lit up, and gravity compression rushed towards the two. "Teacher Zhao no," Qin Ming exclaimed anxiously, but it was already too late. The gravity compression had already taken effect on the two. Wang Xiu'er, as Zhao Wujia expected, didn't he even let her veil fall during the battle. It seemed to still hold a smile beneath it. He felt a bit annoyed, thinking that the smile contained a hint of sarcasm. However, both Qin Ming and Zhao Wujia were captivated by the unharmed Wang Xiu'er, neglecting the other person who was under the dual effects of gravity enhancement and gravity compression. Tang Yin chuckled, his smile somewhat peculiar and forced. Indeed, blue silvergrass should be ignored wherever it goes. Teacher Zhao's fifth spirit skill is indeed powerful, worthy of being a 10,000-year spirit skill. She might be able to pass your test with her martial soul, but I absolutely will not lose. Tang Yin's body suddenly began to move, using a strange step to escape the area affected by gravity. Immediately, 10 beams of cold light erupted from his fingertips, shooting towards Zhao Wujia's eyes, shoulders, throat, heart, knees, groin, and lower abdomen. The attack positions of the 10 beams of cold light were all different, and each selected a vital point. Ghost Shadow Disappearing Technique, Bon Piercing Ned. Wang Xiu'er instantly recognized these moves. She never would have thought that Tang Yin would launch a deadly attack on the examiner during the admission assessment. Chapter 110. Passing Zhao Wujia was taken aback. Among all his abilities, agility was his weakest. After his martial soul manifested, his speed increased somewhat. But due to his massive size and incredible defense, he generally chose to confront opponents head-on. Faced with the sudden and extremely precise 10 beams of cold light, Zhao Wujia reacted swiftly, raising one bare paw to shield his eyes and the other to protect his lower body. With a low roar, he unleashed all his soul power, fully activating the immovable king body. After shooting out the 10 beams of cold light, Tang Yin did not stop at all, stepping back quickly with the ghost shadow disappearing technique. 10 explosions sounded almost simultaneously as the 10 beams of cold light struck Zhao Wujia's body. But under the strong golden light, they were all rebounded, causing no harm to Zhao Wujia. "Good boy, only focusing on that golden dragon. You underestimated me." Zhao Wujia's face grew increasingly surprised and shocked. "Not long after I arrived at the academy, heaven blessed me with 2 such strong little monsters. I'm truly fortunate to be your teacher." However, Tang Yin's expression remained serious, secretly astonished, to know that he shot out 10 bone-piercing nails, which were among the heavier small hidden weapons, combined with his internal energy and the penetrating characteristics of the nails. Still failed to inflict even a slight injury on Zhao Wujia showed just how formidable his defense was. Senior Qin Ming's claim that he had no flaws was not without reason. At this moment, not even half a stick of incense had passed, and due to her martial soul, Wang Xiu'er was clearly deemed to have passed by Zhao Wujia. Thus, the remaining time would likely have to be endured by Tang Yin alone. Zhao Wujia had been at a disadvantage against Wang Xiu'er and clearly wanted to regain some face from him. Meanwhile, Tang Yin, having experienced the effects of gravity compression and gravity enhancement, felt a bit of anger in his heart. He knew that relying solely on blue silvergrass, he could not withstand Zhao Wujia, the powerful diamond bear, for an entire stick of incense. Therefore, he decided not to hide his strength any longer and launched a vicious and cunning attack, taking advantage of the fact that the opponent was a spirit emperor to test how far he could go. Both of them sensed the unkind intentions in each other's eyes, but neither brought it to the surface. They understood that although it was nominally an admission assessment, nobody wanted to lose face. The fifth spirit skill of a spirit emperor applied to a spirit master, combined with 10 unexpected deadly hidden weapons. created an atmosphere that hinted at a life-and-death confrontation. As Tang Yin's body retreated, he quickly used his hands to flick and shoot, continuously launching cold beams from his hands, targeting the vital points on Zhao Wujia's body. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujia was also secretly astonished. His agility was not high, so he could only passively rely on the defense of the Diamond Bear to withstand these hidden weapons. The immovable king body rebounded all of them, but he could clearly feel that if the opponent's spirit power level were the same as his, then these cunning hidden weapons would undoubtedly have a chance to hit him. And at that time, he would undoubtedly be defeated. Willow leaf blade, flying locust stone, money dart, bone-piercing nail, various hidden weapons blossomed in Tang Yin's rain of attacks, with some flying straight, some at angles, and others circling to the back, but the ultimate target remained the same: Zhao Wujia's body. Zhao Wujia felt clearly that these hidden weapons had extremely strong penetrating power. If he did not fully operate the immovable king body, he might even be injured himself. Wang Qiu'er watched everything clearly, while Qin Ming was left in shock. Earlier, he thought that Wang Qiu'er and Tang Yin could last about a stick of incense under his hands. Now, it seemed he had been overly optimistic. He believed he couldn't defend against such techniques, and might even lose to them. Is your trump card at this level? After enduring the hidden weapons for a while, Zhao Wujia had already gauged the attack power of these hidden weapons. Therefore, while maintaining the immovable king body, he released his second, third, and fourth spirit skills. A circle of purple rings binding Tang Yin, gravity enhancement slowing down Tang Yin's movements, and the enormous bear paws, known as the powerful diamond bear palm, were about to descend upon Tang Yin. Qiu'er, gun. Tang Yin stopped the launch of hidden weapons at this moment. The second soul skill, parasitism, had allowed the blue silver grass to cover Zhao Wujia's body again. Zhao Wujia's expression changed as he felt waves of pain emanating from his skin, causing his movements to slow momentarily. Wang Qiu'er noticed Zhao Wujia's change in expression, but she knew very well that the hidden weapons shot by Tang Yin were definitely coated with deadly poison, and the blue silver grass was likely also affected. This was a common tactic of the Tang sect, which she was very familiar with due to her memories of the Tang sect. However, she didn't dwell on it much. The golden dragon spear had already been unleashed, carrying an incredible and terrifying energy that broke through Zhao Wujia's defense as the great strength diamond bear. Then, the spear swept through, shattering the blue silver grass and sending Zhao Wujia flying 10 meters away. Time was up. Both candidates passed the assessment. Qin Ming quickly rang the bell in his hand, having realized that something was off with this assessment. If it continued like this, something might go wrong. So, just before the incense finished burning, he immediately rang the bell and rushed into the arena to assist. But it was not Wang Qiu'er and Tang Yin he helped, but Zhao Wujia. Teacher Zhao, are you all right? They were a bit too harsh, Qin Ming said as he helped Zhao Wujia, who was sitting on the ground. He noticed that Zhao Wujia's skin had turned slightly green, a result of the corrosive effects of the poison. It was evident that he was using his soul power to resist the toxin from entering his body. I'm fine, it was my carelessness. These two really are little monsters. Cough, cough. Zhao Wujia's face turned a bit red. He knew he had lost this match today. He had activated all his soul skills except for the sixth one, yet he was still left in such a sorry state. No way. If it weren't for the teacher holding back and not using his sixth soul skill or all his soul power, then with the two of us, we definitely wouldn't be a match for you, teacher. Tang Yin stepped forward and said respectfully, a smile on his face. Zhao Wujia's face twitched. This was not humility at all, but a clear mockery. However, he couldn't lose his temper, as he had already lost face in this situation. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to be overly critical of a new student, so he awkwardly nodded and said dryly, "You both passed the exam." "Thank you, teacher. This is some medicine I usually use when taking baths. Teacher Zhao just needs to take a bath with this medicine, and the discomfort will be alleviated." Tang Yin smiled and took out a jade bottle, handing it to Zhao Wujia. The students were forced to offend the teacher due to the assessment. The teacher shouldn't mind too much, right? Zhao Wujia felt quite frustrated in his heart, took the jade bottle, snorted, and turned his head away without speaking. "Then we're considered enrolled." Tang Yin turned to Qin Ming. "Please lead the way to familiarize us with the campus, dormitories, and other places. Let's go." Tang Yin kindly called back to Wang Qiu'er, who was in a daze, and the group headed toward the village. "How does he know I have a spear? And why does he seem so familiar with my soul skills? Who exactly is he? Or is he Tang San?" Wang Qiu'er followed them, filled with questions. Chapter 111. Problem Academy is this. The city where Shrek Academy is located? Shuer sat in the carriage, looking out the window. Mom, you don't mean for us to practice with that Shrek Academy, do you? Tang San and the others haven't even arrived at Shrek yet. The Shrek's 7 monsters haven't arrived. But Shrek has always been there. What do you think of Shrek Academy? Bibidong said. Umlahatit? Shuer thought for a moment. I haven't looked for more information about Shrek Academy, but based on the strongest students they produce being at the level of the Shrek's 7 monsters, it can't be considered a top academy. Besides Tang San, the others can't match up to Nana and the other 3. Not to mention now, I have a document about Shrek here. Take a look. Bibidong handed a complaint document to Shuer. This is also the reason I brought you here. Shuer flipped through the document, frowning slightly. This. Shuer was surprised, fabricating reasons to collect money, creating problems out of nothing, poor educational environment, not meeting teaching standards, endangering lives. Is this really an academy? How could they stand in front of my Spirit Hall Academy? Shuer couldn't sit still. Because of Tang San, Bibidong replied briefly. Because of Tang San? Xue recalque carefully. Although Tang San was the soul of their group, this team couldn't achieve such a level just relying on him. Could they? Don't forget, in that world, Dugabo was on good terms with Tang San, Bibidong reminded her. Immortal herb? Shuer came back to her senses and smiled silently. All right, I take back what I just said. It seemed that the Shrek Academy hadn't even properly trained students. It was more like a scam organization, where geniuses wandered in and became useless, swept out like everyone else, and even lost their lives without proper protection while hunting soul beasts. The reviewers are too unprofessional. How could they issue a school license to such an academy? How is the annual inspection done? Shuer was somewhat angry and determined to hold them accountable for their negligence. Don't blame them. It's my fault, Bibidong said, lowering her head and fiddling with her clothes. I've made many mistakes before. This is just a minor one. Mom, Shuer realized something. Could that Shrek? Yes, Bibidong said. The president of that academy is named Flinder, one of the Golden Iron Triangle. Speaking of which, that was another mistake of mine, being infatuated with a hypocritical person. But that's all in the past. I will personally rectify this mistake. Bibidong shook her head. Xue, you must remember not to repeat the same mistakes in another world. Don't fall in love with someone unworthy so easily. Love is often blind. Just because of someone's temperament or behavior, you might fall in love with them, but you don't understand their entirety. You only know the part they show you. But to spend a lifetime with someone, you must see all of them. Otherwise, in the end, you'll find yourself just a victim. Bibidong looked at Shuer. In that world, both you and Nana were influenced by the luck Tang San received from Shura, but these lessons are the ones I learned from experience. You must remember, only companionship is the longest confession of love. When you spend enough time with someone, the feelings that develop will be true love. Bibidong glanced into the carriage. Bing Renxue and her sister are a good example. If I wouldn't. Shuer took the opportunity to hug Bibidong. Because I will never like anyone else. My heart will always have only Mom. Hee. Liking Mom has no worries. Does Mom not like me? Looking at Shuer's watery eyes, Bibidong affectionately kissed her cheek. I like you. That's it. Xue spoiled. Mom should tell Nana and the others this, but it seems Nana also doesn't need to. Why? Bibidong was a bit curious. Shuer smiled mischievously and stopped talking. You know, some gossip again. Speaking of Nana, she's been close to Xiaoyu and Yin since childhood. Did she tell you who she likes among them? Bibidong asked. Mom, don't ask. You wouldn't guess it. Shuer said, raising her index finger to Bibidong's lips. Don't say it. They might hear us inside. Then I won't ask. Bibidong looked at Shuer helplessly and immediately went into the city, planning to find a hotel and then start dealing with the issue of Shrek Academy. Allericht, Xue replied. But her body didn't move at all, staying in her mother's arms, unwilling to get up. Shrek Academy, student dormitory. Although it was called a student dormitory, it was just 2 shabby wooden houses. One of them was quite far from the other, about 30 meters apart, which, needless to say, was equivalent to a male and female dormitory. Wang Xiuer had no reaction, but Tang Yin frowned, seemingly very dissatisfied with the accommodation conditions. Qin Ming awkwardly cleared his throat. This is the boys' dormitory, and the one on the left is the girls' dormitory. The academy has clear regulations that male students cannot harass female students at will. Otherwise, the school rules are quite serious. Our Shrek Academy occupies 1/3 of this village, while the other side is where the villagers live. Try not to go over there usually. Wang Xiuer realized that Shrek Academy indeed had no money. The entire academy simply rented 1/3 of the village's area for basic construction. The so-called school buildings were just the wooden houses of the villagers from before. Fortunately, it was relatively close to Soto City, making shopping a bit more convenient. Well, I'm leaving. Wang Qiuer said, turning her head and walking towards her dormitory. Are there only 3 of us in the academy this year? Are we 2 living in this room? Tang Yin asked. Yes, there are only the 3 of us, Qin Ming said with a bitter smile. I introduced you before. If it weren't for the good luck of recruiting you 2 this year, I wouldn't have stayed here as a teaching assistant. I might have gone to the Tiando Empire to seek a way out. Of course, now that you are here, I will definitely lead you to graduation. Tang Yin revealed a barely noticeable smile. 3 people is good enough. Senior, how do we usually conduct our training? There's no specific requirement. The dean allows students to train freely. He said that genius students shouldn't be bound by too many requirements and burdens. He only looks at the results. As long as the students can pass the end-of-semester assessments, that's enough, Qin Ming said. Then I have an idea. Tang Yin looked at Qin Ming. Since the academy lacks money, we can go to the Great Soul Arena to earn some. Go to the Soul Arena? Qin Ming was taken aback. The idea was good. The dean did the same when he brought us. But you just enrolled and haven't even attended a class yet. Jumping straight into the Soul Arena. Isn't that not good? It doesn't matter. You saw the fight with Teacher Zhao earlier. We have the strength to participate in the Soul Arena. If I'm not mistaken, the academy charges not only registration fees, but also tuition, right? I've inquired. It's 100 gold soul coins a year. I can sell my little gadgets to cover this fee. But Wang Qiuer has not a penny to her name. I paid her registration fee. If we don't go to the Great Soul Arena to earn money, are you going to kick her out? Qin Ming showed a difficult expression. All right, I'll report this to the dean. You go ask Wang Qiuer's opinion. After all, if the dean agrees, she needs to be willing too. Okay, then see you later. Tang Yin watched Qin Ming leave, murmuring, time is running out. We must hurry. Soto City, Soto Grand Hotel. Xuya, I'm leaving the junior sisters and the baby to you. I'm going to Spirit Hall to meet the local bishop, Bibidong said after settling everyone down. Okay, Mom. Go quickly and come back soon. I'm still waiting for Mom's cooking, Shuer said reluctantly. You should also take Nana and Yin Yin to register at the Great Soul Arena in this city, but remember to use fake names, fake ages, and wear masks. Just like the Shrek 7 monsters, Bibidong instructed. You should be quite familiar with this. Mainly let your 2 junior sisters get acquainted. The Great Soul Arena in Spirit City is likely to expose identities and has many inconveniences. This small city is actually suitable for training in this way. Got it, Shuer replied. But is it appropriate to leave the baby here alone? Bibidong hesitated for a moment. Then I'll take her with me. No need, Mom. Since she's a friend, let's take her out shopping together, Shuer stuck out her tongue. We'll take her to play on the street. Soto City Spear Hall. My subordinates received the notice from the Pope's Hall a few days ago and have already made preparations to welcome you. However, I didn't expect the Pope to visit in disguise. We have not received you properly, which is disrespectful. Please punish us. The Bishop of Soto City and the steward bowed in greeting in the main hall. No need. I'm here on business, not for anything major. I also hope to keep a low profile, so I came without any elders accompanying me. Bibidong went straight to the point. I'm here because of Shrek Academy. It has been operating in Soto City for about 10 years now, right? Please provide me with all the relevant information. Yes, Shrek has been operating in Soto City for 10 years. 10 years ago, the once famous Golden Iron Triangle vanished, and, among them, the flying angel, Flender, settled in our Soto City and applied to establish a school here. After we reported it to the Pope's Hall and received approval, he opened Shrek Academy in a village on the outskirts of the city. Over the past 10 years, there have been countless complaints about this academy. It has only recruited a little over 20 students, and a few graduates have earned titles in the Empire, serving major forces on the continent. With their help, the complaints about this academy have not become overwhelming. However, after so many years, there's still a lot of grievances. We reported to the Tiando Subhall, but the response has always been to not deal with it for now, the Bishop of Soto City said respectfully, but he was secretly astonished. This year, he still approached the report with a trial-and-error mentality, not expecting that the Pope would personally come and handle it. It seemed the interests involved were quite significant, and his previous caution was indeed justified. Bibidong flipped through the thin file, which contained the annual enrollment numbers since the establishment of the academy. Yes, other colleges strictly follow the 3-tier enrollment standards set by our Spirit Hall, with detailed records of annual enrollment numbers and tuition fees compiled into volumes, and tax records available for verification. However, Shrek Academy only reports their enrollment numbers to us each year and has not declared any other income, such as tuition fees, having never paid taxes since its establishment. The Pope of Soto City said that we conduct on-site visits for annual inspections every year, and the detailed situations are recorded and reported truthfully with the conclusion recommending the cancellation of their operating license every year, but there has been no response. They did not enroll any students last year or the year before. Bibidong frowned. What about this year? This year, they have not yet registered. But some people complained recently, and yesterday, they sent someone a plead claiming they hadn't enrolled students for several years and hoped for leniency, suggesting that if the 2 students they enrolled this year caused problems, they could be penalized then. The Pope of Soto City said that this year they enrolled 2 students, which is considered average for previous years. 2 people. Bibidong closed the file, nodded, and understood. From this day forward, revoke Shrek Academy's operating license. The revocation document has already been issued by the Papal Hall. Bibidong handed a document to the Pope of Soto City, instructing him to seal the academy, retrieve the license issued to him, and account for all assets and properties under the academy, as well as pay the taxes owed for the past 10 years. A notice was issued throughout Soto City, stating that Shrek Academy has been blacklisted by our Spirit Hall and no longer qualifies for enrollment. If anyone tries to intervene or obstruct, show the Elder's order. Those who resist law enforcement will have the situation recorded and reported to the Papal Hall, which will send elders to enforce the law. Bibidong placed an elder's order on the table and stood up to leave. I will execute the sealing after leaving Soto City, Bibidong finally reminded. Soto Great Soul Arena. This is 20 gold soul coins. The 2 of them need to register to participate in the soul fight. A faint voice rang out as the staff member at the Great Soul Arena, who was sorting through forms, looked up to see 3 young girls, the leading girl inexplicably holding a baby. They all wore black veils over their faces. But judging by their figures and demeanor, they were extraordinary. The forms were already filled out, just register directly. The leading girl placed 2 forms on the table, and the staff member, upon examining them closely, was somewhat moved. The names were nothing special. Both were single characters, likely unwilling to reveal their full names. The staff member was also too lazy to inquire further, but the information that followed shocked him greatly. The 2 girls had martial souls of a demon fox and a phosphor snake, both powerful beast martial souls, suggesting they came from some strong soul master family, which also matched the temperament of the few before him. Okay, please follow me for the soul power test. The staff member's attitude became more respectful. Schwer nodded. Enhu Liena and Duguyen followed him to the crystal ball, dazzling light emerging in sequence. This is level 25 and level 28. The staff member was somewhat surprised, remembering that they had filled in their ages as 12 years old. You are successfully registered. Here are your Iron Soul Fight medals. The staff member handed over the badges and suddenly asked, "Are you students of Shrek Academy?" Schwer took the lead, asking, "Why do you say that?" Because those who are 12 years old and have soul power above level 20 are the genius requirements for enrollment at Shrek Academy. I see that these 2 girls meet this condition. And also, the staff member paused, and in the past, Shrek Academy was a regular at our Soto Great Soul Arena, and the student from Shrek Academy all wore masks. Ah, I see. Schwer nodded and said apologetically, "We are not students of Shrek Academy. If you encounter anyone from Shrek Academy again, please arrange them as opponents for us. After all, according to their words, monsters against monsters can attract quite a few spectators for you, right? May I ask if you're their group leader?" The staff member asked. More or less. Schwer casually nodded and led the group out of the Great Soul Arena. Chapter 113. Preparation. Was it Tang San who proposed it? In the office, an older man was sitting with his legs crossed, looking at a book, around 50 years old. Although not young, he was quite robust. His face had distinctive features, with a slightly protruding chin, wide cheekbones, a flat face, and a bit of a hooked nose, which could be described as shoe-like. Even with his eyes closed, one could see a hint of cunning in his expression. He wore a pair of black-framed crystal glasses, the frame being a rigid square, giving off a strange feeling. Yes, Dean. Moreover, I watched their battle with Teacher Zhao. They are very strong. And even Teacher Zhao suffered quite a bit against them. If it were me, I might not be their match together. After all, Wang Qiuer's last weapon is very peculiar and was able to break Teacher Zhao's defense. Yet she did not use it before. Qi Ming said respectfully. No need to say. The unremarkable man before him was the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flender. Oh, you actually admitted to encountering opponents proactively. Flender raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. It seems this year as 2 new students are really strong. You are the most outstanding student I have taught over the years. Most of your classmates have not met the graduation standards set by my teaching. I even once thought there was a problem with my teaching method. But you have proven through your actions that my teachings are successful and effective. I have always been proud of you. And I didn't expect to hear such words from you today. Interesting. Were there martial souls? Flinder asked. Wang Qiuer has the golden dragon, and Tang Yin has the blue silvergrass. Qi Ming answered truthfully. Just like what Teacher Li said to me yesterday. Flinder pondered. I was initially skeptical when I first heard it. After all, it is a fusion technique of my and your master uncle's martial souls that can summon the holy dragon. How could it directly be someone else's martial soul? Have you seen her fighting style? What effects do her soul skills have? Her first two soul skills are amplification type, seemingly enhancing her physical strength and power. Her 1,000-year soul skill condenses ahead of a golden dragon, launching a linear attack towards her front. Qi Ming said, and besides her gun, seems to elevate her strength to a new level. Moreover, she is immune to all power control type skills. According to Tang Yin, she possesses ultimate power. Dean, what is ultimate power? Qi Ming smiled bitterly, as he had never heard of martial souls with ultimate attributes while studying as Shrek, and was clueless in this regard. Ultimate power? Flinder was somewhat shocked. Are you saying she has an ultimate attribute martial soul? Based on her performance yesterday, yes. Qi Ming said. A super martial soul. Flinder exclaimed. The so-called ultimate attribute is a property that only appears in martial souls of considerable quality. This strength is not commonplace, but rather rare, only recorded in historical documents. We refer to these types of martial souls as super martial souls. Any soul master with a super martial soul possesses the ultimate attribute of their martial soul. As for the golden dragon martial soul, I have never seen it. I have only heard of such martial souls in legends, said to be the ancestor of power. So those who possess the golden dragon martial soul have the attribute of power, and this Wang Qiuer indeed possesses ultimate power. For example, take the top-tier martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, in today's mainland. Although the Haotian hammer excels in strength, it cannot be called the ultimate power. Flinder was beaming with joy, feeling that he had struck gold this time and would give you and Teacher Li a raise. So what do you mean? Qi Ming asked tentatively. As for physical training and such, all of it is exempted, Flinder said. Such geniuses are born for battle. Making them do meaningless training is simply wasting their talent. Tomorrow, the three of you will gather at the playground and start battling at the Great Soul Arena. How can we teach such geniuses without practical combat? He also added that it would help them quickly make up for their tuition fees. Flinder covered his face with a book and said, You write a letter to the master, asking if he would be willing to accept these two extraordinary disciples. After all, he had said before that he wanted to cultivate a genius soul master to shock the mainland and prove himself. Now his dream might be coming true. Yes, I'll do that right away, Qi Ming replied. Knowing the principal's habits, he decided not to disturb him any further and quietly left the office. At the Soto City Hotel, Mom, I've registered the junior sisters. Shuer returned to the room and saw Bibidong had prepared a fragrant meal waiting for them, eagerly picking up her chopsticks to dig in. Unfortunately, Shrek had not recruited many students in the past 2 years. Bibidong rubbed her forehead, initially thinking that there would be some older generation Shrek 7 monsters for them to practice with, but it seemed that was not the case. Isn't there a single student in their academy? Why not just close down and call it a day? Schwetter said. Or are they using the empty shell of the academy as a guise to collect registration fees? But we can't just come empty-handed. I plan to take you to Shrek. Bibidong chuckled. Oh, why? Schwer paused in her actions and looked at her mother. To see what kind of students are currently enrolled at Shrek, and to make a scene, Bibidong replied. I've revoked their operating license, but before that, I still want to teach these rabble a lesson. Are the junior sisters going too? Xuya Uskit. They'll be taking care of the baby here. Just the two of us will do, Bibidong said, patting Schwer's head. Don't use your martial spirit when the time comes. Senior Qi Ming informed us to prepare. Classes officially start tomorrow. The Academy's teaching content will involve practical combat at the Great Soul Arena to increase our battle experience. That night, Tang Yin arrived at Wang Qiuer's wooden cabin and knocked on the door, saying, I know. After a while, a faint voice came from inside. Do you have to be this cold? Tang Yin stood outside the door, feeling somewhat helpless. After all, we're the only classmates in the Academy. I even paid your registration fee and fought for the opportunity to earn tuition. Can't you talk to me a bit more? With a creak, the door opened. To Tang Yin's surprise, Wang Qiuer was not wearing her veil at that moment. Her large powder blue eyes, flawless white face, and exquisite features looked as if they had been meticulously carved. Under the moonlight, the evening breeze gently blew through her long, waist-length waves, making her look like a celestial being. Tang Yin couldn't help but be mesmerized, swallowing hard. Qiuer, you are really beautiful. What do you want to say? Wang Qiuer ignored Tang Yin's dazed expression and turned her eyes to the side. In nothing. Tang Yin snapped back to reality. It's just that the Great Soul Arena is dangerous. We should look out for each other in the future. Understood. Wang Xiao lowered her head, remaining silent, as if she had something on her mind. What's wrong, Xiao? Are you feeling unwell? Tang Yin asked. No. Wang Xiao shook her head. I wanted to ask how you knew I had a weapon in that. During our first combat collaboration, you seemed to know what my soul skills were and actively helped me control teacher Zhao's soul skill. It's simple. When we first met, you were preparing to take out your weapon against those 3 people, right? As for your soul skills, I think your first 2 are amplification-type soul skills. And the third must be a powerful attack-type soul skill, right? That's right. Wang Qiao nodded, a hint of blush flashing across her face. Thank you. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. Wang Qiao seemed eager to avoid further conversation and quickly shut the door. Chapter 114. Refund in the early morning. Just as dawn broke, Li Yusong, who was sleeping soundly in a wooden house at the village entrance, heard a series of knocks. It wasn't knocking on his door, but rather at the village gate outside his house. He was the old man responsible for enrollment at Shrek Academy, which had rented a wooden house near the village entrance as a teacher's dormitory, where the teachers lived to conveniently monitor the people entering and leaving the village, serving as a sort of gatekeeper. Who is it? Li Yusong rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied irritably. The other teachers sleeping nearby also heard the noise and began to get dressed. Excuse me, is this Shrek Academy? A clear female voice rang out, youthful yet exceptionally pleasant to hear. Li Yusong got dressed and opened the window, only to see a girl in a coarse cloth shirt standing at the village entrance. She looked very ordinary, with a black veil covering her face, but her overall demeanor suggested she was extraordinary. This is Shrek Academy. What can I do for you? Li Yusong perked up and asked. I heard a few days ago in Soto City that you were enrolling students at Shrek Academy, but I got delayed due to unexpected matters. When I went back to the city yesterday to look for your enrollment teachers, I couldn't find them. I had to inquire everywhere before finally finding out the academy's address, the girl said apologetically. I thought maybe your enrollment teachers were missing because the academy had already started classes. So I came here early today to ask if the academy is still accepting students. If the enrollment period has passed and you're not accepting anymore, then that's too bad, and I won't disturb you further in searching for other academies. Li Yusong was about to wave her off, but then he had a thought. The registration fees received this year were indeed a bit low, and the tuition from the 2 students they had accepted still hadn't been paid. Now that someone was coming to pay, how could he refuse? Moreover, if they managed to enroll another student, his salary would surely increase a notch. Therefore, from any angle, it seemed he had no reason to turn her away. The old man changed to a smiling face, quickly opened the door, unlocked the village gate, and hung the worn-out wooden sign that read Shrek Academy. Of course, we welcome students who come to register early in the morning. It shows their eagerness to learn. The academy has no reason to turn them away. The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. The old man pulled out a reclining chair, leisurely lay back, and took on the same posture as a few days earlier for enrollment. Here, the girl was very straightforward, handing the old man a money pouch. The old man weighed it in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. Let me check if you meet the age requirements. The old man exclaimed in surprise. Why do both of you like to wear veils? Are there other students who also came to register wearing veils? The girl was somewhat curious. The old man realized he had misspoken and quickly shut his mouth. About the academy, you don't need to ask too much. Hand over your hand. Let me check if you meet the age requirements for enrollment. Are there any enrollment conditions and admission qualifications? The girl was a bit surprised. What are they? Well, I'm a bit older, almost 13. The old man pondered, but that should meet the conditions. Our Shrek's enrollment criteria only accept children under 13 years old. The old man took a sip of water. So, what does that mean I'm qualified? The girl was a bit delighted and lifted her foot to walk in, but was stopped by the old man. Don't rush. We haven't finished the test yet. The old man put down the cup and said, let us see your martial soul. Martial soul, what is that? I don't have one. The girl looked puzzled. The old man choked on the water and said somewhat angrily, are you really stupid or just pretending? You came to enroll in a Soul Master Academy and don't know what a martial soul is? I don't know. The girl shook her head innocently. The name written here is Shrek Academy, not Shrek Soul Master Academy. It didn't say anything about recruiting soul masters. The old man felt as if he was being mocked and became somewhat angry. Listen, I don't care if you're genuinely stupid or just pretending to be. If you come here looking for trouble, our Shrek Academy's enrollment standard is under 13 years old and soul power above level 20. If you don't meet the standards, don't waste your time here. Huh? The girl frowned. You need soul power above level 20 as well? Why didn't you say so? If you had, I would have come to enroll. Ignorant child. The old man huffed and turned to go back inside for a nap. Hey, are you going to leave? The girl grabbed the old man's clothes. Give me back my registration fee. Huh? The old man turned around, sizing up this ignorant girl with disdain in his eyes. Once the registration fee is paid, it's non-refundable. You should have inquired about the rules before coming here. I don't care about your rules. The girl persisted. Your advertisement in Soto City didn't mention any rules. I just knew you were enrolling, so I came. Your academy's name doesn't even say anything about being a Soul Master Academy. It's just Shrek Academy. How would I know if you teach Soul Masters or embroidery? You asked me for the registration fee, then said I don't meet the requirements. You're clearly trying to scam money. Give me back my registration fee. The girl shouted. Do you know what Shrek means? It's a type of monster, a rather strange existence among soul beasts. The name of our academy represents that we only accept monsters. The old man said disdainfully, you don't even know what a martial soul is. And you dare to enroll in our Shrek Academy? ISNT that just giving away your registration fee? You still want it back? Huh. Don't blame us for using our identity as soul masters to bully you as an ordinary person if you can defeat one of our students. The registration fee will be fully refunded. The old man thought that this speech would surely scare off the ignorant girl in front of him, but unexpectedly, the girl, unaware of her situation, angrily pulled him back to the reclining chair. Let us fight, I'm getting my money back today. Teacher Xiao, please go call Qi Ming over. Just say there's someone causing trouble here and wants their registration fee back. The old man also realized that if he didn't teach this girl a lesson today, she wouldn't leave, so he lay back in the reclining chair and shouted to a teacher in the room. The person referred to as Teacher Xiao saw the situation at the village entrance and immediately responded, quickly walking into the village. What is going on, teacher? Calling me early in the morning to be a thug. Qi Ming rubbed his sleepy eyes and soon arrived at the village entrance. There is someone here who wants their registration fee back. Otherwise, they won't give up. I said, let her defeat you, and then refund it. The old man leisurely drank water, handling it as you see fit. Qi Ming focused and noticed a girl coldly staring at him. The chill in her eyes even surprised him. She is an ordinary person. You don't need to use your martial soul. Be careful not to hit too hard. But don't go too easy either. Just give her a lesson so she knows not to act recklessly. The old man said, half squinting at Qi Ming. Qi Ming nodded and said to the girl, you're an ordinary person and still want to enroll in this Soul Master Academy? The world of Soul Masters speaks with strength. Being unreasonable and doing as you please will only lead to trouble. Young lady, take my advice and go back to where you came from. The girl sneered, I'm being unreasonable? That is a classic case of the villain crying first and then turning the tables. Stop talking nonsense. I hope that after I defeat you, your academy will return my money. Otherwise, I'll tear your academy down today. It's pointless to talk. Let us fight. The old man urged. Qi Ming sighed. His figure moved, and he quickly attacked the girl. Chapter 115. The showdown. The old man slowly finished his water and covered the cup. But the expected sound of begging for mercy did not appear. He looked up and saw the girl unharmed, while Qi Ming, for some reason, had missed her and was now behind her. Qi Ming, what are you doing? Hurry up and attack. The old man grew impatient and urged. However, at this moment, Qi Ming was very surprised. He frowned, recalled the earlier situation, and was sure he had aimed for the girl. But why had he passed her by? Could it be that he had woken up too early and was seeing things? Qi Ming stopped thinking too much, responded, and once again clenched his fists, quickly attacking the girl head-on. An unbelievable scene unfolded. The girl casually sidestepped, and Qi Ming ended up missing, flashing past her. How is that possible? They both exclaimed. And Qi Ming's expression grew increasingly serious. It seemed that he hadn't been hallucinating. The girl had genuinely evaded his attack. Although he hadn't activated his martial soul, he was still a soul master at the soul master level, while the girl was just an ordinary person without a martial soul. How could his attack miss? It seemed that this girl was not to be underestimated. He had been careless. Qi Ming took a deep breath and shouted, taking an arrow step forward. This time he gathered all his strength to leap. As long as the opponent wasn't a soul master, she wouldn't be able to escape this attack. It was time for a head-on clash. The girl snorted coldly and took a slight step back, delivering a spinning kick towards Qi Ming. Qi Ming was taken aback. He had expected her to counterattack, given that she was just an ordinary person and he was a soul master with over level 40 soul power. He didn't continue to punch, but instead crossed his arms to block her move. With a dull thud, Qi Ming was swept 10 meters away by the kick. His arm feeling as if it had been struck by a steel rod. A bruise was unavoidable. He was just a step away from a fracture. Qi Ming gasped. He had felt the girl's strength was not weak, but he hadn't expected her to surpass him in physical power. Seeing Qi Ming take a hit, The old man's expression also darkened, and he immediately scolded, "Qin Ming, are you being soft-hearted? Is it more important to show your grace or the Academy's reputation?" The old man didn't understand Qin Ming's feelings. If he had used his martial soul, he wouldn't have been in such a predicament. But the current situation didn't allow him to activate his martial soul. He had no choice but to keep attacking, wanting to regain his face. After all, as a soul master, even without activating his martial soul, he should be stronger than an ordinary person. He didn't want to lose face as a soul master. He bent down and retreated, and the next moment he charged again. This time his speed noticeably increased, soul power gathering in his calves. He didn't strike with his fists, but reached out one hand towards the girl's shoulder. This time his gaze was distinctly sharper. The girl raised her left hand to meet his right hand. Qin Ming's soul power surged into his clenched right fist. In his eyes, the girl had two options: either meet his punch head-on or dodge it and get caught by him at close range. There was no way she could evade this attack. The girl caught his right fist, which he had launched with soul power, with her left hand, and to his astonishment, he felt a clear resistance. In the next moment, his fist was almost stopped. The girl seized his wrist and simultaneously grabbed his arm with her other hand. With a twist of her body, Qin Ming was thrown into the air and landed heavily on the ground. It was a very standard shoulder throw. The girl clapped her hands, a mocking expression on her face. "Is this Shrek? Not impressive at all. I'm glad I didn't join. Hurry up and refund my money." The old man beside her was dumbfounded. He never expected that the most outstanding student trained by the Academy in the past decade would be so easily defeated by an ordinary person, especially a girl who was not even 13 years old. How is this possible? The old man suddenly felt that the scene before him was absurd, giving him the illusion that he was still dreaming. However, Qin Ming, who was lying on the ground, did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he stood up. "Teacher, I want to embarrass you." With 4 soul rings glowing yellow and purple on his body, his fire wolf martial spirit was summoned. This was a mutant martial spirit. Ordinary wolf martial spirits were mostly ice type, while the fire wolf was a fire type wolf, clearly superior in attack power. After completing the martial spirit manifestation, Qin Ming's body seemed to become much lighter, but his wolf claws shimmered with a cold light, exceptionally sharp, and anyone could sense the terrifying explosive power contained within. The girl scoffed, "Is this a martial spirit? Not impressive at all. You will pay for insulting Shrek, insulting soul masters, and insulting me today." Qin Ming shouted fiercely, leaping with wolf-like agility and pouncing towards the girl, his claws crossed, ready to defeat her. The old man was somewhat surprised by Qin Ming's reaction, but he did not intervene. At that moment, he somewhat hoped Qin Ming would teach this girl a lesson, not caring whether this move would cost her life. The girl's eyes grew more disdainful, and suddenly, she leaned back, her right foot shooting up like lightning, almost leaving an afterimage as it kicked Qin Ming in the chest mid-air. Qin Ming's claws were still half a foot away from the girl when he was kicked back 7 or 8 meters, crashing to the ground. The girl frowned. "Is this what your esteemed Academy values? Attacking a 4-ring soul master against a girl under 13? Is it a matter of bullying the weak or thinking that being afraid to cause trouble is a sign of mediocrity, killing to silence others to prove your exceptionalism?" The old man was now incredulous at what was happening. He could see that Qin Ming was not holding back, but his performance was indeed embarrassing. Hearing the girl's sarcastic remarks about Shrek's rules, he became furious, disregarding his dignity, and shouted at Qin Ming, "Qin Ming, if you can't even beat a little girl, don't call yourself a student of Shrek Academy. I don't care what method you use or what consequences it brings. If you lose today, pack your things and leave." Although Qin Ming was usually polite and cultured, he felt utterly ashamed in front of his teacher today. Hearing the stern criticism from his teacher, he couldn't care less. Since his and Shrek's reputation had already been damaged, letting this girl go today would be irreparable. Flander and Zhao Wuji, the Academy's leaders, were people who valued their face. He had to consider the bigger picture. The best solution was to ensure that this girl would never leave here. 4th soul skill, Firewolf's Claw. Qin Ming stood up, the last purple soul ring shining brightly, and 3 blades about a foot and a half long shot out from between his fingers. An illusory wolf-shaped shadow emerged from behind him. He spread his hands apart, and flames erupted from the 6 blades, flying towards the girl's vital points from various tricky angles. The blade struck the girl's position, and flames erupted as the 6 fire blades collided, resulting in a violent explosion that kicked up smoke and dust. Both the old man and Qin Ming let out a sigh of relief, coldly watching the spot where the explosion occurred. Chapter 116. Monster. Although the victory was far from glorious, it was still a victory. Today, Shrek's disgrace would not spread. and they just needed to handle the scene well to pretend that nothing had happened. As the smoke cleared, both Qin Ming and the old man narrowed their eyes in disbelief. The girl stood unharmed in place, casually playing with one of the blades that had flown toward her. Is this a soul skill? Quite an eye-opener. Just as Qin Ming was about to move forward to continue his attack, he felt a chill on his skin. Unbeknownst to him, his body was already covered in cuts, blood spurting out. He fell weakly to the ground. To the old man's shock, there were also signs of cuts on Qin Ming's throat, though the wounds were not deep. Could it be that she caught the flying blade earlier and left these wounds on Qin Ming before returning to her original position unscathed? The old man felt a sense of panic. What kind of ghostly speed was this? He clearly remembered that throughout the encounter, the girl had not used her martial spirit or soul skills. She was still, as she said, an ordinary person. The old man suddenly felt regret. Shrek considered itself a monster academy, but they had never imagined that today would turn out like this. With the monsters, they were proud of falling at the hands of an ordinary person. The power the girl displayed was undoubtedly a deep mockery of the name Shrek Academy. If they called themselves monsters, then what was this girl? The monster among monsters? Perhaps, in some sense, this girl was the student the principal admired the most. However, it was now clearly impossible to recruit this girl into Shrek Academy. The murderous intent they had shown earlier had already created a significant enmity with her, and now was likely not something that could be resolved with a mere refund. You won. Take your money and leave, the old man said expressionlessly, tossing a pouch of money to the girl, who caught it steadily. The old man walked over to Qin Ming and began to check his injuries. You think you can just send me away like this? The girl said playfully. If I hadn't escaped from his fourth soul skill earlier, I would have been stuck here forever. You can still pretend nothing happened and try to send me away. What do you want? The old man frowned. We merely had a contest according to the agreement. You won, and the money is being refunded in full as per our agreement. From now on, we have no further entanglements. If you still want to cause trouble, I am not someone to be trifled with. Don't think that just because you defeated one of our Shrek students, you can do as you please. Shrek is not something a little girl like you can bully. Oomph. Calling an attempted murder a contest. Shrek's teachers are quite eloquent, the girl sneered. Do you want me to report what happened today to the Spirit Hall in Soto City and let them announce everything that happened here to the public? Letting the world judge right and wrong? What do you want? The old man coldly stared at the girl. Since you cheated me out of my money today, I assume you've cheated many others before? The girl said, my request is simple. Return the money you scam from other citizens. Hey, little girl, you're being too naive. The old man sneered disdainfully and said, at Shrek Academy, we charge a registration fee willingly accepted by the students. Today, returning your money is also in accordance with our agreement. We collect fees justly, and returning your money is also above board, without any breach of promise. Who do you refer to when you say we deceive the common people? Shrek has nothing to do with deception. Even if you go to complain, we won't be afraid at all. Feel free to do as you please. Now leave Shrek. The girl choked a bit, not expecting the other party to be so shameless. She clenched her fists in anger. She wanted to explode, but a voice already pressed into her ears like a line, and she shot the old man a cold glare, saying nothing before turning to leave. Not long after the girl left, Tang Yin and Wang Qiu rushed to the village entrance. They were supposed to wait for Senior Qin Ming to gather them for the training ground, but they hadn't seen him for a long time and heard the commotion at the village entrance, which piqued their curiosity. What happened here? Wang Qiu asked in surprise. How did Senior get such serious injuries? Who did this? Tang Yin's shock was also evident. He knew Qin Ming's strength, and to injure him like this, the opponent's strength seemed formidable. The old man sighed. A registered student requested a refund, challenged Qin Ming, and left him like this. Hearing this, the two felt it was absurd. A student registering? What level of soul power? Even if they have a higher soul power level than me and Xiao, they still wouldn't be over 13 years old. How could they injure Senior like this? Without soul power? No, it's not that she didn't use a martial soul or soul power. I don't know if she's a soul master, but she defeated Qin Ming as an ordinary person. The old man gestured for Tang Yin to carry Qin Ming back to the village. They needed to go to Soto City to find a healing soul master. He would probably need to recuperate for a while. You should postpone your original teaching tasks for a while. I need to report this to the dean. I have a feeling that girl came prepared. The old man shook his head, and the group carried Qin Ming back to the village. Mom, that teacher from Shrek Academy is so despicable, Xue said angrily on the way, clearly still upset about what had just happened. That's right. Otherwise, how do you think they could teach someone like the Shrek 7 monsters? Bibidong held Xue hand. Don't be angry. It's not worth it to get mad over such a person. Mom has already revoked their school's qualifications. And the common people have seen through the true nature of this academy. Yeah, Shui tightened her grip on her mother's arm. It should be revoked. But I'm still very angry that they actually used soul skills against an ordinary person without a martial soul. If it weren't for your mother's domain, I would have to reveal my martial soul to expose my identity. They treat the lives of their students with such indifference and no respect, blaming the students for being devoured by soul beasts as if it were their own fault. What do you expect them to care about the life of an outsider? Bibidong gently stroked Shui's head. All right, before we seal this academy, your junior sisters will take care of the rest of the grievances for you. Their best student has already been knocked down by me. The only ones left are the 2 new students recruited this year, right? Will they really send new students to a place like the Great Soul Arena? Shui asked, somewhat confused. Qin Ming is their prized disciple and now needs treatment, which costs money. They won't let us down for the sake of money. If we really don't encounter these 2 new students from Shrek at the Great Soul Arena, then I would think they still have a shred of conscience and won't risk the new students for profit. Bibidong said, of course. Also because they're new students. If we do meet them in the arena, we want to go easy on them. Just teach them a lesson. There are always people stronger than you, and monsters are merely titles they take for themselves. Then let's look forward to it. Shui and Bibidong exchanged smiles and walked into the hotel. Chapter 117. Martial Soul Fusion, is this really happening? Flinders stood up in shock as the speech he had meticulously prepared for the little monsters battle in the Great Soul Arena was scattered all over the ground. Impossible. An ordinary person without soul power could never easily defeat Qin Ming, especially since Qin Ming used his 4th soul skill. This girl is definitely a soul master, Flinders said decisively. But she's not even 13 years old, even if she is a soul master. Is it possible to defeat him so easily without using her martial soul when her soul power level is lower than Qin Ming's? Li Yusong suddenly felt a dryness in his throat. We can't rule out this possibility. Some extremely powerful martial souls can achieve this. If that's the case, then her martial soul's quality wouldn't be lower than a super martial soul. However, from the fact that Qin Ming used his 4th soul skill to his utmost, I lean towards another possibility, Flinders said solemnly. What is it? Li Yusong asked. That girl is at least a soul king level, Flinders said slowly, and the room fell into silence. That seems even more impossible. Li Yusong opened his mouth, but couldn't find any strong words to refute. Are you sure she's not over 13 years old? Flinders frowned and asked. I've been responsible for admissions for over 10 years. I've measured the ages of countless children, and I've never made a mistake. Li Yusong shook his head. I'm quite sure her bone age is not over 13. As for whether she has some method to change or conceal her bone age, that's unknown. That leads to an explanation. She is a soul master at least at the Soul King level, over 20 years old, and has used some secret method to make it impossible to determine her true age through bone age measurement. She came today with a clear intention to target Shrek Academy. Flinders said. This way, everything makes sense. She pretended to register to humiliate Shrek Academy, aiming to ruin our reputation. A blatant provocation. Li Yusong immediately clenched his fists. Qin Ming nearly lost his life at her hands. Could someone be instigating this? Flinders nodded. We can't rule out this possibility. Those incompetent people have been jealous of Shrek Academy for a long time. Not long ago, they complained to the Martial Soul Hall about us, trying to make a big deal out of it. Fortunately, Shrek has connections. They probably saw that the complaints yielded no results and sent this woman to show off. We need to teach these troublemakers a lesson. A fierce look appeared on Li Yusong's face. Don't be impulsive. A gentleman takes revenge. It's never too late. The most important thing now is to treat Qin Ming's injuries. He is the best student I have ever taught in my life, a testament to my teaching philosophy. He cannot just die like this, Flinders said solemnly. Moreover, we still have 2 new little monsters. Under our guidance, they will shine in the Soul Master world. And at that time, everyone on the continent will look at Shrek Academy with new eyes, while these provocative clowns can only hide in the shadows, envious for the rest of their lives. But we don't have much funding left. Li Yusong said, the tuition for these 2 new students hasn't been paid yet. We originally arranged for Qin Ming to lead them to the Great Soul Arena to make up for the tuition, but now that Qin Ming is like this, no one can take them to battle in the arena, and we've lost a major source of income. What should we do? You don't need to worry about this. I have already invited someone to teach them. With his guidance, these 2 little monsters will make the greatest progress in the Great Soul Arena, Flinders said confidently. Who is it? Vice Dean Zhao Wujia? Li Yusong asked. Yes, at Shrek, we don't only recruit monsters. Our teachers are also monsters. He can't just be simply measured with the term monster. He is the foremost theorist in the world of soul masters today, known as Master Yu Shaojiang. At the Soto Great Soul Arena, After the match concluded, the combination of Team 1 and Team 2 emerged victorious. With the sound of the whistle from the host and referee, the audience fell silent, only to erupt into thunderous applause and cheers. The two masked girls on stage achieved an unprecedented 30 consecutive victories in 3 days, becoming the first and second 2-on-2 gold soul fighting combination in the history of Soto City. Just as their combination name suggests, their appearance represents the pinnacle of Soto Great Soul Arena. Although both girls were veiled, their slightly developed, graceful figures still attracted many spectators, and the glimpses of their beauty occasionally revealed beneath the veils stunned countless onlookers, leading a large number of spectators to become infatuated with the two girls. What fascinated people the most was the particularly unique fighting style of the two girls. So far, only a handful of combinations had made them use their martial souls, and only one of them had shown it. In all other matches, their opponents were defeated before even seeing what the other's martial soul looked like. Many were eager to know what the other girl's martial soul was. And did you notice that even the girl who had already revealed her martial soul only displayed her soul rings for a very short time? Though it was said to be the optimal soul ring ratio of 2 yellow rings. It seemed like she would lose her life if she displayed it for even a second longer. Every match ended before anyone could get a clear look. In the audience, many spectators whispered among themselves. Who knows, maybe their goal was to defeat opponents of the same rank without using their martial souls. And even an extra second of display would be a compliment to their opponents. The two girls walked off the stage together, having heard the discussions from the audience. They frowned slightly, but said nothing, heading to the lounge as usual. In fact, half of the murmurs in the audience were correct. Their goal was not to defeat opponents of the same rank without using their martial souls, but to defeat opponents matched in the fighting arena without exposing their own soul ring ratios. This was the goal set by their teacher, and they understood very well that once their 2 purple soul rings were revealed to the world, it would attract a lot of attention and research. Fortunately, Liena had a soul skill related to illusions that could simulate her soul rings into any color to confuse her opponents, which prevented them from losing against several stronger combinations. However, this skill consumed a lot of her mental energy, so what the audience saw was her recklessly defeating her opponents after activating her martial soul, unwilling to waste even a second. In reality, she was fighting under a high mental burden, and if she didn't finish quickly, they might have to concede defeat. Yin watched this with concern. So when Liena had to activate her martial soul, she also released the toxins within her body to assist Liena's ice and fire spirit fox, defeating their opponents in one fell swoop. In such high-intensity soul fights, their cooperation gradually became more and more tacit. However, what they didn't know was that in the few matches where they used their martial souls, their souls gradually began to resonate on the basis of their growing synergy. Extra. Birthday strange. Where did I put the candy? Sigh. Why is it at this time that Bibidong is in the kitchen in a flurry? It smells so good. Mom. Schwer walked into the kitchen, rubbing her sleepy eyes, smelling the delicious breakfast that Bibidong had prepared. Why does the toasted bread smell so good? It's the caviar smell. Bibidong came back to her senses and smiled. You can't sleep when you smell the food, little glutton. Hee. I want to go out and play with Mom early. Schwer smiled mischievously. Actually, even if I didn't say it, Mom would guess that my birthday gift is to have you spend the day with me. So you prepared for a long time today. I don't want to waste a second. You. Bibidong looked at Schwer fondly and placed a plate of toasted bread with caviar in front of her. Try it. After breakfast, Mom won TB in charge today. Wherever you want to go and whatever you want to do, I'll follow you. Bibidong said, and Schwer's eyes lit up. Let us go to the back mountain. It snowed a lot there yesterday. Let us build a snowman. Xue exclaimed joyfully. On the mountain. Schwer, stop hiding. I know where you are. It's cold inside the snowman. Come out quickly. Don't catch a cold. Bibidong returned to the spot where she had just had a snowball fight with Schwer, smiling. Mom found me so quickly. I thought I hid for a long time. The snowman moved, and a playful head popped out from the snow pile, shaking off the snowflakes covering it. This is for you. Ming de. Schwer's eyes brightened. It's still warm. I bought it casually on the street just now. Try it. How does it taste? Ah, it's really good. Schwechu said, feeling warm instantly. Indeed, winter is the best time to drink hot milk tea. Thank you, Mom. Achoo. Did you catch a cold? I knew this would happen. Mom. Why does this scarf look a bit familiar? All right, it should keep you warm now. Bibidong said tenderly on such a cold day. You should remember to wear a scarf. But Mom didn't wear a scarf either. Besides, I'm very strong. I'll catch a cold easily. Okay. Look at your nose. It's all red. Let us hurry back. Ah, wait. I still have one very important thing to finish. Bibidong followed Shue's gaze and saw several snowmen snuggling together. The tallest one is Grandpa, the one next to him is Mom, and the smallest one is me. There's just a little bit left. Once I shaped this snowman to look a bit more like Mom, Bibidong smiled silently, then picked up leaves and branches to embellish the snowman. All right, my mom is really skillful. Shuer looked at the three cheerful snowmen and nodded in satisfaction. Ashu, Sue, and Nidrotsensly sneezed again? You won't really catch a cold, will you? You just stay still and let Mom wrap your scarf again. It's fine, Mom. I'm really not cold at all. I'm wrapped up so much that only my eyes are showing. Then let's do it this way. I'll wrap you a bit more. At night, Bibidong took Shuer to a luxurious hotel in Wuhan City, which had already been meticulously decorated with various colorful lights and ornaments. In the center of the hall was a huge cake. This is a custom I learned from a place, which is that the person celebrating their birthday must eat cake and blow out candles. Come on, Shuer, make a wish in your heart while looking at the candles. Then blow them out, and we can start eating. Can this really make my wish come true? That sounds amazing, Shuer exclaimed, then closed her eyes, clasped her hands together, and made a wish in her heart. Quick, blow out the candles. Bibidong reminded her, and Shuer understood, taking a deep breath to blow out all the candles. What did you wish for? Bibidong asked curiously, coaxing her. You have to say your wish out loud. Mom, I think if I say it out loud, it won't come true. Xue pouted. How do you know there's such a superstition? Bibidong was not annoyed at being seen through. Okay, let's hurry and eat the cake. Zo, Xue, happy birthday. Outside the window, a burst of fireworks exploded, more brilliant than those in Tiando City. Through the fireworks, what was reflected in the window were the cream-covered faces of mother and daughter, slightly messy, but filled with joy. Extra, my daughter has just grown up one unknown time. The Papal Palace. Xue, what's wrong, Mom? Do you know why Tang San could maintain his hypocritical persona after inheriting the god of slaughter domain in the slaughter city instead of revealing his true self and becoming a true villain? I haven't really thought about it. Why? Because Tang San's aunt, Tang Yuehua from the Haoyan sect, is actually Tang Hao's sister. Xingyue Pavilion? I've heard of it. If I were still in the Tiando Imperial Palace, I bet Shui you would definitely send me there now. Luckily, I slipped away. Otherwise, I heard that it's very strict there, and learning the etiquette of nobility can be quite difficult and torturous. Well, you might be disappointed because starting today, Mom will also teach you etiquette. Huh? Shuer widened her eyes. Why, Mom? I don't go out to meet those nobles. I don't need to learn these unnecessary things. It's not about learning the tedious etiquette of nobility. The Wuhuan Palace is originally about eliminating the class differences between nobles and commoners. So why would you learn noble etiquette? Bibidong was a bit helpless. What Ma means is something completely different from the set of superficial things taught by Tang Yuehua. What Tang Yuehua teaches and the audience of Xingyue Pavilion are essentially still serving the nobility exclusively. And the impact it creates is to expand class differences and create a hierarchy of superiority. Anyone who graduates from Xingyue Pavilion has already subconsciously placed themselves in a position of superiority. What Mom wants to teach you is not those rules and etiquette as a noble, but things that enhance yourself, cultivate your character, and improve your disposition. Whatever Mom wants me to learn, I will definitely study hard. Shuer became interested. In ancient times, there were the 6 arts, which are rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics. Later, there were the 4 elegances, which are qin, a stringed instrument, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You sound like a lot and seem not easy at all. Shuer suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Come to the piano room. Bibidong smiled gently and led Shuer to the side hall where the piano was placed. This piano was requested by Mom when she first came to the Papal Palace, but she doesn't come here often. Bibidong smiled, saying that they would come here often in the future, and she played a piece for Shuer. This piece is a waltz from Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake, a famous ballet. Bibidong said, just as Shuer was about to ask what a waltz was, she had to suppress her curiosity and listened quietly as the piano music started. Music is a universal language that conveys emotions. Soon, Shuer was captivated by the piano sound, listening intently until the music ended. This is the sheet music. Practice according to this score from now on. Bibidong thought for a moment. You need to reach the level of this recording before graduation. In addition to this piece, there is also a dance called ballet, and Mom will guide you to dance it very well. Bibidong's eyes curved into a crescent moon, starting with leg stretches. If I learn this, will my dance and piano be considered graduated? Shuer reminisced about the piece, feeling a bit excited. There is also another piece, just a step away. It's a tango piece. Do you want to learn this one first? Forget I asked. Shuer instantly deflated. Besides, The piano isn't just for the piano. Bibidong pulled out an item that Schwer had never seen before. I asked a carpenter to make this, she said. The strings are made from the material used to create dragon whiskers, called bored crystal gold. It's called a violin. The opening of the Blue Danube began to play. Bibidong's bow moved slightly, and a gentle vibration floated out. The melodious and cheerful sound of the violin gushed forth like a spring. Perhaps due to the use of soul power, the sound was even more ethereal and clear, like the tides of the ocean under the moonlight. Although it was clear that these pieces were not easy to learn, interest overcame hesitation, and Schwer was eager to try. The morning consisted of dance lessons and violin practice, with more arranged for the afternoon. As the piece concluded, Bibidong smiled, looking forward to the day when Schwer would grow and learn. Extra, my daughter is growing up. Part 2 Schwer, do you know? Mom is currently playing a game with someone. Who is it? You'll know in the future. Now, let's play a game and see how Schwer is learning from her afternoon classes and her understanding of the game of chess. Schwer seems a bit nervous. Relax. It's just an endgame. If you find it difficult, you could take the red side first. Well, the red side does have an advantage. All right. Schwer gathered her courage and moved the cannon from 2 to 4. Pawn from 5 to 6. Just now, Schwer asked who Mom was playing against. In fact, playing chess does not only refer to the game on a small board. The chessboard can also be the entire world. I understand. To achieve great things, one must have a broad vision and consider the overall situation. Using the world as a chessboard, all the people in the world are merely pieces. All the people in the world are pieces, Bibidong smiled. Then who is the player? The king moves from 6 to 1. Naturally, it is the king. Schwer answered without hesitation. If it's in the Doluo continent, then Mom must be referring to you and the 2 emperors. If it's in this world, then it should refer to you and Shura. That is, the person who propels the era forward and the one who stops it. Rook from 3 to 8. What do you think the relationship between the player and the pieces should be, Schwer? Bibidong asked, moving the king back 1 space. Well, Schwer pondered. Since it's a game, the player should aim for the final victory, and the pieces are merely tools to achieve this goal, ready to be sacrificed for victory at any time. The chessboard may be drenched in blood, while the players remain calm. Rook from 2 to 1. That seems quite cruel, but I feel like Schwer wants to say something more. She was interrupted. Pawn from 5 to 5. Bibidong said, no. What you said at the beginning is very correct. All the people in the world are pieces. Schwer was momentarily too busy to understand her mother's previous statement, as her attention was fully focused on the chessboard, preparing to respond. Rook from 2 to 5. Schwer sacrificed her rook to protect the king. Pawn from 4 to 5. Bibidong stated, in fact, to achieve victory, the player can also become a piece. Or rather, from the very beginning, there is no such thing as a player. If necessary, the person playing chess can also sacrifice themselves for victory. I'll think about it. King from 5 to 1. Schwer stared at the chessboard, deep in thought. Pawn from 6 to 1. Bibidong's moves began to accelerate. The reason you find it cruel is that you have separated the player from the people of the world. King from 5 to 1. For some reason, after hearing this, Schwer felt an even greater sense of cruelty. Rook from 5 to 3. Bibidong smiled. If according to your reasoning, then doesn't that mean Mom is also separating herself from the people of the world? How is that different from the clear distinction between nobles and commoners today? Rook from 6 to 4. Schwer didn't know how to respond. She was trying hard to understand the meaning behind her words. Rook for 9 to 2. Bibidong rubbed her forehead, her tone suddenly becoming a bit urgent. What's wrong? Schwer asked, not knowing if it was her illusion, but she seemed to feel that Bibidong's breathing was heavier than before. Yet the speed of her moves remained unchanged. Bibidong remained silent, waving her hand to signal Schwer to continue. Rook 4 retreats to 7. Schwer responded. Rook 9 retreats to 2. Bibidong made her move, asking, do you think that the person playing chess in this way is more emotional or more ruthless compared to the personality you mentioned earlier? Rook 4 advances to 7. Schwer hesitated for a moment, then lowered her head to make her move. It's hard for you. I don't know either, Bibidong sighed. I only know that the lives of people in my own life are the same. There is no distinction between high and low, or superior and inferior. Rook 9 moves to 5. General 5 moves to 4. Schwer softly said, I remember my mother's teachings. It's just that for the sake of ultimate victory, everyone has their own mission, and everyone will willingly become a chess piece for their ideals, playing their role, whether it involves sacrifice or not. Bibidong looked at Schwer. Rook 5 moves to 7. Schwer, you lost. Today's chess lesson ends here. Let's put chess aside for a while, and we can play another game when the opportunity arises. Bibidong patted Schwer's head and stood up to leave. Su continued to stare blankly at the chessboard that had already reached a conclusion, her eyes reflecting a hint of relief. Chapter 118. Opponent a few days later at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Although Tang Yin and Wang Xiaoer were both new to the Spirit Arena, they seemed to thrive in it. At 12 years old, they had already reached the Soul Master level, and they had won consecutive matches against high-level Soul Masters at levels 38 and 39 without a single defeat, which convinced the Great Spirit Arena that they were students from Shrek Academy. Previously, there had been some suspicion about the two since they did not have a supervising teacher. As all students from Shrek Academy who came to the Spirit Arena were usually accompanied by a teacher they were familiar with, whose name they remembered to be Qin Ming. How is Mr. Qin Ming? I remember he always led the students from Shrek Academy to the Great Spirit Arena in the past, and many sessions had impressive results thanks to him. Why haven't we seen him this year? The person in charge asked as he presented them with their gold spirit medals. The two exchanged glances and saw a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. Tang Yi nodded and said, "Senior, he has gone on a mission out of town. This year, the Academy's spirit teaching will have to be done by us." "Oh, that's a pity. If you were still here, you might learn even more from the battles," the person in charge said as he handed them their medals. "This is your gold spirit medal. Congratulations." In reality, Qin Ming was not on a mission. He was currently lying in the dormitory of Shrek Academy, being cared for day and night by Xiao Exen, a food system soul master. A few days ago, the principal appeared before the two of them and personally assigned them the task of spirit teaching. The gold coins they earned had to be submitted immediately as tuition fees. If they had already paid enough, they would need to continue paying as next year's tuition. The two agreed to the principal's request, as they could tell that Flander was in dire need of money right now. Flander promised he would secretly observe their spirit battles, ensure their safety, and personally guide them after the teaching task was completed. The only regret was that the master had not arrived yet. Otherwise, he would have been the best supervising teacher for them at this critical moment. But they were indifferent, as they had come to the Spirit Arena to battle anyway, finding the Academy's theoretical teaching too dry. After the two received their medals and nodded, they were stopped. "Now that you have obtained the gold spirit medals, what are your plans?" the person in charge asked. "What plans can there be?" "Of course, we continue to challenge other teams at the same level," Tang Yin replied with a pout. However, the person in charge shook his head. "You are now a gold spirit combination of 2 versus 2, and can only battle against other gold spirit level combinations. However, there are currently no gold spirit level combinations in the 2 versus 2 matches at the Soul Master level." "What?" Tang Yin frowned. "What do you mean? No opponents?" "That's right," the person in charge replied. "Unless you are willing to accept a challenge from a gold spirit combination at a different rank of Soul Masters." Tang Yin's eyes brightened. "Great, that works even better. Arrange for us to face a Soul Zone level gold spirit combination." "Sorry, but we also do not have a Soul Zone level gold spirit combination." The person in charge shook his head. Tang Yin's brows furrowed deeply. "Are you kidding me? What do you mean? So you're saying we can't find anyone to match up with us in the Spirit Arena? Then what are we doing here? Showa, let's go." "Please, wait a moment. While we do not have a Soul Zone level gold spirit combination, we do have a Great Soul Master level one," the person in charge explained. "Great Soul Master level?" Tang Yin couldn't help but laugh. "Really? You guys at the Great Spirit Arena have been promoting many of our matches as selling points. So you can't possibly not know our strength, right? High-level opponents haven't pressured us, let alone those at a lower level like Great Soul Masters. You can't just throw us to the wolves like that. You don't want to see these two Great Soul Masters embarrass themselves, do you?" After obtaining their gold spirit medals, they are currently also in a state of no opponents for adjustment. "We have communicated with them, and they agreed to choose you as their opponents," the person in charge said. "Therefore, if you agree, this spirit battle can definitely happen. And just like a regular match of the same level, you won't be held responsible for any issues that arise during the battle." Tang Yin wanted to say something, but a hand stopped him. "We accept." He looked closely and saw Wang Qiaoer standing in front of him, interrupting him. She said calmly, "Since they have issued a challenge, we have no reason not to accept. Moreover, since they dare to challenge us at a higher level, they must also be quite strong, and they are aware of the difficulties of challenging at a higher level and have prepared for it. So, we don't need to say anything more. The more we talk, the more we will be seen as turtles withdrawing their heads." Tang Yin looked at Wang Qiaoer's indifferent face, nodded. "You're right. And let us not be picky. Let us just temper their sharpness a bit and let them know that only we have the qualifications and strength to challenge at a higher level." Tang Yin turned to the person in charge. "We accept. Please arrange the date for the match." "Okay, I'll inform that team and prepare and promote this spirit battle. Regardless of the outcome, You will receive a 10% share of the ticket profits, the person in charge said. Thank you for your trouble, Tang nodded. But he didn't notice that Flander, hidden in the shadows, was already starting to plan how to use this opportunity for advertising and collecting advertising fees. In the lounge of the Soto Great Spirit Arena. I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Bibidong walked into the room and smiled at the three. Let us hear the good news first. Sewer replied eagerly, her eyes full of anticipation. We have opponents now. Bibidong said. Oh, what kind of good news is that? Sewer instantly lost interest. I thought it was about going somewhere fun. What's the bad news? Liena asked with some concern. Our opponents are also at the gold spirit level, so they're a 2 versus 3 ring soul master team, Bibidong added. And they're also 12 years old. Sewer suddenly realized something. Is it them? Yes, Bibidong nodded at Sewer, and then looked at Yin and Na. Although this isn't your first time challenging at a higher level, this time the opponent is at the same gold spirit level as you, and they have also reached this score in just a few days. You have experienced difficulties throughout the competition, and you should have a sense of them by now. Their ability to reach the golden dose soul level with only the strength of a 12-year-old who has just stepped into the soul master level should not be underestimated. Therefore, I allow you to use your soul skills, and you do not need to hide the color of your soul rings. Not hiding the color of the soul rings? Yin looked up in surprise. This indeed caught her off guard, but it also indicated the strength of the opponent. I only have one request. When beautifully, Bibidong said. We will, teacher. The two nodded. Author's note. I actually didn't prepare an author's note for the release. I thought it would just be the same as usual, with regular updates, just changing to paid chapters. However, after reading some suggestions, I felt it was appropriate to say something. This book is actually quite late in being released. It has nearly 300,000 words now, with over 110 free chapters. I don't shy away from admitting that my original intention for writing this book was to create for love, but life has beaten me down. Life is not just about creating for love, but also about the mundane aspects of life. I'm very grateful that I have written several decent stories in the free chapters. I think this is true to my original intention of creating for love, to present my heartfelt, serious, and best side to the readers. Thank you to the readers who have chosen to stay and accompany me. And I respect those who feel it is not suitable to leave. My recent state may be somewhat unstable, and the quality of my writing has fluctuated. However, I will do my best to gradually improve and refine the logic and plot of the upcoming stories, striving not to disappoint compared to the previous few stories. I also hope that readers, considering the decent quality of what I have written before, can subscribe and support me. Another reason for my release is that I want to change the category from fantasy otherworld to light novel derivative fan fiction, which requires a full 30 days of being published. I hope this book will continue to improve. Chapter 119. Tactics. This is a rare moment of overwhelming popularity at the Soto Great Soul Arena. Countless people came for the promotional match of the Golden Dose Soul combination. Among them, many ordinary civilians who are not soul masters. Everyone wants to see a high-level, high-quality soul master duel. Apart from the elite competitions held every few years among the advanced soul master academies across the continent, it is difficult to witness such strong matchups in ordinary soul fighting arenas. Of course, the winning streak and dominance displayed by these two teams in the Great Soul Arena is the best hype for the promotion. The outsiders may not fully understand the unique martial souls, soul power, configurations, and specializations of the Soul Master world, but terms like dominance, invincibility, and peak duels can spark curiosity and admiration in everyone. To show the importance of this duel, Flender even stated that if Tang Yin and Wang Qiu win, their future teaching will be personally handled by him and the Master, as their personal disciples. The audience's discussions in recent days have clearly revolved around this battle, with topics like betting, cheering, speculating on both sides' strengths, and analyzing previous performances gradually revealing the essence of which female contestant is more beautiful. Indeed, it is not only outsiders. Even among soul masters, looks seem to be a more attractive topic than soul fighting. However, for both teams, the days were no different than usual. The opponent's information is generally delivered to the team leaders by the soul fighting arena the day before the duel, and this time was no exception. So both sides enjoyed their meals and drinks without paying much attention to the various discussions outside. At night, the person in charge of the Great Soul Arena knocked on the door of a hotel room, respectfully handed over the opponent's information, and then turned to leave. Schwer flipped through the documents and frowned, clearly surprised by the opponent's strength, especially the soul master with the blue-silver grass martial soul, which reminded her of someone unpleasant. Coincidentally, she did not expect that 10 years ago, There was also a person named Tang San with a blue-silver grass martial soul in Shrek. Shuer handed the information to her two junior sisters. Mom will be back in a while. Let's first formulate our tactics and strategies. Flinder also frowned, closing the document. I remember that there is currently a title de loi whose martial soul is also this phosphorescent snake. Could it be that this girl has some connection with that title de loi? What characteristics do these two martial souls have? Tang San asked. The phosphorescent snake is famous for its poison. As for the spirit fox, it should be a beast martial soul that excels in charm, Flinder pondered. Poison? Wang Qiuer became interested and looked at Tang San meaningfully. Do you know about such things? I know a bit. Tang San felt a bit embarrassed under Wang Qiuer's gaze, his cheeks slightly flushed. Then we will have to rely on you. Wang Qiuer smiled. Do you have a countermeasure? Flinder cleared his throat, breaking the awkward atmosphere between the two. I can restrain that soul master with the phosphorescent snake martial soul. As for that spirit fox, with Qiuer's mental strength, it's not to be feared. When she tries to use her charm, we will turn the tables and send her off the stage when she gets close, Tang San said confidently. Actually, I was wondering, do you think they might have a martial soul fusion skill? Wang Qiuer said. Don't worry about this. A martial soul fusion skill is impossible to appear, Flinder said. Why? The two asked in unison. Because theory tells me so. Flinder adjusted his glasses. The emergence of martial soul fusion skills is very strict and usually occurs between twin siblings. There are cases where non-relatives can achieve martial soul fusion skills, but can only happen between males and females. Only through the yin-yang complement can a martial soul fusion skill be produced. The only unique case of martial soul fusion skills that I know of is with two elders from the Spirit Hall. Although they are both male, through my careful study, I found that one of them behaves quite femininely, indicating a heavy yin energy. The fact that he and the other elder can produce martial soul fusion skills is most likely because of this, which does not deviate from the two foundations for the birth of martial soul fusion skills. Flinder patted his chest proudly. That's impressive. Wang Qiuer was somewhat surprised. Did the teacher research this? No, it was a dear friend of mine. You can call him the master. He was supposed to be your team leader, but things changed quickly, and he is also somewhat far away, so he probably won't arrive in time to teach you about soul fighting tactics. Flinder said with some regret. If he were here, you would surely win very easily. I look forward to meeting him, Tang San said. Shuer, did they send over the information? Bibidong pushed the door open and placed a bag of snacks on the table. We're going back after the competition tomorrow, and I bought some local specialties to take home. There will be fewer opportunities to go out with me in the future. They have sent it. Shuer put down the documents, her eyes brightening as she quickly ran to Bibidong's side. Let me try. Call your junior sisters to eat together, Bibidong said, picking up the documents on the table. Yes, Nana and Yin Yin come join us. The taste is quite good. Shuer called her two junior sisters to share the food together. The few of them ate for about 15 minutes before reluctantly putting away the snacks. Only then did they notice that Bibidong had been holding the document and had not moved from the beginning until now. Mom? Shuer sensed the suddenly quiet atmosphere and tentatively asked, What's wrong? After a long time, Bibidong finally put down the document and said lightly, It's nothing. Is there a problem with the opponent? Shuer was still very perceptive and quickly sensed something unusual. Tomorrow, safety is the priority. Once there is danger, it's better to admit defeat than to take risks, understood? Bibidong was silent for a moment before speaking. Is the opponent very strong? Shuer seemed a bit serious. I should have signed up earlier. I had previously talked to you about ultimate attributes and martial soul quality. You haven't forgotten, right? Bibidong turned to a page in the document. This girl possesses a super martial soul, the Golden Dragon. The attribute is ultimate power, and she is also... Bibidong hesitated and did not continue. Teacher, we will definitely ensure our safety. But at the same time, we will also strive for victory, so as not to disappoint you, said Duguian. Bibidong shook her head, then nodded again. All right, but for tomorrow's competition, you must ensure your safety just as I previously instructed regarding not revealing the soul ring colors. If there is any danger, admit defeat immediately. The two of them remembered this, though they didn't fully understand. They nodded obediently. Get some rest early. Bibidong stood up and walked into the bedroom, her expression serious and confused. Shuer had never seen such an expression on her mother's face, and a trace of unease flashed through her heart. When a piece that should not appear shows up on the chessboard, where will the game lead? In front of the bedroom window, Bibidong looked at her reflection in the glass, her martial soul unfurling its wings behind her, her purple hair lightening to a faint white. Ling, what do you think? Chapter 120. Intelligence. The room suddenly became exceptionally quiet, The lights had been turned off, and moonlight poured in like a tide through the floor-to-ceiling window. The window had been opened at some point, and the curtains fluttered outside with the evening breeze. A sound of footsteps, as if stepping on splashes of water, approached from behind Bibidong. Bibidong was already used to this way of meeting. Ling walked to the window from behind her, pushed open the floor-to-ceiling window, and playfully sat on the railing, swinging her legs outside. She patted the railing, signaling Bibidong to sit beside her. Bibidong leaned forward on the railing, resting her chin on one hand. "I'm afraid I'll fall." "How could that be? With your skills, even if you fall, you won't get hurt, right?" Ling said playfully. "Sister, come sit. Let's sit in a row and eat fruits." Ling clapped her hands, laughing like a child. "I can't. I'm afraid that if I fall, I'll die and then have to live with a quarter of my life." Bibidong ignored Ling's harmless appearance. "I didn't call you, yet you came out. Do you really want to do business with me? Sister, am I just a schemer in your eyes? I'm so sad." Ling put on a wronged expression. "You're my favorite. How could I hurt you for a deal? Stop talking nonsense. Only a devil would trade lives with people. I don't believe a word that comes out of a devil's mouth." Bibidong rolled her eyes. "Yeah, devils don't understand emotions. They only understand desires." Ling suddenly stopped laughing, her expression serious yet sad. "Hey, I was just joking. Don't take it seriously." Bibidong realized she might have gone too far with her joke and quickly explained. "Then, sister, do you have any questions for me?" Ling looked at Bibidong. "If not, I'm going back, okay?" "Wait." Bibidong hurriedly called out, but then immediately lowered her voice. "Tell me what is going on." "What's going on?" Ling tilted her head, her watery eyes looking at Bibidong. "Don't pretend to be dumb. When I saw the names Wang, Qian, and Tang Yin, it meant something had happened to a certain extent. After experiencing the last incident, everything unusual in this world can be traced back to me. Tang Yin is the pseudonym used by Tang San in the original world. Why would it appear in this world when Tang San is not even 3 years old? As for Wang Qian, she was supposed to meet Huo Yuhao thousands of years later and take on the name Wang Qian based on her memories. Yet she appears now without even changing her name." Bibidong stared into Ling's eyes. "What is the reason for all this? To what extent has it developed? And what is the purpose?" "I know nothing. You appear here now, so you must know something. Well, if you want to know, you'll have to trade a quarter of your life." Ling suddenly grinned, her serious expression turning playful again. "You Bibidong got choked by this mischievous girl. I'm talking about serious matters. Can you say it? If you can't, then forget it. I will never trade with you again." "Sister, you think so much based on just one piece of information. What if it's just a coincidence of the same name?" Ling laughed. "You haven't even met them. Shrek, Tang Yin, Wang Qiao, Blue Silvergrass, Golden Dragon. This buff is already stacked full, okay?" Bibidong's forehead had a few more black lines. "It can't be this coincidental." "Well, okay." Ling nodded, "But I don't know." Bibidong looked at Ling with a hint of resentment. "Sometimes I really want to push you down. Don't be angry, sister. Although I don't know about these two people, I do know about another major event that is about to happen." Ling said somewhat mysteriously. Bibidong covered her ears. "Sister, what are you doing? Don't you want to know?" Ling was a bit surprised. "If I listen, I'll lose a quarter of my life, right? Then I choose not to." Bibidong shook her head like a rattle drum. Ling felt a bit helpless. "I'm not teasing you anymore. This information is free and doesn't involve any trade." "That's more like it," Bibidong said, putting her hands down and naturally leaning closer. "What is it?" Ling looked at the half moon in the night sky. There was still nearly a month until the next full moon. She had heard that on the night of the full moon, a monster would appear in a valley near the Stardow Forest. A monster? Bibidong was a bit confused. "What kind?" "I don't know." Ling shook her head. "I only know it's a monster, but I can't say exactly what it is. However, I can guarantee that the information is accurate." "How can you guarantee it?" "You don't even know what it is," Bibidong teased. "The last thing the Rose Hall lacks is information. This is a conclusion I've drawn from half the continent's legends. You have to understand, finding patterns among a bunch of irrelevant legends is very difficult." Ling pouted. "I analyzed for a long time, tried various methods, and finally marked the legends on a map and summarized the timeline to come up with this information. If you don't appreciate it, that's fine. But you actually don't believe me." "Huh?" Bibidong was momentarily stunned. "Oh, I see. That must have been hard for you. I didn't know. But this doesn't relate to the problem I'm currently facing." Bibidong felt a bit helpless after going around in circles. It turned out Ling wasn't there to help her with her questions. "Whether it's useful or not, I've told you anyway." Ling smiled slightly and waved her hand. "I'm leaving now." "Wait." Bibidong wanted to ask something else, but she only saw Ling jump down from the windowsill. Bibidong quickly stepped forward to take a look, but it was empty, as if no one had ever been there. The coming and going were both so fast and strange. Bibidong rubbed her forehead and turned back to her room, where everything had returned to its original state. The curtains and everything else had not been disturbed, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the door was somewhat hurried. Mom, what's wrong? Bibidong opened the door to see Schwerer standing outside with a worried expression. I noticed your face didn't look good just now, and I was a bit worried. Seid in relief. Is something wrong with you, Mom? Or did something happen? Is there a problem with tomorrow's opponent? Should I ask my junior sisters to forfeit? Oh, Mom is fine. Bibidong shook her head. I was just thinking, have I put too much pressure on you? You feel like you must win against your opponent. I think this way of educating you has some issues. Sometimes, failure is not necessarily a bad thing. Bibidong said, tell your two junior sisters that even if they lose tomorrow, they're still Mom's proud disciples, and Mom is proud of them. Chapter 121, Showdown. Genius versus Genius. In the Great Soul Arena, when both competitors took the stage, every audience member in the sea of people had a thought flash through their minds, a sense of awe towards the formidable youth. Everyone felt that this match was very important. The audience wanted to see a match between future talents who might achieve the title of Title de Loa. The two Shrek Academy students wanted to prove their monstrous reputation, while Liena and Du Guyan were facing the biggest challenge since their training began. Only one person was hidden in a dark corner of the stands, feeling restless. Bibidong activated the data perspective of the head spirit bone as soon as two Shrek students appeared. As she expected, the attributes of ultimate fire and ultimate light, along with powerful mental strength accompanied by the power of fate, undoubtedly belonged to the Emperor Beast, the three-eyed golden lion of the Stardow Forest. However, compared to this entire hornet's nest of the Stardow Forest, the man named Tang San beside her truly left her perplexed. How could a surging stream of data transform into white light and flow into Bibidong's mental strength? She saw through Tang San's essence at a glance. But she couldn't believe it. It was too bizarre, and she found it somewhat unbelievable. This was not Tang San, nor was it anyone in disguise. From him, Bibidong sensed no trace of life. It was a corpse. But how could a corpse have a martial soul? And how could it possess soul power? Bibidong's mental strength continued to focus. But no matter how she observed, she could not discern how the other party concealed the breath of life. The opposing terms of soul master and corpse strangely coexisted in this person in a mysterious way. She kept recalling, but could not find an answer to explain the situation before her. She had only felt something similar in one place, the closed loop of life and death, the Nibelungen. But she did not sense the taste of demise on Tang San. It should have nothing to do with the Nibelungen. Temporarily suppressing her intense doubts about Tang San, the appearance of Wang Qiuer was also a significant mystery. What caused her appearance? The change in the world line could only be related to herself. What had she done that caused the beast that was supposed to retain its name 1,000 years later through Hui Yuhao's memories to appear with its name 1,000 years ago? Did the ferocious beasts of the Stardow Forest know? Would they lie in ambush nearby? Bibidong's head hurt a bit, and she couldn't think clearly. The host had already started reading the lines, and the dazzling achievements of both sides had made the audience's cheers deafening, with a strong fighting spirit on stage. The golden dragon descended from the sky, and the yellow and purple soul ring configuration of the two Shrek students won the audience's applause. At this moment, no one underestimated that blue-silver grass martial soul. A seemingly useless martial soul exhibited such powerful strength, and any beginner soul master understood that it was not simple. The two purple 1-2 combination finally showcased their soul ring configuration for the first time in the Great Soul Arena. If Shrek won the audience's cheers with strength, then they silenced the crowd with their strength. The opposing team was also taken aback, clearly caught off guard by this information, but they stood calmly in the arena, waiting. The soul ring configuration of the 1-2 combination actually exceeded the limit. The host's voice trembled. Was it a bluff, or had they hidden their strength in all previous matches? This match would reveal everything. Now, both martial souls were ready, and the match began. First soul skill bind. Tang San quickly launched an attack, while his teammate might be the strongest attack-type martial soul in the world. As a control-type soul master, his task was to control the opponent and create an environment for his teammate to deal damage. As long as Wang Qiuer could hit the opponent, he believed they couldn't withstand it. However, the opponent seemed well prepared, and a large foxtail unfurled, wrapping the two of them inside, creating multiple foxtail shadows on the stage. Be careful, this is an illusion. Can you lock onto their positions? Wang Qiuer said solemnly. No need to lock on. I will bind as many illusions as there are. Tang San replied calmly, as the blue-silver grass covered all the shadows. as expected of a soul respect. With higher soul power, they could unleash their skills so recklessly. A voice came from behind Tang Yin, and, among the multiple illusions, the one behind him was the real body, and the killing move had locked onto his vital back. Be careful. Wang Xiao'er activated her first and second soul skills almost simultaneously, her speed instantly going from stationary to nearly blurred as she rushed toward the illusion behind Tang Yin. Second soul skill, parasitism. Tang Yin knew very well that even if Wang Xiao'er responded immediately to support him, it would be too late. He had to act to defuse this attack. Parasitism activated, and the blue-silver grass that wrapped around the shadow behind him instantly grew, causing the shadow's attack to pause. But soon, the blue-silver grass turned into a pool of liquid. The highly corrosive toxin nearly dissolved all the blue-silver grass on the field. However, taking advantage of this moment of pause, Wang Xiao'er had already rushed to Tang Yin's back, fist clenched, gathering soul power to strike at that illusion. TCH. Liena glanced at the attacking Xiao'er with displeasure and gave up on the strike. Wang Xiao'er's fist landed on that shadow, but hit nothing. Not far away, a shadow retracted its fox tail, and the two reappeared unscathed. Very good illusion. Wang Xiao'er retracted her empty punch and looked at Liena. Your spiritual power is impressive. But how can a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? A faint golden light emerged from Wang Xiao'er's forehead, and a circle of invisible spiritual fluctuations radiated from her as the illusions shattered one by one. Both were startled. They felt the mental impact of this spiritual fluctuation, leaving them momentarily stunned. Liena was even more shocked because she had taken the autumn water elixir, which had trained and enhanced her spiritual power. If she hadn't remembered her teacher's advice not to clash head-on with opponents, she would have already countered with a charm when Wang Qiao attacked. But now, feeling the mental impact released by her opponent, she understood why her teacher had advised her this way. The two were not on the same level. The opponent was as formidable as a spirit-type soul master, yet her martial soul was clearly a power-type golden dragon. The mental impact brought them a moment of downtime. But in battle, sometimes a split second could determine victory or defeat. The web of binding had already trapped both of them, and the golden dragon was ready to unleash its power. Useless. Snake venom is ultimately snake venom. I prepared several jars of Realgar wine. Looking at the constantly releasing toxins from Yin, Tang Yin sneered. After all, a great soul master is still a great soul master. Stop thinking about challenging those above your level. The title of monster belongs only to us. Goodbye. Go practice for a few more years. Your grass can resist poison, but it seems it doesn't defend against ice and fire. A cold voice came from the other side, and Liena, having broken free from her bindings and returned to normal, was now charging toward the charging Wang Qiao'er. Dove, I'll take a day off today. But what I owe, I will remember and make up for when I have time. Because there had been some unpleasantness with the editor. Actually, I didn't want to take a break, but I've been really busy and tired. I remember the first day I took a break this month, sitting on my bed with my phone, writing and writing until I fell asleep. It seemed to be around 11 o'clock. I was just extremely tired and took a nap. When I woke up, it was already past midnight, and thinking about having to go to work in the morning, looking at my current mental state, I really couldn't manage it. The editor's reason for not allowing me to take a break was that it would affect the push. But I really didn't want to go for that push in this area. Just recently, new comments have started to increase again. If you reread the first chapter, you'll find that my two related works and the author's comments under the first chapter are all dissuading readers because during my last push, readers in the fantasy section came for the enjoyable reading, and what I wrote was quite out of place. Some even argued with me and cursed at me, which really affected my mood. I would rather stay in a small circle. I don't want to be famous. So I truly don't want to go for the push, especially in this fantasy section. However, these days, due to the launch, new readers have increased. Even though I did enough to dissuade them earlier, there are still unpleasant comments. So taking a break for a few days also serves to cool down the heat. Given that both times I push were like this, I want to change sections, but the editor and I are arguing about whether the initial contract was based on being in the fantasy section. Honestly, I feel quite helpless. My computer is not with me, and I can't present some evidence. The editor seems a bit difficult to talk to. But regardless, I will do everything possible to change sections. Readers who like my book can just enjoy it in their own little world. I have a few words to say to new readers. If you feel it's not good, don't force yourself to read it. Really. I don't shy away from saying this is my first book, and many things are not refined. The writing is not mature enough. And the story is not clever enough, heavily borrowing from other sources. I candidly say that this book serves as my practice for writing fanfiction about Honkai. I want to broaden my horizons, accumulate some experiences and lessons, and refine my writing skills. All to create a beautiful vision for myself and for the characters on the Hyperion. That's all for now. I won't delete this chapter, consider a promise. Finally, I wish everyone a happy little new year. Chapter 122. The Valley, a crescent moon hangs high in the sky. Crystal clear springs cascade down from above. The sound of splashing water echoing through the mountain gorge, enhancing the tranquility of this valley. It is not far from the Stardew Forest, but not too close either. Although the mountains are beautiful and the waters clear, without the protection of the stars, it remains just a secluded spot, notable only for the occasional soul beast coming here to drink. Weak moonlight filters down, and amidst the mottled tree shadows, there's a figure with hair like a scorpion's tail, moving gracefully through the woods. Sacrifice, murmurs Xiao Wu, recalling that her mother had mentioned this act, a way for soul beasts to dedicate their lives to others. It is said that this method is quite tyrannical, as everything about the soul beast perfectly merges with the person being sacrificed, including soul rings, soul bones, and even souls. She had never seen a soul beast choose to sacrifice itself, nor could she understand the soul beasts her mother spoke of that made such choices. She came to this place to set up a formation, one related to sacrifice. This was instructed by the man in the black robe, who also reminded her to be cautious of a monster in this valley. As she wove through the forest, she arranged small round beads, which appeared crystal clear and glittered like stars in the sky, seemingly containing individual worlds within. She did not understand how these beads would function or why they needed to be arranged in a way that the black robe man referred to as a formation. She only wondered what kind of story it would be if a soul beast were willing to sacrifice itself for a human. Could there truly be a soul beast that would voluntarily give its life entirely for a human? She recalled her mother's cause of death and the events surrounding it. Shaking her head, she reminded herself that she is now human and has no need to delve into the matters of soul beasts. Since the black robe man said this would eliminate uncertainties and allow her to take revenge smoothly, then even if it meant sacrificing the life of soul beast, it had nothing to do with her. She would just follow through. After all, among the many 100,000-year soul beasts in the Stardew Forest, and the countless hidden, strong ones with higher cultivation than them, they chose to stand by and watch during their times of peril. Her enemies included not just humans, but soul beasts as well. The beads in the 8 directions were now set, hidden among the tree branches, reflecting faint starlight and shining together. This should be enough, she thought. Throughout, she made no sound, felt no presence of soul beasts here, but she remembered the man's words. Even though it seemed she was alone, she remained particularly cautious, valuing her life greatly after experiencing the loss of friends and family twice. The wind began to blow, the leaves danced, and the clouds covered the crescent moon and starlight. The figure disappeared into the night, leaving only the sounds of wind and water to tell of the solitude here. In Soto City, in a hotel room, Bibidong sat by the window, holding a cup of tea that was a bit too hot, gazing at the waning moon lost in thought. Ma, Schwer gently pushed the door open and walked in. I brought my sisters to wash up, but they refuse to go to sleep. They say they have something to say to you. It seems they are still haunted by the failures of the day. Xuezite. Feeling sorry for them. We had high hopes for this competition, and although the outside world didn't know we were from the Spear Hall, they had long regarded it as an honor for the Spear Hall. Moreover, since you personally guided them most of the time, they felt they had let you down. Bibidong came back to her senses, smiled, and said, "Let them in." The 2 girls lowered their heads and timidly walked in from outside, their faces flushed, stammering and unable to speak. "Aren't you supposed to talk to the teacher? Why is there no sound at all?" Bibidong smiled at them. "Teacher, I." Liena just raised her head, wanting to muster the courage to say something, but was interrupted by Bibidong, who signaled for them to be quiet. "The teacher knows what you want to say. The teacher doesn't blame you. I remember saying before the competition started that it was enough to come back safely. You did it, and that's enough. I'm very comforted. As for the rest, I don't care and I'm not concerned." Bibidong placed the teacup on the table, brewed 2 more cups from the pot, and handed them to the 2. "But the teacher clearly intended for us to win this competition cleanly and beautifully. Otherwise, you wouldn't have let us expose our soul ring combinations." Dugian lowered her head. "We even used the martial soul fusion technique, and it has always been Sister Schweg guiding us. We originally wanted to give the teacher a surprise, but it is a surprise, and the teacher is very happy." Bibidong smiled. "The martial soul fusion technique is not something that can be easily obtained. The teacher is proud of you for having such tacit understanding and achievement. Victory is not a necessity, growth is." Bibidong seemed to know what they wanted to say and comforted them, The way the teacher trained you before may have been a bit impatient. So you may have placed too much importance on victory. But if you can relax and view wins and losses with a normal mindset, you will find that it's really not that significant. What matters is what you gained and learned in the process. Even if you won. If you don't summarize your experiences, can you guarantee victory next time? Although you lost this time, you gain an experience. Will you make the same mistakes when facing them next time? Nothing is taken for granted or unchanging. Growth can transform you from failure to victory. But if you don't learn to grow, then even victory cannot be retained, and eventually, you will still face failure. So in a sense, you could say you also won. You returned safely to hear the teacher's words. Bibidong patted the heads of the two. Have you remembered? The two were exceptionally obedient. Remembered, teacher. Go on, have a good sleep. After resting for a few days, we will leave Soto City, Bibidong said. Are we going back to Wuhuan City? Shuer asked as she watched the two exit the room. No, we're going to a place and gathering some information along the way. Bibidong picked up the teacup she had set down. The tea was just warm. What place? Xuya Usket, a valley near the Start-Do Great Forest. I don't know the exact location either. When we get there, we'll find out. Bibidong finished the tea in one gulp. Shuer didn't ask further. By the way, today's match was really thrilling. How could there be such a talented young person in Shrek 10 years before Tang San and the others? Their strength would completely crush Shrek's 7 monsters 10 years later. If it were you, would you be confident in winning against them? Bibidong looked at Suar. Shuer rarely thought for a moment, I should win. But if it's the same level, I can't guarantee it. Shuer shook her head. That spear gives me a very dangerous feeling. Its aura should not be inferior to my angel power. The golden dragon spear is a divine weapon, Bibidong sighed. It is said to be made from the 49th rib of the golden dragon, the ancestor of power. It has devouring effects and is extremely powerful. What? Shuer looked at her mother in surprise. Is it a divine weapon like the sea god's heart and the angelic holy sword? Then doesn't that mean? She is not a successor of the gods, but she has the bloodline of a god. The golden dragon's lineage. She is a soul beast named the three-eyed golden lion. Bibidong looked out the window. She is the imperial auspicious beast that the Start-Do Great Forest values the most. I don't know why she appeared here, but I can introduce some things about the Start-Do to you. Chapter 123. Mistakes in a flat room at a hotel in Soto City. In order to reward them for their victory in the daytime match, the usually stingy dean exceptionally allowed them to take a few days off to have fun in Soto City. Not only was their unpaid tuition written off, but they were also given a budget for recreation. However, Wang Qiuer was not interested in playing. After sending the dean away from their celebration banquet, which was actually an opportunity for the dean to drink several jars of wine until he was drunk, she returned to her room, sat by the window, and gazed at the waning moon in a daze. Unconsciously, she recalled the match from earlier that day, as well as the seemingly illusory words she heard after the match ended. It seems you underestimated the time it takes for you to recover from my mental shock. Wang Qiuer looked at Liena, who was getting closer and closer, unfazed, as the golden dragon's head had already formed in her hand. Liena was taken aback. She never expected that the latter's skill charging time would be so short. Her martial soul had mutated somewhat after being tempered by the ice and fire spring, and her soul power could be transformed into ice and fire attributes through her foxtail. At the moment Tang Yin's web bound her, the two distinct soul powers released from her hands turned the blue-silver grass to ashes and froze it into fragments. And then she immediately targeted Wang Qiuer to launch her attack. In her view, Wang Qiuer needed the cooperation of teammates to control the situation, and the soul skill she executed must be extremely powerful, especially the golden dragon's head that the teacher had mentioned, combined with the opponent's extreme martial soul attributes. If they were hit by this move, not to mention the outcome, they might face life-threatening danger. Therefore, she could not let her opponent use this move. Skills that require charging are the most vulnerable during the preparation phase. If she got her way, the victory might be decided right there. However, looking at the poised dragon head, Liena felt a bit incredulous. She asked herself, based on her enhanced mental power after the autumn water exposure, even if she could not match the extreme attribute soulmaster in front of her, there should not be too big a gap. She knew very well that the downtime just now had only lasted a fleeting moment, and the web binding had not posed too much of an obstacle to her. In such a short time, the opponent's soul skill had already been prepared. Was the other party? It seemed that Wang Qiuer noticed a hint of confusion on Liena's face and smiled lightly. Who told you that he helped me control the situation to give me time to charge? Liena's brain suddenly jolted as she realized something. Yes, their purpose in controlling the opponent was never to give Wang Qiuer time to charge. They had assumed that a powerful move required charging time. Tang Yin's control was actually to create a safe and stable environment for Wang Qiu'er to execute her skill, but in reality, they just aimed to hit. Wang Qiu'er's move evidently had its shortcomings, and they had guessed this flaw incorrectly, overlooking the issue of hitting. They simply assumed that the success or failure of the opponent's soul skill release was key. Thus, they fell into the trap, unexpectedly breaking the opponent's control in an attempt to stop the other party to win without realizing they were instead walking right into the opponent's line of fire. Watching the approaching dragon head, Liena's expression turned serious. She knew that panicking at this moment was meaningless, akin to waiting for death. She suddenly understood the real flaw of Wang Qiu'er's move and shouted, Yin, run to the side. Liena knew that her impulsive decision to bring herself to this distance made it difficult to retreat. Even if she surrendered immediately, the referee wouldn't be able to pull them away from this move. Both would have to face it head-on. However, the outcome could likely result in both being severely injured. Rather than that, it was better to give Yin a chance. And, as for herself, she had devised this flawed tactic, so let her bear the consequences. At this moment, Yin, empowered by the enhanced spirit from the celestial product, had already broken free from the web-like restraints that limited her. She was unaware of whether Liena's attack had succeeded or what situation she had encountered. Hearing Liena's anxious shout, she jumped lightly to the side, distancing herself from her original position. With a nimble flip in the air, Yin landed steadily on the ground. She looked up at the original spot, and the scene before her made her mind go blank. Liena had fallen heavily to the ground, her clothes torn in several places, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the ground. She struggled to get up, but her arms trembled uncontrollably, feeling weak as if all her strength had been drained. Was this the ultimate power? Such unparalleled strength. If she hadn't persisted in that lake, perhaps her spirit and body would have been torn apart by now. Reluctantly, she closed her eyes, her ears filled with heart-wrenching cries. Her forehead grew cool, but was tightly held in a warm embrace. She slightly raised her hand, seemingly wanting to touch the person holding her tightly. Yin, are you okay? Liena moved her lips, her voice hoarse. As long as you're not hurt, let's surrender. No. Yin hugged Liena tightly, unwilling to let go, her tear-filled eyes staring at the two opponents on the field. They must pay the price. Don't. Liena grasped Yin's hand. The teacher said to let us safely leave the stage. We can't disobey the teacher's words. Surrender while you're still unhurt. I will surrender, but not now. Yin's tone suddenly turned cold, a layer of toxin already swirling around her. Yin. Liena's voice grew weaker, feeling the numbing toxin already merging into her body, her eyelids becoming heavier. Suddenly, a warmth touched her lips, a teardrop falling onto them. She slightly opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't make a sound, as a pair of lips had already covered hers. I'm sorry, Nana. I don't want you to suffer in vain. This was the last sentence she heard before losing consciousness. She felt all her mental energy drain away. But she wasn't flustered because it was her choice. Yin gently set Liena down and slowly stood up. By this point in the battle, the host and referees were stunned, and the audience was silent. Logically, the first duo should have one injured person and the opponent still had strength left. So they should surrender and quickly find a place to heal. However, the girl standing seemed unwilling to do so. Did she want to continue fighting against two opponents? But on the stage, Tang Yin and Wang Qiu'er thought differently. They clearly sensed the change in the girl's aura. Her strength was no longer comparable to before. This is, Tang Yin squinted, sensing a dangerous aura from his opponent. Be careful, spirit fusion technique, Wang Qiu'er warned, gracefully moving in front of Tang Yin. What? Tang Yin was somewhat shocked. No way. Spirit fusion technique? Isn't that supposed to require two people to use? If I'm not mistaken, she must have done something just now to fuse with the one lying on the ground, Wang Qiu'er said solemnly. You should know what spirit fusion technique represents. Its power shouldn't be underestimated. With a flash of golden light, a weapon appeared in Wang Qiu'er's hand, revealing the golden dragon spear that had previously caused trouble for Zhao Wuji. On the stands, both team leaders changed their expressions. Flandre was already shocked by the fierce exchanges between the two little monsters. When he sensed the change in the opponent's aura, he didn't dare to think in that direction. Two genius girls whose spirit ring ratios exceeded the limit, and they had a spirit fusion technique. This was not something an ordinary Spirit Master Academy could achieve. They must have some extremely powerful background, and it seemed he had offended them. On the other side of the stands, Shui frowned slightly. When Wang Qiu'er took out that spear, she unexpectedly sensed a hint of dangerous aura from it. Synopsis. In the original ending, Bibidong died, and she begged Tang San to spare Qian Renxue and heal Liena. In the end, she realized the truth. The grievances of the previous generation should not involve the children. Thus, for them, one never felt parental love, and the other lived without maternal affection, leaving Qian Renxue to remain at level 89 in lonely solitude for life. Many people do not like this story. If it were you, what would you do? A question lingered in her ear.